I clearly can't even contract the most worthless beast, yet I possess remains of a world-destroying beast of the Earth level. However, this invincible Earth level remains is regarded by the Academy as cheap bones fit only for dogs to gnaw on. Just as I decided to contract it as my first beast, everyone laughed at me, saying my intelligence was even lower than a dog's. Even the school beauty who had been fawning over me for 2.5 years wanted to break up, but they don't know that I possess the Emperor's bestiary beast system. As long as the integrity of the remains exceeds 30%, I can replicate the juvenile form of an Emperor creature and contract it. The higher the integrity of the remains, the purer the bloodline concentration of the replicated Emperor creature. So I placed my hands on the remains, and the attributes panel popped up. Species, Crying Phantom Beast. Type, Qilin Auspicious Beast. Bloodline, Emperor level. Attribute, Fire. Trait, Immunity to fire damage. Other data lost. Even though I was mentally prepared, I couldn't help but be shocked. Detected that the integrity of the Crying Phantom Beast's remains is 100%. Would you like to replicate it immediately into a perfect juvenile form? Replicate, I answered immediately. As soon as I finished speaking, a brilliant light erupted from the remains. At the same time, a terrifying wave spread out, making the surrounding air hot and dry. Filled with anticipation, I heard the system prompt sound. Detected that the host has successfully replicated an Emperor creature for the first time. Reward, remains of a new wind rescue beast with 30% integrity. Rescue? Could such a creature really exist from ancient times? My eyes lit up. Then, a silver-white juvenile beast resembling a flying deer appeared before me. The Qilin weasel had been replicated. I tried to reach out and touch it, but as I got close, I felt a wave of intense heat. At that moment, the juvenile beast actually tilted its head up, as if signaling me to touch it. I was taken aback for a moment, then gently placed my right hand on its head. The scorching heat radiated from my palm, warming my nearly frozen heart. I smiled, and after 2 years, I once again stirred the soul power within me that had been frozen. In an instant, drops of blood surged from my palm, forming a complex mark. Let's shock this world together, little one. I gently pushed my palm, sending the mark into the center of the juvenile beast's forehead. The juvenile beast's emerald green pupils sparkled with light as it tilted its head up. At the moment the mark touched it, a tremor from deep within our souls resonated in both of our bodies. Suddenly, waves of green smoke rose from the back of my right hand, accompanied by an indescribable and terrifying burning sensation. A green mark was slowly taking shape there. Meanwhile, outside, the originally clear skies over the Windrider Beast Academy. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and deep rumbling sounds echoed intermittently. A fierce wind swept across the entire academy. Countless students looked bewildered, unsure how the weather changed so suddenly. Suddenly, from the churning dark clouds, streams of azure green light began to pour out, illuminating every corner of the academy. In an instant, the academy was bathed in this green light, resembling a realm of the dead. Then the air began to grow hot and dry, and within a short time, countless students were drenched in sweat, each feeling a surge of fear. Earlier, in the principal's office, a female instructor wearing gold-rimmed glasses held documents, reporting on new students to a middle-aged man. Guan wants to finish tomorrow's test before leaving. The middle-aged man standing by the floor-to-ceiling window slowly turned around. It was the principal. As he approached, Instructor Zhang and I quickly handed over my personal information. The principal scanned through my details, his gaze lingering on the soul power qualifications section for a long time. Special qualifications, yet unable to contract a presale. Indeed, it's a pity. Zhang and I remarked that it's not just a pity. The principal sighed, saying that as long as he could contract any presale, I would spare no effort and use all resources to train him. Upon hearing this, a subtle change flickered in Zhang Ni's eyes. The principal mentioned that the city competition is early next year, and he wondered if our Lingyun city could make it into the top 20 this year. The male principal shook his head, unwilling to say more on the topic. Seeing this, Zhang and I prepared to leave. But suddenly, the change in the sky made Zhang and I stop in her tracks. What a strong phenomenon of heaven and earth. Someone in the academy is contracting a presale, Zhang and I exclaimed, turning to look at the principal beside her. The principal exuded a calm demeanor, yet a storm brewed in his brow. He gazed at the suddenly changing weather, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. Nearby, in the southeast corner of the academy, was the boys' dormitory. Zhang and I closed her eyes, slightly furrowing her brow, as if activating some kind of perception ability. A few days ago, that kid Zhang Heng found a beast egg in the Wasteland Valley. Could it be because of him? Zhang and I glanced at the principal. The principal did not respond to this, still gazing at the sky, deep in thought. Such a phenomenon must indicate that the beast's bloodline level has reached the Dominator level. Even beyond the Dominator level, Zhang Ni's heart trembled. This was the strongest level below the legendary tier. As far as he knew, the principal only owned a single beast with a dominator-level bloodline, and Zhang Hong was his cousin. Thinking that this phenomenon was caused by his cousin contracting the Jade longevity, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, and the smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be hidden. Zhang and I skipped out of the principal's office. Principal Zhang Hong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his brow slightly furrowed. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and a majestic eagle landed on his shoulder, heading towards the dormitory area. As soon as he finished speaking, the eagle vanished instantly. He closed his eyes, and about 2 minutes later, no, this bloodline fluctuation exceeds the dominator level, it's at the legendary level. Zhang Hong is incredibly fortunate. His brows furrowed even tighter as the contract neared its conclusion. Wait, this isn't Zhang Heng's soul power fluctuation. The principal's expression changed slightly as he commanded the eagle to dive toward the dormitory area. The soul power of this beast master is extremely rich and oddly familiar, almost as if. The principal suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils shining with golden light. It was him who made the contract. I was so focused on the contract that I was completely unaware of what was happening outside. Congratulations, host. Contract successful. The first Emperor and Jade Beast Bestiary is about to upgrade. New functions will be unlocked upon completion. Estimated time, 1 minute. Now, a blue mark, the beast seal, shimmers on the back of my right hand. Before the beast space was opened, beast masters relied solely on the seal to summon and release beasts. I have finally waited for this day. The vast and surging soul power within me seems to be fully activated, and a terrifying force is gradually boiling. In tomorrow's autumn test, I will definitely shock everyone. I want to shine with my own brilliance in this most prestigious Beastmaster Academy, just like I did 2 years ago. Once I become a student, I can learn how to master the use of soul power. With my special grade soul power concentration, my achievements will be unimaginable. The young beast, entirely green, circles around me as if it senses the joy in my heart. I focus my gaze on the young beast, and its attribute panel suddenly displays a cry of life. Young beast of the Qilin auspicious beast lineage, imperial level perfect attributes, fire type immunity to fire damage. Possessing a unique soul-burning nether flame, its talent slightly enhances the luck of the beast master, and the fire attacks released by the flame lord double in power. Skill 1, Blaze Storm, unleashes the nether flame within without reservation, burning everything around. Skill 2, Intimidation, exerts the oppressive force of the imperial bloodline, intimidating any creature with a lower bloodline level. To evolve to the young stage, it needs to devour a nether ghost tomb. All the information is laid bare. My gaze lingers on the bloodline section, lost in thought. The presale is divided by bloodline levels. As for the presale masters, they are classified by soul power intensity, with level 9 as entry level and level 1 as the peak. Currently, I have just stepped into level 9 as a contracted presale. Given my temporary identity, I cannot yet grasp the distinctions between presale master levels, but there are 2 things I am certain of. Firstly, the higher the presale bloodline level, the richer and more diverse the talent attributes. Perhaps when this young beast evolves to the young stage, it will unlock new talents. The grade of the presale master determines how much power the presale can unleash. Even a beast with a higher bloodline level will struggle if contracted with a lower grade beast when facing strong enemies. Thus, my primary goal right now is to quickly learn how to refine my soul power, elevating it to a higher grade. To achieve this, there is only one way: to amaze everyone in tomorrow's autumn test. I gathered my thoughts, gently patted the young beast's little head, and the mark on the back of my hand shimmered. When I opened my eyes again, I sat up from the bed. It is now close to evening. After restoring the dormitory layout to its original state, I lay back down on the bed, closed my eyes, pressed the back of my right hand against my forehead, and began to channel my soul power towards the sound of the beast on my hand. In the next moment, my consciousness arrived in the chaotic space I had just been in. The young Qilin beast is curled up, resting. Sensing my presence, the young beast suddenly leaped up and circled around me. I smiled and sat cross-legged, burying my right hand into my embrace. Let me give you a name, just a simple one-syllable word. How about it, little one? Upon hearing this, its eyes lit up, and it immediately acted delighted. After playing and making noise for a while, I exited the beast seal. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard someone chattering in the dormitory. What? I heard the sky turned green because someone made a cursed vow and angered the gods? What the heck, is that true? I was just wondering why the sky turned green all of a sudden. It scared me. What on earth is happening? The sky cast a green hue over the academy, looking just like some creepy underworld. It's too bizarre. Hey, do you guys know anything? I heard it was because of Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong, the son of the vice president, that guy who bullies the weak every day. Yeah, I heard it was Zhang Hong. I slowly sat up. The chatter among the crowd suddenly stopped, and then a few people urged a blonde guy, "Come on, keep talking." What did Zhang Hong do? I perked up my ears, intrigued. Something seemed off with the sky earlier. What happened? Prompted by a few, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in the blonde guy's eyes. The sudden change in the sky was due to Zhang Hong, who was in a presale contract suppressing a dominant level bloodline. What the hell? Are you making this up? Dominant level? You're just bragging without any basis. He can contract with dominant beasts? The doubts from the crowd frustrated the blonde guy. Look at you all, being so sour. Zhang Hong went to the Withering Valley a few days ago and got a beast egg. You've all heard about that, right? It is said that the beast egg hatched a beast with a dominant bloodline, and the academy is buzzing with the news. Damn it, why does Zhang Hong have such good luck? When Zhang Heng's name was mentioned, a chill flashed in my eyes. This Zhang Hong relies on his father being the vice president. On top of that, he has some talent in pre-sales. He runs rampant in the academy, basically bullying students without backgrounds. 2 years ago, I entered the academy at the height of my fame. After my fall from grace, Zhang Hong didn't miss any chance to trouble me. The dorm gossip continued into the night, and soon, the sound of snoring filled the room. I lay with my hands under my head, gazing out at the thick night outside, filled with immense anticipation for tomorrow's test. At 9 a.m. the next morning, a resounding and powerful horn sounded. The once quiet academy seemed to boil over again. It was the autumn test. All the students have been waiting for this day. I slowly made my way to the square with a crowd of students. At this moment, the square was filled with a sea of people. In the center, 2 stages were set up. The one in charge of hosting the test proceedings is the academy's director, Lu Xinyue. At 25 years old, she is a single woman known as Fairy Sister among the male students. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a lively and gentle personality. Moreover, she is one of the top 3 presale masters in Lingyun City. When Lu Xinyue landed on the stage in a pink gown, riding a pink eagle beast from the sky, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The long-awaited autumn test was finally about to begin. Hello, students. We have finally arrived at the annual autumn testing event, which has 2 main agendas. The first agenda is the soul power concentration test and the presale bloodline level test. The second agenda is the arena challenge competition. Let's start with the first agenda, the soul power concentration test and the presale bloodline level test. As she spoke, Lu Xinyue glanced at her list, frowning slightly. The first tester is temporarily named Ji Yuan. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd buzzed. Ji Yuan, this guy who can't even contract for a presale, how is he still here? Amid countless gazes, I stepped onto the high platform. This useless person has no presale. What does he want to do? Hey, maybe he wants everyone to remember his special grade soul power qualification. After all, that's all he can brag about. Once Ji Yuan was ready, he stood on the soul power testing platform. On the high platform, there was a stone brick circular stage covered in ivy. Standing on it would activate the tester's soul power. I stepped up, and the stone brick circular stage emitted bursts of dazzling light. A terrifying aura, invisible to the naked eye, erupted violently within me. Countless people in attendance felt their own souls tremble. The clear blue sky darkened a bit as a result. I watched to see what he would do next. This useless person who can't contract for a presale still dares to stand on stage, and the mocking comments came pouring in. My ex-girlfriend Lin Yunjia stood among the crowd, her eyes filled with disdain. What's the point of trying to show off for just a moment? As the light from the soul power testing platform gradually faded, an ethereal voice announced the soul power qualification. I maintained my calm demeanor and walked toward the soul power testing platform. Here it comes. Let's see what this useless person will do next. No way, no way. Just thinking about how he won't be able to show a presale soon makes me want to laugh. On the high platform, Lu Xinyue didn't continue with the next presale test. She would consider each student's feelings. In her eyes, my immediate exit would be the best choice. Director, I'm ready for the next test. Unexpectedly, I called out to her, and Lu Xinyue was taken aback. Classmate Ji, we'll proceed with the presale bloodline level test next. Did I hear that right? This Ji Yuan is going to undergo the presale bloodline test? Oh my gosh, he actually contracted for a presale. No wonder, no wonder. I was wondering why someone would rush to humiliate themselves. It turns out this guy is fearless. What fearlessness? Even if he really has a presale contract, so what? I dare say this Ji Yuan's presale bloodline can't be any higher than the ultimate level. Then, everyone's gaze converged at the front, where a handsome young man with his hands in his pockets smiled lightly. Zhang Hong, the son of the vice president of the presale academy. Even if this useless person actually has a presale, he isn't worth wasting time on in this autumn test. Zhang Hong wore a contemptuous smile. Has the dean forgotten that the autumn test is our senior students' domain? This kind of useless person should just wait for the spring test. As soon as he spoke, many people in the crowd echoed him, creating a ruckus. Lu Xinyue frowned at me. Don't mind them, just continue with your beast seal. Hearing him speak, the noise from the crowd immediately quieted down. Zhang Heng's lips curled into a cold smile as he cast a deep glance at Lu Xinyue. As the crowd finally quieted, I slowly raised my right hand, and when a blue mark appeared on the back of my hand, it caused quite a stir. He really has contracted a beast. Many people became curious, eager to see what this talented soul power prodigy has contracted. Lin Yunjia, a beast master, squinted her eyes. This guy actually contracted a beast without making a sound. No wonder he dared to boast yesterday. Humph, what beast could he possibly contract? It must be the lowest grade, a creature that no one wants. I ignored all the voices below, closed my eyes, and silently chanted the name in my heart. Today marks the beginning of our names echoing throughout the world. Come forth. As my voice resonated, the air began to grow hot. Then, under the gaze of thousands, a Qilin with a body as white as snow and shimmering with a delicate greenish hue appeared, starlight gradually forming in its right hand, standing proudly beside me. Its body was covered in snow-white scales, and within it burned greenish-blue nether flames, outlining the scales in perfect form. This is an exceptionally unique beast. The appearance of this beast left the square of over 10,000 people in stunned silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just by its appearance, this beast was obviously extraordinary. A look of astonishment flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes. Then, a hint of greed appeared. This creature beside me was truly eye-catching. Ming Yunjia stood in the crowd, her gaze completely filled with the perfect form of the beast, such a beautiful creature. On the stage, Lu Xingyue was closest, and a look of amazement flashed in his eyes as well. But it quickly turned into a gaze of focus. Only he could feel the intense aura up close. This seemingly graceful beast radiated a core-like intense heat. Taking a deep breath, he extended his fair hand, and a handheld scanner appeared out of thin air in his palm. This is a pre-sale bloodline testing device, a commonly used portable bloodline instrument. As he pointed the testing device at the beast's forehead, he explained to me. At first, the beast wanted to shy away, but at my gesture, it readily accepted. The moment the testing device made contact with the beast, it erupted in a brilliant light. And then, under the gaze of countless people, the device in hand shattered with a crack. What is this? Ji Yuan asked, slightly puzzled. He had never seen this thing before. If it broke, how would they measure? At the moment Lu Xinyue saw the testing device shatter, her beautiful eyes flashed with shock. This portable testing device could withstand the bloodline fluctuations of a dominator level. She stared at the unique beast beside Ji Yuan and, after a moment, announced the result to everyone present. Word by word, Ji Yuan, contracted beast, bloodline level, dominator level or above. As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Yuan was somewhat taken aback. My goodness, did you all hear that? It's actually a dominator level beast. Oh my, dominator level? Where did he get this beast from? This Ji Yuan pretended to be useless for 2 years, but it turns out he wanted to make a big splash in this autumn test. Didn't you hear? The goddess said dominator level or above. Perhaps this beast's bloodline is even more extraordinary. No wonder this beast looks so unique. Lin Yunjia listened to the commotion around her, her fair palms clenched until they turned red, her gaze fixed on Ji Yuan's figure on stage, her eyes sparkling with a strange light. She hadn't expected the slap in the face to come so quickly. Just yesterday, she had said Ji Yuan would be kicked out of the academy during the autumn test. But now, with his special soul power and a contracted dominator level beast, he would undoubtedly become a key cultivation target for the academy. On stage, Ji Yuan smiled in silence. If just being a dominator level caused such a stir, if they knew the true bloodline level of Ming, they would probably riot on the spot. Classmate Ji Yuan, congratulations on successfully obtaining your own beast. Please step down. Lu Xinyue's chest rose and fell for a moment, smiling as she signaled him to leave the stage. However, Ji Yuan shook his head. Director, I remember there is a rule in the autumn test. I apply to become the challenge arena master. His tone was calm, yet it once again shocked the entire audience. According to the autumn test rules, any student could apply to be the arena master. The second agenda of the autumn test was the arena challenge. The intention was to allow students of all levels to showcase their skills and earn rewards allocated by the academy based on their performance. Once someone became the arena master, they would face all students qualified to participate in the challenge. According to the rules, the arena master must defeat all challengers to be considered victorious. The arena master who wins would receive incredibly generous rewards from the academy, but if they lose, the arena master would be barred from participating in the autumn test for 2 years. Historically, only a few prodigies in the academy had accomplished the feat of defending the arena. No one expected Guan to dare to be so arrogant. Is he crazy? Has he been suppressed for too long and suddenly gone mad after the change? He's gone too far, Guan. So what if he has a dominator-level beast? He's just a 9th grade beast master. Just contracted a beast and he's already so arrogant. Someone will definitely take care of you. In the crowd, countless students shouted angrily, venting their frustrations. Lu Xinyue's beautiful eyes widened. This usually calm director had been shocked countless times since the test began. Are you sure? Guan nodded, sure. He was not acting on impulse. There was a reason for his actions. Before Lu Xinyue could announce it, Zhang Heng below could no longer hold back. I want to be the arena master too. He jumped onto the high platform, his face flushed, staring fiercely at Guan. He wouldn't allow anyone to be so arrogant in front of him. If both of you want to be the arena master, you can only fight one match. The winner will defend the arena, and the loser will withdraw from this test, Lu Xinyue said gently, returning to her usual gentle demeanor. The bait was taken. Guan looked at Zhang Heng, a cold smile rising in his heart. Do you dare to fight me? Zhang Heng arrogantly raised his chin, extremely disdainful. He had been in the academy for 3 years, and his control over beast taming and the mastery of a beast tamer's soul power was quite impressive. He was confident that Guan, this useless guy who had wasted 2 years, was definitely not his opponent, even if the other party possessed a dominator-level beast. Why are you afraid? Guan laughed loudly. As his voice fell, a fierce blue light enveloped Ming, sweeping towards the wide challenge arena in the center of the square. The blue light transformed into Ming, crashing against the surface of the arena, and after the impact, Guan's proud figure was revealed alongside it. On the other side, Zhang Heng was unwilling to be outdone. As the mark of beast taming appeared, a silver-white figure leaped up, landing steadily in the challenge arena. It was a robust silver wolf with silver fur. The silver wolf was even larger than Ming, standing about 2.5 meters tall. The silver wolf assumed a pouncing posture, its fierce eyes glowing with a savage light, letting out low growls from its gaping mouth, staring motionlessly at Ming beside Guan. You are too complacent, Guan, Zhang Heng laughed contemptuously. What if your beast's bloodline is strong? The soul power level of a beast tamer is the key to determining victory. The soul power level of a beast tamer determines the strength their beast can exhibit. Zhang Heng had become a beast tamer 3 years earlier than Guan, and at this moment, he was at the peak of 8th rank soul power. He pointed at the poised silver wolf at his feet and said, its bloodline is only advanced, but with my enhancement, dealing with your dominator beast will be a piece of cake. After all, Guan had just become a beast tamer, barely at the 9th rank entry level of soul power. No matter how exceptional his talent was, how could he compete with him? You really talk too much, Guan said calmly. Regarding the connection between the soul power level of a beast tamer and their beasts, one could only learn from relevant books after becoming a formal student. Zhang Heng had combat knowledge that was ahead of his, which might be true, but Guan also had trump cards that the other party could not fathom. For example, everyone thought that Ming's bloodline level was merely dominator level. Chirp! At that moment, a flash of pink light appeared, and a pink eagle beast descended from the sky, landing between the two. Lu Xinyue knelt on the eagle beast and looked at the two before saying, since you have reached a consensus, then let this arena battle be a spectacular one. After saying that, the eagle beast flapped its wings and flew outside the arena. Zhang Heng will win! Zhang Heng will win! Zhang Heng will win! The deafening shouts erupted from the crowd. Why can't I hear anyone calling your name? Is it because you don't need it? Zhang Heng said triumphantly. Guan scoffed. Your lackeys can only incite these brainless people. Zhang Heng knew he couldn't outtalk him, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. I want to see if your strength matches your bravado. Immediately, the silver wolf moved like lightning, lunging forward with its bloody mouth wide open. Such a bloodline creature dares to show its fangs in front of us? Guan chuckled lightly. Boom! Suddenly, on the arena, Ming slightly raised its head, emanating an indescribable terrifying aura from within. Skill 2, Intimidation, unleashes the oppressive force of the imperial bloodline, intimidating any creature with a bloodline lower than its own. In an instant, the silver wolf, baring its teeth, was struck by the aura, and its entire body of silver fur stood on end. The wolf stood there dumbfounded, its previously fierce eyes instantly becoming clear. Gradually, it actually began to crawl on the ground, inching its body towards Ming, occasionally letting out low whimpers. It looked as if it was trying to appease the other, completely losing its earlier momentum. The entire arena fell silent due to this sudden scene. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Zhang Hong, who was also stunned. Silver Moon, what the hell are you doing? Silver Moon, what the hell are you doing? In the silent square, only Zhang Heng's astonished and furious roar echoed. Ji Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Although his soul power level barely reached the 9th rank, the bloodline disparity from the Beast Master was a deep-seated fear ingrained in his soul. You disgraceful thing! Zhang Heng's forehead bulged with veins as he speculated that the opponent's dominant bloodline must have caused the Silver Wolf to lose its combat ability. Immediately, with a wave of his right hand, the Silver Wolf's figure transformed into specks of starlight and vanished. Don't get too cocky. Do you think I only have this one useless beast? Zhang Han looked at Ji Yuan's expression, and suddenly a deep blue ice crystal mark appeared on his right hand. In a daze, the temperature of the air, which had been boiling due to the abyss, gradually cooled. In front of Zhang Hong stood a gorilla shrouded in cold mist, its fur a deep blue like ice crystals. This gorilla was not particularly robust. It leaned forward with its arms planted on the ground, its cold aura continuously spreading around it. Hiss! It's the snowy ice gorilla. Zhang Hong actually summoned it. I heard this beast was given to him by his father, and he has raised it very well, never summoning it in public before. But wait, an 8th rank beast master can only contract 2 beasts at most. If Zhang Hong already has 2, then yesterday's celestial phenomenon. I say, are you all out of your minds? Only now realizing that yesterday's celestial phenomenon must have been caused by Ji Yuan. Yeah, look at the brilliance on Ji Yuan's beast. Isn't it exactly the same as yesterday's celestial phenomenon? My god, no wonder he has special grade qualifications. Ji Yuan is probably going to shake off the title of useless and soar to great heights from now on. It's too early to say that. If he wants to soar, he first has to get past Zhang Heng. Whispers continued from the crowd below. Zhang Heng's eyes were filled with fierce light. The snowy ice gorilla was supposed to be his trump card, all because the silver wolf was too useless. Fortunately, the snowy ice gorilla possessed a special talent, dull perception, ignores any bloodline suppression. Note, if the bloodline level difference exceeds 2 ranks, the talent is ineffective. This snowy ice gorilla's bloodline level was high, just 1 rank lower than Ji Yuan's beast, and dull perception was just right to come into play. Without bloodline pressure, let's see if this hybrid creature can still be arrogant. Zhang Heng's mouth curled into a smile, as if he had already foreseen the tragic fate of Ji Yuan's beast. Cover your fists with frost power, attack directly, and face it head-on. It definitely won't be able to withstand it. Zhang Hong issued the command. The snowy ice gorilla suddenly straightened its nearly 2-meter-tall body, its basketball-sized fists covered in a layer of ice crystals. Roar! The blue-furred gorilla let out a roar towards the sky, then charged at Ji Yuan like an earthquake. Zhang Hong. The cold aura rushed towards him, but Ji Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he looked past the snowy ice gorilla and locked eyes with Zhang Heng's confident face. I'll make you see reality right now. Ji Yuan's calm voice spread across the square. In the next moment, everyone saw the green beast beside Ji Yuan step forward slowly. Facing the charging blue-furred gorilla, the abyssal green pupils flashed with light. In an instant, boom! A terrifying wave of greenish-blue heat erupted from within the abyss, instantly covering the entire arena. The arena was surrounded by defensive light shields, but even so, the crowd below still felt the scorching wave of flames. The greenish-blue heat wave enveloped the arena, and everyone could only hear a series of piercing screams from the stage. The snowy ice gorilla, caught in the center of the heat wave, thrashed its body wildly, desperately clawing at its head. This greenish-blue flame was not only scalding but also burning its soul. The dual pain from both soul and body caused it to roll its eyes and faint immediately. At Ji Yuan's signal, this terrifying heat wave did not sweep over Zhang Hong. He stood amidst the vast flames, his expression grim, because he sensed the state of the snowy ice ape from the Beast Master Seal, shifting from active to lifeless. How is this possible? Around him, the blue flames were gradually fading. Why should I lose to him? I am a peak 8th grade Beast Master. Why should I? Why? Zhang Hong, overwhelmed by extreme anger, lost control of his expression, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding. Can we announce the results now, Director? In the silent square, Ji Yuan's calm voice broke the spell, bringing everyone back to their senses. This battle did not last long. In fact, from the moment the two ascended the stage to its conclusion, only 5 minutes had passed. All eyes were fixed on the center of the stage, on the unconscious snowy ice ape. Initially, they thought this would be a crushing victory for Zhang Hong. However, 5 minutes later, it was Zhang Hong who had been easily crushed. The sound of the eagle beast flapping its wings echoed as it slowly landed on the stage. Lu Xinyue's expression was complex, her eyes filled with astonishment as she looked at Ji Yuan. After a moment, she parted her red lips. The champion of the duel, the winner is Ji Yuan. With each word Lu Xinyue announced, everyone truly accepted this fact. Ji Yuan, who had joined the academy 2 years ago with a special grade soul power qualification, after 2 years of silence, once again shone with dazzling brilliance. Wait! Zhang Hang's eyes glinted with malice as he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. You despicable thief! You stole the beast egg I brought back from the Withering Valley and took the opportunity to hatch this green fire-type beast and form a contract with it. Zhang Heng pointed at Ji Yuan, his expression twisted with agitation. You stole my things and even dared to use it to participate in the autumn test. Do you really think I wouldn't notice? Unable to accept his easy defeat, emotions surged within him, and in a moment of loss of control, he regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth. However, once spoken, the impact could not be taken back. What the hell? No way! This Ji Yuan's beast is actually stolen? Don't say that, it really is possible. Think about it, Ji Yuan has been silent for 2 years, and suddenly after Zhang Heng's beast egg went missing, he has a beast. It's hard not to raise suspicions. One remark stirred up 1,000 waves, and the previously silent crowd instantly shifted to blame mode. They only wanted to believe what they wished to believe. Among the crowd, Lin Yunjia curled her lips, a flash of disdain in her eyes. After all this, it turned out to be stolen, truly unnoticeable. The one-sided accusations were incessant. Ji Yuan's handsome face remained unfazed. Over the past 2 years, he had long grown accustomed to the cold mockery of others. Lu Xinyue frowned, not expecting Zhang Hong to be such a poor loser. He lost and still lashed out in anger. She was one of the few who knew that the beast egg Zhang Hong brought back from the Withering Valley was a dead egg. However, Zhang Hong was the son of the vice president, and as a director, it was better for her to remain silent. At that moment, amidst the cacophony of insults, noticing the director's choice to remain silent, Ji Yuan suddenly moved. He walked casually to Zhang Heng's front. Zhang Hong glared with fury, but deep down, he felt a twinge of fear and could only step back slowly. The next moment, slap! Ji Yuan's right hand swung out with great force, striking Zhang Heng's cheek. You can't take a loss. Instantly, the uproar ceased. Zhang Heng felt a fiery sting on his cheek, his pupils shaking uncontrollably. Ji Yuan actually dared to hit him. His gaze swept across the audience, countless eyes staring at him in disbelief. Suddenly, humiliation, anger, and various emotions surged to his brain, prompting him to roar and raise his hand to retaliate. But Ji Yuan swiftly grabbed his arm, and then, with his right hand, he swung down hard towards Zhang Heng's face again. Slap! This slap sent Zhang Heng crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. On the sidelines, everyone gasped in shock. Even Lu Xinyue took a few steps back. A single thought surfaced in their minds simultaneously. Ji Yuan has gone mad. Since Zhang Heng was hospitalized, no one had dared to lay a finger on him. After all, the vice president was notoriously protective of his own. A cold snort suddenly echoed through the academy. What a ruthless kid! The voice was filled with anger, causing the students to instinctively shrink back. It was the vice president, Ji Yuan, doomed. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a middle-aged man in a suit and black gold glasses appeared on the stage. The newcomer was none other than Vice President Zhang Jilin. Director Zhang, Lu Xinyue immediately called out respectfully upon seeing him, then summoned her eagle beast and left this place of trouble. After Zhang Jilin appeared, his sharp gaze fixed on Ji Yuan. Since the establishment of the Wind-Riding Beast Academy, there has never been a student as despicable as you. A sense of oppression emanating from a high-ranking beast master hit Ji Yuan. He maintained his composure, looking directly into Zhang Jilin's eyes, and smiled lightly. Director Zhang, what do you mean by despicable? Zhang Hong lost the battle and, in his embarrassment, falsely accused me of stealing his things. Are you really unable to distinguish right from wrong just to protect your own? Facing the aggressive vice president, Ji Yuan stood tall, neither servile nor overbearing. Exactly. For 3 years, Zhang Hong has relied on his status to bully others. Why didn't you step in then? This vice president really has double standards. I spit. There were still some clear-headed individuals among the crowd. Impudent! Zhang Jilin's sharp gaze swept over the crowd, and some people immediately fell silent. In competitions among students, getting injured is a normal occurrence, Zhang Jilin said calmly. The reason I am here is that Zhang Hong accused you of suspected theft. The academy has always emphasized personal character, and since theft is suspected, the academy must ascertain the truth. Though he said this, he secretly wished he could slap Zhang Hong, this ungrateful son, to death. It was truly his own fault for indulging him. Losing was losing, yet he casually slandered others in front of the entire faculty and student body. All he could do now was to ensure Ji Yuan was pinned with the theft charge, otherwise, Zhang Heng's reputation in the academy would be utterly ruined. I never wrongfully accuse any student, Zhang Jilin said, lifting his proud chin, hands behind his back. Zhang Hong, in front of all the faculty and students, tell everyone why you believe Ji Yuan stole your beast egg? He slightly turned his head to glance at Zhang Hong. The latter's eyes flickered, understanding his father's intent, and quickly spoke up. The beast egg I brought back from the Withering Valley emits a greenish glow. Zhang Heng said without a hint of shame, the beast egg has been kept in my dormitory, already in a hatching state. Yesterday afternoon, after I returned from the reading room, I found the egg missing. Up until yesterday afternoon, Ji Yuan had not contracted any beast. But after the celestial phenomenon appeared, today, Ji Yuan suddenly has a beast that has never been seen before. I determined that Ji Yuan must have stolen the beast egg based on this. Zhang Heng racked his brain to make his story sound more credible. After he finished, Zhang Jilin looked at Ji Yuan. Is there anyone who can prove that this beast was contracted by you before yesterday? Or can anyone prove that you were not contracting a beast when the celestial phenomenon occurred? Watching the father and son play off each other, Ji Yuan shook his head with a smile. To add a crime, what need is there for a reason? Who in the entire academy doesn't know that I have no friends? How does Vice President Zhang expect me to find someone to testify? Zhang Jilin's expression remained calm as he said, so, you are not planning to deny it? Immediately, he scanned the entire venue and said in a deep voice, the provisional students living in the same dormitory as Ji Yuan, come up to the stage now. As soon as the words fell, a blonde boy and two timid boys walked up to the platform, standing at the edge with their heads down. Where were you when the strange phenomena occurred? Hearing the vice principal's question, the three provisional students quickly replied, back to the principal, we were in the training hall at that time. Did you see Ji Yuan? No. Report to the principal, we witnessed Ji Yuan coming out of Zhang Heng's dormitory yesterday morning. Suddenly, several boys raised their hands in the crowd. Zhang Jilin let them come up, and Ji Yuan scanned them one by one. These so-called witnesses were all sycophants around Zhang Heng. You guys, in front of all the faculty and students, tell us what you saw. Zhang Jilin looked at the sycophants, his tone calm. If anyone dares to take this opportunity to frame someone, I will not let it go lightly. The vice principal's words revealed a sense of fairness and justice. At his signal, the sycophants began to speak up, and unsurprisingly, each one claimed they saw Ji Yuan take something from Zhang Heng's dormitory. At this point, Ji Yuan was left speechless. I can't believe it. Ji Yuan was caught stealing. Damn, this is being caught red-handed. Sigh, Ji Yuan's reputation is completely ruined now. The entire venue was filled with scorching gazes directed at Ji Yuan, a mix of discrimination and disdain. Lin Yunjia, please come up. At that moment, Zhang Jilin spoke again. In the crowd, Lin Yunjia, suddenly called by the vice principal, was taken aback and nervously walked up to the platform under countless gazes. Vice principal. Lin Yunjia lowered her head obediently in front of Zhang Jilin. I heard that you and Ji Yuan grew up together in the welfare home. You should be the one who knows his character best. To avoid any wrongful accusations, I ask you here, how was Ji Yuan's conduct in the welfare home? Zhang Jilin spoke slowly. Lin Yunjia's mind went blank. She slightly turned her gaze towards Ji Yuan not far away. The accusation of theft against this man was almost solidified. The vice principal didn't need to do this. Could it be to deliver a fatal blow, to kill his spirit? Her mind raced. Ji Yuan's beast taming was stolen. No matter how strong he was, he would ultimately have to return it to Zhang Heng. The Beast Taming Academy was the most prestigious academy in Linyun City, and the principal rarely showed up. All matters were handled by the vice principal. Perhaps, the principal had tacitly approved of today's events? Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yunjia made her choice. To Principal Zhang. Lin Yunjia straightened up, glanced at Ji Yuan, and looked at Zhang Jilin, saying, Ji Yuan often stole others' things since he was a child in the welfare home. This is the reason I have always looked down on being his companion. Killing two birds with one stone, she pleased the vice principal while drawing a clear line with Ji Yuan. At this point, the dust settled. An orphan with a despicable bad habit since childhood, now coming to the academy. A dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. Disdain rose in everyone's hearts. Gazes gathered on Ji Yuan, filled with contempt and disgust. These gazes were like sharp blades, deeply piercing his skin, and Ji Yuan's fists clenched tightly, trembling. During his time in the welfare home, he was the most beloved, sensible, and obedient child. He never expected that Lin Yunjia would choose to lie at such a moment. Ji Yuan, do you have anything else to say? Zhang Jilin looked down at him, mockery surging in his eyes. You think you can compete with me? You're still too young. Now, destroy your contract and return the beast that rightfully belongs to Zhang Heng. Zhang Jilin's tone was indifferent, but it contained a hint of coercion. In the rear, Zhang Heng's eyes flashed with excitement. he could hardly imagine how strong he would become with that azure beast. But just then, Ji Yuan slowly raised his head and stared directly into the eyes of the vice president. You say this beast belongs to your son, right? A blue light appeared, and the form of Ming materialized beside Ji Yuan. With all the evidence in place, do you still want to argue? Zhang Jilin's eyes widened in amazement. This beast was indeed captivating. If it weren't for his paternal love outweighing his selfishness, he wouldn't want to give it to his foolish son. What a well-directed play this is. Ji Yuan suddenly laughed. What if I told you I have more than just this one beast? In an instant, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Boom! The clear sky once again turned tumultuous. The sky darkened suddenly, as if it had transformed from day to night in an instant. Heaven and earth anomalies. Zhang Jilin squinted, his brow furrowing as a sense of unease flashed through his mind. A bunch of blind fools, open your eyes and see clearly. Ji Yuan laughed loudly. In the next moment, the clouds parted violently, revealing a bizarre and colorful cosmic starry river. Another anomaly. What is happening here? Ji Yuan just said to open our eyes wide. Could it be because of him? My god, this is the first time I've seen an anomaly revealing the cosmic starry river. What kind of beast is this, and what level of bloodline could cause such an anomaly? On the arena, Zhang Jilin's eyes narrowed into slits. At this moment, a fierce wind swept through the square, causing everyone's clothes to flutter and hair to fly. Zhang Hong and Lin Yunjie looked up in shock, speechless. Roar! At that moment, a strange roar echoed through the sky. Whoosh! A shadow dove down from the cosmic starry river anomaly. When this shadow landed steadily beside Ji Yuan, the entire venue seemed to hold its breath. It was a massive creature with a pair of golden wings, a peculiar beast. This beast resembled a combination of a lion and an eagle. Its robust lion body, aside from the exaggerated wings, also bore a head like that of a mighty eagle. Its fur was golden, shining like the midday sun, incredibly dazzling. At that moment, everyone seemed to have their throats constricted, mouths agape, unable to make a sound. This beast was the Star Peak Griffin, awarded to Ji Yuan when he contracted Ming. After the initial contract was completed, the Emperor's Codex upgraded, one of its functions allowing for the brief summoning of Emperor-level creatures recorded in the Codex. This summoning would cause anomalies in heaven and earth, allowing for a brief and incredibly realistic manifestation of Emperor-level beings. However, the cost of doing so was the consumption of the integrity of the remains. He had not wanted to use it, but who could have imagined that this father and son could so completely distort right and wrong? Zhang Heng, is this beast also yours? Ji Yuan's cold voice echoed across the square, and Zhang Heng's face turned pale, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. What a Ji Yuan! At this moment, Zhang Jilin felt as if he had been publicly slapped in the face. As his eyelids twitched, he hadn't expected that Ji Yuan would have more than one beast of this level. It seemed there was only one way left. A vast wave of soul power surged within Zhang Jilin. He seemed to want to summon a beast. Hee, what a lively scene. Just then, a light laugh rang out. Zhang Jilin's expression darkened instantly. There was no chance left. In the sky, the anomaly caused by the Star Peak Griffin slowly faded, and the clear sky reappeared. At the same time, a figure descended from the heavens. It was a middle-aged man with graying temples, his brow harboring a storm. Ji Yuan slightly tilted his head back, and upon seeing the figure behind him, his pupils constricted. Before him stood a middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared, and to Ji Yuan's astonishment, he had a pair of wings on his back. A fourth-grade beast master. Ji Yuan had heard that a fourth-grade beast master could use soul power to manifest any part of their contracted beast. Although this was extremely taxing on soul power, what mattered most was the appearance. As the middle-aged man landed 3 steps in front of Ji Yuan, Zhang Jilin, who had been aggressive just moments before, took half a step back and said softly, Director Tan. The newcomer was none other than the true head of the Changfeng Beast Master Academy, Tan He. This top figure in Linyun City had always focused more on urban development and rarely involved himself in academy matters, so why was he here today? Zhang Jilin's eyes rolled, and he suddenly realized, glancing at Ji Yuan not far away. It's the director. I've been at the academy for 4 years, and this is the first time I've seen him in person. Did I just see that right? The director actually has wings. You clueless fool, that's the ability of a 4th-grade beast master. The sudden appearance of this elusive director caused quite a stir. Ji Yuan watched his back, his fists gradually clenching. Finally, he had appeared. Years ago, when Ji Yuan awakened his exceptional soul power aptitude, it was Tan He who had brought him into the academy. The reason he was going all out today was to make the other party step forward because only the director could provide him with the greatest help. Tan He wore a smile, resembling an approachable mentor. He walked up to Ji Yuan, his gaze sweeping over the robust griffin and the stunningly beautiful Ming. Not bad, not bad. At that moment, both beasts instinctively took half a step back, seemingly wary of this man. He reached out and gently patted the griffin, which instantly transformed into starlight and dissipated. What is it that requires Vice Director Zhang to personally intervene? He turned around, momentarily locking eyes with Ji Yuan. In all of Lingyun City, everyone knew Zhang Jilin was the vice director, but only he could address him this way. Now, hearing his question, Zhang Jilin shook his head expressionlessly. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Heng behind him gritted his teeth and shouted, "Report, Director." This Ji Yuan. Zhang Heng, unwilling to give up, had stirred up trouble to this extent and needed to ensure Ji Yuan's theft was confirmed. However, before he could finish, his father's hand swung toward his face. Slap! A sharp sting surged on his cheek, and the pampered young man stood there dazed, stunned. Zhang Jilin remained expressionless, but inside he wished he could strangle this brainless rebellious son on the spot. "Director Tan, it's just a misunderstanding." Zhang Jilin's voice was calm, yet there was a hint of explanation in it. He still smiled. "As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, you have no business here, leave." With such an unceremonious dismissal, Zhang Jilin could only nod in silence. A flash of white light passed, and his figure vanished. The director's gaze swept over everyone on the stage, lingering a moment longer on Lin Yunjia before he slowly spoke. "Zhao Yun, Li Peng, Lu Yi, Zhou Kuan. You four, habitual liars, fabricating lies to frame other students. From today onwards, Chungfeng Beast Master Academy will expel you." The four named were precisely Zhang Heng's lackeys. At that moment, their faces turned ashen. This was the director's decision. Who would dare to oppose it? They could only look at Zhang Heng pleadingly, but it seemed they had forgotten that even his own father wouldn't dare to say anything in front of this man. What could Zhang Heng do? Zhang Heng. At that moment, the director's voice rang out again. "Now, tell all the faculty and students, did Ji Yuan steal your beast egg?" His tone and gaze were calm, but when focused on Zhang Heng, it made him tremble with fear. Director. Zhang Heng's face was pale. If this matter were to be revealed, he would truly be nailed to the pillar of shame in the courtyard's history. He frowned slightly, his gaze suddenly sharp and piercing. "No, I didn't steal." Zhang Heng seemed to lose all his strength, lowering his head and confessing everything. When everyone learned that this farce was merely because he couldn't accept defeat and had fabricated a lie, their gazes towards him changed. Contempt, disdain, disgust. The looks that had once been directed at Ji Yuan now pierced Zhang Heng's skin without reservation. "I said, Ji Yuan may have wasted 2 years, but he's an upright person. How could he possibly steal someone else's things? TCH, you were the loudest in cursing him earlier." "What are you talking about? What do you mean by that?" "I, Lu Hongtao, have never cursed Ji Yuan." The square once again became lively, but this time, the tone shifted to praise Ji Yuan and scorn Zhang Heng. After restoring Ji Yuan's innocence, he turned his gaze to the last person, Lin Yunjia. "Lin Yunjia." He's voice rang out. Lin Yunjia pinched the hem of her clothes, her body trembling slightly. The thought of facing expulsion filled her with countless regrets. The dean was clearly backing Ji Yuan. What should she do? She absolutely could not be expelled. At that moment, she suddenly heard the dean say, "Ji Yuan, how do you want to handle this person?" In that instant, it felt like she had grasped a lifeline. She quickly raised her head, meeting Ji Yuan's gaze. Lin Yunjia bit her lip, her eyes pleading, her pretty face filled with grievance. She always remembered that at any time in the past, as long as she made this kind of gesture, no matter how big the mistake, Ji Yuan would always forgive her. Expel her. But when Ji Yuan calmly uttered those 4 words, Lin Yunjia's expression instantly collapsed. "You, how dare you expel me?" she screamed. "How dare I?" Ji Yuan smiled. "Lin Yunjia, don't you know in your heart? Just based on your pathetic soul power aptitude, how could you enter the Wind Riding Beast Academy? If it weren't for me persuading the dean to make an exception back then, with your barely intermediate soul power aptitude, do you even deserve to enroll?" These words struck Lin Yunjia's mind like a bolt of lightning. For 2 years, she had always believed it was her potential that led the academy to make an exception, but she never expected. Everything turned around with the dean's appearance, and this farce finally came to an end. Lin Yunjia and her group, expelled from the academy, left the arena in a daze. Zhang Heng buried his head deep in his chest, walking further away under countless mocking gazes. On the arena, only Ji Yuan and the dean remained. "The autumn test will proceed as usual," He said lightly. "Before that, does anyone want to challenge Ji Yuan, the champion?" Below the stage, there was a profound silence. Everyone was not a fool. They could see how the dean was so protective of Ji Yuan in this farce. Not to mention, Ji Yuan possessed 2 beasts capable of causing celestial phenomena. With these 2 points, anyone who dared to challenge him would truly be asking for trouble. "Come to the dean's office to find me." Seeing no one respond, he smiled at Ji Yuan. Then, a pair of eagle-like wings spread wide. As the dean left, Ji Yuan also stepped down from the arena. At that moment, in the bustling square, thousands of people simultaneously made way for him, their gazes filled with respect. The autumn test would last for a week. More than 10 minutes later, in the dean's office of the Wind Riding Beast Academy, Ji Yuan lightly knocked on the two brown wooden doors. "Come in." Pushing the door open, a faint floral scent wafted through the air. The dean's office was exquisitely decorated. To the left upon entering was a spacious reception area. Tan He was sitting on the sofa, holding a teacup. After all, Zhang Heng is the son of the vice president, so it wouldn't be good to handle this too harshly. "You don't have any objections, do you?" Ji Yuan shook his head. How could he dare to have any objections? In 3 months, there will be a citywide competition. Just as he sat down, he heard Tanny say, "I need you to represent Chengfeng in the competition, and at least make it into the top 10. Tan He was straightforward. In fact, 2 years ago, when Ji Yuan had just entered the academy, the same words had been said to him. Taking a sip of tea, Tan He looked at Ji Yuan and said, "Before that, I will use all the resources of the city to train you." As the most authoritative director of the Beast Tamer Academy in the city, he also held multiple positions, one of which was the mayor of Linyun City. He could indeed make such a guarantee. "I only have one question." Ji Yuan picked up the hot tea in front of him and took a sip. "If I make it into the top 10 in the citywide competition, what benefits will I receive?" Any pretty words were not as good as tangible rewards. "Good kid." Tan He seemed not to expect him to respond this way. "You know about the super academies, right?" Under the 1,000-year-old beast-taming civilization system, a large number of beast-taming academies had been established nationwide. Among these academies, only 3 could be called super academies: Juling Academy, Lan Tian Academy, and Sheng Tian Academy. The citywide competition is, simply put, a qualifying selection set up by the super academies to absorb fresh blood. As long as you can stand out in the competition, the benefits are self-evident. Tan He said, "I won't hide it from you. Once someone from the city enters the top 10 in the competition, as a cultivation reward, the mayor can obtain a legendary level beast egg. I have been a beast tamer for 30 years, and the highest level beast I possess is only a dominator level. I really need a legendary level beast egg." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan's pupils subtly contracted. He didn't expect that as a 4th-tier beast tamer, he didn't even have a legendary bloodline beast. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Tan He sighed. "Do you think everyone has such extraordinary luck? Just like you?" The imperial bloodline beasts have been extinct for hundreds of years, and mythical level beasts are even harder to come by. In today's world, the only legendary bloodline beast eggs that can be cultivated are worth as much as everything in Linyun City. So exaggerated. Ji Yuan frowned. Wasn't he in great danger? Fortunately, most beasts have unique paths to bloodline advancement. Tan He waved his hand, and a large hunting dog covered in black thorns suddenly appeared in the spacious office. "This is the strongest beast I have. In 2 years, its bloodline can advance further, from dominator to legendary." He recalled the hunting dog and said, "Most legendary bloodline beasts in the world are carefully cultivated by beast tamers, consuming endless wealth to advance. I won't delve into your secrets." Tan He looked at Ji Yuan. "I can provide you with all the resources of Linyun City, as long as you enter the top 10 in the competition." Director Tan has such confidence in me? Ji Yuan met his gaze. Tan He smiled, stood up, walked to his side, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Not just in you, but also in your special soul power qualification." Special soul power qualification. To be honest, Ji Yuan still hadn't felt any extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he didn't understand enough? After pondering for a moment, he stood up and nodded seriously. "I agree." At the same time, he reached out his hand to Tan He. The latter was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "I need the access card for the reading room." Half an hour later, Chengfeng Beast Tamer Academy, reading room. After leaving the director's office, Ji Yuan plunged into the ocean of knowledge. As he flipped through professional books, he finally gained a clear understanding of the differences in ranks among beast tamers. This also includes a detailed explanation of the differences in soul power qualifications. He started entering the reading room around 10 in the morning. By the time he left, it was already late at night. Rubbing his tired eyes and yawning as he hurried towards the dormitory area, Ji Yuan suddenly saw a familiar figure at the door. "Lin Yunjia." "Ji Yuan, you're here." Lin Yunjia, looking around, immediately jogged over upon seeing him. "I've been waiting for you all day." A smile adorned Lin Yunjia's face as she reached out to link her arm with Ji Yuan's. However, Ji Yuan took a step back, completely ignoring her, and was about to enter the boys' dormitory. "Ji Yuan." From behind, Lin Yunjia's choked voice rang out. In the past, that beautiful face, often smiling, innocent and naive, appeared before him. Ultimately, Ji Yuan stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, Lin Yunjie seemed to see hope and quickly jogged forward. But before she could say anything, Ji Yuan's cold voice interrupted. You should go, Lin Yunjie. After saying that, he left without hesitation. On the day of the awakening system, he had already given up. Behind him, faint sounds of sobbing and sniffles could be heard, but Ji Yuan's heart remained unperturbed. After making a remarkable impression in the autumn test, he was assigned a new single dormitory. The layout of the dormitory was quite luxurious, equipped with a computer, television, air conditioning, and a bathroom, everything one could need. Lying on the bed, Ji Yuan first summoned Ming. After the little creature appeared, the temperature in the dormitory warmed up significantly. It turned its emerald green eyes around the room, seemingly intrigued. This is our temporary home. Ji Yuan smiled and then summoned the Emperor's bestiary. The griffin's completeness had decreased by 5% due to its transformation during the autumn test. I will do my best to gather your remains. As his fingertips brushed over the griffin's illustration, a low, deep roar echoed, as if responding to his words. Exhaling, he brought his hands together, resting them on his abdomen, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Now, let's give it a try. Today's reading focused on understanding the rank advancement of Beast Masters. According to the textbook, soul power is fundamental for Beast Masters. To advance, there is only one method: refining soul power. According to the teaching method in the book, to advance from rank 9 to rank 8, one must gather the scattered soul power within the body and refine it into a sphere the size of a tennis ball. Closing his eyes, Ji Yuan began to feel the soul power flowing freely within him, guiding it to gather in his abdomen. Then, carefully, he compressed and condensed this light gray soul power into a small sphere. He wasn't sure if it was due to his soul power qualifications, but he found it easy to do, feeling none of the pressure described in the book about abdominal swelling or pain. The gathering of soul power within him went exceptionally smoothly, and the volume was much larger than a tennis ball. According to the book, when I release my control, if the sphere of condensed soul power doesn't disperse, it means I've succeeded. After pausing for a moment, Ji Yuan slowly withdrew his control over the soul power. To his astonishment, the sphere not only did not dissipate but began to expand again. This is. He quickly recalled the content of the textbook in his mind and immediately found the answer. Am I about to advance to rank 8? This is a bit too easy, isn't it? An 8th rank Beast Master gathers the scattered soul power within, forming a sphere, allowing for more efficient manipulation of soul power. According to Ji Yuan's understanding, soul power is like the blue bar in a game. When summoning a beast, the soul power within the Beast Master will deplete over time. When soul power is excessively consumed, it can lead to dizziness, and even risks of death from overexertion. The rank advancement of a Beast Master increases the upper limit of their blue bar. The higher the rank, the more abundant the soul power. Similarly, as the rank gradually increases, Beast Masters not only can contract multiple beasts, but also, due to a significant increase in their blue bar, can command multiple beasts simultaneously in battle. The impact of soul power aptitude is even more exaggerated. Beast Masters with mid-level aptitude naturally have half the blue bar of those with high-level aptitude. However, the blue bar is the same for high-level and special-level aptitudes. Yet, special-level aptitude possesses unique soul power density and an abnormal recovery speed. The soul power density allows Ji Yuan to gain the upper hand against Beast Masters of the same rank. The higher the rank, the greater the difference. As for the recovery speed, for example, a high-level Beast Master consumes 1 blue per second and recovers 1, perfectly balanced. In contrast, a special-level Beast Master consumes 1 blue per second but recovers 3. With these two unique abilities of special-level aptitude, it's no wonder he is willing to bet on him. An 8th rank Beast Master can contract 2 beasts. Ji Yuan looked at his hands. Now, he could clearly sense the soul power within him without needing to focus on it. Stepping into the 8th rank so easily, aside from soul power aptitude, Ji Yuan's own talent also played a significant role. What he needed to do next was to find the remains of a king-level creature. In the city competition 3 months later, in addition to needing to reach at least the 6th rank, he also needed to contract another beast. Ideally, he would find a complete king-level remains. That way, making it into the top 10 of the city competition would be quite feasible. I can't reveal anything about the remains to anyone. The best approach is for me to search for it myself. After upgrading, the king's bestiary added several new features. One of these features allows it to locate king-level remains within 1,000 meters around Ji Yuan. This is undoubtedly what he needs most right now. King-level remains sound precious, but in the current context, their only value lies in research. Ji Yuan is the only person in this world who has other uses for them. However, king-level remains are hard to find in the city. Most excavation news comes from various mountain ranges. Right, the mountain forests, the Withering Valley. Lin Yun City is surrounded by mountains, with a unique geographical position. Apart from the city center, there are several towns. Among them, the entrance to the Withering Valley is located in a town called Fenghen. While surfing the internet, he had seen many posts about the Withering Valley. The ecology of the Withering Valley is complex, and its geology is peculiar. It is the only place around Lingyun City that has a primitive forest ecosystem. It is said that many beast masters go to the Withering Valley to hunt wild creatures. If luck is on their side, they might even tame some unique creatures as their beasts. For instance, Zhang Hong recently found a beast egg in the Withering Valley. Although it was a dead egg, it was enough to prove the ecological diversity within the valley. Immediately, he got up and opened his computer, starting to search for information related to the Withering Valley. In the dormitory, the lively Ming jumped around after seeing him get up and quickly came over. With bright, agile eyes, he stared at the computer screen, a look of curiosity flashing across his face. Ji Yuan browsed through posts for a while and suddenly saw an eye-catching title, Local of Fenghen, 6th rank Beast Master, Experienced, Professional team leading trips to and from the Withering Valley. Interested parties, please follow and message in the upper right corner. Are you going to the Withering Valley? The next day, at 9 in the morning. On the other end of the phone, Tenhe was silent for a moment before saying, I'll arrange for someone to take you, it's safer that way. After hanging up, Ji Yuan drove the car that Tenhe arranged for him straight to Fenghen town. Along the way, he only stopped at a supermarket, using the card provided by Tenhe to buy a lot of outdoor camping gear, food, drinking water, and so on. The feeling of spending someone else's money without having to pay it back was quite enjoyable. When he arrived in Fenghen town, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Following the address sent by Tenhe, after navigating there, Ji Yuan found that it was exactly the same as the location marked in the post he had seen the night before. It seems to be the same person. This location is near the edge of the mountains, resembling a farmhouse style. The Withering Valley has become a sensation online, attracting many beast tamers to come. However, the terrain in the mountains is treacherous, with wild beasts roaming, leading many to either get lost or meet their end in the bellies of these creatures. Therefore, some local beast tamers from the Wind Trace area quickly identified a business opportunity and formed a complete tour guide industry chain. The team leader introduced by Tenhe is a man named Hui Yun. He is a 6th grade beast tamer and is considered a well-known tour guide in Fenghen town. On this trip, besides Ji Yuan, there are 2 others, one male and one female. Once everyone has gathered, Hui Yun summons a rhinoceros the size of an off-road vehicle. The roads in the mountains are difficult to navigate, driving is inconvenient, and it's hard to deal with emergencies, Hui Yun casually explains before leaping onto the rhinoceros's broad back. This is Ji Yuan's first time riding such a beast, and he finds it somewhat novel. When he climbs onto the rhinoceros's wide back, he is surprised to discover that Hui Yun has even customized a chair similar to a saddle for comfort. Wow, boss, you really pay attention to detail, a young man named Zhao Shan exclaims as he follows suit. Once the only girl settles in, the temporary team of 4 rides the rhinoceros and heads into the mountains. The rhinoceros's speed is not much slower than a car, and the smooth ride makes Ji Yuan nod in approval. As they pass through a stretch of open ground and delve into the forest, Zhao Shan turns to Ji Yuan and asks, Bro, are you planning to camp in the Withering Valley? Throughout the journey, Zhao Shan has been the most talkative, chatting away with Hui Yun, and now it's finally Ji Yuan's turn. He glances at Ji Yuan's travel bag, his eyes revealing anticipation. Take me along, I love camping. Not a buddy, are we that familiar? Ji Yuan immediately shakes his head. Sorry, I only prepared for one person. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan pouts and then turns his gaze to the girl who has not spoken a word. Hello, I'm Zhao Shan. The girl has long, shiny black hair, her attention focused on the passing scenery. Without a word, the atmosphere falls into silence. Zhao Shan clears his throat a couple of times, nonchalantly turning back to chat with Hui Yun, who is the only one responding to him. About 10 minutes later, Ji Yuan clearly feels the temperature shift from hot and humid to cool. When the massive rhinoceros reaches a steep slope, it suddenly stops. The slope rises sharply, with dense bushes on the left and a bottomless cliff on the right. The rhinoceros's sudden halt makes Hui Yun turn around, his expression slightly serious. The giant stone says it smells something strange. Everyone be careful. That's odd. This road shouldn't have any problems. But just as he finishes speaking, whoosh! From the left, a shadow suddenly shoots out from the dense bushes, moving at incredible speed. Bang! Ji Yuan feels a chill wash over him, unable to react in time. It feels as if a cannonball has struck his chest, a terrifying force sending him flying, uncontrollably tumbling toward the cliff. Roar! At that moment, a powerful hand clamps down on his arm. Ji Yuan quickly looks up and sees that it is a slender, brown-haired gibbon that has caught him. Whose beast is this? It saved me! But before he can feel relieved, Ji Yuan's expression changes, and he shouts, pointing behind him, it's coming again. From the bushes, a swarm of shadows shoots out one after another, like a black tide, charging fiercely. The gibbon is instantly covered by these shadows, and in a reflex action, it lets go of its grip. Oh no! Losing its hold, Ji-Yuan feels a chill from head to toe. Everything is happening too suddenly. His body falls like a rock rolling off a mountaintop, plummeting rapidly into the bottomless abyss below. The fear brought on by weightlessness consumed all his senses. He could only feel himself falling faster and faster, the frantic sound of the wind howling in his ears. The sky gradually turned into a point of light until it disappeared. Slowly, darkness began to obscure his vision. After an unknown amount of time, Ji-Yuan suddenly came to his senses, his cheek pressed against the cold, biting ground. A warm object was continuously pushing against him. He pushed himself up with both hands and, upon seeing him rise, Ming let out a joyful low growl. "Am I okay?" He quickly took out his phone, only to find it wouldn't turn on, unsure if it was broken or out of battery. However, realizing he was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief and began to assess his situation. With the greenish glow emanating from Ming, he could see a thin mist hanging in the air. The ground was a hard, uneven stone surface, and all around him was pitch black. He had no idea which way to go. His travel bag, containing water and food, was also missing, putting him in a dire situation. After a moment's hesitation, he decided he had to move and slowly feel his way out. The man and the beast cautiously walked forward. Before long, Ji-Yuan and Ming arrived at a T-shaped intersection. To the right, thick fog swirled, with no end in sight. To the left, a black rock wall was covered in glowing vegetation. To be safe, Ji-Yuan chose to go left. Just as he stepped onto the left path, a prompt sounded in his mind. The Emperor's Codex has detected the presence of an Emperor-level biological remains near the host and has marked it for the host. Almost simultaneously, a point of light appeared in his line of sight. Coincidentally, it was not far down this path. What a lucky coincidence! Ji-Yuan immediately beckoned Ming to come forward. The path was relatively flat, though there were strange depressions filled with white objects. Thanks to the glowing plants on both sides of the black rock wall, visibility was decent. After walking about 100 meters, they finally reached the location marked by the system. Strangely, the mark was on the right, within the plant-covered rock wall. Is the remains behind this rock wall? Or is there a cave entrance behind these plants? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a strange noise echoed in his ears. At the same time, Ming suddenly let out a low growl, green flames rising around him. Seeing this, Ji-Yuan was taken aback. But then he noticed, behind the glowing plants, 2 rows of blood-red points of light had appeared out of nowhere. When several dark purple, thick objects as large as tree trunks extended from behind the vegetation, Ji-Yuan's scalp went numb. It was a spider, a ridiculously large spider. As the dark purple, hairy legs emerged from behind the plants, every hair on Ji-Yuan's body stood on end. Before him was a giant spider, dark purple all over, its size comparable to the front of a truck. Those 2 rows of blood-red points were its eyes, each the size of an adult's fist. Whoosh! In an instant, a mass of white liquid flew towards him. Ji-Yuan instinctively turned his head to dodge, and the liquid splattered against the ground behind him. He realized it was a thread as thick as an arm. Turning back, he saw the giant spider moving rapidly, its mouth revealing 2 fangs covered in white slime, poised to pounce. Beside him, Ming seemed stunned by the spider's size, frozen in place. "Ming, scare it off!" There was no time to be dazed, Ji-Yuan shouted urgently. As his words fell, Ming snapped back to reality, his dark green pupils narrowing sharply. Whoosh! The pressure of the Emperor-level bloodline erupted explosively. Although the giant spider was terrifying in size, its bloodline level couldn't be too outrageous. As the storm carrying the Emperor's pressure rushed towards it, the giant spider, which had been ready to pounce, immediately froze in place. The 2 rows of red-eyed lights trembled slightly, as if struggling. "Quick, unleash the flame storm!" As Ji-Yuan's voice fell, the scorching and intense underworld flames erupted, surging towards the giant spider. In an instant, it transformed into a burning azure fireball, plummeting from the rock wall. Bang! The massive body of the giant spider hit the ground with a loud crash. Its 8 furry legs thrashed and struggled wildly, but under Ji-Yuan's signal, the underworld flames continued to burn, distorting the air with their terrifying heat. It wasn't until the spider ceased its struggles, after burning for several dozen seconds, that Ming slowly extinguished the underworld flames. A burnt smell wafted through the air, and Ji-Yuan frowned, feeling goosebumps all over his body. If there was one creature he found most repulsive, it was definitely spiders. Ming seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, tilting its little head and blinking at Ji-Yuan. After all, it was still a young beast and had never seen such a large creature, inevitably being intimidated. Ji-Yuan smiled and patted its head. "It's okay, I was scared too." At that moment, Ji-Yuan noticed that the spot where the giant spider had crawled out was indeed a cave. Faint blue light dots flickered deep within the cave. For the sake of the emperor-level remains, even if he was unwilling, he had to brace himself and go in. Ming walked ahead of Ji Yuan, the green flames slightly illuminating the surroundings. This was an irregular cave, with the black rock walls covered in pure white spider silk. Fortunately, Ming's fire attribute was just right to dissolve these silks. As they ventured deeper, the rock walls gradually opened up, and after walking a distance, Ji Yuan and Ming came to a halt. Before them was a massive nest covered in countless white spider silks. Within this nest, bizarre and shriveled corpses lay entangled in the silks, looking extremely eerie. That is, Ji Yuan's gaze turned towards the depths of the nest, where in a world of white spider silk, he saw basketball-sized black spiders crawling about. He immediately recognized that the black figures that had attacked them on the back of the rhinoceros were these spiders. And in the area where these small spiders gathered, two figures wrapped in spider silk were writhing and struggling. Is it Hui Yun and the others? After observing for a moment and finding no other creatures besides the small spiders in the nest, Ji Yuan signaled Ming to take action. The underworld flames suddenly swept through the nest, and wherever they passed, all the spider silks vanished into thin air. The small spiders that were working were instantly burned clean. The flames lasted for a full 5 minutes, and after ensuring there was no danger, Ji Yuan and Ming dared to move forward. As the spider silks were burned away, the original appearance of the nest slowly revealed itself, a natural cave. This cave was interconnected, and besides the direction Ji Yuan had come from, there were at least 8 other openings. He quickly walked to the center, where 2 figures lay motionless. Upon getting closer, he realized that these 2 were the chatterbox Xiao Shan and another quiet girl. Ji Yuan looked around. Apart from some shriveled corpses, there was no sign of Hui Yun. He can't be dead already, can he? Ji Yuan didn't dwell on it further and focused his gaze on the 2. Their breathing was steady, they should just be unconscious. He then shifted his gaze to the other side, where the system had marked the location of the remains. Vaguely, he could make out the outline. Ming, stay by their side and guard them. After leaving Ming to protect the 2 unconscious individuals, Ji Yuan cautiously approached the remains. This time, there were no further incidents. As he reached the remains and got a clear look, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. It was just a bone as thick as an arm, and he couldn't even tell which part it belonged to. Better than nothing, he sighed, and immediately absorbed the bone. Remains absorption complete. Relevant information has been recorded in the Emperor's Codex. Standing up, he walked back while flipping through the codex in his mind. After the Star Peak Griffin, the Pokédex lit up with a 3rd frame. Creature, verdant wood lizard, species, giant lizard, bloodline, mythical level, attribute, wood, characteristic. At adulthood, the bloodline will advance to Emperor level, other data, missing. Remains integrity, 15%. Well, are creatures with the potential to advance to Emperor level bloodlines also included in the records? 15% is a bit low. Forget it, better than nothing. He didn't expect to find a 100% complete skeleton right away. As he put away the Pokédex, he noticed that among the 2 unconscious individuals, the silent girl had sat up. This was the first time Ji Yuan saw her appearance. A delicate and fair oval face, without any makeup, yet still striking. Her clear eyes now showed panic, her face pale, as if she had been frightened. It was at this moment that she felt the warmth beside her, her gaze shifting, and upon seeing Ming, her pupils trembled. So beautiful. This was almost every girl's first thought upon seeing Ming. You're awake? When Ji Yuan approached, Ming joyfully ran towards him, and the silent girl finally noticed the figure of this handsome young man. She silently nodded, stood up, and looked around, only relaxing after confirming there were no traces of spiders. Did you save me? Thank you. She turned her gaze back to Ji Yuan, sizing him up for a moment before finally speaking her first words. Ji Yuan waved his hand dismissively, asking in return, was that thing that jumped out of the bushes a swarm of spiders? At the mention of spiders, the girl's expression changed slightly, as if she hadn't fully recovered, merely nodding. Seeing her like this, Ji Yuan lost interest in teasing her and was just about to try waking Xiao Shan when damn it! Xiao Shan suddenly sprang up, screaming and stomping his feet like a madman. His palm glowed, and he directly summoned his beast. As the light flashed, the first beast was a slender gibbon that had caught Ji Yuan before he fell off the cliff. The other was a gorilla, its fur icy blue, shrouded in a cold mist. This gorilla was the same type that Zhang Heng had summoned during the battle yesterday, the snowy ice gorilla. After the gibbon and the snowy ice gorilla appeared, they initially wore fierce expressions, ready for battle. But upon seeing that only Ji Yuan, Ming, and the silent girl were around, both the gorilla and the gibbon stood frozen in place. Xiao Shan, who had been shouting, sensed something was off and also froze, opening his eyes. After a few seconds of processing the situation, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Sorry. Zhao Shan awkwardly scratched his head, I'm really afraid of spiders, please forgive me. This guy was somewhat abnormal. Ji Yuan gave him a deep look and asked, have you seen Huiyun? Good news, 3 out of the 4 in the team were unharmed. Bad news, the only guide who could find a way out was missing. Who remembers that much? Those disgusting spiders might have some hypnotic toxin. I only remember you getting knocked away, and in the blink of an eye, I was covered in spiders, then I lost consciousness. Zhao Shan recalled, still shaken. Beside him, the silent girl shook her head, seemingly without any useful information. Ji Yuan frowned. This nest was interconnected, and aside from the cave he came from, the other caves were all filled with spider silk. Although Ming could dissolve it, he didn't know if there was also a giant spider guarding the ends of the other caves. Ji Yuan recounted everything he had encountered along the way. When Zhao Shan heard about the giant spider the size of a truck, his face turned pale. You're not joking, right? How could there be a spider that big? The silent girl also stared wide-eyed, finding it hard to believe. The key right now isn't the spider, but we need to find a way out. Ji Yuan was somewhat speechless. Where were these two focusing their attention? Bro, if you can take down a spider the size of a truck, you can go wherever you want, Zhao Shan said sincerely. At that moment, the silent girl suddenly spoke up. I can't summon my beast. After saying that, her petite body actually tilted to the side. Ji Yuan reacted quickly and caught her, only to see cold sweat oozing from the girl's forehead, her face growing increasingly pale. It's poison, Zhao Shan exclaimed, and Ji Yuan then noticed 2 dark purple wounds on the girl's right arm, with visible toxins spreading upward from the wounds. Wait for me. Zhao Shan closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, he saw the blue ring on his hand flash, and an oval white pill appeared in his palm. Beast ring. Ji Yuan squinted at this scene. The beast ring was a ring with an independent storage space. This item wasn't cheap. It seemed Zhao Shan had an impressive background. Zhao Shan held the white pill and stuffed it into the girl's mouth. The pill was peculiar. It melted as soon as it touched her lips. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The toxins on the girl's right arm quickly receded, eventually oozing out from the wound and flowing onto the ground. I'm from Hongling City. As long as it's not some extreme poison, there's a way to deal with it. Noticing Ji Yuan's gaze, Zhao Shan smiled and rolled up his sleeve, revealing 2 scabbed wounds on his arm. I see. Ji Yuan nodded. It was said that beneath the urban area of Hongling City lay a complex network of giant mineral veins. Various toxic creatures existed within these veins, and as Hongling City developed the mines, it dealt with poisons, making it one of the top cities in the country for detoxification. Zhao Shan was about to say something else when suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the nest. This sound didn't come from one direction but from all around. Almost the moment the sound emerged, Ming and Zhao Shan's beasts both showed signs of agitation. Not good. This commotion made Ji Yuan's heart skip a beat. Zhao Shan looked puzzled, and then he heard Ji Yuan murmur, didn't you say you didn't believe in spiders the size of a truck? Watch closely. Without waiting for Zhao Shan's reaction, Ji Yuan immediately picked up the silent girl and, with Ming, dashed back toward the cave they had come from. What do you mean? Zhao Shan was still puzzled by his actions, but the next moment, his face turned ashen, because he saw, crawling out of the numerous openings, giant spiders with long, hairy legs. Ji Yuan heard a strange cry from behind him. Turning around, he was met with a scene that made his scalp tingle. A quick glance revealed that the giant spiders crawling out of the caves were of various colors: red, green, and even gold. Counting carefully, there were actually more than 8 of them. Zhao Shan, not knowing when he had put away the snowy ice ape, was riding on the neck of a gibbon, frantically rushing toward Ji Yuan. The gibbon was incredibly fast. As it passed Ji Yuan, it reached out and pulled him and the silent girl into its embrace. Ji Yuan took the opportunity to return Ming to the beast seal. Where should we run? Zhao Shan's terrified voice came from above, and Ji Yuan quickly pointed to the cave they had come from, shouting, that way. That way. The gibbon burst into full speed, charging toward the cave. But just as they were about to reach the cave entrance, a massive dark purple figure descended from above, blocking their final escape route. Damn! Why is this one so big? Zhao Shan's voice trembled. He was so afraid of spiders that if he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come to the Withering Valley for an adventure even if it killed him. Moreover, he was not wrong. Ji Yuan also felt a darkness before his eyes. This dark purple spider was a whole size larger than the one they had burned to death before. In an instant, their escape route was blocked, and the terrifying sounds of countless creatures crawling behind them filled Zhao Shan's ears, making him tremble uncontrollably. Good brother, didn't you and your beast burn one to death? Think of a way out. Where the hell am I supposed to think of a way out? Ji Yuan's expression was equally grim. In order to clear the nest, Ming had already done its best to unleash the nether flame. This level of consumption was simply unbearable for it in its juvenile stage. Seeing him silent, Zhao Shan's heart sank, and he grabbed the long-armed monkey's ear, shouting, "Tuan Tuan, hurry, punch me to death. I'd rather die at your hands than be slowly drained by these disgusting things." He had watched documentaries about spiders, and these ghastly creatures liquefied their prey before slowly sucking them dry. In this moment of despair, upon hearing Zhao Shan's frantic words, Ji Yuan couldn't help but laugh in anger. This guy was such a clown. Then, Ji Yuan's expression turned serious, and the beast master seal lit up. He was ready to overdraw his soul power. After all, if no one stepped up, the three of them would undoubtedly die. "Quick, get down!" At that moment, the weak voice of the silent girl rang out. "I'll handle it." When this girl, who had been mostly silent, finally spoke, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan were both taken aback. Then, without hesitation, Ji Yuan recalled Ming and quickly threw himself down. At the same time, Zhao Shan also recalled the long-armed monkey and mimicked his posture on the ground. Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard, use, Sky Split Slash. Accompanied by the weak voice of the silent girl, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan, lying on the ground, felt a powerful surge of soul power erupt. In an instant, blinding golden light filled their vision, and an extremely abrupt sound of wind cutting through the air pierced their eardrums, striking at their souls. Swish! In a moment, the golden light dissipated, the world returned to silence, and there was no more sound. Ji Yuan felt as if his consciousness had momentarily blurred. "It's done." When he regained his senses, a gentle force was tapping on his shoulder. He lifted his head, and Ji Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that the Spider Lord, which had blocked their escape route, had vanished, and on the black rock wall, there was a deep crack, as if cut by some sharp object. Within the crack, there were still flickering golden lights that had not faded. He staggered to his feet and turned around. Behind the silent girl stood a massive black leopard, its entire body entwined in golden light. A thick aura of bloodline rushed towards him. This was the first time Ji Yuan felt an extraordinary fluctuation from a beast. Holy shit! Zhao Shan looked at the silent girl in disbelief. "Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard, are you from the Su family?" The girl raised her pale wrist, turned her palm, and the exaggerated fierce leopard behind her instantly vanished. Only then did she nod slightly. "My name is Su Ziyin. Thank you for the antidote." "It's nothing. Being owed a favor by the Su family is something to be desired," Zhao Shan said with a happy smile. But Su Ziyin spoke with a flat expression. "I just saved you too. We owe each other nothing." Perhaps because her identity had been exposed, her tone carried a hint of detachment and coldness. Ji Yuan carefully observed her. Based on the aura of that black leopard in Zhao Shan's words, he could somewhat guess that the so-called Su family must be a prestigious family, right? Perhaps this Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard was even the Su family's ancestral beast. "All right." Zhao Shan shrugged nonchalantly, then looked at Ji Yuan and extended his hand. "Bro, we've been through life and death together, let's do a proper introduction, shall we?" Seeing him so eager, Ji Yuan no longer refused and shook his hand, saying, "Ji Yuan, a local from Lingyun City." Hey, Zhao Shan, from Hongling City, a 7th grade beast master, an expert in poison resistance. I'm afraid of spiders, As soon as Zhao Shan opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. Ji Yuan quickly let go of his hand and said, "Since both of you are not ordinary people, is there a way to contact the outside world? For example, family messages or something?" Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Ziyin turned her head and fell silent. Zhao Shan found it somewhat amusing and patted his shoulder. "Brother Ji Yuan, you must have read too many web novels. In this deep mountain valley, the only way we can contact the outside world is through a mobile phone, but there's no signal here." Alright, maybe he was overthinking it. Ji Yuan rubbed his brow and began to think about what to do. After a while, the only option was for the three of them to return to the T-junction where they had come from and try walking in the other direction. On the way back, Zhao Shan's chatter returned, and he didn't stop talking the whole way. Even though Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin remained silent, it didn't hinder his self-questioning and answering. "By the way, Su Ziyin, what grade are you at now?" Zhao Shan turned the conversation to her, and after a moment of silence, she replied, "Peak 7th grade. Oh, a bit higher than me. What about brother Ji Yuan? 8th grade. 8th grade dares to come to the Withering Valley alone? I don't mean to belittle you, you saved me, that's definitely impressive. But what kind of beast do you have? The bloodline aura is very strong. It looks like a horse and a deer. It wouldn't be some mixed breed, right?" Sorry, I didn't mean to. To be honest, your beast looks incredibly beautiful and cool, I really like it. After only responding with 2 words, the other party was like a machine gun, and Ji Yuan felt overwhelmed by the noise. Finally, the three of them arrived at the T-junction. Ji Yuan pointed to the right and said, "I woke up in the middle of this road. Let's go straight for now, and if it doesn't work, we can come back and try this way." Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin had no objections, but the fog ahead was quite thick, and visibility was low. "Let Tuan go first. Its bloodline is only intermediate, but its talent is immunity to toxic gas, I'm afraid this fog is poisonous. For this reason, Zhao Shan specifically summoned the gibbon to lead the way. Tuan Tuan walked into the fog and disappeared from the three's sight after just a few steps. Zhao Shan, have Tuan Tuan call out. Seeing its figure vanish, Ji Yuan said. Zhao Shan immediately complied, and after forming a contract with the beast, they could communicate through the beast master's mark. Soon, Zhao Shan looked at Ji Yuan. It made a sound. It seems that this fog not only obstructs vision but also hinders sound transmission. With a wave, Tuan Tuan was recalled as a point of light. There's no problem in the fog, but is it too dangerous for us to walk in like this? Zhao Shan kept looking at Ji Yuan, waiting for him to make a decision. To be safe, let's explore the other road first. Ji Yuan shook his head. The fog was somewhat strange, even blocking sound, and he wouldn't easily try it. The three of them immediately turned around and walked in the direction Ji Yuan had woken up, going all the way to the end. Bad news, it was a dead end. Zhao Shan came up with an idea. His two beasts, the gibbon and the snow-capped ice ape, were climbing experts, so why not try to see if they could climb up the rock wall? Without hesitation, he immediately rode on Tuan Tuan's neck and called for the snow-capped ice ape to climb up together. The steep and uneven rock wall provided them with leverage. Soon, the person and two beasts disappeared from sight. Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin waited in silence. But as time slowly passed, about half an hour later, a rustling sound suddenly came from above. Ji Yuan, having a shadow from the giant spider, felt tense at the sudden silence, and just as he looked up, he saw a gibbon and an ape slowly climbing down. Damn! This is unbelievable. Zhao Shan's voice came. There's a top up there. This cursed place, it's actually sealed off. What? Ji Yuan frowned. The gibbon and the ice gorilla landed steadily, and Zhao Shan jumped down, his face grim. It's true. We only climbed about 7 or 8 meters before we hit a dead end. Then we crawled along, all the way to the entrance of the spider's lair, and there was no exit at all. How could this be possible? Ji Yuan had fallen from the cliff. If this place was sealed, how did he end up here? What do we do now? Go back to the spider's lair and try those intricate tunnels, or head towards the thick fog? Zhao Shan looked at Ji Yuan, waiting for him to make a decision. Strange. Ji Yuan fell into thought. Perhaps it would be safer to venture into the fog than to return to the spider's lair. Can you still summon the sunlight thundercloud leopard? Ji Yuan looked at Su Ziyin, whose face still looked pale. Summoning it consumes too much energy. It's impossible in a short time. Su Ziyin shook her head. Seeing this, Ji Yuan voiced his thoughts. If we go back to the spider's lair and encounter a swarm of spiders again, it will be hard for us to fight back. I think we should cautiously explore the path through the fog. What do you think? He looked at the two. Zhao Shan immediately agreed. As long as we don't have to deal with spiders, I'm fine with anything. You don't know, my Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing are terrified of spiders. Su Ziyin, standing aside, had a pale face, seemingly still recovering, but she had no objections. Whoosh! Just as the two finished expressing their opinions, a thick spider silk suddenly shot out from above. Caught off guard, the silk wrapped around Zhao Shan in an instant. What the? No way! In an instant, Zhao Shan was yanked into the air, dragged by an unseen spider, speeding towards the fog-covered path. Help me! Help me! Save! In just a few breaths, Zhao Shan disappeared from sight. Ji Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately chased after Ming. In this perilous place, losing one person meant losing a part of their fighting strength. Flame-devouring sparrow, aim at the spider silk and spit out a fireball. Su Ziyin suddenly shouted from behind. Boom! Immediately, a blazing fireball flew over Ji Yuan's head, heading towards Zhao Shan. But due to the distance, the fireball missed, and Zhao Shan's screams grew fainter. Ah! At that moment, a gasp came from behind, and Ji Yuan quickly turned around, only to see Su Ziyin also being lifted by a strand of spider silk. Fortunately, the flame-devouring sparrow summoned by Su Ziyin reacted quickly, spitting out a fireball that accurately hit the spider lurking in the high sky. Instantly, the spider, ignited by the fireball, struggled madly and fell from the sky. Su Ziyin was right below the spider. If it landed, she would be crushed under the burning creature. In this critical moment, Ji Yuan seized the opportunity, lunging forward to grab Su Ziyin and rolling to the side. The two rolled a distance on the ground before separating. Ji Yuan staggered to his feet, pulling Su Ziyin's icy little hand to help her up. Thank. After this incident, Su Ziyin's little face was even paler. Her delicate body trembled slightly, unsure if it was from the cold or from fear. Seeing her shivering so badly, Ji Yuan took off his coat and draped it over her. At the same time, he looked in the direction where Zhao Shan had disappeared, letting out a long sigh. The change had come too suddenly. In the blink of an eye, their group of 4 was reduced to just 2. What should we do now? Su Ziyin tightened Ji Yuan's coat, her voice weak. Now that there are only 2 of us left, we can forget about the lair. We can only take the risk and try the path shrouded in fog. Ji Yuan walked forward, and Su Ziyin hurriedly jogged to catch up. To prevent any accidents, her flame-biting sparrow stood guard above her head. When they reached the fog-covered intersection, Ji Yuan grabbed Su Ziyin's hand. At first, she was taken aback, and when she realized what was happening, she tried to struggle. The fog is too thick. We need to avoid getting separated, Ji Yuan explained, puzzled. Did he really seem like the kind of person who would take advantage of the situation? Oh. Hearing him say that, Su Ziyin's panicked expression froze, and she stopped struggling. Holding onto her cool, slippery little hand, Ji Yuan's face grew serious as he signaled Ming to walk in front. If anything went wrong, he would immediately pull Ming back into the beast seal. After preparing himself, he stepped forward. As soon as he entered the fog, a chilling aura swept over him, making him shiver involuntarily. After taking a couple of steps, he noticed Su Ziyin's hand tremble. The visibility in the fog was so low that when he turned around, he could only see her wrist. He then gently squeezed her palm to reassure her. Thus, Ji Yuan kept a close eye on Ming's figure, following it step by step. He didn't know how long they had walked, but the fog showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, it grew denser. Suddenly, Ji Yuan caught sight of the blue light emitted by Ming fading away, and before he could react, the ground beneath his feet vanished into thin air. A terrifying sense of weightlessness hit them again, and Su Ziyin's terrified scream rang in his ears as they fell hand in hand into the endless darkness below. After a while, splash! The icy, bone-chilling water engulfed them. Ji Yuan still held onto Su Ziyin's hand. Realizing she was struggling frantically, he understood she couldn't swim and quickly pulled her closer. He wrapped her delicate, slender form in his arms and, disregarding her fierce resistance, swam desperately upward. When they broke the surface, Ji Yuan first heard a roar and turned to see Ming pacing anxiously on the shore. Reaching the bank, he helped Su Ziyin up first, then climbed onto the shore himself, lying on the cold ground and gasping for breath. He had only intended to take a chance in the Withering Valley, yet he had gone through so much. Rogue. Su Ziyin sat on the ground, hugging her legs, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her pale face seemed to have gained a hint of blush from their close contact in the water. Ji Yuan recalled the places he had touched in a panic earlier and awkwardly rubbed his nose, not responding. Detected the presence of complete royal biological remains near the host, marked. At that moment, the system's prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ji Yuan stood up, his pupils shaking. This time, 2 new keywords appeared in the prompt, complete. What a stroke of luck! At that moment, they felt as if they were in some underground palace. The ceiling, the ground, and the walls were all paved with neatly arranged black stone bricks. Embedded in the walls, at regular intervals, were objects emitting a faint glow. At the same time, Ji Yuan noticed that both the ceiling and the ground had lion heads carved from white jade at regular intervals. So that's it. Su Ziyin's surprised voice rang out. He turned to look, only to see that she had changed into casual clothes, and she too wore an emerald beast ring on her hand. He could only endure the dampness of his clothes and asked, "What's wrong?" "We are in an ancient secret realm." "A secret realm? Have you been reading too many web novels?" Ji Yuan was somewhat astonished. Don't blame him, after all. With over 100 cities in the country, Lingyun City ranked outside the top 90, and there were indeed some hidden pieces of information he didn't know. Su Ziyin extended her slender finger, pointing at the vividly carved lion head made of white jade. "I've seen this in my family's books. It's the Beast King's medal." The book records that in ancient times, the Supreme Beast Master, the Beast King, issued an invitation to the world when his lifespan was exhausted. He placed all the rare treasures and wealth he collected throughout his life into a secret realm that can leap and move. Wait, this sounds a bit familiar, doesn't it? This Beast King wouldn't happen to be Gold Roger, would he? Opening the great era of secret realms? After playing with the idea in his mind, Ji Yuan was surprised to find an excited expression on the silent girl's face. Treasures meant nothing to him, they held no allure. In his line of sight, a flickering silver light appeared, marking the complete remains of an imperial creature. "Shall we go?" Su Ziyin looked at Ji Yuan, her starry eyes shining. Behind them was a bottomless pool, with only one path ahead. The remains were right in front, and Ji Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. This only passage was winding, with no forks or end in sight. The atmosphere was painfully silent, and all Ji Yuan could hear was their breathing. He and Su Ziyin were not like Zhao Shan, who could chat endlessly regardless of the topic. At this moment, thinking of Zhao Shan, Ji Yuan found himself somewhat nostalgic for his chatter. After walking for about 20 minutes, he glanced at Su Ziyin, whose face still looked a bit pale, and finally initiated a conversation. "Your soul power hasn't recovered yet?" Su Ziyin nodded, not intending to extend the topic. Ji Yuan wisely closed his mouth, though he found it strange. Logically, she was at the peak of the 7th rank, and that daylight thundercloud leopard shouldn't have drained her so severely. The atmosphere fell silent once more. After an unknown amount of time navigating the winding passage, the path ahead finally changed. It became a straight and wide road. Gah! Just as they thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, a strange sound suddenly came from their right. Su Ziyin jumped in fright, instinctively leaning towards Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was equally tense, and Ming appeared instantly, both man and beast peering out to sea. Huo Yun! Ji Yuan was shocked. At this straight passage's entrance, there were only 3 forks. Tour guide Huo Yun was leaning against the wall, blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyelids drooping, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. Ji Yuan quickly supported him, taking in his injuries. Huo Yun was covered in wounds. Quick, run! Huo Yun clearly hadn't expected to encounter them here, and he screamed as if grasping at a lifeline. At that moment, Ji Yuan finally saw a mass of black objects surging from the passage behind him like a tide. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin's expressions changed drastically as they helped Huo Yun rush down the straight passage. Fortunately, although Huo Yun was gravely injured, he didn't slow them down too much with their support. Oh woo. Just as the 3 of them ran out, Ji Yuan joyfully heard Zhao Shan's voice from behind. Damn it! Wait for me! Everyone, wait for me! Ji Yuan turned to look back and nearly stumbled at the sight of Zhao Shan. He was riding on Tuan Tuan's neck, his black hair tangled in spider silk, his face a mix of green and purple, as if he had been poisoned. Under him, the long-armed gibbon Tuan Tuan was similarly covered in brownish-yellow fur tangled with spider silk, with multiple spider bite marks on its body. Both man and gibbon shared a common expression, terrified. What made Ji Yuan's scalp tingle even more was the swarm of medium-sized spiders following them. Each one was as big as a fish head car. Fortunately, Tuan Tuan was incredibly fast, quickly catching up to them and taking Huo Yun, who was severely injured. Without Huo Yun, Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin unleashed their full speed to run. Zhao Shan rode Tuan Tuan at the front. At this moment, terrifying noises echoed from the passage behind them. It was clear that the strange mass chasing Huo Yun had encountered the spiders. When they finally sprinted to the end of the passage, an extremely vast enclosed space suddenly appeared before them. As they looked around, there were green plants, ponds, arched bridges, and so on. It was like an indoor park. However, Ji Yuan's gaze passed over everything and landed in the distance, on a high platform built of pure white jade. This platform was about 4 stories high, and the complete skeleton marked by the system was right on top of it. There, we can leave from there. Huo Yun struggled to raise his hand, just pointing at the platform. But just as they were about to move, a sharp cry rang out from the sky. Ji Yuan looked up and saw a huge shadow diving down with a fierce wind. Get out of the way! Zhao Shan grabbed Tuan Tuan and rolled to the side. Ji Yuan saw Su Ziyin frozen in place and quickly pulled her to dodge. Boom! The ground trembled, and dust flew everywhere. The massive shadow that fell from the sky blocked their path. The terrifying noise from the passage behind them grew closer, and once again, they were caught in a pincer attack. Ji Yuan looked at Su Ziyin, whom he had saved once more, and couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "Pull yourself together, you're just holding us back like this." I am sorry. Su Ziyin lowered her head, her expression unclear. As the dust settled, Ji Yuan, who had been looking ahead, narrowed his eyes. The massive shadow was a combination of a lion and an eagle, a creature he was very familiar with. It was the second Emperor-level creature in the Emperor's bestiary, the Star Peak Griffin. Star Peak Griffin? Isn't this creature already extinct? Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin exclaimed in unison. Then, they heard Huo Yun weakly explain, It's a manifestation of the skeleton, summoned by the beast to attack with full force. It won't be too strong." Manifestation of the skeleton? Hearing this key term, Ji Yuan's eyes lit up. But, Bing Bing and Tuan Tuan are deeply poisoned, they have no combat power, Zhao Shan said with a bitter face. In other words, the only ones who could deal with this griffin now were Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin. My flame-devouring sparrow is only of intermediate bloodline. The latter shook her head as well, seeming to indicate that she could only summon the sunlight thundercloud leopard once. Let me handle it. At this critical moment, Ji Yuan spoke up. The Emperor's bestiary contained all the information about the Star Peak Griffin, including its weaknesses. He looked at Su Ziyin. Focus, follow my commands. After saying that, Ji Yuan stepped forward, summoning Ming, and charged towards the Star Peak Griffin. Roar! Ming's body appeared like an ant before the Star Peak Griffin, flapping its wings, its beastly eyes filled with fierce light. Intimidate! Ji Yuan issued the command in his heart. The Emperor bloodline erupted violently. The Star Peak Griffin's beastly eyes flashed with surprise, and then it also spread its own bloodline aura. Boom! The two Emperor-level auras collided, creating a violent silent ripple that surged outward, causing the expressions of the three watching from behind to change. Soon, the aura from Ming suddenly overwhelmed the griffin, crashing into its massive body, causing a momentary imbalance. After all, the Star Peak Griffin was a manifestation of a skeleton, unable to compete with the perfectly concentrated Ming in this collision. Ji Yuan seized the opportunity and commanded again, "Release, Flame Storm." Ming raised its head, and the ghostly flames surged wildly from within. The scorching temperature distorted the air, and the Star Peak Griffin seemed extremely wary of the flames, immediately flapping its wings, preparing to fly high into the sky. "Now's the time. Bring it down," Ji Yuan shouted. Beside him, Su Ziyin, focused and concentrated, raised her left arm, and a crimson mark appeared. Chirp! A crisp bird call rang out, and in the sky, a bird engulfed in red flames dove down, crashing into the massive body of the Star Peak Griffin. This collision caused the Star Peak Griffin to lose its balance and fall back to the ground. At the same time, the soul-burning and flesh-searing ghostly flames surged forth. In an instant, the azure sea of fire engulfed its massive body. Within the greenish flames, the enormous form of the Star Peak Griffin gradually shrank until it completely vanished. When the ghostly flames dissipated, a bone the length of an arm was left on the ground. Ming's footsteps were unsteady, as if somewhat exhausted. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately recalled it into the beast taming seal to rest. He then picked up the bone and looked at the others. "Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" Zhao Shan was the first to come to his senses, grabbing onto the tufted mane and carrying Huiyun along. Su Ziyin lingered behind, gazing at Ji Yuan's back, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Was he really from a small city with a population of just over 90? She had clearly seen the clash of bloodline auras between Ming and the Star Peak Griffin. She was almost certain that Ji Yuan's beast, like the Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard, had a bloodline level that was mythical. Ahead, Ji Yuan calmly absorbed the bone, and a line of information immediately popped up. Bone absorption complete. Star Peak Griffin remains integrity increased to 40%. The arm-length bone increased the integrity by 15%, which was not bad. Although over 30% would allow for contract replication, his psychological expectation was still around 70%, and he didn't dare to hope for 100%. After all, the ancient emperor creatures had existed for 1,000 years, and it was unlikely to find a complete skeleton even if he searched the world. Along the way, there were no more creatures blocking their path, and they smoothly climbed up the jade stone platform. The platform was quite large, enough to accommodate several trucks. In the center, there lay a massive skeleton, shimmering with silver light, and extremely intact. "What tour guide? There's nothing up here except for a broken bone. How do we leave?" Zhao Shan scanned the seemingly empty platform, feeling anxious. Looking down from the platform at the path they had come, countless unknown and bizarre creatures covered the ground like a tide, spreading towards them. Tuan Tuan set Huiyun down, and he pulled out an oval stone block that shimmered with a deep blue hue from his pocket. "Get ready." Huiyun raised his hand and struck the stone block against the jade platform. Ji Yuan's heart raced, and he immediately opened his mouth to tell him to wait. But with a crisp sound, nothing happened. Huiyun suddenly looked up, glancing left and right, and when he spotted a black object on the platform, his expression changed dramatically. "What are you doing? Can't we leave from here?" Zhao Shan, seeing the delay, grew anxious. Ji Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly rushed towards the remains. At the same time, he heard Huiyun's desperate voice. "This jade platform is a teleportation device, but it must ensure that only humans are on the surface to activate it." As he spoke, Huiyun pointed to a corner where a pitch-black creature was crawling. The black creature was the size of a manhole cover, with two large pincers, resembling a crab. "Forbidden crab." Su Ziyin seemed to recognize the creature and exclaimed, "Damn it, can't I just kick it out?" Zhao Shan stepped forward immediately but was pulled back by Huiyun. "The forbidden crab is immune to all attacks, nearly indestructible, it's useless," Huiyun said, looking down at the scars covering his body, as if to say that this was the work of the forbidden crab. At this moment, Ji Yuan had already reached the silver remains, and he faintly heard the sound of thunder echoing within the bones. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast, Race, Lord of the Wolf Pack, Bloodline, Emperor Level, Attributes, Thunder, Electricity, Traits, Immune to Thunder Attribute Damage, Other Data, Lost. The information panel was almost identical to Ming's, and Ji Yuan felt a surge of excitement in his heart as he extended his finger, silently thinking, "Absorb." Instantly, the shimmering silver remains began to visibly dissolve. Fortunately, Zhao Shan and the others were all focused on the forbidden crabs and did not notice the anomaly here. Soon, the remains were completely absorbed. detected that the integrity of the Thunder Emperor beasts remains is 100%. Would you like to immediately replicate a perfect juvenile form? Looking at the prompt, Ji Yuan chose to take it slow for now. With so many people around, absorbing the remains was his biggest secret and could not be easily exposed. It's over, this is really the end, Zhao Shan shouted, and Ji Yuan scanned the surroundings. The high platform was already surrounded by a dense mass of black forbidden crabs, advancing towards the crowd. What tour guide, is there no other way? Zhao Shan summoned Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing, and the gibbon and gorilla swung their fists, knocking some of the faster forbidden crabs away. But there were simply too many of these creatures, and since they could only knock them away without causing damage, once their strength was exhausted, they would still be devoured by these forbidden crabs. Huayun smiled bitterly, it's all my fault for being too greedy, all my beasts have already fallen in this secret realm. Forbidden crabs can only be resisted by beasts with two specific attributes. He looked at the three and said, thunder and wind. Does anyone here have beasts with these two attributes? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Shan looked at Su Ziyin. If I remember correctly, the Sunlight Thunder Cloud Leopard has both wind and thunder attributes, right? Sunlight Thunder Cloud Leopard? Huayun's eyes also lit up, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. At that moment, everyone's hope of survival rested on Su Ziyin. However, she shook her head and said softly, I actually don't have a contract with the Sunlight Thunder Cloud Leopard. What I used in the spider's nest was just an illusion. Illusion, Zhao Shan and Ji Yuan suddenly realized. A second-tier beast master can use their soul power to condense the illusion of their contracted beast. The illusion is not restricted, it can be used during an attack or at any time. This illusion serves more to provide a life-saving means for the younger generation that one values. No wonder, after seeing it once in the nest, Su Ziyin never summoned it again. Dad, if I had known, I would have listened to you and not left Honling City. Zhao Shan collapsed to the ground, looking as if he was waiting to die. Su Ziyin buried her head, her expression unclear. Huayun looked even more ashen. Not only had all his beasts fallen, but now his life was also in jeopardy. Buzz! Just as despair spread in everyone's hearts, a terrifying aura suddenly surged on the high platform. Boom! Accompanied by an extremely dull thunderclap, the three, who were engulfed in despair, trembled all over and looked up. They saw a handsome young man standing tall, his eyes flashing with rolling lightning. Beside this young man, a robust black giant wolf with shiny fur and deep blue eyes had appeared out of nowhere. Beneath the giant wolf's fur, electric light flickered. Under the shocked gazes of the three, Ji Yuan slowly raised his hand. On the back of his hand, a deep blue beast mark emerged. He pointed towards the endless swarm of forbidden crabs and softly said, Use, dance of lightning, ziz. The fleeting thunder roared in their ears, and then, within the black tide of forbidden crabs, deep blue lightning erupted. The lightning spread through the crab swarm like a virus, quickly covering the entire high platform. Accompanied by a pungent burnt smell, those forbidden crabs that had not yet rushed onto the high platform, upon sensing the pressure of the lightning above, all retreated until they completely disappeared. Brother! My real brother! Ji Yuan, you really are my brother. This sudden turn of events left the three stunned. I love you. Only Zhao Shan was the first to react, rushing towards Ji Yuan with tears in his eyes. Get lost! Ji Yuan laughed and scolded as he dodged, not forgetting to use his palm to retract the Thunder Emperor beast, which was on the verge of a crisis. At this point, the beast seal on his palm turned green again, and then, the figure of Ming appeared. You were hiding too deep. Since you have two beasts, why not summon them directly? Zhao Shan was extremely excited. You misunderstood, Ji Yuan shook his head, stroking Ming's body. Just now, it merely switched to another attribute. The Thunder Emperor beast would serve as his strongest trump card, only to be summoned again in life and death situations. What? Zhao Shan's eyes widened as he scanned Ming's body as if examining a treasure. I've seen beasts with two attributes, but one that can switch attributes. Could it be an extinct royal creature? It's just that its bloodline has fortuitously reached the legendary level. It's not that mysterious. Ji Yuan smiled lightly, but he was sweating in his heart. Before he had the ability to protect himself, if someone discovered that his beast possessed a royal-level bloodline, not to mention the beast, he would be captured for research. After all, royal-level creatures are all extinct. He was glad these creatures went extinct early, leaving behind ambiguous information. Otherwise, his future path would be very difficult. In any case, in this damned place, you've saved me more than once. I, Zhao Shan, acknowledge you as a brother. He looked at Ji Yuan and said very seriously, once we leave here, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come find me in Honling City. Zhao Shan caught sight of Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing throwing the corpse of the forbidden crab at each other and couldn't help but get angry. You two fools, what are you playing at? After he left, Huayun also walked over. After carefully examining Ji Yuan for a moment, he patted his shoulder. Now I understand why he would bet on you, he said, looking at Ji Yuan with eyes full of expectation. You must represent our city well in next year's city competition. After saying that, Huayun called Zhao Shan to have his two beasts clear the forbidden crab corpses from the high platform, preparing to leave. City competition. Ji Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Now that he possessed two royal-level beasts, breaking into the top 10 should not be a problem. The only thing left to do was to work hard to improve his soul power level. This time, he could feel the importance of levels in unleashing the strength of beasts. Thank. At that moment, a soft voice rang out. Ji Yuan immediately interrupted. Thank me again? We know each other, no need to be so polite. Su Ziyin looked up in a daze, met his smile, nodded silently, and stopped speaking. About 10 minutes later, the group of forbidden crabs on the platform was finally cleared away. The long-armed gibbons and snowy ice apes were exhausted, panting with their tongues out. Zhao Shan cursed as he recalled the two beasts, and only then did he notice that the silver skeleton in the high platform had vanished. After asking, everyone shook their heads, no one had noticed. Ready. This time, there were no more obstacles. Huayun held a deep blue stone and struck it hard against the white jade surface. In an instant, Ji Yuan felt as if his consciousness was being infinitely stretched, twisted, and shaken. In a long daze, time seemed to stop. When he regained his senses, a familiar courtyard came into view, with a silver car parked in front of him, the very car he drove when he came to Fenghen town. He was back at Huayun's home courtyard. This feeling of teleportation is so damn uncomfortable, ugh. Zhao Shan's voice came, and he bent over, retching for a long time. Su Ziyin seemed unaffected. At that moment, Huayun walked out of the house, still holding a phone, seemingly talking to someone. We spent 2 days in the secret realm. After Huayun hung up the phone, he turned his phone towards the three of them. With his words, an indescribable fatigue and hunger surged from within. That peculiar secret realm seemed to have a unique flow of time. Ji Yuan took a new set of clothes from the car trunk, took a shower, and completely dried his still damp clothes half an hour later. Huayun built a fire pit in the yard and cooked a bowl of noodles for himself. The sky was dark, the night sky dotted with stars, and the four of them sat quietly around the fire. You mean this is your second time entering this secret realm? After finishing his soup, Zhao Shan looked at Huayun with satisfaction. Huayun replied, this secret realm is quite strange. I stumbled in by accident last time as well, and I didn't encounter any spiders or forbidden crabs along the way. Of course, aside from this teleportation stone, I didn't gain anything useful, Zhao Shan sighed, looking at Ji Yuan across from him. Fortunately, Ji Yuan is here this time, otherwise, I might have already become a dried corpse. Indeed, without you, we would have met our end at the teleportation platform. Huayun patted his shoulder with emotion. Su Ziyin crossed over the fire pit, her gaze also focused on Ji Yuan. The four chatted, feeling their drowsiness fade away. Huayun went back inside to bring out a grill, and then feeling it wasn't enough, he fetched a few bottles of red wine. Zhao Shan teased him about having barbecue with red wine. After experiencing the life and death crisis in the secret realm, the four of them completely relaxed, eating barbecue and drinking wine, laughter ringing out continuously. After frowning and taking a few sips, Su Ziyin's pretty face flushed with a rosy hue, and she became much more talkative. By the way, after a while, Huayun, with his arm around Ji Yuan and the smell of wine on his breath, said to the other two, did you know that this kid Ji Yuan once caused a sensation in Linyun City? Is that so? You have to tell us more. Zhao Shan, somewhat tipsy, immediately became interested. Ji Yuan waved his hand, signaling him to drop it. In a moment of joy, he drank a bit more and felt a bit dizzy. I'll just say 4 words, and you can guess the rest. Huayun raised his wine glass for a sip, soul power qualification. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan scoffed. Qualification is just 3 levels, low, medium, and high. To cause a sensation in the whole city, it must be high level. Zhao Shan, you're drunk, Su Ziyin said with a charming smile on her red lips. There's also a special level, you know? Ah, Miss Su was right, our Ji Yuan soul power qualification is special level. Huayun's laughter left both Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin stunned. A special level soul power qualification is extremely rare, not just in Linyun City, but even in their current location. No wonder the sky is so abnormal at the 8th rank. It turns out there's a reason. At this moment, Su Ziyin appeared somewhat desolate, tucking her hair behind her ear. She softly said, my soul power qualification is merely low level, in my family. In prestigious families, this qualification is clearly not enough, and one wonders if she faced countless mockeries in the Su family. None of that matters. Suddenly, a light laugh entered her ears. Su Ziyin looked up in a daze, and through the flickering flames, she saw Ji Yuan's handsome face smiling. Before I met you all, I was just a waste who couldn't even form a contract with a beast. So what if I have a special qualification? During those 2 years, I endured endless ridicule. In the eyes of some, I was even worse than a dog. Ji Yuan smiled faintly. Don't pay too much attention to others' evaluations of you. So what if you have a low qualification? Look at me, my soul power level is only 8th rank now, even lower than yours. His way of comforting her stirred ripples in Su Ziyin's heart, her eyes shimmering faintly. After a moment, she silently lowered her head and said nothing more. A night passed without a word. The four stayed overnight at Hua Yun's house. Ji Yuan slept until the afternoon. After tidying up, he was ready to leave but found that Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin had just woken up as well. Before leaving, the three exchanged phone numbers. If nothing unexpected happens, see you at the city competition in 3 months. Zhao Shan waved goodbye to the two from inside a convertible, wearing sunglasses, and gradually drove away. After a nap, Su Ziyin seemed to have changed quite a bit. She didn't look at Ji Yuan again and casually dropped a goodbye. After saying farewell to Hua Yun, Ji Yuan was on his way back to the city when he received a call from Tanhe. According to Tanhe, Ji Yuan's starting point was too high. He had already surpassed the level of young beast tamers in Lingyun City. Even the most prestigious Chengfeng Beast Taming Academy couldn't teach him anything special. The cultivation and care of beasts, the condensation and promotion of soul power, and so on, were all knowledge that could be learned from books. Instead of placing him in some special class that would restrict his freedom, it was better to let him explore on his own. Tanhe predicted that he would eventually be admitted to one of the 3 major super academies, and it would be better to start learning from scratch once he entered a super academy. Ji Yuan readily accepted this. Are you almost in the city? Tanhe's voice came through the phone. Just got off the overpass. Don't go back to the academy yet, come to the municipal building. Okay. After hanging up, Ji Yuan guessed that Tanhe must have something to give him. He knew that Tanhe held multiple positions, not only as the academy president but also as the mayor of Lingyun City. Along the way, he noticed many billboards, all related to beast tamers. At first, he didn't think much of it, but when he turned onto the busiest street in the city, Ji Yuan slammed on the brakes. What the? The most prosperous shopping mall in Lingyun City had a huge 3D screen. In the past, this screen displayed popular advertisements, but today, it was showing Ji Yuan's large headshot. Moreover, it was accompanied by the text, Supernova Ji Yuan exclusive certification, for moisturized beast tamer skin, use Deshun brand beast tamer shower gel. An inexplicable sense of shame washed over him, and Ji Yuan took a deep breath, speeding towards the municipal building. Along the way, he was astonished. In just 2 days, there were no less than 5 advertisements featuring him as a spokesperson. But the problem was, he knew nothing about it. When he arrived at the municipal building and was led to the mayor's office by a waiting male secretary, he saw Tanhe smiling broadly. Before Ji Yuan could say anything, Tanhe handed him a black gold card. I negotiated a few endorsement deals for you, the endorsement fees are inside. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, now that sounded more like it. He took it and examined it closely. The card was as thin as paper and made of a soft material, not an ordinary bank card. How much is on it? Ji Yuan asked curiously. You'll know when you look, Tanhe said. Just drop a drop of blood on the card. So novel? He immediately complied, biting his fingertip to squeeze out a drop of blood. The moment the blood touched the card, a black gold light flickered, and Ji Yuan was astonished to see the card begin to change. In the blink of an eye, it shrank into a black gold ring. At the same time, a strange space suddenly appeared in his mind. In this space, there was a mountain of cash piled up. Ji Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at the black gold ring. Overjoyed, is this the beast ring? He looked at Tanhe, who nodded in response. It's the highest level beast ring. It not only has a storage space but also allows 4 ring payment when making purchases. Listening to his explanation, Ji Yuan happily put the black gold beast ring on his hand. The amount of cash in the ring's space immediately appeared in his mind. A total of 5 million. To put it in perspective, the average salary in Lingyun City is only 2,000 yuan a month. There's one more thing, Tanhe spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Get ready, tonight at 8, you need to face a challenge. Challenge? Yes. There is only one spot in the city competition, and there was already a candidate. After I settled on you, the other party was not convinced. Understood. Ji Yuan nodded silently. Tanhe walked to the window, gazing at the cityscape. The city competition, held every 3 years, is essentially a contest to rank the 120 cities nationwide. Once you represent Lingyun City in the competition, the results you achieve will determine Lingyun City's national ranking for next year. If you ask me what the ranking is good for, it's simple. The higher the ranking of a city, the more development and resources it receives. He turned around, looking at Ji Yuan, and said very seriously, so, this is not just about you, it concerns the entire city. What does this mean? To prepare oneself mentally. Ji Yuan's expression was calm. What has been Lin Yun City's best result in previous years? He vaguely remembered hearing countless people in the city cursing in the streets before he awakened his soul power. His question made Tan-He shake his head. Since I took over the city, the best result has been 88th. 88. It seems that breaking into the top 10 in this city competition is more difficult than expected. But there's no need to feel too much pressure. Even if you don't meet the expectations, as long as you can surpass this historical best result, that will be enough. Tan-He spoke earnestly, then mentioned another matter. Once you understand the importance of the city competition rankings, you will understand why the other party wants to challenge you. The challenger is named Su Jia, and he is from the Tingyun Beast Academy. Tingyun Beast Academy? This academy has been gaining a reputation in Lin Yun City in recent years, seemingly surpassing Chungfeng. This academy has a close relationship with Zhang Jilin, and it has grown to this point because of his support behind the scenes. I see. Actually, I have long lost interest in managing the academy. The dean and the mayor cannot balance both roles, so I turned a blind eye to Zhang Jilin supporting a new Chengfeng. Right now, I only care about one thing. Tan-He's gaze fell on Ji Yuan, the city competition. As for Su Jia, a year ago, Zhang Jilin deliberately built him up, signing many major endorsements under the title of a 7th-grade beast master. In the past few days, under my influence, most have chosen to bet on you and will not renew their contracts with Su Jia. The upcoming battle will be watched by the entire city. The only thing you need to pay attention to is one point. Ji Yuan's expression remained unchanged. What? Su Jia's beast. Tan-He looked very serious. His beast is the soul spirit scorpion, a creature that lives deep in the Withering Valley and is naturally immune to fire-type attacks. He knew that Ji Yuan's legendary beast was fire-type. Tan-He was unsure if Ji Yuan's trip to the Withering Valley had yielded any results, and now he wanted to see his reaction. Immune to fire attributes? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, thinking that this trait was quite rare. The soul spirit scorpion excels in soul attacks. You have 4 hours to think carefully about your strategy. Seeing him silent, Tan-He sighed, beginning to think about how to remedy the situation if Ji Yuan were to lose. After all, encountering such targeted traits, even with a high bloodline level, would render one powerless. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the largest beast competition arena in Lin Yun City. The venue was packed, with hosts, judges, live broadcast equipment, and everything else in place. As Tan-He said, this was a challenge that the entire Lin Yun City was focused on. Renowned as the most outstanding beast master of the younger generation, he was challenging a supernova with special-grade soul power qualifications that had caused a sensation in the city 2 years ago. To the audience present and to those watching the live broadcast at home, welcome to the Dike Kuan Beast Arena. Tonight at 8, we bring you the most anticipated showdown in the city. The lights illuminated the arena, and the elegantly dressed host held the microphone, his expression and tone both exaggerated and passionate. The two contenders are ready to enter the arena, and now let me introduce them one by one. In the specially customized arena, on the left side, the spotlight shone down. The first to appear from the wide entrance connecting to the backstage was a dark red giant scorpion, comparable in size to an off-road vehicle. Its outer layer was covered in hard armor, and its large pincers reflected a cold gleam. The most striking feature was the sharp, venomous stinger hanging from its back. The appearance of the giant scorpion elicited screams from the audience, and countless glow sticks waved in unison. Now, entering alongside this fearsome giant scorpion is the most outstanding 7th-tier beast master of the younger generation, Su Jia. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue, and the audience began to chant wildly, Su Jia, Su Jia, Su Jia. Once Su Jia stepped into the arena with his beast, the host pointed to the right side and continued with rich emotion. At the same time, please turn your attention to the other side, welcoming the special grade talent, 8th-tier beast master, Ji Yuan. As the words fell, the audience's enthusiasm noticeably diminished, but many still waved their arms and shouted. Under the spotlight, Ji Yuan strolled confidently into view. Tonight, he wore casual attire, his handsome face calm and unruffled. Just as he was about to step into the arena, a burst of green flames suddenly erupted beside him. The flames swirled around him, and moments later, they suddenly expanded, transforming into an elegant creature less than 2 meters tall. Wow! Ji Yuan's beast is so beautiful. The appearance of Ming caused the audience to gasp. Its snow-white body was surrounded by green flames. Although its physique was not particularly robust, it still exuded an astonishing presence. At the same time, far away in a wealthy villa, Zhang Hong watched Ming's appearance through the live television broadcast. Damn Ji Yuan, where did this beast come from? Clenching his fists tightly, Zhang Hong glanced at his indifferent father beside him and quietly asked, Dad, Su Jia will win tonight, right? Zhang Jilin, lounging with his legs crossed and holding his phone, didn't even look up. Ji Yuan's fire-type beast is perfectly countered by the soul spirit scorpion, there's no need to watch. But he had a new beast during the autumn test, didn't he? Even though his father said so, Zheng Heng still felt uneasy, as if he were the one about to fight. That beast is just an illusion. A 7th tier beast master can manipulate soul power for combat, while Ji Yuan is only 8th tier. Once his beast is restrained, he will undoubtedly lose. Zhang Jilin put down his phone and coldly stared at Ji Yuan's face on the television, saying, I've already instructed Su Jie that in this battle, he must find a way to incapacitate Ji Yuan or his beast. He understood Tanhe, even if Ji Yuan lost this duel, Tanhe would still forcefully keep Ji Yuan in the competition for the city tournament. Only by completely incapacitating Ji Yuan could he leave Tanhe with no options. If Su Jie successfully represented Lin Yun City in the city tournament this time, the mayor's position next year would likely change hands. On the other side, in the arena, both sides were in position, and as the host exited, the battle bell rang. Bang! In an instant, the Soul Spirit Scorpion charged forward. Ming was equally unwilling to show weakness, transforming into a beam of green light and shooting out. Just as they were about to collide, Ming's pupils constricted, and the imperial pressure erupted, but the scorpion remained unmoved, still raising its giant pincers to sweep at it. Seeing that the intimidation was ineffective, Ming immediately retreated, a surge of ghostly flames bursting forth from within. Swish! Unexpectedly, just as the ghostly flames ignited, the Soul Spirit Scorpion suddenly swept its tail, and the gust of wind directly blew the flames away. This is, so far, the strongest opponent Ming has encountered. No need to rush, take it slow. Ji Yuan stood in the back, murmuring to himself. After a brief initial clash, Ming no longer attacked head-on and began to fight while retreating. The Soul Spirit Scorpion was massive, but every time it was about to strike Ming, he would narrowly evade. Oh, audience friends, did you see that? Ji Yuan's beast is utterly powerless against Su Jie's giant scorpion, only able to flee in embarrassment. The host frowned, broadcasting the situation live. In the audience, those shouting Su Jie's name erupted in mocking him sounds. Hey, it seems this top-tier qualification is useless after all. Exactly, this beast is just a decoration, good to look at but useless. Hearing the jeers from outside, Su Jie's expression remained cold, unaffected in the slightest. He looked at Ji Yuan, who was calm and unperturbed, and sneered inwardly, pretending to be profound. Someone like you is worthy to compete with me. Let you act for a while longer, and I'll end this boring battle in 10 seconds. Time passed second by second, the two beasts chased each other in the arena, with no flashy exchanges, no passionate battles. Even the host didn't know what to say anymore and began reminiscing about past exciting matches. Just then, the audience suddenly gasped. The host quickly looked towards the arena, and his eyes lit up. Oh, it seems Su Jie can't stand such a boring duel anymore. He plans to take the initiative to attack while both beasts are entangled. Su Jie clenched his fists and charged towards Ji Yuan. Let me remind everyone here, a 7th tier beast master can mobilize soul power to enhance their limbs, making their punches much stronger than ordinary people. The host raised an eyebrow. It looks like Su Jie intends to directly KO his opponent. Don't forget, our rising star's soul power level is only 8th tier. In a direct confrontation, Ji Yuan can last at most 3 punches. Just kidding, just kidding. The host seemed to regain his enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating Su Jie to quickly end this dull duel. Only by taking you down will my position be more secure. On the field, a fierce glint appeared in Su Jie's eyes as he reached Ji Yuan, unleashing his right fist towards Ji Yuan's cheek without holding back. At the same time, he issued a command to the Soul Spirit Scorpion in his heart. Stop playing, Black Demon, use Soul Extraction. He wanted to make Ji Yuan and Ming collapse simultaneously. Go back to the ranks of the useless, Ji Yuan. But just as his soul-powered fist was about to strike Ji Yuan's face, slap! Suddenly, Su Jie's pupils contracted. His fist was actually caught by Ji Yuan. Then, he heard a light chuckle. Sorry, I happen to be a 7th tier as well. With top-tier soul power qualifications, he was nearly invincible at the same level. Su Jie's expression changed drastically as he quickly tried to pull back his right fist, but Ji Yuan's hand seemed like an iron claw, restraining him, unable to escape. Your champagne was opened too early. Ji Yuan's expression was calm, and in Su Jie's horrified gaze, he threw a punch. Bang! My God! What am I seeing? Outside the arena, the host grabbed the edge of the stand, leaning forward, shouting in utter disbelief. Su Jie's proactive attack was actually easily neutralized by Ji Yuan. Moreover, Ji Yuan knocked Su Jie to the ground with a heavy punch, also telling all the audience present that he is also a 7th tier. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. They couldn't even believe their eyes. After taking a punch, Su Jie felt dizzy and couldn't say anything before a piercing scream echoed from afar. My God! Audience, did you see that? Not only has the Beast Master turned the tables, but even the two beasts that were entangled in battle are about to determine a victor. A look of shock flashed in Su Jie's eyes as he could no longer pay attention to Ji Yuan in front of him and hurriedly turned to look at his soul spirit scorpion. He saw that the scorpion, which should have been immune to fire attribute damage, was now engulfed in boiling greenish-blue phantom flames. The scorpion let out a piercing wail from the burning of the flames, its body twisting and crashing against the walls of the arena, leaving cracks behind. How is this possible? My black demon is immune to fire damage. Why is this happening? Su Jie was filled with doubt, but at that moment, he heard Ji Yuan chuckle lightly. Why? Go home and guess for yourself. After meeting with Tan He at the municipal building, Ji Yuan returned to the academy dormitory. He searched online for information about the soul spirit scorpion, and indeed, this creature possessed the characteristic of being immune to fire attributes, but it was merely due to the dark red armor covering its surface. He looked into the scorpion's related attack methods, and one of its skills involved extracting the opponent's soul using soul power. The name of the soul spirit scorpion was derived from this. Thus, Ji Yuan quickly had a clue. Ming's nether flame was no ordinary fire, and once the scorpion released its soul power, it would be burned to ashes by the nether flame. As for advancing to the 7th rank, perhaps it was due to the quality and talent of the soul power. The key to advancing to the 7th rank was to expand the soul power sphere within the body and to always maintain the soul power filling the limbs. Some 8th rank beast masters would often find that when they attempted to do this, it led to the collapse of their soul power sphere. Yet Ji Yuan managed to grasp this feeling firmly in just 2 hours. Only after reaching the 7th rank did he understand why Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin had both run faster than him in the secret realm. The enhancement of limbs brought by soul power was not excessively outrageous, but it was indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary person. At this moment, unable to accept the impending defeat, Su Jie clenched his fist, and the scorpion, which was howling in the distance, was instantly recalled. Flying star, come out. As his palm glowed with a crimson light, a bird with wings ablaze in red flames appeared from the sky, diving towards Ji Yuan. The flame-devouring sparrow? Ji Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, showing no signs of movement. When Ming returned to his side, the pressure of the royal bloodline instantly caused the sparrow to halt in midair, retract its wings, and land on the ground. The oppressive force of bloodline level was a fear ingrained in the bones, and only a very small number of creatures could overcome this fear. Damn it! I forgot his beast has a dominant bloodline. Su Jie's powerless fist fell to the ground. The atmosphere in the arena froze. Do you still have any beasts left? Ji Yuan's tone had remained unchanged throughout, just like his expression, which was always calm and unperturbed. After struggling internally, Su Jie clenched and then released his fist, ultimately coming to terms with it, and said in a deep voice, I lost. Outside the arena, the silence was shattered at that moment. As countless people began to cheer Ji Yuan's name, the host also began to solemnly announce the result of the match. That night, Ji Yuan's name once again echoed throughout Linyun City. No one dared to voice any objections about him representing the city in the district competition. Zhang Heng sat in front of the television, squeezing the orange in his hand until juice flowed everywhere. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe that Ji Yuan had actually advanced to the 7th rank. What infuriated him even more was that Ji Yuan had only become a beast master for less than a week and had already jumped 2 ranks. Meanwhile, he himself had taken 3 years and only just stepped into the 7th rank yesterday. What a Ji Yuan! Behind him, Zhang Jilin spoke calmly. If we let him participate in the competition, he might really break into the top 20. It seems we need to think of a way to eliminate this threat in advance. Hearing his father's words, Zhang Heng exclaimed in surprise, Dad, are you planning to let Uncle D take action? But Uncle D's influence is in Hongling City. They can't possibly come to Linyun City. If Tan He notices something unusual. So, you go back to the academy and find out any movements of Ji Yuan. Zhang Jilin looked at his stepson and said, as long as we can get Ji Yuan out of the city, there will be a chance to act. Originally, when he went to the Withering Valley that day, I had arranged some people, but unfortunately, that kid didn't show up in the valley. A flash of killing intent crossed Zhang Jilin's eyes as he saw Zhang Heng's reluctance and immediately scolded, it's just a loss of face. Once I become mayor, you can join the Tingyun Beast Master Academy. Alright, fine. Zhang Heng shrank his head. After all, he was still his father, and he didn't dare to defy his words. On the other side, after leaving the arena, Ji Yuan got into a black business car amidst a crowd of gazes. Well done, kid. Tenny had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw him get in, he personally poured him a glass of champagne. Because you won so cleanly tonight, the Cody Group, which has never invested in any Beast Masters, has decided to make you their lifelong spokesperson. The Cody Group controls 70% of the beast industry chain in Linyun City. They never sign contracts with any Beast Masters. Tanny smiled and raised his glass, saying, I've looked over the contract for you, there are no issues. Every year, Cody will pay you tens of millions as a spokesperson fee. Thank you, Mayor. Ji Yuan raised his glass to clink with his. He knew that all of this must have been orchestrated by Tan He behind the scenes. There is no goodwill in this world that comes without a price, and Ji Yuan was well aware of that. However, that did not prevent the sincerity of the other party from moving him. Call me uncle. Tan He waved his hand. This kid really knows how to surprise him. He had been worried about how he would break the deadlock, but unexpectedly, he had broken through to the 7th rank. This time, he had truly bet right. Uncle Tan, I want to find something. I wonder if you've heard of it. Ji Yuan immediately changed his tone. What is it? The Nether Ghost Seed. A material needed for Ming to advance to the youth stage. The Nether Ghost Seed? Tan He pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, I don't recall. Let me ask someone to help you. If you have time in the next few days, you can also check the reading room at the academy. Okay. Ji Yuan replied. It seemed this thing wasn't so easy to find. Back in the dormitory, Ji Yuan released Ming. After thinking for a moment, the deep blue beast seal appeared on the back of his hand. Accompanied by the sound of deep, muffled thunder, his second beast once again revealed its form. This thunder wolf was larger than Ming, with deep blue beast eyes flashing with lightning, and its sleek black fur was surrounded by thunder, looking exceptionally majestic. The appearance of the thunder wolf made Ming take 2 steps forward, leaning in beside it, tilting its head and blinking its eyes, looking incredibly curious. Roar! It seemed it was too close, and the thunder wolf let out a low growl from its throat. Whoosh! The next moment, the two creatures actually pounced on each other and started to play fight. Ji Yuan quickly prepared to stop them, but upon seeing their playful scuffle, he immediately realized. Before establishing a beast space, contracted beasts coexist within the same beast seal. It seemed they had a good relationship. Ji Yuan's gaze focused on the thunder wolf, and soon its attribute panel popped up. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast, Juvenile Stage, Race, Thunder Wolf Lord, Bloodline, Emperor Level, Perfect, Attributes, Thunder, Electricity, Traits, 1. Immune to Thunder Attribute Damage, 2. Has the ability to control thunder and lightning, 3. Can command and intimidate wolf-type beasts, ineffective if bloodline levels are equal. Talent, Soul Link, grants the Beast Master personal traits, can only choose one, Lord of Thunder, Released Lightning, Electric Attacks, Power Doubled, Skill 1, Dance of Lightning, transforms into lightning to strike, upon hitting the enemy will generate chain lightning, paralyzing and destroying the enemy. Skill 2, Thunder Judgment, condenses a thundercloud, unleashes rolling thunder to destroy any enemy. Note, when released during a thunderstorm, consumption is halved. Path to advancement, devour the flesh and blood of thunder-type creatures, 0 out of 100. It can be seen that this beast's attribute panel is different from Ming's. This Thunder Emperor beast emphasizes absolute offense. This aligns with its thunder attribute. With a thought, the two creatures stop their play and come to Ji Yuan's side, one on the left and one on the right. He reaches out, stroking the smooth fur of the Thunder Emperor beast. What should I name you? Recalling the thrilling scene of forming a contract with it in the secret realm, Ji Yuan quickly settles on a word, Soul, but calling it just Soul feels a bit strange. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Yuan has an idea. He looks at the Thunder Emperor beast and smiles. From now on, you'll be called Flash Soul. How about that? Flash Soul. The deep blue eyes of the Thunder Emperor beast shimmer with brilliance, and then it raises its wolf head and lets out a howl. The sound is deep but carries a hint of joy. Flash Soul, not too bad of a name, right? Ji Yuan smiles lightly in his heart, interacts with the two beasts for a while, and then collapses onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next day, sunlight shines on his face, waking him up. After washing up, Ji Yuan leaves the dormitory. Just as he reaches the door, he hears Zhang Heng's voice. Ji Yuan, wait for me. He raises an eyebrow and turns around, only to see Zhang Heng running over with a big smile. Hee, where are you going? Can I go with you? If you're crazy, go take your medicine, don't bother me. Ji Yuan glances at him in surprise and steps away. This sudden change usually means he's up to no good. Ji Yuan can't be bothered with him today as he has important matters to attend to. In the academy, every student who sees him runs over enthusiastically to greet him, with some even wanting to add him as a friend. In the past, everyone would avoid him in this academy. This change is nothing short of ironic. Ji Yuan maintains a light smile, responding to each one, and finally makes his way to the parking lot. Driving, he heads towards the edge of the city. 10 minutes later, in a small, overgrown old orphanage, Ji Yuan steps inside, looking at the familiar scene before him, feeling a bit dazed. Since he started high school, he hasn't returned. 5 years have passed in a flash. The orphanage has only one building, 4 stories high, with 26 rooms, housing orphans and the elderly together. Back then, his days were spent playing in the open space behind the yard. Little Yuan? A surprised voice calls out. He turns to see an elderly woman holding a broom, staring at him in shock. And Chin. This elderly woman is the director of the orphanage, Chin. Her orphanage has been a refuge for countless orphans in Lingyun City and provided Ji Yuan with a warm childhood. Seeing this familiar face, Ji Yuan smiles and says, "I." Smack! The elderly woman throws down the broom, her eyes red as she steps forward, grabbing him with her wrinkled hands. I know. I saw you on TV. Our Ji Yuan has made it big." The elderly woman pulls him towards the courtyard. As they walk, she exclaims, "Our orphanage's big star is back." With this shout, many elderly people leaning on canes, sitting in wheelchairs, and hunching over come out. The children playing in the backyard also rush over. In an instant, the hall is filled with people. It's little Yuan. Haha, the little kid from back then has grown into a big guy now. Now our little Yuan is a big star, really giving our director face, not bad. The children laughed and surrounded Ji Yuan, each blinking their clean, innocent eyes, full of curiosity. Ji Yuan took out the items he had purchased in advance from his storage, which were all health products, fruits, and snacks. And Chin. After dispersing the children, Ji Yuan finally had a moment of peace to talk. Sitting in the hall, the elders were chattering about Ji Yuan's childhood. Looking at the smiling Chin, Ji Yuan softly said, "I bought a sanatorium in the city center. After renovating it, you can bring everyone to move there. What do you think about still calling it Blue Sky Welfare Institute?" As soon as he said this, the hall fell into silence. The smile on Chin's face gradually froze. What did you say? This, how can this be? You're only in your early 20s, it's the time to spend money, how can you? Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, Aunt Chin. This is not just my personal wish, but also the mayor's intention. Our city really needs a large welfare institute to provide shelter for the elderly and orphans. This was indeed the case. After understanding Ji Yuan's intentions, He immediately helped him finalize the matter. Not only was he preparing to establish the Ji Yuan Charity Fund to specifically support some orphans and elderly, but he also found a good location for him in the city center. Ji Yuan's account was quite sufficient now, and moreover, his spirit beasts were not like ordinary spirit beasts that required a lot of money to buy various nutrients. For him, more money only meant he could live a little better. But currently, his life was already good enough. He wanted to use this money to do something for the welfare institute that sheltered him from the wind and rain. Days passed by. After arranging the various matters of the welfare institute, he was now just waiting for the new institute to be completed. Nowadays, spirit beast masters could be seen in various industries, so the renovation progress would not be too slow. After returning to the academy, Ji Yuan spent his days either immersed in the reading room going through various spirit beast advancement materials or honing his soul power. 6th rank was a watershed in the ranks of spirit beast masters. Only upon entering the 6th rank could one be qualified to be called a spirit beast master who had stepped out of the ordinary class. The 6th rank only required 2 things to be done. First, externalizing soul power. After half a month of practice, he had already achieved this. Second, externalizing spirit beast soul power. During this half month, Ji Yuan had been training Ming and Shanpa. However, they always seemed to lack that little bit, unable to achieve it. After thinking it over, Ji Yuan finally found the problem: the juvenile stage. For a 6th rank spirit beast master, the most crucial improvement was to allow spirit beasts to learn and expand new skills. In addition to the skills that the spirit beasts themselves possessed, they could also learn additional skills. And to learn skills, they had to rely on externalizing soul power to absorb knowledge points. Clearly, the 2 little guys in their juvenile stage were still unable to do this. So, during this time, Ji Yuan was diligently searching for clues about the nether ghost seed and thunder-type creatures, but he had no leads. Time passed. A month after returning from Wind Trace Town. On this day, in the center of Linyun City, the Blue Sky Welfare Institute was completed. Ji Yuan was invited by Chun Xin to the site to participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. During the ceremony, Chun Xin never stopped mentioning Ji Yuan, looking as if she wanted the whole world to know her child had succeeded. Staying true to one's original intention and giving back to the Welfare Institute undoubtedly elevated Ji Yuan's reputation in Linyun City. After a busy morning, it was now afternoon. In a 50-square-meter director's office, Ji Yuan leaned back on the sofa, gently furrowing his brows. He swore he would never participate in any ribbon-cutting ceremonies again. Xiao Yuan, the furnishings in this office were arranged by me personally, not bad, right? Dean Chen pushed the door open at that moment. Ji Yuan's original intention was to let her continue managing the welfare home, but she insisted on making him the director, her attitude resolute. Ji Yuan found it hard to refuse and could only agree. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about anything. I will manage the welfare home well for you, Chen Xin said with a smile, thinking he was concerned about the welfare home. Ji Yuan shook his head. With you here, I naturally feel at ease. By the way, Aunt Chin, you just mentioned at the ceremony that you had something to give me, right? Oh, right. I was supposed to give it to you last time at the old welfare home. Chen Qin took an envelope out of her pocket and handed it to Ji Yuan. Xing Ro, do you remember her? This is a letter she left for you. Ji Yuan took it. The envelope was thin and felt icy to the touch. Xing Ro. That name stirred his long-buried memories. A youthful, pure, and vibrant face appeared in his mind. Yes, Zhang Cheng-ro. During their time at the welfare home, this girl, 2 years younger than him, had been his best playmate. However, after he started high school, he lost all contact with her. In the year you graduated from high school, Sheng-ro was adopted by a wealthy family and taken to another city, Chen Qin said, her eyes filled with reminiscence. Thank you, Aunt Qin. Ji Yuan did not open the envelope but put it in his pocket. Just as he was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing this, Chen Qin stood up to leave. Uncle Tan? Upon answering the call, Ji Yuan felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that Tan he had found what he needed. Kid, I've inquired about the nether ghost seed for you, but you'll have to wait a bit longer. Why? The nether ghost seed is a unique mineral material. Once it leaves its habitat, it will wither instantly. I've already had someone look into it. Recently, several new deep mineral veins have been discovered in Hongling City, and I've heard that many rare minerals have been found there, including the nether ghost seed. Just wait a little longer. I'll think of a way to have someone bring it back for you. Hongling City? Ji Yuan's heart stirred. He immediately asked, Uncle, didn't you say it would wither once it leaves its habitat? How will you manage that? Of course, we'll dig it out along with its habitat. So simple and crude? That sounded a bit off. Ji Yuan quickly said, Uncle, there's no need to go through all that trouble. I'll make a trip myself. Before he could refuse, Ji Yuan continued, Don't worry, when I went to the Withering Valley, I met a local from Hongling City. With him around, it will be fine. Zhao Shan was also from Hongling City, and from their interactions, it was clear that this guy had a significant identity in Hongling City. Reliable? Tan he sounded a bit skeptical on the other end of the line. Ji Yuan laughed. Absolutely reliable. After hanging up, he immediately called Zhao Shan. However, after 2 attempts, the other party did not answer. Just as Ji Yuan began to doubt whether he had left a fake number, Zhao Shan suddenly called back. Ji Yuan, you wouldn't be calling for no reason, right? Are you in Hongling City? Quickly tell me where you are, I'll. As soon as the call connected, a barrage of questions came through like a machine gun. Ji Yuan immediately shouted for him to stop, then said, somewhat speechless, you ask so many questions at once. Are you giving anyone else a chance to speak? You haven't contacted me since that day, I was just excited. Zhao Shan cleared his throat. This time, I really have something to ask you. Ji Yuan got straight to the point. I heard that new mineral veins have been discovered in your city recently? Wow, you're quite well informed. These veins were just uncovered 3 hours ago, and you already know? Zhao Shan, is it true that there are nether ghost seeds among these veins? Nether ghost seeds? I think there are, but you have to go deep into the veins, and this stuff is really special, once it leaves. Alright, I know all that. I'll be in Hongling City early tomorrow morning. Can we meet? You're coming to Hongling City? Of course, we can. Don't worry, I promise to arrange everything comfortably for you. Zhao Shan's excited voice echoed in his ears. After chatting a bit more, Ji Yuan hung up the phone. From what Zhao Shan said, these mineral veins were not what he had in mind. It sounded like the veins were categorized by elemental properties. Xiao Yuan. Just as he was lost in thought, Chen Qin knocked on the door. Come in, Aunt Qin. Chen Qin entered, first glancing at Ji Yuan's expression before saying, Yunjia, that girl, she wants to apply for our nurse position. On the day she was expelled from school, Lin Yunjia returned to the old orphanage, but after learning the details, Chen Qin scolded her and kicked her out. Having been expelled from the Beast Master Academy, Lin Yunjia could not enroll in any other Beast Master Academy in Linyun City. After all, she was a child he had watched grow up. Now, with nowhere to turn, Chen Qin truly felt sorry for her. You decide, Aunt Qin. From now on, you can take charge of these matters. Ji Yuan's expression was calm. He understood her feelings. After saying that, he stood up to leave. Before he left, he said, I will be away from Linyun City for a while. If anything happens, remember to tell me. Hongling City has a very unique terrain. The entire city is built on a flat plain. But once you delve deeper, you can understand the complexity of Hongling City. As a city that holds the richest mineral veins in the country, its ranking has always been in the top 10. You could say that everyone in Hongling City is incredibly wealthy. Even if you are not a local, as long as you have connections, you can earn a fortune here in just 2 years. Ji Yuan took the earliest flight to Hongling City. As soon as he got off the plane, he saw Zhao Shan wearing sunglasses and a black trench coat standing at the arrival gate. Good brother, this time in Honling City, everything is up to me. I guarantee you'll eat well, drink well, and sleep well. Sitting in Zhao Shan's convertible, he first took Ji Yuan for a tour around the city. After all, being a top 10 city, the prosperity of the urban area formed a stark contrast to Linyun City. One street here could rival the city center of Linyun City. That day, Zhao Shan indeed arranged the best for him. The best restaurant, the best hotel. It was quite an indulgent experience for Ji Yuan. In the evening, the two returned to the hotel and discussed Ji Yuan's purpose for coming. So that's it, your beast needs the nether ghost seed to advance. Zhao Shan suddenly realized, the nether ghost seed is indeed a unique advancement material for some fire-type beasts. How about this, let's go to the mine tomorrow. I'll accompany you. Seeing him agree without hesitation, Ji Yuan softly said, thank you. After a day of understanding, he had learned that although everyone in Honling City was wealthy, every trip to the mine was a gamble with their lives, because within the mineral veins, there were countless bizarre and elusive creatures, and one careless moment could cost them their lives. Zhao Shan mentioned that the highest-ranked beast masters who died in the mines reached the 3rd rank. If even a 3rd-rank beast master could easily perish there, it was indeed touching that Zhao Shan was willing to accompany him without a second thought. Are we really at this level of friendship? If it weren't for you back in that damned secret realm, could I still be lying here alive? Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Zhao Shan patted his chest, looking completely unconcerned. When the next day arrived, Ji Yuan finally understood why this guy was so untroubled. The next day, in the morning, Honling City, City Hall, Mayor's office. Young friend Ji Yuan, I've heard Mayor mention you many times. Now that I see you in person, you truly are a remarkable talent. Ji Yuan stared blankly at the approachable and amiable middle-aged man in front of him. He never would have thought that Zhao Shan was actually the son of the mayor of Honling City. Dad, we agreed not to call me by my nickname, Mayor, it sounds terrible, I'm a real man. Beside him, Zhao Shan looked extremely embarrassed. Zhao Tianhou glanced at him and extended his hand towards Ji Yuan. Seeing the gesture from this important figure, Ji Yuan quickly shook his hand, appearing reserved, and politely said, Uncle, you flatter me, I'm just an ordinary person from a small city. Hey, you are Mayor's lifesaver, calling me uncle is too distant, from now on, just call me Godfather. Ha! Ji Yuan was taken aback. Yes, Ji Yuan, with our bond, we are closer than real brothers. Zhao Shan laughed as he put his arm around Ji Yuan's shoulder. Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. Was he really here to recognize relatives? Immediately, he glanced at Zhao Shan. The latter quickly realized, cleared his throat a couple of times, and said to Zhao Tianhou, Dad, Ji Yuan came to Honling City this time to find the underworld ghost seed. He wants to advance his beast. That's simple. Zhao Tianhou said nonchalantly, I'll have Lu Hen accompany you down the mine. After saying that, he directly picked up his phone to make arrangements. Soon, a tall, burly man in a black tank top arrived at the office. Lu Hen, a 5th-grade beast master, let him accompany you. After giving a few instructions to Lu Hen, Zhao Tianhou left. Uncle Lu, I've prepared everything. We can set off at any time. The man named Lu Hen seemed to dislike conversation, nodded slightly at Zhao Shan, and walked out first. Don't be fooled by Uncle Lu's appearance. He's the most reliable. Zhao Shan stretched and said, Shall we go? Sure, Mayor. Ji Yuan replied. You bastard. A storm of chaos erupted in the municipal building. As Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan playfully bickered their way to the parking garage, Zhao Shan's phone suddenly rang. What the hell? He looked at the caller ID, somewhat surprised. What's wrong? Ji Yuan leaned in to take a look at his expression. Su Ziyin? The two exchanged puzzled glances before Zhao Shan answered on speakerphone. Zhao Shan? A crisp voice, like the sound of ice clinking, came through. Miss Su, what made you think of calling me? I'm in Honling City now and have something to ask you. Do you have time to meet? Zhao Shan thought for a moment and said, I'll send you the address. After hanging up, he looked at Ji Yuan, puzzled. Why is she also in Honling City? Did you two arrange to meet? How could that be? Ji Yuan shook his head, then thought of a reason. Haven't the news about several new mineral veins being discovered in Honling City spread everywhere? Maybe she's here for one of those veins. What mineral can the Su family not find? Zhao Shan muttered. At that moment, Lu Hen drove up and stopped in front of them. Uncle Lu, let's make a stop at the Zhishui coffee shop first. Once in the car, Zhao Shan started chatting away about the development of Honling City. This time, Ji Yuan chose to listen attentively. However, he had intended to learn more about the underground mineral veins, but Zhao Shan kept talking about food, drink, and entertainment. About 10 minutes later, the vehicle slowly came to a stop. Zhao Shan asked Lu Hen to wait, and then the two walked towards a bustling shopping plaza. The Jishui coffee shop was large, occupying the best location in the plaza. This scene made Ji Yuan suspect that this shop was part of Zhao Shan's family business. The shop was filled with people, with only a few tables available on the outskirts. Zhao Shan arranged for Ji Yuan to sit at one of the tables and then went inside. Before long, he returned with a beautiful girl in a floral long dress. The girl bore some resemblance to Zhao Shan, her cheeks radiating youthful vitality. "My sister, Zhao Shui." Zhao Shan raised an eyebrow at Ji Yuan with a proud expression. "What do you think? Beautiful, right?" "Very beautiful." Ji Yuan politely stood up, not sparing his compliments. "I've been hearing him mention your name a lot lately. I didn't expect you to be such a handsome guy." Zhao Shui lifted her hand to brush her hair off her forehead, revealing a sweet smile. "Hee, this shop is run by my sister. She can be considered a self-made success," Zhao Shan said with pride. After chatting for a while, Zhao Shui went back to work in the shop. At that moment, Ji Yuan looked into the distance. "Here she comes." Su Ziyin was wearing a long black dress today, her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her flawless oval face was striking. Beside her was a handsome man in a white shirt. When Su Ziyin's gaze fell on the familiar figure of the dashing man, her pupils suddenly trembled. He is also here. "Long time no see, Miss Su." Zhao Shan waved, smiling, but not as warmly as he had with Ji Yuan. "Long time no see." Su Ziyin stepped forward, nodded at Zhao Shan, and then fell silent, her gaze wandering, completely ignoring Ji Yuan. This behavior made Zhao Shan look at Ji Yuan with some confusion. Ji Yuan also found it strange. Su Ziyin had been acting a bit off since parting with Hui Yun. Did I offend her? Ji Yuan thought for a moment. Could it be because of what happened when she fell into the water in the secret realm? Shao family, Shao Lingjue. At this moment, the man in the shirt beside her raised his chin, looking as if he was saying, "You are honored to know me." Zhao Shan leaned in and whispered, "Isn't that just the Shao family? What's with the arrogance?" Ji Yuan smiled slightly. The surname Shao was indeed not simple. Before his transmigration, Ji Yuan had also known a fire-loving man with the surname Shao. Zhao Shan got straight to the point and asked, "What brings you here this time?" Su Ziyin still seemed a bit distracted and did not answer. Shao Lingjue found her demeanor strange and took over the conversation, saying, "I heard that a vein of the nether ghost species was discovered in Honling City, and we came for that." Only then did Su Ziyin speak up. "We want to go down the mine. Can you recommend someone? The Su family and the Shao family are both large and prosperous. Do you really need to go down the mine yourselves?" Zhao Shan joked with Su Ziyin, not meaning anything by it, but it made Shao Lingjue feel slightly offended, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. "If it were other transportable minerals, we wouldn't need to come personally. But the nether ghost species has a different quality. As a local, you should know this." Although his expression was gentle and his tone calm, there was still a hint of sarcasm. It wasn't over yet. Shao Lingjue looked at Su Ziyin and continued, "Your friend here doesn't seem very reliable. Let's find someone else." Hearing this, Zhao Shan scratched his head and looked at Ji Yuan, wondering if he had said something wrong. Ji Yuan smiled silently, then looked at Shao Lingjue, his tone suggesting, "What this brother said makes sense. You should find other local professionals." He deliberately emphasized the word professionals. What a joke, even the mayor's son isn't professional. Are there really professionals? Moreover, although Shao Lingjue appeared calm, his condescending tone and gaze clearly showed he looked down on people like them. From the beginning, he had been looking at them with disdain. Is this sense of superiority really a common trait among these noble young masters? You also want to go down the mine? This time, Su Ziyin raised her head and met Ji Yuan's gaze, but just for a moment, she hurriedly looked away. "Yes." Ji Yuan nodded. "Then, let's go together." Su Ziyin whispered softly, "Are you serious?" Shao Lingjue frowned. "The mine is fraught with danger. Are you really going down with such unprofessional people?" Hearing his words, Su Ziyin's attitude was cold as she said, "I never wanted to travel with you anyway, you can leave now." Shao Lingjue was clearly angered by her demeanor, his face darkening as he coldly replied, "If any danger arises later, don't blame me for not warning you. No need to worry." It was not Su Ziyin who answered him, but Ji Yuan. He really disliked these noble families who looked down on others from the very beginning. Humph. After giving Ji Yuan a deep glance, Shao Lingjue turned and left. Zhao Shan watched his retreating figure and muttered, "It's really strange. Why do these young masters from wealthy families always act so high and mighty? Look at me, I'm also a young master, yet I'm so friendly and approachable," he boasted, while Ji Yuan merely curled his lips in silence. Su Ziyin somewhat agreed. Among the 5 great beast-taming families, most of the younger generation have an inexplicable sense of superiority, which I also dislike. Who cares? We three are teamed up again, this feeling is really good, Zhao Shan said with a smile, putting his arm around Ji Yuan, while Su Ziyin quietly stood by, her gaze wandering. Afterward, the three of them met up with Lu Han at the designated location, with Zhao Shan sitting in the passenger seat and Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin in the back. Throughout the journey, Su Ziyin kept her head down, her fair little hand clutching her skirt, looking quite nervous. Ji Yuan rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the street scenery, lost in thought. About 10 minutes later, the vehicle came to a slow stop. Through the car window, they could see a bustling market filled with people. There were no tall buildings around, and dust was flying everywhere. In the market, countless shops displayed various strange minerals. At that moment, a man quickly walked out of the market, and upon seeing Zhao Shan and Lu Han, he broke into a warm smile and led them down a small path. Ji Yuan noticed that what had once been a barren ground suddenly opened up into a downward passage, and Lu Han drove into it, following the leading man. As they entered this peculiar passage, the noise of the market vanished, replaced by some strange sounds. The interior of the passage glowed with blue light, and after a while, an endless underground world appeared before them. Ji Yuan's pupils reflected the pale blue light, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. In the pale blue-toned underground world, there were countless train tracks and endless shops. Compared to the dusty shops above, the minerals displayed in this underground world were even more bizarre. Once the vehicle stopped, Lu Han and Zhao Shan got out. It wasn't until Zhao Shan opened the car door for him that Ji Yuan came back to his senses. Everything above is just the basics. Here is the largest mineral trading market in Hongling City, Zhao Shan explained with a smile. Ji Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The outside world was truly fascinating, and it was the ordinary nature of Linyun City that limited his imagination. Under Lu Han's guidance, the group headed deeper inside. Along the way, Ji Yuan saw many strange and unnamed minerals. Normally, to enter a mine, one would have to go through numerous checkpoints, but due to Zhao Shan and Lu Han's special status, they had a clear path. When they entered a beautifully decorated waiting hall, Zhao Shan suddenly tossed a round ring to Ji Yuan. A U-ring? Ji Yuan caught it, looking at him in confusion. It contains the essentials for entering the mine. Ji Yuan's mind sank into the U-ring given by Zhao Shan and discovered 3 items inside: a small black dot, a wristband, and a handgun. You can keep this U-ring, although it's not the highest grade, it's not too far off. Zhao Shan's voice came, warming Ji Yuan's heart slightly. After taking out the items from the U-ring, Ji Yuan tossed the ring back to him. Then, he raised his finger and said, "Thanks, but I already have a U-ring." Zhao Shan was taken aback at first, but when he saw the black gold ring on Ji Yuan's hand, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Black gold? This is the top-tier ring. He stepped forward, staring at Ji Yuan's ring, looking from side to side. This thing, my old man wouldn't even buy it for me. Where did you get it? Ji Yuan waved his hand. We'll talk about that later. First, tell me what the 3 items in front of the mine are. These 3 items work together, and it's hard to explain clearly. You'll understand once you get your hands on them, Zhao Shan said, glancing at Su Ziyin. There's a changing room here. I suggest you change into something more suitable. Wearing a dress to the mine is very inconvenient. About 5 minutes later, Su Ziyin changed into casual attire, her petite figure paired with a perfect face, leaving no room for criticism. Ready? Let's go, Zhao Shan said, leading the two through a brown wooden door. After that, there was an elevator. Lu Han was already waiting inside. Once they stepped into the elevator, Ji Yuan noticed that it only had 3 buttons: top, middle, and bottom. At that moment, the bottom button was lit, indicating it was a direct lift to the mine. In the cramped space, Zhao Shan's chatter was incessant, rambling on about everything and anything. Just as Ji Yuan and the others were starting to feel a bit overwhelmed, the elevator finally stopped. As the doors opened, a strong earthy smell mixed with a strange foul odor pierced their nostrils. Ji Yuan was fine, but Su Ziyin beside him couldn't handle it and turned pale instantly. Use this. Seeing her reaction, Zhao Shan quickly took out a black dot the size of a fingertip. It was one of the 3 items he had just given Ji Yuan. Zhao Shan placed the black dot on Su Ziyin's temple and pressed it gently. Instantly, to Ji Yuan's astonishment, a semi-transparent protective mask materialized, covering her face. No way! The technology outside has developed to this extent. You put one on too. Zhao Shan's voice came, and Ji Yuan turned to see that he and Lu Han were already wearing theirs. He hurriedly took out a dot from his ring. In an instant, the unpleasant smell in the air dissipated, and Ji Yuan was amazed to find that the protective mask not only filtered the air but also provided a night vision-like effect. More importantly, the mask had no sense of wear at all, and even the field of vision was completely unobstructed. Put on the wristband, Zhao Shan's voice rang out, and Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin immediately complied. As soon as they put it on, a line of text appeared before Ji Yuan's eyes. Welcome to use the KG Yuan product. connecting to the detection wristband. Connection complete, synchronizing map information. As the text disappeared, Ji Yuan was surprised to see a circular pattern appear in the upper right corner of his vision, with a bright green dot in the pattern. This scene was just like the map interface in some games. The wristband will scan the terrain within 100 meters in real time and generate a live map in the upper right corner of your masks, Jiashan explained. The bright green dot on the map represents yourself. He walked over and tapped Ji Yuan's wristband with his own. Instantly, Ji Yuan saw a blue dot appear on the map. The blue dot represents someone you've touched wristbands with, meaning a teammate. After a while, Ji Yuan looked at the 3 blue dots on the map, feeling a bit dazed. This is too sci-fi. Could it be that Lingyun City is really that backward? So, what about this thing? Su Ziyin asked curiously, holding a gun. From her expression, it seemed like it was her first time encountering such high technology. Mining gun, you have to use this to cut when digging for minerals. Jiashan pointed at the mask and said, don't worry, once you find the minerals you need, the mask will display the cutting lines. Just cut along the lines. With everything ready, the 4 of them stepped out of the elevator. With the night vision function of the mask, the pitch-black mine was incredibly bright. Roar, oh! Suddenly, a strange-looking creature appeared. It was Lu Han summoning his beast. This creature resembled a cheetah but had 4 slender front legs and 2 sturdy hind legs. This is the poison wind deceptive leopard, a beast tamed by Uncle Lu in the mines years ago, Zhao Shan explained. The poison wind deceptive leopard can smell rare minerals. With it leading the way, we will take fewer detours. Any beast master with some skill in Hongling City would choose to tame one. With it, finding rare minerals becomes much more efficient. The mine is not like other places. We must be extra careful, Zhao Shan said solemnly, summoning his long-armed gibbon, Tuan Tuan. When Tuan Tuan saw Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin, it excitedly shook its head. At this moment, green flames rose, and the figure of Ming materialized. Su Ziyin also summoned her flame-devouring sparrow, and the appearance of the 2 fire-type beasts warmed the cold atmosphere in the mine significantly. Lu Han's gaze lingered on Ming for a moment before slowly shifting away. Immediately after, Lu Han summoned another peculiar beast. Ji Yuan looked over, and to his surprise, it was a strong, muscular kangaroo. What astonished him even more was that this kangaroo had 2 diamond-studded golden knuckle dusters on its fists. Wow! This trip to Hongling City was truly eye-opening. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Han's large figure, secretly sighing that the kangaroo looked too much like its master. Thus, with the poison wind deceptive leopard in front and the muscular kangaroo behind, the small 4-person team was well protected. Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin walked behind, following Lu Han and Zhao Shan as they slowly explored forward. Along the way, they encountered some people. Lu Han seemed to have some prestige, as all the miners passing by would respectfully call him Brother Lu. The so-called mine was more like a series of artificially dug underground passages. The walls were adorned with glowing objects, and there were signs pointing to exits to prevent getting lost. Ji Yuan kept an eye on the map in the upper right corner of his mask, which updated almost every 5 seconds, the routes intertwining like tree roots, complex and intricate. As they walked, they could feel they were going deeper. After about an hour, Su Ziyin's breathing became slightly hurried. The long trek seemed to tire this young lady. Zhao Shan kindly had Tuan Tuan carry her on its shoulder as they continued walking. As they went deeper, Ji Yuan noticed that the signs and glowing objects were decreasing. We have entered a newly excavated mine area. Stay alert. Lu Han spoke for the first time, his voice deep and muffled. The air grew colder, and even Ming and the flame-devouring sparrow could not counteract it. Crack! Suddenly, a shadow shot out from the wall on Ji Yuan's right, aiming straight for his head. The shadow moved incredibly fast, leaving no time to react. If hit, he would undoubtedly die. Just at that critical moment, the shining diamond-studded golden knuckle duster whizzed like a cannonball. Bang! The muscular kangaroo at the back threw a punch, directly sending the shadow flying, crashing into the wall and creating a large dent. Ji Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for this kangaroo, he would have been done for. Are you okay? Zhao Shan was also startled and quickly asked him. Ji Yuan shook his head, looking at the large dent in the wall, his expression slightly changing. Inside the dent was a black creature resembling a rat, but with a sharp horn protruding from its forehead. Be careful, these shadow horn rats appear in groups. As Lu Han's deep voice sounded, movements were heard from all directions. At the same time, shadows splashed out from countless angles. Tu Hen, use the wind barrier. Lu Han's low voice rang out. Hiss! A fierce wind surged from the underground mine, forming a visible barrier that surrounded Ji Yuan and his companions. The shadowy horned mice, shooting in from several directions, were instantly flung back upon making contact with this wind barrier. With their first attack thwarted, these sinister creatures attempted to flee. Quick, let your fire-type beasts attack. In fact, without waiting for Lu Han to speak, Ji Yuan had already signaled Ming to act. Flame storm. The terrifying ghostly green flames swept through the entire mine in an instant. As the ghostly flames touched the wind barrier, they spread rapidly, leaving the shadowy horned mice no time to escape. The ghostly flames swept over them, turning the mice to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Not bad. After observing Ming for a moment, Lu Han nodded at Ji Yuan. Having just faced a life-and-death crisis, the ability to counterattack immediately as the defense was established showed remarkable composure for someone so young. Right? Uncle Lu, do you think someone I praise would be lacking? Zhao Shan noticed Lu Han's appreciation for Ji Yuan and smiled proudly. Su Ziyin stood at the back, quietly watching Ji Yuan's silhouette, lost in thought. Ji Yuan's gaze lingered more on the poison wind phantom leopard. When it had just released the wind barrier, he felt a moment of powerful fluctuation. He secretly speculated that the bloodline level of this poison wind phantom leopard and the muscle kangaroo was likely at least at the overlord level. As the mayor, he could only possess overlord level beasts at most. It seemed that the higher the city's ranking, the more resources were skewed in favor of it, which was indeed true. After confirming there was no danger, Lu Han instructed the poison wind phantom leopard to retract the wind barrier and they delved deeper into the mine. Along the way, they encountered several more attacks from the shadowy horned mice. These little creatures not only held grudges but were particularly treacherous. However, having learned from previous encounters, they were no longer caught off guard as they had been the first time. Walking through the mine, the soft soil slowed their pace. The walls around them occasionally revealed bizarre, colorful minerals. Stop! As they walked, Lu Han suddenly called out in a low voice. The group halted, and Ji Yuan saw the poison wind phantom leopard looking up, seemingly sniffing something intently. After a moment, it turned back to Lu Han, baring its teeth. There's a nest ahead. You, come up. Lu Han turned around and beckoned Ji Yuan with a finger. Zhao Shan quickly stepped aside, secretly giving a thumbs up. Duel. Ji Yuan stepped past him, looking ahead. There was a nest faintly shimmering with a blood-red hue, about 50 to 60 meters away from them. Because it was a bit far, he could barely make out that it was some kind of reptile, clustered together, their bodies glowing with blood-red spots. At that moment, the poison wind phantom leopard opened its mouth, its throat rolling, and spat out a small wind circle that floated in front of them. Project your soul power outward, condensing it into a ball the size of a fingernail. Lu Han's voice came, not considering whether Ji Yuan could manage to project his soul power. Ji Yuan was taken aback for a moment. Then, he spread his palm, and dark gray gas spilled from his palm, slowly condensing. Special grade aptitude. A glimmer flashed in Lu Han's eyes as he saw the dark gray gas. Once Ji Yuan condensed his soul power to the size of a fingernail as instructed, Lu Han pointed to the wind circle spat out by the poison wind phantom leopard and said, "Send your soul power into the wind circle." Although Ji Yuan was puzzled, he complied. But just as his soul power made contact with the wind circle, bang! A resonant explosion suddenly erupted in the passage. The visible dark gray soul power transformed into rapid ripples at that moment, rushing towards the reptile's nest. Immediately, Ji Yuan was astonished to discover that the blood-red glow within the nest had instantly extinguished. The creature in the nest is called the blood lizard. The deadly toxic mist it emits can instantly dissolve any flesh and blood. If they feel threatened while awake, they will self-destruct, one after another. At that time, within a 300-meter radius, no living being can survive. Lu Han explained in a muffled voice, the best way to handle them is to put them into a coma first, then kill them. The fusion of soul power and wind attributes can unleash a shockwave that shocks the soul, capable of putting relatively weaker individuals or creatures into a coma. Of course, it's not just the wind attribute. A beast master's soul power can resonate uniquely with any attribute. At that moment, Ji Yuan was shaken. This was an incredibly practical combat technique. Moreover, it was content not recorded in textbooks. He looked at Lu Han, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin were equally shocked, seemingly unaware of this method of using soul power, despite their distinguished backgrounds. At the same time, they were even more surprised that Ji Yuan had already mastered the externalization of soul power. Damn, top-tier talent, and it enhances perception, Zhao Shan murmured. His soul power talent was neither high nor low, just above average. However, he was currently stuck at the stage of externalizing soul power. Although he could do it, he couldn't shape it like Ji Yuan could. It's not a secret. Lu Han was unconcerned, making the poison wind phantom leopard release another wind circle, this time much larger. Ji Yuan understood immediately, and the nether flame of Ming was released. After passing through the wind circle, the fire spread instantly, engulfing the blood lizard nest in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the wall behind them. Amidst the flying dirt, a corpse of a mining creature appeared. "Hey, Digo has some real strength. These underground beasts don't like to fight fair, they prefer ambushes. With a sharp, high-pitched laugh, another team emerged from the passage opened by the corpse. This was also a 4-person team. However, what made Ji Yuan raise his eyebrows was that the fourth person in this team was someone he had seen before, the young master of the Shao family, Xiaolingjue. Yo, brother Lu, you brought people down to the mine too? The man at the front of the team grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth, his gaze lewdly sweeping over Su Ziyin, exuding a strong thug vibe. Su Ziyin frowned, a flash of disgust in her eyes, pushing herself behind Ji Yuan. When the gold-toothed man's gaze shifted to Ji Yuan, it flickered imperceptibly. Zhang Di, don't make too much noise deep in the mine, Lu Han said coldly upon seeing the newcomers. Sure thing, brother Lu, you're right. We were just about to leave this way. Can we accompany you for a bit? Zhang Di said, rubbing his gold tooth with his finger, smiling. No, Lu Han replied and directly led Ji Yuan and the others toward the blood lizard nest. Zhang Di and his group watched them leave, and Xiaolingjue, standing at the back, frowned and asked, what's the background of that person? So arrogant? Young Master Xiao, you don't even know the local tyrants of Hongling City and dare to go down the mine? Zhang Di scoffed, staring at Ji Yuan's back, saying, young Master Xiao, that handsome young man is the one you said you wanted to teach a lesson? Yes, it would be best if he could stay at the bottom of this mine forever. Xiaolingjue's eyes were cold. Upon hearing this, Zhang Di grinned, thinking to himself, what a coincidence, just when someone has entrusted me to take his life. Walking in the blood lizard nest, Lu Han turned his head to Ji Yuan. Zhang Di, do you have a grudge with him? Ji Yuan was a bit puzzled. No, I've never seen this person before. By the way, that Zhang Di is also from Linyun City, Zhao Shan interjected. I don't know him. Ji Yuan shook his head. It might be because of Xiaolingjue. At this moment, Su Ziyin unexpectedly spoke up. Are you saying that just because I had a few words with Ji Yuan, he hates us now? Zhao Shan was somewhat speechless. You noble young masters and ladies are all so petty? Who are you calling petty? Su Ziyin glared at him, looking somewhat adorable. Just as she was about to explain, boom, a violent shaking suddenly erupted in the vast lair. Behind them, a massive giant scorpion appeared in the passage they had come from, seemingly out of nowhere. The giant scorpion raised its 2 massive pincers and charged towards them. Soul Spirit Scorpion? Ji Yuan frowned. This creature was supposed to live in the Withering Valley, right? Soon, he realized. It was Big Gold Tooth, Zhang Di. Whoosh! With a flash, the muscular kangaroo at the back rushed to the front of the Soul Spirit Scorpion, its muscular right arm swinging fiercely at the scorpion. Bang! The sound of the collision echoed as the kangaroo's fist struck the scorpion, only pushing it back a short distance, seemingly unable to inflict any substantial damage. Zhang Di, do you want to die? Lu Han's voice was filled with coldness upon seeing the Soul Spirit Scorpion. Sorry, Lu Gu, someone has a price on this handsome guy's life, I really can't help it. Zhang Di and Xiaolingjue stepped out from behind the scorpion. Xiaolingjue, do you have no shame? To her surprise, Su Ziyin scolded in a delicate voice, as she believed it must be Xiaolingjue's intention. It has nothing to do with me. Xiaolingjue stood at the back, keeping his distance from Zhang Di, raising his hands innocently. Hiss! Ji Yuan was still wondering why it was only the two of them. Suddenly, the ground he was standing on gave way. Get away from there! Lu Han shouted, but it was too late. The spot where Ji Yuan stood seemed to have been hollowed out from below, and he fell directly into the ground. He vanished from everyone's sight just like that. Ji Yuan! Su Ziyin and Zhao Shan rushed forward, their faces filled with anxiety, only to find the ground intact, showing no signs of having been disturbed at all. Seeing this, Su Ziyin looked up, glaring into the distance, and shouted, Xiaolingjue, what have you done to him? When Xiaolingjue saw her so emotionally agitated over one person, a coldness surged in his eyes, but he still shook his head to distance himself. I don't know, this has nothing to do with me. After saying that, he turned to leave. Hey! Zhang Di, grinning and showing his big gold tooth after Ji Yuan disappeared, also began to retreat. The Soul Spirit Scorpion, entangled with the muscular kangaroo, let out a piercing roar, the sound waves seemingly mixed with a stimulation to the soul. The muscular kangaroo covered its ears and retreated repeatedly, and then, the scorpion's thick tail swept towards the top of the lair. Boom! Countless fragments of stone and dirt immediately fell down. Seeing this, Lu Han's expression darkened, and he pulled Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin to run, not forgetting to put away the muscular kangaroo and the poison wind phantom leopard. The lair began to collapse under the deliberate destruction of the Soul Spirit Scorpion. Due to the distance, they could no longer chase after Zhang Di and could only run forward wildly. Amidst the countless falling stones and dirt, Lu Han pulled the two of them into the passage just before the lair collapsed. Dust filled the air, burying the entrance of the passage, they were trapped deep within the mine and could only find another way out. Before that, they still needed to find Ji Yuan. Uncle Lu, the light point for Ji Yuan shows right below us on the map. What should we do? Zhao Shan asked anxiously. Su Ziyin was also somewhat nervous. Under their intense gaze, Lu Hen shook his head and said, "Don't worry, the light point still being there means he's fine. Let's first scan the surrounding environment clearly before we go look for him." In a wide passage, cough, Ji Yuan staggered to his feet, his handsome face covered in dirt, his hair and clothes caked with mud. The figure of Ming materialized, and fortunately, he recalled Ming just as he was about to fall. Rustle, rustle. A strange sound echoed in his ears. Ji Yuan turned his head and saw a small golden beast the size of a wheel in the corner. This little beast was covered in golden scales and had sharp claws. At that moment, it was scratching its sharp claws, which were still covered in dirt. It seemed this creature was the culprit behind his fall. Zhang Di, why does he want to kill me? Ji Yuan scanned his surroundings. This was a straight mining tunnel, and through the map, he realized he was far from Zhao Shan and the others. He. Laughter came from both the front and back. He saw two members of Zhang Di's team flanking him, their eyes filled with mockery. As their soul power surged, they summoned their beasts. In front was a fire wolf with flames burning on its fur. Behind was a rare bird radiating cold air. Ji Yuan. At that moment, the sharp laughter rang out again, and Zhang Di, with his mouth full of gold teeth, appeared with Xiao Lingjue from behind. You really are terrible at being a person. You managed to offend both the young master of the Xiao family and me at the same time. Zhang Di stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Ming. How about this? Destroy the contract, give me your beast, and I'll let you live. He grinned widely, exuding an air of confidence. You promised me you would not let him leave here. Xiao Lingjue frowned. Young Master Xiao, just because I won't touch him doesn't mean my people won't. Zhang Di laughed shamelessly, and his two lackeys joined in the laughter. This young master from a prestigious family couldn't even understand that? So, what now, kid? Zhang Di looked at Ji Yuan, filled with mockery, not taking him seriously at all. Did Zhang Jilin send you? Ji Yuan's expression remained calm. Zhang Di's expression didn't change, but a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Ming. Just as Ji Yuan's words fell. Buzz. The bloodline fluctuation erupted, and then, a person and a beast shot forward, charging towards the flaming firewolf. Don't be overconfident. This kid isn't as simple as he seems. Zhang Di's voice came from behind. His lackeys were unconcerned, thinking he was just a young brat. What could he possibly do? Immediately, he ordered the firewolf to prepare for an attack, only to find that the firewolf was whimpering with its tail between its legs under the bloodline suppression. Ji Yuan's target was clear. This was an almost certain death trap for him, and facing it head-on offered no chance of survival. Seeing the fire wolf disobeying orders, the lackey panicked. Just as Ji Yuan and the ghostly green beast were about to close in, his panicked expression suddenly shifted, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. Not good. Ji Yuan saw this and immediately halted. Hiss. But it was ultimately a step too late. A small golden beast shot out from above, its sharp claws piercing Ji Yuan's right shoulder. Blood flowed freely. Ji Yuan was in grave danger. Ha ha ha. You naive kid. Do you really think you can use me as a breakthrough? The lackey laughed triumphantly. The golden beast's claws were filled with toxins that could paralyze a person's body. But the next moment, Ji Yuan, pierced by the claws, suddenly charged out. Flame storm. At the same time, Ming unleashed a torrent of ghostly hellfire, instantly filling the entire tunnel. The lackey clearly did not expect the 7th-grade youth to be able to move under the influence of the toxin. Due to the close distance, he could only watch in horror as the greenish flames rushed towards him, and the moment they touched him, they spread throughout his body. The scorching heat burned both flesh and soul, like countless insects gnawing at his body, as the younger brother and his two beasts screamed in agony. Amidst the raging flames, a hand suddenly appeared, grabbing his face and forcefully pressing it to the ground. Thus, a 6th-tier beast master paid the price of his arrogance with his life in this deep underground. This idiot! Behind them, a wall of chilling ice blocked the path of Zhang Di and the others. The younger brother's dying screams reached Zhang Di's ears, igniting a fierce killing intent within him. He had long heard from Zhang Jilin about Ji Yuan's beasts and had warned these two not to let their guard down when facing him. Xiao Lingjue's expression grew colder. At first, he thought the screams were from Ji Yuan, but upon seeing Zhang Di's unusual demeanor, he realized the truth. Chase! At the moment the flames dissipated, the ice wall shattered, and Zhang Di summoned a dark purple, leopard-like beast with 4 slender front legs, charging out. This was also a poison wind phantom leopard. Ahead, Ji Yuan clutched his wound, and under Ming's concerned gaze, he took 2 brown pills from his beast ring and swallowed them. One was an antidote, the other a hemostatic. Both were given to him by Zhao Shan before entering the mine. Suddenly, a strange sound howled from behind. Then Ji Yuan and Ming felt a jolt in their souls, their minds momentarily dazed. Turning around, they discovered Zhang Di riding a poison wind phantom leopard, a sinister smile on his lips as he charged toward them. The earlier soul tremor was the soul power technique that Lu Han had taught him earlier. It seemed that Zhang Di's rank was at least on par with Lu Han. Whoosh! At the same time, a blazing firelight resembling a flying arrow shot through the passage toward Ji Yuan. This was Xiao Lingjue's first attack, but he couldn't see what had shot the arrow. Ming leaped up, the nether flame flickering, immediately blocking the fiery arrow. Its special trait was immunity to all fire attribute damage. The flamestorm ignited once more, and Ming and Ji Yuan, their minds connected, knew that there was no chance of escape now. They could only fight to the death. However, as the nether flame surged again from the void, a brilliant light of ice crystals burst forth. Following that, a chilling wind, as if from the depths of the nine hells, swept in, extinguishing the greenish-black nether flame. Ji Yuan leaned against the earthen wall, focusing his gaze, and saw a unicorn covered in ice crystals standing before Zhang Di. Frosty breath billowed from the unicorn's nostrils, and its sharp horns still shimmered with cold light. The poison wind phantom leopard's steps gradually came to a halt. Zhang Di leaped down, standing between the unicorn and the phantom leopard, revealing a big golden tooth as he waved at Ji Yuan. "Kid, I'll give you one more chance to destroy the contract. Don't let such a beautiful creature die with you in this lightless place. When a beast master dies, their beast also perishes." According to the information provided by Zhang Jilin, this was a legendary bloodline beast, and Zhang Di was naturally tempted. Ming pressed closely against Ji Yuan, letting out a low growl, as if to tell him he was willing to face death. "Don't worry." Faced with the life and death crisis, Ji Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he gently patted Ming's forehead. "Unfold the Emperor's bestiary." He looked at Zhang Di and the others, whispering in his heart. In his mind, the Emperor's bestiary materialized. His consciousness lingered on the third pattern, which depicted a giant lizard of vibrant green, brimming with endless vitality. It was a segment of the skeleton he had absorbed in the Beast King's secret realm, from the spider's nest, the verdant wood lizard. The final function of the Emperor's bestiary's first upgrade was to consume all skeletal integrity to briefly manifest the creature. Previously, he thought he would never need this function. Verdant wood lizard skeletal integrity, 15%, fully consumed to manifest adult form verdant wood lizard? Yes. At this moment, Zhang Di's patience was completely exhausted. "Humph. Since you are unwilling, let it accompany you to death." The poison wind phantom leopard instantly lunged forward, opening its bloody mouth to spray a thick cloud of poison mist at Ji Yuan. The icy crystal unicorn's sharp horn gathered light, radiating a terrifying wave of energy. Xiao Lingjue had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and a fiery arrow shot out again, aimed directly at Ji Yuan's heart. "This is the consequence of provoking me." Buzz. Just when they thought Ji Yuan was doomed, a sudden change occurred. A dazzling, piercing green light surged forth, causing them to instinctively close their eyes. Boom! Immediately after, a terrifying rumble shook the ground, and Zhang Di was the first to open his eyes, looking at what was before him in confusion. The mine tunnel was inexplicably filled with a green object. What the hell? Zhang Di signaled for a subordinate beside him to investigate. Whoosh! But as soon as the subordinate took a step forward, a pink object shot out from the front, wrapping around his body and pulling him back. The subordinate was first stunned, but then let out a piercing scream. Zhang Di's expression changed slightly. He focused his gaze, and when his eyes met a ghastly yellow pupil, he was dumbfounded. What the hell? Where did this giant lizard come from? The giant lizard completely filled the entire mine tunnel, chewing with its mouth, its ghastly yellow eyes staring at Zhang Di and Xiao Lingjue, motionless. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking echoed, and a pink object shot out again. This time, Zhang Di realized that this ghostly thing was the giant lizard's tongue. Release the wind barrier. He hurriedly shouted at the poison wind phantom leopard in front of him. But just as the barrier formed, that pink giant tongue wrapped around the poison wind phantom leopard without any obstruction and pulled back again. Damn it! That was the beast I painstakingly tamed. Zhang Di's face changed drastically, and the unicorn beside him immediately shot out a beam of icy light, aimed straight at the ghastly yellow pupil. But this attack had no effect. He could only watch helplessly as his poison wind phantom leopard was swallowed whole by the giant lizard. What is this? Behind him, Xiao Lingjue was also stunned. He had never seen a giant lizard of this size as a beast. What the hell are you waiting for? Run! Zhang Di felt the beast mark belonging to the poison wind phantom leopard dissipate, his heart bleeding. He saw that the unicorn's attack had been completely ineffective and suddenly thought of a possibility. Zhang Jilin said that Ji Yuan possesses some kind of ability to transform into a strange beast. But damn it, didn't he say that the beast he transformed into was a griffin? Why is it a giant lizard now? Zhang Di recalled the unicorn and frantically ran backward. Xiao Lingjue's expression darkened as he stared at Zhang Di's back, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Huff! On the other side of the mine, Ji Yuan leaned against the wall, his face pale, gasping for breath. The transformation into the vibrant wood lizard had directly drained half of his soul power, nearly leaving him exhausted. Ming approached, its beastly eyes filled with concern. "I'm fine." Ji Yuan smiled and patted it, glancing at the map. He was now a bit farther from Zhao Shan and the others. "I can only explore slowly." He followed the route scanned by the map, making his way up the mine tunnel. When he climbed up from a nearly vertical mine shaft, the distance between him and Zhao Shan's trio had become infinitesimally close on the map. However, a black rock wall blocked their path. On the other side, "Damn it! This wall is too thick. I can't communicate with him. Can Uncle Lu break this wall?" Zhao Shan leaned against the rock wall, looking at Lu Hen. "This is bedrock, incredibly hard. It can't be broken." Lu Hen looked to the right. "Let's find a way around." Ji Yuan is on the move. Is he encountering danger again? Su Ziyin was constantly watching the map, worry flashing in his eyes. Detected remains of an emperor-level creature. Detected remains of an emperor-level creature. Ji Yuan did not expect to find bones buried in such a place, and at this moment, the markers lighting up before him were not just one. As he followed the markers, after passing through a narrow, crowded mine tunnel, a wall blocked his path. The wall was cracked, and a faint glow seeped through. The marker was just behind it. He kicked out with one foot. Bang! The wall, already not very sturdy, collapsed instantly under the external force. What was revealed was a massive mine cavern. Through his visor, countless colorful lights flickered throughout the cavern. He walked towards the nearest mineral. It was a red crystal embedded in the soil. Crimson Flamestone, fire-type beast taming advancement material, average market price, 50,000. The visor popped up information, very considerate. At the same time, a white line appeared on the crystal, which should be the mining cutting line Zhao Shan mentioned. He took out his mining gun and gently pulled the trigger. Zzz, a special beam of light about 2 centimeters wide shot out from the gun's muzzle. Following the line, he began to cut into the red crystal. Sparks flew, and as the outer layer of the crystal was cut open, a palm-sized object lay quietly inside. Ji Yuan cautiously reached out. This crimson flamestone was oval and irregular in shape, weighing about as much as a bottle of water. After experiencing the feeling of mining, he stored the crimson flamestone in his beast ring and walked towards the marker for the bones. Along the way, he was very careful, observing the surroundings with Ming, one person and one beast, and fortunately, this mine cavern seemed devoid of any creatures. When he approached the first marker, he discovered it was an arm severed at the elbow. It looked similar to human bones. Do emperor-level creatures have humanoid forms? With this doubt, he absorbed it, and the emperor's bestiary immediately popped up, unlocking a new slot. Creature, nine-tailed fox, race, fox spirit, bloodline, emperor level, attribute, wind, trait, enchanting demon body, can seduce any creature with weak will, including beast tamers. Other data, lost. Remains integrity, 10%, so it was the severed arm of a nine-tailed fox. Because the remains of the verdant wood lizard had been consumed, this creature still ranked after the Thunder Emperor beast, Flashing Spirit, making it the 4th emperor-level creature collected in his bestiary. Soon, he arrived at the next set of remains. This time, the remains were even stranger, a long, curved bone resembling a tusk. The bone was dark purple, a color he had never seen before. He crouched down and absorbed it. The Emperor's bestiary popped up, unlocking the 5th slot, displaying a shockingly fierce-looking creature. Creature, Void Lord, race, Void Dragon, bloodline, Emperor level, attribute, Void, trait, lost, other data, lost. Remains integrity, 1%, Void Lord. Ji Yuan's pupils constricted. What kind of creature is this? He had never seen a creature with a void attribute, not even a mention in books. He looked at the Emperor's bestiary, where the image of this strange creature appeared. Due to the low integrity of the remains, only an outline was visible. However, Ji Yuan could still recognize that this so-called Void Lord was a giant dragon with wings. This mining expedition had been incredibly rewarding. Not only had it broadened his perspective on technology, but it also added a brand new species to his bestiary. Retrieving the bestiary, Ji Yuan raised his head and looked ahead, where the last set of remains awaited. A thick bone, covered in dirt and stains. After absorption, a line of information popped up. Bone absorption complete. The integrity of the Star Peak Griffin remains increased to 55%. Oh? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, not expecting it to be the Star Peak Griffin. It seems he has quite the connection with this creature. Ha! Just as he was about to call up the Emperor's bestiary to take a look, a sudden, extremely heavy gasp sounded beside his ear. The noise made Ji Yuan's hair stand on end. He quickly looked at Ming, who was staring intently at something not far away, its beastly eyes trembling as it slowly backed away. Following its gaze, Ji Yuan finally noticed that at the deepest part of the mine, a gigantic creature was sleeping. The creature's skin color perfectly blended with the earth. If it weren't for the recent gasp, Ji Yuan might not have even noticed it. What terrified him even more was that upon seeing this creature clearly, he realized that just its nostrils were the size of a heavy truck's wheels. Swallowing hard, Ji Yuan cautiously retreated with Ming. The mine was incredibly quiet at that moment. One could hear a pin drop. As they backed away about 10 steps, a sudden sound of something falling came from behind. Ji Yuan didn't turn back because he saw a pair of diamond-shaped black pupils. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous noise. It was an extraordinarily massive python. It had been awakened and was now raising its head, coiling its body as it stared at Ji Yuan and Ming. This gray-black python was so large that it was several times thicker than the biggest water tank. The entire snake's head nearly occupied a quarter of the mine space. Ji Yuan. It was at this moment that Zhao Shan's roar came from the entrance behind them. This undoubtedly relieved Ji Yuan's anxious heart, but because the python was staring at him, he didn't dare to turn around or move. You! Whoa, whoa! Zhao Shan's shocked voice came, followed by him shouting, Uncle Lu! Uncle Lu! Ji Yuan cursed this fool in his heart. The commotion was too loud. But suddenly, the python moved. At that moment, it was as if several trains were starting up beside him. Although the python's movements were not fast, it created a terrifying gust of wind that made Ji Yuan's hair dance wildly. Strangely, the python did not attack. Instead, it passed over Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan, stopping its massive head at the entrance. Ah! Su Ziyi's terrified scream rang out. She must have just entered the mine and seen the terrifying python's head. You damn it! Zhao Shan ran up, laughing joyfully, circling around Ji Yuan and inspecting him from head to toe. Finally, when he saw the wound on Ji Yuan's right shoulder, his brow furrowed. The wound is so big, are you okay? Zhao Shan looked at him with concern. I'm fine, I took antidotes and hemostatic medicine. Ji Yuan shook his head, his gaze turning to the entrance, surprised to find that Lu Hen seemed to be communicating with the python. At the same time, Su Ziyin also approached, her fair oval face expressionless, slightly tilting her head as her gaze flitted over Ji Yuan. When she caught sight of the wound on his right shoulder, her eyes narrowed, her brows furrowed, and her red lips moved slightly, but she said nothing. You really know how to pick a place. Zhao Shan patted his back, gesturing towards Lu Hen. This python is one of the earth veins of Honling City. In other words, it's a guardian beast. We all call them earth veins. Guardian beast? At that moment, Ji Yuan couldn't help but marvel again at how wonderful the outside world was, full of everything. Soon, Lu Hen's robust figure walked towards them. At the same time, the python also retracted, and its body began to visibly shrink. Since we've accidentally stumbled into its territory, let's let it take us for a ride. Lu Hen's deep voice gave a sense of security. In the blink of an eye, the massive python had shrunk to about a meter in length. Transforming into a small snake, it coiled around Lu Hen's arm, raising its head and occasionally flicking its tongue near Lu Hen's ear, as if trying to speak. At that moment, its previous resting place revealed a hole as it shrank. Lu Hen moved forward, listening attentively and nodding. Ji Yuan and the others followed behind him. Once we get out, there's a surprise for you. Zhao Shan raised an eyebrow. What? Ji Yuan looked at him, but this guy feigned mystery, refusing to say anything no matter how much he was pressed. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately started to tussle with Zhao Shan. After a while, Ji Yuan noticed a gaze fixed on him, and he turned around. Su Ziyin quickly turned her face away, looking elsewhere. By the way, I haven't asked, did you come this time for the underworld ghost seed? Ji Yuan smiled. Ah. Su Ziyin was taken aback, her gaze drifting, her expression somewhat strange as she stammered, No. Zhao Shan looked at her oddly. You cursed me the whole way. Why are you stuttering now? You nonsense. Su Ziyin raised her small hand and slapped Zhao Shan hard. Her pretty face instantly flushed. Cursing? Really? Ji Yuan couldn't imagine Su Ziyin cursing. No, it seemed like the last time, she called him a rogue. I see it now, she didn't talk much when we first met because she wasn't familiar with us. Zhao Shan seemed to have found an outlet, complaining to Ji Yuan, You don't know. She kept blaming me and Uncle Lu for not helping you in time. Before he could finish, Su Ziyin's deadly grip caught his ear, and a tragic wail immediately echoed through the depths of the mine. I suggest we just twist his ear off. Ji Yuan laughed heartily, fanning the flames. Ah, Zhao Shan, hearing this, quickly begged for mercy. Grandma Su, I was wrong. Why do all you girls love to pull others' ears? My sister does this too. It hurts. For a moment, laughter and cries for mercy echoed in the passage. The three of them had forged their bond during a valley trip, and this journey through the mine further solidified their friendship, lasting forever. Ji Yuan laughed until tears came out, gently wiping the corners of his eyes. He had never laughed so heartily in the past 2 years. At that moment, the three of them, in their playful banter, suddenly noticed Luhan had stopped. He turned around and said, "There are several newly mined veins, and one of them indeed has the underworld ghost seed. However, the path to the underworld ghost seed is blocked." Luhan looked at Zhao Shan and said, "We need to contact Brother Tianho. He might have to come personally." "Is it that serious?" Zhao Shan, upon hearing this, immediately became serious, his expression extremely grave. Zhao Shan was the one who understood Luhan's strength the best, if even he wasn't confident. "It's not some creature blocking the way." Luhan tilted his head, listening to the unique language of the small snake, and after a moment, he said, "The only way to the underworld ghost seed vein has an insurmountable thunder pool. So that's how it is." Zhao Shan immediately took out a satellite phone the size of a brick. Just as he was about to dial, Ji Yuan stopped him. "Thunder pool? Maybe we don't need to trouble Uncle Zhao, let's go take a look first." Luhan turned to Ji Yuan, and after a moment of silence, he said nothing and continued to lead the way. "I almost forgot. Your beast is of the thunder attribute." Zhao Shan also realized this. When Luhan stopped again, a pool of crackling thunder surged, the roaring waters blocking their path. Although it is called the thunder pool, it is actually just a depression filled with thunder attributes. The only way to cross it is for a thunder attribute beast to absorb the power within the pool. Luhan stepped aside, and Ji Yuan took 2 steps forward. Boom! Under the gaze of several people, the Thunder Emperor beast, Flashing Spirit, appeared for the first time. Its emergence resonated with the thunder pool, and in an instant, the thunderous might surged, causing even Luhan to take a few steps back. What a magnificent thunder attribute beast! Luhan's eyes lit up. Such a sight was rare for him. He cast a deep glance at Ji Yuan, realizing that Brother Tianho was right. It was indeed fortunate for Zhao Shan to befriend such a genius. "Wait, isn't that the greenish-blue chimera?" Zhao Shan reacted and leaned closer to him. "You're not being fair, you actually tricked me, you." As he entered his chatterbox mode, Ji Yuan seemed to ignore him. After giving the command, Flashing Spirit leaped down. Its characteristic entry already granted it immunity to thunder attribute damage, making it feel at home in this thunder pool. In just over 20 seconds, the energy of the thunder pool dimmed until it completely vanished. Flashing Spirit returned, its majestic form surrounded by thunder. With the power gone, the thunder pool returned to its pitiful state, and he recalled Flashing Spirit back into the beast seal. After crossing this depression of about 1 meter in diameter, ahead, a ghostly green glow flickered. Finally found it, the nether ghost seed. 4 hours had passed since they descended into the mine. The veins of the nether ghost seed were quite special. Unlike other minerals scattered here and there, a large expanse of ghostly green crystals gathered together, shimmering with luster. These crystals resembled watermelons, although they were clustered, each had a distinct size. "This is the nether ghost seed, summon your beast." Luhan stood in front of one of the crystals, took out a unique mining gun, and began to excavate. Ming stood beside him, looking up. The fluctuations of these crystals had a strange attraction for it. The hardness of the nether ghost seed crystals seemed extraordinary. It took 20 minutes just to cut through. Ji Yuan focused intently, and at the moment the crystal shell was completely cut open, Luhan's hand moved like the wind, reaching into the crystal's interior to retrieve a mass of ghostly green substance, which he directly stuffed into Ming's mouth without hesitation. When his hand withdrew from Ming's mouth, Ji Yuan saw the ghostly flames around Ming's body begin to flicker. At the same time, Ming's eyes slowly closed, its body swaying before finally collapsing to the side. Did it just advance directly? Luhan observed Ming, deep in thought. "Now that we have what we came for, shall we go?" Zhao Shan yawned. "What about Su Ziyin? What were you looking for in Hongling City?" After recalling Ming, Ji Yuan looked at the girl who had been silent beside them. "Oh, we got it on the way to find you." Su Ziyin's eyes flickered, her words somewhat drifting. What was wrong with her? Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan exchanged puzzled glances. In the end, it was Zhao Shan who explained for her. "On the way to meet you, we passed through a Holy Spirit vein. She came this time specifically for the Holy Spirit stone." "Then let's go." Since everyone had achieved their goals, there was no reason to linger. "What?" But at that moment, Luhan voiced his surprise for the first time. The three looked over to see the big guy frowning, staring at the small snake on his arm, saying, "The creature swarm is going berserk? But the time isn't right." "Why?" "The creature swarm is going berserk." Zhao Shan's expression also changed, and then he explained to the puzzled Ji Yuan and the others, under normal circumstances, the creatures in the veins have their own nesting habitats. These creatures have a strong territorial awareness and won't stray too far from their nests. However, every once in a while, these creatures will suddenly go berserk, rampaging through every corner of the mine, tearing apart any living being they see. He looked at Ji Yuan, his expression grave. Do you remember I mentioned that a third-tier beast master once died in the mine? He was killed during one of those berserk episodes. Although it happened many years ago, since then, my father has figured out the patterns of these berserk episodes. Every 2 months, he would seal off all entrances to the mine until the rampage subsided. Ji Yuan frowned, not expecting such variables in the mine. Moreover, judging by Lu Han and Zhao Shan's expressions, it was clear that this was not the time for a berserk episode. Xiao Shan, Lu Han shouted in a deep voice, quickly contact Brother Tianho and tell him we will leave from the know. One mine exit. Okay. Zhao Shan immediately took out his satellite phone. Then, the small snake on Lu Han's arm returned to the ground and began to crawl ahead. Keep up. Lu Han led the way, with the poison wind phantom leopard and muscle kangaroo reappearing. The atmosphere became incredibly tense, with only the sounds of footsteps and heavy breathing echoing through the mine. When they returned to the previous mine entrance, the small snake's body gradually swelled, transforming once again into a giant python. It will block this entrance for us, the no. One mine exit is not far away, we must speed up. Lu Han led Ji Yuan and the others swiftly through the mine. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow shot out from the surrounding rock walls, heading straight for Su Ziyi's head. Be careful! Ji Yuan, closest to her, reacted first. With a surge of thunder, he bit down on the shadow. When Ji Yuan looked closely, he realized the attacking shadow was that elusive ghost horn rat. However, this ghost horn rat was different from the one they encountered when they first entered the mine. Its eyes were dark purple, and its body was covered in dark purple patterns. Corrosive poison mist. Lu Han's voice came through as the poison wind phantom leopard at the front emitted a white mist, covering the mine walls. Some ghost horn rats hiding within disintegrated into gas the moment they touched the poison, leaving not even a bone behind. Roar! The breath of the poison wind phantom leopard erupted, seemingly attracting other creatures. From behind in the mine, terrifying roars echoed. Run! Lu Han dashed out again. Zhao Shan, holding the satellite phone, finally got through to his father, speaking about the sudden changes in the mine's creature behavior as he ran. Just as Ji Yuan and Shanshan were about to leave, they noticed Su Ziyin's face had turned pale, seemingly stunned by the recent scene. Hurry up! With no time to think, as the sounds from behind grew closer, Ji Yuan grabbed her hand, pulling her to catch up with Zhao Shan. Su Ziyin stared blankly at his back, allowing him to pull her along as they ran wildly. As one of the 5 major beast master families, no one could understand why Miss Su always traveled alone. The group fled, during which various terrifying and bizarre roars echoed throughout the mine. Those cries, it was no exaggeration to say, were enough to make the faint-hearted's hearts burst and die on the spot. Ji Yuan and the others felt their scalps tingle and their hearts race. When they suddenly broke free from the enclosed mine and entered a spacious area, Ji Yuan's eyes fell upon an elevator shaft. Finally arrived. At this moment, the place was brightly lit, and an old but functional elevator was quietly waiting. Turning back, in the mine they had come from, colorful and strange lights burst forth, with bizarre creatures with dark purple eyes chasing after them. Fortunately, as long as they could get into the elevator, they would be able to leave this dark place. Suddenly, in Ji Yuan's line of sight, a purple beam of light flashed from above. Bang! Then, he heard a deafening and terrifying explosion. No! Lu Han's roar echoed through the space. Ji Yuan looked ahead, his expression changing dramatically. He saw that the elevator shaft had been severed by some immense force, and amidst the rising dust, a massive creature covered in dark purple patterns stood up in the elevator shaft. Ape demon! A fierce rage surged in Lu Han's eyes as he turned to Ji Yuan. You all find a way to hold off the front, I must use all my strength to stop this guy. With that, Lu Han summoned the muscular kangaroo and the venomous wind leopard and charged towards the giant ape demon. Ji Yuan's heart sank because what the 3 of them faced was not just a rampaging creature from a mine tunnel. A quick glance revealed that the space connected to this mine shaft had at least 10 tunnels. Moreover, in these tunnels, rampaging creatures surged like a tide, appearing frantically. Strange and bizarre creatures from the depths of the mine rushed out like a tsunami, causing Ji Yuan and the others' hearts to race uncontrollably. How could they stop this? Dance of lightning! With Ji Yuan's command, the lightning spirit let out a low growl, its body transforming into lightning as it crashed into the rampaging beast tide. Zzz! Deep blue lightning instantly spread out, causing countless creatures to scream in agony, with some of the relatively weaker ones fainting on the spot. Wild creatures, when faced with contracted beasts of a beast master, unless they were incredibly powerful themselves, would definitely be the ones crushed. Let's do this! Seeing him take action, Zhao Shan immediately summoned the long-armed gibbons. As soon as they appeared, they were startled by the scene before them. What are you looking at? Get in there! Use the Great Whirlwind! As the beast master of the gibbons, Zhao Shan understood their thoughts too well and immediately scolded. The long-armed gibbons shook their bodies, gritted their teeth, and charged forward, opening their arms and spinning like a whirlwind, their powerful arms sending all creatures they touched flying. Flame bombardment! Meanwhile, Su Ziyin also regained her senses and raised her arms, shouting. The flame-eating sparrow circled high in the sky, spitting fireballs down at the beast tide below. The combination of fire and lightning caused violent explosions within the beast tide, and the trio's first wave of cooperation actually bought them a little time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Before they could feel happy, some creatures unable to advance from behind began to spit deadly venom or various strange spikes at the three. Ji Yuan immediately called out to Su Ziyin and Zhao Shan to dodge, but the target size of the gibbons was simply too large, and soon, they were hit by various venoms and spikes. Ow! A painful howl erupted. If it weren't for the gibbons' innate ability to be immune to toxins, they would have likely died on the spot. Seeing this, Zhao Shan could only retract them into the Beast Master's seal. What to do? My Bing Bing is in the process of advancing. I have no beasts left. Ji Yuan sighed inwardly, and Ming was also in a deep sleep during its advancement. Otherwise, its deterrence would be extremely useful at this moment. Wait, deterrence! Ji Yuan's mind lit up as he looked towards a part of the beast tide, where there was a small pack of wolves with light yellow fur. In the lightning spirit's characteristic entry, there was one that stated, Wolf Lord's authority, can command and intimidate wolf-type creatures or beasts, can only be immune if the bloodline level is equal to it. Clearly, the wolf pack deep underground could not possess an emperor-level bloodline. The lightning spirit, connected to Ji Yuan's mind, immediately raised its head and let out a sharp, passionate howl. An invisible ripple spread out, and the snarling wolf pack suddenly froze. Then, the dark purple light in their beastly eyes faded, turning into confusion. Indiscriminate attack. With Ji Yuan's low shout, the wolf pack mixed in with the beast tide opened their bloody mouths and crazily began to tear at the surrounding creatures. That part of the beast tide instantly fell into chaos. What the hell? Infighting! Zhao Shan exclaimed in surprise as he caught sight of this scene. Su Ziyin remained focused on commanding the flame-devouring sparrow to attack. With a portion of the beast tide's assault diminished, the pressure from the front visibly lessened. Ji Yuan glanced at Zhao Shan, who was hiding in the back, and couldn't help but tease, "You're the son of the mayor of Hongling City. How did you end up contracting two monkeys?" It wasn't that he looked down on Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing, but these two beast companions didn't quite match the identity of this young master. Hey! To his surprise, Zhao Shan merely smiled mysteriously at his comment, neither retorting nor explaining. This demeanor made Ji Yuan's heart stir. Could it be that this ape and orangutan had hidden evolutionary paths? No good, we can't hold on any longer. Su Ziyin's voice rang out, and Ji Yuan quickly looked to the front. The paralysis effect from the dance of lightning was gradually weakening, and some of the fierce creatures had begun to break free. He turned his gaze towards Lu Hen's direction, where the battle was exceptionally fierce, with even Lu Hen himself joining the fray. However, he saw that the demon ape was covered in blood, its eyes dazed, and it was on the verge of collapsing. We just need to hold on a little longer, Uncle Lu will finish soon. Ji Yuan signaled for Flash to activate the dance of lightning again, but these underground creatures seemed to have developed resistance. The effect was far from the first time. My soul power is almost exhausted. Su Ziyin's delicate face gradually turned pale. She only had low-level soul power qualifications and couldn't sustain combat for long. This also meant that Ji Yuan would have to face this terrifying beast tide alone. It seems we can only take a gamble. Sighing, Ji Yuan shouted in his heart, "Flash, unleash, thunder judgment." Boom! In an instant, thunder erupted out of nowhere. Flash's majestic figure stood before everyone, and the terrifying thunderous power surged wildly from its body, condensing into dark clouds filled with heavenly might high above in the blink of an eye. Ji Yuan's face turned pale. This skill was a tremendous drain on both him and Flash. Bang! The moment the dark clouds took shape, rolling thunderbolts rained down upon the beast tide. In an instant, the thunder elements surged wildly, exploding within the beast tide and unleashing waves of violent power. Some creatures that were directly hit turned to ash instantly, unable to even let out a scream. In the sky, Su Ziyin's flame-devouring sparrow vanished, signaling her soul power was depleted. Zhao Shan stepped forward to support her as they retreated, both focusing their gaze on different aspects of the chaotic scene of thunder. Su Ziyin stared blankly at the young man standing beneath the thunder, as if transported back to a month ago in the Beast King's secret realm. It was he who had stepped forward when everyone was in despair, turning the tide. This time, it was also he who, when the team's highest combat power was restrained and he and Zhao Shan were powerless to respond, stepped forward once again. Meanwhile, Zhao Shan was fixated on Flash's form, with only one thought in his mind, my good brother actually possesses such a beast companion, that's really impressive. Ji Yuan gasped for breath as the thunder fell. Although the momentum was overwhelming, some creatures resembling mantises moved at incredible speeds, evading even the thunder. They were charging forward rapidly, riding on the beast tide from behind. What to do? At that moment, Ji Yuan looked up at the thunderclouds above, suddenly recalling what Lu Han had said earlier. Right, soul power. Soul power could resonate with any attribute. Now, it was time to give it a try. Immediately, he raised his palm, channeling all his soul power. In the end, the remaining soul power within him was only enough to condense into a palm-sized orb. A strong sense of dizziness surged, but he endured it and hurled it fiercely towards the thundercloud. Boom! Suddenly, the thunderclouds churned violently, not only accelerating the speed of the falling thunder but also causing every thunderclap to resonate with a tremendous sound, making all creatures' souls tremble uncontrollably, freezing them in fear and halting all actions. Even Lu Han, who was entangled with the demon ape, felt a surge of heart-pounding emotion. Similarly, the already extremely weakened demon ape was momentarily dazed by the thunder mixed with soul power. A killing intent erupted in Lu Han's eyes as he seized this fleeting moment of vulnerability. The muscular kangaroo's fist shot towards the demon ape's head like a cannonball. The venomous wind-strange leopard transformed into a whirlwind, crashing into the demon ape's heart. At this point, the demon ape met its demise. Ji Yuan. At the same time, Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin's exclamations rang out. Lu Han turned around and saw Ji Yuan staggering, along with the beast tide that he had single-handedly blocked. That commotion just now, he resonated with soul power and the thunder attribute of beast taming. His vision blurred, and his consciousness wavered. Ji Yuan was swaying, having nearly exhausted his soul power for the first time. This feeling of overexertion was truly uncomfortable. In a daze, he felt someone supporting him. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin's worried expressions, and he forced a smile. It's nothing, just a bit overexerted. Due to his overexertion, the flashing spirit had been forced back into the beast taming seal. In the sky, the thunderclouds also dissipated. These rampaging creatures continued to surge forward, difficult to completely eliminate, and the driven wolf pack had long been annihilated. Fortunately, Lu Han had freed up his hands and moved to the front. Aside from the venomous wind-strange leopard and the muscular kangaroo, he summoned another robust beast. To everyone's astonishment, this muscular beast could vaguely be identified as a dog. To be precise, it was an extremely strong and fierce husky. The fact that a husky could be trained to such an extent made one wonder if Lu Han had some peculiar obsession. However, this muscular husky was exceptionally fierce. It was seen surrounded by swirling ice, charging into the beast tide, causing chaos. A 5th-grade beast tamer could control up to 3 beasts at the same time. Besides the husky, the muscular kangaroo was also wildly darting through the beast tide, and one could even see a hint of excitement in its expression. Lu Han kept the venomous wind-strange leopard by his side, on guard. Then, he walked towards Ji Yuan, looking at his pale face, and couldn't help but speak. Just now, you resonated with soul power and beast attributes? Lu Han's expression was strange, a mix of shock and disbelief. When he saw Ji Yuan nod, he immediately said, "Don't go back to Lingyun City, stay here." Lu Han was extremely serious. With your talent, combined with our resources, you will become the youngest 4th-grade beast tamer in the world. In his eyes, the promotion conditions from 6th to 5th grade were nothing for this young man. Among the 3 present, only he understood how terrifying Ji Yuan's resonance with beast soul power was. Although Ji Yuan had previously resonated with the wind attribute of the venomous wind-strange leopard, that was because he was a 5th-grade beast tamer. This young man was at most 6th grade. Logically, he shouldn't be able to resonate with a beast's soul power. Ji Yuan was stunned. He didn't understand why Lu Han had such an expression. Zhao Shan was also incredibly eager, hoping Ji Yuan would stay. Don't rush to answer, think it over carefully. After we leave here, I will ask you again. After saying this, Lu Han walked forward with the venomous wind-strange leopard. Are you okay? Su Ziyin stood beside him, her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she looked at Ji Yuan. I'm fine, my soul power recovers very quickly, Ji Yuan said with a smile. After all, with his exceptional talent, the recovery speed was unimaginable. The number of rampaging creatures was gradually increasing. According to Zhao Shan's explanation, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Zhao Shan said that because the giant python was deliberately emitting its aura, it prevented many rampaging creatures from rushing towards the first mine. Su Ziyin was somewhat puzzled by this. Since the rampaging creatures will deliberately avoid the giant python, then why not let it stay close? You don't know, it won't shrink its body unless it encounters a beast master of Uncle Lu's level. Zhao Shan's explanation left Su Ziyin puzzled. Ji Yuan added, in other words, the giant python must maintain its maximum size to intimidate the rampaging creatures. That's the idea. Zhao Shan nodded. After a moment of recovery, Ji Yuan summoned the flashing spirit again. With Lu Hen in front, he didn't have to fight as desperately as before. The air was thick with the smell of blood, but the masks prevented them from smelling anything. Ji Yuan directed the flashing spirit to command the wolf pack within the beast tide to assist Lu Hen. Time passed second by second. The number of beasts did not decrease but increased, and if this continued, even Lu Hen would be overwhelmed. Isn't Brother Tianhou here yet? Lu Hen's brows were tightly furrowed, and controlling 3 beasts was exhausting him. He couldn't hold on much longer. Ji Yuan's soul power was also nearly depleted, and during this time, Su Ziyin had summoned the flame-devouring sparrow twice. Unable to summon his beast, Zhao Shan was frantically dialing a satellite phone, trying to contact Zhao Tianhou. Just as Ji Yuan's soul power ran out again, cold sweat began to bead on Lu Hen's forehead. Suddenly, a terrifying tremor echoed from above, sending chills down their spines. Looking up, Ji Yuan was astonished to see the lights in the elevator shaft flickering, and some scattered stones on the ground were shaking violently. Bang! In the next moment, the top suddenly exploded. Get down! Lu Hen lunged at Su Ziyin, helping her dodge a massive rock. Countless fragments mixed with dust came crashing down, and all that remained was the terrifying sound of the earth shaking. After retracting the flashing spirit, Ji Yuan also dove to the side. Zhao Shan, meanwhile, was covering his head and screaming as he fled. When the chaos finally subsided, Ji Yuan hurriedly looked up, his pupils suddenly constricting. In front of him, dust was swirling. Wow! Suddenly, a pair of dazzling golden wings burst forth from the dust, and a strong wind blew away the smoke, revealing a perfectly proportioned body. The suddenly appearing creature was enormous, not only sporting wings but also a head resembling that of a majestic eagle. Its lion-like robust figure was covered in golden fur, appearing incredibly radiant at first glance. Ji Yuan was not unfamiliar with this creature. Griffin! Beside him, Zhao Shan's eyes lit up upon seeing the magnificent griffin, and he spread his arms, shouting, "Dad, you little rascal, always getting me into trouble." A light laugh came from the griffin's body, and at that moment, Ji Yuan noticed a middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back on the griffin. The griffin was about the size of a bus. Zhao Tianhou appeared minuscule on its back, but when he turned to face the halted beast tide, an overwhelming sense of dread instantly emerged. "You beasts, why aren't you scramming?" The calm words caused the underground monsters to scatter in all directions. With a single sentence, he drove back the beast tide. "One day, I want to become someone like that." Ji Yuan looked at that figure, his eyes filled with fervor and longing. Zhao Tianhou jumped off the griffin and walked towards everyone. Lu Hen, covered in dirt, stepped forward. "Old Lu, you look quite disheveled." A smirk appeared on Zhao Tianhou's lips, lacking the coldness and authority he had when driving back the beast tide. Lu Hen shook his head, seemingly used to this demeanor. Then, Zhao Tianhou slapped Zhao Shan on the head. "You little brat. What trouble did you not help with this time, huh?" Zhao Shan, feeling wronged, covered his head and said, "Dad, how did you know? Out of the 4 of you, you're the only one with the cleanest clothes and the reddest face. Do I even need to say more?" Zhao Tianhou scolded with a laugh. Then, he finally fixed his gaze on Ji Yuan, revealing the gentle smile he had shown during their first meeting. "Godson, you scored full marks this time, especially when you resonated with the thunder using your soul power, providing old Lu with the opportunity to kill the ape demon. Truly a full mark among full marks." His words left Ji Yuan stunned. How did he? As if guessing Ji Yuan's thoughts, Zhao Tianhou inexplicably waved at Zhao Shan, and a faint green light flew out from Zhao Shan's collar, landing in his hand. You actually used a ghost butterfly to monitor us." Zhao Shan exclaimed immediately. "What are you talking about?" Zhao Tianhou glared at him. "I was worried you might encounter some accident, so I could act at the first moment, do you understand?" After saying that, he pretended to hit him, and Zhao Shan shrank back, not daring to say more. So he had been watching all along. Ji Yuan's heart was like a mirror. No wonder the other party only revealed themselves now. "Miss Su, were you satisfied with this trip?" Zhao Tianhou turned his gaze to the last person. Su Ziyin slightly bowed her head and respectfully said, "Uncle Zhao, just call me Ziyin. This time, thanks to you and Uncle Lu for taking care of me." "Ha!" Zhao Tianhou waved his hand with a smile. "These are small matters. I know your situation in the Su family." Then, he looked at Ji Yuan with ill intentions, chuckling. "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, tell my godson. Things like Holy Spirit stones, I'll have him deliver them to you personally." Ji Yuan was a bit dazed. How did this involve me? Also, when did I agree to be a godson? Su Ziyin's pretty face turned red, knowing what Zhao Tianho meant, and lowered her head, not daring to respond. After that, the group sat on the broad back of the griffin, and with the flapping of its wings, Ji Yuan and the others left along the large pit created by the griffin. Outside, it was already night. From a high altitude, the city of Hongling looked dazzling with lights. The strong wind howled, making it hard to open one's eyes. Zhao Shan sat in front of Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin, shouting, "Quick! This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, let's take a picture." Saying this, he raised his hand. Behind him, Su Ziyin's long hair flew in the wind, and seeing him raise his phone, she quickly hid behind Ji Yuan. "Don't hide. I've been regretting not taking a photo after we came out of the secret realm this month." Zhao Shan shouted, his chatter unstoppable even against the high-altitude wind. Ji Yuan, feeling annoyed, could only helplessly agree. All right, just take it." Seeing him agree, Su Ziyin paused for a moment, her eyes flickering, and then she stopped fixing her hair, letting it fly. Then, she gently tilted her head, revealing her pretty face, perfectly positioned on Ji Yuan's left shoulder, wearing a sweet smile. Ji Yuan casually gave a thumbs up. In front, Zhao Shan grinned widely. The moonlight fell on the faces of the three, and Zhao Shan pressed the shutter, permanently capturing this moment. "I'll create a group later and post the photo in there." After returning to the hotel, Ji Yuan fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed, until a series of urgent knocks on the door woke him up. Yawning, he looked out the window. The night sky was dark, dotted with stars. How long did I sleep? He was a bit puzzled. It was night before, so why was it still night when he woke up? The knocking continued, and when he opened the door, he saw Zhao Shan standing there with a smile. "Come on, I'm taking you to eat supper." Behind him was a sleepy-eyed Su Ziyin. Ji Yuan checked his phone and saw that it had only been an hour since they returned to the hotel. "I'm so tired. Can we order takeout?" Su Ziyin yawned repeatedly, and her suggestion received Ji Yuan's approval. Half an hour later, Ji Yuan looked at the array of late-night snacks in the room and couldn't help but ask, "How much did you order?" "This is enough for 30 people, right?" Unexpectedly, Zhao Shan's answer almost left both of them dumbfounded. "Ah, this isn't ours. This is a late-night snack for Tuan Tuan and Shanpa." "What?" 10 minutes later, the hotel suite was designed with beast tamers in mind, so both the space and furnishings catered to certain large beasts to some extent. Moreover, the suite Zhao Shan arranged for Ji Yuan was of the highest specification, spacious like a large flat apartment. At this moment, Ji Yuan rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the scene before him, lost in thought. In front of him, the gibbon Tuan Tuan sat cross-legged, stuffing a large meat skewer into its mouth with its left hand, while its right hand held another skewer, offering it to Shanpa. Inside the room, the brown-haired gibbon and the deep black-furred wolf lord were both feasting heartily. Watching Shanpo's satisfied expression, Ji Yuan realized he had overlooked an important point. Normally, beasts only needed to be supplied with soul power. Food was merely a taste for them. Seeing Shanpo enjoying the food so much, Ji Yuan understood that they, like humans, occasionally needed these things to provide emotional value. Once Ming advances to the youth stage, I'll let it experience this too. Afterward, Zhao Shan prepared several local late-night snacks from Hongling City and even took out 2 bottles of expensive red wine from the beast ring. You guys drink. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep first." Seeing him pull out the wine, Su Ziyin fled, fearing she might say something inappropriate if she drank too much. Before leaving, she said to Zhao Shan, "Remember to post the photos in the group." Back in her room, her phone vibrated quickly. She hurriedly opened it to find Zhao Shan had posted photos in the group. Sitting on her bed, Su Ziyin enlarged the image and her gaze lingered on Ji Yuan's handsome face, watching until her snow-white cheeks gradually turned red. "Ha ha ha, old Ji, you're really silly." On the other side, Zhao Shan laughed continuously, pointing at Ji Yuan giving a thumbs up in the photo. Ji Yuan remained calm, savoring the so-called vintage red wine. To be honest, he couldn't taste the difference. He could only blame himself for not knowing how to drink. "By the way, didn't you say you had a surprise for me when we got out?" Seeing Zhao Shan still savoring the photo, he felt a bit annoyed. "I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Tomorrow, we'll go find Uncle Lu." Zhao Shan put away his phone and smiled. "Do you remember Zhang Di, who was from the same city as you? After I escaped, I didn't see him chase after me." "What, did you guys run into him?" "Hee, you guessed it right. We encountered him on our way to meet you, right when Su Ziyin was mining the Holy Spirit Stone." Zhao Shan recalled, at that time, it was Uncle Lu who first sensed something was off, and when we got there, guess what state Zhang Di was in? "Stop keeping me in suspense, just say it." Ji Yuan hated when others spoke halfway. "Near death." A serious look flashed in Zhao Shan's eyes. He had a big hole in his abdomen, his right arm was completely gone, leaning against the mine tunnel, barely alive. "At first, we thought it was you who did it, But who knew, Zhang Di was cursing someone like crazy. This time, he didn't keep it a secret, staring at Ji Yuan, speaking each word clearly, Shaoling Jue. According to Zhang Di, it was Shaoling Jue who ambushed him and severely injured him. Shaoling Jue? Ji Yuan recalled carefully. When he transformed into the Lushwood Lizard, aside from Shaoling Jue, Zhang Di should have had a little brother with him. Could it be that these two were one killed and one injured by Shaoling Jue? However, from what Zhang Di said, Shaoling Jue isn't doing too well either. They must have mutually inflicted heavy damage on each other, right? Who cares? Tomorrow we'll go find Uncle Lu. He took Zhang Di into the beast ring, so you can ask him yourself. Zhao Shan waved his hand and raised his wine glass. Ji Yuan silently nodded. The next morning, under Zhao Shan's guidance, Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin arrived at Lu Hen's home, a 3-story villa. As soon as they entered, Ji Yuan saw a muscular kangaroo in the villa's garden, engaged in a battle of wits and strength with a giant wooden post. Inside the house, aside from various fitness equipment, there were no other complicated furnishings. It was very much in line with Lu Hen's style. "You're here?" Lu Hen gestured for Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin to sit casually, then took Ji Yuan into a sealed room. With a wave of his hand, Lu Hen summoned a giant frog, which, unsurprisingly, was also muscular and quite exaggerated. Wow! The frog opened its wide mouth and spat out Zhang Di, who was covered in slime. As Zhao Shan had said, his right arm was indeed missing, and the wound on his abdomen seemed to have stopped bleeding due to the slime. His face was pale, on the brink of death. When the barely alive Zhang Di regained consciousness, the first person he saw was Ji Yuan. He quickly shouted in a hoarse voice, "It's Zhang Jilin. He promised me that once I succeeded, he would let me return to Lingyun City and support me as the head of the Chengfeng Beast Taming Academy." Zhang Di was not a good person to begin with, and in his near-death state, he knew that only Ji Yuan could save him. Without needing Ji Yuan to say a word, he revealed everything. Zhang Jilin wants to get rid of Tan He and become the mayor himself. He has been planning this for years, and now he is at the most critical step. To be safe, he wants me to kill you. After saying this in one breath, Zhang Di gasped for air, seemingly trying to show his sincerity. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan had already heard about these matters from Tan He, and they held little significance for him. "How did you end up like this, injured by Shaoling Jue?" He scanned Zhang Di's mutilated body and asked. Mentioning the young master of the Shao family, a strong hatred surged in Zhang Di's eyes. "If it weren't for that bastard ambushing me, how could I have ended up like this?" At this point, he cursed Ji Yuan in his heart. If it weren't for Ji Yuan's giant lizard devouring his poisonous wind phantom leopard, he would have definitely been able to leave Shaoling Jue buried deep in the mine. "What is the most critical step in Zhang Jilin's plan?" Ji Yuan asked, voicing his main concern. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Zhang Di raised his head. "Sure," Ji Yuan replied. Lu Hen frowned but did not speak. "You promised to let me go." Zhang Di stared at him intently. "You have no other choice," Ji Yuan said flatly. A flash of rage crossed Zhang Di's eyes. If he weren't so severely injured, he would never allow himself to be at the mercy of others. "Damn little bastard, as long as I can survive and leave, I will definitely find a chance to kill you." He roared in his heart, then whispered, "Zhang Jilin plans to surround and kill Tan He at the City Union Summit." "What?" Ji Yuan's expression changed. "I also received an invitation to the ambush, but 2 days ago, Zhang Jilin suddenly changed his mind and told me to keep an eye on you in Honling City. According to Zhang Jilin's instructions, he wants me to kill you." Zhang Di lowered his head, and after revealing this biggest secret, he seemed to lose all his strength. Meanwhile, Lu Hen's brows were tightly knitted. Zhang Jilin is so bold, daring to ambush the mayor? Every beast tamer above the 5th rank is registered. Doesn't he fear the beast taming alliance holding him accountable? Humph. If he dares to do this, he must have his own plans. I don't know about that. Zhang Di raised his head and looked at Ji Yuan. "I've said everything. You promised me you would let me go." "Of course," Ji Yuan replied. But before Zhang Di could feel happy, he heard Ji Yuan continue, "Uncle Lu, I'll leave this person to you to handle." "Ji Yuan, you are untrustworthy." Zhang Di's face changed dramatically as he screamed hysterically, "You little bastard, so young yet so fickle, you are not human." "Oh," Ji Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, "I promised to let you go, but Uncle Lu never said anything about it." "Don't misunderstand, I learned this trick from you." With that, he walked straight out, leaving Zhang Di with a desperate back. Zhang Di's hoarse screams came from behind, quickly turning into a chilling wail before finally subsiding. "What is the City Alliance Summit?" Stepping out of the house and into the garden, Ji Yuan found the two of them. Zhao Shan replied, in simple terms, "It's an important meeting led by the mayors, generally held only by districts ranked outside the top 90. I heard my old man mention that the essence of such summits is to discuss how to improve rankings in the district competition, but beyond that, I don't know." "What's wrong?" did you find out something? So, Zhang Jilin has allied with several other districts? But on what grounds? A mere deputy director. What ability does he have to persuade other districts to do such a thing? Ji Yuan took out his phone and quickly dialed Tan He's number, but it rang for a long time without anyone answering. According to the time Zhang Di mentioned, today was the third day since he arrived in Honling City, and the City Alliance Summit was underway. Just as he was feeling a bit anxious, Tan He called back. He quickly answered, but on the other end, he heard the voice of a male secretary, Mr. G, I am Secretary Lin. Following Mayor Tan's instructions, he asked me to inform you that there is no need to be nervous or worried. Since your exploration journey has ended, please return to Lingyun City immediately. I will send you an address shortly. For other specific matters, please contact me via text once you arrive at the designated location. Goodbye. Secretary Lin spoke very quickly and hung up the phone directly after finishing. Looking at his phone, Ji Yuan furrowed his brows tightly. No need to be nervous, no need to worry. Has Tan He already anticipated what Zhang Jilin intends to do? Without further delay, he explained the situation to Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin before booking the earliest flight. While waiting at the airport, Zhao Shan shared some news with him. Lu Han had cracked Zhang Di's phone and found information that seemed to be correspondence with Zhang Jilin. He attached a few screenshots, and upon opening them, they appeared to be chat records between Zhang Di and Zhang Jilin. Their conversation was quite strange, mostly revolving around things like buying and giving gifts. It seemed to be some sort of code. The date of the last screenshot's chat was from a day ago. Zhang Jilin asked, has the cauliflower I wanted arrived? And Zhang Di's reply came 10 minutes ago. There's stock, it's already on the truck. Below the two messages, there were red annotations. Has the cauliflower arrived? Means, how is the matter you were handling? And there's stock, it's already on the truck indicates, the person is dead, should we confirm? Zhao Shan said this was a note made by Lu Han in case he couldn't understand, and Zhang Di's reply was naturally also from Lu Han. Such professional terminology should not raise suspicion, thus making it possible for people to think Ji Yuan was already dead. Thank Uncle Lu for me, and after some time, I'll come to Hongling City to drink with him. After sending the last message, Ji Yuan boarded the plane. He rested for a while, and by the time of landing, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Ji Yuan did not delay and immediately headed to the address provided by Secretary Lin. It was a unique courtyard located in the outskirts of Lingyun City, nestled in the mountains. The courtyard was very retro, unlike the steel and concrete of the urban area, consisting only of simple wooden houses and stone tiles. The surrounding forest was dense. If it weren't for the address, he might never have known that such a courtyard existed in the mountainous outskirts of Lingyun City. He sent a message to Secretary Lin to inform him that he had arrived. Soon, the other party replied, okay, Mr. G, please be patient. Once anything appears, you must control it at the first opportunity. Please remember, you must control it at the first opportunity. Who will come? Zhang Jilin. Ji Yuan speculated inwardly, finding a concealed spot to hide and began to wait quietly. Time passed. He remained in silence from the bright sun until the sun set behind the western mountains. As night fell and the dim moonlight scattered through the forest, a hurried footstep broke the sound of chirping insects. Ji Yuan, nearly dozing off, instantly perked up. Through the hiding grass, he saw a figure anxiously rushing towards the courtyard. The figure glanced around, and as it drew closer, Ji Yuan squinted his eyes. Zhang Heng. Unexpectedly, it was him who had come. Under Ji Yuan's gaze, Zhang Heng's steps became chaotic, muttering something as he dashed into the courtyard. What secret does this courtyard hold? Ji Yuan temporarily suppressed his urge to act and decided to observe further. Soon, Zhang Heng moved a blue circular platform, about the size of a well cover, from one of the rooms in the courtyard. The platform appeared to be made of metal, shimmering with a blue glow, exuding a high-tech vibe. Ji Yuan noticed Zhang Heng's trembling hand gripping a black object, which he placed at the center of the circular platform. Why isn't it moving? Zhang Heng muttered in panic, and after a moment, he slapped himself hard. Right, the moonlight, the moonlight. At that moment, Ji Yuan realized that the trees surrounding the courtyard seemed to have been deliberately trimmed, revealing a circular opening. A beam of moonlight poured unobstructed into the center of the courtyard, and Zhang Heng lifted the circular platform to place it in the direction of the moonlight. The moment the moonlight touched the platform, a strange electric sound crackled, and Ji Yuan saw the platform begin to rotate. The next moment, accompanied by a painful wail, Zhang Jilin, blood at the corner of his mouth and eyelids drooping, suddenly appeared in the courtyard. That platform is a teleportation device? Ji Yuan suddenly recalled how they had escaped from the Beast King's secret realm. He remembered that this kind of teleportation device was a technology owned by a force called the Kuera. Had Tan He anticipated that Zhang Jilin would appear here? With Zhang Jilin in his current state, controlling him would indeed be as easy as pie. Dad, are you okay, Dad? In the courtyard, Zhang Hong was stunned at the sight of his father. After swallowing hard, he trembled as he spoke. What will happen to us after the plan fails? Zhang Jilin hung his head, his voice hoarse and weak. Your mother. Did your mother leave? Oh, she left. According to your arrangement, my mom transferred most of the assets, and this afternoon she already. Before Zhang Hong could finish, a sudden sound of footsteps startled him. When he saw who was coming, he collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, Why you, Ji Yuan? The name struck Zhang Jilin, who was gravely injured, with a jolt. He struggled to lift his head, and as he caught sight of the handsome young man in the moonlight, a bitter taste surged in his heart. Zhang Di, he is already dead. Ji Yuan's calm voice echoed in the ears of the father and son. He looked at Zhang Jilin, whose clothes were tattered, breath shallow, and injuries severe. What did Tan He mean? Was he meant to lie in wait here to personally send Zhang Jilin on his way, or? In that moment, Ji Yuan fell into deep thought. Roar! Suddenly, Zhang Hong gritted his teeth and summoned a fierce wolf with silver-gray fur. The silver wolf, intimidated by the aura of the autumn test, once again bared its fangs at Ji Yuan. Impudent. But when Ji Yuan snorted coldly, an invisible intimidation instantly clarified the silver wolf's fierce gaze. At that moment, the Ji Yuan in its eyes transformed into a robust wolf king with shiny black fur. Then, under Zhang Heng's bewildered gaze, the silver wolf tucked its tail and lay down, whimpering in a submissive manner towards Ji Yuan. You fool! Open your eyes and see clearly, he is a human, not that abominable creature. Zhang Hong stomped his feet in anger, cursing. He couldn't understand why. This waste, whom he had bullied and humiliated for 2 years, could grow to such heights in just a month. The reason Ji Yuan could intimidate the silver wolf without summoning his beast was one of the talents of the flash spirit. The flash spirit allowed Ji Yuan to selectively possess its characteristic attributes, which is why he could not only intimidate but also command. With a thought, the silver wolf changed its target and pounced fiercely, knocking Zhang Hong to the ground. Ji Yuan! As Zhang Hong screamed in panic, Zhang Jilin's angry voice rang out. Do you think Tan He really wants to cultivate you? You are just a pawn he is using. Once Zhang Di succeeds in Hongling City, he will support another superstar from Linyun City. You are merely a bait he released to force my hand. As Zhang Jilin spoke, he even managed a bitter smile. He blamed himself for being too foolish, having held a high position for too long, thinking everything was too simple, until the plan failed. Upon seeing Ji Yuan, he finally understood everything. Now that I am in your hands, kill me or cut me, it's up to you. Tan He has already killed all my beasts. He staggered to his feet, tilting his head, presenting himself as if to say, Come kill me. You all can leave. To his surprise, Ji Yuan spoke calmly. You. Zhang Jilin was taken aback, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Is this also Tan He's arrangement? Ji Yuan did not answer and withdrew his control over the silver wolf. Once back to normal, the silver wolf hurriedly licked Zhang Heng's cheek, trying to regain its master's favor. As he got up, there was already a hint of fear in Zhang Heng's gaze towards Ji Yuan. Zhang Jilin looked at the handsome young man, and after a moment, he gradually left with Zhang Heng's support. At the moment he watched the two disappear, laughter echoed in his ears. Why did you let Zhang Jilin go? With a slight turn of his head, Tan He, with graying temples, appeared beside him without him noticing. Though he looked middle-aged, his chiseled features still revealed that he was an old handsome man. Aren't you thinking the same? Ji Yuan smiled. He had been pondering since he saw Zhang Jilin. First, there was Lu Hen's mention, killing a beast master above the 5th rank will be held accountable by the Beast Master Alliance. Then, Secretary Lin repeatedly emphasized the word control over the phone. But why? Tonight, Tan He was enveloped in a strong smell of blood, and recalling Zhang Jilin's appearance, the so-called encirclement must have been resolved by Tan He. He shouldn't be the type to show mercy. Do you want to know why I didn't kill him? Tan He seemed to know what Ji Yuan was thinking. Zhang Jilin is a 4th-rank beast master, and moreover, he is a branch of the Zhang family among the 5 great beast master families. Although he doesn't carry much weight, killing him would still be a bit troublesome. And one more thing, you'll understand later. However, Tan He waved his hand. Accompanied by a flash of silver light, a massive corpse of a creature, shimmering with silver and rumbling with thunder, suddenly appeared in the large courtyard. This is the Overlord-level Thunder-type beast, the Silver Blood Thunder Beast, that Zhang Jilin has raised for 10 years. He laughed casually. Didn't you say the second beast needs to consume the blood and flesh of Thunder-type creatures? This is the strongest Thunder-type creature below the legendary bloodline. It will definitely satisfy your beast's advancement. I've had my eye on it for a long time, and only today did I have the chance to specially kill it for you. The silver beast's corpse resembled a hunting dog, with two sharp, curved fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth, looking quite terrifying. However, on the top of this fierce beast's head, there was a striking blood hole, clearly the cause of its death. Raised for 10 years. Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. No wonder Zhang Jilin looked so despondent and ready to give up. Immediately, he summoned Flash without any hesitation. The so-called devouring was not as straightforward as Ji Yuan had imagined. Flash's sleek black fur bristled, baring its teeth, its beastly eyes gathering lightning. In an instant, a shadow, countless times larger than it, formed from the thunder. This shadow pounced on the silver beast corpse, and in the blink of an eye, both vanished. Afterward, Flash let out a low growl at Ji Yuan, curled up into a ball, and fell into a deep sleep. At this point, both of his Imperial-level beasts began their transformation. Once completed, Ming and Flash would both advance to their youth phase. A hint of anticipation arose in Ji Yuan's heart. He was eager to see what these two would look like in their youth phase. On the way back, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Following Tan He to the municipal building, after entering the mayor's office, Ji Yuan asked, "Uncle Tan, about the City Alliance Summit." "Of course, I didn't go," Tan He replied, sitting back in his chair and exhaling deeply, appearing somewhat fatigued. Zhang Jilin used the last bit of his connections in the Zhang family to find a few people, intending to ambush me on the way. A calm smile appeared on his face. "I haven't fought with my full strength in a long time." Ji Yuan's pupils constricted as he recalled Zhang Jilin's demeanor and Tan He's current safety. Without needing to think too hard, he could guess the fate of those involved in the ambush. Tan He's rank was definitely higher than he had imagined. While he was lost in thought, Tan He spoke up. "How was this mining expedition?" "Not bad, but I have some questions I'd like you to answer." Ji Yuan took the opportunity to voice his deepest confusion. In what aspects does the difference in soul power rank among beast tamers manifest? This had truly been the most perplexing matter for him during this period. After experiencing several battles in the Beast King's secret realm and the mines, he increasingly felt that the bloodline of the beasts held a very high priority in combat. But if that were the case, why was there still a need for soul power ranks? He always had a feeling that in a one-on-one situation, he could even hold his own against Lu Hen and Zheng Di. In short, in the recent battles, aside from the soul power and attributes taught by Lu Hen, there had been no other manifestation of soul power rank. "Because your starting point is too high," Tan He said, his smile fading and his expression turning serious. "Your special grade soul power qualification grants you soul power control and recovery speed far beyond others. I don't know where your two beasts came from, but their bloodline rank is probably not just a legend, right?" Ji Yuan did not answer, which was tantamount to acquiescence. With a special grade qualification in beasts with bloodlines reaching the mythic level, these two factors combined make it impossible to find a second one among millions. As he spoke, Tan He stood up and walked to the window. "From 9th rank to 7th rank, it's insignificant for you. It can be said that your special grade qualification, from the moment you contracted your beasts, was already at the 6th rank. But you must understand that after the 6th rank, each subsequent rank will have an unimaginable gap." Tan He turned his head and looked deeply at him, saying, "Do you think that a 5th rank beast tamer like Zhang Di is not much different from you?" Caught off guard by the statement, Ji Yuan nodded. "Indeed. You're completely mistaken," Tan He said. "A 5th rank beast tamer has already developed a beast space, allowing them to control up to 3 beasts in battle simultaneously, and they can also make the beast's attributes and soul power resonate. With just these 2 points, you wouldn't be able to defeat any 5th rank beast tamer." Ji Yuan fell silent. Indeed, he had been somewhat naive in his thinking. "Wait." He raised his head, looking curiously at Tan He, causing the latter to raise an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" "Uncle Tan, you just said that the resonance between the Beast Master's attributes and soul power is a characteristic of a 5th grade Beast Master?" Of course, although a 6th grade Beast Master can project their soul power, the attributes of a 6th grade beast still cannot resonate with the soul power. Only when a beast master reaches the 5th grade and awakens the beast space will the power of the beast undergo a qualitative change. Listening to his words, Ji Yuan was stunned. A scene flashed through his mind, recalling how he resonated with the flashing soul using his soul power during the beast tide at the bottom of the mine. So that's how it is. No wonder Lu Hen looked as if he had seen a ghost at that time. Tan He was somewhat puzzled by his expression, but suddenly, he felt something was off. "Could it be that you now?" Tan He's eyes flashed with disbelief. Then, he saw Ji Yuan nodding seriously at him. Hiss. At that moment, the mayor, who had seen all kinds of storms, gasped. He had underestimated this handsome young man. Could it be that he is truly a once-in-a-thousand-years genius beast master? To be able to do what a 5th grade can do before reaching it, this is simply unheard of. "Show me how you do it." As soon as the mayor's words left his mouth, he remembered that both of Ji Yuan's beasts were in a deep slumber for advancement and he felt a bit overly excited. However, Ji Yuan then recounted all the details of his resonance with the flashing soul at the bottom of the mine. Unexpected. After listening, Tenhi let out a sigh. This matter is indeed beyond my expectations. You might be able to attempt to control 2 beasts to fight when you reach the 6th grade. He took out a palm-sized, translucent orange crystal chip from his beast ring. This is a skill core. Inside, there is a special skill that requires both the beast master and 2 beasts to jointly execute. Tenhi looked at him and said, once your beasts complete their advancement, focus on learning this skill. It will become your trump card. Ji Yuan extended his hand and carefully took it. He had seen skill cores many times in books. These things are categorized into 4 levels by color: blue, purple, orange, and gold. Orange and gold are extremely rare. He didn't rush to examine it but first stored it in his beast ring. I almost forgot, there's one more thing. He continued, beasts above the overlord level need their master to accompany them during critical periods of advancement. Your beasts, one fire and one thunder, both have very domineering attributes. You must be mentally prepared. There are indeed beast masters who have died during their beast's advancement. Is there such a thing? Ji Yuan looked at him in surprise. Do you think advancement is simple? For beasts, advancement is a transformation and rebirth. During this time, don't run around, stay obediently in Lingyun City and wait for the city competition to start. After Tenhi finished speaking, he waved his hand, his brows revealing an unmistakable fatigue. All right, Ji Yuan left, understanding the situation. Life returned to normal. Ji Yuan obediently stayed put, waiting for the moments when Ming and Flashing Soul needed him. Without his beasts, the beast master seemed somewhat idle. Other than sharing meals with Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin, he had no social interactions at all. A month had passed since their last conversation at the municipal building, and he hadn't seen Tenhi again. They communicated everything over the phone, and each time, Tenhi asked the same question. Haven't your beasts completed their advancement yet? As the city competition drew closer, Tenhi's only concern was focused on this point. One day, after staying in the academy dormitory for a month, Ji Yuan decided to visit the Blue Sky Welfare Institute. After all, he was the acting director. Although Chun Qin managed it, he still needed to show his face occasionally. When he stepped into the Blue Sky Welfare Institute, he was immediately recognized by several caregivers, who smiled and came forward to greet him. Dean Ji, is Vice Dean Chen resting today? You came to the institute? Nothing much, I just came to take a look. We happen to have nothing to do, so let us accompany you. With the enthusiastic company of several people, Ji Yuan took a tour. Whether it was the environment or the arrangement of the divisions, everything was quite good under Qin Qin's management. As they passed by a garden, a clear, cheerful laugh made Ji Yuan stop in his tracks. Glancing slightly, he saw a strikingly beautiful, tall woman happily playing with a group of children in the garden. The woman was none other than Lin Yunjia. Nurse Lin is very popular with the children in our institute. Several nurses quickly explained with smiles upon noticing his gaze. Ji Yuan felt no ripple of emotion and stepped forward again. At that moment, Lin Yunjia also saw him, and her smile instantly froze. She hurriedly calmed the children to play by themselves and then quickly chased after him. Ji Yuan, wait for me. Lin Yunjia called out anxiously. When she saw Ji Yuan actually stop, her heart leaped with joy. Ji Yuan's expression remained calm as he looked at her. Lin Yunjia gazed at his handsome face, and after a moment, she softly said, I'm sorry. I really realized my mistake back then. I'm truly sorry. As she spoke, her eyes began to redden. Ji Yuan, She choked on her words, but was directly interrupted. Enough. In front of her, the handsome young man's eyes were filled with indifference. Continue your work. With that, he turned and left. Ji Yuan, Lin Yunjia wanted to say something more, but Ji Yuan turned his head, his tone cold. Mind your address, Nurse Lin. Okay, Dean Ji. Lin Yunjia lowered her head dejectedly, standing in place. The nurses following Ji Yuan exchanged glances, none daring to speak. After leaving the Welfare Institute, they casually found a restaurant for lunch. During this time, their small group of 3 received a new message. As soon as it opened, they saw a selfie of Zhao Shan grinning widely. Accompanying it was the text, Old Ji, Miss Su, what are you guys up to? He sent a photo of his lunch as usual, and soon, Zhao Shan's laughter came. I guessed right again, it's fried rice. Old Ji, does Lingyun City have an abundance of eggs? He calmly replied with 2 words, get lost. At the same time, Su Ziyin also spoke up. Zhao Shan, what you said is very disrespectful. Is it? Sorry, Old Ji, I was just joking, don't take it to heart. Actually, I love fried rice the most. After saying that, Zhao Shan added another selfie with a bright smile. Ji Yuan found it both amusing and exasperating. This guy was simply a live treasure. Whoosh! Suddenly, a scorching burning sensation surged through the back of his right hand. Ji Yuan sprang up. After waiting so long, Ming's advancement had finally reached a critical moment. He immediately settled the bill and left, driving back to the academy dormitory. Sitting on the bed, he took a deep breath and immersed his mind entirely into the Beastmaster seal. At this moment, Ming's body was enveloped in a green light cocoon, and the terrifying temperature made the chaotic space unbearably hot. Beside him, the only unaffected one was the deep blue cocoon formed by the flashing spirit. Guided by instinct, Ji Yuan could feel that Ming's condition was not good. Without his help, he might not survive this advancement. I know what to do. He stood in front of the green cocoon, and after a moment, he extended his hand. In an instant, an indescribable, terrifying pain overwhelmed all his senses. Tearing, burning, stabbing, biting, and so on, countless words describing pain flashed through his mind. Ji Yuan's consciousness was almost on the verge of collapse in an instant. It turns out that Ming's path to advancement must undergo the burning of the nether flame. Only through this tempering can the young body be shaped. This burning can be shared from the beginning by the Beastmaster. However, Ming stubbornly held on for a month, only seeking help from Ji Yuan when it was nearly over. Ming's intentions flowed through his mind, causing Ji Yuan's almost collapsing consciousness to reorganize. This was a matter of Ming's life, and he absolutely could not falter at such a moment. Outside, his entire body was already enveloped in green flames. Strangely, although the flames emitted a temperature that distorted the air, they did not cause any damage to the surrounding objects. Time passed second by second. Ji Yuan's consciousness wandered on the edge of collapse, his flesh and soul continuously dissolving and reorganizing under the burning of the nether flame. Large beads of sweat overflowed from his forehead and evaporated instantly. This feeling was like having all his bones shattered, his flesh kneaded into mud, tortured to the brink of death, relying solely on the 3 words "hold on" that echoed madly in his heart to endure. After some time, when his reason was gradually submerged by pain and he was about to give in, a weak roar emerged from the depths of his soul. Then, the pain gradually dissipated, transforming into an incredibly comfortable warmth that surged throughout his body. The consciousness on the verge of collapse completely warmed up at this moment, and Ji Yuan trembled as he slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood a robust blue creature. Its body was even more powerful than before, with snow-white scales that appeared more three-dimensional, resembling pieces of armor covering its entire body. The nether flame also changed, transforming from green to pure blue, outlining intricate patterns on the scales. Looking at the 2 short green horns on its head, they had now grown into complex and forked dark green horns as it entered its youth phase. The most significant change was in its face, which not only had several dark green whiskers fluttering but also a mane around its neck that had become increasingly lush, moving without wind, like a mass of dark blue flames eternally burning. Finally, its green tail, at the tip, burned with a cluster of nether flame. This advancement was not just a change in appearance. As Ji Yuan had thought, after entering the youth phase, Ming unlocked a new talent. As its attribute panel popped up, Ji Yuan looked at the newly added talent and muttered, "No wonder it's a king-level creature, impressive." Creature, Skull Nether Beast, Youth Phase, Race, Qilin Auspicious Beast Bloodline, King Level, Perfect, Attribute, Fire Trait, Immune to Fire Attribute Damage, Masters a unique dark fire that can burn souls, Nether Flame. Talent, Auspicious Beast, reliably increases the Beast Master's luck, Flame Lord, Fire Attribute attacks release double in power, new talent. No worries, learn any fire attribute skill instantly upon seeing it. New passive skill, Fire Control, completely master the nether flame, reduce soul power consumption, increase damage. Skill 1E Flamestorm, release the nether flame within without reservation, burning everything around. Skill 2, Deter, unleash the oppressive force of the King Bloodline, intimidating any creature with a lower bloodline level. Path to Advancement 1, Skull Nether Beast, Adult Phase, requires devouring Mad Demon Seed. Path to Advancement 2, Nether King, Ultimate Form, requires devouring Heart of Flame, Void Demon Seed, Mutated Holy Stone. It could be seen that as Ming entered the youth phase, the panel also added quite a few new contents. At first, Ji Yuan's gaze lingered on the new talent No Worries. This talent was indeed a divine skill. Some beast masters took 2 or 3 days to learn new skills, while Ming could learn them instantly. The difference was self-evident. Additionally, a new passive skill was added, and its effect was equally eye-catching. But when he saw the final path for Ming's next advancement, he was stunned. The so-called paths of advancement 1 and 2, can one choose between the two, or not? Forget it, this matter will be explored slowly in the future. After all, the materials mentioned in the paths of advancement are even more bizarre. Retracting the panel, Ji Yuan looked ahead. Once, Ming's height was only at his waist, but now, he could already look him in the eye. The large head of the Qilin beast looked majestic, no longer the strange form it had in its juvenile stage. Now, it was unmistakably recognized as a Chilan auspicious beast. Now, we just wait for the flashing spirit. He smiled at the other light cocoon in the chaotic space, the anticipation in his eyes growing stronger. Ming moved his large head, affectionately rubbing against Ji Yuan's cheek. All right. He reached out to pat its body, the scale smooth and hard to the touch. Ji Yuan could feel its dependence and complete trust in him. At this moment, Ming took 2 steps back, walking to the light cocoon formed by the flashing spirit, exhaling 2 puffs of green heat from its nose. It looked as if it were asking the flashing spirit through the cocoon why it was still not ready. Just as the heat Ming exhaled touched the deep blue cocoon, boom! A deep blue light suddenly appeared on Ming's body, and its form began to tremble violently, raising its large head and letting out a painful howl in this chaotic space. At the same time, a deep blue mark shone again on the back of Ji Yuan's left hand, the same feeling surging from his heart as before. Is the flashing spirit also at a critical moment? Ji Yuan took a deep breath. Fortunately, his condition had fully recovered. Without hesitation, just like when he helped Ming, he reached out again towards the light cocoon formed by the flashing spirit. Bang! In an instant, his consciousness was struck into a daze by a thunderous roar. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing on an endless plain. The pitch-black sky was filled with gathering thunder, and the moment he looked up, it struck down directly at him. The vast might of the heavens carried a destructive power that left him no room for resistance, and he was slammed to the ground. The smell of charred flesh enveloped Ji Yuan. With just one bolt of lightning, he nearly met his end. Oh whoa! At that moment, a deep and resonant howl echoed. He struggled to lift his head and saw a black giant wolf in the distance being bombarded by the raging thunder. The giant wolf howled at the sky, standing firm amidst the rolling thunder. What surprised him even more was that Ming's figure also appeared on the plain, and it was channeling the nether flame to counter the might of the thunder. The thunder from the sky continued to strike at Ming and the flashing spirit, while on his side, there was only that initial bolt. The rest had all been drawn to the 2 of them. Have they sensed that I can't hold on? Ji Yuan forced a bitter smile as he got up, changing his position to lie on the plain, watching the 2 beasts being struck by thunder. Fortunately, he sighed deeply, grateful that Ming could also enter this space. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, he probably wouldn't be able to share the burden for the flashing spirit. About 5 minutes later. What the hell? Ji Yuan, lying on the ground, suddenly noticed another vortex appearing in the sky above him, with thunder gathering. There was no time to react, and the lightning flickered. I'm going for it. He had a flash of inspiration, wildly releasing the soul power within him, enveloping his entire being. Rumble! After the thunder struck, it dissipated. A huge pit appeared where Ji Yuan was, and he lay flat on the ground, motionless. Puff! With a spasm, he coughed violently, propping himself up with his hands, his gaze hazy as he stood up. The release of soul power had not had any effect. If another strike came, he would die here. Fortunately, it seemed this was the last bolt of lightning. Ji Yuan's short black hair was now rising in wisps of smoke. He lifted his head, and the dark clouds had already receded, revealing a clear blue sky. Wow! Oh! A low growl sounded, and Ji Yuan turned his head, his eyes lighting up. Compared to the earth-shattering changes of Ming, Flash had not changed much at all. In its youth, Flash still had a robust and sturdy physique. The biggest change was its fur. Upon closer inspection, each strand of its fur extended a hint of blue sheen. At first glance, the pure black was dotted with dazzling blue light. Perhaps it wasn't as stunning as Ming, but if one looked for a while, it possessed a unique beauty. At this moment, the 2 beasts walked together, their sizes no longer differing. As they approached each other, they both leaped forward in unison. Ji Yuan was startled and quickly opened his arms, allowing them to knock him down. Flash, like a playful husky, licked his face frantically. Ming, being a Chilan, was different. It nudged Ji Yuan's neck and body with its large head. Feeling the unique affection from his 2 beasts, Ji Yuan laughed loudly. After breaking free from them, he looked at Flash and softly asked, "Is this plane the place where you advanced?" The wolf-headed beast excitedly nodded up and down, seemingly affirming his question. "Is this really the only change you have?" He scanned Flash's entire body, feeling that it wasn't that simple. At that moment, he heard Flash let out a low growl. Swish! In an instant, a vast momentum suddenly surged from within it. At the same time, under Ji Yuan's astonished gaze, Flash's fur gradually transformed to a deep blue color. Though deep blue, it also radiated pure black, extremely eye-catching. Beautiful! The deep blue fur, tinged with inky black, fluttered without wind, making it appear even more imposing. As the scene slowly darkened, they exited the boundless plain and returned to the chaotic space. "Come on, let's see what new abilities you have." Ji Yuan looked at Flash and opened its attribute panel. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast, Youth, Race, Thunder Wolf Lord, bloodline, emperor level, perfect, attributes, thunder, electricity, traits, 1. Immune to thunder attribute damage, 2. Has the ability to control thunder and lightning, 3. Commands and intimidates wolf-type beasts, ineffective if bloodline levels are equal. Talent, Soul Link, grants the Beast Master's own traits, can only choose one, Thunder Lord, release thunder and electricity attacks double in power, new talent, perhaps useful, time required to learn new skills is doubled, new passive skill, Awakening, better control of thunder and electricity attributes, uses thunder to enhance attack power, uses electricity to enhance release speed, skill 1, Dance of Lightning, transforms into lightning to strike, hitting enemies will generate chain lightning, paralyzing and destroying foes, skill 2, Thunder Judgment, condenses a thundercloud, unleashing rolling thunder to destroy any enemy. Note, when released during a thunderstorm, consumption is halved. New skill 3, Frenzy Blast, condenses thunder elements in its mouth, spewing in a designated direction, causing an explosion. Note, when resonating with soul power, both the spout and explosion will cause soul shock. Path to Advancement, Thunder Emperor Beast, Adult, requires Devouring, Heart of Thunder. Path to Advancement, Thunder King, Ultimate Form, requires Devouring Essence of Thunder, Essence of Flame Thunder, Essence of Withered Thunder, Essence of Frost Thunder. Flash's panel had significantly more content compared to Ming's. However, this new talent was too abstract, right? Time required to learn new skills is doubled, there was even a negative effect talent? After calming his emotions, he continued to read down, and his heart leaped with joy upon seeing that Flash had new skills after advancing. Normally, a beast's innate skills would only gain new additions after reaching adulthood. For a Beast Master, the ways to enhance a beast, aside from the Beast Master's soul power grade, were to learn new skills. Although Flash had a negative effect as a talent, the new skills he acquired made up for it. The path of advancement was also consistent with Ming's, presenting two options? Forget it, I'll study it later. The urgent task at hand is to establish a foothold at the 6th rank. He had already met the conditions for soul power release, just waiting for Ming and Flash to learn a new skill to confirm their soul power release. Immediately, Ji Yuan left the Beast Master seal. Opening his eyes, a wave of intense fatigue and hunger washed over him. How long has it been? He felt strange, but when he checked his phone, he was astonished to find that a whole day had passed. Has it really been that long? Ji Yuan got up, casually found something to fill his stomach, and fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until the urgent ringing of his phone woke him up that he realized it had been 16 hours. His head was groggy, and Ji Yuan squinted at his phone to see it was Tan He. Uncle Tan, where have you been these past few days? No news at all? The two beasts are advancing, as you said, it really is a life and death situation. Oh, as long as the advancement is complete, there's something I need you to do today. Ji Yuan sat up in bed, yawned, and said, what is it? You tell me. Go to the airport and pick someone up for me. In the afternoon, around 1 o'clock, Ji Yuan stood at the arrival gate, waiting. The person Tan He wanted him to pick up was his own daughter, Mu Shuxin. It was only today that he learned Tan He was not only married but that his ex-wife was also from one of the 5 major beast families, the Mu family. During this time, Ji Yuan had been frantically catching up on information about the beast families. The 5 major beast families in the country are Mu, Xiao, Su, Zheng, and Jiang. In fact, there are many famous beast families, but these 5 have the longest heritage and the richest background. Among the 5 families, there is a rule. A simple example is that the children of Tan He and his ex-wife must take the Mu family name, regardless of the father's status or identity. This rule cannot be crossed. If the Mu family and the Xiao family intermarry, the child's surname can be decided by the winner in a competition. Complicated. Ji Yuan waited boredly. Before long, a petite girl in a light yellow floral dress appeared, exuding elegance with every movement. Her wine-red long hair fell casually over her shoulders as she moved gracefully through the crowd, radiating a unique charm that instantly attracted countless gazes at the arrival gate. Under the watchful eyes of many, this distinctive girl approached Ji Yuan, her beautiful face breaking into a smile. Old Tan said he arranged for a handsome guy to pick me up, and he wasn't lying. The girl's eyes sparkled like stars, unabashedly and boldly sizing up Ji Yuan. In just one glance, her personality was laid bare. Mu Shuxin naturally linked her arm through Ji Yuan's, a faint scent of osmanthus wafting into his nose. Old Tan said you're a beast talent he's never seen before, is that true? What rank are you at now? Do you have a girlfriend? Where are you from in Lingyun City? Have you been to the Withering Valley? Are there really strange creatures inside? At that moment, Ji Yuan felt as if he were hallucinating, as if Zhao Shan were right beside him. The same chatterbox, the same familiarity, the same father as the mayor. So similar, too similar. Enduring the long-lost barrage of chatter, after 20 minutes, Ji Yuan finally delivered Mu Shushin to the mayor. When he saw Tan He's almost imperceptible smile, he felt Tan He was doing it on purpose. After bidding farewell to the father and daughter, Ji Yuan did not return to the dormitory but drove straight to the outskirts. On the outskirts of the city, there was a moderately sized forest, home to some fierce predators. It was just the right place for training. Ji Yuan walked through the woods, inhaling the scent of earth mixed with grass and trees, summoning Ming and Shan Pa. In a relaxed state, the flow of soul power is gentle. Because of this, beast tamers below the 5th rank can release multiple beasts in their daily lives. Upon reaching the 8th rank, one can contract 2 beasts. At the 6th rank, this increases to 3. Beyond the 5th rank, there are no restrictions. Ji Yuan leaped onto Ming's sturdy back and raised his chin towards Shan Pei. Let's go, find some fierce beasts to practice on. He wanted to see how Shan Po's new skill performed. Oh whoa! Shan Pa howled and then shot out with a whoosh. Quick, catch up to it, let me see your speed. Ji Yuan hugged Ming's neck as the Qilin, stirred by a competitive spirit, transformed into a whirlwind of blazing speed. The howling wind rushed past his ears, and the scenery blurred beside him. This lightning-fast speed made Ji Yuan let out an excited shout. In the next moment, Ming suddenly stopped, and a low growl mixed with fear echoed. Ji Yuan looked up. Not far away, Shan Pa stood before a massive, shaggy brown bear. This giant bear stood nearly 3 meters tall, having just finished a meal, its broad paws and large black mouth stained with fresh blood. This wild brown bear, with a mid-level bloodline fluctuation, felt a terrifying pressure from Ming and Shan Pa. Yet, the once unstoppable creature in these woods restrained its fear and let out a roar in an attempt to scare off the intruders. This big guy is impressive. Ji Yuan jumped down from Ming's back and approached Shan Pa. He extended one arm, fingers spread, towards the bear's head, saying, "Release, Frenzy Blast. Release, Frenzy Blast." As the words fell, Shan Po's powerful limbs tensed suddenly, and cracks like spider webs appeared on the ground. A sphere of blue and silver light rapidly condensed in its mouth. Bang! With a loud explosion, the blue-silver sphere burst forth, exploding against the bear's head. Boom! A fierce aura swept through, stirring up a whirlwind in a small area. Under Ji Yuan's gaze, the large brown bear, with its advanced bloodline, fell to the ground, lifeless. Its massive body trembled with a thunderous sound, completely still. One strike, one kill. The destructive power was much stronger than expected. Immediately, Ji Yuan waved his hand, calling the 2 beasts closer. He took out the orange skill core given by Tan He from his beast ring, saying, "Release your soul power and make contact with it." As he spoke, he also released his soul power, reaching towards the skill core. Clang! In an instant, an ethereal, melodious, and profound sound wave spread through his mind. Ji Yuan felt as if he had entered a mysterious space. Initially, the predecessors who created skills, due to the limitations of technology at the time, could only inscribe all the details of their self-created skills in books for preservation and transmission. Now, after a millennium of development, with technology becoming increasingly advanced, the contents once in books began to be implanted into chips, forming skill cores. With just a touch of soul power, one could obtain all information about the skill, accompanied by complex, obscure, and difficult to understand knowledge flooding into his brain like a tide. Ji Yuan felt a throbbing pain in his head, but fortunately, this sensation did not last long. Soon, he received the relevant information: resonance, shadow strike, required conditions simultaneously control 2 beasts, one of which must have an electric attribute. Description: an extremely rare resonance-type combat skill, created by the peak beast tamers of ancient times, the Beast King, a deadly strike launched by the beast tamer in conjunction with their beasts. The combat skill consists of 3 parts: Beast Tamer, Soul Shock, Electric Attribute Beast, Electric Shadow, Any Beast, Phantom Strike. Note: after the release of the battle skill, there will be a brief period of weakness. The power of this battle skill is influenced by the Beast Master's soul power quality and the beast's bloodline level. The introduction of the skill made Ji Yuan raise his eyebrows slightly. Aside from the familiar term Beast King, this skill seemed tailor-made for him. The power of the battle skill is affected by soul power quality and bloodline level. Ji Yuan not only possesses the highest special grade quality but also has a peak level Imperial Beast. Most skills/battle skills in the world depend solely on the bloodline level of the beast, with few considering the Beast Master's soul power as well. The Beast King. As the skill introduction faded, all the key elements of his part, Soul Shock, converged in his mind like a flowing tide, deeply etched. Ji Yuan exited the skill core, closed his eyes to feel, and attempted to read and master it. Beside him, Ming and Shanpa also had their eyes closed. As beasts, aside from their inability to speak human language, their intelligence and thinking were not much different from ordinary people. This was also the key to their ability to comprehend new skills. After a while, Ji Yuan slowly opened his eyes. "I see." As a glimmer flashed in his eyes, the soul power that filled his body seemed to suddenly collapse. The flowing soul power condensed into a point, gathering at the heart. Swish! Suddenly, the soul power, shrunk to its limit, erupted in an instant, and just as it was about to burst out of his body, Ji Yuan hurriedly suppressed it to prevent it from overflowing. Bang! But it seemed difficult to contain. The shockwave formed by the condensed soul power exploded from within him, startling Shanpa and Ming, who almost instinctively prepared to counterattack. Then, the two beasts saw Ji Yuan awkwardly touch his nose. "Sorry, I couldn't control it." He felt a bit embarrassed, but his heart was filled with joy. What kind of person was this beast king, capable of creating such a powerful skill? Most battle skills are created around the individual strength of the beast. The skills that beast masters can learn are more about self-defense and protection. In regular combat, the beast is definitely the core. However, the highly offensive skill Resonance, Shadow Strike emphasizes the beast master as the leader. The first step to mastering Soul Shock for Ji Yuan must be to gather all his soul power at the heart in 0.01 seconds, just like before, and then explode it suddenly. At the same time, he must ensure that the soul power does not overflow outside. Repeating this until achieving 100% success is necessary to proceed to the next step. Clearly, he had just failed on his first attempt. A wave of weakness from soul power depletion surged within him. Haste makes waste, so he could only take it slow. In the following days, Ji Yuan would take time every morning and evening to train with Ming and Shanpa in the mountains outside the city. During noon, he would spend time playing with Mu Shushin. According to Mu Shushin, her mother had imprisoned her in the Mu family, rarely allowing her to leave, and she wanted to have fun before going back. She was let out this time because the incident of Tan He being ambushed had caught the attention of the Beastmaster Alliance, and her mother had dragged her to deliver a message to Tan He. Due to Mu Shushin's outgoing and talkative nature, their interactions over the past few days had not been awkward. For a week, Ji Yuan accompanied her to shop and eat. Until this day. After a week of practice, Ji Yuan's proficiency in the first step of Soul Shock had reached about 90%. With one more day, he would be able to master it. After all, this was a skill that only a 5th grade beast master could learn. During this time, Ji Yuan also tried to command Ming and Shanpa simultaneously in battle, but perhaps due to his lack of expanding the beast space, he could only command both beasts for a minute at most. After a minute, his soul power would be exhausted, and the worst outcome would be falling into a coma. The progress of Ming and Shanpa's skill mastery is not very optimistic. Ming is relatively better off, while Shanpa is learning slowly due to the negative talent perhaps useful. In these few days, Ji Yuan has also learned that the combination skill Resonance, Shadow Strike consists of Ming's Phantom Strike and Shanpa's Lightning Shadow. Both skills are supportive. The effects of both skills create clones using soul power to distract the enemy's attention, followed by Ji Yuan's Soul Shock delivering a fatal blow. Perhaps because of this, the learning difficulty is extremely high. In 7 days, Ming can only use soul power to create one phantom and cannot reach the level of being indistinguishable from reality. As for Shanpa, it can't even create a phantom. Don't be discouraged, we still have about 20 days, Ji Yuan said under the night sky, patting Shampa's head while riding on its back. Beside them, Ming looked up, exhaling a puff of green mist, raising an eyebrow at Shanpa as if mocking it. Roar! Shanpa, somewhat annoyed, let out a symbolic roar, and immediately, Ming looked at Ji Yuan with an innocent expression. Don't play the pity card, if a fight breaks out, I won't help you. Seeing Ming's expression, Ji Yuan chuckled and scolded. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Mu Shushin? He paused at the name on the caller ID, and as soon as he answered, a vibrant female voice came through. Ji Yuan, are you free tomorrow? Of course, what do you want? Tomorrow, take me to the Withering Valley. Why do you have such a special obsession with the Withering Valley? The next day, an early rising Ji Yuan was directly pulled by Mu Shushin onto a car heading to Fenghen town. Sitting in the passenger seat, still half asleep, he looked at Mu Shushin's perfect profile, feeling somewhat puzzled. Since the day she landed in Lingyun City, she had been talking about the Withering Valley. Because of my mom, Mu Shushin replied seriously while driving. Your mom? What kind of reason is that? Ji Yuan was somewhat surprised. You mean your mom wants you to go to the Withering Valley for her? What nonsense are you talking about? Mu Shushin shot him a glare and said, Old Tan met my mom in the Withering Valley. At that time, Old Tan was just a newly contracted beast master at the 9th rank. She wore a smile, her eyes filled with joy but also hiding a hint of regret. So it's the place where your parents fell in love. Ji Yuan suddenly understood, no wonder she was so insistent. However, Uncle Tan repeatedly told me not to take you out of the city. Is it really okay? I'm just going to find the place where they took their picture back then. It won't take too long. Mu Shushin said. Besides, Old Tan left Linyun City early this morning and won't be back for a while. So what are you afraid of? Ji Yuan pouted. Alright, I'll listen to you. It was just right to see if they could encounter new Emperor-level remains on this trip. Now that he had officially stepped into the 6th rank, he could contract a third beast. Based on the current progress, the Star Peak Griffin was the optimal choice. However, its remains were stuck at 55% completeness, neither here nor there, which roughly translated to a dominant bloodline level. His psychological expectation was at 70%. Even if it wasn't Emperor level, it would be just right between legend and myth. Most of the remains of Emperor level creatures were still buried deep underground, difficult to excavate, and could only be approached slowly. When the two arrived at Fenghen town by car, they headed straight for the Hua family under Ji Yuan's guidance. Seeing Hui Yun again, he looked scruffy and appeared much more haggard. What happened to you? Ji Yuan was surprised. The change in just 2 months was too drastic. However, he quickly thought of the fact that all of Hui Yun's beasts had perished in the Beast King's secret realm, which might have been a significant blow to him. After all, beasts were partners cultivated with immense effort and countless resources. Hui Yun waved his hand, seemingly not wanting to mention the past. Let's not talk about that. You guys came this time to? Nothing much, just wanted to leave the car here. We need to make a trip to the Withering Valley. Ji Yuan didn't deliberately introduce Mu Shushin's identity, as Tan He had advised him. Withering Valley? Hui Yun glanced at Mu Shushin and said, the terrain in the valley is complex. It's easy to get lost. Do you need me to guide you? This statement caught Ji Yuan off guard. Your current condition? I'm fine. Hui Yun smiled and waved his hand. A strong and sturdy rhinoceros appeared in the courtyard. This kind of unicorn rhinoceros is quite common in the mountains. I just tamed it recently. Ji Yuan leaped onto the rhinoceros's back, where several custom seats were still present on its broad, flat back. This rhinoceros looked exactly the same as when they first met. Then I'll trouble you to lead the way. What tour guide? Ji Yuan smiled, knowing that having someone familiar to guide them in the valley was definitely better than wandering alone. No problem. After resting for 2 months, I should get back to my old job. Hui Yun asked the two to wait a moment while he went back to tidy up. After more than 10 minutes, Hui Yun, clean-shaven and neat, took control of the rhinoceros again, carrying the two of them toward the valley. Along the way, Mu Shushin chattered endlessly, clearly excited, especially about the seats on the rhinoceros's back, which she found novel. Up front, Hui Yun glanced at her and quietly said to Ji Yuan, your girlfriend? She talks a lot, just like that Jia Shan. No, just a regular friend. Ji Yuan shook his head with a smile. Her chattiness did resemble Zhao Shan's. The two chatted back and forth, while Mu Shushin took selfies from various angles on the rhinoceros's back. After a while, feeling unsatisfied, she pulled Ji Yuan into the frame for a forced photo. With no choice but to comply, Ji Yuan took a few pictures with her. 10 minutes later, Mu Shushin finally quieted down. She hugged her phone, sifting through the photos, and when she saw their picture together, she burst into laughter. Ha, you look pretty handsome usually, but in this photo, you look so silly. Hearing this, Ji Yuan shot her a faint glance. Hey, you're not mad, are you? Seeing his expression, Mu Shushin quickly leaned closer, smiling. Don't be mad, actually, I was complimenting you. Thank you, it's the first time I've heard someone use silly as a compliment. Oh come on, don't be so petty. When we get back tonight, I'll treat you to a big meal? Really? When have I, Mu Shushin, ever lied? Alright then, I want the Emperor's set meal. Ji Yuan. The Emperor's set meal costs 30,000. Are you trying to scam me? And so, the two bickered back and forth while Hui Yun guided the rhinoceros deeper into the mountains. During this time, whenever the two argued, the talkative Mu Shushin always found herself outmatched by Ji Yuan. This time was no exception. She quickly fell silent, pouting her lips in frustration. Ji Yuan found her expression amusing and was about to say something when he noticed the surrounding area gradually filling with white mist. Stay alert, we're entering the Withering Valley. Hui Yun's voice rang out. The temperature dropped suddenly. They initially walked on a wide dirt road, but as they entered the Withering Valley, the surrounding trees suddenly multiplied. The trees were covered in green vegetation, the air mixed with dampness and fragrance, and the white mist was a stark contrast to the path they had taken to enter the mountains. Moreover, strange noises occasionally echoed through the mist. For a moment, Ji Yuan felt as if he had returned to the Beast King's secret realm, unpleasant memories flooding back. Mu Shushin took out her phone and held it out to Hui Yun, saying, What tour guide, can you find this place? The screen displayed a photo. The two main characters in the photo were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, both wearing faint smiles. The background of the photo featured an extremely thick tree trunk. The tree trunk was dark, and just from the photo, it seemed that even 5 people holding hands might not be able to encircle it. 1,000-year-old ancient tree, huh? You want to go here? Huayun, the tour guide, was not called that for nothing. He immediately recognized the place. This 1,000-year-old ancient tree seems to have a special magnetic field. The creatures in the Withering Valley won't come near it. It's a good spot. As they delved deeper, the mist grew thicker. Huayun maneuvered the rhinoceros through the forest, and along the way, they did not see any other figures. Logically, there should be many people in the Withering Valley. Ji Yuan voiced his doubts, but Huayun merely quickened the rhinoceros's pace and casually found a reason to brush him off. This scene puzzled Ji Yuan, but since Tan He trusted him, he didn't think much of it. As the thick fog gradually thinned, the rhinoceros's steps slowly came to a halt. Before them lay an extremely wide clearing. Apart from a towering tree, there were no other trees within a radius of several hundred meters. This is it, Huayun said. Mu Xuxin couldn't wait to jump down and ran towards the so-called 1,000-year-old ancient tree. Ji Yuan frowned slightly and followed her down. For some reason, he felt that something was off. Just then, Huayun suddenly shouted loudly, "I brought the person, the rest has nothing to do with me." After saying that, he rode the rhinoceros straight into the mist. At the same time, enormous dark shadows began to emerge around them. "Be careful!" A sound of wind breaking suddenly rang out from above. Ji Yuan's expression changed drastically as he rushed to pull Mu Xuxin, who was about to approach the 1,000-year-old ancient tree, back. The two of them dodged backward. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and a tall figure appeared right where Mu Xuxin had just been. "Who is it?" Mu Xuxin was startled into a cold sweat by the sudden loud noise. The figure stood up, towering over 4 meters tall, with a sinister face. It was a male. How could someone be 4 meters tall? Ji Yuan's heart raced as he looked at the man's body, covered in black fur, with 4 bulging pectoral muscles on his chest. It looked like a human but also like a monkey. Human-faced wild ape. Mu Xuxin recognized this creature at a glance. Around them, the mist surged, and dark figures rushed towards the two. Ji Yuan clenched his fists, azure flames swirling, and the young Qilin beast suddenly appeared. Boom! The shockwave of the Imperial-level bloodline erupted, directly dispersing the mist. It revealed the creatures that had been stunned in place. Flame storm! Ji Yuan roared, and the ghostly flames within him spread wildly like a storm. The terrifying temperature distorted the air, yet the human-faced wild ape did not dodge or evade, allowing the flames to burn its body as it trudged towards the two. "It's useless. The human-faced wild ape is immune to fire." Mu Xuxin's voice rang out. She had just been momentarily stunned by the appearance of the ghost. Immune to fire again? Is this a rare trait or what? Ji Yuan complained inwardly. Before he could switch to his flash form, he heard a delicate shout, "Watermelon, use gale strangulation." Whoosh! A fierce gale rose from the ground, and Ji Yuan clearly saw a snake-like light shadow rushing towards the neck of the human-faced wild ape. A pale blue light suddenly appeared, and as Mu Xuxin shouted, "Strangulate!" Swish! Blood sprayed, and the human-faced wild ape's head, the size of a car wheel, fell to the ground. But that wasn't the end. Mu Xuxin extended her long fingers and drew circles in the air. In Ji Yuan's line of sight, the snake-like light shadow followed her gestures, slicing through the human-faced wild ape with the gale. The human-faced wild ape has extremely strong vitality. Even if decapitated, it can survive for at least 10 minutes. It must be killed in one go, Mu Xuxin explained to him. In just a few seconds, the 4-meter-tall man-faced ape was sliced into pieces, its crimson blood pooling on the ground, the pungent smell irritating the nostrils. Ji Yuan stared blankly to the side, while Mu Xuxin expressionlessly clapped her hands. Such decisive killing was hard to reconcile with her usual vibrant and lively demeanor. "What are you looking at?" When encountering danger in the wild, you must act decisively, leaving no room for hesitation. This is what my mom taught me, and I remember it well. How about that? Impressive, right? Mu Xuxin felt a bit smug seeing his astonished expression. "Don't celebrate too early." Ji Yuan shook his head, his eyes serious and extremely confused. What the hell was that bastard Huayun doing? From his earlier words, it was clear that someone had been waiting here all along. The beast horde surrounding them was intimidated by Ming. The Qilin, a creature of blue and white, raised its head high, flames surging within its body. At that moment, 3 figures appeared directly ahead. These 3 wore blood-red garments, their faces adorned with white markings, resembling the natives living in the Valley of Withering. How could this be? Mu Xuxin murmured, and Ji Yuan detected a hint of panic in her voice. "Do you recognize them?" He quickly turned his head. "I've seen this kind of attire in ancient texts, but this makes no sense." Mu Xuxin's eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at Ji Yuan, questioning. their attire comes from a civilization that has already gone extinct. Extinct civilization? What kind of ancient terminology was that? Who were they here for? This is bad. Mu Shushin whispered. I tried to contact Old Tan with a special communicator, but it seems the signal is being blocked by some force and can't go through. Ahead, the beasts that had been stunned regained their clarity and charged again. Ming stepped forward, the ghostly flames transforming into several fireballs that struck the group of beasts. The terrifying high temperature, combined with the scorching of their souls, caused the beasts to emit a few cries before being reduced to ashes. Now in his youth, Ming's ghostly flames had significantly increased in power. This astonishing effect made Mu Shushin's eyes flicker. She knew Ji Yuan was also a 6th-tier beast master and that this beast's bloodline was mythical. Yet, to have such power in the hands of a 6th-tier beast master was indeed beyond the passing mark. After the beasts perished, the ground trembled violently, and then, enormous figures began to appear. Soul Spirit Scorpions. Ji Yuan frowned, looking at the 3 uniquely shaped figures in the distance. They have the ability to control wild creatures. Mu Shushin's expression turned grave. You must remember, when the fight starts, absolutely do not engage them in close combat, and definitely recall your beast when they try to control it. As the Soul Spirit Scorpions charged forward, Mu Shushin summoned the wind attribute snake-shaped beast once more. This time, Ji Yuan saw clearly that it was a snake with 2 pairs of delicate wings. Watermelon, use, wind-piercing stab. The uniquely shaped snake flew into the air, and then, a massive phantom appeared. This phantom spread its enormous wings, and countless pale blue sharp feathers shot down from above. However, these seemingly sharp feathers were damaged upon colliding with the scorpion's shell, unable to penetrate its defenses. This scene reminded Ji Yuan of when he was in the mine, where Lu Hen's muscle kangaroo also couldn't inflict significant damage on the Soul Spirit Scorpion. Such a thick scorpion shell. Seeing her attack was ineffective, Mu Shushin waved her hand, and the small snake vanished, the air instantly boiling. Roar! In the void, a massive shadow engulfed in raging flames leaped out. Ji Yuan was astonished to discover that it was actually a giant stone statue. Apple, smash them to pieces. As Mu Shushin's voice fell, the massive burning stone statue leaped high, its terrifying body weighing 1,000 pounds crashing into the swarm of magic scorpions, erupting with a shocking roar. Perhaps it truly required a more powerful force. The giant's fist swung, and these soul magic scorpions were directly flattened. At that moment, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but sigh. This was the kind of combat power a prestigious family should possess. In fact, during this time, he had learned from Zhao Shan that Su Ziyin held a very low status in the Su family, even to the point of being considered an outsider. Although she was a member of the Su family, she had never enjoyed any family resources or training. If it weren't for her grandfather being the current head of the Su family, Su Ziyin might not even be able to stay within the family. Of course, these secrets Zhao Shan had also learned from his father, Zhao Tianhou. At this moment, seeing Mu Shushin, one of the 5 great families, so powerful, he felt a bit emotional. Being born in such an environment was not necessarily a stroke of luck. If you have any other tricks, use them all. Soon, Mu Shushin's giant statue had dealt with all the magic scorpions. She was quite exhilarated, standing with her slim waist, provocatively shouting at the opponent. At that moment, Ji Yuan suddenly noticed a faint red gas beginning to appear around the 3 individuals. The next moment, soul disruption. In an instant, Ji Yuan and Mu Shushin were both frozen in place. Their gazes were vacant, their expressions dull, as if their souls had been stripped from their bodies. Their respective beasts directly dissipated, forced back into their beast seals. Soul disruption. The moment those 2 words rang out, Ji Yuan felt darkness enveloping him, with inexplicable whispers echoing in his ears. He wanted to struggle, but it felt as if he were being pinned down by a ghost, unable to move. What kind of trick is this? The whispers continued, causing his heart to grow increasingly anxious. This was a situation he had never encountered before. He tried to call out to Ming and Shanpa in his heart, but it felt as if the connection with the 2 beasts had been severed. His brain raced, and ultimately, he decided to take a gamble. Calming his mind, the chaotic soul power within him suddenly quieted at that moment, beginning to contract at the speed of light towards his heart. Bang! This time, he did not suppress it. The surging soul power burst forth from his body like a tidal wave, creating a terrifying shockwave. In an instant, his consciousness regained clarity. The whispers in his ears dissipated, and his vision cleared. He was horrified to discover that the 3 bizarre-looking individuals were now within arm's reach. Beside him, the similarly unconscious Mu Shushin also regained her senses due to his soul's agitation. She gasped rapidly, her eyes filled with fear, looking at Ji Yuan, only to see his face pale. I detonated my soul power. I will enter a period of weakness. Can you hold on? Ji Yuan's eyes darkened, an endless sense of weakness about to engulf his consciousness. Here, take this. Mu Shushin immediately pulled out a small bottle of light blue liquid from her beast ring. This is a soul power replenishing liquid. These guys have special methods, I won't be able to handle them alone. After saying that, she summoned the burning giant statue again and charged towards the three. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan was taken aback. There was such a thing. He quickly grabbed it, twisted off the cap, and swallowed it all. Instantly, a warm current gathered in his abdomen, and his depleted soul power was greatly replenished in an instant. Awesome! With his strength restored, Ji Yuan summoned Ming again, and the nether flame surged out alongside the burning giant statue, enveloping the strange three. But then, an astonishing scene unfolded. As the burning giant statue's fists, capable of crushing soul magic scorpions, came down, the three individuals actually raised their hands and swung out a punch of their own. A muffled explosion erupted, and the burning giant statue was actually forced back by them. The nether flame also arrived at that moment, but it could not inflict any harm on these individuals. What is going on here? Ji Yuan looked at Mu Shushin. She was the only one who understood. The other party has accurately assessed our levels. We can't harm them at all. Their appearance is covered by an invisible layer of soul keratin, and ordinary beast-taming attacks can't break through it. She maintained a serious expression and looked at Ji Yuan. What should we do? We must use soul resonance to break this layer of keratin, but we are only at the 6th rank. Soul resonance is needed. Why didn't you say it earlier? Ji Yuan roared in his heart and immediately ordered, Ming, unleash, flame storm. Did you not understand? Ordinary attacks won't work, only 5th rank. Mu Shushin thought he was being stubborn, but the next moment, her eyes widened. A torrent of azure flames surged forth, engulfing the three of them. At first, they were completely unconcerned. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ji Yuan's mouth as his soul power surged into the nether flame. Boom! The flames expanded wildly, and the resonance from his special grade soul power greatly enhanced the soul burning properties of the nether flame. In an instant, the expressions of the oddly shaped trio changed for the first time. Visible cracks appeared on the surface of their skin. The nether flame extended through the gaps, and in that moment, screams and wails erupted simultaneously. You can actually resonate. Mu Shushin was surprised yet delighted, looking at Ji Yuan with disbelief. Whoosh! But before they could celebrate, a sudden sound of wind breaking came from behind them. A white object collided with Mu Shushin, the immense impact causing her to lose control and crash into Ji Yuan, both of them falling to the ground. This sudden scene interrupted Ming's focus, and the nether flame was about to extinguish. Continue, don't. Ji Yuan, lying on the ground, shouted urgently, but Ming's body was also sent flying, and the nether flame went out. Mu Shushin was completely pressed against Ji Yuan, her delicate face scrunched up, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, seemingly injured. At that moment, a cold light flickered in the sky, and Ji Yuan's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he pressed his hands against Mu Shushin's chest and pushed her away. She let out a sharp scream as a sensitive area was attacked, but there was no time to say anything as she watched a white figure descend from the sky. Whoosh! The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh and Ji Yuan's painful cry echoed simultaneously. Mu Shushin's eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted. Ji Yuan. She saw that the thing attacking them was a white rat with sharp horns on its head. Ji Yuan was not unfamiliar with this creature. It was almost identical to the soul-horned rat found deep within the mining veins of Hongling City. At this moment, the sharp horn of the white soul-horned rat pierced his left abdomen, the excruciating pain causing his brows to furrow tightly. Ming sensed Ji Yuan was injured and let out a roar, the nether flame burning fiercely. The terrifying heat forced the soul-horned rat to withdraw its horn and flee. Ji Yuan. Mu Shushin rushed forward, her eyes red as she lifted him up. Just moments ago, she had been extremely embarrassed, but now she understood that Ji Yuan's actions were to save her. At the wound, not only was there intense pain, but also a tingling sensation. The toxin. Ji Yuan took out 2 remaining antidote and hemostatic pills from his beast-taming ring and stuffed them into his mouth, then staggered to his feet with Mu Shushin's support. In the distance, the trio that had just been burned by the nether flame were gasping for breath on the ground. Clearly, the ambush was not their doing. Therefore, there was only one possibility left. Huo Yun. Ji Yuan looked at the man walking out from behind the ancient tree, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Your beast. That's right, in fact, my beast never fell in the Beast King's secret realm. Huo Yun helplessly spread his hands. Ji Yuan, you really are an unlucky one. Generally speaking, beast masters below the 6th rank are not within our hunting range. But every time, you just happen to be with the people from the 5 great families. Sigh. Huo Yun shook his head. Last time in the Beast King's secret realm, I thought you 3 were doomed for sure. Who would have thought, you all actually survived. It forced me to bring you back with me. Unfortunately this time, you won't have that kind of luck again. He looked at Mushushin. You've been trying to contact Tanhe, right? Hey, the magnetic field in the Withering Valley is unique. Any technology that enters here will be useless, so don't waste your energy. You young masters and misses from the 5 great families will eventually be trained into high-ranking beast masters, posing too great a threat to us, so they must be eliminated. At that moment, Ji Yuan suddenly looked to the side, where Ming stumbled, crashing headfirst to the ground. Hey, is the toxin acting up? Huoyun chuckled ominously. This toxin isn't lethal, but it can cause any creature to temporarily lose its ability to move. At the same time, Mu Shushin's face gradually turned pale, her strength seemingly drained, collapsing to the ground. I've been lurking in this damned place for over 10 years, and today, I can finally personally slay a young beast master from one of the 5 great families. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Huoyun let out a sickly laugh, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes as he looked at Mu Shushin. Your head can earn me the things I've always dreamed of. Die. Just as Huoyun was about to command his beast to attack, Mu Shushin used her last bit of strength, and the burning giant from afar leaped towards them. Huoyun sneered, summoning the rhinoceros that was used as a mount. When the rhinoceros appeared, it directly met the giant's fists with its horn. Bang! The ground instantly collapsed, but the rhinoceros remained unmoved, even pushing the burning giant away with a single effort. I also have an antidote, but the effect will be very slow. Can you hold on? Mu Shushin's lips turned pale, cold sweat continuously beating on her forehead as she looked at Ji Yuan, her heart filled with despair. Let me answer that for you. Huoyun strolled leisurely, as if everything was under his control. He looked at Ji Yuan, sneering. He only has this one beast that can change attributes. If you place your hopes on him, you're gravely mistaken, Miss Mu. Back in the Beast King's secret realm, Ji Yuan had deliberately dealt with Zhao Shan's words, and Huoyun had indeed taken it seriously. On one hand, there couldn't possibly be thunder-type creatures in the Beast King's secret realm, as it contradicted the forbidden crab. So at that time, he directly ruled out the possibility of Ji Yuan contracting a new beast in the secret realm. On the other hand, he had received accurate information from Tanhe that Ji Yuan only had one beast. Huoyun believed that after lurking for over 10 years, he had never revealed a flaw. Otherwise, during the Withering Valley expedition, how could Tanhe have entrusted Ji Yuan to him? Tanhe would never lie to him. Don't struggle, Miss Mu, I will be very gentle. He laughed heartily, stepping closer. Ji Yuan's eyelids drooped. He hadn't expected that his deliberate actions in the secret realm would lay the groundwork for this moment. Let him go. I'll let you act when I say so. Mu Shushin struggled to get up but suddenly heard Ji Yuan whisper. Her eyes flickered. At such a life-and-death moment, she didn't want to trust anyone. But thinking of how he had just pushed her away, combined with her current terrible state, she could only choose to believe him. At this moment, Ji Yuan let out a long breath, seemingly resigned, retracting Ming back into the beast seal. Huoyun's smile couldn't be concealed, the rhinoceros vanished, and the white ghost horned mouse appeared on his left shoulder. As long as it enters the 8-step range, the ghost horned mouse can deliver a fatal blow. He pondered in his heart, the man-faced ape from earlier was one of his 3 beasts. At that moment, he never expected that the man-faced wild ape would be killed in an instant. The rhino's attack method was too obvious, and the death distance required for the shadow mouse was very close. That's why he chose to reveal himself. Although it seemed like he was just talking nonsense, his intention was to get closer to the two and create conditions for the shadow mouse to strike. Huoyun's gaze swept over the injured Ji Yuan and the toxin-affected Mu Shushin, and for some reason, he felt an inexplicable palpitation towards Ji Yuan. This feeling didn't arise for no reason, and in his heart, he immediately decided on his priority target for elimination, Ji Yuan. But just as he was a step away from launching his attack, behind him, the burning giant suddenly raised both fists and smashed down towards him. Huoyun snorted coldly, and the rhino appeared again, blocking the giant's attack. Zizi! Suddenly, thunder roared. What? Huoyun turned around sharply, only to see a shadow rushing towards him. Dance of lightning. Accompanied by Ji Yuan's roar, Huoyun felt as if he had been hit head-on by a car, his figure flying backward, the electric attribute within him echoing with screams. At the same time, the electric light from the dance of lightning shot towards the rhino, sending the massive creature tumbling over, wildly thrashing. Ji Yuan didn't pause, he turned around in an instant. Behind him, 3 oddly shaped figures were already rushing towards them, getting closer. Ji Yuan extended his palm and roared, Flash, unleash, frenzy, roar. Flash bared its teeth and roared, electric light gathering in its mouth, and in an instant, bang, 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 3 lightning orbs shot out, hitting their targets with pinpoint accuracy. Without the protection of the soul power barrier, their flesh and blood were simply unable to withstand such an attack, directly obliterated under the terrifying explosion. As the explosive aftermath dissipated, 2 of the 3 were reduced to nothing, while the remaining one seemed to have just managed to reconstitute his soul power barrier at the moment the attack arrived. A look of survival after disaster appeared on his face, but before he could catch his breath, electric light once again gathered in Flash's mouth. This time, Ji Yuan divided a bit of soul power. Bang! A sound that shook the soul reverberated through the forest, causing all nearby creatures to momentarily daze. After dealing with the last of the strange figures, Ji Yuan turned around. Hui Yun lay on the ground, staring intently at the black giant wolf, roaring in his heart. How is this possible? How could he really have a lightning-type beast? Mu Xuxin, sitting on the ground, looked at the suddenly reversed situation, gazing at Ji Yuan's thin back, her eyes flickering. She never expected this guy to be hiding so deeply. After so many days of interaction, even she didn't know that the other party had a lightning-type beast. At this moment, the roles of attack and defense had changed. Ji Yuan stepped forward slowly, watching the rhino rolling and struggling, his mind stirred. Bang! 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 Several lightning orbs shot out, directly blasting it into pieces. Then, Flash appeared in front of Hui Yun, opening its massive mouth, the lightning orbs condensing, aimed straight at his head. As long as he dared to make any move, Flash would not hesitate to kill him in one blow. So, the Beast King's secret realm 2 months ago was your doing? Ji Yuan looked down at him. Hui Yun suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Pop! In an instant, the thick trunk of a 1,000-year-old tree exploded, and a scarlet spear shot out, piercing towards Ji Yuan's heart. This sudden spear was incredibly fast, leaving no time to dodge. At the critical moment, Ji Yuan instinctively tilted his body. Shoo! The scarlet spear pierced through his left shoulder, leaving a bloody hole, then plunged straight into the ground, dissipating into light points. Ji Yuan let out a muffled groan from his throat. If he hadn't experienced the excruciating pain during the Ming advancement, he might have already fainted from the pain. He pressed his palm against the wound, and a large amount of fresh blood dripped down his arm, his face turning pale in an instant. Ji Yuan. The situation reversed once again as Mu Xuxin, regaining some strength, rushed forward. When she saw the penetrating wound on his shoulder, her expression changed dramatically. I'm fine, get ready to fight. Ji Yuan shook his head, looking towards the ancient tree. When a man stepped out, Ji Yuan's pupils constricted. Secretary Lin. This inconspicuous person beside Tan He was actually the mastermind behind everything today. Lin Huan, you even missed your sneak attack. Hui Yun cursed as he got up from the ground. Secretary Lin ignored him and slightly bowed towards Ji Yuan. As he did every time they met, he said, sorry. Then, he raised his hand and grasped at the air. Swish! A crimson spear materialized out of thin air. Without further ado, he hurled it at the two. To be precise, he aimed at Mu Xuxin. Secretary Lin's movements were too fast. From the appearance of the spear to its throw, it was a matter of a split second. The toxins in Mu Xuxin's body had not yet been completely eliminated, and she can only watch helplessly as the spear shot towards her. At the critical moment, Ji Yuan pushed her aside with his body, and just as the crimson spear was about to pierce his head, he shouted, Flash spark. Boom! A lightning ball shot out, colliding with the spear and causing an explosion that produced a deafening roar. Ji Yuan was thrown back by the shockwave of the explosion, rolling on the ground, while Flash Spark approached him in an instant, using its wolf head to brace against his body. Mu Xuxin also rushed over at this moment, and with a wave of her hand, a vibrant breath surged forth. She summoned her third beast, which resembled a colorful butterfly. The moment the butterfly appeared, it immediately scattered green light spots that flowed into Ji Yuan's left shoulder wound. Instantly, Ji Yuan felt the sharp pain in his left shoulder ease, and the wound visibly began to heal. Mu Xuxin helped him to his feet, her eyes misty, lost in thought. Seeing yet another attack fail, Secretary Lin sighed lightly, tilting his head back and lamenting, actually, I quite enjoyed this experience. After saying that, he raised his hand and tore at his clothes. Rip! His formal attire was shredded, revealing a blood-red outfit. Immediately, white patterns began to emerge on his skin, resembling some kind of mark or rune, extremely strange and eerie. They were almost identical to those of the three who had been killed earlier. What on earth did this represent? Be careful, this Ji Yuan somehow can resonate even at the 6th rank. Your soul power angle is useless against him. Behind, Hui Yun watched Secretary Lin transform, his eyes filled with admiration. Then let's make it quick, Secretary Lin murmured to himself. Bang! In an instant, Secretary Lin's figure shot out like a cannonball. With a muffled sound, Mu Xuxin summoned the burning giant to block in front of them, but Secretary Lin threw a punch. Bang! With one punch, the burning giant was directly turned into a cloud of rubble, its entire body exploding apart. Apple! This scene left Mu Xuxin dumbfounded. She had never imagined that her apple would be shattered with a single punch. Ji Yuan's pupils shook. Secretary Lin hadn't used any beasts, so what was going on here? Could it be that there is a school of thought in this world that achieves sanctification through the physical body? Is this a joke? With no time to think further, he quickly grabbed Mushushin and whispered urgently, "Is there any of that soul power replenishing liquid left?" Mushushin was taken aback, then quickly replied, "This kind of thing can't be taken continuously in a short time. It will have side effects." "What side effects?" "Shortly, a few seconds, at most 10 minutes, and you will fall into a coma." "Give it to me." Ji Yuan did not hesitate. Mushushin saw the madness surging in his eyes and knew this was not the time to hesitate. Gritting her silver teeth, she immediately took it out from the beast tamer ring and handed it to him. Ji Yuan then said, "I will do my best to delay them, at most 3 minutes. You need to think of a way to contact Tanhe during this time. In 3 minutes, my soul power will be exhausted. If you still can't contact Tanhe, just take me and run. As long as we leave the depths of the Withering Valley and get to the outskirts, they shouldn't attack again." Now that he thought about it, why did Huayun choose to act only in the depths? It must be because of Secretary Lin's special power, which cannot be seen. After saying this, without waiting for Mushushin to respond, he directly called upon the flashing spirit to meet the charging Secretary Lin. Frenzied explosion. Ji Yuan spread his 5 fingers, and his soul power attached to the lightning sphere in the flashing spirit's mouth. Bang! The sphere moved at high speed, striking Secretary Lin and causing him to stagger. The surface of his skin revealed a dark gray layer of soul power armor. Secretary Lin seemed to be a level stronger than the previous 3, as the resonated explosion did not cause much damage to his armor. A 6th-rank beast tamer can actually achieve a 5th-rank soul power resonance. Secretary Lin's gaze was cold as he stared at Ji Yuan. "Your threat is greater than the fresh blood of the 5 great families. Today, the Mu family girl can leave, but you must die." Whoosh! Taking advantage of this moment, Huayun sinisterly summoned the shadow-horned mouse, launching a surprise attack. He wasn't aiming to kill, just to distract Ji Yuan. Swish! Just as the shadow-horned mouse was about to get close to Ji Yuan, green flames erupted. Squeak! The white shadow-horned mouse was instantly engulfed by the infernal flames, letting out a mournful cry. At the same time, Secretary Lin's figure flickered and appeared, throwing a punch at Ji Yuan's face. Dance of lightning. The massive body of the flashing spirit collided with Secretary Lin, deliberately avoiding his punch, causing Secretary Lin to stagger back repeatedly. How is this possible? You can actually control 2 beasts to fight at the same time," Huayun exclaimed, as if he had seen a ghost. Secretary Lin narrowed his eyes, equally shocked. Behind them, Mushushin was also stunned. At this moment, she finally understood where Ji Yuan's confidence came from. Her eyes sparkled, and this young man's slender figure now looked incredibly reliable. "You don't know much more than this." Ji Yuan laughed loudly. On his left, the green and white Qilin stood tall, and on his right, the black thunder wolf lord with deep blue hidden within stared fiercely. Having only become a beast tamer for just over 2 months, yet possessing such combat power, this young man's growth rate was astonishing. Flame storm, dance of lightning, frenzied explosion. Inside, his soul power was rapidly depleting, but there was still a bottle of replenishing liquid, allowing him to fully unleash his abilities, controlling the 2 beasts and frantically pouring out skills. During this time, he did not forget to release soul power to resonate with the infernal flames, burning while letting the flashing spirit unleash the frenzied explosion. Under this bombardment, Secretary Lin seemed to have no other means, only able to protect himself with his arms in front of him. His soul power armor was indeed extremely strong, and it wasn't until Ji Yuan's soul power was exhausted that a crack finally appeared. Secretary Lin seized this moment of opportunity, his body charging out, finally ready to counterattack. The beast tamer ring shone brightly as Ji Yuan opened the cap of the soul power replenishing liquid and poured the light blue liquid into his mouth. Thunder judgment. At the moment Secretary Lin was about to get close, the flashing spirit let out a long howl to the sky. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rolled. Huayun's face changed drastically, frantically retreating in panic. This time, his beast was truly finished, and he was now a cripple. Boom! The thunderbolt struck down, crashing onto Secretary Lin, the immense force sending him flying several meters. Damn it! Secretary Lin scrambled to his feet, veins bulging on his forehead. For so many years, he had been afraid that Tanhe would see through him, and thus he never dared to push his power further. This had led to his current inability to take down a mere 6th-grade beast master. Of course, a bigger reason was Ji Yuan's extreme unreasonableness. If it weren't for Ji Yuan's summoned beast still displaying the beast seal, he would never have believed that a 6th-grade beast master could fight with 5th-grade abilities. Today, it seemed he would not succeed. Old Tan! Old Tan! Suddenly, behind him, Mushushin shouted in delight. She had contacted Tanhe. Whoosh! In an instant, the crimson spear reappeared. He aimed to interrupt Mushushin, but it was too late to throw it. The thunder from above roared down. Secretary Lin gritted his teeth, having no choice but to abandon his attack on Mu Shushin and hurled the spear at the incoming thunder. Bang! The two collided, and the thunder exploded. At that moment, Ji Yuan noticed that the white patterns on his body had faded significantly while he was condensing the crimson spear. It seemed that gathering this thing consumed a lot of his energy. He could not delay any longer. Ji Yuan drew half of his soul power and frantically injected it into the thunderclouds above. Boom! In an instant, the thunder poured down on Secretary Lin like a torrential rain, and with each rumble of thunder, a resonance stirred his soul. Secretary Lin endured the thunder strikes, and the resonance made him momentarily dazed each time he was hit, rendering him unable to act. He can only stand there, unwillingly roaring in anger. Lin Huan, watch out in front. Huo Yun's scream came. Secretary Lin's heart jolted, and he quickly looked up, only to see Ji Yuan's intense killing intent as he charged towards him with the Azure Qilin beast. Just as he prepared to retreat, the thunder from above struck down again, causing another soul resonance, and he was dazed once more. Crack! At the same time, his soul power barrier finally could not withstand it and shattered with a bang. I'm going for it! A madness shone in Secretary Lin's eyes. A terrifying wave of blood energy surged from within him. Ji Yuan and Ming also approached him at that moment. Ming, use Phantom Assault. Currently, his strongest offensive move was only Resonance, Light and Shadow Assault. Although the Flash Spirit could not participate, he only wanted to use this final attack to severely injure the opponent, allowing Mu Shushin to escape with him. Ming's beastly eyes flashed with a green light, and in an instant, a phantom resembling it appeared. The phantom charged ahead, with Ming closely following, while Ji Yuan gathered all his soul power at his heart, waiting for the moment to explode. Secretary Lin, crazily bombarded by the thunder, chose to take a reckless gamble. Upon seeing the phantom before him, without a second thought, a blinding bloodlight suddenly erupted from his chest. Whoosh! This bloodlight was extremely terrifying, instantly piercing through the phantom's head, then grazing past Ming's ear, soaring towards the mist-covered valley above. As the bloodlight passed through the thunderclouds condensed by the Flash Spirit, it directly shattered the thunderclouds. This terrifying attack seemed to consume a lot of his energy. After the bloodlight shot out, he became weak, his smooth skin visibly aging. Ming halted, and behind him, Ji Yuan raised his right fist and smashed it down fiercely onto Secretary Lin's face. The soul power that had contracted to its limit poured out of his fist without reservation. Bang! Without the protection of the soul power barrier, this punch landed squarely on Secretary Lin's face, blood and shattered teeth splattering everywhere, sending him flying far away. At this point, Ji Yuan's soul power was completely exhausted. He knew that this blow could not be fatal. Using his last bit of strength, he climbed onto Ming's back, recalled the Flash Spirit, and urged Ming to sprint towards Mu Shushin. Just halfway through, Ji Yuan lost consciousness. The consumption this time was too thorough, forcing Ming to return to the Beast Master Seal. Ji Yuan fell to the ground, and Mu Shushin hurriedly helped him up, thinking nothing of it, and directly made a run for it. Fortunately, Huo Yun, whose beasts had all been wiped out, did not dare to pursue and could only turn around to help the fallen Secretary Lin. Back! Secretary Lin's appearance had already aged him to look like an 80-year-old man, especially after Ji Yuan had knocked out several of his teeth. His mouth slightly opened, as if trying to say something. Huo Yun saw this and quickly bent down to listen. But in an instant, Secretary Lin's face twisted in rage, and he suddenly hugged him tightly. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the fog-laden valley. After a while, Secretary Lin stood up, taking a long breath. He returned to his original form, and at his feet lay a skeleton. Pa! He spat at the skeleton, then looked at Ji Yuan and the others who had long since disappeared, his eyes cold. Ji Yuan, a 6th-grade beast master with combat power comparable to a 5th grade, if we let him grow, he will be an obstacle to our clan's grand plan. This body has already been exposed and cannot be hidden any longer. The Beast Master Alliance will soon react. We must inform our compatriots and take action before the Alliance finds out. He chose not to pursue but walked deeper into the Valley of Withering. It was unclear how long had passed. Consciousness gradually awakened from the chaos. A sound of sobbing echoed in his ears. Ji Yuan tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Soon, he fell back into endless darkness. When consciousness revived again, the first thing he felt was that his head was resting on something soft. His body swayed gently, and he tried to open his eyes. His vision was blurry, and it seemed he was leaning against someone's leg. Ji Yuan? Ji Yuan! Mu Shushin's voice rang out, but he couldn't respond, as darkness swallowed him once more. In this long sleep, Ji Yuan repeatedly dreamed a dream. He dreamed of a group of people dressed in blood-red garments, their faces painted with white runes, whispering around him. As they whispered, his soul seemed to be pulled from his body, allowing them to feast upon it. At that moment, he saw their faces clearly. They were all Secretary Lin. Hiss! In an instant, Ji Yuan suddenly sat up, his back drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing wildly. He's awake! Quickly notify Mayor Tan, Ji Yuan is awake. A nurse, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the room. It was then that he realized he was lying in a hospital room. Outside the window, the night was deep. He had an IV drip connected to his hand, and he pressed his forehead, waves of sharp pain occasionally coursing through his mind. Ji Yuan! Suddenly, a graceful figure rushed into the room. Before he could see clearly, she hugged him tightly. The pleasant scent of osmanthus entered his nose, easing his headache. But he quickly broke free, saying, Mushushin? What happened to me? You were unconscious for 3 days. I was so worried. Unexpectedly, Mushushin hugged him even tighter. Cough, cough. At that moment, a cough sounded, and Mushushin's delicate body tensed, quickly pulling away and turning her head with an awkward smile, saying, You're here too? Tan he looked at his daughter speechlessly before turning to Ji Yuan with a serious expression. The rules for the city competition have changed. Moreover, not just the city competition, even the national city rankings will undergo significant changes. Mushushin stood beside him, her small hands on her hips, a bit displeased, saying, Old Tan, Ji Yuan just woke up. Can't you let him rest? Tan he ignored her, and Ji Yuan frowned, guessing, is it because of what we experienced this time? Yes, Tan he nodded. In the 3 days since you all, other cities have experienced varying degrees of assassination incidents. These damn sewer rats have actually hidden so deeply. Tan he's face was dark, his eyes filled with indifference. Who are these people, really? Ji Yuan leaned against the hospital bed, filled with endless confusion. Soon, Tan he uttered an unheard name, the Cursed Soul Nation. The Cursed Soul Nation? Ji Yuan was baffled. He had never heard of such a country in the world. He voiced his doubts. Mushushin crossed her arms and explained, in the ancient era, there were 3 major nations, the Cursed Soul Nation, the Kuera, and our Great Xia. Our Great Xia has always focused on beast taming, following a contract method of growing together with the beasts. As for the Kuera, compared to beast taming, they are more keen on developing technology, using the power of technology to arm themselves and their beasts. Since ancient times, Great Xia and the Kuera have been inseparable allies, and even today, the relationship between the two countries remains closely connected. Only the Cursed Soul Nation is filled with madmen. Mushushin clenched her fists, looking furious. The ideology of the Cursed Soul Nation is to torture and kill beasts, devouring souls. They have a bloody and cruel unique method of growth. The people of the Cursed Soul Nation are brutal, bloodthirsty, and warlike. In the ancient era, they launched a campaign known as the World Annihilation. Their source of power is exceedingly strange, relying on soul power layers and unique combat methods. They initially forced Great Xia and the Kuera to retreat continuously. In the end, countless predecessors discovered the resonance of soul power during the battle, which allowed them to crack the soul power layers. The final outcome for the Cursed Soul Nation was its destruction by the joint forces of the Kuera and Great Xia. As the explanation concluded, Mushushin smiled at Tan he. So, how about it, old Tan? Did I miss anything? Not much. The mayor added, one more thing. During the ancient era, when the Cursed Soul Nation was destroyed, their core secret techniques were lost and never found. To prevent their resurgence, the Beast Tamer Alliance established a rule that once a Beast Tamer's rank reaches the 5th tier, they must report to the Alliance. Firstly, to prepare for potential future wars, and secondly, to prevent the remnants of the Cursed Soul Nation from secretly weakening Great Xia's power. These sewer rats are deeply hidden, making them hard to detect. A cold glint flashed in Tan He's eyes. He truly hadn't expected that Secretary Lin, who had followed him for many years, would actually be a remnant of the Cursed Soul Nation. After hearing everything, Ji Yuan finally understood. So, it all connected. During this trip to the Withering Valley, he also discovered that the so-called rich ecosystem inside was not as miraculous as advertised online. It seemed this was a kind of conspiracy. Huo Yun was one of the behind-the-scenes manipulators. He had shaped himself into a professional tour guide. If the people hiring him were unimportant, he would simply do his job normally, waiting for the right moment. But once he encountered certain reckless young masters and young ladies from families, he would reveal his claws, colluding with the people in the valley to devour them completely. Then, having achieved their goals, they could take the opportunity to disappear and act again in another place. From this ambush, Wei Yun had said that Mushushin's life could exchange for the items he desired most. This was enough to indicate that the remnants of the Cursed Soul Nation not only survived but perhaps also formed a considerable force. And there was the previous incident of the rampage of the material group in the mine. Later, Ji Yuan heard Zhao Shan mention that on that day in the mine, not only were Su Ziyin and Xiao Lingjue present, but also members of the Zhang and Zheng families. The rampage came suddenly, and perhaps it was also related to these remnants of the cursed soul nation. Moreover, thinking back, the third-tier beast tamer who died in the rampage years ago, could it have been a meticulously planned trap? Dark currents are stirring. What are you thinking about? Mu Shushin saw Ji Yuan's serious expression and asked aloud. He expressed the thoughts he had connected, which made Tan He and his daughter quite agreeable. Regarding the possibility that the Withering Valley is a hiding place for the remnants of cursed souls, I have already reported it to the Beast Master Alliance, and they will send someone to investigate. What you need to do now is to recover from your injuries as soon as possible and be in the best condition to face the city competition. Tan He looked pleased. This time, I listened to Shushin, and you really surprised me. You did very well, you're a real man. He reached out as if to pat Ji Yuan on the shoulder. His left shoulder is injured, Mu Shushin exclaimed from the side. Tan He's hand froze in midair, unsure where to place it. Rest for now. We'll talk about the rule changes for the city competition tomorrow. After a moment, he discreetly withdrew his hand into his pocket, leaving with one last sentence before turning to leave. Mu Shushin pulled over a stool and was about to sit down. Shushin, it's late, don't disturb him. Tan He's voice came from the doorway, and Mu Shushin paused, a hint of embarrassment and annoyance appearing on her face. Bye. She reluctantly threw out the words and followed him out. On the way out, Tan He wore a faint smile. So, now you should know how to talk to your mom, right? I really don't know what kind of luck you stumbled upon. Mu Shushin glanced at him. You actually found a gem like Ji Yuan in such a small place. The reason she came to Linyun City was actually due to a bet. This bet had deep implications, with roots that could even be traced back 10 years. Simply put, this year's city competition required someone to represent Tan He and secure a spot in the top 10 among the gathering of extraordinary talents. Only by achieving this could Tan He win the bet. Mu Shushin's arrival was to assess this person's capabilities in advance. As long as he didn't meet her expectations, there would still be a chance for remedy in the last month. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan not only exceeded Mu Shushin's expectations but, in her view, he could easily break into the top 3. Dad, can I ask you something? Privately, Mu Shushin still preferred to call Tan He this way. Go ahead. Does Ji Yuan have a girlfriend? What? Tisk, come on, just a girlfriend. Mu Shushin was naturally straightforward and didn't hold back in her speech. Tan He raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you have your eye on someone? After all, they were both 22, 23, dating freely was quite normal. Actually, at first, I thought it might just be a fleeting feeling. Mu Shushin pouted. In the Mu family, no one ever played with me. The young masters from other families all love to put on a stinky face and complain that I talk too much and am annoying. But during my time in Linyun City, Ji Yuan has been with me every day. In the process of getting along, he is different from others, you know? It's like, how should I put it? He always makes people feel comfortable because he knows how to maintain boundaries and never crosses the line with me. To say that just based on these points isn't entirely accurate. What touched me the most was that day in the Withering Valley. Mu Shushin slightly tilted her head, the moonlight casting down on her flawless face. I saw him remain calm in the face of danger. He stepped up when I was in despair and turned the situation around, and finally fought against the remnants of the cursed soul nation, and so on. Mu Shushin's brows lifted, her eyes sparkling like stars as she looked at Tan He and said, Do you understand what I mean? Compared to that, the things he does in daily interactions are. For a moment, she couldn't find the right words to describe that feeling. Seeing his daughter at a loss for words, Tan He smiled gently. They're all plus points. Exactly. That's what I mean. Mu Shushin clapped her hands and laughed. Dad knows me best. So, back to the original topic, does he have a girlfriend? Or someone he likes? Let me think. Tan Higu pretended to ponder, then replied, It seems he does, and she's from the Su family. What? Really? Just kidding. Old Tan. That night, Ji Yuan had that strange dream again, where his soul was being gnawed at. When he woke up, the sky was already lightening. He took out his phone and found himself bombarded with messages and calls from Zhao Shan. Among them, there was a missed call from Su Ziyin. With a gentle furrow of his brow, he remembered that he had mentioned in the group chat when they went to the Withering Valley. Su Ziyin had also sent quite a few messages. After glancing through them, he realized that they had actually agreed to meet in Linyun City in the group chat. Looking at the time, it was sent last night. Just as he was about to contact them, the hospital room door was suddenly pushed open. Old Ji, Zhao Shan, wrapped up like a dumpling and wearing sunglasses, ran over with a big laugh. Seeing him like this, it looked like he was planning to pounce directly. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a fair little hand grabbed his collar. Zhao Shan, keep it down. This is a hospital. Su Ziyin followed behind, wearing a creamy white down jacket, her delicate oval face hidden beneath a blue scarf, revealing only her clear eyes. As winter set in, the temperature had dropped significantly. Ji Yuan leaned back against the hospital bed, looking at the two, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corners of his mouth. Who would have thought, meeting again a month later would be in a hospital? The two walked to the bedside, and Zhao Shan circled around him, looking him over. Su Ziyin asked with concern, "How are you? Are you okay?" Ji Yuan shook his head. "How did you find me here?" "Hey, my dad knows Mayor Tan. I noticed you hadn't been in touch for several days, so I had him ask around. I heard you ran into an ambush again?" Zhao Shan looked at him with some admiration. This time, was it that Zhang Jilin again? "No, it was Hui Yun," Ji Yuan said softly. Upon hearing this name, both of them were taken aback. After he recounted all the encounters from this trip, they inexplicably felt a sense of surviving a disaster. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary outing would hide such deadly danger? Damn! Zhao Shan's eyelids twitched. Looks like I really need to listen to my dad from now on and take bodyguards when I go out. Su Ziyin also said with some lingering fear, "It's a good thing we couldn't enter the Withering Valley back then, otherwise, with our strength at that time, we would have definitely died." Ji Yuan nodded silently. Su Ziyin was right. If they had encountered an ambush deep in the Withering Valley back then, they wouldn't have had any chance to resist. Speaking of which, in just over 10 days, it's the city competition. Are you two ready? Not wanting to continue on that topic, Ji Yuan looked at the two. "Don't mention it." Zhao Shan immediately made a bitter face. "Bingbing's advancement isn't finished yet. I'm almost dying of worry. How could it take so long?" If Ji Yuan remembered correctly, it should have started advancing after returning from the Beast King's secret realm. Almost 2 months had passed, and it still wasn't done? "I don't know, my dad just told me to keep waiting." Zhao Shan shrugged. Then, both of them looked at Su Ziyin at the same time. I don't have to participate in the city competition. After it's over, I can just choose a college directly." Su Ziyin squinted her eyes and said, "What? You 5 major families can still get direct admission?" Ji Yuan was shocked, but after thinking about it, it seemed normal. It was said that the top 10 in the city had hundreds of direct admission spots, not to mention these 5 major beast taming families. Well, this is actually a rule set by the Beast Taming Alliance. After all, the younger generation of the 5 major families is much stronger than the average level, Su Ziyin said while moving a bit closer to the bedside. At this moment, Ji Yuan noticed that she was still carrying a pink bag and was rummaging through it. Then, she paused her movements and surprisingly pulled out a scarf, handing it to Ji Yuan. "This is..." Ji Yuan took it and found that the style and color of the scarf were exactly the same as the one she was currently wearing. This is a gift I prepared for you." Su Ziyin took out another identical scarf and handed it to Zhao Shan. "To commemorate our friendship," she said with a smile. "How thoughtful of you, Miss Su." Zhao Shan exclaimed in surprise as he accepted it, cradling it in his hands. Immediately, he looked at Su Ziyin with some emotion. "No girl has ever, you wouldn't get lost." Su Ziyin's disdainful voice came from under the scarf. Zhao Shan's expression froze. "Old Ji, I told you she has changed, she even curses now." "You're talking nonsense." Su Ziyin was about to hit him when the hospital room door opened again. "Ji Yuan, are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious." A vibrant and beautiful figure bounced in. Mu Shushin first saw Su Ziyin and paused in her steps. Then, her gaze shifted to Zhao Shan, who was holding the scarf nearby. At the same time, Zhao Shan looked at her, and their eyes met. The next second, "What the hell? Mu Shushin, Zhao Xiaomei, what are you doing here?" They both exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with surprise and suspicion. "You know each other?" Ji Yuan was stunned on the hospital bed. Zhao Shan walked around to the other side of the bed, leaning on the headboard, feeling frustrated. "Old Ji, how could she be here? How do you know her?" "Shushin is Uncle Tan's daughter. I came to the Withering Valley with her." "She's Tan He's daughter? Why didn't Dad tell me?" Zhao Shan muttered under his breath. "Zhao Xiaomei, Ji Yuan has just recovered and is in a weak state. Don't get so close to him." Mu Shushin shouted with her hands on her hips. "Am I that fragile?" Ji Yuan said somewhat helplessly. "Exactly. And can you stop calling me that name? It sounds terrible." Zhao Xiaomei chimed in from the side. "TCH." Turning her head, Mu Shushin then focused her gaze on the last person in the room. At the same time, she noticed that the other person was also looking at her. The first thing Mu Shushin noticed was the blue scarf that Su Ziyin was wearing. She subtly glanced at the identical one in Ji Yuan's hands. Although Zhao Shan had one too, she still sensed something was off. No way, there really is a rival. This was a unique intuition belonging to women. "Hello, Mu Shushin." Her personality ultimately had to be more lively, and she smiled as she extended her hand. "Su Ziyin." The silent girl seemed to return to her previous state, her tone cold and somewhat distant. The two girls shook hands briefly before letting go. After Mu Shushin smiled, she turned and walked to Ji Yuan's bedside. Su Ziyin stood there in a daze, her gaze fixed on Mu Shushin, her heart in turmoil. It's quite lively here. Tan He arrived a few minutes late. Upon seeing the mayor, Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin both politely greeted him. Sorry, kids, I need to talk to Ji Yuan about something, so please step out for a bit. Tan He wore a kind smile. Okay, Uncle Tan. Zhao Shan immediately got up to leave, with Su Ziyin following behind, glancing back at Ji Yuan, or rather, at Mu Shushin, who showed no signs of moving from the bedside. You go out too. Mu Shushin, who was just about to sit down, was also ushered out by Tan He. Thus, the room was left with only Tan He. The rules for this competition have changed drastically, causing quite a bit of trouble. Finding a place to sit, the mayor got straight to the point. I won't say any unnecessary words. Tan He opened his mouth slowly. Because of the recent exposure of the cursed soul remnants, the Alliance has realized the drawbacks of the city rankings. They plan to merge the 120 cities and replan. After the planning, the Beastmaster Alliance, the 3 major academies, and the 5 great families will each manage one city. Then, the remaining urban areas will all be merged into new regions, which they will categorize as gold, silver, and bronze. For now, this is enough for you to understand about the changes in the urban areas. Next is the key point. In the past, as a representative from a city ranked outside the top 90, you needed to win at least 15 battles to challenge the top 10 for a seat in the top 10. According to the previous rules, the top 10 consisted of one representative from each of the top 10 cities, directly determined. However, with this change in rules, from the 120 cities, each city can only have one representative competing together. There will be a total of 7 rounds in the competition, and each round is crucial. In the first round, 120 people will draw lots to fight. Winners advance, losers are eliminated. This means that at least half of the participants will be eliminated in each round. In the second round, the 60 who advanced will draw lots to fight. In the third round, the 30 who advanced will draw lots to fight. In the fourth round, since there are 15 who advanced, one of the draw participants will have a bye and directly enter the next round. In the fifth round, 7 will advance, and after the bye participant joins, the battle for the top 8 will begin. In the sixth round, the 4 who advanced will draw lots again, and the winners will enter the finals. At this point, Tan He let out a long breath. Do you still remember our initial agreement? Of course, break into the top 10, you get the egg, and I gain fame. Ji Yuan smiled. You brat. Tan He was also amused by him. Now, I shouldn't hide it from you any longer. In fact, the legendary Beast Master Egg has no attraction for me. You know, even though you couldn't contract a Beast Master back then, do you know why I still kept you in the academy for 2 years? Tan He's eyes were filled with reminiscence. Ji Yuan shook his head. In fact, although he had suffered countless mockeries during his 2 years in the academy, he was always grateful that Tan He did not kick him out at that time. I was also an orphan. Tan He said solemnly, when I met my ex-wife Mu Yan, I was just a lowly 9th grade beast master. At that time, my first contracted beast was a lowly bloodline, an ordinary yellow dog. Although I came from humble beginnings, my soul power aptitude reached the upper level, so I could be considered a talent. The subsequent events were a bit cliché. Tan He smiled faintly. Although he said this, his eyes were filled with tenderness. Mu Yan brought me back to the Mu family. Because of my high aptitude and decent talent, with the support of the Mu family, I spent 5 years moving from 9th grade to 4th grade. Becoming a 4th grade beast master also qualified me to marry Mu Yan. At this point, a cold glint flashed in Tan He's eyes. After marriage, according to the Mu family's tradition, both spouses can obtain a legendary bloodline beast master egg. To advance to 3rd grade, a beast master must have at least one legendary level beast. Ji Yuan squinted. There was such a restriction. After that, I spent a year advancing to 3rd grade, becoming the youngest 3rd grade beast master among my peers. Although Tan He recounted this calmly, Ji Yuan could still feel how spirited he once was. In 6 years, he had leaped from an unknown nobody to the youngest 3rd grade beast master. Although it sounded long, it was indeed a peak talent. Hey, ever since I advanced to 3rd grade, rumors began to spread that the Mu family was going to change its name to Tan. Even though I never had any ulterior motives, the Mu family ultimately chose to sever ties with Mu Yan out of fear. After all, at that time I was only a 3rd tier, still able to control things. They feared that if I advanced to the 2nd tier, I would truly take away their precious family. Tan He raised his head, gazing at Ji Yuan, his eyes burning with fierce flames. Do you know what can never be eliminated between people? Prejudice. For Mu Yan, I obeyed the Mu family. At that time, among the 5 great families, no one of my peers or even the older generation of 3rd-tier beast tamers was my match. Utilizing my advantages, the Mu family seized countless resources in the competition. I won all the key battles for the Mu family, ultimately successfully sending the Mu family members into the Beast Tamer Alliance. After doing all this, when they wanted to kick me out, do you know what they said? An orphan, someone from a small place, climbing high to the Mu family just to usurp their nest. Tanhi smiled faintly, but the smile was filled only with disappointment and mockery. They said that without the Mu family's training, without the legendary beast at the time of marriage, I would forever be just a backgroundless, inconspicuous beast tamer. They also said that someone like me, if I didn't climb high to a prestigious family, would forever be stuck at the 4th tier. At that time, I finally understood that no matter how well I did, in the eyes of these people, I was still an outsider with ulterior motives, coveting the family's resources. So, I chose to destroy the contract, return the legendary beast, and refund every penny they spent on me over the past 6 years. The year I left the Mu family, Shu Xian had already turned 12. The Mu family, to humiliate me and for future security, used the freedom of her and her mother as a bet to make a wager with me. At this point, Tanhi clenched his fists tightly, as if he had returned to that day. The city competition is one of the most important events for the Beast Tamer Alliance. Participants must be under 25 years old. The Mu family used the results of the city competition as a wager, with a 10-year deadline and 3 city competitions. As long as I can cultivate a beast tamer who breaks into the top 10 during this period, the Mu family will lift the house arrest on Mu Yan and her mother, returning their freedom. Next month is the last opportunity. This is the real reason I want you to break into the top 10. After laying everything bare, Tanhi reined in all his emotions and quietly watched him. Ji Yuan was silent. He hadn't expected Tanhi to have such a past, nor that Mu Shu Xian's situation was so difficult. House arrest. The surface glamour indeed concealed countless wounds beneath. The forced separation from her parents and her childhood confinement made it a wonder she could still have such a lively personality. Then, what about Mu Shu Xian this time? If she was under house arrest, how could she still come out? Oof. Tanhi sneered, don't think that these family members are fools. This wager is an open scheme for them. Whether I win or lose the wager, it will be extremely beneficial for the Mu family. And Shu Xian is a tool they deliberately released, a not-so-obvious test. This child has never been able to keep things hidden since she was little. Once she returns, she will definitely be interrogated by the Mu family. Then, the Mu family will respond based on what Shu Xian says. Rest assured, no information about you will leak to the Mu family. The only rumor I let out is that you have a fire-type beast. The rest is completely unknown to the outside world. Tanhi had a shrewd look. As for Zhang Jilin, the reason I let you deal with him is also to prepare for the city competition. As for what will happen, let me keep it a mystery. Once you pass the 4th round of the competition, you will understand. I'll follow your arrangements. Ji Yuan smiled, and Tanhi's current honesty also indirectly proved that he had no intention of harming him. In fact, in his view, Tanhi didn't have to be like this. Sincerity is something that can be felt mutually. From the day he awakened his soul power, when Tanhi personally brought him back to the academy, Ji Yuan had already been moved by his sincerity. Everything was unspoken, and Tanhi waved his hand, causing the temperature in the room to suddenly drop to freezing point. This is. Ji Yuan was taken aback, only to see a beast egg surrounded by icy crystal fragments appear in Tanhi's hand. Perhaps I shouldn't do this, but after thinking it over, I still took it out. He raised the ice-type beast egg in his hand. This is a legendary level beast egg. I only know its ice type, but the specific type is unknown. You've already advanced to the 6th rank. You should still not have contracted a 3rd beast, right? Tanhi looked at him, and although he didn't know where Ji Yuan's beasts came from, just like the promise made back then, he absolutely wouldn't delve into his secrets. This beast egg was the best help he could offer him at present. If Ji Yuan refused it, he had another item. A legendary level beast egg. Ji Yuan observed it carefully for a moment. It was his first time seeing a beast egg of this level. After a moment, he shook his head. Thank you, Uncle Tan, but for now, my beasts are enough. His refusal was decisive, as if the priceless item before him didn't spark the slightest interest. I almost forgot to ask. You returned the Mu family's legendary beast, so now you. 4th rank. Tanhi shook his head. Don't worry about me. If you don't want this beast egg, I'll dispose of it. He put away the beast egg and then, as if performing a magic trick, threw a red item towards Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan quickly caught it with both hands, and he heard Tanhi say, this is the skill core of a fire-type beast. Take it. A fire-type skill core. He looked down at it. The surface of the skill core shimmered with a crimson glow, occasionally shifting to reveal a hint of gold. This was the highest level skill core. He raised his head, only to see Tanhi already standing up and walking towards the door. 15 days left. Prepare well for the battle. Everything depends on you. After saying that, he no longer lingered. Ji Yuan tightly gripped the skill core in his hand. Just as promised, 10 he had truly provided him with all the resources. The endorsement fee from Lin Yun City, the advancement of the flashing spark, the life-saving resonance, light and shadow assault in the Withering Valley, and now the fire-type beast skill core that he indeed needed. Every time he helped was just right. The top 10 is far from enough. If you're going to do it to the best of your ability and win the championship. The champion of the city competition was always taken by the cities ranked higher. He wanted to make history. At that moment, a nurse pushed the door open and entered. Mr. G, all your indicators are normal. Mayor Tan has already completed your discharge procedures, and you can leave at any time. Half an hour later, Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan, Su Ziyin, and Mu Shushin arrived at a small restaurant with a mediocre environment but divine flavors. The day Mu Shushin's plane landed, Ji Yuan had brought her here to eat, and since then, she had fallen in love with the place. The restaurant was doing great business, and after the four of them sat down, they attracted quite a few gazes. Su Ziyin took off her scarf, revealing her flawless, pale oval face, her eyelids slightly drooping, exuding an ice-cold beauty. Mu Shushin's wine-red long hair fell casually over her shoulders, her delicate cheeks adorned with a light smile, full of vitality. These two stunningly beautiful women, each different yet exceptionally captivating, were the focus of everyone's attention. "Why you, hello," a timid voice rang out. The four looked up to see a girl wearing glasses, cautiously looking at Ji Yuan and saying, "See, can I take a photo with you?" "What the hell?" Zhao Shan blurted out, looking at Ji Yuan in shock. The latter held his forehead, and as a representative of the city, it was essential to create a buzz. With the efforts of Tan He and a group of spokespersons, Ji Yuan had become a superstar in the city. More popular than any entertainment star, he was the new sensation of beast tamers. In fact, during the days he accompanied Mu Shushin on her food adventures, he had already been chased for photos and autographs. "Sorry, little sister, we're eating right now." At that moment, Mu Shushin stood up abruptly, arms crossed in front of her, shaking her head. During those days, she had blocked wave after wave of photo fans. The little girl lowered her head and left, while Zhao Shan looked at her back and turned to Ji Yuan with a grin. "Old Ji, aren't you hurting the fans' feelings? If it were me, I wouldn't just settle for a photo. I'd take a hug." Unexpectedly, at the table, not only Ji Yuan but the two girls also said in unison, "Get lost." Being scolded by three people at once, Zhao Shan's smile instantly vanished, and he angrily said, "I want to go back to Hongling City." His expression made Ji Yuan chuckle. All right. I'm curious, how do you know Shushin?" "I often go to the Mu family with my mom, so we got familiar after a couple of visits," Zhao Shan replied honestly. "His mom and my mom are best friends, close friends," Mu Shushin added from the side. "Going to the Mu family often? What is your mother's surname?" Ji Yuan asked with interest. Zhao Shan pouted, "My mom is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family." Wow, so it turns out he was the only ordinary person at this table. However, according to the rules of the five great families, shouldn't Zhao Shan's surname be Jiang? Soon, Ji Yuan recalled the scene when Zhao Tianhou descended from the sky on a griffin during the mining expedition. His rank was definitely not low, at least third rank. Perhaps it was because of Zhao Tianhou's own strength that he could break certain rules. Before long, when the dishes were served, the four began to eat. During this time, Su Ziyin remained very quiet, mostly keeping her head down and saying nothing. Zhao Shan and Mu Shushin, however, were a perfect match, their conversation never stopping, each taking turns to chat about everything under the sun. What was most surprising was Mu Shushin. Not only did she talk a lot, but she also managed to keep shoveling food onto Ji Yuan's plate. "Ji Yuan, this is delicious." "Ji Yuan, this one is also really good." "Wow, you have to try this, it's amazing." He barely had time to pick up his chopsticks before his bowl was piled high. "I mean, old Ji isn't disabled. Do you really have to do this?" Even Zhao Shan, sitting across from him, couldn't help but comment. Ji Yuan was also a bit speechless. Was this woman playing a stacking game? Oh, sorry. Mu Shushin finally realized, quickly blinking her eyes, and stopped talking, burying her head in her food. "Oh no, my rival is at the same table. This is too tense." As she silently scolded herself, Su Ziyin, sitting to the side, held her bowl, glancing at Ji Yuan and then at Mu Shushin, before also lowering her head and quietly eating. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, leaving Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan a bit confused. After a moment, Zhao Shan said, "By the way, old Ji, I forgot to tell you, I don't have to participate in the city competition." After the meal, Zhao Shan, Su Ziyin, and Mu Shushin bid farewell to Ji Yuan. The three of them had flights in the afternoon, staggered by a little while, and they were just in time to head to the airport together. On the way back, Ji Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The young masters and mistresses of the five great families really had it good. Not only were they guaranteed admission to the three major academies, but they didn't even have to participate in competitions. Ji Yuan didn't return to the academy dormitory. Tan He had prepared a large flat apartment for him in the city center. Fully equipped, it was ready for him to move in. After returning to the apartment and lying on the living room sofa, he summoned Ming and Shanpa. How are you two doing with your studies on resonance, light and shadow assault? Although he had been in a coma for 3 days, Ming and Shanpa could still engage in simple activities within the Beast Master Seal, including learning skills. As the words fell, wow! Ming shook his body, and then another version of himself appeared beside him. Seeing this, Ji Yuan suddenly stood up. He carefully observed this illusion created by Ming's soul power. Both its aura and strength were consistent with the real one. This level of illusion was simply a perfect clone technique. At this moment, Ming began to move forward, and the illusion followed suit, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between the two. However, the illusion soon vanished. Ming's aura also instantly weakened significantly, indicating that the consumption of this skill was still somewhat excessive. The upper limit of the Beast Master's soul power was closely related to the Beast Master themselves. As a 6th-tier master, he ultimately held back the two beasts a bit. Ji Yuan sighed and looked at Shanpa. The latter shook its large wolf head, and a semi-transparent illusion appeared. Shanpa was ultimately hindered by that negative talent. It's okay, take your time. In the last 10 days, let's strive to learn resonance, shadow strike. He rubbed Shanpa's big head. The part of soul shock that belonged to him should also move to the next step. After pondering for a moment, he took out the skill core that Tan He had given him in the morning. Ming, this is a fire-type skill, give it a try. At the same time, he attached his soul power to the skill core. Crimson Flame Execution, required condition, fire-type beast bloodline level must meet. Advanced, description, manipulate fire attributes to generate flame chains to bind the target, then condense a giant flame sword to execute the enemy. Learning Step 1, attempt to manipulate fire attributes to generate flame chains. Learning Step 2, attempt to manipulate the flame chains to bind the practice target. Step 3, this rare golden skill information floated in his mind. Since it was a skill belonging to the beast, Ji Yuan could read the description but could not see the learning method. Fortunately, Ming had unlocked a new talent called No Worries upon entering its youth phase, which allowed it to learn fire-type skills at a glance. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for it to master this skill. Just as he was thinking this, Ming opened its beastly eyes. The eerie green beast eyes flashed with brilliance as it looked at Ji Yuan, appearing eager to try. Tomorrow, let's go to the valley outside and give it a shot. The next day, early in the morning, in the forest far from the city's hustle and bustle, a black whirlwind rushed swiftly through the woods. Behind it, a mass of azure flames closely followed. Soon, they stopped in front of a dark, massive cave. A fierce howl echoed from within the cave. As heavy footsteps sounded, gradually, a massive black bear emerged, walking on all fours. Is this the guy? The black bear that ambushed us last time and then turned into a black whirlwind to escape? Ji Yuan, riding on Shanpa's back, stared at the ferocious beast. A couple of days before he went to the Withering Valley with Mushishin, they had encountered this strange black bear in the valley. It must have been one of its skills. At that time, it disguised itself as a giant rock, attempting to hunt Ji Yuan without him noticing. Fortunately, Ming and Shanpa reacted quickly, but before they could deal with it, the black bear transformed into a black whirlwind and vanished in the blink of an eye. Today, returning to the same place, with Shampa's keen sense of smell, they tracked down this guy's territory, ready to see how it would escape. Ming, go for it. As soon as the words fell, the black bear roared and charged at Ji Yuan and Shanpa. Shanpa moved, creating a distance of about 5 meters. At the same time, azure flames surged, and under Ji Yuan's gaze, the ghostly flames transformed into several chains, wildly wrapping around the black bear. In an instant, the terrifying high temperature burned, and the black bear howled in agony, its massive body crashing to the ground. Quick! It wants to run again. Ji Yuan's keen eyes noticed that the black bear's body began to blur, a precursor to transforming into a whirlwind. He saw the beast's head raised high, a blue light bursting from its eyes. Swish! Swish! Countless chains shot up from the ground, firmly securing it. Then, around the surface of the beast, ghostly flames began to spread. Clang! A piercing sound, like a blade being unsheathed, echoed out of nowhere. Ji Yuan slightly raised his head and saw a large blade formed from ghostly flames descending directly above the black bear's head. Boom! In an instant, terrifying waves of scorching heat surged outward. The blinding blue light appeared, causing both Ji Yuan and Shanpa to squint their eyes. The blue light flickered and vanished, along with the scorching waves disappearing without a trace. Looking back at the black bear, the chains that had wrapped around it were now gone. A shocking scar marred its massive bare head. The black bear was dead. As expected of a golden level skill, the ground around the black bear showed varying degrees of cracks, as if even the earth could not withstand that blow. Ji Yuan was very satisfied. Now, aside from their resonance skills, both beasts possess 3 skills each, which was already excellent. I have also become familiar with the second step of soul shock. In at most 2 days, I will master it completely. After taking a deep breath, he patted Shanpo's body, and the 2 beasts transformed into light and shadow, soaring through the forest. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained until the city competition. Contestants from all over the country had already rushed to the city where the event would take place, adapting to the environment in advance. Banners began to appear throughout Linyun City, all cheering for Ji Yuan, hoping he could represent Linyun City and achieve a good result. At this moment, City Hall. So, how's the preparation going? The gray-haired, handsome mayor sat in a chair, looking at the young man in front of him with a smile in his eyes. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded in response. Of course, when do we leave? The venue for the city competition was a city called Mohen, which was extremely far from Linyun City. It would likely take 2 days by plane. Right now. After saying this, He stood up, signaling him to follow. Ji Yuan followed him all the way to the top floor of the city hall, where there was a helipad, but no helicopter in sight. Coo! As a melodious cry echoed through the sky, a magnificent, large golden eagle appeared out of nowhere. This is your flight. He leaped onto the back of the golden eagle. Goodness! This was indeed somewhat beyond Ji Yuan's expectations. As he jumped onto the eagle's back, it immediately spread its wings, and before Ji Yuan could adjust, the wings trembled. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the golden eagle's figure had soared to the horizon. Wow, what incredible speed! The young man's astonished shout gradually came through. This eagle was absolutely amazing. Mohen City. At first, Ji Yuan thought this would be a city filled with towering buildings, as bustling as Honling City. But when he stood on the back of the golden eagle and looked down at the city, he was astonished to find that although Mohen City covered a vast area, no building exceeded 3 stories in height. The only towering structure was a square tower standing in the center of the city. In winter, the sky was always gray and overcast. As Ji Yuan and He approached the skies above Mohen City on the golden eagle, figures of flying beast tamers emerged from the surrounding clouds. On these beasts, there were at least 2 people and at most a dozen or so, indicating that not all of them were contestants. He controlled the golden eagle, flying straight toward the top of the square tower without stopping. From a distance, the building appeared slender and long, but as they got closer, Ji Yuan's pupils contracted as he realized that the square tower occupied an area much larger than a football field. This is the 4-square tower of the Beast Tamer Alliance. Beside his ear, He's answer came. Apart from Mohen City, there are 3 other cities that also have identical square towers. He raised his hand and pointed into the distance. You can even see them right now. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan lifted his eyes to scan the surroundings. Although the sky was shrouded in mist, he could indeed see the black outlines of 3 towers in the far-off directions. While Ji Yuan was still immersed in shock, the golden eagle had already reached the top of the square tower. The top was flat, and the ground was dotted with many uniform signs. Beast docking area. It was like a designated parking space, and He controlled the golden eagle to land in one of the docking spots. Soon, a neatly dressed staff member jogged over, his sharp gaze sweeping over Ji Yuan and He. Please show your identification. Ordinary contestants are not allowed to land here. As soon as he finished speaking, He threw out a white card. The staff member took it and, upon seeing it, quickly stepped aside respectfully. Mr. Tan, welcome. Thank you. He put away the golden eagle and led Ji Yuan towards the elevator. They took the elevator down to the first floor, and as soon as the door opened, a cacophony of noise rushed into their ears. The brightly lit, exquisitely decorated first-floor hall was packed with people, the noise overwhelming. Stepping out of the elevator, Ji Yuan saw the 5 large characters. Competition registration. Fortunately, although there were many people, most of the 120 contestants had already completed their registration. Ji Yuan finished registering in 10 minutes, which mainly involved stating his name, representing city, and Beast Master rank, among other things. Let's go to the accommodation. You need to stay here for at least 7 days. Having participated in many competitions, He was familiar with all the processes here and led Ji Yuan outside. Leaving the square tower and walking through the city area, where the average building height did not exceed 3 stories, Ji Yuan was surprised to find that there seemed to be no beast restrictions here. Strange and varied beasts accompanied their owners, and some people even rode their beasts while shopping. Mohen City is a special district set up for the city competition, where you can buy better beast supplements and skill cores. The contestants' accommodations are uniformly planned on the outskirts of the district. 120 contestants, 120 two-story villas with independent courtyards. Along the way, Ji Yuan saw many novel beasts and products, things that were not available in Linyun City or even Honling City. When they arrived at the contestant rest area, Ji Yuan's eyes widened. Just as He had said, this was indeed a neatly arranged villa area. There was a dedicated guard at the entrance, and entry required showing the contestant ID badge, which was issued after completing the registration process. The ID badge has your specific accommodation location, and the door lock uses facial recognition that has been pre-recorded. This is where we part ways. I have a few old friends to meet. Call me if you need anything. After giving his instructions, he spread his golden wings and, under the astonished gazes of the passing crowd, soared into the sky and disappeared. Ji Yuan took out his ID badge, which had a number, 92. As he searched for his villa, he noticed that the exteriors and courtyard sizes of these villas were all the same. The only difference was the door number. Many people had already moved in. When he reached his designated number 92, he saw a burly man with a tiger-like back and thick eyebrows standing in the courtyard of number 93. The strong man smiled at him with a simple grin. "Hello, I'm Zhong Xian, from Demang City, Lin Yun City, Ji Yuan." He nodded back with a smile and then walked into his own courtyard. The two-story villa was about 90 square meters, plus a 20 square meter courtyard. It was more than enough for one person. The entrance door, just as he had said, was equipped with a facial recognition device at the peephole. Click! Stepping forward, the sound of the lock turning echoed, and the entrance door opened automatically. After he entered, it closed automatically behind him. "Welcome, contestant Ji Yuan. Now, please step into the basement, and I will explain the rules for the duration of the competition." The room was comfortably decorated, with simple and orderly furnishings, seemingly equipped with some kind of intelligent butler. After he stepped inside, he found the entrance to the basement at the foot of the stairs leading to the second floor. The lights turned on, and he followed the stairs down to the basement, raising an eyebrow. Here, there was a circular device the size of a manhole cover, with blue light flowing across its surface. This is a teleportation device provided by the Science Era. When the city competition begins, please follow the instructions and use the teleportation device to reach the competition site. In Emohan City, all fighting is prohibited, and in the rest area, contestants are not allowed to visit each other's rooms. Your room is for you alone. Food and clothing have been adequately prepared. There are 62 hours left until the first round begins, so please wait patiently, the intelligent butler explained. Ji Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement. Honestly, the scale and environment were indeed beyond his expectations. He took out his phone, and due to the familiarity between Mu Shuxin and Zhao Shan, the four of them created a group chat again. After informing the three of his arrival in the group, Zhao Shan immediately replied, "Go for it, old Ji. I will personally be there to cheer you on the day of the competition. Just wait to hear me shout Ji Yuan from the audience." Then, Mu Shuxin said, "I won't go to the site, I'll watch the live stream at home. I'll come to cheer for you when you make it to the fourth round." After about 4 minutes of silence in the group, Su Ziyin sent a message, "I will also be there to cheer for you. Zhao Shan, Miss Su, let's meet at the venue. I prepared a super cool banner for old Ji." Su Ziyin, "Okay." Mu Shuxin, "Wait, I also want to go to the site." Zhao Shan sent a confused emoji, "Aren't you going to watch the live stream?" The chat in the group stopped at Zhao Shan's last message. Ji Yuan looked at the words cool banner and had a bad premonition. In a flash, 62 hours passed in an instant. 3 minutes until the competition starts. Contestants, please proceed to the basement and step onto the teleportation device. The first day of the city competition, the first round, at exactly 10 o'clock in the morning. With the intelligent butler urging him, Ji Yuan, with his handsome features and short black hair, stepped into the basement. He wore a black shirt, with 2 blue clouds embroidered on the collar and cuffs. The pure black attire complemented his handsome face, giving him an aura of sharpness, as if a blade was about to be unsheathed. After taking a deep breath, Ji Yuan stepped onto the teleportation device. Buzz, a strange sound echoed, like electricity coursing through his body, sending a tingling sensation across his skin. As his vision went dark, when a beam of soft yellow light illuminated the space, Ji Yuan found himself teleported to a room of about 10 square meters. The room was small but adorned with high-quality wallpaper and a luxurious carpet. Even the small chandelier on the ceiling was embedded with sparkling diamonds. However, apart from these, there were no other furnishings. In the southeast corner, there was a brown wooden door, and at that moment, a man wearing a headset entered, turning the golden circular doorknob. "Lin Yun City, Ji Yuan? Yes, follow me." The man turned and left, and Ji Yuan quickly followed behind him. Exiting the room, Ji Yuan followed him through a straight black corridor. He observed his surroundings and found that this corridor only connected to the room he had just come from. When they reached a corner, the man stopped and gestured for him to step forward. "Next, let's welcome the contestant for the first round, 5th match of the city competition." At that moment, a deep and passionate male voice echoed from ahead. Ji Yuan stepped around the corner. It was a staircase leading up, and at the end, there was a black curtain. The moment he lifted the curtain, blinding light shot towards him, the intense brightness instinctively causing him to squint and raise a hand to shield his eyes. Once he adapted, Ji Yuan slowly lowered his palm. What met his gaze was a sea of people in the audience, and he was standing on a wide arena. The edge of the arena was shrouded in a thin layer of light, capable of withstanding any explosive aftermath within, preventing harm to the audience. A quick glance revealed that the competition venue was incredibly vast, surprisingly featuring 4 arenas at once. This meant that in the first round of the city competition, at least 8 people would be fighting simultaneously in each match. Soon, Ji Yuan spotted a long, large banner in the northern audience section. The banner read, "Tremble, contestants. You are about to face Linyun City's first rising star, Linyun City's first tough guy, Linyun City's first beast master, Ji Yuan." The banner was stretched between 2 long poles with bases, spanning 10 empty seats, making it the most unique sight in the entire audience. This banner's owner had not only purchased more than 10 consecutive seats but was also wildly waving a custom flag beneath it. Zhao Shan held high a flag that read, "Tough Guy Ji Yuan," excitedly shouting in the audience, his enthusiasm drawing countless glances. Fortunately, he had some sense and chose to sit in the last row, allowing the banner not to block others' views while he could wave around freely. Where did this fool come from? I remember Linyun City is only ranked 92, right? Who is this Ji Yuan? Is he crazy? We don't even know if he can get past the first round, and he brings this kind of hype? Exactly, a small city ranked outside the top 90 dares to be so arrogant? I want to see what number he comes out as and what skills he has. So damn cocky, still trembling? Tough guy? Look at this cheerleader, without a few 100,000. He couldn't muster this kind of passion, right? The surrounding audience whispered among themselves due to Zhao Shan's unique support style. Meanwhile, on stage, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched, and his mouth twitched, wishing he could go up and strangle Zhao Shan right then. At that moment, a man in grey casual wear walked out from the other side of the arena. Ji Yuan's arena was the last of the 4, and as his opponent stepped onto the stage, the lights in the entire venue suddenly went dark. Alright, dear audience friends, all the contestants for the 5th match have taken the stage. Let me introduce them one by one. First, from the red team of the first arena, a 6th grade beast master from Jinting City, Guan. As the host's voice fell, a faint red light shone on the left side of the arena, revealing a slightly plump man. Next, from the blue team of the first arena, a 6th grade beast master from Luching City, Su Rue. A light blue glow illuminated the right side of the arena, where a cold-faced woman stood. Among them, Guan represents Jinting City, ranked 42 nationwide, while Su Rue represents Luching City, ranked 30 nationwide. We can see that the gap between the 2 contestants' cities is not that significant. Who will ultimately claim victory in the first arena? Let's stay tuned. As the host introduced them, the audience erupted in a tsunami of cheers. When it finally came to the 4th arena, Zhao Shan instantly perked up, standing up and wildly waving his flag. Let's focus our attention on the 2 contestants in the 4th arena. Please look at the red team, from Linyun City, a 6th grade beast master, Ji Yuan. The live director was quite considerate. When Ji Yuan's name was announced, the camera did not show him. Instead, it shifted to the northern audience section, where a banner reading, "Tough Guy," occupied 10 seats. Unsurprisingly, the scene erupted in a chorus of boos, and Ji Yuan covered his face, utterly helpless. Wow, this contestant's fans are really something. Now, please turn your attention to his opponent. Blue Square, a 6th grade beast master from Mulanhong City, Shenhui. Among them, Linyun City ranks 92nd nationwide, while Mulanhong City ranks 90th. This is the closest city ranking in this match. The host shouted passionately, "Now, the introductions of the 4 platforms and 8 contestants are complete, and we are about to begin the 5th match of the tournament. Before that, I need to announce the rules. All contestants must strictly adhere to them. First, no killing blows against the Beast Masters during the match. Second, the match lasts a total of 3 minutes. If the time runs out and no winner is determined, both will be eliminated. Simultaneous elimination." Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Countdown 3 seconds. When the 3 seconds are up, the match officially begins. 3, 2, 1, fight. The atmosphere in the arena was instantly ignited, and on the platform, bizarre beasts appeared, charging towards their respective opponents. Opposite Ji Yuan, a man named Chen Hui had the mark of a beast master appear on his face, followed by a giant snake with scales radiating a rainbow of colors. Yanhua Qiaoshi. He recognized this creature, a mid-level bloodline, adept at spraying hallucinogenic mist to engulf its prey. His right hand clenched slightly. Hiss! Azure flames suddenly spread out. At the same time, the Yanhua Qiaoshi's massive mouth sprayed pink mist towards Ji Yuan. With only 3 minutes on the clock, everyone knew they had to settle it quickly. Any move would surely be a killing blow. Unexpectedly, the azure flames surrounding Ji Yuan directly evaporated the pink mist. Ming, unleash red flame execution. We will end this battle with one strike. Big guy Ji Yuan? Is this his little frame? I thought he was some muscle man. In the audience, some people, fueled by resentment towards Zhao Shan, focused on the battle on the fourth platform. Hey, Ji Yuan is lucky. His opponent's city ranking is only 2 places higher. This gap is easy to overcome. What the hell? This guy from Mulanhan City actually has a Yanhua Xiaoxi. I can't be seeing this wrong. What a trash beast. Damn it. I wanted to see this big guy eliminated in the first round. But this Chenhui is too weak. A Yanhua Xiaoxi? This kind of beast doesn't stand a chance. Hey. Look, the guy from Linyun City is summoning a beast too. I want to see what kind of creature he can bring out. It better not be a wild boar or something. What is that blue thing? Mist? Or, whoa, what the hell? Why is the air around Ji Yuan distorting? That blue thing can't be fire, right? It's appearing. Oh my god, I can't be seeing this wrong. This Ji Yuan's beast is actually a Qilin beast. On the fourth platform, the heat waves were intense. Amidst the boiling of the nether flame, Ming slowly revealed itself. The venue's lights shone on its pure white scales, reflecting an elegant and noble hue. Ming held its head high, surrounded by swirling dark azure flames. The massive body of the Yanhua Xiaoxi came to a halt. As a mid-level bloodline beast, it was already intimidated by Ming's aura. Behind, Chen Hui's pupils flickered as he stared at Ming, disbelief surging in his eyes. He could sense from the beast mark that his Yanhua Xiaoxi's soul was trembling violently, no longer willing to fight. What kind of guy is this, to have such a high-level beast? After all, being from a lower-ranked city, he did not recognize the Qilin auspicious beast before him. The highest-level beast in my bloodline barely reaches high level. In the next second, Chen Hui lowered his head and raised his hand, shouting, Mulanheng City, Chen Hui, concedes. As soon as these words were spoken, they spread throughout the venue. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Including Ji Yuan, he quickly made Ming retract the skill that was about to be released, staring in astonishment at the other party. What? The Beast Master hasn't even fought yet, and the blue team contestant in the fourth arena has directly conceded? I announced that in the fifth match, the first to end the competition is the fourth arena. The winner, from Linyun City, Ji Yuan. The host was also a bit dazed, and his words drew the attention of the entire audience. When some people saw the auspicious beast beside Ji Yuan, they exclaimed in surprise. The audience erupted in a clamor, with countless noisy discussions surging up. Ji Yuan frowned slightly, but saw that Chen Hui, with a calm expression, put away the Yanhua Xiaoxi and stepped closer to him. Standing in front of him, Chen Hui scrutinized Ming for a moment before looking at him and saying, "Your beast has a bloodline level of the Overlord class, right?" Ji Yuan opened his mouth and ultimately nodded silently. That's good. Since it's bound to lose anyway, rather than let your beast get hurt, it's better to concede directly. Chen Hui shrugged indifferently, explaining his motive. Isn't the city competition very important? This guy conceded way too decisively, leaving him a bit bewildered. Who would have thought? Chen Hui smiled and spread his hands. Come on, brother, we were both born in bottom-tier cities. How could we possibly compete with those top-ranked geniuses? Haven't you heard? This is the last city competition. The districts are about to merge, and we low-ranked districts will soon be able to hitch a ride on the coattails of the strong. Before the competition, our mayor specifically told me that rankings don't matter. When it's time to concede, just concede. After saying this, he raised his eyebrows, looking nonchalant. Ji Yuan rubbed his forehead, wondering why the development of events was completely different from what he had imagined. Where was the passionate battle he wanted? Meanwhile, in the audience, people were shouting that it was a fixed match. Who concedes without even fighting? Due to the protective mechanism at the edge of the arena, the atmosphere inside couldn't spread to the outside world, even though the Qilin auspicious beast was indeed rare and noble. But that couldn't be a reason for a contestant to give up without a fight. What the hell? What kind of opponent is this old G facing? What's going on? In the northern audience, Zhao Shan was also a bit confused, wondering if this was some kind of staged effect. But then he thought, this is the city competition, who would dare to pull a stunt in such an occasion? The winner and loser of the fourth arena may leave. While other arenas were in full swing, Ji Yuan had to exit helplessly amidst the shouts of anger. Brother, although the Overlord-class Qilin auspicious beast is rare, don't forget we are just representatives of a marginal city. I know what you're thinking, but, sigh, no more to say, take care. Before leaving, Chen Hui spoke seriously, as if giving him advice. He lifted the curtain leading to the backstage, where the staff was already waiting. Back in the small room he had come from, after closing the door, his consciousness became hazy. When he came to his senses, he found himself in the basement of his residence. There was no time to do anything. his phone vibrated like crazy. Opening it, he saw their group chat with the four of them. Zhao Shan, damn, what is Chen Hui doing? Why did he concede directly? The internet is going crazy cursing old G. He shared a post titled, The Most Absurd Match. Linyun City exposed for spending heavily on bribing draws and opponents before the match. Could they be guaranteed the championship? The match had just ended, and the number of replies to this post had already exceeded 10,000. Ji Yuan clicked to take a look, and as he expected, it was all curses. But among these insults, everyone couldn't escape the four words, low-level district. Every commenter was filled with malice towards Linyun City, ranked outside the top 90. Or rather, it was a habitual prejudice. Looking at the insults in the post, an unnamed flame rose in Ji Yuan's heart. No wonder Tan He once said that the ranking issues in the urban area are severe. This uneven tilt of resources will lead those high above to gradually develop serious prejudices against the representatives of the small cities who cannot break free from the quagmire. Even Chen Hui, who is stuck in the mud, harbors such ridiculous biases. Do they really think that we representatives from small cities are only fit to play the role of mere participants in the grand competition, only able to wallow like Chen Hui? Ji Yuan clenched his fists. At this moment, he deeply understood Tan He's words. What can never be eliminated between people is prejudice. Once this emotion arises, everyone will put on colored glasses to view you, and your every move will be distorted and magnified. If you ask me, don't be anxious. Linyun City can only bribe the representatives from nearby ranked urban areas. In the next round, Ji Yuan will surely reveal his true self. It's normal, every time there's a city competition, some lower-ranked cities try to take shortcuts. Ji Yuan won't last past the second round. The two most upvoted comments were pinned, and countless people expressed their agreement. The next day, the first round of the urban competition ended, and out of 120 people, 60 were eliminated. The eliminated participants matched the predictions of the entire internet. Most were from mid to high-ranked urban areas, winning decisively against the representatives of lower-ranked cities. Of course, there were also a small number of battles where the city rankings were not far apart. However, upon statistics, only 5 from the cities ranked below 60 advanced to the second round. Among them, Ji Yuan City ranking was the lowest among the 60 who advanced. At this moment, in a room with an old-fashioned style and retro furnishings, several figures sat casually. The elderly figure in the corner tapped his cane and smiled. With such matters arising right at the start of this competition, can you all understand why I advocate for merging urban areas? But perhaps, there really is a possibility of bribery? After all, Ji Yuan and Chen Hui's city rankings are 2 places apart. There's no reason for Chen Hui to concede directly. Moreover, it is said that before the competition started, the mayor of Linyun City had contacted several lower-ranked urban areas. Beside him, a man with his legs crossed spoke with a hint of disdain. Mu family agent, don't make me laugh. Have you forgotten that the draw personnel for this urban competition are from your Mu family? Suddenly, a light screen appeared on the wall of the room, displaying an elegant Qilin beast, a mix of blue and white. The Qilin beast, with a bloodline level of at least legendary, causing an opponent contracted with a charming flower and clever snake to surrender without a fight. How strange is that? At this moment, a slender woman with cascading long hair stood up lazily. Furthermore, Mu family agent, everyone knows who the mayor of Linyun City is. Back then, when your Mu family had dealings with Tan He, the alliance did not intervene. Now, don't kick someone when they're down. Zhang Wanqiu, don't slander people. Ever since Tan He left my Mu family, he has been stuck at the 4th rank without breaking through. Such a person is not worthy of our targeting. I'm just stating the facts. Bang! Bang! In the corner, the elderly man with the cane lightly tapped the ground. His identity seemed extremely special, and the Mu family agent immediately fell silent. Mu family agent, this is the alliance's internal matter. Please mind your manner of address. Seeing the scene quiet down, the old man continued, there's no need to deliberately clarify public opinion. As long as Ji Yuan encounters a strong opponent in the second round, regardless of the outcome, once the second round ends, the rumors will naturally collapse. The old man's gaze focused on the Qilin beast in the light screen, flickering faintly. Zhao Xiaomei, Ji Yuan is being criticized all because of your ridiculous banner. You are really too unreliable. In the group of 4, after the competition ended, Mu Shuxin had been relentlessly attacking Zhao Shan, cursing him for a whole day and night, sending over 100 messages, leaving Zhao Shan with no way to refute. When she finally quieted down for a moment, Zhao Shan cautiously sent a crying emoji and said, I copied the format of this broken banner from the internet. I didn't expect it to cause such serious consequences. Lao Ji, I'm sorry, Lao Ji. Sitting in the living room, Ji Yuan wore a smile on his face and shook his head as he typed, "It's fine, it's not the banner's fault." He had experienced too much of this overwhelming abuse during his 2 years at the Wind Riding Beast Academy, and even now, he felt numb to it. Mu Shuxin replied, "Don't indulge him." Immediately, Mu Shuxin launched another round of verbal attacks. Instantly, dozens of messages flooded the group chat. "The competition is about to begin. Please move to the teleportation device to head to the competition venue," the voice of the intelligent butler announced. Ji Yuan stood up, his sharp features taking on a serious expression. He hoped that in this second match, he would face a normal opponent to break all the doubts from the outside world. The process was the same as before, with the teleportation device connecting to a luxurious small room. Of course, when he lifted the curtain and stepped onto the stage again, his opponent was already waiting. As soon as he appeared, the entire venue erupted in a chorus of boos. This time, he was on the first stage. "Welcome back, dear audience. The second round of the city competition is about to begin, the first match. After yesterday's intense battles, a total of 60 contestants have advanced to the second round, and today, 30 will be eliminated. Let's wait and see. Now, let's introduce the contestants for the first match. First, on the first stage, the red side, from Lingyun City, Ji Yuan. The audience instantly erupted, everyone shouting in unison, "Fake match! Fake match! Fake match!" The overwhelming roar echoed throughout the venue. Today, Zhao Shan was still standing in the northern part of the audience, still holding the banner. However, this time the content was much more normal. With only the repeated 4 big characters, Ji Yuan must win. At this moment, amidst the crowd's ridicule, Zhao Shan stood on a chair, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Ji Yuan is awesome, Ji Yuan must win." Around him, others were giving him thumbs down, making boo-boo sounds. On the first stage, the soft red light shone on Ji Yuan's face as he closed his eyes. Listening to the boos from the audience, his heart calm and unperturbed. The host remained silent, allowing the audience to vent their emotions. After a moment, he finally spoke to regain control of the situation. "It's clear that the red side contestants' victory yesterday has left some of you dissatisfied, and as the host, I completely understand. However, I must clarify that in the city competition, there can be no such things as fake matches, bribery, or predetermined outcomes. Alright, let's turn our attention to the blue side contestant. From Fengchuan City, Haojin. Let's take a look at the city rankings represented by the 2 contestants. Lingyun City, ranked 92nd. Fengchuan City, ranked 15th. Wow, the gap between the cities this time is quite significant. It's worth mentioning that contestant Haojin eliminated his opponent in just 30 seconds in the previous round. How will the outcome of the first stage play out? Stay tuned. As the host introduced the other stages, Ji Yuan opened his eyes and looked at his opponent for this round. It was a man in a blue trench coat, with a cold gaze. His eyes swept over Ji Yuan, disdain evident and unmasked. To him, battling against these lower-ranked city representatives was just a waste of time. Alright, the introductions of the contestants are complete, and the first battle is about to begin. As the host's words fell, the moment the battle bell rang, the atmosphere ignited once more. In an instant, chaos erupted on the other arenas, while on the first stage, Haojin stepped forward slowly with his arms crossed. Hiss! As a dark beast controlling mark appeared in the bend of his arm, a surge of black flames erupted beside him, expanding until it transformed into a giant bear engulfed in black flames. Ha ha ha! Haojin didn't use his beast from the first round. He summoned his Hellfire Bear. "Kill him, Haojin! Tear this fake match King's Qilin apart!" The crowd watching the battle shouted loudly. Haojin's expression was indifferent as he issued a command in his heart, "Heavenly Soul, use Hellboil, and end this directly." Oh! The giant bear let out a muffled roar, and the black flames erupted from its body. The Azure Beast controlling mark appeared, and the figure of Ming materialized. It took 2 steps forward, staring at the black flames rushing in like dark clouds, remaining motionless. Unable to strike against a beast master, the black flames instantly engulfed Ming. Ha! Not far away, Haojin exhaled a breath of disdain. His Hellfire Bear was of a dominant bloodline, and this unique hellish black flame could burn everything. The Qilin beast was undoubtedly doomed. A rare creature, how did this low-level city dweller obtain it? As he pondered, he glanced at Ji Yuan, only to see the other party's expression unchanged, not even a frown. Feigning depth. Haojin's expression remained indifferent, but he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. After this Qilin beast is burned to ashes, you. Suddenly, from the strange black flames, a wisp of azure ghost fire rose. Swish! In the next moment, a silent, terrifying ripple erupted, and the black flames instantly dissipated, revealing an unscathed Qilin beast. What's going on? Haojin frowned. Heavenly Soul, use intimidating roar. Roar! The black bear planted its forepaws on the ground and let out a massive roar towards Ming. its dominant bloodline's fluctuations mixed within the sound waves, attempting to intimidate the azure-white Qilin. Even a beast of the same level would be intimidated under this roar. After all, my heavenly soul bloodline is close to legendary level. Haojin sneered inwardly. Once this Qilin beast is intimidated, let heavenly soul unleash, heart-piercing claw. But the next second, he was stunned. The Qilin beast did not freeze as he had anticipated. Instead, he saw Ji Yuan's lips move slightly, seemingly uttering two words. Immediately. Boom. Suddenly, a pressure of bloodline more terrifying than that of a dominant level erupted violently from the Qilin beast's body. In an instant, Haojin saw his heavenly soul tense up, its sturdy limbs beginning to tremble wildly. Legendary level. This beast is actually of legendary bloodline. Haojin roared in his heart, but his expression remained absolutely indifferent. He would not allow himself to lose control of his expression when facing an opponent from a low-level city. Wow! At the same time, just as the black bear was being intimidated, countless azure chains suddenly appeared out of thin air on the arena. These chains crazily wrapped around the black bear. The terrifying flames that burned its body and soul made the black bear let out a piercing scream. Heavenly soul! Damn it! Why can't I recall it? This scene caused Haojin's expression to change for the first time. He looked at Ji Yuan in surprise, only to find the other party also looking at him. That gaze was calm, without a ripple. A bad premonition surged in Haojin's heart. The black bear was tightly bound by the chains, its massive body struggling on the ground in vain. Crimson flame execution. As Ji Yuan's indifferent voice rang out, the azure light in Ming's eyes intensified. Hiss! In the arena's midair, a terrifyingly hot flame giant sword appeared out of nowhere. Ji Yuan slightly raised his hand and swung it down towards the struggling black bear on the ground. In the air, the flame giant's sword plunged straight down towards the black bear's head with his movement. Boom! The arena erupted with a terrifying tremor, and Haojin's expression changed drastically. He quickly looked at his arm, only to see the beast mark belonging to the black bear slowly fading away. No! Veins bulged on Haojin's forehead. This was his carefully nurtured beast, and if it died in this second round, he would surely go mad. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan was not a soft-hearted person. The previous attack from the opponent was merciless and clearly aimed to kill, so he would not hold back either. When the scorching flames dissipated, only a large hole remained on the black bear's head. One strike, and it was dead. Those who were watching this battle were all dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Even Haojin did not understand. The change had occurred in an instant. Just a moment ago, his black soul was still in the upper hand, devouring the Qilin beast with black flames. But now, the fading beast mark on his arm and the dullness in the black soul's pupils were all stimulating him to face reality. Ji Yuan, the beast he had poured countless efforts into, was killed right before him, leaving Haojin unable to remain calm. His face twisted in rage as he let out a frenzied roar. This sound echoed throughout the venue, causing the enthusiastic audience and other arenas to freeze in place. Everyone turned to look, stunned and shocked. The battle between the 15th ranked city and the 92nd ranked city should have been a no-brainer. How could it be like this now? Ah! Veins bulged on Haojin's forehead. He could not accept this outcome. Now, he could only kill this Qilin beast to avenge his black soul. Screech! A sharp cry rang out. A half-human tall creature of ice crystal color appeared. This creature resembled a mantis, with two scythe-like forelimbs, but its head was like that of a snake, extremely bizarre. It's the Ice-Side Beast, a high-level bloodline creature unique to Fengchuan City. Outside the arena, countless people recognized this creature. After the Ice-Side Beast appeared, its figure instantly vanished. When it reappeared, it had already teleported above Ming. Its sharp forelimbs glimmered with a cold light, raised high as if it wanted to pierce through Ming's skull directly. Flame storm, Ji Yuan said in a deep voice from behind. Whoosh! The sky was filled with ghostly flames boiling up, as Ming used the passive skill, Fire Control, to condense the ghostly flames into a giant fiery hand, grabbing hold of the Ice Scythe Beast. The terrifying burning effect of the ghostly flames instantly engulfed it. Then, the blue flame giant hand slammed down hard. Bang! After experiencing the dual burning of soul and flesh, and being slammed to the ground, the Ice Scythe Beast almost instantly lost its combat ability. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Haojin let out an incredulous roar and quickly recalled it. Ice Soul, come out! Immediately, Haojin waved his arm again, summoning his last beast. It was a robust ice crystal magic ape, with a fierce and menacing face, its fists covered in layers of ice crystals, charging towards Ming with heavy steps. But Ming slightly opened its beast mouth. Its passive skill, Fire Control, was extremely special, allowing it to manipulate ghostly flames in various ways. For instance, at this moment, the ghostly flames condensed into a spherical shape in its mouth, and with a slight exhale, the scorching fireball was shot out. Roar! The ice crystal magic ape swung its fist, shattering the fireball. The high temperature melted the ice crystals on its fist, but it did not cause much damage. Use Furious Strike. Smash it flat. From behind, Haojin saw hope and shouted urgently. But the next second, whoosh! The blue chains appeared out of nowhere once again, and in the blink of an eye, they crazily wrapped around the Ice Crystal Demon Ape. The Ice Crystal Demon Ape let out a terrible scream, trying to struggle, but the infernal flames were simply too terrifying. This dual torment of soul and body made it nearly impossible for it to break free from the chain's grip. Its entire body was bound, kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Haojin's smile, which had just appeared, vanished in an instant. He was so frightened by this scene that his soul felt like it was leaving his body. Shoo! The moment a sharp, fiery giant sword appeared in midair, Haojin could no longer care about his image and hurriedly shouted at Ji Yuan, "Don't attack! I concede! I concede!" Haojin from Fengchuan City concedes. With his arms raised high, Haojin, his face twisted, trembled as he shouted. His voice was hoarse and choked. The host, standing in the viewing platform, looked incredulously at the first arena, at the figure raising his arms and shouting, This script is wrong, right? I announced that the first battle, the very first to end, is in the first arena. The winner is Ji Yuan from Linyun City." The host quickly reacted, his voice echoing through the microphone across the venue, and the audience fell into a dead silence. The other three arenas were still in fierce combat, but all the contestants were haunted by one question: what was Haojin doing? How could a representative ranked 15th lose to someone ranked over 90? Roar! Ji Yuan! Ji Yuan! Ji Yuan! In an instant, the silence was shattered. Countless people turned to the source of the sound and saw a man with slicked back hair, waving a flag madly. At the same time, beside him was an ultra-long banner occupying 10 seats. Zhao Shan was ecstatic. The boos from the crowd earlier had left him with a belly full of anger, and now he could finally vent it. Ji Yuan! Win beautifully! Zhao Shan shouted hoarsely, as if he had won an award himself. This guy! On the arena, Ji Yuan chuckled in disbelief, then with a wave of his hand, he called back the attack. With the chains gone, the Ice Crystal Demon Ape's fierce face was filled with fear, its pair of brown beastly eyes staring at the Qilin beside Ji Yuan, filled with terror. Just now, it had truly felt the threat of death. Haojin immediately recalled the Ice Crystal Demon Ape, standing in place with his head down, his pupils shaking. He had lost to the low-level district representative he had once looked down upon the most. Originally, his pride made him reluctant to concede, but when the life of his longtime companion was threatened, he instinctively shouted those words. He couldn't imagine how the outside world would criticize him after losing the match. However, recalling this encounter, all three of his beasts had been sent out, one dead, one injured. If he hadn't conceded, perhaps even the Ice Crystal Demon Ape would have died. Legendary level beast, what on earth is this low-level district guy's background? Haojin took a careful look at Ji Yuan and the elegantly styled Qilin, and suddenly felt relieved. After nodding at Ji Yuan, he turned and left, his back appearing somewhat desolate. In the first round, Haojin eliminated his opponent in 30 seconds. In the second round, he used all his means, with three beasts taking turns, yet within a minute, he was defeated by Ji Yuan. Everything about this match was broadcast live nationwide. Linyun City. Since the day the competition started, all the screens on the streets of the city had been playing it continuously. This was undoubtedly a battle that captured the attention of the entire city. Yesterday, everyone in the city who knew how to go online had set up a defense line to protect Ji Yuan, voicing their support for their city representative under all the posts that insulted him. And today, when Ji Yuan won this vastly unequal battle decisively, cleanly, and efficiently, the entire city, whether in traffic, on foot, or watching the live broadcast at home, was all stunned. 92 defeated 15. After numerous city competitions, the citizens, who were already thoroughly disappointed, exploded at the moment the host announced the results. On this day, Linyun City was in an uproar. Soon, banners were hung up on the streets. The content was uniform and orderly. Tremble, contestants. You are about to face Linyun City's first rising star, Linyun City's first tough guy, Linyun City's first beast master, Ji Yuan. Undoubtedly, this was Zhao Shan's lively banner from the first day of support. Is all of this exaggerated? Not at all. Since its establishment, Linyun City has had several mayors and representatives, but has never broken past 85, and its city ranking has always been outside the top 90, never surpassing it. But this time, as Linyun City's representative, Ji Yuan not only won 2 rounds but also defeated the seemingly insurmountable representative from Fengchuan City, ranked in the top 20. This victory, spanning nearly 70 ranks, was something the citizens of Linyun City had never dared to imagine. Ji Yuan's victory today was not just his own, it belonged to everyone in Linyun City. Some even felt that even if he were eliminated in the next round, it would still be worth it. Being able to eliminate a contestant ranked in the top 20 was already enough. After leaving the stage and returning to the resting area as usual, Ji Yuan did not make any unnecessary movements. He simply took out his phone, opened the group chat, and typed 2 words, "How's it? Awesome. Great. A beautiful win." Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Ziyin all replied instantly. A smile appeared on Ji Yuan's face. He was quite happy, occasionally playful. On this day, the second round of the competition, the battle of 60 people, lasted from 8 in the morning until 6 in the afternoon. Online, Ji Yuan's reputation instantly reversed. On major social media platforms, the comments were polarized between insults and praises. In just 2 days, the one defending Ji Yuan and engaging in verbal battles was a mysterious person with the ID, Night Falls Silently. He was active on various websites, and under every post angrily criticizing Ji Yuan, one could see him fighting for Ji Yuan. In the chat group, Zhao Shan, Old Ji, is this, Night Falls Silently, your alternate account? The language is too sharp. In just 2 days, he has argued over 2,000 posts. He also attached a surprised emoji. Mu Shuxin, this person is indeed a bit fierce, but I think it looks more like Old Tan's hired army? Ji Yuan was also puzzled. After thinking it over, the other party was either a citizen of Linyun City or a mercenary hired by Tan He. After all, it was hard to imagine someone spending all day on their phone arguing over 2,000 posts. At this moment, Zhao Shan typed, "At Su Ziyin, Miss Su, why did you suddenly go silent after the competition started? I didn't see you at the scene during the first round yesterday." Su Ziyin replied instantly, "Your banner was so eye-catching that I didn't dare to get close." Zhao Shan, "Oh come on, just spare me. I really know I was wrong. I won't dare again." Mu Shuxin, at Ji Yuan, "Hey, since the second round has ended, how about we gather for a bit?" Zhao Shan, "Sure. I heard that the footbath city in Mohan City is very famous, and they have special beast master services. I just want to try it." Su Ziyin, I also happen to be free." Seeing the three getting excited, Ji Yuan smiled and looked at the ceiling. "Smart butler, I want to go to the city area." "Sorry, during the competition, only eliminated contestants can leave the resting area. Only when the competition reaches the 6th round can contestants move freely. Right now, your activity range is limited to the area around your residence." "Damn, repeat that." Ji Yuan raised his phone and sent the smart butler's reply as a voice message to the group chat. Zhao Shan, "What the hell, it's like being in prison." "Old Ji, let's give up on tomorrow's match. That way, we can experience the special beast taming service together." Mu Shuxin exclaimed. "Zhao Xiaomei." Ji Yuan shouted, "Get lost." Su Ziyin added, "Zhao Shan, get lost." By the time the third day arrived, public opinion about Ji Yuan had clearly changed online. The strongest dark horse of the city district competition has emerged. Ji Yuan from Linyun City may break into the top 4? Is it a dark scheme or a chosen one? What hidden information does Ji Yuan's beast taming hold? Latest post-match interview. Haojin from Fengchuan City personally admits defeat to Ji Yuan. There is no dark scheme. He was defeated by hard strength. Some people still doubted Ji Yuan's victory, but when a certain statement spread across the internet, everyone tacitly accepted that Ji Yuan's victory had no dark schemes or manipulation. For those saying Haojin faked the match, you should know that Haojin represented Fengchuan City in the city district competition at just 18. This 18-year-old beast-taming genius took Fengchuan City from 30 to 15. This was his last competition, and he was bound to go all out for the championship, yet you say he deliberately lost to Ji Yuan? This statement received overwhelming agreement from countless netizens. Back then, Haojin was already capable of entering the 3 major super academies, but he boldly declared, "I want to enter the Super Academy as the champion of the competition." However, he never expected to ultimately lose in the second round of the new competition format. Moreover, this statement was personally liked by Haojin. Even more notably, the person who made this statement was Ji Yuan's #1 supporter, Nightfall Silent. At this point, public opinion shifted dramatically, and everyone recognized Ji Yuan's strength. Furthermore, netizens began to dig up all information about Ji Yuan, including Ming, who was also under scrutiny. Everyone was curious about the lineage of this Qilin auspicious beast and the limits of its bloodline level. Today's third round of battles drew significant attention. His opponent was a girl ranked 77th in the city district. The girl had eliminated an opponent ranked 79th in the second round. This battle was without suspense, and Ji Yuan easily emerged victorious. In the third round, 30 people battled, eliminating 15 and advancing 15. Among them, 1 from each of the top 10 cities, while the remaining 5 were all ranked above 20. Only Ji Yuan had the lowest ranking in the city district. Gradually, citizens and participants from the lower-ranked districts began to voice their opinions on social media. Support Ji Yuan. The city district rankings referred to those below 70 as low-level districts. In the 4th round, one person advanced by default. The remaining 14 would compete for the top 8 spots. No representative from a low-level district had ever broken into the top 10, and at this moment, Ji Yuan seemed poised to create a miracle. The people from the low-level districts focused their attention on this handsome young man, hoping he could truly break this tradition. Let the low-level district break into the top 10. Online, support for Ji Yuan suddenly surged. At this time, hundreds of kilometers away, in the Mu family, in a courtyard filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. "Sir, someone from the Shao family is visiting." A plainly dressed servant appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, speaking softly to the inside. "Let him wait for me in the main hall." An elderly voice responded from within. Moments later, an old man with white hair and beard stood up from among the flowers, brushed off the dirt from his hands, and with a faint smile, headed to the main hall. "Mu family head, sorry to disturb you." As soon as the old man appeared and sat down, the Shao family members holding hot tea quickly stood up to greet him. "Lin Shen, speak plainly." The Mu family head waved his hand, signaling the other to sit down. Seeing this, Xiao Linshan nodded with a smile and got straight to the point. "Mulao must have heard about the biggest dark horse in this city district competition, right? Are you talking about the little guy trained by Tanhe? That kid is not bad, he has caught my eye." The head of the Mu family took the tea offered by the servant and took a sip. Indeed, Ji Yuan is young, not only possessing exceptional soul power aptitude but also mastering an extremely mysterious Qilin beast. I tried to look up information, but among the Qilin races existing in today's world, none are exactly like this one. Xiao Linshan chuckled. "It seems Tanhe has come prepared this time. The bet from 10 years ago will probably yield results today." "You came just for this matter?" The head of the Mu family smiled slightly. "No," Xiao Linshan shook his head. "I came this time to ask old Mu to do me a favor for my son." "Oh?" Before the competition started, I heard that Xiao Lingjue insisted on participating. "So, who among those who made it to the 4th round has a grudge against him?" They were all very familiar with each other, and as soon as the words were out, the head of the Mu family immediately guessed his intention. "That's true," Xiao Linshan admitted generously. "The draw for the 4th round must have Ji Yuan facing Xiao Lingjue." "That's easy enough." The head of the Mu family lightly blew on the surface of the tea. "But what if your kid loses? It's basically impossible." After finishing his sentence, Xiao Linshan stood up, preparing to leave. Before he walked away, he smiled and said, "Isn't the Mu family hoping he stops here in this round? Once my son wins, does that mean the Mu family owes him a favor?" The city competition, on the 4th day of the tournament. As they entered the 4th round, there were some changes in the schedule. In the morning, a live draw was held in the arena. Unlike the first 3 rounds, where competitors only learned their opponents after entering the arena, from the 4th round onward, each draw would be broadcast live. Soon, among the 15 participants, one empty draw appeared, granting a lucky contestant a direct pass to the top 8. Zhang Bao. Ji Yuan sat in front of the television, and this name made his eyes narrow slightly. From the 5 great beast families, Zhang family member, Zhang Bao. He was recognized as a favorite to win and was the contestant with the shortest average battle time in this tournament. In the first 3 rounds, the average battle time was under 20 seconds. He drew the empty lot, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhang Bao getting a bye was the most expected outcome. As the draws continued, Ji Yuan did not see his name. Just as he was yawning and preparing to get up to go to the bathroom, a name came from the television. In the 6th match, the blue side, Xiao Lingjue. Xiao Lingjue? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, watching as the draw official reached into the box, rummaging for a while before pulling out a ball. For some reason, he had an inexplicable premonition. Soon, the ball was opened, and a slip of paper was pulled out, clearly stating 2 black characters, Ji Yuan. As expected. What a coincidence. A chill flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes. Xiao Lingjue, the debt from when you and Zhang Di surrounded me deep in the mine, I will collect it. After the draw concluded, the host announced the schedule for the 4th round. There would be 14 participants, divided into 3 matches. The first match would start at 10 in the morning. 3 arenas, 6 people, battling simultaneously. The second match would start at 2 in the afternoon, with the same format as the first. The third match would start at 8 in the evening. 1 arena, 2 people. Whether it was for the sake of hype or not, Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjue's battle was scheduled for the 3rd match. In no time, discussions erupted all over the internet. The biggest dark horse faces the young master of the Xiao family. Could this be the most eye-catching duel of the 4th round? I asked my old man, and it turns out Xiao Lingjue's father specifically went to the Mu family. it seems this guy really hates you, old G. On the fourth day of the competition, there was still an hour until Ji Yuan took the stage. In the villa's lounge area, Ji Yuan had just finished showering, drying his hair while on the phone with Zhao Shan. That Xiaoling Jue refuses to admit he teamed up with Zhang Di deep in the mine. What a despicable person. However, I've gathered some intel on his beast taming. Zhao Shan's voice continued to come through. First, there's his first beast, the fiery lion, a fire-type, high-level bloodline beast. The reason he needed the nether ghost seed back then was to advance this beast, but I heard he later gave up the nether ghost seed and chose another way to advance. I checked for you. After the advancement, it's called the Devouring Flame Xian Lion, and its bloodline level has advanced to the Overlord level. Quite fierce. His second beast is the adult gift from his father, the Magma Poison Bee. This Magma Poison Bee is also an Overlord level beast, fire type. Moreover, I heard its attack method is very special, capable of sniping any target from an extremely long distance. Extremely long distance sniping? Ji Yuan's mind flashed back to that terrifying era when he was deep in the mine. Xiaoling Jue only has these two beasts. You can handle it, right? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Shan was somewhat worried. After all, Xiaoling Jue was different from ordinary competitors. The Xiao family had deep roots, and one couldn't help but wonder if he had any peculiar means. Don't worry, I'm confident. Putting down the towel, Ji Yuan looked at himself in the mirror, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Two fire-type beasts. If it were someone else, they might feel a bit of a headache. But let's not forget one of Ming's characteristics. Immunity to all fire attribute damage. Xiaoling Jue, since you want to meet me so badly, let's see who will win this duel. At 8 o'clock in the evening, inside the competition venue, the other platforms disappeared, leaving only the one in the very center. Tonight, the venue was packed to capacity. The audience watching this match could be roughly divided into three groups. One group supported Xiaoling Jue, holding up fan signs. Another group, led by Zhao Shan, was made up of lower-ranked supporters from the city, cheering for Ji Yuan, calling themselves the counterattack fans. As for the last group, they were neutral spectators who simply enjoyed the match, cheering for every exciting moment. This time, Zhao Shan didn't act quirky or take up 10 seats. He quietly sat in the audience, looking heavy-hearted. What's wrong? Su Ziyin, dressed casually, sat beside him. Her delicate, flawless face was unadorned, yet she still formed a beautiful sight in the audience. I'm worried about old G. Zhao Shan's expression was solemn, looking melancholic. To be honest, he was very afraid Ji Yuan would lose. After all, Xiaoling Jue was ultimately different from those top-ranked city representatives. Hearing this, Su Ziyin withdrew her gaze, her starry eyes flickering slightly, also hiding a hint of worry. Phew, almost didn't make it. At that moment, a lively laugh came through. Tonight, Mu Xuxin had her wine-red hair tied in a ponytail, wearing tight jeans that perfectly showcased her figure. Her fair cheeks wore a smile as she sat down in the empty seat to Zhao Shan's left. Long time no see. After sitting down, she leaned forward, waving at Su Ziyin across Zhao Shan. The silent girl politely nodded, her starry eyes drifting, not knowing what she was thinking. To this, Mu Xuxin didn't mind, nudging Zhao Shan with her elbow, saying, Zhao Xiaomei, where's your banner? Bring it out. If you want to scold me, just do it directly, don't beat around the bush. Zhao Shan shot her a glance. TSK. I'm serious, I put in a lot of effort to come out tonight. Mu Xuxin raised her pristine chin, saying, get the banner ready, if Ji Yuan wins, we'll cheer for him, one on each side. Alright. Zhao Shan nodded in response, his worry not diminishing in the slightest. Leaning back in his seat, Mu Xuxin's eyes also flashed with a trace of undetectable sorrow. Tonight, for this battle, although they were reluctant to admit it, the three of them had indeed prepared for Ji Yuan's potential failure. Dong! As a bell rang out, everyone involuntarily sat up straight. The match had begun. Alright, dear audience, welcome back. As the lights came on, the host was the first to appear. First of all, thank you to the contestants who brought us exciting matches in the first 6 rounds today. After a long wait, we are about to present to you the city competition, the 4th round, the final match. I know everyone is filled with anticipation at this moment, so let's skip the opening remarks and get started. First, let's welcome our red team contestant, hailed as the biggest dark horse of this event, representing Linyun City from the 92nd District, Ji Yuan. The lights shone down. On the right side of the stage, Ji Yuan walked out slowly. Roar! In the audience, Zhao Shan immediately got into the spirit, standing up and shouting, Ji Yuan will win. His sudden outburst startled the two girls beside him. What are you doing? You were just acting like you were about to die, Su Ziyin said with a slight frown. Zhao Xiaomei, are you trying to scare us on purpose? Mu Xuxin stood up with her hands on her hips. We have to cheer for old Ji. How can my voice be small? It has to be full volume, Zhao Shan said matter-of-factly. At the same time, the audience members supporting Ji Yuan joined in due to Zhao Shan's enthusiasm. It seems that after 4 days of competition, contestant Ji Yuan has gained quite a few fans. Now, the blue team contestant making his entrance is from the Shao family, Shao Ling Ju. The host deliberately pronounced his name with great solemnity. After all, he was the young master from one of the 5 great beast-taming families. When Shao Lingjue appeared in his white attire, the audience erupted in loud cheers. Seeing his voice being drowned out, Zhao Shan refused to back down, rolling up his sleeves and waving his hands to rally the surrounding Ji Yuan supporters to cheer louder. The supporters of Shao Lingjue were equally unwilling to be outdone. Thus, before the battle even began, a contest of who could make the loudest noise was already underway outside the ring. "Everyone, please be quiet, everyone, please be quiet." The host wiped the cold sweat from his brow at the stands. "I understand your feelings, but please watch the match civilly and do not disrupt the order of the competition. Before we begin, please allow me to introduce the ranking differences of both contestants according to convention. Red team, Ji Yuan from Linyun City, ranked 92nd in the district. Blue team, Shao Lingjue from Fenghui City, ranked 2nd in the district. Before we start, there is one rule that needs to be emphasized to both contestants. Please remember, under no circumstances, absolutely do not harm the beast tamers. Alright, please both contestants get ready. When the bell rings in 3 seconds, the match will officially begin. The host finished in one breath. On the stage, Shao Lingjue stared coldly at the handsome young man not far away and said, "Ji Yuan, your journey ends here. Emperor, appear." As the battle bell rang, the air beside Shao Lingjue visibly distorted. A swirling, blazing flame emerged, expanding into a majestic giant lion. The lion's fur was a tawny brown, with flames burning around its neck, and the moment it appeared, a chilling low roar emanated from its mouth. This dominant bloodline beast, the flame-devouring lion, was named emperor by him, showcasing Shao Lingjue's ambition. "Ming," Ji Yuan murmured, and the nether flame rose from the void, revealing Ming's figure. With both fire-type beasts appearing on stage, even with the light barrier at the edge of the arena, the audience could still feel the air gradually heating up. The moment Ming appeared, the flame-devouring lion planted its 4 claws on the ground, its entire body gathering flames into a burning arrow, shooting forth. This familiar scene made Ji Yuan's gaze sharpen slightly. Immediately, Ming controlled the nether flame to form a blue flame shield, and upon collision, the arrow exploded into fragments. Whoosh! Immediately, the flame-biting black lion charged out, its mouth slightly ajar, hot breath escaping its nostrils, as if it wanted to engage in close combat with Ming. "Fight, Ming!" The blue and white Kirin beast showed no fear, its dark green whiskers slowly swaying, transforming into a ball of ghostly fire, colliding with the mighty lion. Bang! A violent sound erupted as the two beasts clashed in close quarters. This was Ming's first time engaging in such a battle with another beast, yet it showed no signs of backing down, utilizing its unique fire control ability to change the form of the ghostly flames at will during the melee, launching attacks. In close combat, the flame-biting black lion preferred to use its forepaws, its sharp claws ablaze with fierce flames, each strike against Ming producing a deep, thunderous sound. However, it seemed that this level of attack was not enough to inflict significant damage on Ming. In contrast, when Ming struck it with the ghostly flames, not only did it let out a wail from its throat, but the flames engulfing its body seemed as if they were about to be extinguished. In this close-quarters clash, the flame-biting black lion was almost instantly at a disadvantage. The fire-based close combat techniques of the flame-biting black lion are not enough to threaten Ming. Behind, Ji Yuan watched the two beasts fight, lost in thought. After this period of observation, he had developed a unique understanding of the combat styles between beast tamers. In a sense, most beasts are inherently destined for the combat styles that suit them. For example, the flashing spirit. Its innate skill set includes close combat skills like Dance of Lightning. In contrast, Ming's skill set seemed destined for long-range combat. However, Ji Yuan believed that this predestined nature had significant drawbacks. Some beast tamers might completely nail down the combat style when expanding their beast's skills, but according to Ji Yuan's thoughts, he needed each of his beasts to master both close and long-range combat techniques proficiently. Therefore, in the last 15 days before the competition, Ji Yuan had been training Ming's close combat abilities. This battle was a test of the results. After entering its youth phase, Ming's newly acquired passive skill Fire Control was in existence with a high ceiling. It not only increased the power of the ghostly flames and reduced soul power consumption but also allowed the ghostly flames to condense into various forms according to Ming's thoughts, attacking in unexpected ways. Guh. At this moment, amidst the battle between the two beasts, sudden cries of anguish rang out. Ji Yuan focused his gaze and saw the flame-biting black lion being forced back repeatedly in close combat by Ming. He saw that at Ming's side, Forearms made of condensed ghostly flames were striking the flame-biting black lion from various angles like a torrential storm, delivering indiscriminate blows. This combat style left the spectators outside the arena dumbfounded. After experiencing the first 3 rounds of the competition, they had thought that the Kirin beast's strongest move was the blade piercing after being bound by chains. They never expected that this Kirin beast could fight in such a manner. It was simply cheating. The flame-biting black lion kept retreating, and these fists striking it not only carried immense force but also contained a stinging sensation that pierced the soul. However, this method of attack seemed to consume a lot of Ming's energy as well. After a moment, the 4 arms merged into one, and the frequency of attacks decreased significantly. Now's the time. In the distance, Xiaolingjue clenched his fist tightly and shouted, "Emperor, unleash Dark Phantom Claw." Roar! In an instant, the flame-biting black lion, which had been retreating steadily, suddenly revealed a glimmer of black light in its eyes. At the same time, its forepaws grasped the dark power, and its entire body lunged forward. The fist formed from ghostly flames slammed hard against its large mouth, several broken teeth falling out, but the flame-biting black lion did not stop its movements, its claws swiping towards Ming's body to tear it apart. Rip! Ow! Ming let out a painful low growl, retreating repeatedly. On the arena, scarlet blood flowed, mixed with white scales that reflected light. Under the gaze of the entire audience, the attack of the flame-devouring Xian lion tore several dazzling blood streaks across Ming's body on both sides. This was the first time Ming had been injured. The intense pain made it continuously roar, the wound itching unbearably, as if some lingering power was subtly causing trouble. Ming! Ji Yuan rushed forward, his brows tightly knitted, his eyes filled with heartache. He then raised his head to look ahead, only to see that the flame-devouring Xian lion was also covered in blood, gasping heavily. On its front paws, there was a hint of dark ripples. Dark attribute. Ji Yuan's pupils contracted. Once a dark attribute attack opened a wound, it would bleed profusely and be extremely difficult to heal. Hiss! However, fortunately, Ming's nether flame was not an ordinary fire, just right to dispel the negative effects of the dark attribute. Outside the arena, this sudden turn of events caused the supporters of Xiaolingjue to erupt in intense cheers. Damn! This Xiaolingjue actually had a hidden card. In the stands, Zhao Shan's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that this flame-devouring Xian lion actually concealed a second attribute. Surprised, Ji Yuan, I want you to watch your beast die right in front of you. Xiaolingjue sneered, the flame-devouring Xian lion's claws covered in dark attributes, pouncing once more. At the same time, Xiaolingjue clenched his fists tightly and charged out. He wanted to engage Ji Yuan in close combat. Come on! A fierce light flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes. He did not dodge or evade, charging straight ahead. Meanwhile, Ming rallied, creating distance before the flame-devouring Xian lion pounced. Whoosh! Fiery chains appeared out of nowhere, firmly locking onto the opponent. But just as the chains made contact with the flame-devouring Xian lion, its body erupted with a wave of flames, shattering the chains. Roar! The flame-devouring Xian lion roared and lunged forward, but this time, prepared, Ming instantly conjured a defense, blocking its deadly claws. The two beasts fell into a fierce battle once again. On the other side, Ji Yuan and Xiaolingjue also began to fight. Not only were the beasts battling, but even the beast masters started to engage. The entire arena erupted in intense cheers, with both sides' supporters evenly matched, waving flags and shouting. Such a scene undoubtedly pushed the competition to its climax. Ah! Xiaolingjue roared, throwing a punch that struck Ji Yuan squarely in the chest. But likewise, Ji Yuan's left foot swept in, crashing against his ribs. With one strike, both staggered back. This battle had already lasted 10 minutes. The fourth round began, and the match was no longer timed. It would only end when one side lost combat ability or voluntarily conceded. Not far away, the two beasts were still locked in combat, the arena covered in blood, both beasts riddled with wounds, making it hard to tell who had the upper hand. The two beast masters, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. Although their punches landed heavily, neither had inflicted fatal injuries on the other. At this moment, Ji Yuan was panting heavily. Fortunately, he had been practicing combat skills with Tanhe, or he would have been knocked down after just 3 exchanges. Xiaolingjue was also gasping for breath, his fists trembling. After 10 minutes, this duel still had not determined a winner. This was not the result he wanted. Why could Ji Yuan match him blow for blow? If it were just the beasts, that would be one thing. After all, the opponent's beast had a high bloodline level. But even in close combat, which he was most proud of, the other side could withstand it. Why was that? Xiaolingjue took a moment to glance at the battle of the two beasts, a hint of bitterness rising in his heart. It's not time yet. Taking a deep breath, Xiaolingjue charged out again. Ji Yuan did not dodge or evade, also throwing a punch. Bang! Another collision. Ji Yuan seized the opportunity, landing a punch on Xiao Lingjue's left rib. The attack infused with soul power caused cold sweat to bead on the opponent's forehead, and the intense pain nearly made him lose consciousness. Ah! Xiao Lingjue took the opportunity to throw an uppercut, and Ji Yuan hurriedly leaned back, yet still felt the wind from the punch graze his jaw. Puff! Almost simultaneously, both of them felt a sweetness in their throats, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Outside the ring, the audience was still in a frenzy. Zhao Shan stopped shouting, gripping his thighs, his face tense with anxiety. Su Ziyin lightly pinched the hem of her clothes, her brows slightly furrowed as she watched the blood trickling from Ji Yuan's mouth, a flash of heartache in her eyes. Ji Yuan, go for it. Hit him. Kill him. Only Mu Shuxin was still waving her arms and shouting, but her worries grew stronger. Old Ji, why don't you summon the flashing spirit? Ming is about to collapse. Zhao Shan was burning with anxiety, having been closely watching the battle between the two beasts. After releasing the dark attribute, the flame-devouring Xian Lion had been pressing Ming in close combat. Ming could only be forced to counterattack, retreating repeatedly. This scene was a complete reversal from the beginning. In the arena, Xiao Lingjue launched another straight punch aimed at Ji Yuan's face. Ji Yuan tilted his head to dodge, grabbing his wrist, then raised his right knee and slammed it into his abdomen. Bang! Xiao Lingjue's face turned pale, but then a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he swung his right fist, striking Ji Yuan's right shoulder. The two retreated again, Xiao Lingjue staggering, clutching his abdomen, staring intently at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan also swayed unsteadily, his right arm completely numb. Both of their stamina was nearing its limit. At the same time, covering their limbs with soul power for combat, combined with the consumption from controlling their beasts, was immense. Xiao Lingjue had been at the 6th rank for 2 years, while Ji Yuan had only been at it for a month. Without his exceptional talent as support, he could not have fought to a standstill with the other. Huff! No wonder he's the young master of a big family. Ji Yuan shook his numb right arm and suddenly roared, Ming, release, flame storm. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Lingjue also shouted, Emperor, use, crimson flame blade. Both understood that their stamina was insufficient for further confrontation. They had to control their beasts to end the match. In an instant, 2 surging flames ignited in the arena. The flame-devouring Xian Lion unleashed flames from within, gathering above its head into a fiery long blade, which had swung down violently. The blade of fire concealed a strong dark attribute. Once it struck, the outcome would be dire. Ming raised its head and exhaled, a blue light bursting from its eyes, the nether flame surging wildly, ultimately transforming into a massive azure blade, charging forward. At the moment the 2 flame-formed blades collided, the world seemed to fall silent. The next second, a blinding light erupted, and a deafening, terrifying explosion rang out. Inside the arena, the explosive waves surged forth, and both Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjue raised their hands to shield their eyes, being blown back by the fierce wind. The shockwave from the explosion hit the barrier at the edge of the arena, and after being blocked, surged back again. In the audience, everyone held their breath. They knew this battle was finally coming to an end, and a victor would soon be determined. Meanwhile, in a small villa far away in the contestants' resting area, 4 people were gathered around a television. The rule against contestants mingling in the resting area seemed to have no effect on them. I didn't expect that this guy from a small city could last so long against Xiao Lingjue. Ji Yuan's beast is strange, its bloodline might not just be legendary. It's almost time to determine the winner. Shall we place a bet? Among the 4, 3 looked eager. When the suggestion to bet was made, they all turned to the only silent man. Zhang Bao, who do you bet will win? No response. After exchanging glances, the 3 shrugged and each said, I bet on Xiao Lingjue. I also bet on Xiao Lingjue. Are we all betting on Xiao Lingjue? What's the point of that? Old Mu, don't bet on Xiao Lingjue, bet on Ji Yuan instead. Get lost. Why should I? You. Just as the 3 were arguing endlessly, Zhang Bao, who had remained silent, spoke up, Ji Yuan will win. At this statement, the 3 fell silent. Inside the arena, the violent energy gradually dissipated. When the audience saw the situation in the arena, they gasped in shock. They saw that after the collision, a horrifying blood mark had appeared on Ming's back, and the flame-devouring Xian Lion had its left front paw completely severed, blood gushing out, its massive body swaying, no longer able to fight. A dominant-level creature ultimately could not withstand the clash against an emperor-level creature. Seeing this result, Xiao Lingjue's pupils contracted. Crimson Flame, execute! In the next moment, he suddenly saw countless chains appear, rushing to bind the flame-devouring Xian Lion. The power of this move had already been tested by others. Xiao Lingjue immediately tried to recall the flame-devouring Xian Lion, but the chains attached at an incredible speed, quickly binding it tightly. Damn it! Madness surged in Xiao Lingjue's eyes. Now, he couldn't care less, he had to take a gamble. Whoosh! In an instant, Xiao Lingjue's palm glowed with a dark red imprint, and then a palm-sized dark red poison bee appeared before him. Ji Yuan, go die with your beast. The moment the poison bee appeared, Xiao Lingjue roared, bringing his hands together and extending his arms. Swish! As his soul power surged out wildly, the moment it was injected into the dark red poison bee. Whoosh! Under the gaze of the entire audience, the palm-sized poison bee shot out. I'll kill your Qilin beast first. Under Xiao Lingjue's control, the poison bee seemed to transform into a blood-red arrow, darting straight towards Ming. This poison bee carried an indescribable wave of energy, and an ominous premonition rose in Ji Yuan's heart. He immediately interrupted Ming's spellcasting and instantly recalled the beast seal. You must die. Xiao Lingjue had gone mad, losing the target of the Qilin beast. He actually controlled the poison bee to charge at Ji Yuan. Be careful. In the audience, Su Ziyin suddenly stood up, her expression almost losing control, but she could only watch helplessly as the poison bee approached Ji Yuan. The speed of the poison bee was simply too fast, and since it was not an inanimate object, Ji Yuan had no way to evade it. Sizzle! In the dead silence of the venue, a crisp sound of flesh being pierced echoed. The poison bee, with unstoppable force, penetrated Ji Yuan's chest. Old Ji Yuan, what kind of feeling is this? Empty. Ji Yuan's mind was filled with countless thoughts, but in the end, he could only think of one word. He lowered his head and looked at the area of his chest. A palm-sized hole was left towards the right edge. An indescribable amount of blood instantly soaked through his clothes. Bang! Not far away. Xiao Lingjue collapsed to the ground, his face devoid of color, his lips pale. This strike had exhausted everything he had. He struggled to raise his upper body, kneeling on the ground, his mouth twitching, as if trying to form a smile, but he could never achieve it. Ji Yuan, with your lowly background, how dare you offend me? Die! He leaned against the ground, his eyes crazily narrowing. Although the competition did not allow for beast masters to die, what was his identity? The Xiao family would take care of everything for him. Tap! At that moment, a light sound suddenly came from ahead. Xiao Lingjue looked up in shock, his pupils constricting. Cough! Crimson, flame, execute! He saw that Ji Yuan had not died as imagined. On the contrary, an endless fire burned in his eyes as he raised his left hand, pointing into the distance. Xiao Lingjue's heart trembled violently as he thought of something and immediately turned around. In the urgent situation just now, coupled with the special nature of the magma poison bee, he had not summoned the fire-devouring Xian Lion's beast seal. At this moment, the azure chains once again climbed up, and the already powerless fire-devouring Xian Lion could only whimper, helplessly watching the chains bind it. No! Xiao Lingjue's pupils shook. He had the deepest feelings for this beast, a close companion that had spent 6 years with him. It absolutely could not die. To save its life, he could only admit defeat. But when he looked at Ji Yuan's current state, his expression hesitated. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe Ji Yuan still had the strength to support the beast in releasing its skills. Clang! The next moment, the fiery blade that had once taken the life of a dominant-level beast in the arena reappeared. Xiao Lingjue had witnessed that match in its entirety, and now he knelt on the ground, looking at the dying fire-devouring Xian Lion, his mind flashing back to the black bear that had been executed. The moment this blade of death manifested, his heart suddenly constricted. Finally, Ji Yuan, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Ji Yuan. Xiao Lingjue lowered his head, his 10 fingers tightly clenched, his nails digging into his flesh. He hoped even more for the fire-devouring Xian Lion to survive than to admit defeat. Almost at the moment he shouted his surrender, the bell signaling the end of the match rang out. Xiao Lingjue breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, he discovered that the fiery blade in the sky still existed. At the same time, Ji Yuan looked at him with eyes full of mockery. No, don't! I have already admitted defeat, Ji Yuan, you can't. Before he could finish his sentence, the fiery blade came crashing down. Xiao Lingjue was stunned, the fiery wave surged forth, engulfing his fire-devouring Xian Lion. The entire arena fell silent. The winner of this match is Lin Yun City, Ji Yuan. The host seemed to have not anticipated such a result. 1-1. At least made it into the top 10. Uncle Tan, I fulfilled the promise, at least. Ji Yuan murmured, then his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed face down on the ground. Ming let out a wail, transforming into light points and dissipating. In the audience, Zhao Shan stared blankly at Ji Yuan falling down, and then an endless rage surged up his throat, causing him to roar, Xiao Lingjue, I curse you. This bastard actually dared to openly violate the rules, taking advantage of others' unpreparedness. If it weren't for the audience being too far from the stage, he would have definitely flown down to slap Xiao Lingjue. Beside him, Su Ziyin covered her red lips with both hands, her eyes wide open, countless tears rolling down as she choked out, Ji Yuan. Mu Xuxin also blared angrily, pointing at the stands and cursing, "What are you still doing? Hurry up and arrange for rescue. Quickly call for medical personnel to enter the arena." At this moment, the host finally came to his senses and shouted in a panic. Boom! Suddenly, a huge mouth exploded above the venue. Debris flew everywhere, dust swirling. Under the gaze of thousands, a massive golden eagle swooped down. On the back of this golden eagle stood a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression and graying temples. The man leaped onto the stage, picked up Ji Yuan's body, and coldly glanced at Xiao Lingjue, who was still dumbfounded not far away. Then, he jumped back onto the golden eagle's back, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Old Tan. Mu Xuxin's face lit up when she saw the newcomer. Looking at Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin, she shouted, "It's Old Tan." "Don't worry, with Old Tan here, Ji Yuan will definitely be fine. Let's go find him now." After saying that, she immediately took out her phone. At this moment, Zhao Shan also reacted. Just as he was about to say something, his phone rang. "Dad? Oh, good. After hanging up, Zhao Shan grabbed Mu Xuxin and exclaimed, "Old Ji is fine. Old Ji is fine." Then, Zhao Shan hurriedly led the two women out of the venue at breakneck speed. The scene fell into dead silence. Perhaps some had guessed the outcome of the battle. However, no one could have anticipated how brutal this fight would be. The arena was soaked in blood, the strong smell of blood stinging the nostrils. Xiao Lingjue knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the head of the flame-devouring black lion that had been completely incinerated. Ultimately, the feeling of weakness became unbearable, and he rolled his eyes back and fainted. It was over. Ji Yuan had won again. This representative from the lower district was initially bombarded with anger and insults online. After decisively defeating Hao Zhen, who was ranked 15th, in the second and third rounds, he faced the Xiao family young master, whom everyone believed he would undoubtedly lose to, in this fourth round. This representative from a small city not only fought back against the lofty Xiao family young master but ultimately killed his beast, forcing him to bow his head in surrender. This was simply unbelievable to those from the lower district who only knew how to endure. This night was destined to be anything but calm. An hour after the match ended, the entire internet was buzzing about tonight's duel. Some even began to denounce Xiao Lingjue. Do beast-controlling families have privileges? Can they ignore the league rules and kill at will in competitions? All the representatives from the lower districts who have suffered cold stares and discrimination from the upper class unite to speak for Ji Yuan. After a series of posts filled with rage were published, tonight's duel stirred up an unprecedented wave. At this moment, Ji Yuan, the protagonist, was placed in a container filled with green liquid. The hole in his chest had disappeared, and his body looked intact. His breathing was steady, but his condition was unknown. 3 hours after the match ended, midnight, suddenly, a message was posted online. Ji Yuan is no longer in danger of losing his life. Again, this dream. The world was drenched in blood. Ji Yuan lay on a cold stone slab, surrounded by countless blood-red figures with blurred faces. They seemed to be performing some kind of ritual, circling around Ji Yuan continuously. Strange whispers filled his ears, as if hundreds were speaking at once. He couldn't move, couldn't shout, only able to roll his eyes in terror as he watched these figures spin. At a certain moment, these figures suddenly froze, and the whispers faded away. The world returned to silence. At this time, a strange light laugh abruptly sounded. The blood-red figures pounced on Ji Yuan, tearing and biting. Hiss! Just like that time in Linyun City, Ji Yuan suddenly sat up in bed. The cold ticking of machines echoed in his ears. The room was dark, the window open, revealing a sky full of stars. Awake? In the corner, a figure leaned back. This was a single patient room, looking quite luxurious. The figure sat in the middle of a long sofa, and with a pop, a flame ignited, revealing his middle-aged face, marked by the passage of time. Uncle Tan? What happened to me? Ji Yuan lowered his head, touching his chest, which was unharmed. Thanks to Zhao Tianho's connections, you were able to stay in the most advanced medical pod in the world. As long as it's not a fatal injury like decapitation or a shattered heart, you can be saved. Tan, he exhaled mist, sitting in the dark without any intention of turning on the lights. You fought beautifully today. Today? Ji Yuan was taken aback. How long do you think you were unconscious? It's only been 5 hours since the end of the match, Tan, he said with a smile. Uncle Tan, about making it to the top 8. What about you? Hearing that this was the first thing he asked upon waking, Tanhi's fingers paused as he reached for a cigarette in the darkness. After a moment, he softly replied, You've worked hard, kid. An hour ago, the current head of the Mu family contacted me, and they seemed to acknowledge the failure of the bet. So what about Mu Shushin and her daughter? Naturally, their house arrest has been completely lifted. Tan-hee took a puff of his cigarette and said leisurely, however, the Mu family has proposed a new bet. Are the Mu family all gamblers? Ji Yuan thought to himself. Do you want to know what this bet is? Tan-hee smiled. Goodness, he's keeping me in suspense. Ji Yuan also smiled and said, please don't tease me. The old handsome man took a deep drag from his cigarette and said, the championship. That old man bet with me on whether you can win the championship. Guess how he placed his bet? He bet that you would achieve ultimate victory and become the first low-level district champion in history. Ji Yuan was somewhat puzzled. What did the head of the Mu family want? So you. Hey, if he bets on you winning, I naturally have to bet the opposite. However, he did propose a condition I can't refuse. Tan-hee extinguished his cigarette, sat up straight, and said, he said that if you can win the championship, the next head of the Mu family will be Mu Yen. Playing such a big game? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Conversely, if you fail to win the championship, I will have to return to the Mu family, back to my position from 10 years ago. What kind of bet is this? Isn't the position of head of the family important? Ji Yuan asked tentatively. Wrong, it's definitely important. Tan-hee shook his head. The reason he dares to make such a bet is that he believes you can't win. This bet serves as a way out for both sides. I have no reason to refuse. Ji Yuan fell silent. Tan-hee chuckled. What's wrong? Not happy? No, Ji Yuan shook his head. Don't think about the championship. The old handsome man stood up and walked to the window. It seemed he liked to do this every time he reached a critical point in the conversation. He turned back and said, because Zhang Bao is a 5th grade beast master. 5th grade? Ji Yuan was slightly shocked. He remembered that Zhang Bao was only 24 years old. Is that surprising? Tan-hee explained, to advance to 5th grade, there are no skills or methods. The only thing you can do is one word, wait. Wait for your soul power to slowly transform into a stream, then from a stream into a river, and finally converge into a vast ocean, at which point you will sense a certain power. That power will allow you to open up a beast master space. This explanation was quite profound. As he listened to Tan-hee's words, he couldn't help but recall a post he had seen online before. A 6th grade beast master waited his whole life and never got the chance to advance to 5th grade. At that time, he couldn't understand, but now he suddenly realized. This transformation of soul power cannot be completed autonomously, cannot be guided by external forces, it can only be waited for. Tan-hee sighed. Back then, I was stuck at this bottleneck for 3 years. So, don't feel defeated. This transformation of soul power has nothing to do with personal talent, it purely depends on luck. Advancing to 5th grade actually has such limitations. But Ji Yuan was confident, at most in 3 years, he could also advance to 5th grade. His dream of building an imperial beast master army had yet to be realized. And to achieve this dream, the first step was to step into 5th grade. Rest easy, whether you can participate in tomorrow's 5th round is up to you. Tan-hee pushed the door and left. This was a high-standard medical facility, not a traditional hospital. The room where Ji Yuan was located was the highest point of the building. On this floor, only his room served as a recuperation room. Tan-hee walked through the corridor and arrived at the balcony, facing the pitch-black night, and lit another cigarette. This bet with the Mu family might seem meaningless to outsiders, but only the parties involved, could understand the old man's intentions. 10 years ago, it was not the family head who forced him out of the Mu family, but Mu Yan's 2 older brothers. At that time, the head of the Mu family was shrewd and calculating. On the surface, he agreed to the Mu family's demands to kick Tan-hee out. He was not short-sighted, so he set up what seemed to be a humiliating bet. In fact, the old man did this to ensure that Tan-hee could return to the Mu family 10 years later with legitimacy. After all, as the person in charge of a large family, he understood better than anyone how exceptional Tan-hee's abilities were. So, although many years had passed and Mu Yan and her daughter were locked in the Mu family, both were well taken care of. This could be seen from the 3 remarkable beasts that Mu Shushin possessed. What the old man wanted was to use Mu Yan and her daughter as a rope to firmly tie Tan-hee to the Mu family's ship. Tan-hee was well aware of all this, so he accepted the new bet tonight. Because, indeed, Mu Yan and her daughter were his Achilles' heel. However, what he didn't expect was Ji Yuan. This kid, after crawling back from the brink of death, was first concerned about his own matters. You little brat, you really know how to be touching. Leaning on the edge, feeling the gentle breeze, Tan-hee exhaled a smoke ring and smiled faintly. The next day, consciousness awakened from a haze. Ji Yuan, still groggy, had just opened his eyes when he heard a cheerful shout beside him. Old Ji is awake. Zhao Shan's voice rang out. Then, 2 hurried footsteps echoed in the room. Turning his head, 2 uniquely beautiful figures approached. Su Ziyin stopped at the foot of the bed, her clear and captivating starry eyes looking at Ji Yuan, sparkling with light. Mu Shushin then walked to the bedside with a cheerful step, her fiery gaze sweeping over him, and then she smiled. The family has lifted the house arrest on my mom and me. Thanks. What are you thanking me for? Ji Yuan shook his head with a smile. This time, I owe you a favor, so if you have any requests in the future, just let me know, and I will definitely fulfill them. Mu Shushin tossed her wine-red hair back, revealing a beautiful and generous smile. Okay, but when the time comes for you to repay, don't try to back out. Seeing her serious expression, Ji Yuan found it hard to refuse. Nonsense, how could I possibly back out? Mu Shushin shot him a glance, playful and lively. Then, she changed the subject and asked, by the way, do you still plan to participate in the upcoming competition? Of course. Ji Yuan sat up, clenched his fist, feeling strong and uninjured. Having already reached the top 8, there was no reason to give up. Looking up, he saw the three of them with hesitant expressions, feeling a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Old Ji. Zhao Shan scratched his head. The draw results for today have come out. Your opponent has withdrawn. Ha! Ji Yuan was taken aback. Xiaoling Jue openly violated the rules, and the Xiao family was punished along with him. Zhao Shan pouted, but the punishment is mild, and as for today's draw results, your opponent is ranked 10th in the district. An hour after the draw, your opponent publicly announced his withdrawal from the competition, which means you have already advanced to the top 4. Another victory without a fight? What was the reason this time? Ji Yuan was initially confused, but when Zhao Shan stood up, holding a bright flower basket and took out a card from it, everything became clear. Please convey my apologies to my son, Xiaoling Jue, on behalf of my friend Ji Yuan. I hope you can rest assured and focus on your recovery. I look forward to your performance in the semifinals. Signed, Xiao Linshan. This flower basket was delivered early this morning. You understand now, right? Zhao Shan said. Ji Yuan nodded, clearly realizing that his opponent's withdrawal from the competition was orchestrated by the Xiao family. Alright, I see you don't have anything pressing. Let's go to the center of Mohen City and relax a bit. Sure. After Ji Yuan left the medical facility, he discovered that the scale of Mohen City was far greater than what he had seen from the sky. The competition venue he had been reaching through the teleportation device was actually dozens of kilometers away from the rest area, yet it still fell within the boundaries of Mohen City. The four of them wandered around Mohen City, eating and playing as they went. While passing a shop filled with girls, Mu Shushin and Su Ziyin also stopped in their tracks. Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan waited outside on the street for the two girls, chatting and receiving some news. What? Yesterday, when the competition ended, Uncle Tan broke the venue's roof and had to pay $1 million. He looked at Zhao Shan, somewhat surprised. Yeah, but after Mayor Tan compensated, he suggested the league kick out the host. I heard that host is someone with connections and lacks professionalism. Ji Yuan couldn't help but laugh. What a situation. This is so beautiful. Suddenly, Mu Shushin exclaimed. Turning to look, he saw her holding a leaf-shaped green hairpin. How ugly, Zhao Shan blurted out. Mu Shushin's brows furrowed in anger as she shot him a glare, prompting Zhao Shan to quickly shrink back and hide behind Ji Yuan. Honestly, it's quite ordinary. Ji Yuan, the straightforward man, stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the various hairpins at the stall before finally selecting 2 to hold. He paid directly and then handed one of the black bow hairpins to Mu Shushin, saying, Here, why not choose this one? Then he turned to the seemingly perplexed Su Ziyin, smiling as he offered her the light blue maple leaf hairpin, saying, This one should suit you. The two girls stared at the hairpins Ji Yuan had chosen, both momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Ji Yuan asked, puzzled by their expressions. During his time at the welfare home, he often took care of the little friends around him. Now, seeing that both girls seemed inclined to buy something, it felt like a return to the past, so he picked out 2 hairpins he thought were quite nice as gifts for them, without any ulterior motives. Seeing their expressions now made him think his taste was off, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose, saying, if you don't like them, you can return them. I like them. Su Ziyin quickly shook her head, retracting her hand to press against her chest. Yes, they're quite nice. I didn't expect you to have such good taste. Mu Shushin also tightened her grip on the hairpin, her gaze drifting as she spoke. Under Ji Yuan's puzzled gaze, both girls' ears turned slightly red. After a while, the 4 of them continued to stroll, but for some reason, Mu Shushin, the lively girl who loved to join in on the fun, suddenly quieted down. Like Su Ziyin, she silently walked behind Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan. After about 2 hours of wandering, eating, drinking, and buying quite a few things, the 4 of them finally parted ways outside the rest area. On the way to the rest area, many eliminated contestants approached him, clamoring for photos. Reluctantly, he stayed for another half hour. Amidst the cheers of encouragement, he finally returned to his small villa. As soon as he stepped into the yard, he saw the burly man with thick brows from the neighboring yard again. The man flashed a hearty smile at him, nodded, and said nothing. Ji Yuan politely responded, and after returning to his residence, he first took a refreshing shower. After drying his hair, he turned on the television, which was broadcasting the final battle of the 5th round live. Nestled in bed, he boredly scrolled through his phone and noticed that his supporters online were increasing. Some even posted photos with him. Good grief! A portion of his supporters were eliminated contestants. Thus, he surfed the internet while chatting with Zhao Shan and the others. Time passed quickly. When the television announced the draw for the 6th round, Ji Yuan put down his phone. Alright, viewers watching the live draw, the first contestant to be revealed is Linyun City, Ji Yuan. His name appeared clearly on the slip of paper in the live broadcast. Next, the contestant who will battle Ji Yuan is. As the slip was pulled open, 2 characters appeared before all the viewers. Su family, Su. Damn, old Ji's luck in the draw is really bad, isn't it? On the other hand, that leopard got an opponent ranked 7th in the city, and it's a girl? City competition, 6th day. The results of the top 4 draws had been announced. There were 2 matches in total. The first match was at 10 o'clock in the morning. Chen Xinhao from Dongya City would face the strongest contestant of this session, Zhang family's Zhang Bao. This battle was undoubtedly without suspense. The second match was at 6 o'clock in the evening. Ji Yuan would once again face the young master of the 5 major beast families, Su. This battle, viewed online, also seemed to have no suspense in its outcome. The overwhelming choice believed Ji Yuan would win the fight. After all, the 4th round, his duel with Xiaolingjue was still fresh in memory, and even the match replay had the highest view count in these 2 days. Moreover, compared to Xiaolingjue, this Su from the Su family was relatively weaker. At this moment, Zhao Shan was indignant in the group. Su has 3 beast companions. This time, Su Ziyin, who had been relatively silent in the group, took the initiative to speak. Zhao Shan, 3? I reviewed his previous battles, and the beast companions are all the same wolf, right? Isn't that so? Su Ziyin, he is quite obsessed with wolf-type beasts, so his 3 wolf-type companions are of the same lineage, with bloodline levels all above average, and their elemental attributes are ice, wood, and electricity. Mu Shuxin, at Ji Yuan, how's Ming's injury? You aren't planning to hide any tricks this round, are you? In front of the screen, Ji Yuan smiled at Mu Shuxin's words and typed, no tricks. I've been using Ming to fight because I still need to solidify one of Flash's skills. Don't worry, Ming's injury is recovering well. However, this round I should also let Flash out for a spin. Mu Shuxin, I still don't know you? You love to hide your trump cards and then give your opponent a big surprise. She couldn't help but recall that time in the Withering Valley, where a nearly desperate situation was turned around by this guy. Ji Yuan didn't reply, only sending a hee-hee emoji. On the other side, nestled on the sofa, with her long hair casually draped, Su Ziyin stared at her phone screen. Upon seeing the interaction between Ji Yuan and Mu Shuxin, her starry eyes dimmed slightly, feeling a bit lost. Their relationship is really good. At that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated, and there was a new message in the group, Ji Yuan, at Su Ziyin, thanks. The information you provided is very useful. I will definitely win. After saying that, he attached a picture of Zhao Shan grinning widely. Seeing Ji Yuan reply to her, Su Ziyin's body stiffened for a moment, then a charming smile appeared on her face, as if she had eaten honey, feeling incredibly sweet inside. She repeatedly read that short sentence over and over. After a moment, she finally suppressed her excitement and typed, go for it? Degree? After sending the message, she held her phone and tossed and turned on the sofa. Ji Yuan put down his phone. He looked up. On the live broadcast, the first match of the semifinals was taking place, with Zhang Bao facing off against the 7th-ranked female beast master from the city. The result was already in. From the start to the finish, it took only 2 minutes. Naturally, Zhang Bao emerged victorious. A 5th-tier beast master had a qualitative enhancement in their ability to control beasts. In terms of soul resonance alone, a 6th tier could not compete with a 5th tier. However, it seemed that no one knew Zhang Bao was a 5th tier. In the initial rounds of the competition, the levels of the beast masters were introduced at the beginning. Ji Yuan had deliberately watched the replay of Zhang Bao's matches but had never heard the host mention his level. Was it to avoid discouraging the competitors? That was indeed a possibility. With a gentle furrow in his brow, Ji Yuan suddenly felt a bit tired. After setting an alarm, he took a nap. Time passed. In the evening, at 6 o'clock sharp. Good evening, gentlemen, ladies, and all the viewers in front of the television. I wonder if everyone feels that time flies. In the blink of an eye, we have reached the semifinals. A new female host had taken over, and at least from the recent matches, her professionalism was indeed much better than the previous one. Earlier, our contestant Zhang Bao won the 6th round with a crushing victory, securing a spot in the finals. Let's give him another round of applause. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Next, we will bring you the second half of the semifinals, featuring Ji Yuan from Linyun City against Su Su from Jinqing City. Let's welcome the two contestants to the stage. Macho Man Ji Yuan, Macho Man Ji Yuan, Macho Man Ji Yuan. In an instant, a tsunami of fervent cheers filled the arena, with countless men and women in the audience raising their arms in excitement. Even more eye-catching were the 3 long banners in the east, west, and north sections of the audience. The content of these banners was very familiar. Tremble, contestants. You are about to face Linyun City's #1 rising star, Linyun City's #1 macho man, Linyun City's #1 beast master, Ji Yuan. Quite familiar, right? That's right, it was the internet banner that Zhao Shan had been mocked with by countless people in the first round. What was unexpected was that these 3 banners had nothing to do with Zhao Shan. Instead, they were raised by new supporters. At this moment, Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Ziyin sat in the northern audience section, surrounded by the wildly enthusiastic supporters of Ji Yuan, waving flags and cheering. The intensity of this enthusiasm made the 3 shiver. Even Zhao Shan and Mu Shuxin, who were both quite familiar with the scene, felt a sense of inferiority. Hey, it's you! Suddenly, the crazy supporters spotted Zhao Shan hiding in the crowd and pulled him out. What the hell? In the crowd, several hands instantly yanked Zhao Shan out of his seat, forcing him to wave the flag of Macho Man Ji Yuan. Gradually, Zhao Shan was also infected by this atmosphere, going from being hesitant at first to shouting more passionately than anyone else. Meanwhile, on the stage, Ji Yuan strolled in confidently, dressed in black. Opposite him stood Su Su, who was slender, wearing shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. What a lively scene! Su Su listened to the audience cheering for Ji Yuan and showed no signs of displeasure. He looked very young, almost like a boy with a youthful face. Coupled with his tender voice and slender build, it was easy to mistake him for a high school student. Little did they know, Su Su was also 25 years old. After stepping onto the stage, he circled the venue and then looked towards Ji Yuan not far away, smiling. You deserve everyone to cheer for you. Ji Yuan was taken aback. I love making friends the most. In this semifinal match, I know I can't beat you, so let's treat it as a friendly match. How about it? Su Su's youthful voice echoed, and combined with his appearance, it suddenly gave off an innocent vibe. The reason he said this was that he was afraid Ji Yuan's beast would kill him. There was a statistical ranking online about killing the opponent's beast. Only 2 people made the list. The first was Ji Yuan. As for the second, it was Ji Yuan's opponent in the second round, Haojin. In other words, after 6 rounds of competition, only those 2 had killed their opponent's beasts. Su Su smiled and summoned his beast. It was a wolf less than 2 meters tall, radiating vibrant green life. He looked at Ji Yuan and thought to himself that the other party's beast was a fire-type Qilin, which suppressed him significantly in terms of both species and bloodline. He didn't know how long he could hold out. Ji Yuan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this young master from the Su family to so openly admit his inferiority. In his impression, these young masters should all be arrogant and domineering. Preconceived notions. Ji Yuan sighed inwardly. For certain reasons, he had developed a bias against these young masters. He quickly dismissed the thought, clenched his right fist, and lightning flickered. At that moment, under the gaze of the entire audience and even the national viewers, a violent force of thunder suddenly emerged beside Ji Yuan. After a moment, when the thunder dissipated, a majestic, powerful, and robust black giant wolf appeared for the first time in this city competition. This giant wolf was enormous, with sturdy limbs. Its pure black fur was dotted with deep blue glimmers, exuding a sense of mystery. After appearing, the giant wolf stood beside Ji Yuan, raising its head, its deep blue beastly eyes sweeping across the audience, creating an illusion of thunderous might for countless spectators who made eye contact with it. My God! This beast is too handsome. Wow! This giant wolf is simply my aesthetic. How can there be such a handsome wolf-type beast? Incredible! Comparing Su Su's wolf to Ji Yuan's is like comparing a father to a son. The first appearance of the flashing wolf caused the audience to gasp in astonishment, and in an instant, countless fiery gazes were fixed on it, unable to look away. Even Su Su, as the opponent, widened his eyes, staring fixedly at Ji Yuan's side, motionless. After a moment, bang! Su Su suddenly dashed out, unable to hide his excitement, his eyes shining with unparalleled amazement. As he ran, he shouted, Ji Yuan, as long as you let me take a good look at your beast, I'll do anything you want. Behind him, his wooden wolf closely followed his steps, and when it looked at the flashing wolf, its pupils flashed with intense fear. After all, the flashing wolf was the top of the wolf species, not to mention bloodline level. In terms of species alone, it was the Thunder Wolf Lord. The other wolf-type beasts beside it simply couldn't compare. Only other emperor-level wolves could be mentioned in the same breath as the flashing wolf. Therefore, even though Susu harbored absolute hostility in this match against Ji Yuan, with his 3 wolf-type beasts, it was impossible for him to defeat the flashing wolf. Susu's shout was heard by the entire audience. Not only Ji Yuan, but even the spectators were stunned. In fact, the ranking in the city competition was inconsequential for the 5 major families. Thus, Susu, who had a particular fondness for wolf-type beasts, had already tacitly accepted his defeat at this moment. Watching the excited Susu running towards him with open arms, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched, and in the end, he ordered the flashing wolf in his heart not to attack. He could feel his opponent's excitement and sincerity. When Susu stood in front of Shining Wolf, he was almost trembling all over. He was about 1.7 meters tall, slightly shorter than Ji Yuan. Shining Wolf stood quietly, its massive wolf head towering over Susu, forcing him to look up. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Ji Yuan and asked, Can I touch it? Sure. With the owner's consent, Susu immediately reached out his trembling hand. When his fingertips brushed against Shining Wolf's smooth and soft fur, he shivered all over. His reaction was exaggerated, like a big man who had never seen a beauty, his expression filled with enjoyment and admiration as he gently stroked the fur on Shining Wolf's neck. Shining Wolf tilted its head back, enjoying the touch, and sensing the other's emotions, it felt a hidden delight. As an emperor-level creature, it loved being admired by others. After that, Susu touched almost every part of Shining Wolf, except for its abdomen and a few indescribable areas. He looked as if he wanted to pry open Shining Wolf's large mouth to take a look inside. 5 minutes later, Susu reluctantly stepped back a few paces, feeling no burden, and cheerfully shouted, I concede. Ji Yuan wins. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. He was not foolish. During his brief contact with Shining Wolf, he could sense the terrifying aura it unintentionally exuded. That feeling was at least as strong as Ji Yuan's azure qilin. Compared to this giant wolf, his 3 wolves seemed like silly pups. In a real fight, he had no chance of winning. It was better to graciously concede and make friends with this promising representative from a small city. In the audience, those who had been fervently cheering for Ji Yuan before the match exchanged glances. They had expected this battle to be like the one with Xiaolingjue. Who would have thought it would take 5 minutes just to watch Susu admire the beast? Who would have thought the second half of the semifinals would be so harmonious? So, let us congratulate Lin Yun City's representative Ji Yuan for advancing to the finals. The city tournament semifinals come to an end here, ladies and gentlemen, and all viewers in front of the television. See you at the finals in 3 days. After the host's standard closing remarks, lights lit up all around the venue. Ji Yuan, good luck in the finals. At this moment, Mu Shushin stood up, cupping her hands to form a megaphone, shouting towards the handsome young man in the arena. Beside her, supporters joined in her cheer. This time, Susu's voluntary concession did not stir up a public outcry like the first time. Online, the most discussed topic was the muscular giant wolf, Shining Wolf, which made its debut tonight. Initially, everyone thought Ji Yuan only had a qilin. After all, during the 4th round, his battle with Xiaolingjue ended in such a way that he didn't summon a second beast. No one expected that, besides the Azure Fire-type qilin, he actually possessed a Thunder-type giant wolf. At this moment, in the Xiao family, somewhere, it seemed to be a bedroom. However, the spacious area was probably around 40 square meters. The bedroom was well furnished, with the curtains tightly closed. The only light came from a television embedded in the wall. It was playing footage of Susu observing Shining Wolf, Thunder-type, wolf. In front of the television, on a large bed, Xiaolingjue's handsome face appeared somewhat grim. His gaze was fixed on Ji Yuan's face, gritting his teeth. Ji Yuan, you killed my emperor. Don't let me catch you next time, or I will make you pay 100-fold. Bang! At that moment, the door was suddenly knocked on. Young master, the matter you asked me to investigate has results. Speak, Xiaolingjue shouted. The 3 major academies have a very positive attitude towards Ji Yuan. I heard that. I heard that there has already been a secret competition going on. If Ji Yuan wins the championship, I'm afraid the deans of the 3 major academies will personally come to recruit him. Bang! A black object suddenly smashed against the television screen. A loud noise erupted, and the screen was not completely destroyed. Rather, it was Ji Yuan's face that was cracked. Champion? He wants to beat Zhang Bao? That's simply a delusion. Cheers! In a luxurious private room, a table was filled with a dazzling array of dishes. Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan, Su Ziyin, and Mu Shushin sat around. Each held a cup of red wine, their faces beaming with joy. Old G, have you decided which academy you want to go to? Zhao Shan, slightly tipsy, propped his chin on his hand. It's still too early to talk about that, Ji Yuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. So far, he was unclear about the differences and pros and cons among the three major academies. With 3 days left until the finals, he wanted to take this time to learn more about the three super academies. Now that he had reached the finals, winning or losing was uncertain, but he should still be able to choose his academy. Let me share some news with you. At this moment, Zhao Shan said mysteriously. TCH. Su Ziying turned her head dismissively. The usually quiet girl became much more lively with even a little alcohol. Zhao Xiaomei, if you have something to say, just say it. I hate it when people talk halfway. Mu Shuxin downed her drink in one go, her bold demeanor making Ji Yuan's lips twitch. This isn't juice, the party has just started, and you want to get yourself drunk already? He couldn't help but remind her. Hey, don't interrupt. Zhao Shan waved his hands and shouted, listen to me. The three major super academies are extremely, very, super satisfied with old Ji's performance. My dad said that as long as Ji Yuan can hold out for 5 minutes without losing in the finals, he will receive a very special reward when enrolling. Zhao Shan burped and continued, old Ji, you must hold on for 5 minutes. I'm waiting for you to take me to dominate the super academy. Get lost. Ji Yuan laughed and scolded. What special reward? You didn't inquire about this crucial information? Zhao Xiaomei, you're drunk. Hold on for 5 minutes? Little Zhang Bao, Ji Yuan could slap him into a little flower cat with one hand. Mu Shuxin said, her head slightly lowered, her left hand running through her wine-red hair as she spoke leisurely. Exactly. Su Ziying also muttered softly. They're all drunk. Ji Yuan shook his head. He had said not to drink so heavily. Zhang Bao was at least a 5th-tier beast master. Holding on for 5 minutes was already giving himself too much credit. What do you know? Zhao Shan sneered. Do you know that Zhang Bao is 5th tier? As soon as he said this, Su Ziying, who was shaking her wine glass, paused. Mu Shuxin also suddenly raised her head. What did you say? The two girls exclaimed in surprise at the same time. The mention of 5th tier had sobered them up. A single word made an insurmountable chasm. Zhang Bao is 5th tier? Then how can we win the finals? Mu Shuxin's pretty face tightened, unable to believe it. Su Ziying also frowned slightly. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. So, didn't they set a premise? If he can use 6th tier soul power to face a 5th tier beast master for 5 minutes, that actually counts as old Ji winning. Zhao Shan shrugged. His words left the two girls silent. In fact, now that they had reached the finals, they certainly hoped Ji Yuan could win, not to create an unprecedented miracle in the competition, but because only in this way would Ji Yuan receive extraordinary attention after entering the academy. Including Zhao Shan, the initial intentions of the three were definitely good. However, for a 6th tier to defeat a 5th tier head-on was indeed a bit far-fetched. That's true. After a moment of silence, Mu Shuxin's cheeks flushed red, her eyes half open, staring at Ji Yuan, and said, he can definitely hold on for 5 minutes. If it were someone else, it might be different. Bang! As the effects of the alcohol kicked in, Mu Shuxin suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Ji Yuan, I have something to say to you. Her wine-red hair fell halfway down, obscuring her flawless face. Wobbling slightly, she raised one hand. This sudden action startled the three at the dining table. Seeing her like this, Su Ziying's starry eyes flashed with disbelief. She wants to. Su Ziying quickly lowered her head, her fair little hand tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Mu Shuxin mumbled drunkenly, and then fell silent. What's wrong? Ji Yuan asked, puzzled, wondering what she wanted to say with such a commotion. Zhao Shan leaned in closer to Mu Shuxin, straining to hear, but only caught the sound of her even breathing. Well, she started to say something, and now she's asleep. Zhao Shan spread his hands in exasperation. I just told her not to drink so much in one go. With this outcome, Ji Yuan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Since Mu Shuxin was completely drunk, the dinner party had to end early. As they reached the final stage, the contestants in the rest area had gradually left. The previous rules about the rest area naturally became invalid, and Zhao Shan insisted on going to see the scenery of the small villa. In the end, Ji Yuan took the three of them to his villa in Building 92. The 3-story small villa was spacious enough to accommodate the four of them. Ji Yuan arranged for Mu Shuxin and Su Ziying to stay in the large bedroom on the 3rd floor. The big bed was enough for the two girls to squeeze in for the night. He and Zhao Shan would make do in the living room for the night. On the 3rd floor, Mu Shuxin, reeking of alcohol, lay flat on the bed, while Su Ziying brought a basin of warm water from the bathroom and carefully wiped her face. Ji Yuan, with flushed cheeks, Mu Shuxin, lost in her dreams, suddenly murmured and then grabbed Su Ziying's little hand. I like you the most. After saying that, she let go of her hand and fell into a deep sleep. Su Ziyin was stunned, her starry eyes flickering, her thoughts unclear. In the second-floor living room, Zhao Shan leaned against the sofa, covered with a thick blanket, boredly watching TV, gradually dozing off. On the first floor, Ji Yuan held the phone, smiling lightly. "Kid, you have to remember, making it to the finals is already much better than we expected." On the other end, Tanhee's voice came through. "So, to hell with the championship. The runner-up in the city competition is just as good." "I got it, uncle, but on the day of the finals, I still want to give it a try. I want to see just how big the gap is between the 6th and 5th ranks." Raising his head, Ji Yuan looked at the crescent moon through the window, his gaze firm. "By the way, Uncle Tan, do you have any insights on the 3 major super academies?" When he was young, Tanhee was also a student of one of the super academies, so asking him would be the most accurate. "I knew you would ask that." Tan Han chuckled. "Juling, Lan Tian, Sheng Tian. Among these 3 academies, Juling is the strongest, while Lan Tian and Sheng Tian are more balanced. If it were in the past, I would have suggested you go to Juling Academy. However, considering what you told me yesterday, Sheng Tian Academy is your only choice." Yesterday, after the competition ended, Ji Yuan had a private chat with Tanhee. He crafted a very reasonable explanation for the origins of Ming and Shanpa, along with his own part of the secret. Of course, Ji Yuan's explanation was quite mysterious and complex. He only revealed the most crucial point to Tanhee. He desperately needed the imperial level remains, and Tanhee was someone he could absolutely trust. Saint Heaven Academy? Why? Ji Yuan was somewhat curious. First, you need to know that the 3 major super academies each have their own territories. This territory is probably comparable to the combined area of 3 cities. So exaggerated? He raised an eyebrow. The 3 major super academies, as the core breeding grounds for beast tamers in the Great Xia, have a depth, prestige, and importance that ordinary people cannot imagine. Also, the Beast Tamer Alliance is composed of the higher-ups from the 3 academies. I believe I've mentioned this to you before? Ji Yuan responded. On the phone, Tanhee continued, "Within the territory of Saint Heaven Academy, there is a place known as the Lost Land. It is rumored that it was once a battlefield from ancient times, buried with countless bones. So, you should understand now, right? An ancient battlefield? Could he then absorb the remains and develop wildly?" Ji Yuan's eyes lit up. The remains of imperial creatures were indeed hard to find, and relying solely on the 1-kilometer positioning function of the imperial bestiary was somewhat taxing. Right now, his top priority was to search for as many remains of the Star Peak Griffin as possible. As long as he could achieve a 70% completeness for its remains, he would have a 3rd beast to rely on. However, it's not to say that such burial grounds only exist in Saint Heaven Academy. In fact, the other 2 academies also have lost lands within their territories, but Saint Heaven Academies is relatively larger and more expansive. Listening to Tanhee's explanation, Ji Yuan nodded secretly. It seemed that Saint Heaven Academy was indeed his best choice. By the way, the finals will be held in Guanmian City, probably tomorrow. The Alliance will contact you to take you there. Let's leave it at that for now. I need to return to Linyun City during these 3 days of rest. There are some matters to attend to. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts. A night passed without a word. The next day, as Tanhee had said, early in the morning, someone from the Beast Tamer Alliance contacted him, and a special car was already waiting at the entrance of the rest area. At the same time, Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin also came down from upstairs. The 2 were still half asleep, their hairstyles casual, and at this moment, their lazy appearance had a unique charm. After organizing their things, the 4 prepared to leave. But just as they stepped out of the villa door, a majestic griffin stood in the corridor of the rest area. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this Zhao Tianho's beast? "Good morning, little ones." A gentle voice came. Zhao Tianho stood with his hands behind his back on the griffin's back, exuding a sense of elegance and charm. "Uncle Zhao." Ji Yuan and the others greeted politely, but unexpectedly, Zhao Tianho looked at Ji Yuan with slight dissatisfaction and said, "What uncle? Call me godfather." Seeing that this big shot was so insistent, Ji Yuan felt it would be pretentious not to adapt, so he immediately respectfully said, "Godfather, we're closer than real brothers. My dad is your dad." Zhao Shan happily put his arm around Ji Yuan's shoulder and laughed. This statement left Ji Yuan at a loss for how to respond. Above, Zhao Tianho also twitched his mouth. Why did this kid's words sound so strange? "Godson, perform well in the finals, and I will personally support you." Zhao Tianho looked at him, secretly nodding in his heart. "Okay," Ji Yuan replied. "Alright, Xiaomei, Xiao Shuxin, Xiao Ziyin, I'll take you back." After saying this, Zhao Tianho looked at the 3. "What about old Ji?" Zhao Shan asked. "The Beast Tamer Alliance has sent a special car, you don't need to worry about me." Ji Yuan explained. Let's just meet in Guan City. I see, good. The three nodded in agreement. After the beautifully designed and unique griffin flapped its wings and left, Ji Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation in his heart. Once the integrity of the Star Peak Griffin reaches expectations, I should be able to soar through the skies riding it, right? After enjoying the moment, I gathered my thoughts. As I approached the entrance to the rest area, a black business car pulled up. Beside the car stood a man in a suit, wearing sunglasses, with a flat-top hairstyle and archetypal bodyguard. Mr. Ji Yuan, please. Upon seeing him, the bodyguard snapped his fingers, and the car door slid open automatically. After sitting in the enclosed space of the car, the bodyguard also took the passenger seat. He turned around and said, "In 10 minutes, we will transport you to Guan City via the spatial track. This journey will take about an hour, you can rest assured. On your left side and behind you, there are retractable storage spaces containing various drinks and snacks for you to choose from." After saying this, the bodyguard turned back. At the same time, an electric privacy screen rose, completely separating the driver's cabin from his position. Ji Yuan followed his instructions and pulled the obvious latch on the left side. Bang! Suddenly, a moderately sized storage box popped out, filled with several of the most popular drinks and juices at the moment. Wow! He could see that on the side of this storage box, 3 small words were shining: Coera. As for the spatial track the bodyguard had just mentioned, he had some understanding of it. It was similar to a spatial wormhole, creating a transcendent passage between cities using advanced technology, allowing for a journey that would normally take a long time to be shortened significantly. For example, traveling from Mohan City to Guan City by normal roads would take at least 5 days, and flying raptors like Tanhe's Golden Eagle or Zhao Tianhao's Griffin would take at least 3 hours. But with the spatial track, this time could be reduced to 1 hour. It was extremely convenient. However, the cost of the spatial track was prohibitively expensive and the engineering massive, so only a few cities in the Great Xia Kingdom had it. Most people still traveled long distances by plane or flying beasts. As Ji Yuan set off on his journey to the final city, he was unaware that Lin Yun City had already erupted into a frenzy over Ji Yuan. He had knocked out the representative ranked 15th and kicked the young master of the Shao family. His performance in this citywide competition had left the citizens of Lin Yun City both shocked and delighted. Those businesses that had signed endorsement contracts with Ji Yuan were grinning from ear to ear. Ever since he made it to the finals, not only locals but even fans from neighboring cities had flocked to Lin Yun City, nearly buying out all the products Ji Yuan endorsed. Even the Blue Sky Welfare Institute had become a popular spot for these crazy fans to check in. Gradually, rumors began to circulate online about Ji Yuan's mysterious identity. An orphan raised in a welfare institute, awakening his exceptional talent at 18, then experiencing 2 years of decline before making a powerful comeback. Representing Lin Yun City, ranked 92, he participated in the citywide competition. Although 3 of his opponents in the 6 matches did not fight, Ji Yuan's clean victory over Chen Hui and his performance against Xiao Ling, where he held his ground and even defeated him, undoubtedly earned him the respect of the national audience. Now advancing to the finals, the whole country was focused on this ultimate showdown, eager to see if this strongest dark horse could go all the way and create a miracle. Initially, everyone felt this way. Until one day before the finals, a bombshell news broke. The champion has already been chosen. Zhang Bao is a 5th-tier beast master. Guan City, as the prosperous capital ranked first in the nation, countless beast-taming families stood tall among the myriad skyscrapers. Among them, the 5 major families Zhang, Jiang, Su, Xiao, and Mu had their main branches rooted in Guan City. The other branches were distributed across various cities nationwide. In the blink of an eye, the 3 days of preparation for the finals had passed. Today was the day of the finals. The online discussions had already erupted due to the news that broke the day before the finals. Are you crazy? A 5th-tier beast master at just 25? Wow! This is definitely the biggest news of this competition. No wonder Zhang Bao has been crushing his opponents in every match. Goodness, if I were Ji Yuan, I would just withdraw from the competition. How can a 6th tier compete against a 5th tier? Indeed, if it were me, finding out the day before the finals that my opponent is a 5th tier would make my mindset explode. Wow, Ji Yuan must be feeling numb, but being the runner-up is enough. Representing 92 is already incredible. Yeah, Ji Yuan has already made history. Winning or losing the championship makes no difference to him. Sigh, today's finals have lost their excitement. Such comments were increasingly common online. Countless people felt that there was no suspense left in this final. A 6th tier could not possibly defeat a 5th tier. It was like a rule that had never been broken throughout history. The opening ceremony is about to end. Contestants, please prepare to go on stage. When a voice reached his ears, Ji Yuan turned off his phone and stood up. The venue for the finals was located in the center of Guan City. The size of the venue was beyond description. Not only could the audience seats accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, but even the arena could hold over 100 giant trucks at once. The venue was equipped with the highest quality broadcasting equipment and giant screens, allowing all spectators to see the real-time situation on the arena. At this moment, Ji Yuan was just a step away from the spotlight of the arena. In front of him was a heavy black curtain. Now, please welcome the blue team contestant, Ji Yuan, to the stage. The echoing voice rang out. It was time. He reached out and pulled aside the heavy curtain, and an indescribable wave of cheers flooded his senses. Blinding light shone down on him, but Ji Yuan remained calm, his gaze sharp and determined as he stepped toward the center of the arena. The shouts of hundreds of thousands of people roared like a giant spirit, soaring into the sky and igniting the quiet night. In this sea of people, huge banners stood in the audience. All of them were banners proclaiming Macho Man, which embarrassed Ji Yuan. Zhao Shan never expected that his initial funny banner would be adopted by so many people. These hypocritical guys had clearly booed him back then. Next, please welcome the red team contestant, Zhang Bao, to the stage. Wow! The crowd erupted even more. This was the youngest 5th-tier beast master of this competition. Under the lights, a tall, square-faced bald man appeared in the sight of the masses. This bald man had a calm expression, with a slight furrow in his brow, as if harboring a hint of melancholy. Both contestants are now in position. Now, let's read the rules of the finals. First, contestants are prohibited from killing the beast master. Second, contestants are prohibited from killing the beasts. Serious injuries or disabilities do not count. Third, there is no time limit for the match. It will only end when one side voluntarily concedes or loses their fighting capability. The rules have been read. The match officially begins. As the host's shout fell, Zhang Bao looked at Ji Yuan. You're not withdrawing? Because you're a 5th tier? Ji Yuan replied with a smile. Seeing his smile, Zhang Bao seemed to ponder. I see. You want to see how big the gap is? Immediately, Zhang Bao extended his right hand, and the space in front of him rippled, followed by the sudden appearance of a slender beast covered in dark purple spots. This beast had a peculiar shape, resembling a cheetah but with 4 long front legs and 2 sturdy hind legs. Poison Wind Cunning Leopard. Ji Yuan squinted, not expecting that the first beast he summoned would be this creature. In the depths of Hongling City's mineral veins, a unique creature emerged. Azure ghostly flames rose, and the dark figure materialized. The Poison Wind Phantom Leopard opened its bloodied mouth filled with sharp teeth, its throat rolling as it suddenly expelled a vortex of wind. Then, with a wave of its palm, a pale blue orb of light merged with it. Bang! A resonant sound echoed, an invisible ripple powerful enough to shake the soul surged towards Ji Yuan and the dark figure. This familiar scene made Ji Yuan smile. He neither dodged nor avoided, allowing the resonant wave to wash over him. Only a 5th tier can unleash soul power resonance, and the contestant Zhang Bao is starting off with a show of strength against Ji Yuan. The host explained, though he didn't quite understand. From his perspective, Ji Yuan's challenge was entirely unnecessary. He could simply surrender and take home the runner-up prize. In the audience, countless people watched Zhang Bao utilize soul power resonance, their faces filled with longing. The crowd of 6th-tier beast masters was quite large, even surpassing the number of newly initiated 9th-tier ones. They were all eagerly awaiting their own promotion moment. 5th tier was what they most yearned for and desired. However, when the resonant wave touched Ji Yuan and the dark figure, neither the man nor the beast fell into the expected state of unconsciousness or dizziness. Ji Yuan's gaze remained calm and composed, while the dark figure instantly conjured a massive fireball, shooting it towards the Poison Wind Phantom Leopard in the distance. I didn't expect it. Ji Yuan is completely unaffected, and even his beast is decisively counterattacking. Seeing this, a glimmer of thought crossed Zhang Bao's eyes, and then the Poison Wind Phantom Leopard charged forward. During this, a pale gray liquid collided with the fireball formed from the ghostly flames, instantly dissolving it. Gale! Zhang Bao shouted, and at the same time, the Poison Wind Phantom Leopard's body spun violently, creating a powerful whirlwind. Withering Poison Mist. This was not the end. With another shout from Zhang Bao, the Poison Wind Phantom Leopard let out a shriek, and dark purple mist poured out from its spotted body, merging with the whirlwind. Whoosh! The Poison Wind Phantom Leopard's long tail struck the toxic whirlwind fiercely, causing its speed to surge as it swept towards the dark figure. Flame Storm! The dark figure let out a low growl, unleashing the ghostly flames, which instantly transformed into a similarly sized fiery tornado, intertwining. For a moment, 2 whirlwinds collided and coiled together, the azure and dark purple merging into a peculiar new color. Scorching waves surged continuously, yet the Poison Wind Phantom Leopard did not stop there. Its figure hid behind the whirlwind and suddenly flashed out, spraying pale gray liquid towards the dark figure. Hiss! Fortunately, the dark figure reacted in time, dissipating the attack amidst the rising flames. Roar! Just as one wave settled, another arose. The poison-wind phantom leopard, resembling a phantom, suddenly closed in, its sharp teeth aiming to bite down on the dark figure's neck. Such a fierce desire to attack made Ji Yuan's gaze sharpen. Bang! The ghostly flames transformed into a thick arm, striking fiercely against the poison-wind phantom leopard's right rib just as it was about to close in. Bang! The arm formed from the ghostly flames sent the poison-wind phantom leopard flying, but its figure suddenly flickered, stabilizing and appearing not far away. At the same time, faint azure wind elements began to swirl around it. Whoosh! The poison-wind phantom leopard crossed its four front paws, unleashing four gales strong enough to cut through steel. The dark figure dove down, narrowly avoiding the attack. But at that moment, the poison-wind phantom leopard lunged forward again, spewing pale gray corrosive liquid, its four front paws vibrating with wind elements once more. After all, it was a beast controlled by a fifth-tier beast master. Such a dense frequency of attacks made it nearly impossible to find a flaw. The ghostly flames surged forth, forming a fiery barrier that completely protected the dark figure. The terrifying heat and the burning of the soul made the poison-wind phantom leopard stop in its tracks. Corrosive poison mist, Zhang leopard said softly from behind. The poison-wind phantom leopard instantly exhaled a thin mist, which adhered to the flame barrier. Immediately, Ji Yuan saw the leopard send out its soul power towards the mist. Could it be that this gray poison mist resonates with soul power and can corrode the defenses of the underworld? Ji Yuan's heart stirred, and with a subtle snap of his fingers, he shot out a ball of his own soul power, which, unnoticed, rushed into the infernal flames. Hiss! Suddenly, the barrier formed by the infernal flames visibly boiled. This extremely obvious amplification made Zhang leopard frown. Strange, what is happening? His soul power had already resonated with the corrosive poison mist. It should easily corrode the mere flame barrier. But now, he could feel a resisting force, as if there was also a resonance of soul power within the flames? How could this be? Zhang leopard immediately dismissed the thought. Before the match, someone in his family had thoroughly investigated Ji Yuan's information, confirming he was a 6th grade beast master. That much was certain. Am I being too sensitive? His gaze flickered slightly as he looked at the calm and handsome young man not far away. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly withdrew the poison-wind phantom leopard. Ha! Suddenly, Ji Yuan's pupils constricted as he unexpectedly saw ice crystal snowflakes inexplicably floating above the arena. He saw Zhang leopard extend a finger, pointing towards the flame barrier formed by the underworld. Ice! Shatter! The next second, bang! A pale blue beam shot from his hand, carrying a vast chill, and upon contact with the soul power resonating flame barrier, it instantly pierced through it. Once the airtight barrier was broken, there was no longer a need for it to persist. Sizzle! But at the moment the flame barrier dissipated, a piercing thunderclap suddenly rang out. In Ji Yuan's astonished gaze, he saw Zhang leopard clenching his fists, with thunder elements surging around him, transforming into a bolt of lightning, charging towards the underworld. Thunder! Explode! In the blink of an eye, Zhang leopard appeared in front of the underworld, simultaneously swinging his fist imbued with thunder elements. Whoosh! Just as his fist wind was about to make contact with the underworld, Ji Yuan reacted quickly and withdrew it. At the same time, deep blue lightning surged forth, flashing like a rushing thunder, and in the moment Zhang leopard's strike missed, he unleashed the dance of lightning. Bang! The collision of thunder elements erupted with a deafening roar, the blinding lightning wildly leaping, causing many to shut their eyes. In the audience, people were discussing Zhang leopard's unusual combat skills displayed at this moment. What's going on? Zhang leopard didn't summon a beast. How can he release elemental skills barehanded? Ha ha, you must be from a small city. What Zhang leopard is using is the Zhang family's unique beast master specialized soul technique, called Wind Shatter Explosion. Yes, I heard this Wind Shatter Explosion has been passed down since ancient times. It's truly a family treasure of the Zhangs. Unfortunately, while this Wind Shatter Explosion can temporarily grant a beast master elemental attacks, the consumption is too great. Only beast masters of 5th grade or above can practice it. Ji Yuan might be defeated by this move. On the arena, the wildly domineering power of thunder continued to surge. Ji Yuan stood at a distance, his pupils slightly constricted. He saw Zhang leopard using his fists to resist the impact of the flashing thunder. No matter how strong a beast master is, they cannot withstand a beast with their flesh and blood. Could it be that the gap between grades truly has such a significant impact? Fortunately, Zhang leopard soon fell in this clash. Meanwhile, compared to his surprise, the shock in Zhang Leopard's heart was even more intense. Strange, too strange. The two beasts of Yuanshi Ji are definitely not as simple as described in the intelligence reports. Even if they are legendary bloodline beasts, when the controller is only at the 6th rank, it is impossible to withstand the wind split explosion he releases. This is his confidence as a 5th rank beast master when facing a 6th rank opponent. But now, this wolf-type beast not only blocked his attack but even destroyed his offensive. There are only two possibilities. First, Ji Yuan has hidden his rank. He is also a 5th rank beast master. Second, the bloodline level of this wolf-type beast is definitely above legendary, at least at the mythical level. In Zhang Bao's mind, the beast mark that appeared on Ji Yuan's hand when he summoned his beast flashed rapidly. Thus, the first possibility is completely ruled out. So, in the 92nd rank Linyun city, a young man with a mythical beast has actually appeared. Bang! Just as Zhang Bao was thinking quickly, the power of the flash finally overcame him. A tremendous force rushed towards him, like several vehicles colliding head-on, causing him to grunt and stagger back in pain. Release, frenzied explosion. Almost at the same time, Ji Yuan's voice rang out, and he saw the flash open its mouth wide, a ball of blue and silver light instantly condensing and directly spraying towards him. Wind! Break! The light ball, carrying a terrifying gale, shot towards him. Zhang Bao immediately released the final move of wind split explosion. The sharp, howling wind sliced through the blue and silver light ball, cutting it in half. Bang! Bang! The split violent force struck the ground behind, producing a deafening roar. After this brief contact, Zhang Bao had already sensed something was off. Ji Yuan cannot be compared to an ordinary 6th rank beast master. But in this nationally watched arena, is he really going to control multiple beasts to fight against a 6th rank beast master? His pride as a 5th rank beast master and a member of a beast master family made him reluctant to do so. In the end, a dark purple light surged in his eyes. Under the gaze of the crowd, the air above Zhang Bao suddenly rippled. Immediately after, a black-furred arm reached out from thin air, accompanied by a strong sense of oppression that filled the entire arena. Ji Yuan looked up, and Zhang Bao summoned a 4-meter-tall, ferocious-looking wild ape. This big guy was not unfamiliar to him. It was the magic ape that Lu Hen had faced alone deep in the mine. At that time, Lu Hen, as a 5th rank beast master, took nearly 10 minutes and used all his means before he could kill that magic ape. And now, less than 2 minutes had passed since the match began. Theoretically, as long as Ji Yuan could hold on for another 3 minutes, in the eyes of some, it would already be considered a victory. But what he was about to face next was the magic ape, which could contend with a 5th rank beast master. Come on, old Ji Yuan, go for it, hold on. In the audience, Zhao Shan waved his Macho Man flag frantically, even timing it with his phone in his left hand. Mu Shuxin cupped her hands into a megaphone shape, shouting as well. Only the silent girl clenched her small hands tightly, murmuring in her heart, "Come on, you can do it." In the arena, Ji Yuan looked at the magic ape in front of him, filled with an overwhelming sense of pressure, and was astonished. He never expected that besides the poison wind strange leopard, he had actually tamed the magic ape as well. However, this magic ape was much smaller than the one deep in the mine. Coincidentally, this magic ape was just restrained by the resonance of the soul power of the flash. Ji Yuan, it's still not too late to admit defeat, Zhang Bao said softly. Bring it on. Ji Yuan nearly smiled calmly. Seeing this, Zhang Bao said nothing more, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, and the magic ape beside him charged out. Flash! Release! Frenzied explosion! Ji Yuan shouted in a deep voice, a thread of soul power quietly infusing. Bang! As the sphere of light, infused with lightning, erupted, it produced a deafening explosion that shook the soul. The wildly explosive sphere, resonating with soul power, struck the magic ape's chest, and the shockwave sent another tremor through the soul. With one hit, the magic ape staggered. Resonance wave! It really is a resonance wave. Zhang Bao was taken aback. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt the fluctuation of soul power resonance. He immediately looked at Ji Yuan, but the latter remained expressionless, revealing nothing. It must be this wolf-type beast. Soon, he attributed everything to the flashing spirit, a mythical bloodline beast, which had some special abilities, so it was not surprising. I didn't expect such a coincidence. The magic ape lives in the underground world and fears the resonance of thunder. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Bao decisively recalled the magic ape to the beast space. In beast battles, once a weakness is countered, even the strongest power is hard to unleash. First, I'll incapacitate this wolf-type beast, then summon the magic ape to deal with that Qilin beast. But I wonder if Ji Yuan has a third beast. While pondering, he summoned a giant stone statue. The statue was covered in cracks, shimmering with vibrant life, its emerald glow indicating it was a wood-type statue. Seeing this, Ji Yuan couldn't help but recall the fire-type statue that Mu Shushin had shattered with a single punch in the Withering Valley. Whoosh! The lightning-wrapped sphere shot out again, crashing into the statue, producing only a series of loud booms. That was all it could do. He had heard Mu Shushin explain that this type of statue was nearly indestructible. It was hard to injure such a massive creature. Therefore, many people liked to contract these giants. What should I do? Ji Yuan watched the approaching wood-type statue, lost in thought. Let's give it a try, flashing spirit. Immediately, the flashing spirit surged forward like lightning, charging at the statue. Dance of lightning. Clang! The robust giant wolf, carrying the lightning, collided with the wood-type statue, but the statue remained unmoved, even raising its arms to smash down. Bang! The arena trembled as the flashing spirit quickly distanced itself, turning its head to shake it at Ji Yuan. This giant was too sturdy, and the one controlling it was a 5th-rank beast master, making it too difficult to break through. What should he do? If he couldn't handle this giant statue, he would have to concede. Ji Yuan frowned slightly, quickly recalling all the information he had about such giant magic statues from his time with Mu Shushin. Meanwhile, in a corner of the audience, compared to the enthusiasm of other spectators, the people sitting here were relatively quiet. In the front row on the left sat a refined middle-aged man with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Beside this middle-aged man was a serious-looking, burly figure. Wood-patterned magic statue, it indeed counters lightning-type beasts. The middle-aged man chuckled, turning to the side and saying, Old Lu, how long do you think it will take this little guy to react and find a way to deal with it? It should be quick. The burly man's voice was deep, devoid of any emotion. His Qilin Beast's flame effect is unique. It's precisely the nemesis of these magic statues. In the arena, Zhang Bao controlled the wood-patterned magic statue to continuously attack the flashing spirit, during which the statue even sprouted vines in an attempt to ensnare the flashing spirit. Fortunately, the flashing spirit was agile enough, pulling away while spewing out explosive spheres of light. At this moment, the match duration was exactly 5 minutes. Got it, ha ha ha. In the audience, Zhao Shan laughed heartily at the timer on his phone, while the two women beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could last 5 minutes, theoretically, even if Ji Yuan conceded, it wouldn't matter much. However, this secret matter was ultimately known only to a few of them, which is why the surrounding spectators cast puzzled glances at Zhao Shan. In their view, Ji Yuan's beast could not possibly break through this giant statue. If this continued, Ji Yuan would surely be the first to be exhausted. At that moment, Ji Yuan, who was caught in a brainstorming session on the arena, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That's right. Mu Shushin had said that the magical statues in the world were infused with life by natural souls. Although they appeared indestructible, as long as an attack that harmed the soul was used, they could be shattered. Back in the Withering Valley, Secretary Lin had used a peculiar method from the Soul Curse Kingdom to shatter her fiery giant statue with a single punch. Immediately, Ji Yuan withdrew the flashing spirit. Then, the nether flame surged once more. Release, Crimson Flame Execution. The moment Ming appeared, he immediately issued the command. Whoosh! In an instant, chains filled the sky like green snakes, winding toward the wooden-patterned magical statue. These methods are useless, Zhang Bao said, standing in the back with his arms crossed, quietly watching. His wooden-patterned magical statue had withstood many powerful attacks, and he was confident that this time would be no exception. As the chains of the nether flame bound the magical statue, a unique ability instantly ignited waves of green smoke. The wooden-patterned magical statue sensed something was wrong and struggled in a panic. But once the chains were fully bound, it would be nearly impossible to break free. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Bao sensed something amiss. The mental communication from the wooden-patterned magical statue actually contained pain and fear. What's going on? He quickly looked up. A searing hot blade had already formed and, at the moment he focused on it, it plunged down fiercely. Because the rules stated that beasts could not be killed, this blade did not end a life but pierced through the magical statue from its head to its abdomen. With one strike, the wooden-patterned magical statue instantly wilted, its emerald glow dimming as if the fire of life could extinguish at any moment. Burning the soul? At the same time, Zhang Bao clearly received feedback from the wooden-patterned magical statue. He suddenly looked at the Qilin beast shrouded in blue flames. Could it be that this beast's bloodline level was also of the mythical tier? Unexpected. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Bao recalled the wooden-patterned magical statue into the beast's space. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes, 3 beasts appeared beside him. Zhang Bao finally set aside his arrogance. He was about to go all out to win this battle. In an instant, the poisonous wind-strange leopard, the magic ape, and a bug-type beast radiating cold air while floating in midair appeared beside Zhang Bao. Upon closer inspection, this cold air-emitting beast was a giant cicada, floating in the air like a massive water tank. "It's over, Ji Yuan." Zhang Bao's expression was extremely serious. The combination of these three beasts was meticulously planned by him. Not only were their bloodline levels all at the overlord tier, but in battle, the magic ape would charge forward while the poisonous wind-strange leopard would coordinate the attack. The ice sky cicada would be the key to harass and wait for a fatal strike. The moment Zhang Bao gave the order, the 4-meter-tall magic ape let out a roar, its legs entwined in dark purple light. Leaping up, the poisonous wind-strange leopard shot out like a gale, closely following. In midair, the ice sky cicada flapped its wings and soared out. The three-pronged assault instantly covered Ming from all directions. The simultaneous attack of three overlord-tier beasts caused countless people to exclaim in shock. This final match was about to end, because no one could possibly imagine how Ji Yuan would control the Qilin beast to counter this triple assault. But behind, Ji Yuan's gaze darkened as he growled, "Activate intimidation." Let's not forget, Ming is an emperor-level creature. In an instant, buzz! Ming stood tall, his dark green beast eyes flashing with a blue light. In an instant, he looked down upon everything, and a wild, overwhelming aura of bloodline surged explosively from within him. Invisible ripples spread across the arena, and the moment the three dominant-level beasts came into contact with this aura, they all froze in place. The next moment, a scene that made the entire audience gasp once more occurred. The poisonous wind-strange leopard was the first to lower its body, its eyes fixed on the distant Qilin beast, slowly retreating. In midair, the ice sky cicada landed on the ground, its wings closed, motionless. Only the massive body of the demon ape trembled faintly, as if struggling against the fear deep within. But Ji Yuan did not stop there. Although Ming's intimidation had an immediate effect, this bloodline suppression skill was more effective against wild creatures. It was only yesterday that he learned this. After reaching the 5th rank, due to the emergence of the beast space, beast tamers could deliberately use their soul power to cover their beasts' perceptions, thus allowing their beasts to avoid being intimidated when facing opponents with superior bloodline levels. Therefore, he had never allowed Ming to release intimidation from the beginning. This was for this moment. Flame storm. Ji Yuan seized the moment when the three beasts were simultaneously intimidated. Ming stepped forward, and a torrent of blue flames engulfed the entire arena, instantly swallowing the three beasts. Bloodline intimidation. Zhang Bao did not expect that he would break the situation so easily once again. The three beasts were simultaneously burned by the ghostly flames, and their tragic roars transmitted through mental resonance to Zhang Bao's heart. What a Ji Yuan! Zhang Bao clenched his fists tightly and immediately recalled the three beasts. The flamestorm slowly dissipated, and on the field, Zhang Bao stared at Ji Yuan. After a moment, three new beasts flickered beside him again. After advancing to the 5th rank, the number of contracted beasts was no longer limited. The first to appear was the heavily injured wooden patterned golem. The second was a unicorn that sparkled like an ice sculpture. This unicorn had a dazzling ice crystal appearance, with a flowing, rainbow-colored horn on its forehead, but the frost aura emanating from its body still revealed its attributes. At the same time, Ji Yuan noticed that this unicorn was almost of the same lineage as the one Zhang Di had surrounded him with. The third beast was a peculiar giant wolf covered in rock and soil. Thus, all 6 beasts contracted by Zhang Bao after entering the 5th rank had now appeared. The bloodline levels of the 6 beasts were all at the dominant level, enough to crush most ordinary beast tamers. Zhang Bao spread his soul power, covering the perceptions of the 3 beasts. This time, the bloodline pressure would no longer be effective. In the stands, everyone's gaze was focused on Ji Yuan. The shock this young man brought them tonight was already too much. However, at this moment, as Zhang Bao summoned 3 different beasts once again, everyone knew that this decisive battle was about to end. No one would suffer the same loss twice. As a 5th-rank beast tamer, Zhang Bao was even more so. In everyone's mind, there was only one possibility for Ji Yuan to break the situation this time. He could make the Qilin beast and the Thunder Wolf fight together. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan was only a 6th rank. This possibility did not exist. Wow, what an exciting battle. Linyun City's Ji Yuan, I will remember this person. I didn't expect that after the battle began, every time Zhang Bao took the initiative, Ji Yuan could find a way to resolve it. But perhaps it can only end here. Is Ji Yuan's performance not enough? Which 6th rank beast tamer can battle a 5th rank for this long? Ji Yuan is simply a supernova. In my opinion, Ji Yuan is just lucky, coincidentally taking advantage of the beast advantage. Exactly, after all, it's still because Zhang Bao underestimated him. The 3 beast masters in the first round worked together, and Ji Yuan relied on the bloodline of his beasts to break through. I wonder how he will handle the second round. There were supportive voices, but naturally, there were also opposing ones. Not all the spectators were optimistic about this guy from the lower district. These people, compared to Ji Yuan's historic achievement, needed Zhang Bao to win decisively to maintain their prejudice against the lower district. In an instant, the two groups began to argue, as a large portion of Ji Yuan's supporters were citizens from the lower-ranked districts. Outside the arena, the noise was unbearable, while inside, Zhang Bao stared intently at Ji Yuan, a coldness appearing in his eyes for the first time. He had intended to showcase his identity as a fifth-tier beast master on the final stage to gain enough attention. He never expected this opponent to exceed his expectations. Initially, he thought the poison wind phantom leopard would be enough to deal with Ji Yuan. But after their initial clash, he changed his mind, so he used one of his trump cards, the wind split explosion. Yet, it still didn't end the battle. As the demon ape was pushed back, his prejudice against Ji Yuan's lowly background had completely dissipated. Now, being able to pressure him with 6 beasts in succession, Ji Yuan had become an equal opponent in his eyes. At this moment, he had already devised an offensive plan in his mind. The ice crystal unicorn would confront the infernal flames of Ming head-on, while the earth rock wolf and the wood grain golem would attack together. After all, he could only control one beast at a time, so he couldn't manage multi-directional attacks. Go! With the decision made, Zhang Bao's gaze sharpened. Instantly, the 3 beasts moved according to his plan, with the ice crystal unicorn at the forefront, and the wood grain golem and earth rock wolf on either side. They spread out, surrounding Ming as they charged forward. It's over, Ji Yuan. Zhang Bao's eyes turned cold as he looked at the handsome young man not far away. But he noticed that the young man's lips suddenly curled into a slight arc. In an instant, the azure Qilin beast transformed into a ball of flames, swiftly darting towards the wood grain golem. Then, before the unicorn and earth rock wolf could react, a deep blue lightning bolt surged forth under Zhang Bao's astonished gaze. Ji Yuan had actually summoned and was controlling 2 beasts at the same time. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed across the arena. As Ming approached the wood grain golem, he condensed the nether flame into a gigantic hand, forcefully slamming the golem to the ground. The soul-burning flames made the golem struggle wildly, but the hand made of flames remained unmoved. Looking to the other side, the lightning wolf, brimming with boundless electricity, collided with the ice crystal unicorn, causing the unicorn to stagger backward repeatedly. Then, it turned its head, gathering a ball of light in its mouth, and spat it towards the earth rock wolf. Bang! The violent explosion shattered the rocky exterior of the earth rock wolf, sending its body flying several meters. When Ji Yuan could control 2 beasts, the only advantage of being a 5th-tier beast master was his abundant soul power. Therefore, within this minute, Ji Yuan had to end the battle. Otherwise, he would exhaust his soul power and fail. The situation changed again. Not far away, Zhang Bao's pupils trembled. He looked at the Qilin beast and the lightning wolf both present on the stage, momentarily rendered completely speechless. In the stands, all the fervent cheers suddenly quieted down in unison. The entire arena fell into a dead silence. Everyone seemed to see a ghost, their eyes glazed over, mouths agape, speechless. They were stunned. All of them were stunned, including Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin, who were also dumbfounded. Except for Mu Shuxin, no one in the audience knew that Ji Yuan could control 2 beasts simultaneously. In a corner of the stands, Zhao Tianhou, who had a smile on his lips, also looked slightly astonished, while Lu Hen beside him tensed up, even leaning forward involuntarily, as if unable to believe the scene before him. What a surprisingly delightful little guy. Zhao Tianhou suddenly laughed. Good. This adopted son is really a great find. In the arena, Zhang Bao's eyelids twitched, and his lips felt dry. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, seemingly unable to believe that the scene before him was real. You concealed your rank? After a moment, he questioned in an extremely incredulous tone. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan shook his head and smiled lightly. 6th rank beast master, no lie, guaranteed. As the words fell, lightning surged in his eyes. Oh whoa! The high-spirited wolf head let out a howl that pierced through the entire venue. Boom! Suddenly, under the astonished gaze of countless people, dark clouds as black as ink appeared in the sky, with thunder rumbling. Thunder judgment! Accompanied by Ji Yuan's words, lightning poured down from the dark clouds. Giant rock barrier. Ice ceiling wall. The terrifying might of thunder was overwhelming, and in the arena, Zhang Bao's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly issued commands. The crystalline unicorn's sharp horn erupted with colorful brilliance, forming a floating ice wall in midair. The ice wall shimmered with radiant light, exuding an indestructible power. Meanwhile, the earth rock wolf also howled, and earth elements surged wildly from its body, creating a semicircular rock barrier to shield both Zhang Bao and itself. Boom, bang! In an instant, thunder struck the ice wall and rock barrier. Fragments of thunder scattered to the ground, leaving small pits behind. Inside the barrier, Zhang Bao gasped rapidly, Each thunderstrike made the barrier tremble violently. Although he had just advanced to the 5th rank for only 2 months, he was still a 5th rank beast master. Zhang Bao looked at his palm, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Since he couldn't win with his beasts, there was only one last method left: his final trump card. Boom! At the same time, the barrier could no longer hold and was split by the thunder. Ah! Zhang Bao roared, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms. In the sky above, the dark clouds gradually dissipated. Soon, Ji Yuan would reach his limit as well. After all, he was not a 5th rank master. Controlling 2 beasts at once, he could last at most a minute. Ji Yuan, next will be my final strike. If you can withstand it, this final will be counted as your victory. Zhang Bao's roar echoed through the skies, and Ji Yuan's expression grew serious as he called back the flashing spirit in the underworld to his side, strenuously adjusting his final state. Before long, the wooden-patterned magic statue, crystalline unicorn, and earth rock wolf all transformed into beams of light, diving into Zhang Bao's chest. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying wave of soul power erupted from within Zhang Bao. It's the Zhang family's resonance battle technique, soul fusion call. My goodness! Ji Yuan actually forced Zhang Bao into such a situation. I heard that this soul fusion call is extremely rare, a resonance battle technique initiated by a beast master and their beasts. To witness it today is truly a feast for the eyes. However, this soul fusion call seems to have considerable aftereffects. I remember that after casting it, the beast master would be left powerless, collapsing for 7 days and nights. Tisk tsk, being able to force Zhang Bao to use this move, Ji Yuan, even in defeat, you are still honorable. In the corner, Zhao Tianho's smile remained, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Zhang Bao, finally settling on Ji Yuan. Adopted son, how will you receive this final move? In the arena, the wildly surging wave of soul power within Zhang Bao generated an endless hurricane, whipping at Ji Yuan's clothes and the fur of the 2 beasts. A resonance battle technique, ha! Ji Yuan felt a familiar wave and suddenly smiled. A resonance battle technique? I have one too. Underworld, Flashing Spirit. With his soft shout, the Underworld and Flashing Spirit tensed their bodies, ready to unleash their power. Ji Yuan also gathered all his thoughts, the remaining soul power within him converging towards his heart. It's impossible for you to defeat me. When the fierce wind suddenly stopped, Zhang Bao's muscles expanded to their limit, his body filled with immense soul power, yearning to be released. Activate, Resonance, Light and Shadow Assault. At that moment, Ji Yuan charged forward. Roar! Awah! Beside him, Ming and Flash simultaneously let out a roar. Immediately, the 2 beasts' figures split into 2, creating 2 identical clones. Awah! The 2 flashes charged at the forefront, moving at incredible speed, their bodies transforming into 2 bolts of lightning, leaving behind a trail of indistinct electric currents that were hard to grasp. Behind them, Ming and its clones simultaneously unleashed the nether flame, merging to form a swirling mist. In an instant, this grand dual mist completely enveloped Zhang Bao. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his pupils fixed on the front. At a certain moment, soul fusion, violent charge. Zhang Bao suddenly roared. Swish! He shot out like a cannonball, a powerful wave of soul energy coalescing in front of him into a substantial shield, crashing violently into Flash and Ming. Puff! However, what he didn't expect was that his well-timed charge directly penetrated the bodies of the 2 beasts. Phantom! He was horrified, but before he could react, a terrifying wave approached silently. Ji Yuan, pale-faced, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, appeared in front of him without him noticing. Soul shock! In his unguarded state, Ji Yuan's palm pressed against his chest, and a terrifying wave of soul power erupted explosively. In this final moment, Zhang Bao, after all, was a 5th-grade beast master. He quickly reacted and frantically poured out his own soul power towards Ji Yuan. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted. On the arena, the obscuring mist created by Ming and Flash was slowly dissipating. The audience of hundreds of thousands stood up in unison. They knew this was the final clash between the 2, who would emerge victorious. Zhao Shan clutched his hair, not daring to breathe. Mu Shuxin gripped the edge of the stand, her beautiful eyes flickering. Su Ziyin tightly clenched her small hands, constantly praying in her heart. As the last wisp of mist cleared, 1 person stood, and 1 lay on the ground. The one standing was Zhang Bao. Wow! In an instant, a portion of cheers erupted. Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Ziyin sighed deeply at this scene. However, they quickly felt relieved. After all, the opponent was a 5th-grade beast master, and Ji Yuan had done quite well to fight like this. Those who supported Ji Yuan also fell silent, listening to the cheers of Zhang Bao's supporters, although they knew that a 6th grade defeating a 5th grade was simply a fantasy. Yet, the supporters of Ji Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Puff! Suddenly, the standing Zhang Bao spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body fell straight back heavily. At the same time, the handsome young man lying on the ground began to move. He turned over, struggling, using his hands and feet, swaying as he stood up. A strong sense of dizziness and weakness continuously assaulted his body. Ji Yuan furrowed his brows tightly, covering his mouth as he coughed violently a few times. His palm trembled slightly, and the recent cough brought forth a pool of crimson blood. Hiss! His eyelids trembled, and at this moment, a terrible pain shot through his left rib. In the recent clash, his soul shock had first shattered Zhang Bao, causing the latter not to fully unleash his attack. But even so, judging by the way he was gasping in pain with every slight breath, his left rib was likely in a dire state as well. Just like that, Ji Yuan held his side with one hand and staggered in front of Zhang Bao. He waved his palm lightly, and the shadow of flashing spirit appeared. Given Ji Yuan's current condition, coupled with the little soul power he had left, Flashing Spirit looked weak and its beastly eyes drooped. However, Flashing Spirit still followed his intent, slightly opening its mouth as a small, explosive ball of light gathered, aimed directly at Zhang Bao's head. Good! Zhang Bao lay on the ground, gasping heavily, his gaze firmly locked on Ji Yuan. I admit. Before he could finish his sentence, it seemed he had reached his limit, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Even though he hadn't uttered the third word, with Ji Yuan still able to summon his beast, the outcome was already clear. The last breath he had been holding was exhaled long and deep by Ji Yuan. Finally, he could no longer hold on, his vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. I won. The entire venue fell silent. No one could believe that in this battle between a 5th tier and a 6th tier, the final victor would be Ji Yuan. Whoa! At the same time, in the audience, Zhao Shan's eyes were bloodshot as he let out an indescribable howl. Immediately after, the beast-controlling ring in his hand flashed, and a huge banner appeared. Mu Xuxin's face was equally filled with excitement as she grabbed one corner of the banner, and together with Zhao Shan, they unfurled it. At the same time, Zhao Shan shouted the contents of the banner loudly. Tremble, everyone! You are facing the first rising star of Linyun City, the first tough guy of Linyun City, the first beast master of Linyun City, Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan is the champion. Ji Yuan. Mu Xuxin also held the banner high, completely disregarding her image as a beauty, jumping and shouting. Their enthusiasm instantly ignited the others. In an instant, a terrifying roar swept through the sky, penetrating the venue and reaching the ears of all the citizens of Guan City. Countless people raised their arms and shouted, cheering for the handsome young man lying on the ground, unconscious. Su Ziyin stood quietly in the crowd, looking at the face of the handsome young man on the screen, a happy smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. As the medical team entered and took the two away, the cheers in the venue only grew louder. Those who had supported Zhang Bao earlier retreated in embarrassment amidst the booing sounds. But then, something unexpected happened. The host delayed announcing the results of the match, making no statements, while the venue turned on all the lights, signaling the audience to exit in an orderly manner. This scene puzzled everyone. There's still one way. In a certain room, several people sat casually. In front of them was a large screen. It repeatedly played the scene just before Zhang Bao lost consciousness. I admit. His words were clear, repeating over and over. This is the only point we can use. A woman stood in front of the screen, her gaze sweeping over the others, saying, Zhang Bao did not concede. And Ji Yuan also fell into unconsciousness, so this final match is a draw. But if that's the case, others probably won't buy it. Indeed, those in the lower-ranked districts are already resentful. If we pull this stunt, will it? Everyone. The woman said coldly, I think you still don't understand what will happen if we let Ji Yuan take the championship. First, if he wins, it will allow Old Yang's plan to merge the districts to proceed without obstruction. Do you really want to merge with those low-level districts that are beyond saving and share resources with them? This Ji Yuan comes from a low-level district, and now he has countless supporters. Once Ji Yuan wins the championship, the merger of the districts will be a done deal. The merger will not only affect our wealth, but even our businesses will suffer serious blows. Everyone, please think carefully about the consequences. After the woman finished speaking, the others in the room fell silent. After a moment, a man spoke up. Yang Cheng is cold and unapproachable. If the merger really happens, some of our businesses will probably not be able to continue. Muli, what are you planning to do? The others remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the man's words. Seeing this, a woman named Muli curled her lips into a cold smile and said, It's simple. Use the rules to change the winner of this match to Zhang Bao. In past finals of the district competition, there have been instances where both sides were unconscious. The final result is determined by a vote from 120 districts, and the one with the most votes becomes the champion. What do you think? This is within the rules, and the key point is that Zhang Bao never explicitly admitted defeat. Her words made everyone present ponder for a moment before nodding in agreement. Go ahead and operate according to what you said. How shameless. In a high-end restaurant in Guan Neon City, in a private room, Zhao Shan was furious. Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin also frowned slightly. It was now the night after the finals. After all, being the top-ranked city, the medical standards were naturally high, and Ji Yuan had fully recovered in just one night. However, he did not expect that the result of the finals would be a tie the next morning. What happens in the case of a tie? Ji Yuan fiddled with the utensils in front of him, looking at the three. They were all young masters and mistresses from beast-taming families, so they naturally understood this situation better than he did. There have been such situations before, and the final result will be voted on by 120 districts, the 5 major families, and some specific personnel from the beast-taming alliance. Then, the champion will be decided based on the votes. Su Ziyin spoke softly, and as soon as she finished, Zhao Shan immediately cursed. Bah, let old Ji and Zhang Bao vote? Beside him, Mu Shuxin said, there's no need to rush. According to the rules, if both sides involve personnel from the 5 major families, to avoid suspicion, the 5 major families cannot participate in the voting. That's true, but we can't be sure they won't pull any tricks behind the scenes. I need to contact my dad. Saying this, he immediately got up to make a call. At this moment, Su Ziyin suddenly said softly, I'll find a way for you. No need. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. Ji Yuan shook his head repeatedly. He understood Su Ziyin's situation in the Su family. Even if she could really do it, it would come at a great cost. He didn't want to see his close friend suffer any grievances for his sake. Zhao Shan was the exception because he had a thick skin. Seeing Ji Yuan's firm attitude, Su Ziyin pressed her red lips together and fell silent. Sigh, just when one wave settles, another rises. Mu Shuxin sighed lightly, feeling helpless in this matter, only able to feel anxious. Meanwhile, public opinion online was polarized. Some were angrily criticizing, some supported the voting, and others provided rational analysis. Overall, the key point of the tie was that Zhang Bao had not said the words "I admit defeat." Under the deliberate guidance of certain individuals, some people clung to this point, mindlessly washing the ground and calling for nationwide agreement on voting. This final district competition was filled with topics and heat. In the private room, the atmosphere was silent. After a while, Zhao Shan pushed the door and returned. Dad says we can rest assured. Other than that, there's nothing else. Zhao Shan shrugged. Meanwhile, high in the sky, 10,000 meters up, a gigantic golden eagle flew under the moonlight. On its back stood a middle-aged man with graying temples and a cold expression. The eagle had been flying for an unknown amount of time when, at a certain moment, it suddenly swooped down. Passing through layers of clouds, it finally landed silently in a courtyard. The middle-aged man leaped down and recalled the eagle. Tan He. Just as he steadied himself, an elderly man's voice echoed from the corner of the courtyard. Tan He looked over to see a stooped old man, leaning on a cane, slowly approaching. I know why you're here, the old man said with a smile. Shall we go inside and sit? Tan He seemed in a bad mood. After a nod, he walked into the house without hesitation. This was a traditional courtyard, with furnishings and decor that were quite retro. The matter of merging the urban area was something I proposed 20 years ago, the old man said, trembling as he sat down in a chair. Back then, you were the only one who supported me. Some people have been in high positions for too long, so long that they think everyone in the world lives a life of indulgence like theirs. Fortunately, over the years, some have finally awakened and started to support my proposal. The old man spoke to himself, his wrinkled face seeming to gather a certain emotion. What's the use of supporting the proposal? Tan He snorted coldly. Why do they suppress talents like Ji Yuan? Why declare this competition a draw? Ultimately, isn't it still because of the word prejudice? Is it really true that a beast master from a lowly background and a low ranking in the city doesn't deserve better resources? You need to stay calm. This kind of thinking is deeply rooted and cannot be solved with just a wave of the hand. The old man sighed deeply. I have been trying to change this for many years. Change? Anger simmered in Tan He's eyes, but he remained calm. If you really want to change all this, you should stop this farce from happening. Tan He. The old man shook his head. You should know that this matter is within the rules, and there are not a few who support Zhang Bao. Let's not be hasty, Mayor Tan, he said slowly. A draw in the voting isn't necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps it could elevate Ji Yuan's reputation even further. That can only happen if no one plays tricks. Tan He snorted. Aren't you here just to say this? The old man glanced at him. Don't worry, I will supervise. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan He's expression changed in an instant. He stood up, slightly bowed his head in respect. It's getting late, I won't disturb your rest, I'll take my leave. After saying this, 10 He pushed the door open, summoned the golden eagle in the courtyard, and vanished in an instant. The old man sitting in the room seemed to have anticipated this scene, remaining motionless, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the high sky, Tian Ho? Just as we expected. I understand. I'll contact you again. On the back of the golden eagle, Tan He's gaze flickered. The morning after the finals. Setting off from the hotel room, Ji Yuan sat in a special car, his expression indifferent. The voting process would be live-streamed. The voting camp consisted of 120 mayors, 5 major Beastmaster families, and 15 high-ranking members of the alliance. A total of 140 valid votes. As Ji Yuan made his way to the venue, on the other side, the Zhang family. Slap! A crisp sound echoed. A bright red handprint appeared on Zhang Bao's left cheek. In front of him stood a middle-aged man with a sullen expression. What did you say? You want to abstain? The middle-aged man stared at Zhang Bao, his tone cold. Losing is losing. I'm no match for Ji Yuan, I admit it. Dad, why make a voting decision on the championship? Zhang Bao's tone was firm and heavy. He did not understand. What do you mean by acknowledge? The middle-aged man erupted in fury, striking out again. A fiery pain shot through Zhang Bao's cheek, making him grit his teeth. You are a member of the Zhang family. As a 5th-tier beast master, you lost to a nameless nobody from a small city, and you don't feel ashamed, yet you admit defeat. Do you want the Zhang family to become a laughingstock across the nation from now on? You worthless scoundrel, if you don't go today, get out of the Zhang family and never come back. The voting venue was located in the northern part of Guan City, in a massive circular hall. Compared to the lively atmosphere of the finals, this place felt oppressive. In the circular hall, 120 mayors were seated neatly. The 10 high-ranking officials of the Beastmaster Alliance sat at the front of the hall. The core figures of this event, Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao, were arranged in the center of the hall, sitting face-to-face at 2 simple tables and chairs. The atmosphere in the entire venue was heavy and serious. There were no idle onlookers. Due to the situation on the day of the finals, where both contestants fell unconscious, resulting in a tie. According to the rules, today, a voting process will be held, with mayors from cities across the nation and senators from the Beastmaster Alliance voting together. The voting process will be live-streamed in real time, conducted under national supervision. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard spoke in a serious tone from the high-ranking officials of the Beastmaster Alliance. After finishing, he sat down directly. Click! A mechanical sound echoed. A semi-transparent screen was projected behind Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao. At the same time, in front of the mayors and senators present, 2 buttons appeared, one red and one blue. The screen then split into 2, turning into blue and red. Blue represented Ji Yuan. Red represented Zhang Bao. Please, all participating mayors and senators, begin voting. Based on the performances in this competition, select the champion in your hearts. The cold mechanical voice held no emotion, like an intelligent butler in a waiting area. Almost as soon as it finished speaking, all the voters pressed the buttons in front of them. In an instant, the screen behind Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao displayed the districts represented by the voters. Outside, Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Ziyin each sat at home, glued to their televisions, watching the live broadcast. As the real-time vote counts appeared and fluctuated, their hearts raced. The live footage showed that Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao's vote counts were increasing at nearly the same speed. Ji Yuan 20, 21, 25. Zhang Bao 23, 24, 26. The 2 vote counts were tightly matched, and at that moment, the entire internet buzzed with discussion. Oh no, with this momentum, could it be another tie? Who knows? The 10 senators haven't even cast their votes yet. The current counts are from the 120 mayors. Anything could happen. Wow, the 2 of them have already reached 50 votes. It's so close, it really might end in a tie. What does that mean? 120 mayors split down the middle? No way. Zhang Bao's votes have stopped at 56. But Ji Yuan's are still rising. The barrage of comments flew across the screen, and in an instant, exclamations filled the live chat. Inside the venue, as the soaring vote counts gradually slowed down, they even came to a halt. Ultimately, Ji Yuan's vote count reached 64. Zhang Bao's vote count was 56. There was an 8-vote difference between them. But no one was happy, because this was merely the vote count from 120 mayors. When the 10 senators of the alliance expressionlessly pressed their voting buttons, Zhang Bao's vote count began to change once more. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Bao's vote count soared to 64. It was a tie, but it wasn't over yet. As the names of both Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao appeared simultaneously on the red and blue screens, their vote counts began to roll together. Shuang finally settled at 65. At this point, all 130 people had completed their voting. Among the 120 mayors, Ji Yuan received 64 votes. However, among the 10 alliance senators, Ji Yuan only got 1 vote. Damn it! How could someone betray us? In a certain room, the sound of a glass shattering echoed. A woman shouted angrily, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Immediately after, she dialed a phone number. In the conference hall, Tanhi, sitting to the side, maintained a calm expression, though a subtle glimmer flashed in his eyes. His gaze swept over the senators, landing on the bearded man who had cast his only vote for Ji Yuan. This was unexpected for Tanhi. According to the plan, Ji Yuan should have lost this vote by 1 vote. The other mayors exchanged glances, equally surprised by the dramatic turn of events. The vote count is complete. A mechanical voice announced, due to a tie, according to the additional rules, the 4 great beast families will be notified to come to the venue for a final vote. Given Zhang Bao's special status, according to the rules, the Zhang family needs to avoid any suspicion. The conference hall fell silent once more. Meanwhile, the entire internet exploded due to this result. Damn it, I say we should just declare Zhang Bao the loser. He was the first to faint, Ji Yuan came after him, can't that be considered Ji Yuan's win? A bunch of dogs chasing Ji Yuan every day. Are you hired trolls from the Zhang family? Pah! Only you lowly city folks can resonate with Ji Yuan, right? Exactly. Isn't it better to stay honestly in your small place? Why do you have to come here and show your face? This keyboard war began, revolving around the rankings of the urban area. While waiting for the beast families to arrive at the venue, both sides hurled insults at each other. At this moment, a post suddenly appeared, instantly halting the mindless bickering. Should Ji Yuan lose? Let's take a look at the potential hidden within this small city contestant. The poster's ID was Nightfall Silent. Online, this was the #1 fan supporting Ji Yuan. In the first round, when Ji Yuan was embroiled in a public relations crisis, this Nightfall Silent engaged in a fierce debate, arguing over 2,000 posts. At that time, countless people speculated that this Nightfall Silent was Ji Yuan's alternate account. However, after Ji Yuan defeated Xiaoling Jue in the 4th round, this ID became inactive. Unexpectedly, today, she appeared once again. Moreover, the words were as sharp as ever, dissecting every battle Ji Yuan participated in during the urban competition. Especially during the finals, many people couldn't understand why Zhang Bo lost, and Nightfall Silent provided an answer. Everyone has overlooked one crucial point, the gap in soul power qualifications. In fact, if everyone takes the time to understand, they can learn all the information about the 2 contestants, which was publicly available during the finals. First, there's Zhang Bao, who became a 9th grade beast master at 18, and after 7 years, stepped into the 5th grade 2 months ago. His soul power qualification is low level. Then there's Ji Yuan, who awakened a special grade soul power qualification at 18, and after a 2-year hiatus, only contracted his first beast before the urban competition began. Up until today, Ji Yuan has only been a beast master for a little over 3 months. In 3 months, he advanced from 9th to 6th grade, with a special grade soul power qualification, and can control 2 beasts at the 6th grade. Just these 3 keywords, any one of them in someone else's case wouldn't necessarily be ordinary, right? But why is it so hard for people to accept when it comes to Ji Yuan? Is it just because he represents a low-level city? In the post, Nightfall Silent used plain and straightforward statements to silence the crowd. In a chat group of 4, Zhao Shan, wow, you guys quickly check out this post. Who exactly is this Nightfall Silent? I must find him and invite him to dinner. Saying this, he shared the link to the post. Mu Shuxin, I'm watching it, it's so well said. I increasingly feel that old Tan has spent a fortune hiring water army for Ji Yuan. After all, he understands Ji Yuan too well between the lines. Su Ziyin changed the topic and said, quick, watch the live broadcast, the moment to decide the winner has arrived. Outside the venue, in front of a heavy brown wooden door, 2 men and 2 women, all with extraordinary demeanor and dressed elegantly, stood there. 3 of you, how about we communicate? The male representative from the Xiao family, dressed in a suit, smiled and said, I will vote for Zhang Bao. I will also vote for Zhang Bao, the male representative from the Mu family said lightly. Zhang Bao, the female representative from the Su family nodded as well. Only the female representative from the Zhang family remained silent. Everyone, please enter. At this moment, the wooden door slowly opened. The 4 received an ancient bronze coin each. If the judgment coin is placed on the contestants' table, it is considered a vote for the opponent. A mechanical voice echoed, and in the serious venue, the lights illuminated a pathway. The Xiao family representative walked out first, under the gaze of the entire audience and the live broadcast equipment, placing the judgment coin on Zhang Bao's table. Zhang family, 1 vote for Zhang Bao. The Mu family representative followed closely, stepping with the same pace, and without hesitation walked to Zhang Bao's table, gently placing the judgment coin down. Zhang family, 2 votes for Zhang Bao. When it was the turn of the Zhang family representative, she walked lightly to Ji Yuan's table, pinching the round coin between her fingers, and gently tapped it on his table. Linyun City, 1 vote for Ji Yuan. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to the last representative, the Su family. Her crucial vote would determine the champion of this district competition. Immediately, the Su family representative stepped forward. She walked to the center of the venue, under the watchful eyes of countless people, passing by Ji Yuan. The outcome was already decided. Whoosh! She finally stopped in front of Zhang Bao's table and tossed the round coin in her hand. The bronze coin arced through the air and, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, accurately landed on Ji Yuan's table. The sound of the coin striking the wooden table echoed, and the Su family representative smiled at the camera. It was all leveled out. The representatives from the Shao and Mu families, exiting the venue, both had solemn expressions. Among the 5 great families, theirs were the closest to the Zhang family. The Zhang family was powerful, maintaining just the right distance in their dealings with any family, neither too deep nor too shallow. Only the Su family was reclusive, quiet, and acted on their whims. For instance, at this moment, no one could know what these Su family members were thinking. The venue fell silent. Whether this result was once again unexpected for everyone remained uncertain. The votes are tied. According to the additional rules, the final decision will be made by 3 elder members of the alliance. The mechanical voice announced, and at the same time, 3 screens of the same size were projected in the center of the venue. The screens flickered like flower screens, seemingly conducting some sort of remote connection. At the same time, in a courtyard somewhere. Don't let this farce continue. How about we abandon the votes, the 2 of you? Are you suggesting that the final result remains a tie, sharing the championship? What's wrong with that? This way, it preserves face for the Zhang family and gives an explanation to the kid from Linyun City. Such trivial matters shouldn't trouble us old folks. Let's do it this way. I agree. Old Young, what about you? Ethereal yet slightly clear words echoed in the ear. Sitting in a room with retro furnishings, the old man stroked his cane, remaining silent. Old fool, pretending to be deaf again. Forget it, let's see how he expresses himself later. Inside the venue, at a certain moment, the flickering screens suddenly displayed images. The 3 screens corresponded to the 3 elders. They were the elder figures of the Beast Master Alliance. The first elder, with white hair and beard, had a face marked by time, dressed in white, exuding an air of immortality. He is Li Chongqi, one of the 3 great Beast Masters of today. It was he who proposed to abstain from voting. The second elder, with white hair and a youthful face, wore a broad smile, making it difficult to determine his true age just by appearance. He is also one of the 3 great beast masters, named Yen Pangbua. The third elder is Yang Qing, who was conversing with Tan He and advocated for the merger of the urban districts. The moment the 3 distinct-looking elders appeared, everyone in the hall stood up, bowed deeply, and only then sat down. Please, the elder of the alliance, make your judgment. A mechanical voice prompted. Li Chongqi and Yen Pangbua remained silent. At this moment, Yang Qing stood up, leaning on his cane, which made a crisp tapping sound. Traditionally, when we are called to make a judgment, we review the performances of the 2 contestants during the competition. His aged face was calm, and his murky eyes scanned the 2 contestants in the hall, finally settling on Ji Yuan. Based on the overall performance in the competition and the finals, I choose Ji Yuan. After Yang Qing finished speaking, he lightly tapped his cane, and his image returned to a floral screen. His words made the mayors present who supported Ji Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. The elder's statement nearly sealed the outcome. After receiving Yang Qing's answer, both Li Chongqi and Yen Pangbua flashed a moment of contemplation, then both chose to abstain from voting. Thus, after the judgment of the alliance elders, the champion of this urban competition is Ji Yuan. Accompanied by the mechanical voice, the serious venue lit up. Ji Yuan stood up, his gaze sweeping across the hall, then, with a heart like still water, he slightly bowed. Clap. At the same time, a crisp sound of applause rang out. Tan He leaned back in his chair, watching the handsome young man in the hall, a smile in his eyes as he gently clapped. With his action, waves of applause spread out, echoing in the venue. Congratulations! Zhang Bao stood up, his expression unchanged as he spoke. Then, he was the first to leave the venue. Outside, owl roar. Old G has won. Old G is the champion. After going around in circles, these bastards still couldn't succeed. It's really satisfying. Zhao Shan danced with excitement at home. The 2 women also showed varying degrees of joy in front of the television. In Guan City, somewhere. Damn it! How outrageous! This is truly outrageous. The sound of smashing and crashing echoed from within the house. Also in Guan City, at the Zhang family's ancestral land. So, you changed the senator's vote? By a clear pond. Zhang Tianhou sat cross-legged, with a fishing rod in front of him. He listened to the inquiry on the other end of the phone and smiled. I suddenly changed my mind. I think my godson still needs this championship to uphold his reputation. But you used my godson and even fabricated a second non-existent bet. Aren't you afraid he will turn against you when he finds out? A laugh came from the other end of the phone. Ji Yuan will understand. Now that the plan is complete, I have prepared a big gift to thank him. Oh, what gift? Share it with me for reference? Get lost. This is a secret between me and Ji Yuan, and I can't reveal it to anyone. Tanhe, you really should thank my godson. Ever since he appeared, you, the stingy miser, have become generous. Thinking back to our days as classmates, I still prefer the current you. Hey, after so many years of being close friends, now your son is inseparable from Ji Yuan. Isn't that fate? Ha ha, I really don't know if that little guy Ji Yuan will do anything earth-shattering at the academy. Lin Yun City. Ever since the night the voting ended, the city has been setting off fireworks for 3 days and 3 nights. These fireworks, made from unique materials produced by the science era, burst forth in brilliant colors without producing smoke. For 3 days and nights of fireworks, a total of 100 million was spent. Moreover, overnight, a statue covering 300 square meters and 15 stories high appeared in the center of Linyun City. The statue was crafted from pure, smooth stone, involving thousands of workers and over 100 Earth-type beast tamers in its construction. The sculpture depicted a handsome young man standing tall and proud, full of vigor. Beside him were 2 5-story tall beast statues. One was a Qilin, and the other a giant wolf. The statue was lifelike, capturing the moment when Ji Yuan controlled both beasts simultaneously on the final stage. Beneath this statue stood a monument, inscribed with golden characters, in memory of Lin Yun City's representative, Ji Yuan, for winning the National District Competition Championship. Ji Yuan made history. In the district competition, he first defeated Hao Jin, ranked 15th in the district, and then took down Xiao Lingjue, the young master of the Xiao family, ranked 2nd. Ultimately, he entered the final stage, which had previously been a place for lower-level districts to only watch. On the stage, he faced off against a 5th-grade beast tamer without losing ground, and finally, through voting, received the recognition of elder figures, securing the championship. Ji Yuan's championship in the district competition was well-deserved, both online and in reality. No one dared to say otherwise. Lin Yun City gained fame because of him. All the citizens knew that in the coming year, Lin Yun City would no longer be a low-level district. With a massive influx of resources, the lives of all citizens would greatly improve. At this moment, a tall, fair-skinned, beautiful woman stood beneath Ji Yuan's statue, silently watching, her eyes filled with daze and endless regret. Yun Jia, an old woman's voice came from behind. The woman sniffed and turned her head, looking at the old woman, murmuring, Aunt Qin, do you think he will forgive me? The old head of the Blue Sky Welfare Institute shook her head and handed her a luxurious envelope. Thanks to Xiao Yuan, our city has 100 spots for beast tamers to go to the Holy Sky Super Academy. Chen Qin handed the envelope to Lin Yunjia, saying, you don't want to just give up like this, right? If you really want to make up for past mistakes, work hard to catch up to him and truly help him. 5 days after the voting ended. According to the process, today was the day for the 3 major super academies to select new students. At this moment, on the outskirts of Guan City, a vast plain was bustling with people. On this plain, 120 participants from the district competition gathered, along with beast tamers from various cities who were recommended to super academies. Among them, 100 beast tamers from Lin Yun City were the first to find their big brother, Ji Yuan, and then they all followed behind him. At the same time, many participants from lower-level districts continuously came to greet Ji Yuan. Hello, my name is Chun Feng. Hello, my name is Lu Tonghe. Hello. One by one, as if it had been pre-arranged, they introduced themselves, shook hands, and then left for the next person. Ji Yuan could only patiently respond to each one. During this time, many opposite-gender participants wanted to leave a contact number. However, they were all politely declined by Mu Shuxin, who had long wine-red hair and stood beside Ji Yuan, her flawless face paired with her long hair exuding an unparalleled aura, making many girls feel inferior. Wow, this is really exaggerated. In the 20 minutes we've been here, people have been greeting old Ji non-stop, Zhao Shan whispered from behind. Meanwhile, Su Ziyin quietly stood in the crowd, her starry eyes gazing at Ji Yuan's back, flickering subtly. Among the 100 beast tamers from Lin Yun City, Lin Yunjia hid in the crowd, staring blankly at the vibrant girl beside Ji Yuan. Hey, hey, hey! At that moment, a frail figure suddenly darted out from the crowd and approached Ji Yuan. Su. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ji Yuan was taken aback. This guy was none other than the young master of the Su family, who had been obsessed with the flash of brilliance during the semifinals. I just wanted to ask, which academy are you planning to go to? Su wore a smile on his face, rubbing his hands together, completely lacking the demeanor of a young master. What do you want? Ji Yuan glanced at him. Of course, I want to follow in your footsteps. Su chuckled. Oof, you're eyeing Ji Yuan's beast, aren't you? Suddenly, a cold snort came from behind. Su's smile froze, and as he looked past Ji Yuan's right shoulder, he widened his eyes upon seeing the ice-cold girl with an oval face. Sister? Sister! Biological sister? At the same time, Zhao Shan looked at Su Ziyin in surprise. Up front, Ji Yuan and Mu Shuxin were also somewhat astonished. Of course, if she's not a biological sister, then what is she? Are you stupid? Upon hearing Zhao Shan's words, Su's expression changed instantly, taking on a domineering look. You, Zhao Shan, inexplicably insulted, was about to retort. How are you talking to my friend? But at that moment, Su Ziyin stepped forward, her fair little hand reaching out to fiercely grab Su's left ear and twist it hard. The force of it made both Zhao Shan and Ji Yuan shudder involuntarily. Ouch! It hurts! I was wrong. Sister, I was wrong. Sure enough, Su cried out in pain, tears of grievance welling up. Oh my goodness, I was wondering why this woman was so skilled at twisting ears. Turns out there have been victims all along. Zhao Shan swallowed hard, and upon hearing this, Su Ziyin shot him an angry glare. Seeing this, Zhao Shan quickly hid behind Ji Yuan, trembling. The commotion attracted the attention of many people. As numerous gazes turned towards them, Su Ziyin, who was not used to the crowd, loosened her grip and took 2 steps back, lowering her head. Ji Yuan looked at Su, who was grimacing and rubbing his ear, and couldn't help but smile. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 figures descended from the sky, landing sharply in front of everyone. The landing of these 3 did not stir up any dust or noise. Only the vast waves of soul power emanating from them indicated their identities. Among the 3, there were 2 women and 1 man. Standing in the middle was a woman in a blue long dress, who scanned the crowd and said, "Champion, step forward." As her voice fell, the crowd of thousands immediately parted to make way. Under everyone's gaze, Ji Yuan walked slowly to the front. The eyes of the 3 were all directed at him. An unspoken pressure surged forth, carrying a strong sense of intimidation, attempting to break Ji Yuan's calm demeanor. But Ji Yuan remained neither humble nor arrogant, his face as calm as water, softly saying, "I am Ji Yuan from Linyan City, I greet the 3 seniors." Seeing this handsome young man remain unfazed, the woman in the blue dress was extremely satisfied. "No need to be too polite, we are here for you." Wow, are these 3 the deans? The deans of the 3 super academies actually came to welcome us in person? What kind of face do you have? They are looking for the champion, and you are the champion? The crowd erupted in an uproar. They never expected that the elusive deans would personally show up today, especially when the crowd heard one of the deans say they were here for Ji Yuan. Their gazes towards him were filled with envy. "Ladies, shall we start the bidding? I'll go first." At this moment, the voluptuous woman in the blue long dress smiled, her big watery eyes blinking as she looked at Ji Yuan and said, "I am Lu Qingxi, the dean of Lantian Academy. As long as you can join, I will ensure that everything in the academy goes smoothly for you. Not just beast resources, soul power resources, and skill resources, but everything. Also, there are quite a few female students at Lantian Academy. You little handsome guy who can fight will definitely be very popular." Lu Qingxi's silky black hair seemed to possess an innate charm, and her soft, gentle voice stirred the excitement of many young boys present. Some had even begun to imagine a wonderful life after entering Lantian Academy. Behind, Mu Shuxin looked at the beautiful dean with eyes full of hostility. Su Ziyin stood among the crowd, pouting and letting out a cold snort. "Alright, I've said my piece, now it's your turn." Lu Qingxi winked at Ji Yuan, revealing a smile that captivated many boys, before slowly retreating to her original position. Following her was the only man among the 3. He wore a black and gold outfit, his chiseled face exuding steadiness and a hint of arrogance. Since his appearance, he had maintained a cold expression, not smiling at all. "I am Zhang He, the vice president of Juling Academy. Juling Academy has been ranked first among the 3 major academies for years. That's all you need to know." Zhang He's tone was flat. In fact, he was just here to put on a show, a champion of a city competition, although this champion was somewhat unusual. However, for Juling Academy, they had seen too many geniuses, and more importantly, he was a member of the Zhang family, so how could he treat Ji Yuan kindly? The vice president is so arrogant. What do you know? To be called the strongest academy among the gathering of prodigies in the 3 major academies, they must have the capital to be arrogant. The crowd whispered among themselves. Zhang Yi didn't care about his attitude. After finishing his sentence, he directly closed his eyes to rest. Ji Yuan looked at him, sneering inwardly, as the disdain in the other's eyes was unmasked. Just right, he had no intention of entering Zhuling Academy anyway. At this moment, the third woman, who had been silent since her appearance, took 2 steps forward. This woman had ice-blue long hair, delicate features, and an air of coldness that kept people at a distance. She wore a blue and white outfit that complemented her graceful figure, resembling a cool fairy. Saint Sky Academy, Tang Yi. Today, on behalf of my teacher, I invite you to join Saint Sky Academy. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, her tone indifferent. After speaking, her snow-white palm flashed, revealing a semi-transparent chip. Ji Yuan took it and held it in his hand. This type of information storage device, when infused with soul power, made a calm voice sound in his ear. No one knew what information Ji Yuan received. After a moment, he expressionlessly stored the information device in his storage ring. Then, he apologetically said to Lu Qingxi, "Sorry, Dean Lu, but my first choice is actually Saint Sky Academy." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxi immediately showed a disappointed expression, looking so wrong that some hot-blooded young men in the back cursed Ji Yuan in their hearts. "Do you even know what you're choosing? Let me choose." "Look," Lu Qingxi said, pointing at Zhang Yi and Tang Yi, "I'm the only one who came personally. Can you really bear to reject me like this?" As she spoke, her fingertip lightly touched her red lips, and in that moment of charm, many inexperienced boys' eyes filled with infatuation. Immediately, a wave of jealous and resentful gazes shot at Ji Yuan from behind. Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. This woman was a bit difficult to handle. One sentence, one action, and he became the target of everyone. "Dean Lu, please do not tease my junior." Fortunately, the cold goddess Tang Yi spoke up, helping him out of the situation. "Oh, so you're protecting him now? Could it be that our little ice mountain has taken a liking to this champion?" Lu Qingxi raised her delicate eyebrows, teasingly looking at Tang Yi. The cold goddess remained indifferent, calmly responding, "Anyone who decides to join Saint Sky Academy is someone I need to take care of." It was clear she was very serious when she said this. Lu Qingxi immediately sighed, truly worthy of being a top student who has dominated the top 3 for years. If only the girls in my academy had your awareness. Then, she looked at Ji Yuan and smiled. "Ji Yuan, I remember you. You little rascal, you owe me a favor, and you must repay it in the future." "Better to be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail," Zhang Yi said, quite clever. During this, he did not forget to glance at Tang Yi. The words of these people were so harsh and piercing, but to Ji Yuan, they only made him smile in response. Whether it's a chicken or a phoenix, it's not up to Vice Dean Zhang to say. "If I remember correctly, Junior Ji Yuan not only defeated your son Zhang Bao in the finals but also received personal recognition from Elder Yang at the voting venue. Vice Dean, I suggest you be mindful of your wording." The coldly beautiful Tang Yi had no reservations, directly retorting for Ji Yuan. "TCH." Zhang Yi maintained his usual expression, glancing at her lightly, seemingly not intending to hold a grudge. Tang Yi continued, stepping forward and waving at Ji Yuan. "Senior." Ji Yuan stepped forward. "Please stand over there. After I confirm the other juniors, I will take you back to the academy." Tang Yi raised her right hand, pointing to an empty space on the left. "Okay." He obediently walked over. Just for Tang Yi's defense of him and her confrontation with Zhang Yi upon their first meeting, he felt a sense of respect. Once he stood properly, Tang Yi's cold gaze swept across the entire area as she said, "Next, the juniors whose names I call, please step forward, with Junior Ji Yuan at the front, and line up behind him. Zhao Shan, Hefan, Su Ziyin, Mu Shuxin, Zhong Shen, Su Su." This list had long been determined by the 3 major academies, and all those qualified for selection this time, from their backgrounds to the number of beasts they could control, were laid bare. Thus, a situation might arise. Aside from those from beast-controlling families who could choose their academy, other outstanding individuals might be selected by all 3 academies simultaneously. In this way, the academy with the first choice would gain the upper hand. The other 2 academies would only be able to pick from the leftovers, and whoever the champion of the competition chose would get to choose first. The scramble had been ongoing from the very beginning. Tang Yi's list was long, taking about 5 minutes to read, and in the end, around 400 people were selected by the Holy Sky Academy. Among them, 100 from Linyun City, 50 males and 50 females. With Ji Yuan joining the Holy Sky Academy, all the females were absorbed by the Stormwind Academy. Lin Yunjiao was among them, but Ji Yuan was unaware, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. For this girl who grew up in the same welfare institution, she had already died in his heart during the autumn test. After Tang Yi finished selecting, she did not wait. After politely bidding farewell to Lu Qingxi, she waved her hand, summoning a massive ice griffin that blotted out the sky and exuded a chilling aura. This was the second time Ji Yuan had seen another griffin. Zhao Tianho's griffin radiated a sacred brilliance, resembling a holy beast that rescues the world. In contrast, Tang Yi's ice griffin was filled with endless coldness and a murderous intent, much like its owner, only to be admired, not to be desecrated. In terms of size, Tang Yi's griffin was superior, with a broad back that could easily accommodate over 400 people. Such a beast was something Ji Yuan had never seen in his life. Not just him, even Zhao Shan was amazed. Thus, the 400 new students rode on Tang Yi's ice griffin, soaring into the clouds. This big guy looks even stronger than my dad's. At this moment, Ji Yuan and the other three were sitting cross-legged at the very front, only about 5 meters away from Tang Yi. Zhao Shan reached out to stroke the back of the ice griffin, somewhat astonished. No. Su Ziyin lightly shook her head, her starry eyes fixed on Tang Yi's silhouette, and whispered, "The strongest griffin species left in the world today belongs to Uncle Zhao's sacred peak griffin. Then there are the flame peak griffin and the dark peak griffin, while this cold peak griffin can only be ranked last. However, the bloodline limit of these griffin species is all at the mythic level, which already places them among the top beast tamers in the world." When it came to the information about these beast tamers, Su Ziyin clearly understood more than Zhao Shan and Mu Shuxin. Listening to her words, Ji Yuan's eyes flickered as he casually asked, "What about the Star Peak Griffin? The big guy we encountered in the Beast King's secret realm?" "I'm not too sure either," Su Ziyin replied apologetically with a smile. "The Star Peak Griffin is an emperor-level species from ancient times, and there is very little information left. However, one thing is certain, the Star Peak Griffin looks down on all its kind." "I know that," Mu Shuxin suddenly took over the conversation, raising her hand to say, "because the elemental attributes of the Star Peak Griffin are extremely special, I've heard it can harness the power of the universe." "Yes," Su Ziyin nodded. "Harnessing the power of the universe?" Ji Yuan felt a slight surprise in his heart, then fell into deep thought. During the recent enrollment invitation, the chip that Tang Yi handed him contained a message and a picture that only he could see. The image showed a skeleton covered in mud. The accompanying text read, "Sacred Sky Academy has everything you desire." At first, when he saw it, his heart jolted. He could not possibly leak his secrets. There was only one possibility: the principal had seen through the clues regarding Ming and Shan Pa. In fact, this matter was unavoidable. Although the emperor-level creatures had been extinct for many years, it was impossible for no information to have been preserved. As long as those in high positions paid attention, they would soon uncover the truth about Ming and Shan Pa. Therefore, what he needed most from the beginning was protection. In this city competition, he had indirectly offended the Zhang and Shao families among the 5 great families. Once it was discovered that his beast was an extinct emperor-level creature, these people would likely go to great lengths to invite him to clarify things. Thus, having one or even multiple big shots to protect him became particularly crucial. From the chip given by the principal of Sacred Sky Academy, it seemed the other party was conveying a friendly message. All speculations would be answered once they arrived at Sacred Sky Academy. As winter approached, the haze in the high sky was heavy. The 4 of them chatted idly, and after an unknown amount of time, they felt the cold peak griffin's flying altitude continuously descending. "Are we almost there?" A hint of anticipation rose in Ji Yuan's heart. Looking back over the past 3 months, he realized he had not fully experienced academy life. What would a super academy be like? He was really looking forward to it. As the cold peak griffin's dive became more pronounced and rapid, after passing through a thick layer of gray clouds, everyone's vision suddenly opened up. "Wow!" A chorus of exclamations erupted from the back of the griffin. Ji Yuan gazed out, his eyes sparkling. At that moment, beneath them lay a vast and magnificent scene. From high above, the land looked like a giant chessboard, with countless buildings resembling pieces filling the board to the brim. As they continued to descend, the small buildings began to enlarge, and the details of the city gradually emerged. They saw that among these buildings were wide roads crisscrossing, wide enough to accommodate 5 cars driving side by side. What was intriguing was that the flowing entities on these roads were not vehicles, but rather bizarre and fantastical beasts. Not only that, but even in the lower sky, there were flying beasts soaring gracefully. Here, there was no prohibition on beasts, everyone could showcase their own beasts. At a glance, it felt as if they had arrived in the Beastmaster city. "I'm a bit excited, what should I do?" Zhao Shan loved the hustle and bustle, and as he looked at the scenery on the street, he could hardly contain his joy. At that moment, Ji Yuan remembered something. "By the way, how's your Snowy Ice Ape's advancement going?" Before the city competition, Zhao Shan's Snowy Ice Ape had already fallen into a deep slumber for advancement. But after 2 months with no progress, he was worried about any unexpected incidents. Just wait and see." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan smiled mysteriously, keeping them in suspense. Seeing this, Ji Yuan pouted and didn't press further. At that moment, Tang Yi suddenly spoke up. "Freshman, welcome to the Holy Sky Super Academy. Looking ahead, Ji Yuan's pupils involuntarily constricted. In front of them stood several majestic white buildings. At the forefront of these buildings were two giant gates made of pure gold. Above these gates, the four dazzling golden characters of Holy Sky Academy shone brightly, even in the overcast weather. The Frost Peak Griffin descended continuously, seemingly preparing to land in the open space in front of the academy gates. Ji Yuan took one last look at the academy, grand and magnificent, beyond description. He couldn't help but compare the wind-riding beast academy in Lingyun City to this place. It didn't even measure up to 1/10,000th. This thought arose in his mind when the terrifying body of the Frost Peak Griffin, which blocked out the sun, finally landed on the ground. Its icy crystal wings slowly lowered, forming a staircase for the new students to safely descend to the ground. Everyone looked amazed, gazing around at the two luxurious and grand gates. Once everyone had reached the ground, Tang Yi waved her hand and summoned the Frost Peak Griffin back. Your admission information has been registered. Please proceed to the dormitory area to check in immediately. Tomorrow, the entrance test will be held at Y Square, and the results will determine your class assignments. Freshmen, welcome to join the Holy Sky Academy. Tang Yi's tone was cold, and after finishing, she was the first to step into the academy, walking off on her own. At the entrance of the academy, there were two signs. They depicted two arrows pointing left and right. The boys' dormitory area is straight ahead to the left, and the girls' dormitory area is straight ahead to the right. Quite simple and clear. Ji Yuan looked at Mu Shixin and Su Ziyin, smiling. Let's go check in first, see you later. Okay. The two girls nodded in unison and then walked off to the right together. Let's go too. Ji Yuan turned to look for Zhao Shan, only to find that he had already run to the front. At the same time, he didn't forget to wave back at him. Old Ji, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Just like that, 400 new students split into two groups, one left and one right, approaching two distinctly different buildings. Why are you so excited? On the way, Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan, who was jumping around like a monkey released from a zoo, attracting the attention of many students. Hee, I've already had my dad take care of it, we're in the same dorm. Zhao Shan laughed excitedly. In fact, like Ji Yuan, he hadn't experienced academy life since awakening his soul power. So, excitement was inevitable, especially since it was academy life with his good buddy. When they arrived at the boys' dormitory, both Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan couldn't help but stop in their tracks. The building in front of them was 10 stories high, several hundred meters wide, shaped like a sharp giant sword, thrust into the ground. The building was painted in a mix of gray and white, exuding a peculiar texture. Upon entering the courtyard, which was incredibly spacious and empty, it seemed specifically designed to keep the older students completely away for the new students' check-in. At the entrance on the first floor of the dormitory, a bald man with a stern face and black-framed glasses sat. When Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan approached first, the bald man suddenly looked up with a swish. The sharp gaze shot at the two made Zhao Shan involuntarily shrink his head. Face scan first. The bald man raised his hand, pointing to a machine hanging in mid-air. Ji Yuan walked over, and a blue light shot out, sweeping across his face. After a moment, the light retracted, and a female mechanical voice announced, New student Ji Yuan, dormitory 8th floor, room 811. Bang! Suddenly, a small drawer popped out from the wall, containing a square manual. Memorize everything about the academy's prohibitions in this manual, and do not overstep any boundaries. The bald man adjusted his glasses, staring at him. Word by word, you are this year's champion? I will keep an eye on you. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Such familiar rhetoric made him wonder if this guy was the head of the department or something. Picking up the manual, he stood aside waiting for Zhao Shan. New student Zhao Shan, dormitory 8th floor, room 811. To his surprise, as the announcement rang out, the bald man's serious expression instantly changed, and he looked at Zhao Shan with a friendly smile, saying, it's young Master Zhao. What has Mayor Zhao been busy with lately? Damn, your expression changed way too fast. Not just them, but the new students lined up behind the two were silently complaining as well. Then, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan took the lead and rode the elevator to the 8th floor. The corridor was wide, and the dormitories area was definitely not lacking. Upon reaching room 811, the door lock was entirely facial recognition. As the heavy entrance door opened, the scene that came into view left Ji Yuan stunned at the doorway. What the hell? Is this for real? Zhao Shan beside him was equally surprised. This so-called 4-person dormitory not only had a living room, kitchen, and balcony, but even each of their rooms was independent. Is this the lavish style of the Super Academy? This condition is too amazing. The two closed the door and checked out all 4 independent rooms. The dormitory was fully equipped, not only with furniture but even small daily necessities were provided. The innermost room was the largest among the 4. Old G, you should take the biggest room. Zhao Shan pointed to the opposite side, saying, "How about I stay across from you?" Seeing Ji Yuan hesitate, he continued, "What's there to think about? We got here first, and there are still 2 empty rooms. Before he could finish, the dormitory door suddenly swung open. "So you also have a wolf-type beast? Damn, can you let me see it later?" At the same time, a voice came in as the door opened. Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan were both taken aback by the voice and turned to look, and sure enough, the slender Susu pushed the door open and entered. He was also stunned when he saw people in the room, and then, upon recognizing one of them, he let out a sharp scream. "No way! Ji Yuan, you live here too? Damn! What luck do I have?" Susu dashed into the room, nearly overwhelmed with joy. Ever since he saw the flash of the wolf-type beast during the semifinals, he had been thinking about it day and night, hoping to observe the king among the wolf-type beasts up close again. Before entering the academy, he had wished fervently to be assigned to the same dormitory as Ji Yuan. He never expected it to actually come true. At this moment, he noticed Zhao Shan beside him, who was looking at him with a strange expression. "How come you're here?" "What? I also live in 811, do you have a problem with that?" The two faced off immediately. Fortunately, another figure walked in at the door, and when Ji Yuan saw the newcomer, he was stunned. The last member of this 4-person dormitory was a burly man with a strong build and thick eyebrows. After the strong man entered, he first looked at Ji Yuan and broke into a hearty smile. "We meet again." This person is none other than Zhong Xian, who lives in Villa 93 in the rest area of the city competition. "What a coincidence," Ji Yuan said with a smile, nodding. This person left a good impression on him. He always smiled whenever they met. At this point, all 4 members of Dormitory 811 had gathered. The troublemaker Susu immediately started playing with combinations. "Since our dormitory is all here, the first thing we need to do is to decide who will be the boss, the second, the third, and the fourth." Susu tilted his head back, seemingly wanting to arrogantly claim the position of the boss. But when his gaze swept over Ji Yuan, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. "Ahem." Susu pretended to cough a few times, looking at Zhao Shan and Zhong Xian. Finally, he locked onto Zhong Xian and said, "Brother, you tell us, who should be the boss?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Xian scratched his head and said in a simple and honest manner, "I don't know either." "How about this? I'm the youngest, so I'll be the fourth." "You're the youngest? You look about the same age as my Uncle Lu," Zhao Shan said incredulously. Zhong Xian did indeed look quite mature, but he was only 21. Not offended by Zhao Shan's comment, he just smiled foolishly. Seeing that this guy didn't fall for it and directly accepted being the fourth, Susu cursed inwardly and looked at Ji Yuan, scratching his nose and saying, "So, Ji Yuan, what do you think about the boss position? You want to be the boss?" Ji Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Can you beat me?" Susu froze in place, wanting to retort but unable to come up with a comeback. He could only silently praise Ji Yuan 3 times in his heart. With the champion of this competition around, the position of the boss was out of the question. Smack! At that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder. Susu turned his head to see Zhao Shan grinning brightly. "Old 3, your combinations are great. It makes our titles feel much closer." "Cut it out. What do you think?" Susu was flattered by the compliment and immediately beamed, but he quickly sensed something was off. "Who the hell is Old 3? If I can't be the boss, then I'm the second. Get lost. Among the 4 of us, I have no objection to Old G being the boss, but the second must be me." "Screw you. What right do you have to sit in the second position, you nameless guy?" "Nameless?" Zhao Shan was taken aback, then rolled up his sleeves, ready to have a serious discussion. "Come on, tell me, what makes you so great?" Susu held his head high and proudly said, "I am from the 5 great beast-taming families, the Su family. My grandfather is the current head of the Su family." "And then?" Zhao Shan's expression remained unchanged. "Isn't that enough?" Susu shot him a glance. "Enough, enough, enough." Zhao Shan pretended to clap, then took a deep breath and said softly, "Listen well, Su kid." Without waiting for Susu to speak, he suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Standing in front of you is Zhao Shan, son of Zhao Tianhou, the mayor of Hongling City, son of Jiang Wenqiu, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and the brother of this year's city competition champion, and a good friend of your sister Su Ziyin. How about that? Am I not taller and stronger than you?" After saying this, Zhao Shan finally showed a look of disdain and pride. Ji Yuan shook his head and smiled beside them. This guy really didn't learn it well. Susu clearly didn't expect Zhao Shan to have such a background, and then he seemed to catch on to something, looking suspiciously at Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan. "Are you 2 brothers?" "Stop listening to his nonsense." Ji Yuan waved his hand. Zhao Shan snorted, "We're closer than brothers. We're iron buddies who have been through life and death together. So, what else do you have to say?" "I refuse. I want to duel with you." Susu clearly didn't want to give up the position of the second so easily. "All right. After the entrance test tomorrow, let's have a fight." "What's the point of fighting? You rough guy, Susu scoffed, crouched down by the round table in the living room, and extended his right hand, saying, "Dare you? If you lose, I'll admit defeat." Zhao Shan chuckled upon hearing this. This guy's small frame thought he could arm wrestle with him? He rolled up his sleeves and walked directly to Susu's opposite side. Ji Yuan stood nearby, watching with great interest. At that moment, Zhong Xian leaned over and whispered, "Big brother, who do you think will win?" The big guy adapted quickly. The address almost caught him off guard. He then smiled and said, "They both have a chance." Soon, their hands clasped together, and Zhao Shan and Susu locked eyes, both filled with a resolute determination to claim the position of second place. Start! With Ji Yuan's command, both of them bared their teeth, their arms tensing simultaneously, neither yielding an inch, locked in a stalemate. "Little guy, I didn't expect you to have such strength," Zhao Shan grunted through clenched teeth. Susu's eyelids twitched, seemingly concentrating all his attention on his right hand. Thus, their contest continued for 5 minutes, still unmoving, only their hands shaking violently without tilting in either direction. 10 minutes later, both men firmly gripped the table legs with their left hands, their eyes locked on each other, refusing to give an inch. 15 minutes later, Susu, teeth clenched, managed to spit out a few words. "You still won't let go?" Opposite him, Zhao Shan replied through gritted teeth, "Whoever lets go first is the fool." 20 minutes later, "Big brother, those two have such perseverance." Zhong Xian stood beside Ji Yuan, watching the two of them drenched in sweat, admiration flickering in his eyes. To hold an arm wrestling match for 20 minutes is simply impressive. At the same time, it reflected the determination of these two guys for the position of second. Ji Yuan rubbed his brow and finally spoke up to interrupt. "Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin have settled down and want to invite us to stroll around the academy. You two stop messing around. Listen, if you don't, your dear sister is coming to pull your ears." "Bastard, Zhao Shan, I just won't admit defeat to you." "Then, let's continue." Seeing that these two wouldn't quit, Ji Yuan sighed. "How about this? You're both second, that should work, right?" As soon as he said this, both of them released their grip and looked at him, nodding in agreement. "Okay." Looking at their right hands shaking like they had Parkinson's, Ji Yuan was utterly speechless. It turned out these two stubborn ones were just waiting for someone to give them an out. "Let's go, meet them at the academy entrance." After saying that, Ji Yuan was the first to walk out, with the fourth, Zhong Xian, closely following him. Zhao Shan and Susu exchanged glances, and immediately, they both said in unison, "Hello, third, I'm second." "I'm second. I'm the second." The two of them bickered back and forth, following Ji Yuan and Zhong Xian. This academy life was bound to be anything but quiet. With these two lively characters, every day would be extraordinarily lively. At the academy entrance, as over 400 new students completed their enrollment, senior students began to appear one by one. Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin stood among the crowd, their contrasting temperaments drawing many glances. After settling in, it seemed both women had changed their outfits. Mu Shuxin tied her wine-red long hair into a ponytail with a black butterfly hairpin, revealing her flawless face, dressed in casual attire, lively and charming. Su Ziyin, on the other hand, used a light blue maple leaf hairpin to style her black hair into a bun, wearing a gray long dress, her fair oval face exuding a hint of aloofness. One was as warm as fire, the other as cold as ice. Standing in the crowd, they were extremely eye-catching. At that moment, when a handsome young man approached from a distance, both women displayed different reactions. Mu Shuxin waved at Ji Yuan with a smile, bouncing with excitement. Su Ziyin's starry eyes lit up the moment she saw the handsome young man. She stood quietly, her gaze sparkling. "Sorry, there were quite a few people on the way, so I was delayed for a few minutes." As he approached, the handsome young man smiled gently. "How is it? Does it look good?" Mu Shuxin tilted her head, revealing the black butterfly hairpin that held her ponytail, and asked with a grin. This hairpin was a gift from Ji Yuan when they went shopping together after the 4th round of the competition. "Not bad," Ji Yuan replied with a smile, then turned to Su Ziyin, noticing she also had her hair tied up in a bun with a hairpin, and gave both girls a thumbs up. "Very pretty." Receiving the compliment, Su Ziyin's ears turned red, and just as she was about to say something, both girls noticed the burly man Zhong Xian following Ji Yuan. "Hello, sisters. I'm Zhong Xian, the 4th in the dormitory ranking." Zhong Xian, with his honest appearance, spoke without a second thought. As soon as he said this, both girls were taken aback. Ji Yuan nearly stumbled, quickly turning around to say, "Zhong Xian, you misunderstood. We are good friends." Su Ziyin lowered her head in a flash, her fair little face turning rosy, her heart racing, unsure of what to say. Mu Shuxin also looked a bit flustered, awkwardly chuckling. "Ahem, well, Ji Yuan is right." "Oh." Zhong Xian scratched his head, his face full of embarrassment. "Sorry, I misspoke." Strange, these two girls really looked like they were into the big brother type. I'm the second, you're the third. You're talking nonsense. I'm the second, you're the third. At that moment, two arguing voices rang out from the crowd. The four, who had just been awkward, turned to look. They saw Zhao Shan and Su Su arguing fiercely, even walking while bickering. They approached, still not stopping. What are you guys doing? Mu Shuxin asked in confusion. We're arguing about who is the second. They replied in unison. What second? Who's second? Without thinking, they answered directly, Ji's second. Ji Yuan's second. Ji Yuan's face darkened immediately. You two get the hell out of here. The six of them wandered from afternoon until evening before parting ways. Zhao Shan and Su Su continued their endless bickering, always trying to one-up each other. Su Ziyin reverted to her quiet self, passively answering questions the whole time. Mu Shuxin pulled Ji Yuan to look at this and that, while Zhong Xian followed closely behind Ji Yuan, his admiration for him evident in his eyes. On the way back to the dormitory, the two who had been arguing all day finally fell silent. Ji Yuan rarely enjoyed such peace. Everything about this super academy exceeded his expectations, lifting his spirits. Thank you all. Suddenly, Su Su, who had been clamoring all day to be the second, spoke softly and sincerely. Thank you for being friends with my sister. My sister and I have always been the outcasts of the Su family. Our parents went missing when we were young, and it was our grandfather who raised us. My sister has a cold personality and is very resistant to strangers, which has led her to have no friends in the Su family since childhood. For so many years, I have tried to guide her. Until recently, she suddenly ran away from home, leaving only a note telling me she needed to clear her mind. Later, I found out she went to the Withering Valley and met two friends. It was after that I noticed she sometimes smiled foolishly at her phone screen. Su Su looked sincerely at Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan, saying, from childhood to now, my greatest wish has been for my sister to make friends and be happy. Thank you so much. As he finished, tears welled up in his eyes. This expression left Ji Yuan at a loss for words. Beside him, Zhao Shan fell silent for a moment, patted his shoulder, and said, although Miss Su loves to twist ears, she's actually a good person. Thank you, Su Su said, wiping his eyes, his voice choked with emotion. So, can you give me the second position? You damn. Zhao Shan's expression darkened, and he pretended to throw a punch at him. Su Su took off running, and Zhao Shan chased after him, cursing loudly. Ji Yuan watched the two of them chase each other, sighed. Fourth, you mustn't let them infect you. Okay, Zhong Xian replied with a silly smile. Back in the dormitory, each of the four had their own room with a private bathroom. This layout was beyond mere convenience. After taking a hot shower, Ji Yuan fell into a deep sleep. In his hazy state, he seemed to return to the cold stone slab, unable to move, letting those twisted-faced people gnaw and tear at him. It wasn't until a gentle knocking sound broke through that he suddenly opened his eyes. Old Ji, wake up, or you'll be late. Zhao Shan's voice came through the door crack. Ji Yuan, still groggy, checked his phone. It was 8:20, and there were only 20 minutes left until the test. After washing up, he stepped out wearing a fitted black outfit. Zhao Shan and Su Su were lounging on the living room sofa, playing on their phones, while Zhong Xian leaned against the wall in front of his room, waiting. When he saw Ji Yuan come out, Zhong Xian broke into a silly grin. Big brother. Let's go, Ji Yuan replied with a smile and nodded. As they left the dormitory, the four of them flowed with the crowd toward a vast open area in front of the teaching building. Waya Square, with its smooth, flat stone-paved ground, featured the carved faces of strange creatures on each stone. This creature was the species depicted on the emblem of the Holy Sky Academy, known as the Holy Void Angry Winged Dragon. It was said to be an emperor-level creature that had survived for tens of thousands of years, serving as one of the guardian beasts of the Holy Sky Academy. At this moment, 3 columns of blue light, radiating a technological glow, stood in Waya Square. These columns were the most advanced testing columns of the time, capable of simultaneously measuring a beast master's soul power qualifications, grade, potential, and the bloodline level of their beasts within 2 seconds. Moreover, these testing columns were infallible, making them highly efficient testing tools. With over 400 new students, if all 3 columns were activated at once, they could likely complete the testing in a single day. At this moment, aside from a dozen or so academy instructors and higher-ups, everyone else present were new students waiting to be tested. The testing order had already been arranged by a list, and as the champion of the competition, Ji Yuan was naturally placed first. The 2 unfamiliar men testing alongside him were also new students. Step forward, said a serious-looking woman standing by the testing column. Once Ji Yuan approached, she softly instructed, please touch the testing column. He extended his hand and placed it on the column. A chilling sensation spread from his palm throughout his body, and then the testing column began to vibrate. At the same time, the other 2 columns also showed signs of activity. Whoosh! At that moment, the testing column Ji Yuan was at suddenly shot out a towering golden beam of light, soaring into the sky. The other two columns merely flickered for a moment before stopping, and a cold mechanical voice announced, Li Han, Soul Power Qualification, Intermediate, Soul Power Grade, 7th Rank, Beasts, 2, Bloodline Level, Intermediate, Intermediate. Lu Yunxian, Soul Power Qualification, Lower, Soul Power Grade, 8th Rank, Beasts, 1, Bloodline Level, Intermediate. The information of the other two new students was broadcasted. Both were from Lingyun City and had gained entry into the Super Academy thanks to Ji Yuan's support. Li Han, Lu Yunxian, Comprehensive Rating, Low, classified as Level 5. Students at the Holy Sky Academy were categorized by level rather than grade, with Level 5 being the lowest and Level 1 the strongest. When the two people's tests ended, Ji Yuan's golden light column was still expanding, and at the same time, a fierce wind rose, changing the colors of heaven and earth. This fluctuation made those leading the test frown slightly. The mentors waiting not far away had varied expressions, and each of their eyes, when looking at Ji Yuan, was filled with fervor. That gaze was like discovering a piece of gold among gravel. Every mentor wanted to claim this gold for themselves. The overwhelming momentum swept through the academy, and those students observing from other places showed varying degrees of surprise. In a certain independent classroom on the highest floor of the teaching building, the cold and beautiful goddess Tang Yi leaned against the window, gazing at the towering light beam in the endless square, lost in thought. This person is the champion of this competition? In the classroom, there were others also paying attention to the entrance test. The man speaking had silver hair, facing the window, his tall figure emanating vast waves of soul power. It should be, among this year's freshmen, aside from the geniuses from various families, this person is the only one worth noting. The golden light column, it seems the foundation is good. It's normal for him to take the championship. However, it's still somewhat lacking compared to Senior Ku's crimson gold column back then. As soon as the silver-haired man spoke, several people around him agreed, with one even flattering, indeed, the golden light column is barely noteworthy, but at most it's a first-level student, not comparable to Senior Ku. Yeah, indeed, indeed. Just as the crowd was praising, suddenly, the towering light column in the endless square underwent a dramatic change. From golden, it instantly transformed into pure black. At the same time, within this blackness, there was a hint of dazzling gold merging. Ji Yuan's test light column changed from gold to black gold. Hiss, it's actually a black gold column. Throughout history, those who have triggered the black gold column have ultimately become renowned super beast masters. I remember the last time a black gold column appeared was over 20 years ago, right? Great, this year's Academy Gold list is going to be exciting. The appearance of the black gold light column caused many observing students to erupt in excitement. Meanwhile, on the endless square, the waiting mentors had their eyes shining brightly, looking at each other with expressions full of hostility. Ji Yuan's test lasted about 3 minutes. He clearly felt a subtle power sweeping through his body again and again, as if trying to probe all his secrets. Finally, when this power flowed to his Beast Master Seal, the golden light column transformed into black gold. When the power completely withdrew from his body, the light column slowly dissipated. Soon after, the test results that several mentors had been eagerly anticipating were finally announced. Freshman Ji Yuan, Soul Power Qualification, Special Grade, Soul Power Level, 6th Grade, Beast Mastery, 2, Bloodline Level, Myth. Once the results were out, not only did the mentors feel a shock in their hearts, but even among the 400 freshmen, there were those who gasped in surprise. Most of them only knew that Ji Yuan's Beast Mastery was impressive, but they never expected his bloodline level to be myth level. This was already considered the top-tier bloodline. Moreover, his soul power qualification was even special grade. Even in the top 10 of the city, special grade qualifications were rare. That guy Lao Ji, no matter where he goes, always causes a stir. In the crowd, Zhao Shan laughed happily. Ji Yuan was his good brother, and when his good brother shone, he naturally felt proud and honored. Lao Si, I have a life and death friendship with him. How about it? I can be the second in the dormitory, no problem, right? Zhao Shan patted Zhong Xian's sturdy arm and laughed. Zhong Xian tilted his head and thought for a moment, just about to agree, when Susu suddenly interrupted. You're so unethical, actually engaging in unfair competition. What do you mean by unfair competition? Instantly, the two started arguing again, while Zhong Xian stood by, at a loss, not knowing whom to stop or how to persuade them. In the end, he remembered the method his boss had taught him. He stretched out both hands and, while Zhao Shan and Susu were arguing passionately, he suddenly used his arms to lock both of their necks. Zhong Xian, already robust as an ox, easily trapped the two like chicks in his embrace, silencing them. The method my boss taught is really useful, Zhong Xian chuckled, completely oblivious to the fact that Zhao Shan and Susu's faces were gradually turning red. While the three were making a fuss, a final rating for Ji Yuan was also determined. Ji Yuan, Comprehensive Rating, Special, designated as Emperor Student. When the last three words rang out, the mentors at Y Square, who had been poised to act, were all stunned. Emperor student. The mentors were dumbfounded. There was actually a type of student above the first-level students. These students represented the highest standard of the academy and were the unique students that the academy prioritized for cultivation. At Shengtian Academy, there had only been 6 freshmen who were designated as Emperor students during the entrance test. Now, Ji Yuan became the 7th. The mentors hung their heads in defeat. Emperor students were beyond the range they could compete for. Emperor students had dedicated mentors, and after the entrance test, someone would contact Ji Yuan. Student Ji Yuan, you may leave now. At this moment, the woman standing by the testing light pillar was no longer as serious as before. She smiled gently at Ji Yuan. I don't have to stay here? Ji Yuan was taken aback, as the 2 people who had tested with him were asked to stay aside and wait. Only students designated as level 5 to 1 need to wait for the test to finish. You are an Emperor student and can leave directly. Can I wait for my friends? The test is over. Try not to linger in Y Square. The woman continued to smile, and if it were any other student, they would have been scolded by her long ago, but what could be done? After all, the person in front of her was an Emperor student. Receiving the answer, Ji Yuan left with understanding. As he passed by Zhao Shan and the others, he said, I'll wait for you guys in the dorm. Originally, he was quite curious to see the test results of Zhao Shan, Mo Shuxin, and Su Ziyin. Emperor student. Ji Yuan silently pondered. This title must represent something quite good, right? Just as he was walking towards the dormitory, he suddenly caught sight of a blue-haired figure approaching him from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Tangyi. Junior Ji Yuan. The cold goddess stopped 5 steps away from him and spoke in a cold voice. Senior, is there something you need? Ji Yuan looked at her in confusion, and then he saw her turn around, her blue hair flowing as she said, the teacher wants to see you. All the way, Tangyi maintained a distance of 5 steps. Ji Yuan obediently followed her, passing through the teaching building and arriving at a square 4-story building at the back. Along the way, many students would politely greet her as senior upon seeing Tangyi. Ji Yuan observed that the looks these students gave her were filled with respect and unabashed admiration. It seemed that this cold goddess had quite a reputation in the academy. After she entered the square building, they went up. Ji Yuan observed everything as they passed, finally confirming that this building was the exclusive building for the academy's higher-ups. He also understood who it was that wanted to see him. Sure enough, when they reached the 4th floor, Tangyi's footsteps stopped in front of a milky white wooden door. On the wall outside the door hung 5 golden plaques, Dean's office. Tangyi extended her delicate hand and knocked on the door. Please come in. Inside the room, a deep voice resonated. Tangyi stood still, and upon seeing this, Ji Yuan quickly pushed the door open and walked in. The dean's office was very different from what he had imagined. There were no complex or extravagant furnishings, just a few simple bookshelves, a tea table, and a desk. On the wall behind the desk hung a piece of calligraphy, vigorous and powerful, with 4 characters. How is it? Are you getting used to it? A light laugh came from behind. Ji Yuan turned around to see a man in a white short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and slippers standing there. The man had an ordinary appearance, but his deep-set eyes evoked an inexplicable feeling of avoidance when met. It was hard to associate his attire with the title of dean. Student Ji Yuan, I have met the dean. Ji Yuan slightly bowed his head in greeting. No need to be formal, the man smiled and said, I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. He walked over to the tea table, speaking as he went, Can you bring extinct imperial creatures back to life? One sentence. It exploded in Ji Yuan's mind like a thunderclap. In an instant, Ji Yuan composed himself, revealing no flaws. Yet, his heart was still filled with shock. This was his greatest secret, known to no one. How did the dean? At that moment, the dean turned his head and smiled. Don't be so nervous. If I really wanted to do something to you, no one in the Great Xia could stop me. He spoke casually, but Ji Yuan dared not take it as a joke. Sit. The dean pointed to the sofa by the tea table and then sat down first, crossing his legs and observing Ji Yuan with great interest. After Ji Yuan sat down, he fell silent. If the other party wasn't probing further, then his purpose. Whoosh! Suddenly, the dean tossed a gray circular ring. Ji Yuan quickly caught it, and the moment he touched it, his consciousness entered a strange space. This is. In front of him lay an enormous skeleton. From its shape, it appeared to be some kind of reptile. Ding! Complete imperial creature remains detected. The long-lost system notification sounded. The dean had given him a ring containing the remains of an imperial creature. Exiting the ring space, Ji Yuan looked at the dean. He asked me to give this to you. He said it's a gift for winning the championship, the dean said lightly with a smile. It had been a while since he last contacted him. It seemed that Tan He was also conveying some kind of message, perhaps indicating that this Dean could be trusted. Ji Yuan pondered for a moment and put away the ring. "Dean, how can I assist you?" To his surprise, the Dean merely waved his hand and smiled. "It's too early to discuss that now. You just need to answer me one question. Can you bring Imperial-level creatures back to life?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan no longer concealed the truth and nodded. "Yes, but there is a prerequisite. The remains of the Imperial creature must be intact for it to be done." At this moment, seeing him admit it personally, a barely perceptible glint flashed in the Dean's eyes. "Good." The Dean exhaled deeply, as if relieved, and said, "I do need your help, but not right now. Once you reach the 5th rank, I'll tell you. Otherwise, knowing too early will only add to your troubles. Don't worry, from now on, no one in the Great Xia can take your life." After saying this, he stood up. Seeing this, Ji Yuan also got up. The Dean walked to the desk, pulled out a dark gold card from the bottom, and handed it to him, saying, "This is a high-level access card. Except for a few specific places, you can come and go freely within the academy." Ji Yuan accepted it without showing any emotion, but inside, he was overjoyed. "Yesterday, I took a stroll around the academy, having already pinpointed several must-visit places. Among them were the skill core room, the reading room, and the simulation training room. These places were divided by authority levels. Naturally, the higher the level, the better the place. And this." The Dean handed over a royal ring once again. "Inside is a relatively complete skeleton excavated from the Lost Lands. I don't know what species it is. It was originally kept in the Research Institute, but I retrieved it for you yesterday." "Thank you, Dean." After receiving the royal ring, Ji Yuan politely exited the office. He rushed back to the dormitory as fast as he could. It was empty, indicating that the test had not yet concluded. Once back in his room, he locked the door and immediately took out the 2 royal rings, planning to start absorbing from the remains that Tan He had sent. The skeleton was probably several dozen meters long, with a massive skull that was several sizes larger than a truck wheel. After completing the absorption, information popped up: biological, verdant wood lizard, race, giant spirit lizard, bloodline, emperor level, attribute, wood, trait, wild growth, emits vibrant life force, causing vegetation to grow rapidly and can heal all non-lethal wounds. Other data lost. Skeleton integrity, 99.9%, round and round, it was still it. The remains of the verdant wood lizard were first encountered in the Beast King's secret realm, inside a spider's nest. Later, deep in the mining veins of Honling City, to escape Zhang Di's ambush, Ji Yuan burned the remains of the verdant wood lizard entirely to gain a chance to escape. Unexpectedly, this time, what Tan He sent him was actually a complete verdant wood lizard skeleton. With the unlocking of the Emperor's illustrated guide, Ji Yuan pondered for a moment before exiting the royal ring space. He looked at the second royal ring given by the Dean. Inside was a humanoid skeleton, half a person tall and slender. Ji Yuan was startled at first, thinking it was some ancient human remains. But upon closer inspection, the skeleton not only had a tailbone but also a non-human head. Detected Emperor-level remains. The system's prompt sounded, and he immediately began to absorb it. Remains absorption complete, generating data panel. Biological, cold shadow demon monkey, race, demon ape, bloodline, emperor level, attribute, ice, dark, trait, demon spirit body, ignores all attacks of ice, dark, and fire attributes. Other data lost. Skeleton integrity, 100%. Detected that the integrity of the cold shadow demon monkey's remains is 100%. Would you like to immediately replicate a perfect juvenile form? Looking at the prompt box, Ji Yuan suddenly found himself in a dilemma. In fact, after learning that advancing to the 5th rank would require a long wait, he had hesitated about his third beast. Since he didn't know when he would advance to the 5th rank, this last beast slot seemed particularly important. Asking himself, neither the verdant wood lizard nor the cold shadow demon monkey were options that excited him. Although reaching the emperor level certainly meant they wouldn't be ordinary beasts, these two were indeed not within his desired range. If only I were at the 5th rank, I wouldn't have to be so conflicted. Sighing, Ji Yuan ultimately chose to put away the Emperor's illustrated guide. For now, let these two big guys continue to sleep. Exiting the royal ring space, he wasn't sure how long he had been conflicted when he vaguely heard Zhao Shan laughing outside. Pushing the door open, Zhao Shan, Su Su, and Zhong Xian all turned in surprise. "Old Ji, so you were here." Zhao Shan ran over proudly, putting his arm around him and looking at the other two, loudly saying, "Old Four, who is the second brother of this dormitory." Zhong Xian honestly replied, "You." Meanwhile, Su Su hung his head, looking gloomy and dejected. Seeing that he did not refute, Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan in surprise. "What happened?" "He, guess what level I was rated?" Without waiting for a response, Zhao Shan continued, "Level 2. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow and then looked at the other two. What about you guys? Zhongxian held up 3 fingers and said, I'm a level 3. Then, he patted Susu's back and said, third brother is the same as me, also a level 3. So that's how it is. Ji Yuan chuckled silently. It turns out that even the ratings were suppressed. This time, Susu had nothing to say. Night. In the group chat of the 4. Mushushin, I'm so nervous. Tomorrow we officially start our college life. I'm so nervous. After all, she had been cooped up at home for so long without any chance to go out. However, for her, an old hand at making friends, excitement and enthusiasm definitely outweighed the nervousness. Zhao Shan, I had a great time today. I'm the second one. Ji Yuan, what are your ratings? I heard that if the ratings are different, we can't attend classes together. Mushushin, I'm a level 2. Why can't we attend classes together? Zhao Shan, hee, I'm also a level 2. At Mushushin, maybe we'll be in the same classroom. Mushushin, Zhao Xiaomei, I don't want to be in the same classroom as you. Su Ziyin, I'm a level 3. Level 3? Ji Yuan frowned in front of the screen. Then, he remembered that Su Ziyin's soul power qualification was only low level, and the beast she had was just a flame-devouring sparrow. However, Susu and Zhongxian were also level 3s, so he hoped the 3 of them could be in the same class, which would provide mutual support. Mushushin, at Su Ziyin, don't be discouraged, keep it up. You'll definitely be promoted to level 2 soon. Su Ziyin, thank you. Ji Yuan, at Su Ziyin, keep it up. Zhao Shan, at Su Ziyin, I'm now the second one, and there are still the third and fourth. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell us, and I'll have my brothers take care of him. Mushushin, at Zhao Shan, hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Ji Yuan covered his face. This guy was like a child who never grew up. After chatting for a while longer, the 4 of them said goodnight to each other and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Ji Yuan was awakened by the ringtone of his phone. Looking at the time, it was already 8:30. The caller ID was an unfamiliar number. When he answered, a boy's voice came through. Hello, Ji Yuan. I'm your mentor, Lei Shi. Are you up? Hello, Mentor Lei. I'm just about to head to the teaching building, Ji Yuan replied, still lying in bed. Okay, you can come downstairs now. I'll be waiting for you at the dormitory entrance. After hanging up, Ji Yuan jumped up, quickly washed up, and walked at a leisurely pace to the dormitory entrance. At 8:30, it was already class time. The entire dormitory building was empty. At the entrance stood a man in a deep blue outfit, standing straight. The man appeared middle-aged, with short hair neatly slicked back, and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his right eye. At first glance, he exuded an air of cultured elegance. Mentor Lei. Ji Yuan approached. Let's go. I'll take you to the logistics office to get your uniform. Lei Shi stepped forward, glancing at Ji Yuan from top to bottom. When they arrived at the logistics office, which resembled a warehouse, Lei Shi reported a series of sizes to the warehouse manager. About 10 minutes later, the manager returned pushing a cart filled with items. Inside was a set of blue and white uniforms. This is the academy's uniform, and it symbolizes your identity. From now on, you must wear it properly in the academy. Lei Shi pointed to a nearby changing room and said, go ahead, change into it. Stepping into the changing room, Ji Yuan changed his clothes in an instant. At the collar of the uniform, a fierce beast's head, roaring silently, was embroidered with golden threads, a unique emblem of the imperial students. The uniform fit perfectly, adding a touch of youthful vigor to Ji Yuan's handsome features. Stepping out of the changing room, Lei Shi nodded, not bad. He then stepped forward and patted Ji Yuan's shoulders. Swish! Suddenly, a silver-white cloak extended from the shoulders of the uniform, hovering just above the ground. Ji Yuan turned his head in surprise to observe. The material of the cloak was exceptionally delicate, and under the light, one could clearly see intricate patterns. At the center of the cloak, a beast's claw was outlined in gold thread, half-clenched, firmly grasping the words Imperial Student. This is the sacred spirit cloak that only Imperial students can possess. Don't underestimate it. At a critical moment, it can withstand a full-force strike from a Dominator-level beast. After packing up the other items, Lei Shi handed them to Ji Yuan. Withstanding a full-force strike from a Dominator-level beast? Ji Yuan did not hide his astonishment. Let's go to the classroom. Following Lei Shi, they headed straight for the teaching building. During this time, Ji Yuan learned a bit about the Imperial students. There were over 100 Imperial students in the entire academy, divided into 6 classrooms. Lei Shi's class had 18 students, making a total of 19 with Ji Yuan included. They took the elevator, ascending all the way. When they reached the top floor, the elevator doors opened. A strong, restless aura rushed in, a wave of soul power deliberately released. Every newly admitted Imperial student would experience this welcome ceremony. Ji Yuan stood in the elevator, as if being scrutinized by countless eyes. If one's mind was not strong, they might be scared into paralysis on the spot. However, Ji Yuan was not one to be easily intimidated. Moreover, the concentration of this soul power varied. While it was impressive, it could not compare to that of a top-tier talent. Buzz! Beside him, Lei Shi, who was observing, suddenly saw a layer of dark gray light patterns emerge on Ji Yuan's body. In an instant, the light patterns spread out violently, and the waves of soul power attempting to suppress him were instantly dispersed. In the corridor, several gasps of surprise erupted. Top-tier talent, truly extraordinary, Lei Shi thought, stepping out of the elevator first. Ji Yuan followed closely behind, his expression unchanged. The top floor was the exclusive teaching area for imperial students, with 6 classrooms evenly distributed across the floor. Therefore, each classroom was impressively large. As they walked past, Ji Yuan noticed that the number of students in each classroom varied. However, he observed that each classroom had a massive lever at the podium, the purpose of which was unknown. After passing 4 classrooms, Lei Shi finally stopped. He stood in front of an open door, the noise from within continuously spilling out. The moment he stepped into the classroom, it fell silent. "Come in," Lei Shi called. Ji Yuan entered the classroom, and immediately, 18 men and women of various appearances turned their gazes toward him. A quick glance revealed a blue-haired woman sitting by the window, her demeanor as cold as ice. When he looked her way, she slightly nodded in acknowledgement. "Tang Yi? What a coincidence!" At the podium, Lei Shi smiled and said, "Ji Yuan, summon your beast." In an instant, on the left, a fire-bathing qilin of blue and white appeared, causing the temperature in the classroom to rise instantly. On the right, a black giant wolf, tranquil yet containing a hint of ferocity, manifested, with rumbling thunder echoing around it. Ji Yuan stood between the 2 beasts, scanning the room, his tone slightly friendly as he said, "New student Ji Yuan, please take care of me." In the Super Academy, power spoke volumes. Without mentioning the black gold pillar from the entrance test, the terrifying aura from the 2 beasts he summoned was enough to make everyone wary of this new student. Among imperial students, the lowest rank was 5th tier. Ji Yuan's arrival broke this norm. However, considering his performance in the city competition, no one would be foolish enough to treat him as an ordinary 6th-tier beast master. Just to prevent some people from being out of the loop, let me inform everyone that our new classmate is the champion of this year's city competition, Lei Shi said with a smile, his gaze lingering on Ming and Shanpa. He had been curious about these 2 beasts during the live broadcast of the competition, and now, up close, he could feel the unique bloodline fluctuations. Truly, they were mythical-level beasts. Just a competition champion, Senior Ko was also the champion of the city competition back in his day. 3 male classmates below laughed, dismissively. In the classroom, the arrangement of desks and chairs was quite interesting. They were not neatly aligned in the traditional sense but rather scattered as everyone sat where they pleased. For instance, the 3 boys who had just laughed formed a line, while in front of them sat a handsome man with silver hair and brown eyes. The other students were either by the windows, at the back, or huddled together, with no semblance of order. "Yeah, they're all competition champions, but our new classmate's black gold pillar can't even compare to Senior Ko's red gold pillar. How impressive!" A sarcastic voice came from the corner. Ji Yuan turned to see that the speaker was a bald man. His words made the 3 boys' faces flush with anger, while the Senior Ko they mentioned remained calm, flipping through the book in his hands as if he hadn't heard anything. Seeing him unresponsive, the 3 fell silent. It seemed that life in this academy was not as harmonious as he had imagined. However, these matters were of no concern to him. The top priority now was to advance to the 5th tier and to help Ming and Shanpa develop a new skill. Beyond that, he cared about nothing else. Instead of wasting time with idle chatter, you might as well practice hard. Tomorrow is Friday, and the rankings will be revealed. I shouldn't have to remind you, right? Lei Shi stood on the podium, scanning the 3 boys who had just instigated trouble. Then, he gestured to Ji Yuan to come forward. "In my class, we emphasize freedom. You can choose your own seat." In the spacious classroom, the central position was occupied by the silver-haired man and his 3 sycophants. The wall on the right side near the corridor was also taken by several people. After scanning around, Ji Yuan found that only 3 desks by the window were available. 2 of them were occupied by the stunning goddess Tang Yi and the bald man who had seemingly spoken up for him earlier. The remaining desk was empty. The distance between this empty desk and Tang Yi was quite generous. "Senior, can I sit in front of you?" Ji Yuan walked down from the podium. Due to the spaciousness, Ming held the chair in his mouth while Shanpa nudged the table with his head, following behind him. "No," came a cold response laced with hidden anger. Turning around, he saw the silver-haired man glaring at him coldly. Was he an admirer of Tang Yi? It didn't seem so. What could be the reason? Was it because both of them were competition champions? A flash of the earlier conversation between the sycophants and the bald man crossed Ji Yuan's mind, and he found his answer. At that moment, Tang Yi said coldly, "You can." Upon hearing this, a dark glint flashed in the silver-haired man's eyes, and after giving Tang Yi a cold glare, he fell silent. Ji Yuan sneered inwardly and signaled for the two beasts to set down the desk and chair. Where was all this hostility coming from? Once he had put away the two beasts and sat down, Lei Shi, who had been observing everything from the podium, snapped his fingers and said, "Today's lesson is about the maintenance and cultivation of beast spaces. However, due to the addition of our new classmate, we will temporarily set aside the theoretical lessons. Ji Yuan, come up." Lei Shi waved him over. As he stepped onto the podium, Lei Shi pointed to a lever beside him and said, "Push it forward." Ji Yuan grasped the lever, feeling its cold temperature against his palm. As he pushed forward, an astonishing scene unfolded in an instant. Accompanied by the movement of the lever, beams of technological light began to emerge from the classroom walls. At the same time, as the beams swept past, the walls transformed into a lush green forest, the ceiling became a vast clear sky, and beneath their feet, the hard ground turned into muddy earth of the woods. You can think of it as pushing the lever will turn our classroom into a simulated realistic forest space. The scale of this space is immense, and everything inside is under my control. Seeing Ji Yuan's surprised expression, Lei Shi smiled and explained. After finishing, he clapped his hands. "I will start assigning task objectives now." Tang Yi, here, the cold goddess responded. "Today, you are responsible for hunting 5 legendary level beast tamers, with a time limit of 8 minutes. Okay. Tang Yi nodded, and then the Hanfeng griffin appeared. She leaped onto it, and in an instant, both human and beast vanished. Koshwanji, here, the silver-haired boy replied nonchalantly. "You are responsible for hunting 30 overlord-level beast tamers, with a time limit of 10 minutes. No more than 5 minutes. After Koshwanji finished speaking, his figure flashed and he dashed into the depths of the forest. Next, Lei Shi called out the names one by one, assigning tasks to the remaining students. When only Ji Yuan was left on site, he slowly spoke. "This is your first class. In the past, I would assign you to hunt 5 overlord-level beast tamers, with a time limit of 10 minutes. However, considering your performance in the city competition and the black gold pillar during the entrance test, I want to see your limits." As his voice fell, a light cursor suddenly appeared before Ji Yuan. This cursor was light blue, arrow-shaped, pointing deep into the forest. "Go, follow the guidance, and once you reach the location, I will prompt you." Lei Shi crossed his arms and tilted his chin. "Interesting." Ji Yuan clenched his palm, and the figure of Ming instantly appeared, carrying him as they transformed into a blazing fireball, speeding along the arrow's direction. Soon, they followed the guidance and arrived at a circular clearing surrounded by green woods. The trees around the clearing were dense, almost impenetrable. "Let's start with the simplest." Lei Shi's voice echoed from all directions. At the same time, Ji Yuan was astonished to see a line of light yellow text appear in his field of vision. First wave, low-level bloodline beast tamers, quantity, 50, roar. In an instant, a wild roar suddenly erupted, and then, one after another, ferocious beasts with bared teeth sprang out from the woods. From all directions, they instantly surrounded Ji Yuan. Ming! Boom! The terrifying pressure of the emperor-level bloodline instantly spread, and these low-level bloodline little creatures had their hearts shattered by this bloodline pressure. The fallen beast tamers transformed into blue light points and dissipated. Before him, the light yellow numbers rapidly jumped, changing from 50 to 0 in the blink of an eye. Second wave, mid to high-level bloodline beast tamers, quantity, 100, a much stronger group of beast tamers surged forth from the forest once again. Interesting. Ji Yuan smiled, and immediately, flames surged in Ming's beastly eyes. Sizzle! The boiling netherfire instantly engulfed the entire clearing, the terrifying high temperature scorching out countless screams. The number of beast tamers in the second wave also rapidly decreased. Within a few breaths, it dropped to 0. Back at the starting point, Lei Shi stood with his arms crossed. In front of him, more than a dozen screens appeared, projecting the real-time situations of each student. Beside him stood a cold, blue-haired woman, quietly observing as well. His Qilin beast is very good at large-scale attacks, able to handle multiple directions at once, Lei Shi said, looking at the central screen, where Ji Yuan's projection was, occasionally speaking to himself. Interesting, can bloodline pressure directly kill low-level bloodline beast tamers? Here you go, deal with this guy. Lei Shi waved his hand. In the open space, the pale yellow text shifted again. Round 3, dominant level beast, quantity, 1, huh. A strange gasp echoed through the forest. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow and looked over, only to see a pair of large hands covered in brown fur pushing through the trees, revealing a massive human face. Immediately after, this human leaped out. Boom! As the ground trembled, Ji Yuan looked up and gazed at this giant. He was no stranger to it. Human-faced mad ape? The species that Mu Shushin had instantly defeated in the Withering Valley. He remembered that this human-faced mad ape was immune to fire-type damage, a natural nemesis of fire elements. Oh no! The human-faced mad ape stood 4 meters tall, looking down at Ji Yuan, opening its mouth to howl. Flash! In an instant, Ming's figure vanished, and a black giant wolf appeared. Whoosh! At the same time, the human-faced mad ape swung its hand, a terrifying large hand mixed with a strong gust of wind. Ji Yuan rolled backward to dodge, while Flash appeared behind the human-faced mad ape in a blink. Standing up, he immediately shouted, "Release, Frenzy Blast!" Roar! Flash's 4 claws dug into the ground, its body tensed, and electric sparks erupted from its mouth, thunder surging forth. Ziz boom! Basketball-sized electric orbs shot out, exploding on the back and the back of the head of the human-faced mad ape. The violent shockwave caused the human-faced mad ape to stagger, ultimately kneeling on the ground. Dance of lightning! As the electric light burst forth, Flash slammed into the human-faced mad ape's spine, causing its massive body to crash to the ground. Then, at Ji Yuan's signal, Flash darted to the human-faced mad ape's head, unleashing another frenzy of explosive orbs from its mouth. This time, the orbs, infused with a hint of soul power, exploded, sending ripples through the soul, and after several bursts, the human-faced mad ape gradually ceased its struggles. The battle ended within a minute. Decisive action. Not bad. Leisure watched the human-faced mad ape turn into light spots and disappear on the screen, pondering, add 3 dominant level beasts for him. In his view, this should be the limit Ji Yuan could handle. Soon, in the open space, 3 peculiar creatures with thick bloodline fluctuations appeared. One resembled a wild bull but had a pair of sharp horns. One looked like a lizard but had an inverted triangular snake head. The last one was a round-bodied giant frog. Ji Yuan had never seen these 3 types of beasts before. Thunder Judgment! The clear sky suddenly darkened with dense clouds. In front of the screen, Leisure carefully observed every move of Flash. The 3 dominant level beasts were effortlessly shattered by the thunder. Seeing this, he did not pause and continued to generate 3 more dominant level beasts to attack Ji Yuan. Then, he glanced at the cold, elegant figure beside him and said, "What do you think? He should be able to handle tomorrow's outing task, right? His fire-type Qilin beast and thunder-type wolf beast just happened to fill your elemental gap. For tomorrow's task, he will be on your team." "That's fine," Tang Yi replied flatly. For her, it made no difference who her teammate was. For most tasks, she could handle them alone. Remember not to let him get hurt. After all, he's someone the dean specifically instructed us to look after. Tomorrow's task is a bit tricky. If it weren't for his high bloodline level of beasts, to be honest, I wouldn't want him to take the risk. Leisure looked up and saw the students returning one after another, glancing again at Ji Yuan's situation. The newly generated 3 dominant level beasts were also eliminated. For minutes, 7 dominant level beasts, not bad. This shouldn't be your limit, Ji Yuan. He then whispered, "Ji Yuan, come back, today's lesson ends here." In the open space, Ji Yuan, who had just consumed a little over half of his energy, heard Leisure's voice. Immediately, he leaped onto the back of the shimmering beast and raced back along the path they had come. Upon returning to the original place, everyone was already waiting. When Ji Yuan arrived, Leisure pushed a lever beside him, and a flash of light passed through. They were back in the classroom. Reflecting on the simulated space they had just been in, he couldn't help but admire the technology of the current world. "Tangi, Kushwanji, Zhangwen, Lichong, Ji Yuan, those whose names I called, please stay. The others may leave." After Leisure finished speaking, some people immediately stood up and left. Before long, only 6 people remained in the classroom. "Tomorrow, our class has a commission task that requires us to go on a trip." "Commission task?" Ji Yuan's heart stirred. There was actually such a thing. Interesting, this academy life was completely different from what he had imagined. "Instructor Lei, I have a question." The silver-haired boy Kushwanji raised his hand. Leisure gestured for him to speak. Kushwanji pointed at Ji Yuan and said word by word, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for him to participate in a commission just after enrolling?" As soon as he finished speaking, a bald man named Zhangwen in the corner chuckled softly, "Idiot." Then, on the podium, Leisure appeared to ponder for a moment and nodded, "Yes, you're right. In that case, you don't need to participate, you can leave." Leisure waved his hand towards the door. "You!" Kushwanji stood up with a slightly angry expression, but then seemed to think of something, clenched his fist, and said nothing as he strode out of the classroom. After he left, Leisure looked at Ji Yuan. "Since this is your first time participating in a task, there are a few things I need to explain first. First, any commission task that involves leaving the academy carries certain risks. Once you go out, you must follow the arrangements and not act on your own. Second, Tang Yi is the team leader for this operation. During the task, if you have any matters or ideas, you must inform her first. Third, any commission task that involves leaving the academy is classified. No matter what you encounter or do during the task, you cannot disclose it to anyone, including your closest people. Do you understand? Lei Shi's tone was extremely serious and earnest. Seeing his demeanor, Ji Yuan also nodded solemnly in response. Understood. Very well, gather at the academy gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After leaving the teaching building, Ji Yuan returned to the dormitory but found that Zhao Shan and the others were not there. Haven't they finished class yet? He sighed and sat on the living room sofa, contemplating tomorrow's commission task. Judging by Lei Shi's demeanor, this so-called task was probably not as simple as he imagined. What could a classified task be? Everything would only be revealed tomorrow. Zhao Shan and the others returned very late, saying that the schedule was packed on the first day of classes. The three of them appeared very tired, which surprised Ji Yuan. As a royal student, not only was the class schedule quite flexible, but their privileges were also significantly higher than those of ordinary students. The next day, early morning, Ji Yuan set off from the dormitory at 7 o'clock. Thanks to the academy's vast area, students could summon their beasts to ride for travel. When he rode his elegant qilin, which was a mix of blue and white, to the academy gate, he found that someone had arrived even earlier than him. A massive griffin shrouded in cold air was crouched on the ground, its large eagle head slightly lowered, allowing a stunning beauty in front of it to stroke it. Senior. Ji Yuan leaped down from the back of the beast. Tang Yi nodded, as a sign of acknowledgement. In fact, he had many questions, but he knew that others wouldn't engage with him for no reason, so he refrained from making things awkward. After a while, Lei Shi, the bald man Zhang Wan, and the short-haired woman Li Chong arrived together. Good morning. After exchanging greetings, Lei Shi looked at Tang Yi and said, let's get ready and set off according to plan. Tang Yi let out an and leaped onto the back of the griffin, then signaled Ji Yuan to follow. The griffin was much smaller than when they first met, probably only able to accommodate 3 or 4 people. The weather was nice today, although it was early morning, the winter sun had already risen. Riding the cold peak griffin high in the sky, they could bask in the gentle sunlight. The flight was fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were far from the academy's grounds. Are you from Linyun City? After an unknown amount of time, a cold voice broke the silence. Ji Yuan opened his eyes, somewhat surprised that the other party would speak first. He replied, yes, if you have any questions, senior, I should be able to answer. Tang Yi shook her head, and after a moment of silence, said, we have a person from Linyun City in our class. Oh, according to the information he had, no one had entered the Super Academy during Tan Haruan's 10 years of service. Could it be that this person joined the academy 10 years ago? No, if that were the case, their age would definitely not be low. Thinking back on his classmates, the only one who could be considered old in appearance was the bald man, Zhang Wan, who looked to be around 30. Is it Zhang Wan? After some thought, he asked. No, Tang Yi denied. She is on an external mission. I see. Ji Yuan nodded, and the atmosphere fell back into silence. About half an hour later, the griffin suddenly began to dive down. Looking down, what came into view was a patch of gray, desolate land. We've arrived, Tang Yi said, hold on tight. Chirp. Accompanied by a sharp eagle cry, the griffin suddenly accelerated, and a terrifying sense of weightlessness spread. At that moment, Ji Yuan thought of a saying, people fly ahead, while the soul chases behind. If it weren't for the cold air emitted by the griffin shielding them from the fierce wind, the two on its back would have been thrown off by such terrifying speed. It wasn't until the cold peak griffin crashed to the ground like a cannonball, creating a deafening sound, that Ji Yuan looked around. They had landed in a strange, gray forest. It was as if a boundless forest had been drained of life, with all the lush green vegetation turned to gray. A gentle breeze blew, and the dark leaves swayed slowly, a stale, rotten smell piercing his nostrils. Ji Yuan frowned but saw Tang Yi jump down first. Senior, this place is. He jumped down as well, bending down to pick up a handful of black soil underfoot, rubbing it between his fingers. The soft black soil resembled the ashes left after wood burned, carrying a burnt smell. This is the eastern border. Due to the terrain, the griffin's size visibly shrank again, now about the same as Ming. Tang Yi's cold eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Seeing her like this, Ji Yuan also became secretly alert, with Ming circling around him, following closely behind Tang Yi as they moved forward slowly. After about 5 minutes, Tang Yi suddenly raised her right hand. A deep blue-feathered bird appeared, flapping its wings and soaring into the air. Seemingly guided by it, Tang Yi quickened her pace, leading Ji Yuan through the gray, boundless forest with many twists and turns. After about 10 minutes of walking, her steps finally slowed. Before them was a massive cave that resembled a giant mouth of an abyss. It lay on the ground, surrounded by dark red cracks, and within it was pitch black, with strange echoes occasionally sounding. Ji Yuan stood at the cave entrance, peering inside, and could only see a kind of dark red light flickering continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, the deep blue bird that had taken flight earlier dove down, charging into the cave. After several seconds, Tang Yi made a move. "Follow me." She waved her hand and jumped directly into the cave with the Cold Peak Griffin. Seeing this, Ji Yuan quickly called for Ming to follow. Darkness enveloped in an instant, and the falling time did not last long, almost touching the ground in a flash. Bang! Just as they landed, a muffled explosion sounded ahead. Ji Yuan quickly looked up and saw the Cold Peak Griffin flapping its wings, sharp ice spikes shooting out. Beyond it, he could barely make out some strange-looking creatures being swept away. Without a second thought, Ming flew out, side by side with the Cold Peak Griffin, unleashing their attacks together. At this moment, Ji Yuan finally had a chance to observe his surroundings. Beneath the cave, there was a hidden underground cavern, and the space before them extended downward. The surrounding rock walls were cracked, with streams of dark red light flowing through the crevices. Ji Yuan stepped forward and saw Tang Yi's cold face, watching as the beasts unleashed their attacks. As he approached, he could finally see those strange creatures, which were of various kinds, but the most bizarre thing was that all of them exhibited some form of deformity. Some had massive bodies with tiny heads, while others had 3 heads and 6 arms, looking grotesque. Those with low tolerance would probably have nightmares just from a glance. What kind of species are these? Ji Yuan furrowed his brows, murmuring to himself. Under the dual onslaught of the infernal flames and the Cold Peak Griffin's ice, the creatures screamed in agony. Before long, under the extreme heat and cold, they all turned to ashes and ice shards. Tang Yi continued to move downward, and during this time, she coldly replied, "These are test subjects." "Deformed test subjects? Goodness, has an alchemist arrived?" Ji Yuan silently complained, but his steps did not falter. The two continued downward, encountering many more deformed creatures along the way. He observed carefully and found that these creatures shared a common feature. On their foreheads, there was a dark red mark, which looked strange yet somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. As the slope gradually leveled out, they finally reached the deepest part. Here, there was an excavated underground space filled with oddly shaped glass containers and some incomprehensible jars and bottles. The entire space was illuminated by a blood-red light, filled with oppression and strangeness. When Ji Yuan's gaze shifted to the deepest part, his expression changed slightly. "Cursed Soul Nation?" He saw 5 enormous glass containers standing against the wall. Inside, there were 5 people with blood-red skin, draped in blood-colored veils. Ji Yuan recognized this form. They were the remnants of the Cursed Soul Nation that had attacked him and Mu Shushin in the Withering Valley. Bang! Almost the moment he discovered these 5, the glass containers exploded. "Be on guard, I'll deal with them." Tang Yi snorted coldly, and the Cold Peak Griffin immediately spread its wings. Buzz! A light blue wave of soul power surged from Tang Yi's body, attaching to the Cold Peak Griffin's attack, creating a resonance of soul power. The ice spikes released by the Cold Peak Griffin became even more dazzling after the resonance, with a faint aura of soul power coalescing around each spike, crashing into the 5 individuals. Clang! The expected soul power barrier emerged, completely blocking the Cold Peak Griffin's attack. The soul power barrier of these 5 was probably stronger than that of Secretary Lin back then. Ha! Suddenly, figures shot out from the clutter on both sides, rushing towards Tang Yi. Flame storm! In a critical moment, Ming controlled the infernal flames to form 2 fiery barriers, stopping all the ambushing creatures. Tang Yi did not lose focus. Seeing that the Cold Peak Griffin's attack did not take effect immediately, she quickly summoned 2 more beasts. One was a deer-like creature with sparkling ice crystals, and the other was a lithe, half-human tall ice-blue snow rabbit. Swish! In an instant, the 3 ice-type beasts unleashed a dazzling array of skill attacks towards the distant remnants of the Cursed Soul Nation. At the same time, Ji Yuan was also controlling Ming Qing to eliminate the deformed creatures hidden in the shadows. In this underground space, the sounds of fierce battles echoed. After clearing all the hidden deformed creatures, Ji Yuan hurriedly looked towards the front line. He saw 3 ice-type beasts bombarding the remnants of the cursed souls, reducing their soul power to a translucent state, but they were still far from being completely destroyed. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately summoned Flashing Spark. Just as he was about to launch an attack, a sudden clang rang out. A series of crimson lights flared up, and Ji Yuan almost reflexively shouted, "Sister, be careful." But as soon as he spoke, 5 crimson spears pierced through the skills of the 3 ice-type beasts and shot towards them. The spears moved at an incredible speed, several times faster than before. Ji Yuan managed to dodge in time, but not far away. Tang Yi and her beasts were not so lucky. The ice-blue snow rabbit lay on the ground, a small blood hole in its left side. The other deer-like creature was completely pierced through, kneeling on the ground with its head drooping. The cold peak griffin and Tangyi only suffered minor scratches. A large amount of blood spread, and the 5 cursed soul remnants seemed to be attracted by the scent of the 2 beasts' blood, their pupils suddenly turning blood red. Stars! Bunny! Tangyi looked at her 2 critically injured beasts, her usually cold face showing a rare expression of pain, and she quickly recalled them into the beast space. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, they could be nurtured back to health inside the beast space. When she looked back at the 5 cursed soul remnants, a chilling intensity filled her eyes. Shing! The icy crystal light flickered, and beside her appeared a tall figure with a robust build and rugged muscles. This figure resembled a human, but its head was that of a fierce wolf. Its thick right arm wielded a long ice crystal staff, and upon its appearance, the massive wolf head let out a roar, seemingly carrying all of Tangyi's current anger, charging towards the 5 cursed soul remnants. The attack methods of these cursed soul remnants were clumsy, and their movements were not agile at all. Throughout, Ji Yuan had not seen them run or dodge. After emerging from the glass container, they merely walked slowly, as if unfamiliar with their own bodies. As the muscular werewolf charged with the staff, the 5 cursed soul remnants merely raised their heads, their blood-red eyes fixed on the werewolf, motionless. Whoosh! The werewolf swung the staff from right to left. Bang! A loud thud reverberated throughout the space, and with one swing, the 5 cursed soul remnants were sent flying, crashing into countless empty glass containers. Whoosh! At the same time, the fallen cursed soul remnants seemed to be completely awakened by this blow. The 5 quickly scrambled to their feet, transforming into blood-red afterimages, instantly clinging to the werewolf. The werewolf let out a howl as the 5 cursed soul remnants began to tear and bite at its flesh. Their attacks were primitive and frenzied, and the werewolf continuously emitted cries of anguish. Seeing this, Tangyi immediately shouted, "Release, wild fury!" The howling werewolf suddenly erupted with a fierce aura of slaughter. The powerful wave of energy sent the 5 cursed soul remnants flying, but before it could catch its breath, these creatures clung to it once more, biting frantically. This scene was clearly unexpected for Tangyi. She immediately wanted to send the cold peak griffin to help, but feared it might accidentally injure the werewolf. Her eyes filled with indecision. Release, explosive fury. Suddenly, a soft voice came from beside her. Bang! In an instant, a soul-shaking explosion sound wave erupted. Following that, a ball of blue and silver lightning shot out, striking the werewolf's back in the blink of an eye. The explosive light sphere resonating with soul power generates a soul shockwave upon launch and detonation. At the moment this sphere bursts, the 5 remnants of the cursed souls experience a soul crash. The werewolf also momentarily freezes, but quickly regains its senses, releasing a strong wave of energy from within, sending the 5 who were biting it flying. After a moment, it swiftly retreats to Tangyi's side, panting heavily, its body covered in crimson wounds. At this time, Tangyi turns to look at Ji Yuan. She will not forget that the beast he controls contained a hint of soul power resonance in the attack just released. Thank you. Then, she coldly expresses her gratitude, though her tone remains devoid of warmth. If it weren't for Ji Yuan's decisiveness just now, her werewolf would have been hurt even more. Just then, the 5 remnants of the cursed souls stand up again and charge out. Frost breath, ice mark annihilation. Seeing this, Tangyi coldly shouts. Beside her, the werewolf slams its ice crystal staff into the ground, exhaling an extremely cold breath that carries a terrifying low temperature capable of freezing everything, instantly covering the ground in layers of frost. The soul power layers of the 5 remnants flicker, already on the verge of shattering, and at this moment, they are disturbed by this breath, causing their movements to slow down. Caw! At the same time, an eagle's cry echoes. The frost peak griffin flaps its wings and swoops down in an instant. Clang! 2 beams of cold light appear, containing terrifying waves capable of annihilating any object, sweeping past the throats of the 5 remnants who can no longer evade. Crack! The soul power layers shatter, the cold light unstoppable, shooting backward and embedding deeply into the wall. Blood sprays forth like a fountain. The 5 remnants are severed, their bodies collapsing weakly to the ground. Their blood contains a viscous black liquid. On the ground, it gathers into a swirling mass, slowly rotating. You will ultimately join us. At the same time, a strange and ethereal whisper appears in the ears of Ji Yuan and Tangyi. The suddenness of this voice causes both to exchange a glance, and Ji Yuan suddenly feels a jolt in his heart. He quickly turns his head, only to see that the blood of the 5 remnants has formed a black sphere, emitting evil ripples. Run! Ji Yuan inexplicably feels a sense of dread, just as he hears Tangyi's slightly panicked voice, and the frost peak griffin transforms into a beam of cold light, rushing with Ji Yuan and Tangyi back toward the passage they came from. Just then, Ji Yuan takes one last look at the black sphere, and it bursts. Boom! A terrifying shockwave capable of shaking souls instantly spreads out, consuming everything in its path, be it ground, air, or even light. This shockwave travels at an incredible speed, and fortunately, Ji Yuan had already retracted the flash spirit back into the beast seal in time. But just as the Frost Peak Griffin is about to burst out of the cave with the two, the black explosion wave suddenly accelerates. Bang! The final shockwave causes a violent tremor. The Frost Peak Griffin, just as it flies out of the cave, is knocked back by this residual wave. Stumbling, it loses its grip on Ji Yuan and Tang Yi, sending them plummeting in different directions. The Frost Peak Griffin, momentarily dazed, quickly reacts and flaps its wings toward Tang Yi. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan, during his rapid descent, spews out a mist of blood. The power contained in the final shockwave is not weak at all, causing both him and Tang Yi to suffer injuries of varying degrees. Gritting his teeth, at a critical moment, Ji Yuan summons Ming, and a ball of blazing flames envelopes him as he falls into the gray forest. After a moment, cough, Ji Yuan feels as if his internal organs have shifted, an indescribable pain spreading within him. Roar! Suddenly, the sounds of several beasts' roars echo around. Ji Yuan's lips curled into a bitter smile. Misfortune never comes alone. Fortunately, Ming was right beside him. With the activation of the intimidation ability, the sudden emergence of wild beasts was quelled, but they did not leave. Tang Yi is even closer to the shockwave of the explosion than I am. Her injuries must be significant too. The excruciating pain forced him to lie flat on the ground, his consciousness fading in and out. His injuries were worse than he had imagined. Now, he could only pray that Tang Yi's injuries weren't severe and that he could find her. However, in this vast, dim forest, with their landing points so far apart and the branches so dense, finding her would not be easy. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to rely on himself. Ji Yuan exhaled, a decision forming in his heart. Although it was a desperate move, given the current situation, not only was he gravely injured and on the verge of losing consciousness, but there was also a pack of beasts lurking nearby. He had no choice but to act. Emperor's Bestiary. In his mind, an ancient bestiary appeared, and Ji Yuan's gaze settled on a creature that was entirely emerald green, brimming with vitality, murmuring to himself, "Copy, verdant wood lizard juvenile. Copying, verdant wood lizard juvenile, please wait." Accompanied by a flash of green light, a palm-sized lizard, teeming with life, appeared. Contract. At the moment the contract mark was sealed, boom, the sky suddenly changed color, and boundless vitality spread wildly from Ji Yuan, radiating outward. In an instant, the dark forest was abruptly illuminated by a dazzling green. Following that, the gray tree trunks began to transform, the lifeless forest seemingly infused with life, sprouting patches of vibrant green. Meanwhile, far away, Tang Yi, as Ji Yuan had surmised, was closer to the explosion's shockwave, her icy face smeared with blood. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she had fallen into a coma. Fortunately, as a fifth-tier beast master, even in her unconscious state, the cold peak griffin she had summoned remained active. The place where she fell was also besieged by countless bizarre beasts, and to intimidate them, the cold peak griffin doubled in size, shielding the unconscious Tang Yi beneath its body. The celestial phenomenon triggered by Ji Yuan's contract could be sensed even 10 kilometers away. However, another team led by Lei Shi was deep within a different underground cave, completely unaware of the outside world. The contract did not last long, and the transformation of the gray forest did not spread too far, only about 500 meters. Ji Yuan lay on the ground, a lively-eyed lizard perched on his chest. The little lizard emitted a gentle aura that flowed into him, healing his wounds. The intense pain gradually subsided, and his consciousness became clearer. Creature, verdant wood lizard, juvenile, race, giant spirit lizard, bloodline, emperor level, slightly flawed, attribute, wood, trait, wild growth, emits vibrant life energy, causing vegetation to grow rapidly, and can heal all non-fatal wounds. Talent, insect nemesis, emits an aura that instills fear in insect-type creatures. Agile gaze, broad vision, able to observe any situation without blind spots. Passive skill, flexible size, can autonomously control body size, maximum, 2 meters, minimum, 5 centimeters. Skill 1, swallow, extends its tongue to stick to smaller prey, retracts, and swallows it whole. Skill 2, verdant vitality, emits healing light patterns, alleviating wounds and enhancing mental focus. Through the panel attributes, it was clear that this was a support-type beast. The surrounding wild beasts had long been frightened away by the commotion during the contract. At this moment, after his internal injuries had mostly healed, he decided to put away the verdant wood lizard. The mist reappeared, and Ji Yuan identified his location. He immediately took out his phone, preparing to call Lei Shi. Help! Suddenly, A weak, ethereal whisper inexplicably echoed. Ji Yuan paused, abruptly raising his head to look ahead. At the moment the whisper emerged, the recently contracted verdant wood lizard emitted a strong response wave within the beast master seal. It seemed as if it had received some peculiar guidance. Come, the ethereal whisper continued, sending chills down his spine, and he prepared to leave. However, within the beast master seal, the verdant wood lizard was wailing in despair, pleading with Ji Yuan to follow the whisper. What is that? Although there was a mental connection between the beast and the beast master after the contract, they could not engage in overly complex communication. The only thing Ji Yuan could feel now was the lizard's plea and urgency. This bizarre scene made him frown and hesitate. After pondering for a moment, he tentatively took 10 steps forward. My child, come here. The moment the whisper sounded, a prompt tone appeared simultaneously. Ding! Detected remains of an emperor-level creature, marked. Ding! Detected remains of an emperor-level creature, marked. In an instant, a series of prompt tones and deep blue light points abruptly appeared from the direction of the whisper ahead. 1, 2, 6, 8. Ji Yuan stood frozen, incredulously counting the marked light points before him. There were actually 18. This meant that just ahead, there were 18 remains of emperor-level creatures. In that moment, a storm surged in his heart. Wait! The whisper just said, my child? Could it be referring to the verdant wood lizard? Please come, I will not harm you. At that moment, the ethereal whisper sounded again. The weakness in the voice was incredibly real. Ji Yuan frowned and pondered, but ultimately, he chose to turn and leave. However, after just a few steps, he halted. The voices of the 18 emperor remains echoed wildly in his mind. Damn it! Coupled with the verdant wood lizard's continuous pleas and roars, he turned back, looking deeper into the forest, gritting his teeth, and finally chose to proceed. Fortune favors the bold. If anything went awry, he would immediately flee. Leaping onto the back of the mist, the man and beast cautiously delved deeper ahead. Soon, they exited the revitalized forest due to the contract and re-entered the gray, lifeless woods. This way. Along the way, the ethereal whisper kept calling. When they reached a dead end with densely packed gray trunks, the mist stopped. Be careful. Ji Yuan vigilantly observed his surroundings. Come through. The whisper sounded once more. This time, it was very close, as if right in front of them, but there was no path ahead of Ji Yuan in the mist. With a sense of suspicion, Ji Yuan extended his hand and projected a wisp of soul power towards the dense cluster of trunks before him. To his surprise, the soul power passed directly through the dense trunks, creating ripples. Seeing this, Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and without hesitation, gave the command for the mist to charge through. Sure enough, the dense cluster of trunks seemed to be some kind of illusion. They passed through without any obstruction, and the scene beyond the illusion made Ji Yuan's pupils constrict sharply. Behind the illusion was a long dried-up pond. Unlike the gray, lifeless exterior, the ground here, though cracked from drought, was sprouting vibrant green weeds from the fissures. What shocked Ji Yuan was that in this dry pond, there were a total of 18 skeletons, arranged in a circle, as if in worship. These skeletons were not complete, some were missing limbs, some lacked skulls, and others were missing spines. In the very center of these skeletons was a wooden carving. The carving curled its body, and from its basic outline, it was clear that it had a human shape. Are you calling? Ji Yuan stared at the wooden carving and asked. Yes. Immediately, an ethereal voice echoed. This time it was very close, causing his pupils to constrict. Had the wooden carving come to life? What are you? He swallowed hard. A life spirit. The spirit race? Ji Yuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had seen in books that in ancient times, many powerful beast tamers possessed spirit beasts from the spirit race. Compared to other types, the spirit race was not only as agile as humans but also possessed extraordinary combat power, making them the most unique spirit beasts that countless people yearn to have. What has happened to you now? But what puzzled him was that this wooden carving did not look like the spirits described in the books. In ancient times, a great war, life, fading. I am on the brink of death. The wooden carving's words were intermittent, and the content was somewhat chaotic, lacking any details. After thinking for a moment, Ji Yuan summoned the verdant wood lizard. It lay in his palm, letting out an excited roar towards the wooden carving. My child, save me. The second sentence was directed at Ji Yuan. The verdant wood lizard can provide a lot of life force. Can it save you? Ji Yuan remained unmoved, still just asking questions. Not enough. Need more life force? A look of vigilance flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes. Human life force is ineffective for me. I need my child. No. Ji Yuan shook his head and said frankly, this is my spirit beast. I won't let it die for you. Unexpectedly, just after he said that, the verdant-wood lizard in his palm tilted its head and let out a clear cry. It was willing to give its life for this life spirit. Strange, this verdant-wood lizard was just replicated. Logically, it shouldn't have any extra memories. Unless, Ji Yuan frowned, unless this life spirit was something ingrained in the verdant-wood lizard's genes. You misunderstand. At that moment, the wooden carving weakly said, "It will not die." Then the wooden carving spoke the most crucial sentence, "You can save me. I am willing to contract." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but his heart stirred. He had been waiting for this sentence. He raised his eyes to look at the wooden carving and said, "I am willing to save you, but since the verdant-wood lizard's life force is not enough, what should I do?" To his surprise, the wooden carving directly replied, "Absorb the remains. Replicate, create a juvenile." Ji Yuan's heart trembled. Coincidence? No, it couldn't be. The current me, can read minds. What the hell? Had he been running around naked since he entered? Since you can read my mind, are you still willing to form a contract with me? After a moment, he forced himself to stop overthinking and voiced his doubts. I have no other choice. After receiving the answer, he fell silent for a moment before starting to step forward. When he was about 10 steps away from the wooden carving, he stopped. In his hand, the verdant-wood lizard leaped out, coming to the side of the wooden carving, its eyes filled with affection. Wow! Accompanied by a flash of green light, Ji Yuan clearly felt the spirit beast mark belonging to the verdant-wood lizard dissipate. At the same time, the wooden sculpture seemed to let out a long sigh of relief, and under his gaze, it actually began to move its body. From a curled-up position, it slowly transformed into a kneeling posture. Its appearance remained unchanged, still maintaining the form of a brown wooden carving. "Thank you." After stretching its body, it nodded at Ji Yuan. Immediately, a vibrant green and peculiar rune suddenly floated out from its brow. Seeing this, Ji Yuan did not hesitate at all. His soul power instantly condensed into a contract mark, merging with the rune. Hiss! In an instant, a green mark the size of a thumb appeared on Ji Yuan's forehead. This was the Beast Master's mark of the life spirit. The wooden sculpture was decisive, but it had no other choice. As Ji Yuan had said, in today's world, it was far too distant from the ancient era, and the Emperor-level beings had long been extinct. Without the children of Emperor-level beings integrated into its body, its ultimate fate would be to become a lifeless wooden sculpture, forever remaining in this space. If Ji Yuan had not happened to possess the ability to create Emperor-level beings, it was likely that no one else in this world could save it. As long as I can replicate all the remains of the young bodies, you can return to your peak state? After the contract, Ji Yuan stood beside the wooden sculpture, looking at the surrounding bones and asked, "No, but at least it can allow me to restore my true elven form." The wooden sculpture shook its head. "I see." Immediately, Ji Yuan began to absorb. He started with the leftmost skeleton, but just after finishing the absorption, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Remains absorption complete. Creature name, verdant-wood lizard. Remains integrity, 55%. When a creature from the Emperor's pictorial was replicated, the accumulated remains integrity would reset to 0, leaving only the corresponding pictorial. If he wanted to replicate the young body again, he would have to continue searching for remains. Unexpectedly, this first skeleton was also a verdant-wood lizard. He couldn't help but sigh. This guy really had a strong connection with him. Remains integrity 55%. The replicated young body has a bloodline level of only legendary. Do you want to replicate? Replicate. Confirming in his heart, he then walked towards the next skeleton. The life spirit followed behind him, and when the verdant-wood lizard appeared, it crouched down and gently integrated it into its own body. Another absorption caused the wooden sculpture of the life spirit to reveal a hint of skin, just a small patch. Remains absorption complete, generating data panel. At the same time, the second skeleton was also absorbed. Creature, Vedic flower-winged wolf. Race, flying wolf clan. Bloodline, emperor level. Attribute, wood. Characteristic, missing. Other data, lost. Remains integrity, 73%, replicate. Remains integrity 73%, the replicated young body has a bloodline level of only legendary. Do you want to replicate? Such a high integrity, and it's only legendary. Ji Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then proceeded to replicate it. Just like that, he absorbed and replicated in front, while the life spirit comforted and fused behind. 18 remains, although not perfectly preserved, all had an integrity of over 50%. It took about half an hour to absorb and replicate them all. At the same time, just after he replicated the last remains creature, the Emperor's pictorial underwent a change. Detected that the number of Emperor-level beings replicated by the host has reached 20. The Emperor's pictorial is about to upgrade, unlocking more functions. Upgrade is expected to take 36 hours. Please look forward to it. Finally upgraded? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, isn't the threshold for this upgrade a bit high? When he exited his mind and turned around, he was almost startled. Before him stood a fair-skinned, beautiful woman, standing gracefully. Her light yellow hair cascaded down like a waterfall to her waist, and beneath her curved willow-like brows were a pair of clear and captivating eyes. Her fair and flawless skin seemed delicate enough to break, and on her rosy cheeks, her thin lips, resembling rose petals, were slightly pursed, with a hint of joy at the corners. Just in time, I've regained my true elven form. She wore a blue gauze dress, and beneath the hem, a pair of delicate and smooth little feet danced on the ground, bouncing with joy. Like a little bird that had escaped from its cage, she was light and cheerful. Ji Yuan stared blankly. This so-called true elven form was somewhat beyond his expectations. After taking a good look, he finally focused his gaze on her pointed ears. That was the only part that set her apart from humans. Suddenly, as she immersed herself in the joy of regaining her true elven form, an information panel appeared before Ji Yuan. Species, life spirit, type, elf, bloodline, unknown, attributes, unknown, traits, unknown, talent, unknown, skill 1, unknown, skill 2, unknown, path to advancement, unknown. What the hell? This bewildering attribute panel made Ji Yuan wonder if he had made a mistake. At that moment, the excited life spirit seemed to come back to her senses, looking at Ji Yuan beside her. Seeing him frowning, she revealed a cute smile and said, "Don't worry, I can't read minds anymore." Her words brought Ji Yuan back to reality. Looking at her smile, he suddenly felt a bit dizzy, and after rubbing his brow, he asked, Wait, how old are you?" At that moment, her youthful appearance left him at a loss. Hearing his question, the life spirit was taken aback. Then she replied, "Not used to it? I thought you would prefer to interact with me like this." After saying that, under Ji Yuan's gaze, she suddenly seemed to transform into a different person. In an instant, the youthful cuteness on her face disappeared, replaced by a calm and aloof demeanor. "In the future, do you want me to interact with you in a more mature manner?" Her tone was flat, carrying a sense of worldly experience. It was completely different from her previous lively girl persona. "Can it be played like this?" Ji Yuan was stunned. "Of course, I have an even stricter demeanor." As she spoke, she seemed ready to change again. Seeing this, Ji Yuan quickly waved his hands. No, just go back to how you were before." "Okay, master." In an instant, she returned to her innocent and adorable appearance. "What did you call me?" "Master." Why does that sound so strange? Let's change the title." "Alright, how would you like me to address you?" Ji Yuan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Rubbing his nose, he said, "Let's think of a name for you first." No. Unexpectedly, she shook her head vigorously. "I have a name." "Oh, what is it?" The life spirit tilted her little head and thought for a moment before saying, Mugu. Mugu? After Ji Yuan repeated it, he nodded and said, "Alright, Mugu, how old are you?" I should be 4,880. Mugu recalled seriously, but the number that came out of her mouth nearly dropped Ji Yuan's jaw. "I can't remember clearly, my current memory is quite fuzzy. I need to rest well, and maybe I can remember it." After saying that, she stretched lazily, showcasing her perfect figure, and Ji Yuan averted his gaze, saying, "Then you should go back to the beast seal and rest." I've been in wooden sculpture form for over 4,000 years, so I really need to rest." Immediately, her body transformed into specks of light, flowing into the beast seal in Ji Yuan's forehead. "Oh, I forgot." Suddenly, Mu Ji's voice came out. Whoosh! Immediately, a burst of emerald green energy shot out, colliding with the illusion from which it came. Instantly, the illusion dissipated, revealing a gray forest. Almost simultaneously, his phone rang. He took it out to see it was a call from Lei Shi. What made him sweat was the 60 missed calls, not just from Lei Shi, but also from Zhao Shan and a few others. "Hello, Mentor Lei. Ji Yuan, you finally answered. Where are you now? Are you hurt?" It was only when a giant insect descended from the sky and landed in front of Ji Yuan that he realized how frantic Lei Shi had been trying to reach him while he was helping Mugu recover. On the back of the insect, Lei Shi looked at the unscathed Ji Yuan and let out a deep sigh of relief. If anything had happened on this trip, the dean would have skinned him alive. Damn it, he would never let this guy go on a mission again. In the end, Ji Yuan boarded the shuttle for the return trip. This giant insect had a long, hard, black horn. It looked like an enlarged version of a rhinoceros beetle. At this moment, on the back of the large beetle, Lei Shi was sternly criticizing Tang Yi, who had just awakened from her coma. Beside him, the bald man Zhang Wen and the short-haired woman Li Chong were watching with great interest. It was the first time they had seen Tang Yi being reprimanded. Ji Yuan felt embarrassed and apologized on behalf of the cool senior sister. he hadn't expected that the place where Mugo was hiding would block all external signals and perceptions. This also led to them searching for nearly an hour with nothing to show for it. In the future, be more clever on missions, got it? Lei Shi scolded, wondering how he would explain if something really went wrong this time. Got it. Tang Yi and Ji Yuan nodded simultaneously, one indifferent as usual, the other slightly awkward. By the way, you said that the blood of the cursed remnants gathered into a bomb? Lei Shi asked. Tang Yi had no intention of speaking, so Ji Yuan answered, that's right, I saw it explode with my own eyes. These rats have new tricks. Mentor Lei frowned and fell silent. The atmosphere was tense during the journey back. Upon returning to the academy, the rhinoceros beetle landed in Waya Square, attracting the attention of countless students. However, when they noticed the uniforms worn by Ji Yuan and the others, they quickly averted their gazes. It was common knowledge that the Imperial students could undertake unique dispatch missions. This mission can be considered a complete success. Each of you will receive 10,000 points as a reward. You can go to the Holy Dragon Tower to collect it when you have time, Lei Shi said as he put away the beetle, looking at Ji Yuan and the others. Take a day off tomorrow, no classes. After parting ways, on the way back to the dormitory, someone with the ID Untitled added him as a friend, with a note, Tang Yi. As soon as he accepted the request, the cool senior sister sent 3 messages in quick succession. Sorry about today. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me. The Holy Dragon Tower is on the east side of the teaching building. Looking at these 3 concise messages, he suddenly remembered that when he first met Tang Yi, she had said she had an obligation to protect every junior. Although she hadn't shown much while on the back of the beetle, through these 3 messages, he could still sense her guilt for not being able to protect herself well. Thank you, senior sister. Without saying much, Ji Yuan simply replied. Upon returning to the dormitory and just pushing the door open, he heard a loud shout, Zhao Shan. Once I charge into the silver list, you better hand over the second place to me obediently. Hey, little third, it's not too late to say that once you really charge into the silver list, Susu said angrily as he confronted Zhao Shan. Ji Yuan's arrival startled both of them. Then, Zhao Shan suddenly jumped up from the sofa and ran over. Old Ji, where did you run off to so early? You just got back now? Calculating the time, Ji Yuan and his group left the academy at 8 o'clock, and now it's around 12 in the morning. It's nothing, just an outdoor class, he smiled. Then, with a puzzled expression, he asked, what were you just talking about? The silver list? As soon as he said this, the two looked at him as if he were an idiot. Old Ji, it's been 4 days, and you don't even know what the silver list is? Yeah, that's a bit ridiculous. Ji Yuan chuckled awkwardly. He really hadn't heard of this thing. Immediately, the two pulled him to sit in front of the sofa, each explaining, the academy has 3 lists, gold, silver, and bronze. During our entrance exam, weren't we assessed into student levels? Students from level 5 to level 2 are included in the bronze list, while level 1 students and imperial students are separately listed in the gold and silver lists. For example, Zhao Shan jumped in, pointing at Su. He's currently a level 3 student on the bronze list, and if he wants to advance to level 2, he needs to challenge a silver list student. Once he succeeds in the challenge, he can advance to level 2, and the one he defeats will drop to level 3. Zhao Shan's explanation was simple and easy to understand, but the example he gave made Su unhappy. Shut up, how can the one I defeat be a rookie? If you can defeat him, what else could he be? You bastard! The two of them exploded like bombs, going off simultaneously. Ji Yuan stood up with a bit of a headache. The fourth one, Zhong Xian, wasn't in the dormitory and should be in class. He returned to his room and locked the door, isolating himself from their noise. In his mind, he was contemplating the information he had just learned. So that's how it is. According to this logic, doesn't that mean Imperial students can also be challenged and replaced? Interesting. However, he quickly realized something was off. So, does that mean he is also on the gold list now? If someone wanted to challenge him. As far as he knew, the entire academy didn't only have level 5 beast masters among the Imperial students. Many level 1 students were also at the level 5 stage. These guys were either former Imperial students or challengers lurking around. Now, as a level 6, he could be considered the weakest Imperial student. Level 5. When would his opportunity for advancement come? At that moment, his phone rang. Mu Shuxin? When he answered, a lively laugh came through. Ji Yuan, where are you? Are you free? Come out. I have something to tell you. What is it that needs to be said in person? Oh, don't ask so much. Since you're free, just come to Waya Square. I'll be waiting for you here. After hanging up, Mu Shuxin in her dorm looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes firm, clenching her fists as if to encourage herself, and then she pushed the door open and skipped away. All the dormitory layouts were the same. In the room next to Mu Shuxin's, a quiet girl with an oval face leaned against the door, her small hands clenched, lost in thought. When Ji Yuan appeared at Y Square in the distinctive uniform of an imperial student, his handsome and elegant image caught the attention of many female classmates. Similarly, the wine-red-haired girl who had been waiting for a long time was also the focus of many male classmates. Mu Xuxin stood in place, watching the handsome young man walk towards her, her eyes sparkling. "You look pretty handsome in that outfit, very nice." As he approached, Mu Xuxin beamed a beautiful smile. "Really? I think so too," Ji Yuan joked, raising an eyebrow. "Oomph, not modest at all." Mu Xuxin pouted. On the surface, she seemed no different from usual, but only she knew that her heart was racing intensely at that moment, especially when she thought about what she was about to do next. A wave of nervousness surged within her. "All right, let's get to the point. Why did you call me out?" Ji Yuan smiled. "Ah, that." Mu Xuxin took a deep breath. Her personality was to say whatever came to mind, and immediately, raising her voice, she said, "Ji Yuan, I." Buzz. Just as she opened her mouth, two beams of light, one gold and one silver, suddenly appeared in the sky above the academy. At the same time, a voice echoed throughout the academy. "Silver list level 1 student, Kuxuanji, challenges gold list emperor student, Ji Yuan." Kuxuanji? Isn't he an emperor student? What's going on? In Y Square, Ji Yuan looked up. He saw his name and Kuxuanji's name, 1 gold and 1 silver, slowly flickering in the sky. Opposite him, the courage Mu Xuxin had finally mustered completely dissipated due to this sudden interruption. She closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and stomped her foot, cursing in her heart at this ridiculous situation that had come at such an inconvenient time. At this moment, Ji Yuan thought it over and dismissed the possibility of a name coincidence. Kuxuanji harbored inexplicable hostility towards him. He was smart and immediately thought of a possibility. Kuxuanji deliberately lost to a certain level 1 student, and then, as a level 1 student, challenged him, making him lose his qualification as an emperor student. But could this even be done? And what would be the point of doing so? However, before this, what was Mu Xuxin about to say? He raised his eyes to look at her. Mu Xuxin's gaze was downcast, her brows slightly furrowed, her expression somewhat displeased. "Sorry, what were you just saying?" Seeing her like this, Ji Yuan thought it was his distraction that annoyed her, and he smiled. Mu Xuxin looked into his eyes but found it hard to speak, only able to sigh and say, "It's nothing." "Who is this Kuxuanji? You just enrolled and you've already attracted his attention?" Glancing at the two names in the sky, she felt a bit puzzled. "I don't know either." Ji Yuan shrugged. He truly had no idea where this guy's hostility came from. "Then you should be careful, most of the level 1 students are not simple. Let's leave it at that. I have classes in the afternoon, so I'll head back now." Mu Xuxin, lacking enthusiasm, turned and left with light steps. At the same time, many names appeared in the sky, mostly 1 gold and 1 silver. Just then, his phone vibrated, and he swiped to check. "Tangy, Kuxuanji is not an ordinary level 5, he is stronger than Zhang Bao, whom you defeated in the competition." With that one sentence, he understood what she meant. She was telling him to avoid the spotlight. Indeed, the reason he could defeat Zhang Bao was not only because his beast was just right against Zhang Bao's but mainly due to the information gap. The battles in the city competition were broadcast live, so he had no secrets left. Although today he had contracted an extremely special beast, Life Spirit Mu Gu. However, her panel was entirely unknown, making her a complete mystery. After a while, seeing that he had not replied, Tang Yi sent another message: "If you want a challenge, go to the Holy Dragon Tower." "Thanks, senior." After a moment of silence, Ji Yuan replied, and then he walked towards the east side of the teaching building. The Holy Dragon Tower is the only towering building in the Holy Sky Academy. The surface of the tower is carved with uneven diamond patterns, paired with a dark yellow paint, and under the sunlight, it resembles shining dragon scales, extremely dazzling. In the traditional sense, the higher the tower, the smaller the area. However, the Holy Dragon Tower is uniform in size, with its top piercing the clouds, like a bridge connecting heaven and earth, with no end in sight. It is rumored that the Academy's guardian beast, the Holy Sky Angry Winged Dragon, resides at the top of this Holy Dragon Tower. Ji Yuan stood at the entrance, retracting his gaze from looking up, and entered the tower with the surrounding crowd. The first floor hall was circular, and as soon as he entered, a strong sense of technology hit him. A virtual screen filled with data and content was projected everywhere. In the hall, there were many counters, each guarded by a dedicated staff member. In one corner, Ji Yuan discovered the promotion challenge platform. Compared to the other crowded counters, there were far fewer people here. "Excuse me, do you want to initiate a challenge or respond to one?" The staff member at the counter was full of youthful energy, dressed in the academy uniform, looking like a student working part-time. "I want to respond to a challenge," Ji Yuan said. "All right, could you please tell me your name?" "Ji Yuan." "Okay, I have retrieved the relevant challenge information. The person challenging you is a first-year student, Kushwanji, a 5th-tier beast master. Do you choose to accept the challenge? I accept the challenge. Great. The challenge is now active. The time is set for tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp, in Duel Arena No. 1. We look forward to your performance. Due to the design of the student rank promotion and demotion mechanism, all processes regarding challenges were very well organized. Shangtian Academy had a total of 20 small duel arenas and 1 large duel arena. Aside from promotion challenges, any personal grievances among students could also be resolved through duels. After accepting the challenge, Ji Yuan did not choose to leave but asked the part-time student, "Do I have to come here to initiate a challenge?" Of course not. You can also choose to spend 500 points to purchase a challenge token device. The part-time student smiled as he took out a coin-sized item from under the counter. Produced by KG Yuan, just a gentle press will project the rankings of the gold, silver, and bronze lists. As he spoke, he demonstrated, and immediately, 3 moderately sized virtual screens appeared in front of Ji Yuan. After purchasing the challenge token, you can check the rankings and initiate or respond to challenges anywhere in the academy. It's very convenient. Would you like to buy one? It's only 500 points. The part-time student instantly transformed into a sales expert, looking at Ji Yuan with anticipation. 500 points. Ji Yuan fell into thought. Earlier, Lei Shi had mentioned that for this outing task, each person would receive a reward of 10,000 points. At first, he didn't know the purpose of this item, but now it seemed that points were the universal currency in the academy. Coincidentally, the 10,000 points reward for this task could be collected at the Shanglong Tower. Hold it for me, I'll come back to get it later. After saying that, Ji Yuan looked around and found the task reward settlement center counter, quickly walking over. Alright, student. The part-time student smiled as he watched Ji Yuan's departing figure, secretly laughing. Another one sold. At this rate, I'll soon be able to buy the skill core I've always dreamed of. According to the rules, as long as he could sell 1 challenge token, he would earn a commission of 100 points from the 500. In the end, Ji Yuan obtained his first money earned at Shangtian Academy from the Reward Settlement Center. With this large sum, he wandered around, only to awkwardly realize that he couldn't afford anything he wanted. In the end, he had no choice but to leave Shanglong Tower holding the challenge token. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhao Shan and Su Su were still arguing. Zhong Xian had already returned, sitting on the sofa, watching the two quarrel with a silly smile. Big brother. Seeing Ji Yuan, Zhong Xian hurried over. I heard someone is deliberately targeting you? The two arguing immediately paused. Then, they quickly surrounded the 4th member, staring at him and asking, what did you just say? Who wants to target him? The promotion challenge, of course. When a first-year challenges an emperor student, it will be broadcast throughout the academy. Didn't you hear it? Zhao Shan and Su Su looked puzzled. Could it be that they were so engrossed in their argument that they missed it? In dormitory 811. So, this Kushwanji deliberately demoted himself and then challenged you, just to push you out of the emperor's student ranks? Zhao Shan frowned, utterly confused. Is this bastard okay? Isn't he just relying on the fact that you haven't advanced to the 5th rank yet, bullying the weak and fearing the strong? That's not quite fair to say. Su Su shook his head. I've looked into Kushwanji's reputation. 3 years ago, during the entrance exam, he triggered a golden light pillar and was rated as a first-tier student. And then, he spent a year advancing from the 6th rank to the 5th rank, and after consolidating for a week, he challenged an imperial student and won. This guy doesn't seem like someone who bullies the weak. Whose side are you on? Zhao Shan cursed angrily. TSK. Su Su shot him a glare. Can you let me finish speaking? Under normal circumstances, the two would have launched into a new round of verbal sparring. But now, with Ji Yuan at stake, Zhao Shan could only hold back. Seeing him quiet, Su Su turned to Ji Yuan. I heard there's a silver-haired beauty in your class? Silver-haired beauty? Ji Yuan frowned, trying to recall, but had no impression. Many people are saying that Kushwanji is one of this silver-haired beauty's suitors. Isn't he silver-haired too? It must be dyed. Didn't you say you couldn't figure out where his hostility comes from? Could it be because you're too close to the silver-haired beauty? Su Su's words suddenly reminded him of his deskmate in the classroom. That empty desk and chair. No wonder Kushwanji looked furious when he chose his seat that day. He hadn't even seen the silver-haired beauty's face, yet just choosing a seat could earn him such resentment? What was this, a domineering CEO? A pure love warrior? It was somewhat ridiculous. So, you chose to accept the challenge? Among the three, Zhao Shan knew Ji Yuan the best. Why not? Ji Yuan smiled. The opponent has been at the 5th rank for 2 years now. I don't need to remind you of that, do I? Su Su looked at him in surprise. Could it be that this guy was hiding some big move? Are you confident you can win? He asked, tentatively. Thinking too much, Ji Yuan shook his head. The opponent is a genuine 5th rank. No matter how extraordinary I am, I have no chance. Then why still? Let it be if I lose. Before Su could speak, Ji Yuan suddenly chuckled. Moreover, the outcome of this battle doesn't represent anything. If I lose, I'll just lose the title of Imperial Student. I chose to accept the challenge not because I'm confident of victory, but because I won't avoid anything. It's just a battle of promotion and demotion. Whether it's an Imperial student or a first-tier student, to me, it's just a title. Just right, this is a chance for me to experience the true strength of a 5th-rank beast master. Ji Yuan felt no waves in his heart as he said this. He was not being insincere but truly indifferent. First of all, he held a permission card personally given by the dean. With this card, he could enter places that Imperial students could, and he could still enter places that Imperial students could not. Secondly, his soul power level was indeed a hard injury. No matter how grand his words were, it couldn't change this fact. Su and Zhongxian stared at him blankly, clearly unable to understand. Only Zhao Shan silently gave him a thumbs up. The next morning, Ji Yuan appeared on time at the first duel arena. Kuxuanji, with silver hair and brown eyes, looked calm, but there was a hint of mockery in his gaze as he looked at Ji Yuan. The duel arena was of standard size, capable of accommodating over 1,000 people at once. Today, there were about 100 or 200 students watching, most of whom had no classes and loved to join in the excitement. Zhao Shan, the 3 of them, and Mu Shuxin didn't come because they had classes. Only the petite and delicate Su Ziyin stood quietly among the crowd. Most of the onlookers were discussing how Kuxuanji would defeat Ji Yuan within a few minutes. This was a duel without suspense. The moment the whistle blew, Kuxuanji originally intended to humiliate Ji Yuan by summoning only one beast. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan came at him with full force, simultaneously controlling Ming and Shanpa, catching the arrogant Kuxuanji off guard. Unfortunately, the difference in rank was too great. This duel ultimately ended with Ji Yuan's defeat. However, facing Kuxuanji as a 6th rank, he still managed to hold on for 5 minutes before losing, which was quite impressive. One must ask, how many 6th rank can last that long against a 5th rank? Most are simply crushed. After his defeat, Ji Yuan's face was slightly pale due to excessive soul power consumption. The crowd dispersed, and he blended in, walking at a steady pace. Suddenly, a light blue glass vial was handed to him. Ji Yuan was taken aback and turned to see a flawlessly pale face. Su Ziyin? No classes today? He smiled. Su Ziyin nodded with concern. This is a soul power replenishing liquid. No need to waste it. I'm fine. He waved his hand, and seeing this, Su Ziyin bit her red lips and took back the glass vial. She grabbed the hem of her clothes with both hands and walked alongside him. Behind them, Lei Shi adjusted his single-frame glasses, watching Ji Yuan's departing figure, and said softly, once he advances to 5th rank, there will be no opponents of the same rank in the entire academy. He turned to the blue-haired Tang Yi beside him and asked, do you believe it? Maybe, Tang Yi replied indifferently before stepping away. Walking through the academy, Su Ziyin, with flickering eyes, fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking, are you okay? Ji Yuan turned back and smiled. I'm fine, losing to a 5th rank beast master is something I can accept. He looked down at his hands. To be honest, after clearly realizing the gap with the 5th rank, he did feel a bit disappointed. Oh, how he wished for the opportunity to advance to come soon. Yesterday. At this moment, Su Ziyin said softly, did Mu Shuxin say anything to you yesterday? While speaking, she cautiously glanced at Ji Yuan's expression. Mu Shuxin? She didn't say anything. Ji Yuan was taken aback. What did she mean by that? Just as he was about to ask, a mechanical prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The Emperor's Codex has completed its upgrade. New features are online. Please summon the Emperor's Codex to check. At the same time, at the instant the Emperor's Codex completed its upgrade, Ji Yuan suddenly felt the soul power recovering within him begin to undergo a peculiar transformation. It felt as if a ravine had appeared inside him, causing the soul power to converge together, forming a stream. Moreover, this stream was gradually expanding, seemingly about to transform into a rushing river soon. In an instant, the soul power began to stir inexplicably, as if guided by some strange force, wildly converging towards his abdomen. This feeling. Are you kidding me? The Emperor's Codex just upgraded, and his 5th rank opportunity has arrived? What's wrong? Su Ziyin, seeing him suddenly stop, looked puzzled. I suddenly have something to do. How about we wait for them to finish class and have dinner together tonight? Okay. Ji Yuan seemed eager, and seeing this, Su Ziyin obediently nodded. Let's go. Shanpa. A black giant wolf appeared, and after waving to her, Ji Yuan leaped onto it, his figure vanishing in an instant. Su Ziyin stood in place, staring blankly at his departing figure, her red lips slightly parted as if she had said something. Ji Yuan returned to the dormitory at the fastest speed, rushed into his room, locked the door, and then threw himself onto the bed. He sank his mind into his body, the gray soul power continuously converging towards his abdomen. In just a short while, the soul power had already formed an indescribably terrifying ocean. The surging force brewed within, but Ji Yuan sensed a hint of abnormality. According to Tan He's earlier words, when the soul power gathered into an ocean, it would gradually stop, and eventually, he would feel a connection in the dark. This connection would prompt him to develop his own beast-controlling space. However, right now, within his body, the soul power had already converged into an endless ocean at his abdomen, the gray soul power surging like giant waves, the surface of the water far from calm. At the same time, the soul power continued to gather incessantly. A feeling of expansion was intensifying from his abdomen. He had a premonition that if he couldn't suppress the expansion of the soul power, he might explode and die. Damn it! But he couldn't stop it at all. With the formation of the ocean, he had lost control over the soul power. Ugh! Just as he was at a loss, helplessly watching the ocean of soul power expand wildly, a lazy, ethereal voice suddenly echoed from his heart. Immediately, Ji Yuan was astonished to see the figure of the life spirit, Mugu, appearing in his consciousness space. She was surrounded by a green-yellow glow, looking like a delicate porcelain doll. Ugh! What a magnificent ocean of soul power! Is the master breaking through to the 5th rank? She seemed startled, as if just waking up, almost jumping at the sight before her. Without caring how she appeared in his consciousness space, Ji Yuan hurriedly shouted, "I can't control the soul power right now, the situation is terrible, what should I do?" This. Mugu seemed a bit surprised by his question, then quickly said, "Calm your mind, feel the flow of the soul power, and try to merge with the ocean of soul power." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan immediately complied. He took a deep breath, discarded all thoughts, steadied his mind, and began to descend towards the gray ocean. Gradually, he began to feel the control over the soul power returning, the flow slowing down, but still ongoing. The concentration of the master's soul power is very complex and special. If an ordinary beast master were to advance to the 5th rank, the ocean of soul power would have stopped gathering. Gray soul power. Is the master's aptitude special grade? No, even with special grade aptitude, such a vast ocean of soul power should be sufficient. Mu Ji's figure floated freely in Ji Yuan's consciousness space. After a moment, she appeared to be deep in thought. "Master, when you merge with the ocean of soul power, please imagine as much as possible." Imagine? What should I imagine? Ugh! I vaguely remember that when a beast master advances to the 5th rank, a special situation occurs, just like the master now. In the past, this phenomenon was called limitless. A beast master with limitless soul power, after advancing to the 5th rank, the ocean of soul power will expand endlessly. It can be understood this way: the ocean is not enough to satisfy you, it must be larger and more infinite than the ocean. So, master, imagine freely, use your imagination to control the soul power, expanding it to a form that can contain all things beyond the ocean. Mu Ji's words echoed in his heart, and Ji Yuan suddenly realized. He then began to frantically recall what could be more vast than the ocean in this world. A desert. No. A country. Still not right. A planet? Yes, an endless ocean cannot compare to a planet. Even the ocean still exists within a planet. In an instant, a planet constructed of vast gray began to emerge in Ji Yuan's mind. His abdomen, the ocean of soul power, also began to gradually condense, expanding towards the direction of the sphere. Wait, at a certain moment, although the transition from the ocean to the stars had greatly alleviated the pain, his soul power continued to surge relentlessly, as if it were still unsatisfied. Since that was the case, why not be bolder? He opened his eyes. Ji Yuan gazed at the soul power sphere that was about to form within him. Boom! In an instant, the sphere shattered, exploding into countless gray dust particles. Master! Mugu was startled by this sudden scene, fearing something had happened to him, and quickly looked over. She saw a hint of madness and determination on Ji Yuan's handsome face. His eyes were filled with endless soul power swirling around. At the same time, the countless soul power dust that had exploded began to reorganize once again. Mugu witnessed everything, her gaze shifting from confusion to suspicion, and then from suspicion to shock. The gray soul power was crazily gathering according to Ji Yuan's thoughts, as if this moment's imagination was more in line with their desires. Time passed second by second. When a strong sense of fatigue rose in Ji Yuan's eyes, the soul power finally began to calm down. What emerged within him was neither the ocean nor the stars. It was the universe filled with infinite possibilities, harboring countless mysteries, the entirety of which had never been known to anyone. What is the ocean, and how vast are the stars? In the cosmic sky, everything is so small. Since imagination can be harnessed, why limit its upper bounds? For others at the 5th rank, their soul power converged into an ocean. But for Ji Yuan at the 5th rank, his soul power transformed into a brilliant starry sky, into a vast celestial dome, into an endless cosmic river. Just as no one can explore the limits of the universe, at this moment, even Ji Yuan himself did not know where his limits lay. When the moment the soul power river formed, an indescribable wave surged within him. Did this signify that from now on, his soul power reserves would be as inexhaustible as the cosmic firmament? Right now, he just wanted to find someone to unleash his full strength in a single strike. At this moment, he was immensely eager to know where his limits were. The cosmic river. Beside him, Manga stared blankly at this astonishing scene formed by the gathering of soul power. In her gaze towards Ji Yuan, there was a hint of relief. This young man not only possessed the power to resurrect extinct beings but also harbored limitless soul power. To expand the sea of soul power into a river of soul power, this young man's ambition and perseverance were far beyond that of ordinary people. Looking at the cosmic river formed by soul power before him, Ji Yuan's heart surged with excitement. His ultimate goal, the dream of forming a legion of extinct beings, could finally be realized. After exiting the consciousness space and returning to reality, he opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was grab his phone to check the time. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When he returned to the dormitory, it was only around 9 in the morning. He didn't expect so much time had passed. He hadn't forgotten what he said to Su Ziyin when they parted in the morning, and immediately sent a request in the dormitory group and the group of 4 to have a meal together. Soon, everyone sent back an extremely unified response: class ends at 9 in the evening, let's have a late-night snack instead. Seeing this, Ji Yuan could only helplessly reply, okay. Putting down his phone, a sudden flutter arose in his heart. It was a wonderful feeling triggered by the soul power river within him. Open the beast taming space, Ji Yuan murmured, once again calming his mind, following this flutter, gradually drifting towards a mysterious space. Half an hour, 3 hours. When the time approached around 7 in the evening, Ji Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Raising his hand, he murmured, Ming. Sizzle. The space rippled, and the blue-white Qilin auspicious beast slowly appeared, stepping through the flames. Ming no longer emerged from the beast taming seal but walked out from within the space. Beast Master, space. Thanks to the enhancement of Ji Yuan's soul power level, the ghostly flames surrounding his body became even hotter. Flash Spirit. ZZZ. Electric light surged, and the black giant wolf appeared. The blue accents on Flash Spirit's fur also grew brighter, with powerful fluctuations expanding and contracting with its breath. Looking at the two beasts, a gentle smile appeared on Ji Yuan's face. Mu Gu. Following that was his third beast, the Life Spirit. The lively and adorable spirit gracefully emerged, curiously surveying its surroundings before finally fixing its gaze on Ji Yuan. Perhaps due to its advancement to the 5th rank, its eyes seemed to contain an infinite galaxy, becoming deep and profound. Is this where you live? Manga stepped forward, unreservedly flopping onto the bed, relishing the softness of the mattress. Who? Before Ji Yuan could say anything, she suddenly sat up, her brows furrowed, pouting in an angry manner. What's wrong? Ji Yuan was taken aback by her inexplicable behavior. To his surprise, Manga stood up, walked over to Ming and Flash Spirit, stretched out her hands, grabbed the fur of both beasts, and said angrily, which one of you just said I was rude? Ha! Ji Yuan was stunned. But the next second, he saw Ming nudge Flash Spirit with its head, as if identifying it. Flash Spirit let out a low growl, its mouth opening and closing as if trying to speak. If you scold it, it must be you. Manga immediately released Ming and fiercely tugged at Flash Spirit's mane, shaking it left and right. Flash Spirit lay on the ground, whimpering towards Ji Yuan for help, and this scene left him rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. Moments later, the giant wolf, thoroughly scolded by the spirit, lay on the ground, burying its large head in its chest, its front paws covering its eyes, as if saying, Whoa, I can't face anyone anymore. Ji Yuan looked at the smug Manga, who was clapping her hands, and incredulously said, You can communicate with them? Of course, that's the ability of a spirit. Manga slightly raised her chin, looking as if to say, You don't know much yet. Seeing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ding! At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up to see a private message from Zhao Shan with a ghost face emoji, saying, Hurry out, everyone is waiting for you. Waiting for me? Where? Why a square? Okay. Putting away his phone, he waved his hand, returning Ming and Flash Spirit to the beast space. Do you want to go together? Ji Yuan looked at Manga. Although strictly speaking, she was a beast, Could one really treat a talking spirit with its own thoughts merely as a beast? I want to sleep. After thinking seriously, Mugu replied. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan immediately prepared to return her to the beast space. I want to sleep here. To his surprise, she pointed to the large bed behind her. This is my bed. Ji Yuan hesitated a bit. What's wrong? The life spirit's eyes were filled with confusion and innocence, as if to say, can only you sleep on your bed? Sleep, sleep, sleep. Ji Yuan waved his hand, having no choice but to let her be. After all, now that he had opened the beast space, he could summon Mugu back at any time, no matter where he was. After getting her consent, Mugu leaped onto the bed, her perfect cheeks showing comfort. This was her first time sleeping on a bed in her life. Perhaps it was too comfortable, as she went from lying down to asleep in just 3 seconds. Seeing this, Ji Yuan shook his head helplessly and prepared to go to his appointment. But just as he opened the door, surprise! A clean, fair male face suddenly lunged at him. Ji Yuan jolted, almost reflexively throwing a punch. But when he saw who was in front of him, he exclaimed in surprise, Jia Shan. It wasn't just him. In the dormitory's living room were Su Su, Zhong Xian, Mu Shuxin, and Su Ziyin. Everyone was there. What are you doing here? Ji Yuan was taken aback. At the same time, as the door to the room slowly opened, Jia Shanyu, who was closest, caught a glimpse of someone lying on the bed inside. What the hell? Jia Shan was startled at first, but then seemed to realize something, stepping forward to pull the door shut. Wait! Suddenly, Mu Shuxin shouted from behind. Old Ji, why didn't you say anything in advance about this? I could have covered for you. Zhao Shan whispered to him. What do you mean? Ji Yuan was confused. At that moment, Mu Shuxin stepped forward, tilting her head to look into Ji Yuan's room. When she clearly saw a figure in a light green gauze dress lying on the bed, her pretty face changed color, and she let out an incredulous gasp. Meanwhile, Su Su, Zhong Shen, and Su Ziyin also gathered around. When they saw Mugu sleeping soundly, each of their expressions varied. Su Su had a mischievous smile, secretly giving Ji Yuan a thumbs up. Zhong Shen scratched his head with a silly grin, his gaze towards his older brother filled with admiration. As for the silent girl, she first showed shock, then her cheeks flushed with shyness and disappointment. In that brief minute, in dorm 811, there were 6 people with 6 different expressions. Only Zhao Shan looked at Ji Yuan with a look of disappointment. It was at this moment that Ji Yuan suddenly realized why these guys looked like this. He quickly turned to look at the bed, only to see Mugu hugging the blanket, sleeping soundly. This scene was indeed extremely easy to misunderstand. Instantly, Ji Yuan slapped his forehead, feeling both embarrassed and speechless, saying, "It's not what you think. This is all a misunderstanding." However, as soon as he said this, several people looked at him with indescribable expressions. I could jump into the Yellow River and still can't clear my name. TSK. At this moment, in the living room of dorm 811, Ji Yuan sat on a stool, while Zhao Shan and the other 5 sat neatly in front of him, all examining him and the little spirit beside him, who was still half asleep. You say this is a beast tamer? Su Su looked at Mugu, taking in her appearance from head to toe, his eyes still filled with amazement. Just based on looks and figure, Mugu was more outstanding than the 2 girls present. Are you kidding me? He really couldn't connect such a beauty with the term beast tamer. Su Su leaned over to Zhong Xianzir and whispered, Old 4, learn more from your big brother. If you get caught doing something bad in the future, just say the other party is a beast tamer. Get lost. Ji Yuan's face darkened. Then, he helplessly looked at the others and said, she is from the elf clan, so she can't be considered a traditional beast tamer, got it? Elf clan? As soon as this was said, the 5 finally understood. At the same time, they also noticed the girl's pointy little ears. Phew, you scared the hell out of me. Zhao Shan let out a long breath. I knew the old Ji I know couldn't be that kind of casual person. The 2 girls also breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Mu Shuxin stood up and walked to Mu Ji's side, blinking her big eyes and constantly examining her, unable to help but say, as expected of the elf clan, she's really beautiful. After she said this, Su Ziyin hesitated for a moment, then also stood up and walked over to take a closer look. Surrounded by the 2 girls, Mugu felt a bit uncomfortable, pouting and looking at Ji Yuan, saying, Master, I want to sleep, I want to re. Before she could finish her sentence, Ji Yuan immediately waved his hand to pull her back into the beast tamer space. However, her words were still heard by the 5 present. What did she just call you? In an instant, Ji Yuan covered his face, wanting to cry but having no tears, feeling like he wanted to die. After more than 10 minutes, to avoid further misunderstandings, Ji Yuan briefly explained how he met Mugu. Of course, it was a modified version. So, she has been trapped in the gloomy forest all this time? Mu Shuxin's eyes were filled with pity. This elf was truly unfortunate. Su Ziyin also pursed her lips, her delicate face full of heartache. After all, How could one not say that the girl's empathy was indeed strong? However, what Ji Yuan did not expect was that another person was also moved. Big brother, you actually let her absorb your life force. You are truly a reliable good man. The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Zhong Xian, also had red-rimmed eyes. This was a bit exaggerated. Ji Yuan waved his hand, finally clarifying this huge misunderstanding. Taking a breath, he then asked, so, weren't we supposed to meet at Huayaguan Square? Why are you all here? Of course, it's to prepare a surprise party for you, Mu Xuxin said, and then, the light from her ring flickered, and a huge cream cake appeared on the table. The surface of the cake was decorated with colorful jam, awkwardly spelling out, go for it, you are the strongest. The cake was made by Ziyin, and the words were drawn by me, so don't complain about how ugly it is. Mu Xuxin placed her hands on her hips, beaming with joy. And, at the same time, Zhao Shan took out a coin from the ring and placed it on the table, saying, this is the points we three saved up for a few days, specially to buy you this at the Holy Dragon Tower. What was this thing called again? Zhao Shan couldn't remember for a moment and looked at Su Su and Zhong Xian. Challenge token. You're so dazed, and you still have the face to be second place? You damn. If it weren't for old G's face, I would have to deal with you today. Zhao Shan waved his fist, and under Su Su's eye roll, he looked at Ji Yuan. It's fine, old G, losing to a 5th tier isn't embarrassing. We believe you can definitely win it back, and when the time comes, just use this challenge token, go get that Kushwanji. His words made the other four nod in agreement. Today's duel results were widely publicized by Kushwanji and his sycophants. They even came up with slogans like, the champion of the competition also has differences. After all, he was a senior who had been in school for 3 years, plus his identity as an imperial student. Kushwanji still had some charisma. After the duel, the few of them heard about the related matters and the ridicule directed at Ji Yuan during the break. In Zhao Shan's view, Ji Yuan had walked out of Lingyun City, and although there were setbacks during the city competition, he had never lost. Even on the final stage, he miraculously defeated Zhang Bao. Therefore, this failure, to take care of his emotions, the few of them formed a group and discussed for a day. They thought of many things but found that Ji Yuan didn't seem to need anything in particular. In the end, Su Ziyin and Mu Xuxin suggested making a cake, while Zhao Shan and the others thought of buying a challenge token. Zhao Shan made sure to time it right, ensuring Ji Yuan stayed in the dormitory all day, then waiting for the moment he opened the door to give him a big surprise. So that was it. Ji Yuan could see the most sincere concern in the eyes of the five. Unaccountably, he felt a wave of nasal congestion, his heart stirred, and warmth rose within him. Thank you. Ji Yuan held back his emotions, his voice slightly hoarse. Zhao Shan placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling. The others also smiled in unison. But have we eaten? This warm scene was interrupted by Su Su's sound of swallowing. Realizing everyone's gaze was on him, he quickly explained, you don't know, my sister's cake is really delicious. Besides, it's almost 8 o'clock, and I'm so hungry. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them each held a piece of cake, chatting and eating, the atmosphere harmonious. So, Miss Su actually carries complete equipment with her? After taking a bite of cake, Zhao Shan looked in surprise at Su Ziyin across from him. Hey, my sister's equipment is really expensive, all bought from the science era. Su Su said proudly, as if he had made the cake himself. Then why didn't you show it off back in the Beast King's secret realm? Zhao Shan teased. At that time, did you have the leisure to eat cake? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. This guy really says whatever comes to mind. He still remembered how Zhao Shan had cried out for his mother when scared by a giant spider in the Beast King's secret realm. Exactly. You were so scared you wet your pants, even if I made it, you wouldn't be able to eat it. Su Ziyin chimed in sweetly, following Ji Yuan's lead. This usually quiet girl always came alive when teasing Zhao Shan. TCH. Zhao Shan turned his head away, pretending to be uninterested. Wet my pants? That happened? Sis, you have to tell me all about it. Su Su wouldn't miss any chance to mock Zhao Shan, his eyes shining with excitement. Get lost. Su Ziyin, if you dare to say anything, we'll cut ties. Zhao Shan panicked. Don't be afraid of him, Ziyin, hurry up and tell, I want to hear too. Mu Xuxin laughed along. Zhong Xian sat in the corner, wearing a simple smile, quietly watching. At that moment, Ji Yuan suddenly spoke up. I have something to tell you all. As he spoke, the atmosphere froze. Just now, I advanced to the 5th rank. I am now a 5th rank beast master. All eyes focused on Ji Yuan. After a moment, Zhao Shan swallowed the cake in his mouth. Really? Ji Yuan smiled, subtly revealing a hint of soul power. Boom! In an instant, all 5 present felt a terrifying pressure like that of a primordial beast. The hint of soul power he revealed was like a giant hand, suddenly gripping the throats of the 5, causing them to collectively gasp for breath. In just a moment, the soul power was retracted. Are you even human? Who advances from a beginner beast master to 5th rank in just 3 months? Mu Xuxin's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and she couldn't help but voice her true thoughts. Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin deeply resonated with this statement. Meanwhile, Su Su and Zhong Xian, who didn't fully understand Ji Yuan's background, nearly dropped their jaws upon hearing this. The two stared at Ji Yuan as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes nearly popping out. Ha ha, my brother is amazing. Zhao Shan directly hugged Ji Yuan, tears of excitement welling up. Su Ziyin sat beside them, gazing at his handsome face, her starry eyes sparkling. Old Ji, is it because you lost to that bastard Kushwanji that you suddenly got possessed by the Beastmaster God, breaking through your meridians and advancing to 5th rank? Zhao Shan was so happy. 5th rank, that's the same level as his uncle Lu. It's not as mystical as you say. Ji Yuan smiled. Was it because he lost to Kushwanji? He actually thought it was due to the upgrade of the Emperor's Codex. After all, the Emperor's Codex had just been upgraded, and the opportunity to advance to 5th rank had arrived. At that moment, Su Su came back to his senses and grabbed the challenge order. What are you doing? His large movement puzzled everyone. Of course, I'm challenging Kushwanji. Su Su said excitedly, that bastard has been bullying old Ji at 6th rank. Now let's see who's afraid of whom. Are you crazy? Zhao Shan snatched the challenge order away, angrily scolding. What, are you going to fight Kushwanji? Old Ji just advanced, and he hasn't even stabilized yet. What are you thinking? Zhao Shan's scolding left Su Su stunned. Inside the room, Mu Xuxin and Zhong Xian looked at him, their eyes filled with confusion. And his sister Su Ziyin had anger brewing in her brows. If it weren't for the crowd, she would have probably scolded him directly. Sorry, I'm sorry. Su Su shrank his head and said softly, it's all because of those arrogant remarks that Kushwanji made after winning at the academy. It's so frustrating. That son of a bitch, he clearly had the advantage in rank to win the duel, yet he smugly says, the champion of the competition still has differences. I really can't hold it in. Zhao Shan sneered. This is just the beginning. Have you forgotten what happened during the city competition? Wasn't it much worse back then? However, Kushwanji's sycophants were indeed extremely detestable. Right after the duel ended, they were still sitting in the classroom when they heard a series of remarks like, the champion of the competition still has differences, and the black gold pillar is nothing special. If they were to express their hatred, they could only resent themselves for being at the same 6th rank, unable to retaliate for Ji Yuan. Don't worry, I'll settle this score. For now, let's not talk about these things. Isn't it a surprise party? Let's have some fun. Ji Yuan smiled and raised the cake in his hand, changing the subject. Seeing this, everyone threw their unpleasant feelings aside, and the room returned to a joyful atmosphere. A night passed without a word. The next day, in the morning, Ji Yuan, class starts at 9:30 today, don't forget. Early in the morning, Lei Shi took the initiative to call him. With the duel from yesterday concluded, Ji Yuan no longer had a place among the more than 100 imperial students of Jinbai. Having become a first-rank student, he was supposed to report to the transition class, but the academy has a secret rule. Students of the Black Gold Pillar, even if they are not imperial students, can enjoy the same treatment. The reason it is a secret rule is that the 6 previous initiators of the Black Gold Pillar all entered the academy with 5th rank strength. Even if challenged, they could not possibly fail. Therefore, this rule had never been enforced and was gradually forgotten. Today, when Lei Shi called him, it was a kind of reminder. At this moment, in the teaching building, on the imperial student floor, Ji Yuan arrived 10 minutes early, and as he walked into the classroom, the noisy atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Didn't he lose to Senior Ko? Why is he here? He must have walked into the wrong classroom. A glance swept across the room. Kushwanji was not present, but his 3 sycophants were very active. Tang Yi, with her blue hair cascading over her shoulders, looked out the window, seemingly uninterested in the noise in the classroom. Ji Yuan noticed that his desk and chair had been moved from their original position and were now clustered with Kushwanji's 3 sycophants. So that's how it is. Kushwanji really knows how to play his cards well. He let the first-rank sycophants challenge him, then deliberately lost. Then he took the opportunity to challenge Ji Yuan, who was a 6th rank, to restore his identity as an imperial student. This way, not only did he bring his new sycophants into the class, but he also got rid of a thorn in his side, achieving 2 goals with 1 move. At this moment, the 4 sycophants were mocking him loudly, repeatedly echoing phrases like the champion of the competition still has differences. The other students watched Ji Yuan with great interest, wondering whether he would suppress his anger and leave in frustration or lash out in embarrassment. However, in their eyes, leaving in frustration was his only option. After all, he was just a 6th rank. Just as countless eyes were fixed on him, Ji Yuan finally moved. His expression was calm as he slowly walked toward the 4 sycophants. Oh, what's this? Are you not convinced? Do you want to have another match? The four sycophants laughed at his actions. What could a mere 6th rank stir up? In 3 seconds, move my desk and chair back to their original position. Ji-Yuan stopped in front of the four, neither happy nor angry, and said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, everyone was somewhat taken aback. Has Ji-Yuan gone mad? The ones opposite him were 4 5th ranks. Where did he get the courage to say such things? At the same time, Tangi, who had been gazing out the window, also withdrew her gaze and looked at him. The four sycophants exchanged glances, then burst into exaggerated laughter in unison. 1. No need to count, just tell us what you want to do. Ha, you didn't lose your mind after losing to Senior Kud, did you? 2. Humph, you're asking for trouble. Just based on the fluctuations of my soul power, I could crush you. The newly minted sycophant, eager to show off, grinned fiercely and unleashed his soul power without reservation. 3. Boom! As Ji-Yuan's voice fell, a wave of soul power erupted, causing the expressions of everyone present to change dramatically. This kind of pressure, both the bald man Zhang Wan and Tang Yi's pupils constricted. The newly minted sycophant's smug smile instantly turned into horror. The moment his soul power came into contact with Ji-Yuan's, it felt as if he was being dragged into a strange space by some force. Before him was an endless universe, formed by countless dark soul powers converging into a starry sky. His throat went dry, and a wave of loneliness and frustration surged in his heart. In this vast universe, he felt an endless terror of soul power churning. Didn't you say that just relying on soul power fluctuations could crush me? Suddenly, a handsome face emerged in the universe, occupying his entire field of vision. A mere ocean dares to contend with the galaxy? Get lost. In an instant, the newly minted sycophant's eyes shot open, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, staring at the handsome youth before him, trembling uncontrollably. Ji-Yuan continued to release his soul power pressure, which was one of the characteristics of advancing to the 5th rank. The remaining 3 sycophants also looked terrified. They had never felt such a level of pressure, even from their senior coup. What on earth was going on with Ji-Yuan? He was still at the 6th rank yesterday. How did he become a 5th rank today? Put my desk and chair back in place, he said again. In that moment, the 4 sycophants, who were used to bullying the weak, hurriedly restored his desk and chair to their original positions, without a single deviation. Then, they no longer acted as arrogantly as before, standing meekly in place, looking at Ji-Yuan. His soul power pressure was so terrifying that they couldn't muster any thoughts of resistance. It felt like facing Master Lei. Ji-Yuan stepped forward, walked past the 4, pulled out a chair, and sat down. You advanced to the 5th rank? The classroom fell silent, with only Tang Yi's cold voice breaking the stillness. Just a coincidence. Ji-Yuan turned his head and smiled nonchalantly. While he was being nonchalant, everyone else couldn't help but gasp in shock. It should be noted that throughout history, 5th rank students who triggered the black gold pillar were basically invincible at their level. Could Ji-Yuan be an exception? Reflecting on the terrifying soul power pressure he had just emitted, for some reason, a thought arose in some people's hearts that Ji-Yuan might be stronger than those others. After all, aside from the title of a 5th rank beast master, he also possessed exceptional qualifications and a mythical bloodline as a beast master. 4 words, a master of all. Once someone of this caliber stepped into the 5th rank, they would be like those seniors of the past, unstoppable and invincible. Not bad. Receiving his answer, Tang Yi nodded and said no more. Just then, a handsome man with silver hair and brown eyes walked into the classroom. The 4 sycophants saw him as if they had seen a savior and hurriedly approached him. Kushwanji was taken aback by the 4's aggrieved expressions, but then he frowned. Just as he was about to speak, the one closest to him among the sycophants grabbed him and shook his head. He advanced to the 5th rank. The whispered words of the sycophant reached Kushwanji's ears, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. For a moment, he remained expressionless, leading the 4 back to their seats. The newly promoted sycophant had brought a new table and chairs, and in his eyes, there was already a hint of fear when he looked at Ji-Yuan. He would never forget the scene he witnessed when his soul power collided with Ji-Yuan's. That boundless cosmic star river would forever be etched in his memory, until eternity. Ji-Yuan had not glanced at Kuxianji even once, instead asking Tang Yi some questions. Senior Yi, what are the ways to spend points in the academy? He still held 9,500 points, which should be considered a substantial amount, right? Points are the only currency in the Holy Sky City, so try to save them and don't spend them on unnecessary things, Tang Yi replied. Holy Sky City was the bustling area he had seen when riding the Han Feng Griffin. Unnecessary things. Can you give me some spending advice, senior? You just advanced to the 5th rank, so points should be used to purchase space stones and beast mastery skill cores. Space stones? Tang Yi's words caught him off guard. What were those? Damn it, he felt like an illiterate, having never heard of such things. No, he couldn't just think about getting stronger all day, he needed to gather more information. Of course, asking professionals would be better than reading books. For example, Tan He. He hadn't been in touch with Tan He for a long time, and there was also the Dean of the Holy Sky Academy. He hadn't forgotten the agreement to advance to the 5th rank upon enrollment. Moreover, he still hadn't had the chance to check the upgrade function of the Emperor's Illustrated Guide. Suddenly realizing this, he found that there seemed to be many things he hadn't done. Classmates. At that moment, Leisure finally appeared. He stepped into the classroom, first scanning the entire room, then his gaze suddenly fixed on Ji Yuan. 5th rank. A glint flashed in Leisure's eyes, and he began today's lesson. Perhaps because Ji Yuan had also advanced to the 5th rank, he explained, maintenance of beast mastery space, during this class. By the end of the lesson, Ji Yuan had a comprehensive understanding of beast mastery space. It was not just a simple storage for beasts, it could also be transformed into a training ground for them. The so-called maintenance of beast mastery space involved using the space stones that Tang Yi had mentioned. Space stones were products of technological origin, divided into 3 main categories: healing, skills, and cultivation. Healing space stones, as the name suggests, would significantly enhance the healing efficiency of the beast mastery space after installation, even yielding unexpected effects. Skill space stones would help beasts better understand skill cores and accelerate their learning progress. As for cultivation space stones, the aspects involved were more complex. According to Leisure, they were more suited for researchers and not particularly useful for them, so there was no need to understand them. In simple terms, space stones would deplete their energy over time and needed to be replenished, which was the maintenance. The prices of these items varied. You get what you pay for, and the higher the price, the stronger the corresponding effect, and vice versa. As the class neared its end, everyone except Ji Yuan was distracted. After all, this lesson was specifically for Ji Yuan, and they had already learned this basic knowledge. Seeing this, Leisure tapped the blackboard, preparing to conclude today's lesson. Tomorrow, we will go out for practical training. Prepare yourselves, and gather at the academy gate at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. Ji Yuan, Tang Yi, you two stay behind, everyone else, class dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, the others stood up to leave. Before leaving, Koxianji shot Ji Yuan a glance, filled with provocation. But then, he saw a challenge token suddenly appear in Ji Yuan's hand. Moments later, buzz. Silver List first-year student, Ji Yuan, challenges Gold List Emperor student, Koxianji. In the classroom, the classmates who had not yet left stopped in their tracks, looking at Ji Yuan in surprise, while some who had already left returned, eager to watch the spectacle. Humph. Koxianji sneered continuously, taking out the challenge token and directly choosing to fight in front of everyone. At the same time, the duel information was sent in real time to both challengers' tokens. This afternoon, 2 o'clock, 4th duel arena. Everyone thought to themselves, there's going to be a good show. Koxianji did not linger. After giving Ji Yuan a fierce glare, he left with 4 sycophants. Once most of the students had departed, only Ji Yuan and Tang Yi remained, and Leisure stepped down from the podium. A grudge must be avenged? Instructor Lei smiled at him. Ji Yuan also smiled but did not respond. I was originally planning to let you and Yi go out for a while, but since your duel is this afternoon, there's no need to go. Leisure said to Tang Yi, the external team needs support. You should prepare for a trip, probably lasting about a week. The cold and elegant goddess nodded. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Today, all the students from dormitory 811 skipped class and arrived early at the 4th duel arena, occupying the front row. Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin also asked their respective mentors for leave to cheer for Ji Yuan. The number of spectators for this duel was also considerable. Didn't these two just fight yesterday? Why are they back again today? Moreover, isn't Ji Yuan a 6th grade? How dare he challenge? Is he out of his mind? I think it's hard to say. No one would willingly embarrass themselves. Ji Yuan must have some confidence. The crowd murmured, mostly with a mindset of watching the fun, not genuinely supporting anyone. Of course, Ji Yuan and Koxianji's fan clubs were different. Especially Koxianji, whose looks were already outstanding, combined with his aloof and infatuated persona, had attracted quite a few admirers in his 3 years at school. After yesterday's battle, the humiliating words directed at Ji Yuan spread so quickly also thanks to these admirers. At this moment, a group of female classmates held flower bouquets, resembling a complete cheerleading squad, cheering for Koxianji in the crowd. This scene made Zhao Shan and Su Su feel envious, shouting for Ji Yuan at the top of their lungs, while Zhong Xian waved the flag Jia Shan had given him with his robust physique. Meanwhile, Mu Shuxin, with her wine-red ponytail, rolled up her sleeves and bounced around to cheer for Ji Yuan. She was already incredibly beautiful, and at this moment, with her unreserved and vibrant appearance, she attracted a lot of attention. The duel had not yet begun, but the noise from the audience was already deafening. Such a high-level duel was rarely seen. On the stage, Kushwanji listened to the cheers from below and sneered, "Today, I will let you understand that even if you advance to the 5th grade, you are not qualified to shout in front of me. You think too much." Ji Yuan shook his head. "I still have a lot of things to deal with. Compared to that, dealing with you is just a trivial matter." He spoke the most contemptuous words in the calmest tone. Kushwanji showed no signs of joy or anger, but a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The referee, seeing that both were ready, briefly repeated the rules and announced the start of the battle. Boom! In an instant, a black panther surrounded by thunder appeared beside Kushwanji. Following that, a towering giant ape wreathed in flames emerged. As soon as these two beasts appeared, they charged out. At the same time, it seemed that a strange beast was lurking in the shadow of the fiery giant ape. They attacked without holding back. Although he mocked verbally, Kushwanji knew very well that Ji Yuan was not an idiot. Yesterday's battle, even when he was still at the 6th grade, had caught him off guard. So today, facing Ji Yuan, who had advanced to the 5th grade, he would definitely not be careless. One move, and it's over. On the other side, Ji Yuan's eyes sparkled with starlight, and the Ming and flashing spirits appeared in an instant. Activate, resonance, light and shadow assault. Roar! Oh whoa! The Qilin auspicious beast and the Thunder Wolf Lord howled simultaneously, and then both beasts charged out at once. Under everyone's gaze, the blue and white Qilin beast suddenly split in two. At the same time, the robust figure of the Thunder Giant Wolf began to blur, and in the blink of an eye, it too conjured several identical figures. Sizzle! Boom! Accompanied by the fusion of ghostly flames and electric lightning, a bizarre mist formed, creating an impenetrable shroud over the entire arena. What kind of technique is this? Kushwanji's pupils contracted. In his sight, Ming and Shampa split into two, then three, endlessly. Moreover, the split entities were incredibly real, making it impossible to discern the true from the false. He had been a beast master for many years and had never seen such an unpredictable technique. Which beast's skill was this? However, he was not an ordinary beast master. He quickly devised a countermeasure and recalled the three leading beasts. Black Wind, Deer Cloud, Aurora, Kushwanji murmured, and the three beasts appeared beside him in response. The first was a black gold-maned lion. The second was a brown elk with magnificent long antlers. The third was a white snake of arm's thickness, embodying the light attribute. Ming and Shanpa were drawing closer, and the illusions created by the two beasts were indistinguishable from reality. Black Wind, use, Wind Fury Roar. Deer Cloud, unleash, Holy Light Penetration. Aurora, execute, Heavenly Spin. Kushwanji shouted loudly. The three beasts immediately complied. First, the black gold lion tensed its body, and in an instant, its soul power surged as it let out a deafening roar. The visible force of the gale spread out with its roar, shredding all the illusions it touched. Next, the brown elk lowered its head, aiming its magnificent antlers to the right. Swish! A beam of light containing terrifying fluctuations shot out, instantly dissipating any illusion it struck. Finally, the white snake named Aurora coiled around Kushwanji's arm, flicking its tongue, and with some guidance, a blinding whirlwind began to swirl on the field. The three-pronged assault of the three beasts surged forward. Kushwanji was confident that Ji Yuan would not be able to break it in a short time. He watched as the illusions were continuously torn apart and destroyed, a smile gradually forming at the corner of his mouth. Playing tricks, whatever illusions there were, he would annihilate them all. Whoosh! Suddenly, Kushwanji felt a tightness in his chest. He was startled and shouted, "Black Wind, launch, Bloodthirsty Strike, backward." At the same time, he stepped forward and quickly turned around. Behind him, a black giant wolf had appeared out of nowhere, pouncing towards him. Fortunately, at the critical moment, his black wind leaped out and smashed the giant wolf to pieces. Another illusion. Seeing this scene, Kushwanji's pupils shook violently. At the same time, a terrifying wave that sent shivers through his soul suddenly emerged from the right side. This is bad. In his line of sight, a handsome young man stood calmly, gently placing his right palm on Kushwanji's chest. Then, he heard Ji Yuan's cold voice, "Soul Shock." Bang! Inside the fourth duel arena. Due to resonance, light and shadow assault, the people on the stage could not see what was happening inside at all. They could only feel powerful elemental fluctuations surging. But when an extremely terrifying soul shock occurred, the mist that obscured their vision gradually dissipated. On the arena, Ji Yuan stood tall, with the Qilin auspicious beast and the Thunder Wolf Lord flanking him, exuding an infinite aura. Hiss! and when their gazes turned to another person, everyone was left dumbfounded. Kuxianji was kneeling on the ground, his hands weakly hanging down, head tilted back, mouth slightly open, eyes rolled back. In this indescribable posture, he lost consciousness. We won. The first to react was Zhao Shan. He suddenly turned around, grabbed Susu, and shouted, "Old G won." Susu also raised his hands, letting out a roar, and the two went wild with excitement. Big brother, Zhongxian was even more excited, unable to express himself, and could only wave his flag frantically. Wow! Ji Yuan is amazing, Ji Yuan is the best. Mu Shushin directly switched to a mocking mode, making faces at Kuxianji's cheerleaders. Only Su Ziyin stood quietly behind Zhao Shan and the others, her starry eyes focused on Ji Yuan's back. He was becoming more and more outstanding. Could she still keep up with his pace? On the other side, Kuxianji's four lackeys exchanged glances, not expecting this outcome. Ji Yuan was a first-tier student. He had defeated Kuxianji. Just like yesterday, he would replace Kuxianji's imperial student identity. More crucially, Kuxianji was not a student of the Black Gold Pillar. After losing his imperial student status, he would have to leave the top tier and attend the transition class. Without Kuxianji, would the four of them be bullied to death by Ji Yuan? What to do? The four were dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Kuxianji's cheerleaders stared blankly at his awkward figure kneeling in the ring. Suddenly, they felt that this silver-haired handsome guy wasn't so handsome anymore. Looking again at this striking young man with two dazzling beasts, he suddenly became more pleasing to the eye. Ji Yuan. After a moment, one cheerleader hesitantly raised her hand. Unexpectedly, as one person raised their hand, everyone responded. In an instant, the cheerleading squad's momentum changed, and they all raised their pom-poms, shouting, "Ji Yuan! Ji Yuan! Ji Yuan!" This scene left Zhao Shan and the others stunned. What the hell? Old Ji has won over the opposing cheerleaders? Zhao Shan and Su Su were dumbfounded. Mu Shushin looked displeased, cursing silently in her heart, using very foul language. Zhongxian continued to wave his flag, but due to his excitement, the flagpole finally couldn't bear the weight and snapped. The upper part of the flag, still attached to the wooden pole, arced through the air and accurately smashed into the crowd, hitting one of Kuxianji's lackeys in the face. The four were startled by this sudden attack, their anger flaring up, ready to curse. But just as they were about to explode, they saw the content on the flag, "Ji Yuan is invincible." In an instant, their anger dissipated. As the duel came to an end, the onlooking students dispersed in a rush. Ji Yuan jumped down from the ring and saw Zhao Shan and the others behind him, feeling a warmth in his heart. Senior Ji Yuan. Suddenly, before he could say anything, a wave of enthusiastic screams erupted from behind. He turned around in surprise, only to see a group of heavily made-up female classmates throwing him fiery glances. Who are these people? Ji Yuan shivered slightly. Ji Yuan just finished the match and needs to rest. What do you want? Unexpectedly, Mu Shushin stepped forward, directly blocking the group of cheerleaders. She let her ponytail down, lightly flicking her wine-red hair, revealing an unabashed disdain. Her figure and appearance were already outstanding, and at this moment, the aura of a main wife emanated from her, causing the cheerleaders to halt in their tracks. After a moment, the cheerleader captain, who had some looks, tentatively asked, "Are you his girlfriend?" The momentum Mu Shushin had just built collapsed instantly, and she awkwardly replied, "No, I'm not." "Then why are you blocking us?" The cheerleaders rolled their eyes and bypassed her, coming to Ji Yuan's side. "Senior Ji Yuan, you're so handsome." "Yes, senior, can I add you as a friend? How about we have a meal together?" Senior, for a moment, it was like a flock of sparrows chirping in his ears, making his head spin. You all, are not allowed to." Suddenly, Su Ziyin, not knowing where she found the courage, stood in front of Ji Yuan, blocking the enthusiastic female classmates. "Are you his girlfriend?" "Ha? No. Then what right do you have to stop us?" With that, the quiet girl was about to be pulled away by them. Enough! At that moment, Ji Yuan could no longer hold back, frowning and coldly saying, "Go find someone else to play your house game, don't bother me." After saying that, he pulled Su Ziyin behind him and waved to Mu Shushin in the back. Then, he led the five of them away from there. The cheerleaders, who had been yelled at, looked at each other. Then, so handsome, so cool, we just love this. On the way back to the dormitory, Ji Yuan covered his forehead, feeling extremely helpless. Beside him, Zhao Shan and Su Su were laughing so hard they could barely breathe, occasionally mimicking in high-pitched voices, "Ji Yuan, senior, come with me." "Put. Ha ha." Mu Shushin and Su Ziyin both wore serious faces, looking very gloomy. "I really can't believe it. Old Ji has only been in school for a week, right? And he's already a senior?" Zhao Shan laughed until his mouth couldn't close. Su Su wiped away tears, saying, "You're silly. Here, it's not about how long you've been in school, but about your strength. Only the strong deserve to be called seniors. What do you think? Ji Yuan, senior pft. Ha ha ha. Su, you mimic him so well. Zhao Shan and Su laughed endlessly, while Ji Yuan's mouth twitched, angrily saying, old for. Yes, big brother. The serious Zhongxian immediately grabbed both of them by the necks with his strong arms, like catching little chicks, making them unable to laugh anymore. Cough. Wrong. When they were separated, Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin seemed to be in low spirits, but Ji Yuan, who was emotionally dull, didn't think much of it. Back in the dormitory, as he walked into his room, Ji Yuan sank his mind into the black gold imperial ring. He wanted to look for a point card. Since it was still early, he planned to go to the skill core hall later, but while searching, he suddenly noticed a white envelope in the corner. Where did this envelope come from? With a flick of his hand, the envelope appeared in his palm. In the lower right corner, 3 elegant characters were written. Jiang Qingru. He remembered. It was the letter that Chen Qin had handed to him at the Blue Sky Welfare Institute in Lingyun City. At that time, he was busy with the advancement to the Ming level and forgot to open it. Thinking of this, Ji Yuan gently opened the envelope. The first line of text that caught his eye made his body stiffen. Yuan, I am leaving. Today is the 3rd day since you left the Welfare Institute, and I miss you very much. Lin Yunjia said she doesn't want to go to school. She feels that instead of wasting 3 years in high school, it would be better to learn beast taming knowledge in advance. As long as she can enter the Changfeng Beast Taming Academy in the future, she can achieve great success and become a beast taming star, earning a lot of money. I can't agree with her thoughts. Compared to fame, money, or anything else, I want to be able to stay by your side forever. I miss you so much. Clearly, you left just 3 days ago, but for me, each day feels like a year. Do you remember how we always sat together and fantasized about having a warm home? Today, a couple who often comes to the Welfare Institute decided to adopt me. I am very happy, but I also feel a bit scared, because they are going to take me to a very, very far city, far enough that I might never see you again. I miss you so much. Or rather, I like you. I know you thick-headed fool. If you don't take the initiative to say it, you'll never realize it. I really like you. Yuan, I'm about to leave this city that holds you and our shared memories. I will never taste the candies you bought for me again. The envelope abruptly ends, as if there are endless words left unspoken. The handwriting near the end is blurry. Ji Yuan's fingers gently brush over it, and before him, it seems a young girl appears, writing while crying. Jiang Qingru. He closes his eyes. He trembles as he exhales. In his mind, a muddy little girl with a tender face surfaces. Once, this girl, like Lin Yunjia, held a significant place in his heart. But just because she couldn't contract a beast and was mocked by countless people, he forgot her. You really are a jerk, Ji Yuan. I can only wait until I finish the dean's matters before asking him to help find Qingru. The dean of the Super Academy must have a way. Resolutely, Ji Yuan carefully folds the envelope and puts it away. He takes a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions in his heart. Emperor's Bestiary. Now, it's time to check the upgrade function of the Emperor's Bestiary. Ding! The Emperor's Bestiary upgrade is complete, unlocking a new function, Comprehensive Search. This allows the host to search for the remains of the Emperor creatures in the Bestiary and see how many remains of that creature still exist in the world. Check the number of remains of the Emperor creature? In other words, he can now see how many remains of the Star Peak Griffin still exist in the world? This function seems a bit useless. Even if he finds the remains that still exist, without a location, how can he search for them? Forget it. His gaze sweeps over the Emperor's Bestiary. So far, he has unlocked the icons of 23 Emperor-level creatures. They occupy 2 pages of the Bestiary. Excluding the 18 restored for Mugu, the rest are Ming, Flashing Spirit, Star Peak Griffin, Cold Shadow Demon Monkey, Nine-Tailed Fox, and the most mysterious Void Lord. Search. Conducting comprehensive search. Ding! Search complete, Void Lord. Number of remains to be absorbed? None, huh? If he remembers correctly, this creature's completeness is only 1%, right? There are actually no other remains in the world? This is truly an extinct creature. He raises his eyebrows and looks at the nine-tailed fox. This is also a relatively classic type of contracted beast. If possible, he would really like to replicate one. Now that he has advanced to the 5th rank, the number of contracted beasts is no longer limited. What he needs to do is expand his beast space. Conducting comprehensive search on nine-tailed fox. Ding! Search complete, nine-tailed fox, number of remains to be absorbed, 6, expected completeness after full absorption, 70%, Seeing the result, Ji Yuan nods slightly. Now, the completeness of the nine-tailed fox's remains is 10%. If he has the opportunity to gather the remaining 6 bones in the future, it would be perfect. Thinking of this, he feels a bit regretful, without a location. Even if he knows, he can't search for them. He can only rely on luck. Finally, his gaze turns to the Star Peak Griffin. Setting aside the cold shadow demon monkey gifted by the dean, the Star Peak Griffin is the emperor-level creature he has with a relatively high completeness. The completeness of the Star Peak Griffin's remains is 55%. Now, let's see how many remains are waiting for him to find. Conducting comprehensive search on Star Peak Griffin. Ding! Search complete. Star Peak Griffin. Number of remains to be absorbed? None. Ji Yuan is stunned. The Star Peak Griffin has always been a contracted beast he wanted very much, but due to the completeness of the remains, he has never been willing to replicate it. His psychological expectation had always been at 70%, but now, sigh. He put away the Emperor's Codex. He needed to think this through carefully. I want to come out. Suddenly, Mu Ji's lazy voice echoed in his mind. With a wave of his hand, the playful and adorable spirit appeared out of thin air, sitting on the edge of the bed. Her delicate little feet swayed slightly as she tilted her head to look at Ji Yuan and said, "What's wrong, master? You look quite troubled?" "It's nothing." Ji Yuan shook his head, but when his gaze shifted to her, an information panel popped up. Biological, life spirit race, bloodline, youth stage, attribute, wood, characteristic, child of all things, able to listen to the voice of nature and communicate with beast-taming creatures, talent, regrowth, when suffering fatal damage, will transform into life essence and autonomously seek a vibrant place to regrow. Skill 1, healing, unknown. Skill 2, recovery, unknown. Skill 3, extract life, revive, unknown. Skill 4, unknown. Skill 5, unknown. At first, her attribute panel seemed normal, but as he looked further down, it was as if the system had gone haywire, filled with garbled text. What's wrong? Recalling all the unknowns from when he first contracted with her, this panel was clearly an improvement. Could it be because the Emperor's Codex had upgraded? So, does that mean he could only fully understand Mu Ji's information when the Emperor's Codex upgraded again? "Master, why are you looking at me like that?" Mu Go asked, puzzled. Hearing this, Ji Yuan immediately averted his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Well, how about changing your title from now on? Call me young master or sir?" Mugu pouted, her brows slightly furrowed, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "All right, sir." That sounded less strange. After all, Mugu was not like Ming and Shanpa. Her thinking and living habits were definitely closer to those of humans. Keeping her cooped up in the beast-taming space would surely be unbearable. Therefore, Ji Yuan planned to completely liberate her. Unless faced with some special circumstances, he would let her stay by his side. That's why he wanted her to change how she addressed him. Having such a beautiful spirit in the academy, calling him master, would make others think he had some peculiarities. In the days that followed, Ji Yuan began to immerse himself in academy life. He contacted the dean, who was extremely surprised to learn that he had advanced to the 5th rank. After some compliments, the dean informed him that he was not in the academy and that they would discuss matters when he returned. Since that was the case, Ji Yuan was happy to take a short break. Aside from attending classes on time, he either hung out with Zhao Shan and the others or was called out by Mu Shushin for various reasons to explore the academy. Of course, it wasn't like this every day. Due to Kushwanji's defeat, he had left the top tier and entered the transition class. Meanwhile, his sycophants were terrified every day in class, fearing Ji Yuan would bully them. After all, there were differences even among the 5th ranks, especially with someone as abnormally strong as Ji Yuan. However, these 4 sycophants were used to bullying the weak, and one time, they were caught by Ji Yuan while picking on a few second-year students. A dog can't change its nature. Consequently, there were no seats left for them in the classroom. Ji Yuan made them squat during class. Faced with this black gold pillar, the champion of the competition, holding 2 mythical beast-taming creatures, the 4 dared not express their anger. Days passed like this, and soon a month had passed since he defeated Kushwanji. After a month of school, life at the academy had gradually become familiar. One day, after finishing class early, Ji Yuan left the teaching building and headed straight for the reading room. The reading room is not a library. It is a place that houses countless core skills and is one of the most densely populated areas of the entire academy. The reading room is divided into 4 zones based on student rankings. The 3rd zone is accessible to all students. The 2nd zone can only be entered by students of 2nd rank or higher. The 1st zone is naturally for 1st rank students and above. The Emperor Zone is exclusive to Emperor students. However, behind the Emperor Zone, there is another area. Inside, it holds ultra-rare skill cores that are considered rewards, incomparable even to those in the Emperor Zone. This area is accessible only to high-level personnel, aside from a few mentors. Ji Yuan, possessing the access card granted by the dean, can also come and go freely. Over the past month, he has spent more time searching for skill cores. Out of caution, he did not head straight for the last area but began his search in the first zone. The keywords for his search were fire, lightning, electricity, and wood. Although Mugo is a beast master, due to her uniqueness, she does not have the skill slot limitations of ordinary beast masters. As long as she wishes, she can learn as many skills as she wants without restriction. Unfortunately, after a month of searching from the first zone to the Emperor Zone, Ji Yuan has not found a single skill core that meets his expectations. Today, he decided to check the last area. After passing through layers of guards, he finally arrived at a massive black door. In front of the door stood a tall stone statue. At the base of this statue, there was a card swiping area. He took out his access card and gently pressed it against the reader. Click! The black door slowly began to slide open to the right. When the gap was wide enough for him to enter, it stopped. Ji Yuan slipped through the opening, and the space behind the door was vast, giving off a library-like feel. Rows of wooden shelves filled the entire space, with skill cores placed at intervals on the shelves. These skill cores shimmered with golden light, each one of the highest level. As the massive door closed, under the warm light, Ji Yuan summoned Mugu. Another day of searching for skill cores. Mugu yawned, stretched her body slightly, and then stepped forward. Don't forget, prioritize finding the fire core for Ming. After giving the reminder, Ji Yuan also buried himself in inspection. Got it, master. And so, the two of them spent an hour looking through 4 or 5 rows of bookshelves. Flame Soul Surge, the description is a bit off. After putting down another skill core, Ji Yuan rubbed his tired brow and yawned. Master, you should take a look at this. At that moment, the little sprite's voice rang out, and Ji Yuan hurriedly walked over. He saw Mugo holding a diamond-shaped skill core in her hand. This one was different from the others, it emanated a dark red sheen. What a tribute! He squinted as he took it. Fire attribute. Upon receiving the answer, he released his soul power to probe inside and see what it was. Heavenly Burning, Earthly Destruction, Fire Attribute Beast Master Skill Prerequisite 1 Fire Attribute Beast, Beast Bloodline Level Requirement, Legendary Prerequisite 2 Beast Master Rank must reach 5th rank or above. Description, created by the ancient Beast Master Fengyan, it uses flames to create a space, pulling enemies into it to face the apocalypse. Just by checking the basic information, he could feel a strong, scorching aura enveloping him. This skill core was far from as simple as the description suggested. Heavenly Burning, Earthly Destruction. What a fierce name! When he saw the founder mentioned in the description, his heart skipped a beat. In ancient times, the Beast King was known as the strongest beast master. However, there were actually several others who could stand alongside him, including this Fengyan. Truly worthy of being a super academy, it actually preserved a skill core of this level. This will be the last skill slot for Ming. Ji Yuan, filled with excitement, had searched for treasures for a month and finally found what he wanted in this last area. It was impossible to take the skill core out. The only way was to pay with points to copy it. But when he looked at the price that was like heaven and earth collapsing, he nearly fainted. 500,000. Ji Yuan rubbed his eyes. Was this a joke? The only way to earn points, aside from the last time when he was sent on a mission, was to do part-time work at the academy. However, the maximum wage for part-time work was only about 1,000 points. 500,000, how long would it take him to save that? Even if he counted the missions at 10,000 points each, he would need to go on 50 missions. The most expensive skill core in the Emperor's area is only 60,000. This was frustrating. He had finally found what he wanted, but he couldn't afford it. What do you think? Isn't it great? Beside him, Mugo blinked and looked at him. It's great, really great. Ji Yuan nodded silently and put the skill core back in its place. Then, under Mu Ji's puzzled gaze, he walked towards the exit. Aren't you taking it? I can't afford it. I can only think of other ways. As he reached the massive black door and was about to swipe his card, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the sender of the message, he almost thought he was mistaken. Tangy, are you getting used to life at the academy? Is there anything you're not adapting to? What was going on? Did she send it to the wrong person? For a moment, Ji Yuan didn't know how to reply. At the same time, his phone vibrated again. It was Zhao Shan calling. Old Ji, Su Ziyin failed her promotion challenge today. High above in the sky, a griffin, exuding a chilling aura, soared through the air. On the griffin's back, several figures stood against the wind. Jiang Qin grew. At that moment, the usually cold and elegant Tang Yi's face flushed slightly as she looked at the message on her phone that she could no longer retract, gritting her teeth and saying, "Is this what you call checking the time?" In the front, a silver-haired woman with a tall figure lightly brushed her hair aside, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Ah, Yuan, finally, I can see you again." Su Ziyin failed her promotion challenge? Yes, she looks quite upset. We're at the playground. Why don't you come and talk to her? Okay, I'll be right there. The academy's playground was located on the southeast side. The playground was large, featuring a standard green football field paired with a running track. In the western area, there was a vast expanse of shade. The three from dorm 811 were sitting under the shade, waiting. What's going on? Ji Yuan arrived in a flash and jumped in front of the three. Look, Zhao Shan pointed to the other side of the spectator stand. Mu Xuxin has been with her for a while, but she's still burying her head and ignoring everyone. Sigh, you guys don't know. Su Su sighed, my sister looks weak, but she's actually very strong inside. This time, we all passed the promotion challenge, but she didn't, and this must be a huge blow to her. The academy held a promotion challenge every 3 months. The purpose was to allow students from level 3 to level 5 to advance together. Su Su, Zhong Shen, and Mu Xuxin had all won their challenges. They were now second-year students. However, Su Ziyin, having failed to defeat her opponent, remained at the third-year level. On the spectator stand, Su Ziyin hugged her legs and buried her head. Mu Xuxin sat beside her. She had already said comforting words and didn't know what else to say. At that moment, she noticed a handsome young man walking over and softly said, Ji Yuan is here. As soon as she finished speaking, she caught a glimpse of Su Ziyin's small hand trembling. Sigh. Mu Xuxin propped her chin on her hand and asked, what do you think of Ji Yuan? The sudden question made Su Ziyin's body stiffen, and she slightly turned her head, revealing her red and starry eyes, seemingly not understanding why she was asked that. I like him. Seeing the other person looking at her, Mu Xuxin smiled nonchalantly, but after this period of time, I've realized that this guy is completely a blockhead. All he thinks about every day is beast taming, beast taming, beast taming. I've hinted at him many times these past few days, but he just acts like a fool. The most frustrating part is that you can actually feel he isn't pretending to be stupid. Mu Xuxin's red lips revealed a bitter smile. That day I originally planned to confess, but it was interrupted by his challenge with Kushwanji. Now, I find that I can no longer find the courage I had that day. The silent girl listened quietly. After a while, she spoke in an extremely faint voice. I do too, right? Mu Xuxin smiled. Strictly speaking, we can be considered rivals in love. But actually, I'm very happy to know you. How about we shake hands and make peace, compete fairly, and take turns confessing? Saying this, she extended her hand. Su Ziyin slowly sat up, looking at her smile, and after a moment, she reached out her small hand to shake hers. Then it settled, but no matter the outcome, we are still good friends. This marked the first time the two girls openly discussed this topic. Su Ziyin was infected by Mu Xuxin's vitality and nodded vigorously. Are you okay? At this moment, Ji Yuan finally walked up to the two girls. Seeing their clasped hands, he looked somewhat puzzled. After winking at Su Ziyin, Mu Xuxin released her hand, walked around Ji Yuan, and left. This sight made the silent girl smile lightly. It seems I no longer need to guide you, Ji Yuan joked as he sat on Su Ziyin's left side. Did Zhao Shan and the others call you over? Su Ziyin asked, curling her petite body. Everyone knew he had been busy looking for skill cores during this time. Yes, Ji Yuan scratched his head. It's the promotion challenge. If one time doesn't work, then come again. At this moment, he suddenly realized he seemed to be at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Put. Unexpectedly, Su Ziyin buried her head and laughed lightly. She laughed so happily, as if a knot in her heart had suddenly been untied. I'm fine. She raised her head, her delicate oval face as beautiful as ever. Her starry eyes sparkled as she quietly looked at Ji Yuan, and deep inside, a surge of emotions had already stirred up a storm. She sensed her heartbeat involuntarily quickening, like a little deer bumping around in her heart. Ji Yuan, what's wrong? Su Ziyin's pretty face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and finally, she said, let's go. Her personality was ultimately not as open and generous as Mu Xuxin's. In that moment of speaking, she had considered far too much. She was afraid that her momentary impulsiveness would destroy this feeling. Reflecting on many TV dramas and novel plots she had seen, the outcomes of confessions were not always comedies. If it ended in tragedy, she and Ji Yuan would drift further apart, unable to even maintain their current friendship. Compared to that outcome, she might prefer to choose silence, continuing to care for and accompany Ji Yuan as a friend. As long as she could stay by his side forever, she would be satisfied. He was indeed a blockhead, completely oblivious. But how could she be the kind of person who dared to love and hate, who was open and lively? Let it be. She believed that one day, Ji Yuan would surely notice the subtle signs that she had already fallen in love with him. By then, she would give everything without reservation. As she silently followed behind Ji Yuan and joined Zhao Shan and the others, she noticed Mu Xuxin casting a questioning glance her way. Su Ziyin smiled and shook her head. Let's go. To celebrate your successful advancement and to comfort Su Ziyin, Today, it's my treat. I'll take you to the cafeteria on the 4th floor for a meal. Ji Yuan waved his hand, and Zhao Shan and Su Su's eyes instantly lit up. Really? You mean the cafeteria on the 4th floor with an average of 500 coupons per person? When have I ever lied to you? Big brother, foster father. The two foodies immediately clung to Ji Yuan like octopuses, prompting him to curse, "Old four. You're still laughing over there. Come help me pull them off." The group noisily made their way to the cafeteria. But just as they passed Y Square, a massive Hanfeng griffin swooped down from the sky, landing steadily in the square and attracting the attention of countless passing students. The top 10 teams from the gold list are back. Heavens! They were on a mission for 2 months this time. The playful Ji Yuan and the others also stopped because of this. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to the figures on the back of the griffin, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Top 10? Ji Yuan first spotted a blue-haired Tangyi, so she was here to pick them up. After a quick glance, his gaze fixed on the front, on a tall figure. What first caught his attention was her long silver hair. Looking at her face, even with his calm demeanor, a hint of astonishment flashed across him. A silver-haired beauty? The woman that Su Su had mentioned, who captivated Kushwanji? Just as he was sizing her up, the silver-haired beauty also spotted him in the crowd. In the next moment, the square erupted in excitement. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the most eye-catching figure on the back of the Hanfeng griffin, with hair like a starry river, moved. She gracefully stepped forward, and as her foot touched the air, everyone gasped. The air beneath her feet rippled, seemingly forming invisible steps for her to tread upon. This silver-haired woman walked step by step through the air towards the crowd, towards a handsome young man. The entire 811 dormitory stared blankly at her actions. Even the usually composed Zhong Xin murmured, "So beautiful." Zhao Shan and Su Su nodded in agreement. Indeed, this silver-haired beauty had willow-like brows, skin like snow, and eyes as clear as autumn water. Her high nose and peach-pink lips formed an almost perfect face. Coupled with her dazzling starry silver hair, she looked like a fairy that had escaped from a painting, stunning and radiant. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she slowly walked up to Ji Yuan and his group. Those clear eyes only looked at one person from start to finish. When she reached in front of him, the silver-haired woman first took a good look at him. "Old Ji, do you know her?" Zhao Shan asked hesitantly. Ji Yuan furrowed his brows. Did he know her? The woman's appearance did seem somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Just as he was about to ask, a faint fragrance suddenly wafted towards him. Then, Ji Yuan felt something soft invade his embrace, as a pair of arms tightly wrapped around his neck. What the hell? At that moment, everyone in Y Square was stunned, especially the three from the 811 dormitory, as well as Mu Shushin and Su Ziyin beside them, who were all frozen in place. Ji Yuan, caught off guard by the sudden embrace, was at a loss and tried to break free. But then, a warm breath suddenly brushed against his ear, accompanied by a quivering, choked whisper, "Ah Yuan." In an instant, Ji Yuan was frozen. Then, he suddenly stepped back. The other party, understanding the hint, released their grip, revealing an incredibly happy smile on their flawless face. Before him, this unblemished visage gradually overlapped with the innocent smile from the depths of his memory. Ji Yuan blinked in disbelief and said, "Zhang Qingru?" Hearing her name called, Zhang Qingru smiled, her clear eyes shimmering with tears. "Ah Yuan, it's me, I finally get to meet you." This time, Zhang Qingru spoke loudly. Her voice, like a singing oriole, echoed throughout the square, shocking everyone once again. "It really is you." Ji Yuan felt a surge of excitement, memories flooding back, and he could no longer control himself as he stepped forward and embraced her. Zhang Qingru held him tightly in return, her eyes filled with tenderness. "What the hell? What's going on, old Ji?" Zhao Shan stood frozen in the back, not for any other reason, but because Zhang Qingru was no ordinary person. Several years ago, he had overheard his mother mention that his uncle's missing daughter had been found in a welfare home in Linyun City. His aunt was a vicious woman who, back then, had tried to use the infant as leverage against his uncle. He wasn't clear on the specifics. He only knew that later, when her plans fell through, the wicked woman took the infant away, and there was no news of her. It wasn't until many years later that she was found. When she was brought back to the Jiang family, Zhao Shan had even gone to see her. But now, his own cousin was embracing his own brother. What does that make me? A big brother-in-law? Or a big cousin-in-law? At that moment, Zhao Shan was utterly confused. Mu Shushin and Su Ziyin were equally bewildered. The entire courtyard was also in disarray, with countless male students who admired the silver-haired woman. Their goddess was actually embracing a new student in front of everyone. If looks could inflict real harm, Ji Yuan would probably be full of holes by now. On the back of the Cold Peak Griffin, Tang Yi was also wide-eyed, unable to believe how bold Jiang Qingru was. The two embraced for about 2 minutes. When they finally separated, both sensed the strange atmosphere around them. I can't be seeing this wrong, Susu muttered to himself. The top scorer, Jiang Qingru, actually has that kind of relationship with Ji Yuan. Calculating this, as Ji Yuan's third friend, couldn't he rely on this sister-in-law's name to strut around the academy? Compared to Zhao Shan and Susu's thoughts, Zhong Xian was much simpler. He was just thinking how awesome his big brother was and how beautiful his sister-in-law was. 10 minutes later, in the fourth-floor cafeteria, rumored to have an average of 500 points per person, the decor here was indeed very upscale, and even the dishes were the kind that looked good but didn't fill you up. But it truly lived up to its reputation as a high-end cafeteria, even having private rooms. At this moment, inside the private room, the four from 811, plus Mu Shuxin, Su Ziyin, and the suddenly arrived Jiang Qingru, 7 people sat around a round table. Ji Yuan and Jiang Qingru sat together, chatting away. After many years, there was no sense of strangeness at all. Ji Yuan shared all his experiences from the past few years. Jiang Qingru also truthfully told him about her own experiences. Finally, when it came to her identity, Ji Yuan looked incredulous. You mean, Zhao Shan, he's your cousin? Jiang Qingru bit her pink lips, nodding, and looked at Zhao Shan sitting beside them. Right, cousin? Zhao Shan's expression was strange. What you said is all correct, cousin. Wow, they even have this dish. This fourth-floor cafeteria is amazing, Susu exclaimed, holding the menu with a look of someone who had never seen such things. It couldn't be blamed on him. After all, the food in the academy cafeteria could get a bit monotonous after a while, and these new students couldn't leave the academy. Now, finally seeing a unique cuisine, it's impossible to remain calm. However, the prices of these dishes are also somewhat extraordinary. Third brother, these dishes are so expensive. Are we going to empty out the eldest brother's pockets? Zhong Xian, being straightforward, said whatever came to mind. Empty out? Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan took the menu and looked. Damn, a serving of fried rice actually costs 2,000 points. Wasn't it supposed to be 500 per person? Let me handle it. At this moment, Jiang Qingru took over with a gentle smile. When she was 18, she was sent to the Holy Sky Academy, and now she is undoubtedly the top of the list, a standout among the imperial students. In terms of point quota, perhaps only her mentor could compare, and even then, they might not surpass her. In the end, consider it a welcome gift. For her, 4-digit dishes are just single digits. This extravagant gesture left the young master of the Su family in awe. The atmosphere in the private room was somewhat strange, divided into 3 parts. The long-awaited reunion of Ji Yuan and Jiang Qingru, the silence of Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin, and the 811 trio, who were focused on their meals. It looked quite harmonious. After the meal, as night fell, the moonlight spilled over the academy, as if draping it in a layer of desolate gauze. Zhao Shan, Susu, and Zhong Xian left together. Before leaving, Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin both wore faint smiles. After turning away, both women's eyes unconsciously clung to a hint of bitterness. The vast Y Square, after nightfall, had few students. A handsome young man and a silver-haired woman walked hand in hand in the square. The moonlight just happened to illuminate the woman's profile, highlighting her star-like beauty. After walking a distance, she suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Ji Yuan asked, puzzled. Immediately, a pair of perfectly white hands cupped his cheeks. This action left Ji Yuan stunned. In the orphanage during their childhood, Jiang Qingru always loved to hold his face like this, blinking her clear eyes with a smile at the corners of her mouth. I'm sorry. Under the moonlight, tears gathered in Jiang Qingru's eyes. During the 2 hardest years for you, I couldn't be by your side. I wanted to find you, but my uncle stopped me. He told me to wait for you to finish the city competition, to wait for you to enter the Holy Sky Academy. Jiang Qingru's uncle is Zhao Shan's father, Zhao Tianhou. After returning to the Jiang family, her father Jiang Tingzhou tried to make it up to her. Any request she made, he would agree to. But when she wanted to bring Ji Yuan from Lingyun City to the Jiang family, she faced her father's first refusal. Daughter, trust me, he will definitely not accept your kindness. If you really can't let go, Dad can send someone to Lingyun City to take care of him. How about that? In the end, the person Jiang Tingzhou found was Tan He, a close friend of Zhao Tianhou. At that time, Tan He had someone else in mind for the city competition. Jiang Tingzhou and Zhao Tianhou guaranteed that as long as Tan He made Ji Yuan the city representative, they would find a way to ensure Ji Yuan made it into the top 10 of the competition. Initially, Tan He didn't take it seriously, but when Ji Yuan awakened his special grade talent during the awakening ceremony, everything changed. The emergence of the special grade talent made Tan He decide to give everything for Ji Yuan. During the 2 years when Ji Yuan couldn't contract a beast, Jiang Tingzhou, Zhao Tiano, and Tan Yi thought of many ways. However, they never expected that in the end, Ji Yuan would soar to great heights on his own. And Jiang Qingru had never left Ji Yuan. She was always paying attention to his news. During the city competition, when Ji Yuan was caught in a storm of public opinion, it was she who used her social account Silent Nightfall to reverse the public opinion for him, uniting supportive netizens to build defenses for Ji Yuan. The gifts Tan He gave him, Crimson Flame Execution and that Ice-type Beast Egg, were all from Jiang Qingru's hands. She had been waiting for the moment when the two would reunite. During their time in the welfare home, Ji Yuan's careful nurturing had long sown a seed of emotion in her heart. As it continued to grow, until their separation, the seed of emotion had blossomed into a towering tree in Jiang Qingru's heart. At this moment, she held the young man's handsome face in her hands, tears shimmering in her eyes. Ji Yuan stared at her blankly, feeling the intense feelings in her gaze, ripples surging in his heart, his pulse racing. He thought, at this moment, he finally understood what it felt like to like someone. Tender feelings rose in his heart, a man and a woman, tightly embracing under the moonlight. At the same time, Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin returned to their dormitory, without any exchange, each entering their own room. Locking the door, pulling back the curtains to let the moonlight in, Mu Shuxin sat on the edge of her bed, holding a black bow hairpin, lost in thought. Su Ziyin leaned by the window, gazing at the night sky, silent and unspoken. The next day, the academy was buzzing with explosive news. Academy goddess Jiang Qingru publicly announces her relationship. The partner is freshman Ji Yuan. This news directly sent Kushwanji from the transition class into despair. Ji Yuan, wait until my beast bloodline advances. I will definitely trample you underfoot and humiliate you severely. Kushwanji roared in his heart. At this moment, Ji Yuan was walking hand in hand with Jiang Qingru on the playground. Jiang Qingru was the top of the list, crushing a host of imperial students. At the same time, she was the ace student of Leisure. Therefore, Leisure very considerately granted Ji Yuan special privileges, allowing him to skip classes. Can I see your beast? Jiang Qingru said with a smile on the playground. Of course. Ji Yuan's spirit stirred, and Ming and Shanpa appeared. So beautiful. Jiang Qingru's eyes sparkled with amazement as her delicate fingers stroked the bodies of Ming and Shanpa. After observing for a moment, she took out 2 palm-sized pills from her beast ring and fed them to the 2 beasts. It was clear that this was their first time eating such things. After swallowing, both beasts showed a hint of comfort. This is a type of food that can keep your beasts happy and joyful. Looking at the 2 beasts, Jiang Qingru smiled gently. In her eyes, Ji Yuan's beasts were like her own, loving them as she loved him. Let's go to the reading room. After interacting with Ming and Shanpa for a while, she turned around. Reading room? Ji Yuan was a bit puzzled. It's a fire type, right? Jiang Qingru pointed to Ming. Yes. I remember there's a skill core in the reading room that's very suitable for it. Let's go take a look. As soon as Jiang Qingru finished speaking, a ball of ghostly green flame suddenly appeared beside her. Whoosh! In an instant, the flame exploded, transforming into a steed burning with ghostly green fire. Then, she elegantly sat on the horse's back, blooming a captivating smile. This is the Annihilation Green Steed. I call it Xiaocheng. Let's see who gets to the reading room first. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head, leaping onto Ming's back. All right, whoosh! In an instant, Ming's figure vanished. Jiang Qingru watched the rapidly departing green figure, stroking the steed beneath her. Xiaocheng, let's give them a chance. About 10 seconds after Ming dashed out, ripples of space appeared in front of the Annihilation Green Steed, and then, its and Jiang Qingru's figures instantly vanished. In front of the reading room door, Jiang Qingru, with her silver hair flowing, stood with her hands behind her back. She watched the young man jump down from the Qilin beast, squinting her eyes, smiling as she said, "You lost." Impressive. Ji Yuan gave her a thumbs up. Jiang Qingru stepped forward and linked her arm with his, and the two walked into the reading room in an incredibly intimate posture. Ji Yuan was pulled deeper by her, arriving at a giant black door. She took out a door access card that was completely different from Ji Yuan's from her beast ring and opened the door to the last area. In the end, Jiang Qingru brought him to the spot where Ji Yuan and Mu Ge had stayed yesterday, and, under his astonished gaze, Jiang Qingru picked up a skill core that glimmered with a dark red sheen and handed it to him. Here, this is it. She extended the core. This skill is very powerful. Your Qilin beast will definitely be a good fit. Ji Yuan took it in a daze. This skill core was precisely the one priced at 500,000, heavily burning, earthly destruction. By the way, your lightning-type beast also has a very suitable skill core. Let me find it. But, Ji Yuan hesitated, looking at her back. This skill core's price is. Don't worry, I've got you covered. Before he could finish, Jiang Qingru turned back and playfully winked. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated. He was indeed very tempted by this skill core. After a while, Jiang Qingru returned holding a silver glimmering core. "This is the one, take a look." Ji Yuan took it, and after a moment of silence, he probed his soul power into it. Angry Thunder Prison, Lightning Type Beast Master Skill Prerequisite 1 Lightning Type Beast, Beast Bloodline Level Requirement, Legendary Prerequisite 2 Beast Master Rank must reach level 5 or above. Description: expands the thunder element, creating a space filled with thunder to imprison enemies and release a second wave of attack. Note: the first step must be learned before unlocking the second learning method, another skill that creates a unique space using elemental power. He looked at the price of this lightning type skill core, 300,000. "So, how is it? Are you satisfied?" Jiang Qingru's voice rang in his ear. "Satisfied, yes, but the price." Seeing that he didn't speak, Jiang Qingru smiled, took the 2 skill cores back, and with a flash of light, handed Ji Yuan 2 copies. "This." Ji Yuan was taken aback. "It's fine, I have plenty of points, I can't use them all." Since entering the Holy Sky Academy, Jiang Qingru had been working hard to earn points and save up for this day. The points she had now were enough to buy Ji Yuan all the luxurious resources he needed. Of course, she wouldn't say this out loud. After leaving the reading room, the two strolled around for a while before parting ways. Jiang Qingru had something to discuss with Tang Yi, while Ji Yuan needed to return to let Ming and Shanpo learn some new skills. Back in the dormitory, Su Su and Zhong Xian had no classes today, and only Zhao Shan was in class. "Yo, back from a date with the big sister-in-law?" Su Su looked at Ji Yuan with mischief. He had already been won over by last night's dinner. Now, he genuinely recognized Jiang Qingru from the bottom of his heart. Zhong Xian wore his usual silly grin. The two were playing games on their phones, and after watching for a moment, Ji Yuan slipped into his room. With a thought, he summoned his 3 beast companions. The life spirit yawned and directly lay down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. It seemed to be in a state of hibernation, rarely awake. Ming and Shanpa sat on the floor, shaking their heads and mouths wide open towards Ji Yuan. With a flick of his hand, he pressed the 2 skill cores onto the foreheads of the 2 beasts, saying, "New skills, let's expand a bit." "Ah." Ming didn't show much reaction, but Shanpa lay on the ground, letting out a low growl. At that moment, Muga slowly sat up and pointed at Shanpa, saying, "It just cursed you." "What?" Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. "It said it hates skill cores and hates learning new skills." Muga seemed to be reporting, and after finishing, she lay back down and fell into a deep sleep. Shanpa, betrayed by her, immediately bared its teeth and growled at her. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuan couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He could understand why Shanpa was so resistant to expanding its new skills. After all, this guy's negative talent might be useful, would increase the time it takes to learn new skills. Just like with Resonance, Light and Shadow Assault, it took Ming only 3 days to grasp it, while Flash took a full 20 days. This sense of frustration makes it understandable that it would resist learning new skills. "It's okay, take your time." After patting its big head, Ji Yuan returned to the bedside. Muga was sound asleep, and the 2 beasts were immersed in the skill core. He should find something to do as well. After a month of mental struggle, he decided to replicate the Star Peak Griffin, which had only 55% integrity of its remains. Since there were no remains of it left in the world, so be it. There was nothing to be done about the incomplete bloodline. He could only wait and see if there would be a remedy in the future. As for the 100% intact remains of the cold shadow demon monkey, Ji Yuan had no plans. First, he wasn't particularly fond of beast taming with primates. Second, he was thinking that perhaps he could give this cold shadow demon monkey to Zhao Shan in the future. After all, this kid had a special fondness for primate beasts. Summoning the Emperor's illustrated guide, he shifted his gaze to the griffin set against the backdrop of the galaxy. Star Peak Griffin, remains integrity 55%. Confirm replication of juvenile form, bloodline level legendary? Legendary. Confirm. Ding. Juvenile replication in progress, please wait. Instantly, the only empty space in the room began to reveal a figure shimmering with 7 colors. Replication complete. He put away the Emperor's illustrated guide. In this room, a griffin less than 2 meters in size, with its wings folded close to its body, stood between Ming and Flash, staring motionless at Ji Yuan. Soul power surged, and the contract mark coalesced, floating into the griffin's forehead under his command. Buzz! An invisible ripple that shook the soul spread out from the griffin's center. At the same time, the sky above the boys' dormitory suddenly changed color. Accompanied by dense, dark clouds, the sky gradually darkened. This sudden change caused the students present in the courtyard to tremble. What a strong wave of soul power! Is someone contracting a beast? Who is it? What level of beast are they contracting to cause such a terrifying phenomenon in the sky? I heard that several seniors in the top 10 of the gold list have returned recently with great gains. Could it be them? You can't say, it really could be. Boom! Just as everyone was discussing, a muffled sound suddenly echoed from the sky, like a giant drum being struck in the clouds. The next second, the clouds suddenly parted, revealing a mysterious, brilliant, and vast universe of stars. At that moment, the sky above the boys' dormitory seemed to connect with that mysterious starry sky, an indescribable sense of ethereality sweeping across the entire area. What the hell? What beast caused this phenomenon? It's actually the cosmic galaxy. It's Senior Chen Hao. It must be Senior Chen Hao. I heard that Senior Chen Hao, who ranked 5th on the gold list, returned from a mission with an incredibly rare, cosmic, beast egg. I know about this too. My cousin is roommates with Senior Chen Hao. It's definitely true. My god, with a phenomenon of this level, the bloodline of this cosmic beast must have reached the legendary level, right? Such a coincidence. Also on the 8th floor, at the moment Ji Yuan contracted the Star Peak Griffin, in dormitory 801, a bespectacled young man simultaneously formed a contract with the creature in front of him. Generally speaking, if one doesn't use specific equipment to check, the bloodline level of a beast can only be known after the contract is completed. So, at the moment this bespectacled young man made the contract, the sky phenomenon was triggered. Not to mention bystanders, even he thought that this phenomenon was caused by the little mole in front of him. Above the boys' dormitory, the vast and endless starry sky continued to change. Slowly, the stars began to converge and coalesce. Under the gaze of countless people, in this celestial phenomenon, thousands of planets clung together, ultimately transforming into a towering star peak, standing tall in that vast universe. Meanwhile, in dormitory 801, the bespectacled man Chen Hao's expression froze. Advanced bloodline? This isn't right. This celestial phenomenon wasn't caused by his beast. So who was it? But before he could trace the source of the soul power fluctuations, the phenomenon gradually dissipated. It also signified the end of the beast contract on the other side. Who was it? Who could trigger such a strong celestial phenomenon? What kind of beast was this? In today's world, star system beasts were nearly extinct, with only a few scattered star system beasts remaining, the strongest among them being the Star Rift Divine Tiger. The boy from the academy was that lucky big brother, and he actually managed to get a Star Rift Divine Tiger? This question lingered in everyone's hearts. In dormitory 811, Big Brother, what kind of beast did you contract to create such a commotion? Su, who was not one to hold back, was currently shouting through the crack of Ji Yuan's door. Third brother, it's better not to disturb Big Brother. Zhongxian scratched his head behind him, feeling that this third brother was somewhat impolite. Inside the room, Ji Yuan's gaze was sharp. In front of him was a griffin whose size was almost indistinguishable from that of Lingpot and Ming. Its skin was covered with a layer of strange light scales, with colorful light flowing, exuding a hint of mysterious aura. A pair of plump wings gently adhered to its body, the feather color transitioning from dark purple to light blue. Its sturdy limbs bore sharp eagle claws, and its tail resembled a lion's tuft, swaying slowly. At this moment, the griffin's gaze was sharp and fierce, staring at Ji Yuan, with a hint of submission in its pale yellow pupils. Open the attribute panel. Creature, Star Peak Griffin, Juvenile, Race, Griffin, Bloodline, Incomplete, Legendary, Attributes, Star System, Wind, Traits, Racial Instinct. Griffins can freely control their body size, limited by their bloodline. Windless Zone, immune to all wind attribute damage. Talent, Effective Isolation. When soaring, releases an aura that isolates fierce winds. Useless, cannot learn or expand new skills. Skill 1, Piercing Gale, flaps its wings to create 2 rapidly rotating hurricanes that shred enemies. Skill 2, Starry Surge, concentrates the power of the starry sky, exhaling breath that can extinguish the source of life. Path to advancement. To grow to the young stage, must devour a wandering star. Seed. After reading it at a glance, Ji Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Although it also had a negative talent, useless, just based on its 2 skills, it was enough to offset the impact of the negative talent. He reached out his hand. Ji Yuan tried to stroke its neck, a warm sensation resonating in his palm. It was time to name it. After pondering for a moment, he first woke up Mu Gu, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Mu Gu rubbed her eyes and suddenly discovered a beautifully colored griffin standing in front of her. Star Peak Griffin. Hey. Ji Yuan smiled and said, I want to give it a name. Do you have any ideas? Name? Mu Gu tilted her little head and thought for a moment. How about Star Peak or Griffin? Ha, is she speaking human language? Why can't I understand? In an instant, Ji Yuan recalled a time when Mu Gu had seriously said that Ming shouldn't be called that name, it should be called Green Qilin. Also, Lingpa should be called Black Big Wolf. This naming black hole, he really didn't know how she ended up with such a unique name like Mu Gu. Ha, sure enough, when she mentioned Star Peak or Griffin, the Star Peak Griffin snorted hot air from its nostrils, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. What? You say I'm a fool? Mu Ji's pretty face flushed with anger, and a green glow suddenly surged from her palm. What are you going to do? You can't make a move here. Ji Yuan quickly intervened upon seeing this. In the Beast Master space, Ji Yuan had not deliberately separated Ming, Shanpa, and Mugu, but had allowed them to live together. The two beasts were completely subdued by this little sprite. She really knew how to take action. Oof. After being stopped, Mugu pouted and waved her fist at the Star Peak Griffin, saying, I'll deal with you when we get back to the Beast Master space. Gar. The Star Peak Griffin lowered its eagle head and let out a warning growl. Ji Yuan quickly comforted it, during which he was inspired and thought of a name. Starry Bird. Before he could speak, Mugu suddenly said, How about Starry Bird, or Star Great Lion Eagle? The corner of his mouth twitched, and then he heard Mugu continue, If you think that's not good, let's call it Peak Demon. I see you're about to go mad. He silently complained in his heart, then looked at the Star Peak Griffin and made his decision, Star Owl. From now on, you'll be called Star Owl, how about that? The fierce griffin, with its star-like brilliance and proud demeanor, was aptly named Star Owl. The naming genius little sprite behind him silently repeated the two characters, pouting. She thought it sounded worse than Starry Bird. Star Owl. The griffin slightly spread its wings, raising its front claws as if to show its excitement. It says it's very happy. Mugu translated with a hint of defiance. Ji Yuan naturally sensed the emotion in the little sprite's tone and shook his head with a smile. Star Owl, in the Beastmaster space, there are two companions, go meet them. With a wave of his hand, the Star Peak Griffin's figure vanished. You, don't keep bullying Ming and Shanpa every day, got it? Ji Yuan turned to look at Mugu. Yes, master. After responding nonchalantly, she suddenly said, Master, can we go out tomorrow? Go out, what's up? I've been asleep for too long, my power has almost completely faded, and I can only rely on my children to replenish it. Her answer puzzled Ji Yuan. Don't you need to absorb Imperial-level creatures for it to be effective? Where will you find them? I can smell them. Mugu pretended to sniff. I can smell the scent of my children's remains. It's not too far, just to the north. North? Ji Yuan frowned. To the north of the academy lies a forested mountain range, lush with greenery, where Imperial-level remains could indeed be buried. However, the academy's rules prohibit students from entering that mountain range without permission. Violating this would result in immediate expulsion. Relying solely on sleep to recover is ultimately too slow. Right now, I've only recovered less than a third. Mugu spoke truthfully. Let's wait a bit. That mountain range seems to hold some kind of secret. When the dean returns, Ji Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking, but before he could finish, his phone suddenly vibrated. Tangy, the teacher is back, he wants to see you. What a coincidence! At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, Ji Yuan arrived at the exclusive square building of the academy's upper management. Without any obstruction, he headed straight for the dean's office and knocked on the milky white wooden door. Come in. Pushing the door open, the familiar layout came into view. The dean, dressed in a suit, held a celadon teacup and leaned against the tea table. Compared to the casual attire he wore when Ji Yuan first met him, tonight, his formal wear exuded an imposing aura without anger. On the other side, Tang Yi and Jiang Qingru sat quietly. Fifth rank? As soon as Ji Yuan sat down, the dean took a sip of tea and casually asked. Yes. He nodded slightly, and beside him, Jiang Qingru stood up to pour in tea, during which she quietly winked at him, revealing a hint of playfulness and cuteness. Receiving a response, the dean put down his teacup and teased Ji Yuan. You really are something, kid. In just a month since enrollment, you've already won over the goddess of all the boys in the academy. At this moment, the dean seemed anything but serious. Jiang Qingru maintained her usual expression, while Ji Yuan chuckled and shook his head. Dean, let's get back to business. Hey, young people are so thin-skinned, they can't handle this level of teasing. The dean laughed heartily, then regained his seriousness. Your advancement to the 5th rank is indeed a bit beyond my expectations. Initially, in his mind, Ji Yuan should have taken a year, or even 2, to reach the 5th rank after enrolling. Who would have thought that just a week later, he had stepped into the 5th rank? He hadn't even finished his preparations. Let's talk about the rest when we get there. The dean stood up and walked outside. Tang Yi followed closely behind. At that moment, Jiang Qingru's smooth and delicate hand grasped his, their fingers interlocking, and she softly said, We are going to the Lost Land. The Lost Land? The rumored ancient battlefield, a place buried with countless bones? As the two held hands and made their way downstairs, they found a strangely shaped giant bird standing beside the dean. This giant bird resembled a parrot but had 4 dark red wings. At the same time, Tang Yi summoned her Cold Peak Griffin. It seemed that the Lost Land was farther than they had imagined. The Cold Peak Griffin is much faster. Let's go with E. Jiang Qingru turned her face and asked. Okay. Ji Yuan nodded. He hadn't told Jiang Qingru about his contract with the Star Peak Griffin, nor was there any need to show off to the three present. Thus, the dean controlled the four-winged parrot in front, while Ji Yuan and the others rode the cold peak griffin behind. Under the deep night sky, the four gradually left the academy's boundaries, heading north into the mountains where student entry was prohibited. As the academy's buildings gradually blurred into mere outlines, the four-winged parrot suddenly turned and dove down. The cold peak griffin followed its flight path, diving toward the mountains below. The two beasts switched to low-altitude flight, and after about 10 minutes, they dove down again. At that moment, Ji Yuan suddenly saw clearly that at the end of the sprawling mountains was a cliff that resembled an abyss. At the bottom of this cliff was a large expanse of dark brown earth. This land was as vast and boundless as the sky, stretching endlessly, with only the infinite dark brown ground connecting to the horizon. During the long flight, Ji Yuan saw countless skeletal remains quietly lying on the dark brown earth. The suffering of living beings was evident, and the sight was heartbreaking. Just as they approached, the prompt sound of discovering the remains of an emperor-level creature from the emperor's codex echoed wildly in his mind. The bones scattered everywhere were almost all from emperor-level creatures. The sheer number was terrifying, and he couldn't imagine what the ancient battle had been like. No wonder all the emperor-level creatures eventually went extinct. Ji Yuan calculated in his heart that the remains on this land, let alone years, he could probably absorb them for a lifetime and still not finish, because the number of bones was simply too many, shocking to behold. As the color of the earth began to show a hint of dark red, the bones started to decrease. In the air, a slight heat began to rise. Upon closer inspection, the dark red of the earth was actually boiling magma. Ahead, countless fissures containing magma spread across the ground. At the very center of these fissures was an island surrounded by magma. That is, Ji Yuan was taken aback. On the island lay a sacred, pure white skeleton. This skeleton was extraordinary, not only shimmering with a luster on its surface but also emanating an astonishing aura. Meanwhile, the dean's four-winged parrot gradually hovered in mid-air. This, could it be? Tang Yi controlled the cold peak griffin to stop beside the dean, her icy eyes revealing shock for the first time. Indeed, this is the guardian beast of the academy, the Holy Sky Fury Dragon. The dean sighed heavily. What? With the confirmation, both Tang Yi and Jiang Qingru exclaimed in unison. Ji Yuan frowned. Wasn't it said that the Holy Sky Fury Dragon resided in the Holy Dragon Tower? How did it become a skeleton now? The guardian beasts of the three academies have actually long been dead. The dean murmured through the air distorted by the lava. We are merely using special means, in a phantom-like way, to make people believe that the guardian beasts still exist. Why do this? Ji Yuan frowned in thought, and then he understood. The remnants of the cursed soul. In the ancient era, the Cursed Soul Kingdom launched the World Destruction campaign to swallow the world. Not only did they annex half of the territory of the Science Era, but they also forced the Beast Masters of the Great Xia Kingdom to retreat continuously. In the ancient era, the royal creatures perished in this war, buried in this lost land. Although the outcome ended with the destruction of the Cursed Soul Kingdom, the remnants who inherited their cultivation methods still hide around the world today, and the royal-level creatures that could serve as guardian beasts must be extremely powerful. If they were alive, they would ultimately cause the remnants of the cursed soul to feel apprehensive, serving as a deterrent. But if these remnants discovered that the guardian beasts of the three academies were dead, Ji Yuan let out a long breath. Reflecting on the countless bones he had seen along the way, he couldn't imagine how brutal the world destruction campaign had been. He finally understood why the dean repeatedly confirmed whether he could resurrect royal creatures. Just then, the dean turned to Ji Yuan. The Holy Sky Fury Dragon in the academy is just a remnant shadow now. It should be able to hold on for another 2 years. After 2 years, its aura will weaken, and people will be able to detect something amiss. As he spoke, the dean suddenly unleashed a wave of soul power towards the skeleton. Buzz! In an instant, just as the soul power was about to approach the isolated island, a fierce barrier of aura appeared out of nowhere. This is the residual soul power aura left by the Holy Sky Fury Dragon after its death. Beast masters below the 5th rank will undoubtedly die if they approach. Only those who have gathered the sea of soul power within can get close. The dean looked at Ji Yuan, as if answering why he had to advance to the 5th rank. Ji Yuan, now tell me, can you resurrect the Holy Sky Fury Dragon? He pointed towards the complete remains on the isolated island. In his gaze towards Ji Yuan, there was a glimmer of hope. I need to confirm up close. Ji Yuan replied truthfully, as he had not seen the royal bestiary mark the skeleton so far. All right. The dean waved his hand, and the soul power aura condensed by the Holy Sky Fury Dragon on the isolated island was immediately cut open. He controlled the four-winged parrot to move forward, and the Cold Peak Griffin followed in. Whoosh! The moment they stepped into the range of the isolated island, a violent pressure of soul power suddenly descended upon them. Jiang Qingru and Tang Yi instantly felt their sea of soul power churning wildly, barely managing to withstand this pressure. Ji Yuan's sea of soul power, however, merely rippled slightly, completely shielding him from the pressure. However, judging by this overwhelming force, it was indeed as the dean said, if one entered at the 6th rank, they would probably be crushed instantly. At the same time, the moment he stepped into this pressure of soul power, a voice from the royal bestiary echoed in his mind. Ding! Complete royal creature skeleton detected, marked. Sure enough, it was consistent with his speculation that this so-called pressure of soul power would block the detection of the royal bestiary. Ji Yuan arrived in front of the massive skeleton, and information immediately popped up. Creature, Holy Void Angry Winged Dragon Race, 8-Winged Dragon Bloodline, Emperor-level attributes, Light, Electricity, Thunder, Wind traits, lost. Other data, lost. 8-Winged Dragon. 4 attributes. This was the first time he had seen the remains of a dragon, and it was also the first time he encountered a beast with more than 2 attributes. Dean, I'm starting, Ji Yuan said to the dean beside him, lightly touching the skeleton with his fingertips, closing his eyes, pretending to draw upon some kind of power. 10 minutes later, Ji Yuan softly murmured in his heart, absorb. Suddenly, a strange ripple emerged from his fingertips, and under the gaze of the three, the massive skeleton almost instantly vanished. It looked as if it had been absorbed into Ji Yuan's body. Seeing this scene, the dean felt a pang of heartache. Remains absorption complete. Detected that the integrity of the Holy Void Angry Winged Dragon's remains is 100%. Would you like to immediately replicate a perfect juvenile form? Ji Yuan paused and looked at the dean. Should we revive it here, or, you really can do it? As the dean of a super academy, a look of astonishment appeared on his face at that moment. When something long anticipated finally happens, people often find themselves momentarily stunned. If I dared to joke about such things with the dean, wouldn't you skin me alive? Ji Yuan joked. Seeing him so nonchalant, the dean took a deep breath. Back to the academy. With a wave of his hand, the 4 of them retraced their steps back to the academy. Upon returning, the dean sent Jiang Qingru and Tang Yi away, as if the next place they were going to was something even his 2 most beloved students could not know. Ji Yuan followed him back to the Sifang building, the dean's office. After rummaging around his desk for a moment, the dean suddenly exclaimed, "Whoa!" Above the 4 large characters from extremes comes blessing on the wall, a blue light began to flow, forming a spatial track. Compared to the massive spatial track Ji Yuan had crossed from Mohen City, this was the size of a door. Follow me. The dean walked directly into it. Ji Yuan followed behind. Strictly speaking, this was not his first experience with spatial teleportation, but as his consciousness was ravaged by an invisible hand, when the scene before him gradually became clear, he still inevitably felt a wave of nausea. His stomach churned, and he felt dizzy. This symptom lasted for about 3 minutes before gradually dissipating. Holding his forehead, he looked around. At this moment, he found himself in a massive space with soft lighting and comfortable temperatures. The ground beneath his feet was covered with a thin layer of clear water. This massive space seemed to have no other way to leave except for the teleportation door. Crack, cough. At this time, in the center, a pure white stone pillar platform rose. The dean pointed at the platform and said, "Right here." Ji Yuan walked over, thinking in his heart, replicate, Holy Void Angry Winged Dragon juvenile form. Ding! Preparing to replicate the perfect juvenile form of the Holy Void Angry Winged Dragon. Swish! As the words fell, a holy light appeared. The dean stood beside him, hands behind his back, his eyes hiding anticipation. As the prompt replication complete sounded, under the gaze of Ji Yuan and the dean, the holy light dissipated, transforming into an extremely weak creature. This is. Ji Yuan was taken aback. Could it be a mistake? At this moment, on the platform was a creature the size of a palm, resembling a lizard. It had no dragon-like appearance and no so-called 8 wings. Is this really the Holy Void Angry Winged Dragon? He looked at the dean, only to see the other party's eyes wide open, extending a trembling hand, cautiously touching the creature. Then, the dean suddenly looked at him, his pupils trembling, his gaze sharp. Damn it, don't look at me like that. Just tell me, is it or isn't it? Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched, uncertain of what this super dean was thinking at the moment. After a moment, the dean's mouth slightly opened. Good, good, good. Unexpectedly, he excitedly exclaimed those 3 words. Ji Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You are simply the treasure of our Holy Sky Academy, Ji Yuan. The dean suddenly beamed with joy, grabbing his shoulders with immense excitement. The dean patted his shoulder and hugged him as they walked towards the teleportation portal. Ji Yuan turned back to take another look at the juvenile sacred Sky Fury Dragon, but was pulled back by the dean. I know what you're thinking, and you're not wrong. That little thing is indeed in the juvenile stage of the Sacred Sky Fury Dragon. This space was specially built for it by me. Don't worry, once it reaches its youth stage, I will let it leave here. The two passed through the teleportation portal back to the office. The dean's excitement and enthusiasm seemed to linger in the space. Inside the office, he returned to his usual demeanor, carefully examining Ji Yuan from head to toe before saying, "From now on, if you encounter any difficulties or have any requests in the academy or even nationwide, just let me know." "Thank you, Dean." Ji Yuan nodded. "I actually have something I want to apply for with the dean." "Go ahead." The dean waved his hand grandly. "I want to take a trip to the forest on the north side of the academy." "Sure, that's a small matter. I also need to bring a few friends with me." "No problem. They have classes in need." "Approved." "Dean, there's one more thing. I've set my sights on a few skill cores, but my points, here are 800,000 points. If it's not enough, just let me know." "Alright, thank you, Dean. You should rest early." In the end, Ji Yuan left the office holding a unique points card. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, his phone vibrated. Looking at it, it was the dean, who had just added him as a friend, sending a message. 3 days later, leave the academy with me. I'll take you to 2 places. Okay, Dean. Putting away his phone, Ji Yuan had some guesses about these 2 places. The next morning, Yuan. On the north side of the academy, at the edge of the mountains, Jiang Qingru, with silver hair like a galaxy, was waiting early. Upon seeing Ji Yuan, she skipped joyfully to his side. "Good morning, cousin." After linking her arm with Ji Yuan's, Jiang Qingru turned her head to Zhao Shan beside them and smiled. "Cousin." Zhao Shan chuckled awkwardly. Today, the others besides him were all busy. He didn't want to be a third wheel, but since Ji Yuan said he had a gift for him, he had no choice but to tag along. "Where are your other friends?" Jiang Qingru asked. "They have things to take care of. Let's go," Ji Yuan said, summoning Mugu. As the fairy in a light green gauze dress appeared, Jiang Qingru's clear eyes sparkled with amazement. "Is this the fairy you mentioned? So beautiful." Just waking up, Mugu yawned, and upon hearing the compliment, she looked at Jiang Qingru, her fairy eyes also sparkling with wonder. "You're beautiful too." Alright, Mugu, lead the way." Ji Yuan waved his hand, interrupting the mutual flattery between the 2 girls. "Yes, my lord," Mugu replied, then slightly raised her head, sniffing the air, and led the way forward. Seeing this, Ji Yuan and the others followed behind, and the group ventured deeper into the continuous mountains. "Old Ji, what surprise are you going to give me? Can you stop keeping me in suspense?" After walking for a while, Zhao Shan could no longer contain his curiosity. "Can't you hold it in?" Ji Yuan glanced at him. "You've been keeping me in suspense for over a month since you enrolled, haven't you?" This guy never told him the result of the snowy ice gorilla's advancement from beginning to end. Every time he asked, he would just smile mysteriously, making it seem like he was hiding something. "Hey!" With that, Zhao Shan smiled awkwardly. Alright, I was planning to surprise you when I challenged you. Anyway, now that you've advanced to the 5th rank, I can't possibly beat you." As he spoke, a crystal ice beast seal appeared in his palm. Swish! The light flickered, and a bone-chilling cold suddenly spread, causing both Ji Yuan and Jiang Qingru to feel a shiver. Then, under their gaze, a robust gorilla over 3 meters tall, with fur made of ice crystals, appeared behind Zhao Shan. The coldness enveloped the gorilla, and its pure ice crystal fur seemed to be imbued with a layer of strange armor, making the gorilla look even more formidable. However, what caught the eye was the color of the gorilla's eyebrows and the fur on its head. The fur in these 2 areas was dark red, creating a strong sense of disharmony with its entire icy body. Ji Yuan looked at the gorilla and couldn't help but recall its former appearance. In comparison, it was now much more robust, and the fluctuations of its bloodline were even more intense. As for its appearance, there wasn't much change. The current Bing Bing has a dominant level bloodline. It's incredibly strong. Zhao Shan laughed, patting its large arm. "Uncle is most troubled by your strange hobby." Jiang Qingru pouted slightly, smiling as she explained, "Uncle Tianhou and Aunt Wancho have given him quite a few legendary beast eggs, but he only likes apes, monkeys, and gorillas, those 3 types. The bloodline starting point of these 3 types of beasts is very low. To achieve a high bloodline level, they can only be cultivated from scratch." Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan in surprise. "Then wouldn't that be very hard for you? It's a kind of persistence, a kind of romance, you understand?" Zhao Shan shrugged. "Sir, we've arrived." At that moment, Mugu, who was leading the way ahead, suddenly turned around. Upon hearing this, the 3 regained their seriousness. After parting a thicket, not far away, a skeleton of a reptile lay quietly. Strangely, Ji Yuan's Emperor's Codex in his mind remained silent. Surrounding the skeleton were many creatures. These creatures lay neatly, breathing evenly, seemingly in deep sleep. "Bing Bing, go and scare these creatures away. After receiving Ji Yuan's consent, Zhao Shan immediately commanded Bing Bing to leap out of the thicket. With its size, the commotion it created not only scared them away but nearly frightened those creatures to death. Once the area was cleared, they approached. Upon getting closer, they discovered that a thin layer of dark green gas enveloped the skeleton. This gas seemed to emit a power that made one feel at ease, causing the nearby creatures to involuntarily want to rest. Absorb. Squatting down, Ji Yuan immediately summoned the Emperor's Codex. Absorption complete, generating data panel. Creature, breath of life beast, race, life beast clan, bloodline, emperor level, attribute, wood, characteristic, breath of life, emits a gentle aura that can replenish mental strength, and does not dissipate even in death. Other data, lost. Skeleton integrity, 70%, life beast clan, breath of life spirit. Is there some connection between these two? So, this so-called breath of life can also block the detection of the Emperor's Codex? Standing up, Ji Yuan looked at Mu Ge. Is there more? She frowned and sniffed the air. Yes, but it's very far away. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Shan's phone suddenly rang. Su, what is this guy up to? Zhao Shan answered in confusion, but in an instant, Ji Yuan saw his expression darken. What happened? Something's gone wrong. Zhao Shan looked at him. Su said that Chen Hao and Kuxian Ji, who ranked 5th on the gold list, have teamed up to bully the students of Linyun City. Even Lao Si and he were beaten up. What? Ji Yuan frowned and looked at Zhang Qingru. What's going on? The academy actually condones this behavior? That's very normal. Zhang Qingru shook her head and sighed. The teaching philosophy of the Super Academy is inherently special, rather than letting students be sheltered like flowers in a greenhouse. The higher-ups of the academy hope that every student who graduates from the Super Academy can become a strong and combative lone wolf. This philosophy is executed most thoroughly by the Juling Academy. The benefits of this approach are obvious. Every year in the 3 major academy exchange competitions, the students of Juling Academy have richer combat skills and experience than those from the other 2 academies. Zhang Qingru looked at Ji Yuan and said, I haven't had the chance to tell you these things in the past couple of days because I've been too busy. When you joined the academy, you must have seen a city, right? Strictly speaking, that city is also the Holy Sky Academy. Every year, any student who feels they have stayed long enough can apply to go to Holy Sky City. The prosperity of Holy Sky City is no different from the top 10 cities in the country. The only difference is that the currency used is point vouchers. At the same time, there exists a force in Holy Sky City, the Beastmaster Guild. Among the top 10 on the gold list, besides me and Tang Yi, the other 8 all have their own guilds, including Chen Hao. I see. Listening to Zhang Qingru's explanation, Ji Yuan's fist slowly clenched. Since the academy turns a blind eye, then I know what to do. Where are they now? He looked at Zhao Shan, who replied, Why a square? I heard that Chen Hao and Kuxianji have gathered all the students from Linyun City there. Then let's go. Xing Xiao. Ji Yuan immediately shouted coldly. Grr. The space rippled, and a magnificent griffin with a mysterious hue appeared out of thin air. You trash, are you all level 4 and 5 students? What a bunch of useless fools. At Waya Square of the Holy Sky Academy. It was now class break time, and the square was crowded with people, countless eyes filled with mockery and disdain staring at the group of low-level students who dared not speak up. They were all from Linyun City, level 4 and 5 students. Everyone in the academy knew that these guys had entered because of the championship won by Ji Yuan. In daily campus life, most students harbored great malice towards these students from Linyun City. At this moment, in front of 50 students from Linyun City stood a large fox with 4 tails and orange-yellow fur. On the back of this fox stood a bespectacled man. Silver-haired Kuxianji stood beside him, looking down at the burly man sitting on the ground, sneering continuously. Lao Si, how are you? The frail Su supported Zhong Xian, his eyes filled with frustration. You bully, just wait until Ji Yuan comes, I'll have him beat you to death. Looking at Zhong Xian's pale face, Su couldn't help but point at a level 1 student who had just hit Zhong Xian and cursed loudly. On the back of the 4-tailed fox, the bespectacled Chen Hao sneered when he saw that he still dared to speak, still dared to shout. Keep hitting. Upon receiving the order, the level 1 student stepped forward again, not even needing to summon a beast. I am Su. Slap. Before Su could even finish introducing himself, the other party slapped him across the face. The fiery sting hit him, and he was directly stunned. What's wrong with the Su family? Buddy, in the academy, the strongest fist matters, everything else is worthless, you know. Where's your backup? It's been 5 minutes, Ji Yuan isn't going to back down, is he? Ha ha ha. The first level student laughed wildly. I'll kill you. Su's eyes turned red, he had never been hit by anyone in his life. Fueled by rage, he immediately activated the Beast Tamer seal, but just as he was about to lose his mind, Zhong Xian quickly grabbed him. Third brother, Don't be impulsive. Hey, summon it then. Just a mere 6th rank, if you dare summon your beast, I'll wipe them all out. The 5th rank first level student laughed, along with Chunhao's sycophants, who burst into laughter. Caw! At that moment, a cry of an eagle echoed from the sky. Everyone in the Waya Square looked up, only to see a dark shadow diving down. Whoosh! The shadow fell straight in front of Chunhao's four-tailed fox. Bang! A shocking sound erupted, accompanied by a fierce wind sweeping across the area, causing many to raise their hands to shield their eyes. When the wind subsided, everyone quickly looked forward. In front of Chunhao's orange four-tailed fox stood a massive, colorful griffin with its wings spread wide. What is this? Chunhao stared at the giant griffin, his pupils contracting. A Star Peak griffin. No, wait. The Star Peak griffin recorded in books is entirely golden and dazzling like the sun. This is not a Star Peak griffin. At that moment, a strand of silver hair fluttered in the wind on the griffin's back. Seeing this, Chunhao's heart trembled. Qingru Sr.? He called out hurriedly. But when the griffin's wings folded, he saw the goddess he had admired for so long intimately linking arms with a handsome young man. Ji Yuan. A fierce light filled Chunhao's eyes. I thought you, turtle, wouldn't dare to come out, Ji Yuan. A silver-haired Kuxianji's eyes were filled with hatred. His black wind had completed its evolution last night, fully becoming a legendary creature. This was his greatest reliance now. Do you need me to take action? On the griffin's back, Jiang Qingru tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looking at Ji Yuan. Don't worry. Ji Yuan shook his head and then leaped directly off the griffin's back. Zhao Shan and Jiang Qingru followed closely behind. 4th. 3rd. Zhao Shan immediately ran towards Su Su and Zhong Xian. Upon seeing the red handprint on Su Su's face, his eyes flared with flames. Who hit you? Zhao Shan turned his head, glaring angrily at Chunhao and his group. I did. What do you want? The first-level sycophant raised his chin and stepped forward. Just a 6th rank. What could he do? At most, only Ji Yuan could take notice. But they had no less than 6 5th ranks on their side, especially since Chunhao was 5th on the gold list. Did Ji Yuan dare to act recklessly? What do you want? At that moment, a cold voice filled with rage suddenly rang out. I'll tell you what will happen. Boom! In an instant, a powerful wave of soul power surged forth, shocking the first-level sycophant, who had no time to react before Ji Yuan grabbed his hair and yanked him hard. Bang! The arrogant first-level student was yanked down to the ground. Humph! Seeing this, the soul power seas of Chunhao and Kuxianji churned violently, their soul power pressure pouring down on Ji Yuan, seemingly trying to crush him. Ha! Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan let out a cold laugh. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wave of soul power more terrifying and domineering than the combined might of the two erupted from Ji Yuan's body. The soul power galaxy flowed slowly, an endless torrent of wild and tyrannical soul power oozing from every pore, directly dispersing the soul power pressure of the two. Chunhao's pupils shook. Ji Yuan had really just advanced to 5th rank. This time, it was a solid board. Just from the clash of soul power, Chunhao had gained a rough understanding of Ji Yuan's strength. However, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Now that the matter has escalated, it cannot be easily quelled. Ji Yuan's expression was indifferent, and the first-level dogleg closest to him was nearly suffocated by the terrifying soul power that washed over him like a cosmic river. Su Su, come up, Ji Yuan said coldly. Su Su, whose left cheek still bore the faint imprint of a slap, stepped forward. Hit! At these words, Su Su's eyes instantly reddened, and then he let out a furious roar, swinging his right arm in a wide arc towards the dogleg's cheek. Smack! With one slap, not only did it leave a bright red mark, but it also caused blood to flow from the corner of the opponent's mouth. No, I was wrong, brother. The first-level dogleg whimpered, while Ji Yuan's vast soul power continued to radiate outward, giving him no chance. He turned his head to look at Zhong Xian. 4th, hit him back just as he hit you. Zhong Xian, with his thick brows and big eyes, also stepped forward with reddened eyes. All right, big brother. Saying this, he directly kicked out fiercely. Ugh! Ji Yuan let go, and the first-level dogleg was kicked 2 meters away. The crowd watching parted, with no one sympathizing with his plight, and some even felt he wasn't hit hard enough. Behind, 50 people from Linyun City stared intently at Ji Yuan's back, their eyes filled with reverence. Now, it's your turn. Ji Yuan clapped his hands, and then, under the gaze of countless people, he pointed at Chunhao and Kuxianji. You two, come at me together. You two come at me together. What an arrogant statement. Chunhao was in the top 5 of the rankings, and Kuxianji, before deliberately targeting Ji Yuan, was ranked 14th. Ji Yuan had only been in school for a month, yet he dared to boldly challenge them to come at him together? Ignoring the commotion in the square, Ji Yuan leaped onto the back of the Starhawk, and then its wings spread wide, soaring into the sky. Humph! A cold glint flashed in Chen Hao's eyes as he rode his four-tailed fox towards the duel area. Seeing this, Qianji also charged out on his black lion. The 10th duel arena. This was one of the largest duel arenas in the academy, half the size of the city district competition arena. At this moment, Ji Yuan stood on the platform, with Ming, Star Hawk, and Flashing Spark standing behind him in sequence. Opposite him, Chen Hao adjusted his glasses and sneered, "Junior, it's better not to be too arrogant. Otherwise, when you leave the academy and enter the Holy Sky City, you'll suffer a great loss." Throughout his words, he was constantly assessing the three beasts behind Ji Yuan, feeling the strong fluctuations of bloodlines. Where did this person come from? That Qilin beast and black wolf must be of mythical bloodlines. But what kind of breed is this strange griffin? Could it be a dark peak griffin? With the backing of mythical level beasts and the terrifying soul power fluctuations Ji Yuan had unleashed earlier at Y Square, Chen Hao gradually lost his confidence. He was not a reckless youth, he had 8 beasts in total, among which only one had a legendary bloodline. Moreover, it was just right to be countered by Ji Yuan's fire-type Qilin beast. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Qianji beside him. Fortunately, Ji Yuan is so arrogant, daring to claim he can take on 2 opponents, which suits my intentions. Even if Ji Yuan was a prodigy, he couldn't possibly be a match for the 2 of them. Chen Hao thought this way. Little did he know, Qianji's thoughts were the same as his. As long as we team up, even if Ji Yuan uses that strange move, we can break it. Meanwhile, the students who had rushed over to watch the match were all incredulous. If Ji Yuan really won this match, it was likely that no one in the future academy would be his opponent. Classmate Ji Yuan, are you sure you want to start the duel? The referee looked at him, confirming. Ji Yuan nodded slightly, remaining silent. Seeing this, the referee turned to Chen Hao and Qianji. Are you both ready to start the duel? Cut the nonsense! Chen Hao and Qianji both felt a bit embarrassed about the 2-on-1 situation and shouted simultaneously. The referee then said no more and directly announced the duel had begun. Ji Yuan. Qianji could no longer hold back. A robust lion with flowing black mane appeared, followed by a giant ape engulfed in blazing flames. Chen Hao summoned a 4-tailed fox and 2 strange creatures he had never seen before. Almost simultaneously, the blue and white Qilin beast stepped forward. Unleash, heavenly burning, earthly destruction. An overwhelming soul power surged forth as Ming stepped onto the arena, forcefully stomping down. Whoosh! In an instant, the azure ghostly flames suddenly expanded, enveloping both of them and their 6 beasts in the blink of an eye. The scorching heat caused Chen Hao and Qianji's expressions to change dramatically, a skill that creates an elemental space. At that moment, it felt as if they were in a vast plain, surrounded by countless azure volcanoes. The next second, boom! As the air began to boil, amidst the shaking of heaven and earth, those azure volcanoes erupted, spewing forth massive burning boulders, raining down upon their 6 beasts with overwhelming force. Chen Hao and Qianji were both stunned, their scalps tingling at the apocalyptic scene before them. At this moment, Chen Hao seemed to recall something and suddenly looked towards Ji Yuan in the distance. This is the heavenly burning, earthly destruction, created by the ancient beast master, Fanyan. How is that possible? Even the most talented fire-type beasts would need at least 3 months to fully master heavenly burning, earthly destruction. You've only been in school for a little over a month. How can you unleash it? Chen Hao was so shaken because he had purchased heavenly burning, earthly destruction himself 6 months ago after saving up 500,000. However, after 5 months, his fire-type beast was still in the early stages of understanding this skill. Shocked as they were, both immediately commanded their beasts to unleash their strongest defenses. As the boulders rained down, the deafening roar made their hearts race wildly. In the distance, Ji Yuan squinted his eyes. He hadn't expected the performance of heavenly burning, earthly destruction to be so formidable. However, this move was indeed very draining on soul power. In just a moment, a third of his soul power had vanished. Moreover, this skill was quite special. Even though Ming possessed the talent of, no need to worry, any fire-type beast skill could be learned at a glance. But currently, Ming's control over heavenly burning, earthly destruction was only at half. If he were to master it completely, it was unimaginable how powerful it would be. This 500,000 points spent is worth it. Beneath the falling boulders, Qianji roared in anger. What kind of skill is this? Why does it have such terrifying performance? Humph! Chen Hao snorted coldly. During the ancient war, when Fanyan unleashed this move, thousands of cursed souls perished. What he's using now can't even compare to 1/10,000th of Fanyan's. Hold on, as long as we wait for this move to end, he will undoubtedly lose. The joint defense of the 6 beasts was incredibly resilient. No matter how the massive flaming boulders fell, they couldn't be shaken even slightly. There's another way. Qianji fixed his gaze on Ji Yuan in the distance and said, let's each summon another beast and attack him now. Unexpectedly, His words made Chen Hao laugh. Kuxianji, do you know why you only deserve to stay in 14th place? What did you say? Kuxianji's forehead veins bulged. Now our soul power is concentrated on the 3 beasts. Once we summon the 4th beast, the soul power will tilt, and what consequences will that bring? Chen Hao sneered, you're still too naive. Being passive now doesn't mean you'll always be passive. I understand heavenly burning and earthly destruction extremely well. No matter what genius he is, as long as he is a 5th rank, his sea of soul power cannot perform any other actions while releasing this move. Kuxuanji growled in defiance, Ji Yuan is different. You haven't fought him, you have no idea about him. At that moment, both Chen Hao and Kuxuanji's pupils shrank. In their line of sight, Ji Yuan moved. Awah! The black giant wolf howled at the sky. Amidst the rolling stones, dark clouds suddenly gathered. At the same time, the griffin, shimmering with mysterious colors, spread its wings and soared into the air, a sphere of starry power forming in its mouth. Chen Hao was right. If it were an ordinary 5th rank, it would indeed be difficult to draw out soul power to launch other attacks while releasing heavenly burning and earthly destruction. But Ji Yuan was not an ordinary 5th rank. Within him was not a sea of soul power, but a river of soul power. Thunder judgment. Starry breath. At the moment Ji Yuan's soul power circulated, both the flashing star and the star all took their stances, unleashing their deadly moves. The 5th rank truly deserved its title. Although heavenly burning and earthly destruction drained nearly a third of his soul power, with the vast river of soul power and the recovery speed of his exceptional talent, Ji Yuan could accomplish what ordinary 5th ranks found difficult. When the thunder poured down upon the defense formed by the 6 beasts, the star owl's breath, capable of extinguishing the fire of life, was finally ready. Whoosh! In an instant, a beam of light, as if containing the stars, erupted from the beak of the star owl, filled with boundless starry power, crashing against the defense of the 6 beasts. Crack! In a moment, the triple fierce assault from the rolling stones, endless thunder, and the overwhelming starry power directly caused the defense of Chen Hao and Kuxuanji's 6 beasts to collapse. Damn it! Where the hell did this bastard come from? Are you sure he just advanced to 5th rank a month ago? Chen Hao felt a chilling aura from the breath of the star owl. He couldn't believe he was facing a newly promoted 5th rank beast master. Kuxuanji's eyes were filled with bitterness. Now, he was uncertain too. Could it be that those who could trigger the black gold pillar were all such monsters? He couldn't help but recall the day he dueled with Ji Yuan, when he didn't even have time to fight back before being knocked unconscious. Back then, he could still make excuses, saying Ji Yuan's methods were too treacherous, creating illusions without a fair fight. But now, the opponent not only attacked head-on but also used overwhelming power to face him and Chen Hao alone. Everyone has their own pride, but when one realizes they cannot defeat the other no matter what, that pride turns into bitterness. Damn it! Let's go all out. Kuxuanji, let's summon another beast together. The moment the defense shatters, we strike with all our might. Chen Hao felt the fierce pressure from above, gritting his teeth and shouting. Alright, Kuxuanji's eyes sharpened. The moment the defense above their heads completely shattered. Shi Hong, Aurora. Chen Hao and Kuxuanji shouted in unison, their sea of soul power stirring up monstrous waves. Together, they summoned 8 beasts, for each, which was the limit a 5th rank beast master could control. To have 4 beasts release their skills simultaneously would drain even the sea of soul power. But they couldn't care less about that now. Deep down, the last dignity of being an emperor prevented them from allowing themselves to be defeated by a newcomer when they joined forces. At the same time, the elemental space created by the destruction of heaven and earth gradually faded, and they once again appeared in the sight of the crowd. What's going on? The battle isn't over yet. Damn! Who is this Ji Yuan? He actually withstood the combined attack of Senior Chen and Senior Ko? Truly worthy of being a newcomer who can touch the black gold pillar, to have such combat power just a month after enrollment, so strong. Wait, if Ji Yuan really wins this duel, wouldn't he replace Senior Chen and become 5th on the gold list? The astonishment of the onlooking students made Chen Hao's lackeys furious, and he immediately cursed, shut the hell up. How could Senior Chen possibly lose to Ji Yuan? You 2 lackeys still dare to speak? Chen Hao and Kuxianji have been teaming up for 5 minutes, and Ji Yuan is still unharmed. What more is there to say? Zhao Shan and Su Su directly pointed at the noses of those 5th grade lackeys and retorted, you 2 6th graders dare to shout? If you have the guts, come with me to another duel arena and fight it out. The lackeys sneered, their eyes cold and ruthless. Want to fight? I'll fight you. Unexpectedly, in the crowd, Jiang Qingru tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked at him calmly. Hiss! This silver-haired beauty was indeed the number 1 on the gold list, apart from a few individuals in the entire academy, who would dare to speak loudly to her. With Jiang Qingru stepping in, all of Chen Hao's lackeys immediately fell silent. Woo! Big sister, they're bullying me. Susu only then realized that Jiang Qingru was still here, and immediately pointed at the fading palm print on his cheek, crying pitifully. Calling her big sister made a hint of shyness flash across Jiang Qingru's delicate face, and then her gaze towards those lackeys grew even colder. Chen Hao's lackeys shivered and shrank back into the crowd, gradually distancing themselves from her. The conflict below the stage went unnoticed by the three on stage. During this time, Chen Hao and Kuxianji's 8 summoned beasts had launched wave after wave of attacks. But what the two didn't expect was that Ji Yuan's summoned beasts actually received all the skills from the 8 summoned beasts without any burden. Mythical bloodline. Chen Hao and Kuxianji gritted their teeth. As the rank of beast masters increased, battles of the same rank relied on the bloodline of the summoned beasts. A stronger bloodline not only possessed unique characteristics and talents but could also expand into stronger skills. Now, each of them held a legendary summoned beast, facing Ji Yuan's 2 mythical and 1 legendary beast. It was like being struck down a dimension. Moreover, Ji Yuan's special soul power qualification inherently had an invincible attribute at the same rank, and with multiple overlaps, even 2 against 1, it was indeed very difficult to gain an advantage over him. Especially, the bloodlines of Ming and Shanpa were merely mythical on the surface. Let's end this. On the stage, Ji Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. His handsome face and resolute posture made the students watching below flash a hint of admiration. Fighting alone against 2 fifth-grade opponents without falling behind, remaining calm throughout. This composure and demeanor were what they yearned to be in their hearts. One more time, Chen Hao gritted his teeth. With all our strength, Kuxianji also roared. Accompanied by the emotions of the 2 beast masters, the 8 summoned beasts on the scene began to gather their strongest attacks once again. But at that moment, Mu Gu, Ji Yuan said softly. A faint green light flickered, and under the gaze of the crowd, a beautiful and flawless life spirit slowly appeared. Mu Gu clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, slightly lowering her eyelids, her thin lips softly chanting, "Vine binding." Swish! In an instant, suddenly, countless thick and vibrant vines sprouted on the arena, binding all 8 of Chen Hao and Kuxianji's beasts. The thick vines tightly wrapped around the limbs and necks of the 8 beasts, pressing them firmly to the ground, rendering them immobile. In an instant, roars and struggles erupted on the arena, but no matter how they fought, the green vines remained utterly unyielding. Flame storm, thunder judgment, fierce gale. As Ji Yuan's calm voice rang out, Ming, Flash, and Star all unleashed their skills. The soul power galaxy surged wildly as he coldly gazed at the ashen-faced Chen Hao and Kuxianji in the distance. Admit defeat now, and it's not too late. Above, thunder rumbled. Below, azure flames mixed with terrifying gales. At this moment, the 8 beasts of the 2 had become fish on the chopping block, waiting for Ji Yuan to butcher them. They could either watch helplessly as their beasts were killed and lose, or bow their heads in defeat to this freshman who had only been enrolled for a month. With trembling fists, Chen Hao suddenly found peace. I lost. As these words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The 5th on the gold list, Chen Hao, who had been in the academy for 4 years, had truly lost. Back then, his entrance exam had also triggered a crimson gold pillar. Immediately, the vines binding his 4 beasts slowly dissipated. Seeing this, Kuxianji's teeth nearly ground to dust. But what could he do? Forget it. I admit defeat. From this point on. In just 1 month since enrollment, Ji Yuan had experienced a fall from grace to a first-year student. Then, he had defeated Kuxianji for the first time, returning to the top. Now, he faced 2 opponents alone. From now on, the 5th on the gold list of the Holy Sky Academy had completely changed hands. Within the 5th rank, he was invincible among peers. After Ji Yuan defeated Chen Hao and Kuxianji in a 1-against-2 battle, his reputation exploded within the Holy Sky Academy. To everyone, he was doing exactly what the predecessors of the Black Gold Pillar had done. Looking back at the students who had triggered the Black Gold Pillar in previous years, each had grown into a renowned beast master in the Great Xia Kingdom. They believed that Ji Yuan would be no exception in the future. Thus, no one in the academy dared to provoke the 50 low-level students from Linyun City, nor the entire 811 dormitory. The students from Linyun City truly recognized this big brother from the bottom of their hearts. In this academy where strength spoke and the strong were respected, Ji Yuan had become a veritable senior Ji. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. For some reason, during these 3 days, he wanted to gather everyone, but Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin both made excuses to be unavailable. He felt that the 2 girls had been acting a bit strange lately. Are you leaving the academy? At this moment, in the 811 dormitory, Zhao Shan and the others looked at Ji Yuan in surprise. It's not the kind of leaving you think. Ji Yuan shook his head. The principal wants to take me to handle some matters. From my estimate, it might take 2 or 3 days. Upon hearing this, Su Su let out a sigh of relief. You scared me, but what if you're not here, and that bastard Kushwanji comes to bully us again? It was clear that he was still haunted by the last incident. What are you afraid of? Zhao Shan snorted. My cousin is still in the academy, the top of the gold list. Who would dare to cause us trouble? Su Su immediately scoffed. I thought you were going to say it's because you're here, but in the end, you still have to rely on your sister-in-law. The two bombs exploded again. Zhongshan narrowly escaped a disaster during class. Ji Yuan was getting a headache from the two's bickering when, at that moment, the principal sent a message, prompting him to leave immediately. More than 10 minutes later, in the clouds, Star Owl soared through the sky. Ji Yuan and the principal rode on its back. After a while, Ji Yuan curiously asked, "Why must we use it?" Just when I was still at the academy, the dean strongly insisted on taking the Star Peak Griffin, which left me a bit confused. Because with it, the persuasiveness will be much higher, the dean smiled. Upon hearing this, I suddenly realized, so, the dean wants me to help the other two academies revive their guardian beasts? When I saw the bones of the Holy Sky Angry Winged Dragon, the dean had mentioned that the guardian beasts of the three major academies had long since fallen. Now, hearing him say this, the already clever Ji Yuan immediately understood the purpose of this trip. I won't force you to help them. In the end, those two guys will definitely offer some benefits, and you can choose as you see fit, the dean said casually. In response, Ji Yuan remained silent and did not answer, but in his heart, he began to calculate. After flying for nearly an hour on the Star Owl, a city comparable in scale to the Holy Sky came into view. This city was quite special, with towering buildings almost all having the same paint finish. Light blue and snow white intertwined, and from above, the buildings formed two characters, Lan Tian. This peculiar arrangement of buildings made Ji Yuan raise his eyebrows upon seeing it for the first time. The Lan Tian Super Academy was located right above the city. The dean seemed to have made arrangements in advance, not directing Ji Yuan to land but instead allowing him to continue flying along the west side of the academy. After passing through a lush green forest, Ji Yuan, standing on the back of the Star Owl, suddenly narrowed his eyes. To the north of the Holy Sky Academy lay a desolate wasteland, and to the west of the Lan Tian Academy was a vast expanse of frozen land. As he looked, it was an endless world of ice and snow. As soon as the Star Owl flew into this area, a biting cold wind rushed in. This is also one of the ancient battlefields, the frozen tomb, the dean said with a tone full of emotion. In the ancient era, the world was engulfed in the apocalyptic flames of war ignited by the Cursed Soul Kingdom. To prevent the remnants of the Cursed Soul from catching us off guard, among the 6 ancient battlefields, 4 are guarded by the Great Xia Kingdom. Among them, our academy guards the Endless Wasteland. The Lan Tian Academy guards this frozen tomb you see. The remaining 2 battlefields are each guarded by the Absolute Spirit Academy and the Beast Master Alliance headquarters. At this point, Ji Yuan had a certain understanding of the overall picture of this world. As they continued to fly, amidst the snow and ice, Ji Yuan suddenly spotted a castle standing on the ice. This castle was so vast that it could almost rival the size of 2 football fields. At the same time, he also saw a chilling griffin hovering above the castle, slowly flapping its wings. On the back of this cold peak griffin sat a stunningly beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure. This woman was not unfamiliar to Ji Yuan. She was Lu Qingxi, the dean of the Lan Tian Academy, who had personally invited him when he first enrolled. When she saw the Star Owl, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Then, without waiting for Ji Yuan and the others to approach, she directly urged the cold peak griffin to swoop into the castle. Ji Yuan signaled for the Star Owl to follow. The ice crystal castle was much larger than he had imagined, and they finally stopped in a spacious courtyard. We meet again, little Ji Yuan. As soon as they landed, the charming Lu Qingxi threw a flirtatious glance at Ji Yuan and laughed softly. He chuckled awkwardly, not daring to respond. Then, Lu Qingxi turned to the dean beside her and rolled her eyes. Li Shuefu, you arrived 20 minutes later than scheduled. There was no way around it. The Holy Destruction's juvenile is still in the nurturing stage. I had to make proper arrangements before I could leave with peace of mind, Dean Li Shuefu replied with a smile. The Holy Destruction must refer to the Holy Sky Angry Winged Dragon. Ji Yuan listened quietly from the side. Really? Li Shuefu's words made Lu Qingxi's expression completely change, her brows slightly furrowing as she looked at him. Whether it's true or not, you should have seen it by now. The dean smiled and fell silent. Lu Qingxi's beautiful eyes flickered, her thoughts unclear. Woo! Suddenly, a strong gust of wind broke the silence. Immediately after, a shadow fell from the sky, landing in the open space. The commotion caused the 3 people present to turn their heads in unison, and they saw a middle-aged man in black clothing, his face sharply defined. This middle-aged man had a slight frown, his gaze indifferent, not one for laughter. Yan Long, dean of the Absolute Spirit Academy, Li Shuefu whispered in Ji Yuan's ear. Old Yan, you're 20 minutes late too, Lu Qingxi said, her tone slightly dissatisfied. Sorry, I got held up by some matters, Yan Long replied expressionlessly, then his gaze focused on Ji Yuan. Instantly, a feeling akin to a sharp edge burning surged in Ji Yuan's heart, but his expression remained calm as he met Yan Long's gaze without submission or arrogance. After a moment, Yan Long shifted his gaze to Li Shuefu. Let's get straight to the point. Ji Yuan. The dean lightly patted his shoulder. Then, Ji Yuan summoned Ming, Shanpa, and the recently stored Xing Xiao together. When the three distinct imperial-level creatures appeared, both Yan Long and Lu Qingxi's eyes flickered imperceptibly. Skull-Ming Phantom Beast, Thunder Emperor Beast, Star Peak Griffin. Yan Long walked back and forth in front of the three beasts, observing for about 5 minutes before slowly coming to a stop. Hearing him directly name Ming and Shanpa, Ji Yuan's heart tightened slightly. They are indeed imperial creatures from the ancient era. Beside him, Lu Qingxi blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of disbelief in them. May I ask, Ji Yuan, how exactly did you manage this? Lu Qingxi stared at him, her gaze burning with intensity. Yan Long's eyes were equally sharp. Feeling a bit overwhelmed under their scrutiny, Ji Yuan took a deep breath and said, Both deans, to be honest, I accidentally stumbled into a cave during my childhood and fortuitously obtained a peculiar dark red pill. I only remember that after taking the pill, it immediately transformed into warm currents flowing into my heart. After that, I didn't think much of it until the day I came of age. When I awakened my soul power, a voice appeared in my mind. It said that in my lifetime, I could absorb the remains of 7 imperial creatures and replicate their young. However, the condition is that the remains must be complete. Ji Yuan spoke calmly, his heart steady, as if he were telling the truth. He had long anticipated this day and had crafted a story that wouldn't go wrong. At the same time, to avoid being treated as a mere tool in the future, he specifically mentioned that he could only absorb 7 remains. Dark red pill? Be more specific. Yan Long stared at him intently. It was a palm-sized, rough-surfaced, oval-shaped pill. I only remember that the cave was dimly lit, and it indeed looked dark red. He pretended to recall with effort. Yan Long listened to his answer, unfazed, and continued to probe. You said there was a voice in your mind after coming of age. Was it male or female? Female, and she also said what the pill I took was called. Something like soul pill? I can't remember. Ji Yuan frowned, thinking carefully before answering. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Yan Long murmured to himself, soul absorption pill. He got away with it. Ji Yuan clearly heard Yan Long's 3 murmured words and secretly laughed. For this story, he had specifically researched ancient texts. In the ancient era, there was a beast master named Li Ying, the only one in the Great Xia who comprehended the secret methods of the Soul Curse Kingdom. In the final battle, all of Li Ying's imperial-level beasts perished. Thus, she began to painstakingly study the Soul Curse secret methods and found a way to resurrect her beasts. Among them, the only recorded item is something called the Soul Draining Pill. However, this record only mentions the name, with no details on how to refine it. Regarding the ultimate fate of this female beast master, all ancient texts contain only fragments. No one knows where she ended up or where she was buried. Therefore, Ji Yuan deliberately aligned his story with that of the missing female beast master to enhance its credibility. This story was also the first time Dean Li Shuefu had heard it. At this moment, the 3 deans of the super academies were all captivated by the tale he wove. The 3 fell into deep thought simultaneously. Do you still remember where the cave you visited as a child is? Yan Long was the first to regain his senses, his eyes flickering with light. The Withering Valley, but as for the exact location, over the past decade, the vegetation has grown, and the mountain has collapsed. I can no longer find it. Ji Yuan shook his head. However, I can confirm to the 3 deans that in that cave, besides the pills, there was only a decaying beast's corpse and a severed arm. The 3 fell silent. After a long while, Lu Qingxi spoke up. So now you only have 3 chances left? The chances she referred to were the times to absorb remains and resurrect. Yes. Ji Yuan nodded. People are inherently selfish. Emperor-level creatures are beyond legends and myths. One must ask, which beast master in the world does not wish to possess one or even multiple emperor-level beasts? And now, Ji Yuan had used 3 of his 7 chances for himself and 1 for the Holy Sky Academy. Would he be willing to expend this precious opportunity for the 2 of them? Yan Long and Lu Qingxi pondered in their hearts. Given their current strength, the 5th rank was naturally insignificant in their eyes. To coerce directly with power? Not to mention whether Li Shuefu would protect Ji Yuan. With Yan Long and Lu Qingxi's identities and temperaments, they could not do such a thing. Since that was the case, there was only one way left. Ji Yuan. Lu Qingxi spoke first. I implore you to expend 1 resurrection opportunity for me and the Lan Tian Academy. You can make any request, any condition, just say it. Yanlong followed closely, speaking in a serious tone. Ji Yuan, I also hope you can expend one resurrection opportunity for the Juling Academy. As long as you can agree, anything within my ability, just say it. The two deans stared at him intently. After a moment, Ji Yuan slightly bent forward. Thank you, deans, for holding me in such high regard. However, I decided to follow Dean Li here today, not to ask for anything from the two of you. As a beast master of the Great Xia Kingdom, I felt great pain and lingering fear upon learning that the guardian beasts of the super academies had all fallen. To be honest with the three deans, I have faced the remnants of the cursed souls a few times. Their kind of evil power is indeed terrifying. Therefore, in my view, resurrecting the guardian beasts of the super academies is something I must do as a beast master of Great Xia. Even if Dean Li Shuefu hadn't brought me here today, I would still have independently requested to resurrect the guardian beasts for the two deans. Even if it exhausts my chances of resurrection, I would not hesitate. Ji Yuan's emotions were full, his tone sincere and serious. There was not a hint of flattery or sycophancy, only a sense of pride and honor in adding strength to Great Xia. His words left the three deans stunned once again. In their eyes, Ji Yuan could have easily demanded a higher price. After all, the opportunity he held to resurrect emperor-level creatures was extremely precious. It could not even be measured by anything else. Yet now, this little fellow not only did not intend to raise the price but even spoke such moving words. What kind of realization was this? The three deans of the Super Academy looked at Ji Yuan with a hint of appreciation and satisfaction that had crept in unknowingly. Ji Yuan, after finishing his words, slightly lowered his head, eyes on his nose on his heart, and fell silent. Only he understood why he had said that. Indeed, at this moment, he believed that all the requests he made, as long as they were not too excessive, Yanlong and Lu Qingxi would definitely agree. But that was not what he wanted. Ji Yuan was incredibly clever. The reason he said he was willing to help the two unconditionally was simply for two words: human sentiment. What in the world could be more valuable than the goodwill of two deans of super academies? Clearly, nothing. Ha! After a while, Li Shuefu let out a deep breath, his brows raised, looking at this student from his academy, feeling a wave of relief in his heart. Especially when he saw the stunned expressions on Lu Qingxi and Yanlong's faces, he couldn't help but smile broadly. With his laughter, the two deans also regained their senses. Lu Qingxi shot him a glare, regretting not having fought harder to get Ji Yuan to join Lan Tian. Then, her gaze shifted, resting on that handsome face. How about this? Your promotion to the 5th rank hasn't been long, so I will give you 3 space stones as a token of gratitude. As she spoke, she opened her warm palm. In the center of her palm, 3 diamond-shaped crystals appeared immediately. Anything that could be taken out at this moment would definitely not be cheap. These 3 space stones are the top-tier ones that have never been released in the era of science. Although it sounds a bit strange, their functions are more refined, more perfect than any space stone on the market. Currently, the most expensive space stone on the market can be exchanged for a legendary beast egg, and the value of these 3 is roughly estimated to be 10 times that. Looking at the space stones in Lu Qingxi's hand, both Li Shuefu and Yanlong were somewhat surprised. These are space stones given to you by the chief R&D officer of the era of science? Li Shuefu chuckled. I heard that even in the era of science, it takes 50 years to produce 9 of these. Are you really willing to part with the token given to you by the chief R&D officer? Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan immediately shook his head. Dean Lu, this gift is too precious. I cannot accept it. Don't listen to his nonsense. Lu Qingxi shot Li Shuefu a glance and said softly, these 3 space stones were given to me by a dear friend. To me, their significance is greater than the items themselves. Just like now, I am giving you these 3 space stones today not to repay you for what you are about to do. Whether you can revive the guardian beast or not, I, Lu Qingxi, and the entire Lantian Academy, will be your strong support from now on. These 3 energy stones that will never run dry are the best proof. Her words were gentle and soft, but to Ji Yuan's ears, they struck him deeply. He slightly raised his head, meeting her sincere and serious gaze. He knew he had no choice but to accept. Thank you, Dean Lu. Ji Yuan carefully took the 3 space stones, and in that instant, his beast space trembled, as if yearning. From now on, just call me Aunt. Lu Qingxi smiled with satisfaction. Yes, Aunt Lu. Ji Yuan immediately changed his address, causing Lu Qingxi to beam with joy. Li Shuefu, standing by, suddenly felt something was off. Was this woman trying to dig a wall? Ahem. Immediately, Li Shuefu cleared his throat and looked at Ji Yuan, saying, not bad. The things your Aunt Lu gave you are great, but when we return to the academy, Uncle Li will give you something even better. His demeanor made Ji Yuan chuckle and nod in agreement. Yanlong remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Lu Qingxi and Li Shuefu understood his character all too well. At this moment, no one said anything more. Lu Qingxi led the way, guiding them through the winding paths of the ice sculpture castle, eventually arriving at a staircase that descended underground. The icy, hard steps exuded a chill, but fortunately, the four present were all beast masters of the 5th rank or above, and their soul power was sufficient to resist the invading cold. As they descended the staircase, the ice-encased walls emitted a faint light. After about 10 minutes of walking, a massive space buried beneath the ice fortress came into view. It was a completely ice-encased circular space, resembling a giant coliseum, with a thin layer of pale blue light swirling at its center. Within that light, lay a magnificent ice crystal skeleton. "Thank you for your hard work." Stopping in her tracks, Lu Qingxi turned to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan nodded and moved forward, passing through the pale blue light under the watchful eyes of the 3 deans, approaching the ice crystal skeleton. "Old Yen, have you not made up your mind yet?" Lu Qingxi observed Ji Yuan's every move, but the topic shifted to the silent Yen Long. "No, I'm weighing how to provide him with the maximum compensation and help." Yen Long shook his head, his gaze focused on the pale blue light. "The reason I didn't speak earlier was that I was thinking about the prophecy left by our ancestor," he suddenly said. Li Shuefu and Lu Qingxi were taken aback. "You mean the Beast King?" The first dean of the Zhuling Academy was known as the Beast King, the strongest beast master in the ancient era. The Beast King's surname was Yen, which was not a secret within the Beast Master Alliance. As the ancestor of the Yen family, he left nothing to his descendants except for his reputation. Strictly speaking, he only left behind a letter. In that letter, he mentioned the resurgence of the cursed soul remnants in the future. Rather than a prophecy, it felt more like this strongest beast master's outlook on the future before his death. Before our ancestor died, he had the entire nation build the Beast King's secret realm for him. He wrote in the letter, "One day in the future, the world will fall into a vortex of destruction. At that time, a person will emerge from the cracks, and he will lead the extermination of the beast army to quell everything." Yen Long's expression was grave. Our ancestor also wrote that to connect with this person, he would leave behind a complete Thunder Emperor beast skeleton in some change within the secret realm. "My descendants, if one day in the future, the Thunder Emperor beast suddenly appears in the world, regardless of the temperament of its beast master, my lineage must protect it at all costs." This is the last part of our ancestor's words regarding the prophecy. Yen Long exhaled, looking at Ji Yuan with a glint in his eyes. "So, you mean Ji Yuan?" Lu Qingxi's beautiful eyes flickered, her red lips slightly parted, seemingly incredulous. Li Shuefu also spoke solemnly, "Since it is a message from the Beast King, we should abide by it." "Alas!" Yen Long frowned and shook his head. "When I first saw the Thunder Emperor beast during the city competition, I was incredibly shocked. If Ji Yuan is indeed the person our ancestors spoke of, it indirectly indicates that the power of the cursed soul remnants has likely grown beyond our imagination. Perhaps in the near future, the crisis of world destruction will return. Besides that, there is one more thing. The letter left by our ancestor mentioned the ultimate fate of this world-saving person." Yen Long looked at the two, enunciating each word. "In the final battle, he will die. And he can only temporarily quell the crisis of world destruction. After his death, the world will still face annihilation." As these words were spoken, Lu Qingxi and Li Shuefu's expressions darkened. "We may need to accelerate our exploration of the interdimensional cracks." After a moment of silence, Li Shuefu gazed at the back of the young man ahead, murmuring. "So," Yen Long said, "I want to visit our ancestor's burial site to retrieve that skeleton." "That skeleton?" Lu Qingxi and Li Shuefu squinted their eyes at the same time. "Are you saying the Beast King's strongest beast, the Haoyu Divine Dragon?" "Yes," Yen Long nodded. Ding! A complete royal biological remains detected near the host, marked. Within the light blue screen, Ji Yuan gazed at the icy crystal skeleton, and in a daze, he seemed to hear strange low growls. "Absorb. Remains absorption complete, generating data panel. Biological, Ice Soul Glazed Phoenix, Race, Phoenix Clan, Bloodline, Royal Level, Perfect, Attributes, Ice, Electricity, Wind, Thunder, Traits, Lost. Other data, completely lost." Unfortunately, without a contract, he couldn't see the detailed panel. He was curious about what skills these guardian beasts would have. Detected that the integrity of the Ice Soul Blazed Phoenix's remains is 100%. Would you like to immediately replicate a perfect juvenile form? When he came down, Lu Qingxi had already said to absorb the remains and directly revive it on the spot. So, he silently thought in his heart, replicate. A familiar light appeared, and Ji Yuan crouched down. In front of him, a curled-up creature resembling a small bird slowly materialized. This little bird was covered in a faint blue ice layer, looking like a delicate glass figurine. He noticed that the Holy Sky Angry Winged Dragon and this Ice Soul Blazed Phoenix were identical. Comparing with Ming, Flashing Spirit, and the juvenile Star Owl, these two guardian beast-level royal biological juveniles appeared incredibly fragile, looking completely devoid of combat power. Could this be some strange trait? The moment this little bird appeared, Lu Qingxi could no longer contain her emotions and approached first. Hiss! When she saw the little bird with her own eyes, her chest involuntarily heaved violently to calm the shock within her. After that, Lu Qingxi left the little bird in the circular space. Returning above, she looked at Ji Yuan very seriously and said, "My promise is always valid. The doors of Lantian Academy will always be open for you." "Thank you, Aunt Lu," he nodded in response. Ji Yuan. At that moment, Yan Long suddenly spoke up. "In 7 days, I will bring the guardian beast's remains to the Holy Sky Academy. I will trouble you then, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory compensation." No one could understand how important it was for them to revive the guardian beast. Even if it meant making the three deans kneel to exchange for a chance at revival, they would do so without hesitation. Because this was not just for the academy, but for the Great Xia, for every person in the world that needed protection. Dean Yen is being too modest. Being able to contribute a little strength for the Great Xia is my honor. How could it be a trouble? Ji Yuan's expression was stern. Although he was calculating the favor he owed, everything he said came from the heart. Even if Lu Qingxi and Yan Long gave him nothing, he would still do it, because only he knew that this power of revival was limitless. However, in the eyes of Yan Long and the others, it was a different matter. To them, Ji Yuan had genuinely consumed an incredibly precious opportunity. Good. Yan Long seemed to greatly appreciate his words. The usually serious corners of his mouth tugged at this moment, as if trying to squeeze out a smile. But perhaps because smiling was very unfamiliar to him, the expression on his face looked strange and awkward. "From now on, you can call me Uncle Yen. Here, I promise you that the Yen family will protect you for eternity, until the Yen bloodline is extinguished." Yan Long's tone contained immense seriousness and determination, causing Ji Yuan's heart to tremble. Had he underestimated the role of the guardian beasts? He always felt that these two important figures were being a bit too polite. "Thank you, Uncle Yen." After Ji Yuan expressed his gratitude, Li Shuefu smiled at him and said, "Since the matter is settled, you should head back to the academy. Your Aunt Lu, Uncle Yen, and I still have things to discuss." "All right." Immediately, he summoned the Star Owl, riding off into the swirling snow. "What a promising young man," Lu Qingxi murmured softly, gazing at Ji Yuan's disappearing figure. "I was always worried that the person mentioned by our ancestor would be a despicable character, but Ji Yuan completely meets my standards." Yan Long also looked in the direction he had left, saying, "Even if he isn't the person predicted by our ancestor, I will support him to become that person." He. Li Shuefu chuckled. The soul-gathering pill should only allow him to gain the ability to resurrect imperial creatures. Don't overlook the fact that he possesses top-tier soul power qualifications, and he has only been a beast master for 4 months before stepping into the 5th rank. Such comprehension is already miraculous. Moreover, I have observed his 2 battles after reaching the 5th rank. This kid Ji Yuan seems to be limitless. Limitless? Both Yan Long and Lu Qingxi looked at him, exclaiming in unison, "Your luck is just too good." Li Shuefu laughed proudly. So, old Yan, at the exchange competition in 2 months, you better obediently give up the title of the strongest academy. Unless he can advance to the 4th rank in 2 months, winning won't be that simple." Yan Long's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of pleasure could still be heard in his tone. "I have a feeling this little guy will create surprises." Lu Qingxi tossed her long hair, her beautiful face radiating a soft glow. Night. Ji Yuan rode the Star Owl, soaring through the night sky under the crescent moon. Reflecting on the morning he had come from, he couldn't help but sigh at how quickly time passed. In the blink of an eye, a day had gone by. As he and the Star Owl returned towards the academy, at this moment, the Holy Sky Academy was brightly lit. In the empty playground, a silver-haired figure resembling a galaxy stood on the viewing platform. She seemed to be waiting for someone. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on the playground. One was tall, with wine-red hair shimmering beautifully under the moonlight. The other was petite, her delicate oval face exuding silence. The 2 strikingly different yet exceptionally beautiful women finally stopped at the bottom of the viewing platform. Their gazes were fixed on the silver-haired woman. "Sorry to have called you out so late at night." The silver-haired woman turned around, her stunning beauty adorned with a faint smile. The silent girl slightly lowered her starry eyes, remaining silent. "So, what do you want to say?" The woman with wine-red hair tilted her head, staring directly at her. "Mu Shu Xin, The silver-haired woman said softly, "You've misunderstood, I have no hostility. Tonight, Ji Yuan won't know about our meeting. I just have one thing I want to ask of you." The silver-haired woman brushed aside the hair from her forehead, her clear eyes looking at the two women before her as she softly said, "I kindly ask you to take good care of him." The two women were taken aback. "Although it sounds selfish and rude to say this, I will be leaving soon." A hint of reluctance flashed in the silver-haired woman's eyes. "In 7 days, I will be heading to an unknown world to carry out an external mission. This is a task from the Alliance, and even the Academy cannot interfere. This mission is fraught with danger, and I have no assurance of when I can return. Don't be fooled by Ji Yuan's usual love for solitude. In fact, he deeply yearns for lively joy. I hope you can keep this matter a secret for me, please." That night, no one knew what the three women talked about. However, after Ji Yuan returned, Mu Shushin and Su Ziyin no longer avoided him as they had before. They also became good friends with Jiang Qingru. Life at the academy returned to calm. Ji Yuan showcased his skills in the arena, defeating countless hidden foes with his impressive strength. No one in the academy dared to trouble Ji Yuan and his friends anymore. In the 7 days following his return, Jiang Qingru was very active, almost inviting everyone from dorm 811, along with Mu Shushin and Su Ziyin, to dinner every day. On several occasions, she even managed to get the Ice Queen Tangyi to join the table. During these 7 days, Ji Yuan felt a long-lost liveliness and joy. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the night of the 7th day. Around 8 in the evening, in dorm 811. "They are so slow, I'm about to fall asleep waiting." Su lay back on the sofa, bored, staring at the ceiling and sighing. "That guy Lao Si too, isn't he supposed to help? I messaged him, and he hasn't replied." Zhao Shan propped his chin on his hand, fiddling with his phone, and jokingly made a gesture at Ji Yuan. "And you, not even knowing your own birthday, pathetic. I'm an orphan, I just set my own birthday when I was young. I've never really cared about it as I grew up." Ji Yuan shrugged. "Ha?" Su sat up, slightly surprised. "So, you mean you've never celebrated your birthday?" "Not really," Ji Yuan frowned in recollection. "During my time in the orphanage, Qingru did prepare quite a few celebrations with the director for me. But after entering high school and leaving the orphanage, I haven't celebrated my birthday since." "That's more like it," Su nodded. "My sister and I share the same birthday, and when we were kids, we often blew out candles together. I really miss those days." Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Finally here." Zhao Shan quickly got up. He opened the door and immediately began to complain loudly. "I mean, you guys are too." To his surprise, standing at the door was a beautiful woman with a cold expression and ice blue hair. Senior's sister." Zhao Shan swallowed his words. "Ah ha ha." Behind Tangyi, Mu Shushin jumped out, pointing at him and laughing. "Zhao Xiaomei, your expression just now could totally be a meme." Mu Shushin, "I will not let this go." Zhao Shan gritted his teeth and stepped aside. Immediately, Mu Shushin pushed the Ice Queen Tangyi into the room. Following them were the silent girl Su Ziyin and Zhong Xian, who had been called to help. Jiang Qingru was the last to enter. Tonight, she had tied her waist-length silver hair into a high ponytail, revealing her swan-like white neck. The dorm 811 immediately became lively. The laughter and joy continued for quite a while before gradually subsiding after an hour. "Next, let's invite tonight's main character," Mu Shushin said loudly, then looked at Jiang Qingru. Jiang Qingru smiled sweetly, and with a flick of her fingers, a huge 3-tiered cake appeared on the table. "Wow, it's so big." Su was dumbfounded. The cake was almost half his height. At the very top of the 3-tiered cake stood a small figurine. Upon closer inspection, it looked about 70% like Ji Yuan. The figurine wore a golden crown and stood amidst the words "Happy Birthday. Sister-in-law is so thoughtful." Su looked on with envy, secretly planning to have a cake like this for his birthday in the future. "I only took care of the decoration on the top layer. The rest of the cake was thanks to Ziyin and Shushin," Jiang Qingru said with a smile, shaking her head, showing no intention of taking credit. She looked at Ji Yuan. "What about Mu Gu? Let's call her out too." "Oh, I almost forgot about her." The little sprite had gotten along very well with Jiang Qingru during these 7 days. With the arrival of Mu Gu, the atmosphere became lively again. Since Mu Gu had never eaten cake before, amidst the laughter and joy of everyone, she single-handedly devoured the remaining cake in a whirlwind. Half an hour later. "I'm so full." The life sprite patted her round little belly, leaning back on the sofa, her face radiating happiness. Her appearance made everyone unable to hold back their laughter. Tangyi, as the embodiment of indifference, seemed particularly unskilled at handling this atmosphere, forced to socialize the entire time. "It's rare for everyone to be together. Let's take a picture." The photo enthusiast Zhao Shan was on the scene, and everyone took their positions as he requested. After finding the right angle, he set his phone to timer mode. Zhao Shan's arrangement was quite reasonable. As the core of tonight's party, Ji Yuan and Jiang Qingru stood in the center, fingers interlocked. Due to her special status, Muge was positioned half-squatting in front of them. Tang Yi stood next to Jiang Qingru, with Mu Shixin and Su Ziyin closely following. The remaining three from Dorm 811, Zhao Shan stood close to Ji Yuan, while Su Su and Zhong Xian followed suit. In the photo, the 8 people and one sprite all contributed their happiest smiles. Even the ice goddess Tang Yi had a barely perceptible curve at the corners of her mouth. It was a photo filled with beauty and warmth. A final group photo. At 10 o'clock sharp, the party was coming to an end, and Tang Yi took her leave first. Jiang Qingru then pulled Ji Yuan out of the dormitory, hand in hand, strolling through the vast academy. "What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind tonight?" Feeling her closeness, Ji Yuan's heart warmed slightly, and he smiled. "I'm leaving the academy tomorrow to carry out an external mission." Jiang Qingru pressed closely against him, firmly remembering this warmth. They happened to arrive at a park within the academy, casually finding a place to sit down when Ji Yuan asked, "What kind of mission? Can I go with you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingru smiled lightly, her delicate fingers brushing his nose, saying, "Sorry, Ji classmate, this is a special mission from the Alliance, and you're not qualified to participate." TCH. Ji Yuan pouted, "Then how long will you be gone?" "I don't know the exact time." Jiang Qingru paused, her clear eyes flashing, "But I think it will take about 2 months. 2 months? He frowned, "To eliminate the remnants of cursed souls?" "No." Jiang Qingru shook her head, "Don't worry, this is a search mission, there won't be any danger, just a bit time-consuming. Besides," she broke into a perfect smile, "you mustn't forget, I'm a 4th tier, even if I encounter danger, I can definitely escape." Ji Yuan looked at her, and after a moment, said, "How about I apply to go with you, after all?" Before he could finish, Jiang Qingru interrupted, "Really, you don't need to worry about me. In 2 months, there will be the Academy Exchange competition. If you leave, the Academy will lose a bit of strength for no reason, right?" But he wanted to say something more. Suddenly, a cascade of silver hair fluttered, and Jiang Qingru's stunning face magnified in his view. Immediately after, a soft warmth blocked his words. Under the moonlight, childhood friends, separated for 6 years and reunited, embraced and shared a passionate kiss in the gentle night breeze. The next day, Jiang Qingru laughed. As she said, this mission was very special. In the academy, she was the only one chosen by the Alliance. Before leaving, she left behind a letter. After sending her off, Ji Yuan returned to the dormitory, feeling a hollow emptiness in his heart, as if a piece was missing. Opening the letter, it was a note written before parting. The content was lengthy, with not much in the way of greetings. Throughout, it was dedicated to answering Ji Yuan's questions about how to advance to the 4th rank and the use of spatial stones. Despite this, he could still feel Jiang Qingru's deep affection from the words. Let's put the matter of the 4th rank aside for now. Putting away the letter, he took out the 3 spatial stones gifted by Lu Qingxi from his jade pendant. The primary goal now is to properly place these 3 spatial stones. According to Jiang Qingru, to place the spatial stones in the Beast Master space, one needed to achieve integration. This integration naturally referred to the merging of the spatial stones with the Beast Master space. Looking at the 3 smooth, diamond-shaped crystals in his hand, he pondered for a moment, and suddenly, ripples appeared before him. Immediately, the air seemed to tear open, revealing a chaotic and unpredictable space. Inside, the robust flashing spirit was actually spinning in place. It was doing something all canine creatures would do, chasing its tail. On the other side, Ming and the Star Owl were lying on the ground, facing each other. Ming opened its mouth and spat out a ball of ghostly flame, then the Star Owl also opened its mouth, releasing a burst of starlight power. The 2 forces intertwined, bursting forth in a moment of brilliant sparks. At this sight, the 2 beasts actually raised their heads simultaneously, their bodies trembling slightly, as if they were laughing. Ji Yuan was momentarily stunned, but when he looked to the side, he saw Mugo had created a throne woven from green vines using her abilities. She was sprawled on the throne, her small mouth slightly open, deeply asleep, even drooling. Goodness, so this is how they spent their time in the Beast Master space? The 3 beasts and the little spirit were completely unaware of the opening of the Beast Master space, until Ji Yuan cleared his throat. The spinning flashing spirit suddenly halted. Then, it straightened its body, regaining the majesty of the Thunder Emperor beast. At the same time, Ming and the Star Owl jumped up, both beasts letting out cheerful roars at him. Only the little spirit remained deeply asleep. He shook his head helplessly and stepped into the Beast Master space. The 3 beasts quickly surrounded him, circling around. Especially the flashing spirit, its eyes filled with eagerness and embarrassment, not knowing if Ji Yuan had seen its earlier antics. Qingru said, "The higher the rank of the spatial stone, the easier it is to integrate. He sent the three beasts aside and then took out the first spatial stone. This one represented vitality. It was a healing-type spatial stone. The moment it was taken out, the gray diamond crystal trembled violently. Following that, under Ji Yuan's guidance, strands of spatial power seeped into it. The vitality spatial stone immediately underwent visible changes, starting to show a hint of green. Whoosh! In an instant, this incredibly green vitality spatial stone flew out of his hand and soared into the air. Then, under the watchful eyes of the three beasts and Ji Yuan, the spatial stone began to grow. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a towering tree. Lush vitality began to spread throughout this chaotic space, and from then on, Ji Yuan's beast master space would repair the injuries of the beasts at an unimaginable speed. Even the fatigue of the soul and the depletion of spirit could be restored. This was a function that ordinary spatial stones on the market could not achieve. The three spatial stones gifted by Lu Qingxi would never be available for sale. They were special, given as a national gift during the scientific era to important partners. What a rich vitality! At this moment, the sleeping little spirit finally woke up. When she saw the towering tree, her eyes widened. What level of spatial stone is this? Even the power I lost can be slowly replenished. Oh, Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Although the replenishment is very slow, it's much faster than replenishing through sleep. Listening to Mu Ji's words, he began to anticipate the effects of the other two stones. Immediately, he took out the second one. Bang! Suddenly, this stone representing comprehension exploded as soon as it was exposed in the beast master space, turning into powder that scattered away. At first, Ji Yuan's heart trembled. What the hell is going on? But soon, he noticed that several wisps of fluffy substances seemed to appear in the beast master space. Opening his palm, these floating substances directly penetrated his body. However, when they landed on the three beasts, they immediately stirred up ripples and actually merged into their bodies. The ability of the comprehension stone is to shorten the time for the beasts to learn new skills. At this moment, Shanpa seemed to shiver, then lay down on the ground and began to meditate with closed eyes. Is it really that magical? Did it really achieve enlightenment directly? Ji Yuan exclaimed, and then hurriedly took out the last stone. The stone representing cultivation. This term is somewhat vague and easily misinterpreted. When he held this last stone in his palm, it actually turned into a puddle of liquid, slowly merging into his body. At the same time, countless pieces of information suddenly appeared in Ji Yuan's mind. He felt as if his brain had crashed, his gaze blank, frozen in place, unable to move. Closing his eyes to sense the vitality spreading, Mugu noticed something was off with him. After a moment of surprise, she quickly reached out and shook him. Master, what's wrong with you? Ji Yuan's eyes regained clarity, and then a hint of shock arose. Under Mu Ji's puzzled gaze, he raised a hand towards the chaotic space above and murmured, "Clear skies." Whoosh! Suddenly, at the moment his words fell, the previously chaotic beast master space unexpectedly revealed a vast expanse of clear skies. The scorching sunlight poured down, shining on his skin, indistinguishable from reality. Then, he pointed to the ground and said, "Boundless plains." Swish! Immediately, the entire chaotic space transformed into a gentle breeze, an endless green plain. How did you do that? Mugu looked at him in disbelief. Ji Yuan looked at his hands, chuckling continuously. So that's how it is, this so-called cultivation stone can make the beast master space change according to his thoughts. Whether it's spring, summer, autumn, or winter, even if he wanted to raise a towering building from the ground, it wouldn't be difficult in this beast master space. No wonder it takes 50 years to create 9 stones. These 3 stones are indeed worth more than 10 times the market price, as Lu Qingxi said. Immediately, he began to build a pink little house on the ground as per Mu Ji's request, complete with her favorite soft big bed. At the same time, he also built small houses for the 3 beasts, each with its own style. From today on, his beast master space was filled with infinite possibilities. Just as he was immersed in the feeling of being a creator, the phone suddenly rang. Looking at it, it was the dean, Li Shuefu, calling. "Uncle Li, your Uncle Yen has arrived, come to my office." "Okay, I'll be there soon. Before we start, I have something to give you first." In the dean's office, Yen Long, dressed in black, took out a beast ring. Inside is a skeleton. Ji Yuan's gaze tightened slightly. "Thank you, Uncle Yen." If he said any more, it would be too awkward, so he simply accepted it. He didn't rush to look at it. After putting away the beast ring, he looked at Li Shuefu. "Let's go. The guardian beast of the Zhuling Academy is somewhat special and needs to be nourished by the forest on the north side." Li Shuefu and Yan Long walked out side by side, with Ji Yuan following behind. Just as the 3 of them went downstairs and were about to set off, a beam of golden light suddenly shot into the sky above the academy. Buzz! The Emperor of the Golden List is born. Luo Nan challenges Ji Yuan to a duel. The announcement echoed throughout the academy, and Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Luo Nan? He had some impression of that name. The second on the golden list, the other fourth-grade student besides Zheng Qingru. Before he could react, Li Shuefu beside him frowned and waved his hand sharply. Withdraw it. Today, within the academy, any challenges or duel invitations are prohibited. A vast wave of soul power swept through, shattering the projection high in the sky. Then, his slightly reprimanding voice resonated throughout the academy, shaking everyone's soul. Especially in a certain part of the academy, a man holding a challenge order looked completely bewildered. What's going on? This is the dean's voice. He never interferes with duels. What's happening today? In a bad mood? On the other side, Li Shuefu summoned a four-winged parrot, carrying 3 people deeper into the northern mountains. During this time, Yanlong said lightly, "Your management style is very outdated." Li Shuefu scoffed, "Here we go again. Does everyone have to be like you guys from Juling, with students forming their own guilds and relying solely on plunder for resources? Only then can one truly experience the cruelty of the world," Yanlong replied nonchalantly. "To obtain resources and attention, only fists can speak for everything." Ji Yuan quietly listened to their back and forth. 10 minutes later, they landed at the foot of a hillside. The greenery here was relatively lush, and there was a cave suitable for resting. Yanlong directly pulled out a skeleton at the cave entrance. Ji Yuan was completely unprepared for the shape of this skeleton. At first glance, it looked like a human skeleton, but when he scanned the hand bones, he discovered that this skeleton had 4 arms, some kind of ape. Compared to the 8-winged flying dragon of the holy sky and the phoenix of the storm sky, the guardian beasts of Juling seemed somewhat ordinary. Absorb. However, he knew that one should not judge by appearances. Absorption of the remains complete, generating data panel. Biological entity, brain of all spirits, race, spirit race, bloodline, unknown, attributes, fire, ice, wood, earth, wind, electricity, thunder, darkness. Traits, lost. Other data, completely lost. The brain of all spirits. What kind of species is this? Moreover, it possesses all elemental attributes. Ji Yuan summoned the Emperor's illustrated guide, looking at the unlocked section for the brain of all spirits. In the Emperor's illustrated guide, its image was filled with brilliant colors, showing no discernible shape at all. Detected that the integrity of the remains of the brain of all spirits is 100%. Would you like to immediately copy a perfect juvenile form? Copy. Accompanied by a burst of light, this was the first time he felt curious about the appearance of a guardian beast. He wanted to see what this so-called brain of all spirits looked like. Copying complete. But when the light dissipated, he was stunned. Before him was a floating green life form, looking more like a pure energy rather than a guardian beast. It's resurrected. Yanlong's murmuring voice broke the silence. He stepped closer, his gaze fixed on this life form. After a moment, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if calming his emotions. Ji Yuan. Yanlong shifted his gaze and said, "The ring I gave you contains the remains of what is hailed as the first emperor creature of the ancient era. When you contract with it, you will undoubtedly experience the terrifying pain of having your heart gouged and bones scraped. If you endure, then the contract will succeed. If you fail, then death awaits. You can think it over carefully. If you feel uncertain, I can exchange it for another compensation right now." His words made Li Shuefu frown, but he didn't say much more. Ji Yuan's expression slightly tightened. He hadn't expected that this gift would come with such risks. The atmosphere was silent. In his mind, the phrases "the first emperor creature of the ancient era" and "carve out the heart and bones," "failure means death" echoed repeatedly. After a moment, he said, "Uncle Yen, I am willing to give it a try." Ji Yuan lowered his gaze, his expression calm. Carving out the heart and bones? When Ming and Shanpa advanced to their youth phase, he had already tasted the flavor of near death. Whether it was the burning of the nether flame or the rumbling of the thunder, he had endured it all. Now that he had the universe's star rivers gathered within him, how could he retreat? Good. Yanlong seemed to hope he would say that, his eyes lighting up instantly. "I look forward to your performance at the Academy Exchange Competition in 2 months. Ji Yuan, it wouldn't be too late to try after you advance to the 4th rank." Li Shuefu, beside him, said with a serious expression. My ancestor made a contract with the Haoyu Divine Dragon when he was still at the 7th rank. Shuefu, you are too conservative." Yanlong was somewhat dissatisfied with the dean's suggestion. "You know that was your ancestor and not someone else. Even if Ji Yuan is exceptionally gifted, he should still be cautious." For some reason, the two deans suddenly began to argue. Seeing this, Ji Yuan quickly spoke up to excuse himself. Riding on the back of the Star Owl, on his way back to the academy, he pondered continuously. According to Uncle Yen, this corpse is the beast of his ancestor? How strong must Uncle Yen's ancestor have been to become the master of the first emperor creature? However, to be safe, I should listen to the dean and try to advance to the 4th rank first. Ji Yuan returned to his dormitory, where only Zhao Shan was present. With the matter of the corpse on his mind, he greeted him briefly before rushing into his room. He decided to absorb the remains of this first emperor creature first. Taking out Yen Long's beast ring, he immersed his mind into it. Instantly, the massive remains appeared before him. Dragon! This corpse resembled a towering, winding mountain, quietly lying in the beast ring's space. A preliminary estimate suggested it was over 20 meters long. He never expected that in his lifetime, he would actually see a real dragon. Suppressing the surging emotions in his heart, he approached the bones and softly murmured, "Absorb." Whoosh! Absorption of the remains complete, generating data panel. Creature, how do you divine dragon, race, Qinglong, bloodline, emperor level, perfect, attributes, wind, fire, thunder, ice, traits, lost. Other data, lost. 4 attributes. At the very least, it was at the guardian beast level. Containing his excitement, Ji Yuan exited the Emperor's illustrated guide. Next, to prepare for the exchange competition in 2 months, he needed to attempt to advance to the 4th rank, then find the advancement materials for the Star Owl to help it reach the youth phase. Finally, he would contract the Hao Yu Divine Dragon. The advancement material for the Star Owl was called Wandering Starseed. This material was also a type of mineral, and he had asked Zhao Shan about it 7 days ago. After all, he was the son of the mining city and should have news soon. Almost forgot. At that moment, remembering Zhao Shan, he suddenly recalled that he still had something to give him. Since there were only the 2 of them in the dormitory now, Ji Yuan immediately called out, "Shan." Soon, Zhao Shan pushed the door open, looking at him curiously. "What's up? You are still at the 6th rank, right? Do you think everyone is as monstrous as you? I remember, aside from Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing, you don't seem to have a 3rd beast?" "Yeah," Zhao Shan shrugged. "Beasts of the ape and orangutan type are really too rare." Ji Yuan smiled and said, "I'll give you one." "Ha?" Zhao Shan was taken aback. "Ha what? Just say whether you want it or not." Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Is it true? What level is it? Did the dean reward you?" Zhao Shan leaned in, filled with anticipation. If it were Ji Yuan, he definitely wouldn't give him something useless. Recently, he had indeed been troubled, hesitating whether to give up this obsession. As for the level, let's keep it a secret for now. Ji Yuan smiled, the image of the Emperor's bestiary appearing in his mind. His gaze lingered on a certain spot. Cold Shadow Demon Ape, integrity of remains, 100%, is the perfect juvenile form ready for replication? That's right. Ji Yuan wanted to give this ape beast to Zhao Shan. Originally, he had intended to do so that day in the northern mountains, but it was interrupted by Chun Hao and Kush Xuanji suddenly causing trouble. Replicate. Immediately, the light unique to the juvenile form of replication illuminated the room. In the blink of an eye, a robust, deep blue-furred, half-human-sized little ape appeared in front of the 2. After the little ape appeared, it stared at them, motionless. Zhao Shan's eyes widened as he looked at Ji Yuan, then at the little ape, momentarily speechless. He leaned closer, cautiously observing the little ape. Its strong aura and appearance completely matched his aesthetic. After a moment, he said, "You really want to give it to me?" "Of course. Strange, I find you acting so shy now. Ha ha ha." Zhao Shan scratched his head, laughing at Ji Yuan's teasing. "In that case, I won't be polite." He rubbed his hands together, looking a bit lewd, which made Ji Yuan chuckle. This guy was acting like he was up to something. Strangely, when Zhao Shan formed a contract with the Cold Shadow Demon Ape, there was no sign of any celestial phenomenon. However, Ji Yuan quickly recalled that the Dean had unleashed soul power, shattering the projection in the sky. Perhaps it was because his soul power pressure hadn't dissipated? By his estimation, a beast master like Li Shuefu was probably at least a 2nd-tier level. Just as Zhao Shan was forming the contract, Ji Yuan's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see it was the long-lost Mentor Lei. "Ji Yuan? Mentor Lei, what's up? I just received an external mission. Are you interested?" "Oh, is it another cursed soul remnant?" "No, this time it's a simple outing mission. If you're interested, I can assign this task to you in EE. Where's the mission location?" "In the city, ranked 93rd, Damang City." "Okay, I can go." "Good, contact EE. She's the team leader for this mission." After hanging up, Ji Yuan turned to contact Tang Yi. The cool senior told him they would depart at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There was still half an hour left. Ji Yuan thought for a moment and asked, "Senior, can I bring one more person?" "Sure." With her agreement, he immediately called Zhong Xian. If he remembered correctly, Damang City was Zhong Xian's hometown. A few days ago, he had overheard Zhong Xian saying he missed home. Since there was a chance, he might as well let him come along. Moreover, having a local would make executing the mission more convenient. After bidding farewell to Zhao Shan, Ji Yuan encountered Zhong Xian, who was just returning. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after meeting up with Tang Yi, Ji Yuan chose to ride the Hanfeng Griffin for convenience in conversation. High above, Zhong Xian sat at the back, his eyes filled with excitement about going home. "Senior, why is the external mission going to Demang City?" Up front, Ji Yuan was inquiring about the details of this mission from Tang Yi. During these days of interaction, he had learned that Tang Yi's only close friend at the academy was Jiang Qingru. This ice queen only smiled when she was with Jiang Qingru. Perhaps it was because of this relationship that she no longer treated Ji Yuan with the same coldness as before. Damang City is governed by the Holy Sky Academy. If anything unmanageable occurs in the city, it will be reported to the academy immediately. Once the academy assesses the severity of the situation, they will dispatch the appropriate personnel to handle it. Tang Yi, sitting at the front, explained, "There are 120 cities nationwide, and aside from the top 10, the rest are all governed by the 3 major academies." "I see," Ji Yuan nodded. "So what trouble has Damang City encountered this time?" "According to the information given to me by Mentor Lei, there have been unusual fluctuations coming from a certain mountain range in Damang City. We just need to investigate the cause." "It's Jushiu Mountain." At this moment, Zhong Xian, who was at the back, spoke up. 3 days ago, I received a message from the mayor. He said that the base of Jushiu Mountain seems to have cracked open." "Cracked open?" Ji Yuan was somewhat surprised. What kind of strange occurrence was this? "Yes, the mayor said that some strange creatures have emerged from the crack and are wreaking havoc on the creatures of Jushiu Mountain." Zhong Xian shared everything he knew. "I see," Tang Yi murmured in front. She seemed to have thought of something. "Strange creatures coming out of the crack, could they be creatures that dwell underground?" Ji Yuan raised a question. "No need to guess. Once we reach our destination, I will tell you what they are." At this moment, Tang Yi turned her head. "Once we enter Jushiu Mountain, do not act without permission. Follow my commands. Remember, we are only here to confirm the cause of the unusual fluctuations. As for the rest, once we report back to the academy, there will be specialized personnel to handle it." Ji Yuan and Zhong Xian nodded obediently. She was the team leader for this trip, and her word was final. By the time they arrived in Damang City, it was already evening. The mayor of Damang City was an elderly man with white hair. He was extremely warm towards Tang Yi and Ji Yuan. However, due to the late hour, the investigation would have to wait until the next day. Nevertheless, Ji Yuan learned from him that the so-called crack was actually extending a certain dark purple energy field outward. "Mr. Ji Yuan, it's a pleasure to meet you." That night, around 9 o'clock, under the enthusiastic invitation of the mayor and several high-ranking officials, Ji Yuan was compelled to attend a specially prepared banquet. Tang Yi disliked such occasions and declined, claiming she was unwell. As Zhong Xian was a local, Ji Yuan became the focus of the banquet. Even setting aside his current status as a student of the Holy Sky Academy, his performance in the city competition was enough to earn him the goodwill of these people. In fact, they even seemed to flatter him. Listening to these people, who were 10 or even 20 years older than him, raising their glasses and kindly addressing him as Mr. Ji Yuan could only maintain a friendly smile and engage in casual conversation. After a few rounds, Ji Yuan finally understood why these people were so enthusiastic. After he led Linyun City to victory in the city competition, the Beastmaster Alliance began to implement a plan to merge the cities. From the information he had gathered, after the merger, the cities would be divided by states. It seemed that Tan He had benefited from Ji Yuan's championship and had somehow acquired the title of governor. From the snippets of conversation, it appeared that Linyun City would serve as the central area of a new state, merging with no less than 8 other cities, including Damang City. He couldn't quite grasp the specifics of how it would be done. Zhong Xian, with his sturdy build, stood beside Ji Yuan to shield him from drinks. The welcome banquet lasted nearly 3 hours. When it ended, Ji Yuan supported the unsteady Zhong Xian back to the hotel. The next day, in the early morning, the sun had just risen, and the chill in the air had yet to be completely dispelled. Sleepy Ji Yuan and Zhong Xian were dragged out of bed by Tang Yi, and under the arrangement of the mayor of Dama City, they set off towards the Chill Mountain. Most of the urban area had a beast prohibition order, and even they had to comply. The journey took about half an hour. Ji Yuan was somewhat impressed that Zhong Xian, who had been completely drunk the night before, was now completely fine. Brothers and sisters, the rest of the journey can only be on foot. After entering the mountain range, the vehicle slowly stopped on a slope. Leading the way was a girl named Tian Xin. She was fair-skinned and still very young, probably just over 18. "Is there still a beast prohibition order here?" Tang Yi looked at her coldly. "No, there isn't." "Wow, Immediately, a magnificent frost peak griffin appeared like an ice mountain. Tian Xin, who lived in Dama City, had clearly never seen a beast of this level and was instantly mesmerized. Let's split up. Tang Yi pulled Tian Xin onto the back of the frost peak griffin and said to Ji Yuan, "Okay." Ji Yuan nodded, and the star owl appeared out of thin air. Compared to the frost-covered frost peak griffin, the star peak griffin looked somewhat mysterious, as if draped in a veil of starlight. The two magnificent beasts, each distinct yet belonging to the same family, made Tian Xian's eyes shine with amazement. In her eyes, the star peak griffin summoned by Ji Yuan was even more beautiful than the chilling griffin beneath her. Could it be that these were the beasts distributed in bulk after joining the Super Academy? At that moment, a longing for the Holy Sky Academy was planted in the little girl's heart. As the two griffins spread their wings and soared into the sky, the entire landscape of Chiu Mountain came into view. Compared to the sprawling mountains of the Withering Valley, the green forest area of Chiu Mountain was not vast, but it had many ravines. "It's right there." Tian Xian pointed to one of the ravines, and Tang Yi immediately directed the Frost Peak Griffin to head there. The two griffins slowly descended into the ravine, surrounded by nearly vertical slopes. Ji Yuan looked down and could vaguely see a flicker of purple light. As they gradually descended, about several dozen meters from the bottom, Ji Yuan finally saw what it was. "It really is a rift to another world," Tang Yi's muttering echoed. At the bottom of this ravine, just as the intel had said, the ground had split open. Endless purple gas swirled like bizarre tentacles, dancing wildly. Inside this rift was a chaotic scene. Frost breath. At that moment, the Frost Peak Griffin beneath Tang Yi opened its mouth and sprayed freezing breath towards the rift. The mountains and trees along the way were covered in a layer of ice crystals, but the rift remained unaffected. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, strange noises erupted from the surrounding dense forest. In an instant, Ji Yuan felt as if he had been pulled back into the Beast King's secret realm, but as soon as he turned his gaze, he saw a peculiar creature glowing with dark purple light leaping out from the forest. Whoosh! The ghostly flames surged up, forming a barrier in front of him. The breath released by the Frost Peak Griffin towards the rift seemed to have provoked these strange creatures lurking in the dark. In an instant, the surrounding forest lit up with dense dark purple spots. The terrifying number left Ji Yuan stunned. "Ji Yuan, don't hold back, this forest has been corroded, burn it all with flames." Tang Yi's delicate face darkened, and the Frost Peak Griffin's size instantly increased, while she summoned other beasts. "Okay." Hearing this, Ji Yuan no longer held back. The star owl also grew larger, and Ming and Shanpa stood on the back of the star owl, unleashing attacks towards the surrounding forest. Flame storm. The overwhelming ghostly flames erupted, directly engulfing the nearby 100 meters of green forest. The scorching heat burned fiercely, and in the forest, piercing cries echoed through the mountains. Thunder judgment. Flames burned fiercely, and thunder rained down. After advancing to the 5th rank, Ji Yuan thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of casually unleashing powerful moves. Meanwhile, Tian Xian, who had never traveled far from home, was completely stunned by the scene. She had never imagined that the elemental attacks released by beast tamers would have such a dramatic effect. 10 minutes later, there were no trees left near the ravine. After experiencing burning, thunder, and freezing, the area within 100 meters of the ravine was barren. However, as the trees disappeared, Ji Yuan noticed that the ground nearby was covered with dark purple cracks. This is the erosion of the otherworldly fissure. This place must be sealed off. Any creature that steps onto the eroded land will be assimilated. Tang Yi explained coldly, the creatures we just eliminated were all affected by the erosion. Cough. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhong Xian, who was standing next to Ji Yuan, suddenly clutched his throat, his thick eyebrows furrowing into a knot, and he collapsed onto the back of the star owl. "Fourth. What's wrong?" "Fourth." Ji Yuan was taken aback and quickly crouched down. But at that moment, Zhong Xian stopped all movement. "Fourth." Bang! Suddenly, Zhong Xian's broad palm gripped Ji Yuan's shoulders, his face filled with urgency and sorrow. "Get down. Enter the otherworldly fissure, quickly." He held on tightly, shouting while desperately shaking Ji Yuan's body. "Get down. Ji Yuan, get into the otherworldly fissure, hurry up." In an instant, roaring, Zhong Xian's eyes rolled back, losing consciousness. As he fell, Tang Yi stood behind him, her soul power fluctuating intensely. "We need to leave quickly. He has been seduced by the fissure." After leaving Jiuqiu Mountain, Tang Yi immediately reported the situation to Lei Shi and requested that professionals from the Beast Tamer Alliance come to establish a sealed area. Since Zhong Xian rarely returned home, at Ji Yuan's request, Tang Yi agreed to stay in Dama City for a day before returning to the academy. During this time, Ji Yuan also developed the idea of visiting Lingyun City since he was already there. However, when he called Tan He, the other party refused him, citing being too busy and not having time to deal with him. With nowhere to go, Ji Yuan had to stay at the hotel. But he had a lot of questions on his mind, and after thinking it over, he finally knocked on Tang Yi's room door. "Is there something?" It was around 7 in the evening. Having just finished dinner, Tang Yi was also somewhat at a loss for what to do. "There are a few things I would like to ask senior sister about. Could you spare some time to sit with me in the cafe on the first floor?" Ji Yuan smiled politely, trying to avoid the awkwardness of being alone with a woman. A moment later, in the hotel cafe on the first floor. "You want to ask about the otherworldly fisher?" Tang Yi took a sip of coffee, her delicate brows slightly furrowing, as if she found it a bit bitter. Ji Yuan nodded. Every time he recalled the fisher he had seen that day in Zhongshan being seduced, it left him feeling restless. This emotion had no clear origin, so he wanted to learn more about the otherworldly fisher. He had searched online but found no explanations, not even a few words. "You can understand it this way." Tang Yi's eyes sparkled. "The otherworldly fisher leads to another world, a world that possesses immeasurable resources and land. The spatial transmission devices of the scientific era, as well as many similar technological materials, need to be obtained from the otherworld." Even at this point, Tang Yi paused, seemingly contemplating whether to say the next part. After a moment, she continued, "It is said that the power of beast tamers was also seized from the otherworld by the ancestors of the ancient era." There's this explanation too? Ji Yuan was clearly taken aback. He hadn't expected such deep connections to exist. However, he understood, so, as of today, the era of science is still engaged in endless exploration and development of other worlds? Not just the era of science, Tang Yi shook her head. "We also have fixed teams that are constantly exploring other worlds, because some special materials for beast advancement do not exist in the current world and can only be found in other worlds." I see. Ji Yuan suddenly realized. But wouldn't getting close to the rifts of other worlds lead to being corrupted? How did those people enter? He raised his question, and Tang Yi answered, "The Beast Alliance has special purification methods that can cleanse the evil forces present in the rifts of other worlds. Generally speaking, once purified, the rift will close on its own and return to its original state. If the rift does not close, the Beast Alliance will quickly build a base around it to implement permanent control." At this point, he had a comprehensive understanding of these so-called rifts to other worlds. After pondering for a moment, Ji Yuan asked again, "So, senior sister, do you have any insights on advancing to the 4th rank?" Although Tang Yi was also at the 5th rank, she certainly couldn't be unaware of the details of advancement. "Advancing to the 4th rank carries risks," Tang Yi said. "This risk does not pertain to the Beast Master, but rather that the beast may perish as a result." Recalling the letter left by Jiang Qingru, it mentioned the same thing. In the letter, Jiang Qingru detailed the requirements for advancing to the 4th rank, as well as the improvements from the 4th to the 5th rank. According to the contents of the letter, from the 5th to the 9th rank, a beast master's combat style will always revolve around the beast. However, upon stepping into the 4th rank, this rule will change. A 5th rank beast master gathers soul power into a sea, commanding multiple beasts to fight simultaneously, and allowing the number of contracted beasts to no longer be limited. The 4th rank builds upon the 5th rank. Not only can they command multiple beasts in battle, but they can also use Soul Link to temporarily gain the power of their beasts. For example, once Ji Yuan steps into the 4th rank, he will be able to directly manipulate the nether flame of Ming with his bare hands. Of course, the extent of this manipulation won't be too outrageous. At most, it will only attach to the surface of his body, allowing for close combat. By extension, he could control the lightning power of the flashing spark, the starry power of the star owl, and so on. This ability is the characteristic of a 4th rank beast master. So, how can one advance to the 4th rank? When opening the beast space, the beast master has already grasped a thin layer of spatial power. To advance to the 4th rank, one must harness spatial power to open a connecting passage between the sea of soul power and the beast space. Once the passage is opened, the sea of soul power will be drawn up, forming a soul bridge. At this point, one arrives at the most critical step in advancing to the 4th rank, Soul Link. Before the 4th rank, a simple contract mark only allows the fusion of human and beast soul power. With the opening of the connecting passage, the beast master can establish a true soul link with their beast. This link is called Soul Link. The process of Soul Link is where the sea of soul power of the beast master comes into contact with the soul of the beast. At this stage, the higher the bloodline level of the beast, the more stable it will be. Conversely, if the bloodline level is too low, the beast's soul may not be able to withstand it, ultimately leading to its shattering and demise. Therefore, the first page of every book on beast knowledge in the world contains a phrase, the bloodline level of the beast determines the upper limit of the Beastmaster's rank. Once the soul link is completed, a sea pavilion will appear on the soul bridge condensed in the sea of soul power, a pavilion that stores the souls of beasts. At this point, the Beastmaster will possess the power to manipulate the elemental attributes of beasts, signifying their entry into the 4th rank. At the same time, another characteristic of the 4th rank is that as long as the Beastmaster does not die, the beast will never perish. Even if the physical body dies, it can be resurrected through the soul's essence within the Beastmaster. The letter left by Jiang Qingru may have been due to time constraints, as she did not manage to clarify other details. She only detailed the steps for advancing to the 4th rank and then stopped. At this moment, Ji Yuan heard Tang Yi say that advancing to the 4th rank Beastmaster carries risks, and he thought for a moment before asking, in your opinion, what rank should a Beastmaster at least reach to be considered safe? Tang Yi shook her head. There are no standards for this. It all depends on the richness of the soul power sea of the person advancing. However, at least a legendary level is needed, right? The Overlord level is quite unstable. His answer left Ji Yuan deep in thought. The bloodline level of the Hanfeng Griffin is definitely at the legendary or even mythical level. But why has Tang Yi not advanced to the 4th rank for so long? When he asked this question, the answer he received left him stunned. I attempted to advance to the 4th rank a year ago. At that time, one of my legendary beasts couldn't bear the burden, was crushed by the pressure of soul power, and died. Afterward, my teacher discovered that my soul power sea is denser and has stronger fluctuations compared to others. Tang Yi said indifferently. That dead legendary beast paid the price of its life to teach her a lesson about her recklessness. Advancing to the 4th rank, opening the passage between the soul power sea and the beast space is not difficult. The only difficulty lies in connecting the souls. If you fail, the beast dies, and all the effort put in will be in vain. Since then, without absolute confidence, she would never attempt to advance to the 4th rank again. Ji Yuan fell silent. He could imagine the pain of watching the beast that had accompanied him grow up perish before his eyes, unable to do anything. It seems that advancing to the 4th rank indeed requires ample preparation. At the very least, he must wait until the star owl advances to its youth phase before attempting it. Although the bloodlines of Ming and Shining are extraordinary, what he has within him is not a soul power sea. No one knows what will happen when the soul power galaxy interacts with the imperial creatures. After chatting a bit more, the two stood up and went upstairs. During the ascent in the elevator, Tang Yi suddenly asked coldly, "Do you like Qingru?" "Ha!" Ji Yuan was taken aback. "She likes you a lot." Tang Yi leaned against the elevator and said, "Since school started, she has a habit of writing a paragraph in her notebook every day. I asked her about it, and every time, she smiled and said it was practice for when she sees you again, so she won't be at a loss for words. So, for so many years, day after day, her dialogue practice has never stopped, and sometimes she even drags me along to practice with her." She would never forget the absolute indifference Jiang Qingru had when she first entered school. Nor would she forget the excitement when Ji Yuan won a battle during the city competition, and the silent killing intent when Ji Yuan was on the brink of death. In her eyes, Jiang Qingru's emotions only fluctuated for the handsome young man before her. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and they reached their floor. "I like her." Ji Yuan's voice was firm and resolute. As the two walked to the door of the room, just as they were about to push the door open, Tang Yi said meaningfully, "Hurry up and advance to the 4th rank," and then closed the door. A night passed in silence. The next day, around 5 in the morning, the sky was slightly bright, still shrouded in a hazy feeling. Ji Yuan was suddenly awakened by a phone call. It was Zhao Shan calling. "Shan, old Ji, are you guys coming back?" "Still in Dama City." "What's up?" Ji Yuan yawned, still half asleep. "Not long ago, didn't you ask me to keep an eye out for that wandering starseed? It's arrived, and it's in Hongling City now. You might as well make a trip." He sat up suddenly from the bed. "I'm going now, is that okay?" "Of course. Uncle Lu just called me. Once you get to Hongling City, contact him." 10 minutes later, Ji Yuan piloted the Starhawk at full speed, racing towards Hongling City. Compared to Lingyun City, Dama City is closer to Hongling City. When he arrived, the sun had just risen, painting the horizon a deep red. Ji Yuan met Lu Han once again. Upon learning that he had advanced to the 5th rank, the rugged man was immensely pleased. Due to time constraints, Ji Yuan didn't stay long. After collecting the goods, he hurried back to Dama City. Just as he landed, Tang Yi and Zhong Xian were already prepared for the return trip. Seeing this, Ji Yuan stored the Starhawk and, riding the Hanfeng Griffin, the three of them left Dama City under the watchful eyes of the high-ranking officials. "Big brother, I heard from Tian Xin that the other day at Kushio Mountain, Zhong Xian, sitting in the back, scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty. "It's fine. You really don't remember what happened then?" Ji Yuan waved his hand, asking curiously. I don't remember. I just felt my consciousness was hazy, and when I came to, I was already away from Kushio Mountain, Zhongxian said gloomily. After chatting for a bit, silence returned at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Upon returning to the academy, Lei Shi came to greet them. For this mission, Ji Yuan and the others could each claim 5,000 points. With the connection of Li Shuefu, points held no allure for him anymore. Moreover, Zhongxian and the others were quite stubborn, unwilling to spend his points. So, Ji Yuan insisted that he go to the Holy Dragon Tower to collect his share as well. Back in the dormitory, Zhao Shan, who had been away for 3 days, rushed in and gave him a big hug. Old Ji, I also advanced to the 5th rank. At the moment he formed a contract with the cold shadow demon monkey, Zhao Shan's soul power began to converge. After 3 days, it finally flowed together into a vast ocean. That's great. Tonight, I'll set up 2 tables for you. Ji Yuan was very happy, and the 2 big men jumped excitedly in the dormitory. It's just the 5th rank. I'm about to advance too. At that moment, Su Su leaned against the doorframe, his words tinged with a hint of jealousy. However, he was genuinely happy for Zhao Shan. When Zhongxian returned after collecting the points, Dormitory 811 began the celebration ceremony for the second 5th rank. Ji Yuan and the others took turns praising Zhao Shan until the corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. During the subsequent evening gathering, Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin also offered their compliments at the dinner table, making Zhao Shan feel extremely smug all day. After the gathering ended, in the middle of the night, Zhao Shan suddenly sneaked into Ji Yuan's room. What about the things I asked Uncle Lu to bring? Seeing Ji Yuan waiting for him, Zhao Shan immediately asked. Ji Yuan nodded and tossed out a beast control ring. Zhao Shan took it, and after probing inside with his soul-powered account, he opened his eyes and said, You really don't want it? A few days ago, he had Uncle Lu procure 3 beast eggs and a pile of mineral materials. One of the beast eggs was incredibly close to legendary quality. He originally planned to give this beast egg to Ji Yuan. Don't worry about my beast issues, Ji Yuan smiled and declined. Well, fine then. Zhao Shan pouted, I just feel a bit sorry for the 4th one. So far, he doesn't even have a single overlord-level beast. According to his plan, since Ji Yuan didn't want it, he would give the near-legendary beast egg and another overlord-level beast egg to Zhongxian. Then, if he didn't like the remaining one after it hatched, he would give it to Su Su. Although Su Su already had plenty of beasts, just thinking about tossing the problem of what to do with it to him made him happy. That's right, now you look like the second one, Ji Yuan teased. Zhao Shan was initially smiling happily, but then he seemed to misunderstand something, and his expression changed. Old Ji, you think I look like the second one? How vulgar of you. After saying that, he gave Ji Yuan a thumbs down. Ji Yuan was taken aback by this baseless disdain, and then he became furious, cursing, Get lost. What strange thoughts are you harboring in that head of yours? You can even think it that way? In the end, Zhao Shan returned to his room with a smile. Once the door closed, his smile faded. Thanks, old Ji. He would never forget that it was the characteristic of this beast he had tamed that allowed him to step into the 5th rank when the contract with the cold demon monkey was completed. Days passed by. After swallowing the wandering star seed, the star owl fell into a deep slumber for advancement. Ji Yuan also stopped wandering aimlessly, commuting daily between the dormitory and the classroom. A month flew by. The star owl's advancement took longer than expected, still showing no signs of awakening. Aside from attending classes, Ji Yuan spent his days locked in his room, eyes closed in concentration, fully sensing the power of space to prepare for advancing to the 4th rank. One day, just after class, he was called by Tang Yi to the dean's office. The first thing Li Shuefu said upon seeing him was, Do you have any trustworthy good friends in the academy? What do you mean? Ji Yuan was a bit confused. The academy's exchange competition is held twice a year, and it's done in teams. The first exchange competition of the year will have the top 10 imperial students each form a team. Each team consists of 6 members and must have at least 2 5th-rank beast masters. So, I'm asking if you have any candidates. If not, Yi can help you out. After explaining, Li Shuefu's words finally clicked for Ji Yuan. However, a light bulb went off in his head, and he said, Since it's an exchange competition, isn't ranking very important? It's just an exchange competition. There's no need to feel too much pressure. Li Shuefu waved his hand. The purpose of holding such an event is simply to allow students from the 3 academies to communicate and spar with each other, to broaden their horizons, purely for entertainment. Isn't that just perfect? Ji Yuan quickly smiled and said, Uncle Li, I have a few close friends who happen to need to broaden their horizons, just 5 people, not more, not less. Oh, the dean became interested. Who are these imperial students? Tell me. Beside him, Tang Yi furrowed her brows, this guy wouldn't be thinking. They are first-rank student Zhao Shan, second-rank student Su Su, second-rank student Zhong Xian, second-rank student Mu Shixin, and a third-rank student. Wait. Li Shuefu's eyelids twitched. How come you even got a third-rank student involved? Are you kidding me? The busy dean really hadn't paid attention to Ji Yuan's friends. I'm not joking. I'm very serious, Ji Yuan said with a big smile. Isn't it what the dean said, to broaden horizons and prioritize entertainment? Upon hearing this, the dean's mouth twitched. Although the original intention of the academy's exchange competition was indeed like that, who wouldn't want to shine in such an occasion? Clearly, Ji Yuan was now using his actions to tell himself that he didn't want to, he just wanted entertainment, just wanted to broaden his horizons. Among the people you mentioned, who is the fifth rank? However, in Li Shuefu's eyes, Ji Yuan was a treasure. As long as his requests weren't too excessive, he would let it be. Zhao Shan, Zhao Tianho's son. Alright, it's up to you. After pondering for a moment, Li Shuefu waved his hand in agreement. However, that being said, the team must at least have basic combat quality. Don't worry, Dean. Ji Yuan was very happy to see him agree. After that, there wasn't much else to discuss, so Ji Yuan prepared to leave and share this news with everyone. Wait! Just as he was about to leave, Li Shuefu called out to him. He said, I've agreed to all your requests, so you know how to speak in front of Aunt Lu and Uncle Yan from now on, right? I love St. Heaven Academy. St. Heaven Academy is my home. Ji Yuan immediately turned around, raised his thumb with utmost seriousness, and after saying that, he slipped away. You little brat! I meant for you to directly refuse them from poaching. Li Shuefu laughed and scolded in the direction he left. Tang Yi, standing nearby, found it strange. When did Ji Yuan's relationship with the teacher become so good? And the Aunt Lu and Uncle Yan the teacher just mentioned, could they be referring to the deans of the other two academies, Lu Qingxi and Yanlong? After returning, Ji Yuan told everyone about participating in the academy exchange competition. Dormitory 811. Haha, isn't that just perfect? I want to show off my skills at the academy exchange competition. Zhao Shan laughed heartily, clenching his fists. This is an exchange competition led by the top 10 emperors of the gold list. Can you, a newly promoted little fifth rank, keep up? Su Su crossed his arms and sneered. I think you should stop being second and just call yourself second fool. It fits better. TCH. Unexpectedly, this time his mockery only made Zhao Shan smile. Little sixth rank has been speaking with a sour tone lately. Are you jealous? What did you say? Su Su exploded. Ever since Zhao Shan advanced to the fifth rank, he had been showing off in front of him, and Su Su was already fed up. What's wrong, little sixth rank? Do you want to practice with second brother? Ah! Suddenly, Su Su jumped up, lunging at Zhao Shan, baring his teeth and roaring, I'll strangle you. After I strangle you, I'll be the second. Instantly, Zhao Shan let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. It's chaos. Third brother wants to use up power. It's chaos. Ji Yuan covered his forehead and sighed helplessly. Fourth. Yes, big brother. Zhong Xian, sitting nearby, immediately stood up. You. No, fourth, don't. The dormitory fell silent. Ji Yuan, with a serious expression, said, I've already applied to the dean. Starting tomorrow, you five won't have to attend classes. For the remaining month, you will go to the St. Dragon Tower every day and undergo devilish training in the simulation training room. Did you hear that? Okay, big brother. Zhong Xian nodded seriously, while Zhao Shan and Su Su, with flushed faces, desperately squeezed out 3 words, heard it. In the following days, except for Ji Yuan, the other 5 were immersed in the simulation training room. The St. Dragon Tower had a rest area and a cafeteria, which was convenient. Mu Shixin and Su Ziyin were both very competitive, and their seriousness in training left Zhao Shan and Su Su extremely surprised. As for Zhong Xian, this strong man said nothing every day. Once he entered the simulation training room, he buried himself in hard practice, going in the morning and coming out at night. This relentless training made Ji Yuan nod in approval while also reminding him to take breaks. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. One day, while walking towards the St. Dragon Tower, Ji Yuan suddenly felt a violent wave emanating from the Beast Master space. Master, it seems the starry skybird's advancement has reached a critical step. Mu Ji's voice echoed in his mind, and Ji Yuan let out a deep breath. After a month and a half, is it finally ready? He quickly rushed back to the dormitory. Upon entering the room, the Beast Master space instantly appeared, and he hurried inside. In the space, the blazing sun shone brightly. Under the shade of a towering tree, a dazzling cocoon of light flickered faintly. Its condition isn't very good. Seeing Ji Yuan arrive, Mu Go looked slightly serious. He didn't answer, frowning slightly, and directly reached into the cocoon of light generated by the starry owl. Swish! In an instant, the scene before him shifted, and he found himself amidst the vast starry river. In the distance, the star owl was howling in pain. Ji Yuan raised his head, his pupils suddenly constricting. He saw, in this boundless starry sky, an indescribable rainbow beam shooting from the center of the universe. It completely poured down upon the star owl's body. At the same time, Ji Yuan's appearance caused this rainbow beam to split. This second beam rushed in without hesitation. In an instant, Ji Yuan felt a terrifying burning sensation spreading throughout his body. Immediately after, a series of powerful impacts struck every corner of him. It felt as if he was being roasted while being crazily beaten with an iron rod. Master! Roar! Awa! Suddenly, Mugu, Ming, and Shanpa appeared in the starry sky. The rainbow beam split again into 5 beams, pouring down upon them. With the power being distributed, Ji Yuan immediately felt much lighter. Whoosh! At that moment, a giant shield woven from dense vines appeared in front of him, completely shielding the rainbow beam. Ji Yuan was taken aback and turned around to see Mugu extending a finger, gently tapping his forehead, saying, "Even if you are the master, you can't be so impulsive. Such matters, we will share the burden with you. Next time, don't rush in alone, understand?" The beautiful elf's tone carried a hint of reproach. "Sorry," Ji Yuan smiled, thinking to himself, "I've gotten used to it." In the beginning, when it was just Ming and Shanpa, no one could help him with this. With their shared burden, the star owl's howls gradually subsided. The onslaught of the beams seemed to be nearing its end, as the colors slowly dimmed, and after 2 more minutes, they completely dissipated. At this point, Ji Yuan, along with Mu Gu and the 2 beasts, exited and returned to the Beast Master space. The light cocoon surrounding the star owl slowly faded, and when a pair of golden wings unfurled, a glimmer flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes. After entering its youth phase, the only change in the star owl was that the mysterious starry scales covering its body transformed into a pure golden color. Under the sunlight, it reflected an incredibly dazzling brilliance, and when it appeared in the night, it resembled a blazing sun, shining with golden light, extremely radiant. Its size was much larger than Ming and Shanpa, who were around 2 meters tall. Now, the star owl was the largest among Ji Yuan's contracted beasts. It walked slowly towards Ji Yuan. When it reached him, the star owl gently lowered its massive eagle head, letting out a faint roar. "It's asking if the master was hurt just now." Mugu stood beside him with a smile. Ji Yuan also smiled, continuously examining the large head before him, noticing the concern in its sharp eagle eyes. "I'm fine." He reached out, stroking the star owl's cold scales. Upon receiving the response, the star owl suddenly pounced on Ming and Shanpa, knocking them both down at once. The 3 beasts immediately began to play around. Ji Yuan and Mugu quietly watched from the side, and after a while, Mugu asked, "Are you ready?" She was aware of his plans during this time. Looking at the 3 rascals playing, Ji Yuan said, "Let's do it now. Level up, 4th rank." After exiting the Beast Master space, he first sent a message to Zhao Shan. He had to ensure that he wouldn't be disturbed by anyone during the leveling up process. Once prepared, he sat cross-legged on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. As his mind sank into his body, the vast river of soul power unfolded before him. Come on! After a month and a half of preparation, it took almost only about 30 seconds for a vortex to appear in the river of soul power. The vortex slowly rotated, eventually expanding into an opening, connecting to the Beast Master space. "Ming!" Ji Yuan softly called out. Ming's figure appeared in the vortex. The next moment, roar! The translucent soul of Ming surged into the soul power galaxy through the vortex passage. The endless soul power seemed to have found an outlet, crazily rushing towards Ming's soul. In an instant, Ming's soul doubled in size. If this momentum continued, his soul would be crushed. However, Ji Yuan's preparation over the past month and a half was not just a little bit. He immediately exerted himself to slow the influx of soul power into Ming's soul. At the same time, he shouted, "Ming, relax, try to merge with my soul power." Following the command, Ming immediately relaxed and began to accept the soul power from Ji Yuan. The situation gradually stabilized. As Ming and Ji Yuan both pulled together, a patch of eerie green light began to spread in the gray soul power galaxy. Normally, at this stage, an ordinary beast master would have already raised a soul bridge in the sea of soul power and started to build a sea pavilion on it. However, this did not apply to Ji Yuan's soul power galaxy. Just like when he advanced to the 5th rank, the convergence of soul power was different. Ji Yuan was destined to walk a path different from others. In the vast starry sky, the soul bridge would not rise, and the sea pavilion could not be constructed. After pondering for a month and a half, Ji Yuan finally found the answer. A normal 4th rank beast master, when advancing, would only absorb 2/3 of the soul of their beast and store it in the sea pavilion. But Ji Yuan, due to his boundless soul power, had only one choice. That was to store the entire soul of the beast in the star palace that he and the beast jointly constructed. Yes, the place where a normal 4th rank beast master stores 2/3 of their beast's soul is called the Sea Pavilion. Ji Yuan, however, named the place where he would store all souls the Star Palace, a palace standing in the vast universe. By doing so, he would gain a stronger and purer elemental power of beasts than other 4th rank masters. As Ming's soul and his soul power continued to merge, the eerie green light in the galaxy began to expand. Time rushed by. At the moment a strange feeling surged deep within Ji Yuan's soul. Bang! A palace suddenly appeared floating in the starry dome of the gray soul power galaxy. This palace illuminated the first ray of brilliance in the dim universe. At this point, Ji Yuan and Ming completed the soul connection. At the same time, it also signified that he had stepped into the 4th rank. 5 months ago, he was still in Lingyun City, unable to even release his soul power. 5 months later, he had completely entered the ranks of the strong. A 4th rank beast master, even in the lower ranked urban area, was enough to serve as the dean of the Beast Master Academy. He could even sit in the position of deputy mayor, supporting the city. After all, not all mayors were like Tanhe. Next, Ji Yuan used the same method to connect souls with the two beasts, Flash and Starall. With the previous experience, this time it was much faster. Following the Azure Star Palace belonging to Ming, the silver-blue blended Star Palace of Flash and the colorful flashing Star Palace of Starall were also constructed. Ji Yuan gazed at this vast galaxy. The 3 star palaces of the beasts looked like 3 shining planets from afar. One day, he would make this dim soul power galaxy construct thousands of star palaces, adorning countless stars. By then, his dream of an imperial beast army should also be fulfilled, right? At the same time, the moment the star palaces belonging to the 3 beasts were constructed, Ji Yuan could feel that the quality of the soul power within him seemed to have become even purer after the soul connection. Moreover, after advancing to the 4th rank, he would no longer need soul power resonance, because after the soul connection, all elemental attribute attacks released by the beasts would automatically carry soul power resonance. Now, if he were to fight against Kushwanji and others, he would probably be able to crush them. The rank of Beast Masters shows an increasing disparity as one progresses. The possibility of challenging a higher rank is almost non-existent. Each rank advancement after the 5th is a qualitative leap. After observing for a moment longer, he exited the Soul Power Galaxy and returned to the Beast Master space. At this moment, after connecting with the souls, his bond with the 3 beasts grew even stronger. As for Mugu, during this preparation period, he had asked her about it. However, Mugu said that the time to connect with her soul had not yet come. Moreover, even if they did connect, her assistance to Ji Yuan would be minimal, so small that it could almost be ignored. He respected her for that. After all, she was an elf. Unlike the others who were more obedient, elves always had their own thoughts. Watching the 3 beasts playing not far away, Ji Yuan's gaze locked onto the Star Owl, and its attribute panel immediately appeared. Creature, Star Peak Griffin, Youth Stage, Race, Griffin Clan, Bloodline, Incomplete, Mythical Level, Attributes, Starry Sky, Wind, Traits, Racial Instinct. Griffins can freely control their body size, with limits determined by their bloodline. Windless Zone, immune to all wind attribute damage. Talent, effective isolation, while soaring, releases an aura that isolates fierce winds. Useless, cannot learn or expand new skills. Skill 1, Piercing Gale, waves its wings to create 2 rapidly spinning hurricanes that shred enemies. Skill 2, Starry Surge, condenses the power of the starry sky, exhaling a breath that can extinguish the source of life. New talent, Night Hawk. After nightfall, the power of the starry sky is abundant, increasing flight speed and the damage of starry sky elemental skills. New skill 3, Falling Stars, pulls enemies within a 10-meter range into a phantom space, then releases the power of the starry sky, guiding cosmic stars to fall in large numbers. Path to Advancement, Star Peak Griffin, Adult Stage, requires Devouring, Heart of the Polar Star. Path to Advancement, Star God, Ultimate Form, requires Devouring, Sky Essence, Star Peak Seed, Mutated Demon Flower. It was not surprising that after advancing to the Youth Stage, the Star Owl also had new talents and skills unlocked. Moreover, from the descriptions, these new talents and skills appeared incredibly powerful. Ji Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how violent the Star Owl's skill set was. Mu Gu. After examining the Star Owl's panel for a while longer, he turned to the elf who was dozing off nearby. Mugu snapped back to attention, her eyes still heavy with sleep. How much of your memory has returned? He was somewhat speechless at how this girl could fall asleep anywhere, anytime. Not very clear, most things are quite vague, I might not recover at all. She yawned as she replied. Seeing this, Ji Yuan thought for a moment and said, Do you remember a royal creature called the How You Divine Dragon? How You Divine Dragon? No impression. Great, that was a wasted question. After giving a few reminders, Ji Yuan exited the Beast Master space. After pondering for a moment, he decided to seize the opportunity. With the momentum of advancing to the 4th rank, he would also copy and contract the How You Divine Dragon. Taking out the beast ring given by Yen Long, he was about to probe inside when suddenly, buzz! Golden List Royal Beast, Luo Nan, challenges Golden List Royal Beast, Ji Yuan, to a duel. The mechanical voice echoed throughout the academy. At the same time, the challenge order in the black gold beast ring began to vibrate. It was that Luo Nan again. What on earth did this guy want? Ji Yuan frowned and immediately took out the challenge order, accepting the duel. It was just right. This first battle after advancing to the 4th rank would be a good opportunity to test himself against someone of the same rank. It was now 10 in the morning. After Ji Yuan accepted the challenge, their duel was scheduled for 6 in the evening, at the same 10th duel arena. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the duel. I really can't believe it. How do you keep running into these situations? At this moment, on the way to the 10th duel arena, Susu couldn't help but complain. When you were at the 6th rank, you were challenged by the 5th rank Kushwanji. Now that you're at the 5th rank, another 4th rank has come to challenge you. I always feel that when you reach the 4th rank, a 3rd rank will pop up to challenge you. After saying this, Susu wore a look of schadenfreude. Zhao Shan analyzed for him. Luo Nan is the strongest among the admirers of my cousin. He once claimed that no one else deserves to be in 2nd place on the gold list, because that is the position closest to my cousin. Old Ji, he is at the 4th rank. Do you have confidence? In Zhao Shan's view, Ji Yuan had no choice but to accept this battle. And because the challenge came so suddenly, Ji Yuan hadn't had the chance to tell them about his promotion to the 4th rank. With the duel approaching, there was no need to mention it now. One Kushwanji, one Chen Hao. Now, another Luo Nan has appeared. Do they think that by fighting back and forth, they can gain attention? How naive. Mu Shuxin frowned and said, that's not necessarily the case. If it were me, I would actually look forward to seeing girls fighting over me, getting jealous and brawling. Zhao Shan laughed heartily, but was met with the eye rolls of Mu Shuxin, Su Ziyin, and Su Su. When they arrived at the 10th duel arena, they found it already packed to the brim. It seemed that this duel between the 2nd and 5th on the gold list was quite a spectacle. At the same time, Ji Yuan spotted a blue-haired Tangi in the crowd. As Ji Yuan and his group arrived, the onlookers quickly made way. Among the crowd, cheerleaders with flower bouquets and heavy makeup made their reappearance. Previously, due to the presence of the main palace Jiang Qingru, the cheerleaders had been silent, afraid to make any noise. But now, everyone knew that Jiang Qingru was out on a mission. Without the main palace's intimidation, the cheerleaders naturally had to liven up. Pushing through the crowd, Ji Yuan leaped onto the stage and sought his opponent, Luo Nan. He was a man whose looks could be described as handsome. His short black hair framed his face, making one feel as if they were basking in spring. Shall we start the duel immediately? The referee stepped onto the stage and asked the two. Let's begin, Ji Yuan and Luo Nan said in unison. With their affirmation, the referee read out the rules and then handed the stage over to the two. Sorry, I also hate using my status to pressure others. This time, I challenged you because I was forced to buy those guys in the city. Luo Nan chuckled lightly, his tone gentle, without a hint of arrogance. Using status to pressure others? Ji Yuan smiled. That wasn't necessarily the case. To show my respect, I will end this battle as quickly as possible. Luo Nan nodded at him, and then 3 elemental beasts surged into view. Immediately, a thick layer of earth element began to manifest on Luo Nan's body. Just as he said, he not only summoned 3 beasts right away but also directly displayed the signature power of the 4th rank. However, what no one present expected was, let's fight. Ji Yuan's light laugh rang out. Accompanied by the appearance of the 3 beasts, 2 balls of azure flame suddenly erupted from his fists. What, this is? You've advanced to the 4th rank? On the stage, Luo Nan, who was about to charge forward, was instantly taken aback. I'm just lucky. Ji Yuan smiled. Whoosh! In an instant, his figure shot out like a cannonball. Lightning crackled at his feet, his fists ablaze with flames. As Ji Yuan charged out, Ming and Shampa immediately followed. The golden wings of the star all spread wide, soaring into the air. What a Ji Yuan! Watching the fierce opponent, Luo Nan's handsome face broke into a smile of excitement, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. On the ground, the 2 4th-rank beast masters continuously utilized the elemental powers from their beasts to engage in close combat. In the arena, Ming was locked in a fierce battle with an electric silver leopard, the clash of fire and electricity occasionally erupting into deafening booms. Flashing Spirit was grappling with a strange beast resembling a tiger's head in a cow's body, with arcs of lightning and golden light dancing, sending waves of explosive ripples through the air. Above them, a blazing firebird was clashing with a star owl, exchanging fiery breaths against the backdrop of the starry sky. Just a minute into the match, the arena was filled with powerful soul energy fluctuations and dazzling elemental attacks. Below the stage, nearly everyone fell silent. They watched the elegant young man entangled with the second-ranked contestant, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief, questioning if they were seeing things. Luo Nan had been the reigning champion of the academy for 4 years. Ji Yuan had only been enrolled for a little over 2 months, and he was already fighting Luo Nan? Moreover, it seemed that Luo Nan's beast was struggling to withstand Ji Yuan's attacks. Was Ji Yuan even human? Meanwhile, Zhao Shan and his group were left dumbfounded, especially Su Su, who stared intently at Ji Yuan on the stage, swallowing hard. L4. I can't be mistaken, can I? He has advanced to the 4th rank. You're not mistaken. Big Brother is really too strong. Zhong Xian's eyes were filled with admiration. Big Brother was simply his idol. After a moment of daze, Zhao Shan let out a sigh of relief, shaking his head with a smile. This guy always loves to hide his strength, making us worry for nothing. Behind the three, Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin exchanged glances, both girls' eyes flashing with inexplicable emotions. Then, in perfect unison, they fixed their gaze on that elegant figure. In their eyes, this young man seemed to possess a peculiar charm. Compared to anyone else, he appeared utterly unique, dull, and lifeless. How could they bury such feelings in the face of this distinction? Among the crowd, Tang Yi, with her icy blue hair, was also momentarily stunned. After a moment, she murmured to herself, Jiang Qingru, your judgment is indeed sharp. She hadn't expected that just over a month later, Ji Yuan had truly stepped into the 4th rank. Senior Ji is so handsome. Senior Ji, we love you. The cheerleaders went wild. On the stage, the scorching and terrifying heat of a punch grazed past Luo Nan's face. Before he could counterattack, Ji Yuan's electrifying kick struck him squarely in the abdomen. Bang! Luo Nan staggered back, blood surging within him, and he gasped for breath, barely swallowing the blood that rose in his throat. So strong. Luo Nan squinted, his eyes filled with grave seriousness. His beast, after a brief exchange with Ji Yuan's 3 beasts, was overwhelmed, seemingly suppressed from its very bloodline. But that wasn't all. The opponent's soul energy density was astonishingly high, especially the elemental fluctuations, which pressed down on him fiercely, leaving him at a complete disadvantage during their exchanges. When did he advance to the 4th rank? Luo Nan breathed deeply. In his estimation, perhaps when Ji Yuan had fought against 2 opponents and defeated Kuxuanji and Chen Hao, he had already been at the 4th rank. It was just that Ji Yuan hadn't revealed it at that time. What a hidden talent, playing the pig to eat the tiger. Clenching his fists tightly, Luo Nan nodded at Ji Yuan. You've won this duel. Qingrou's judgment is indeed excellent. You and her are a perfect match, a divine pairing. Suddenly, Luo Nan raised his hand and shouted loudly, I concede. From now on, I am Ji Yuan's defeated opponent. I acknowledge your relationship with Qingrou. I swear to protect it. Anyone who wishes to disturb him and Qingrou in the future must first defeat me. After finishing his words, he put away his beast and bowed to Ji Yuan before leaping off the stage, pushing through the crowd and running away in a flash. At that moment, everyone in the arena was left dumbfounded. Luo Nan was simply inexplicable. The challenge was inexplicable, the fight was inexplicable, and even his sudden concession and the words he spoke were utterly baffling. Standing on the stage, Ji Yuan looked at the figure rushing away, equally confused. This guy's actions were like planting a C4 that was about to explode on the stage, needing to evacuate quickly. Saying things like, defeated opponent and wanting to protect this relationship, all those nonsensical words were meant to confuse everyone, so that they would all be blown up. Of course, the above was just a wild guess based on Luo Nan's strange behavior. In the end, Ji Yuan had a clear adjective in his mind, fool. This duel ended abruptly. Ji Yuan also rose from 5th to 2nd on the gold list. After entering the academy, every time his ranking on the gold list improved, Ji Yuan was always passive. After this battle, Ji Yuan's reputation in the academy grew even larger. Many labels even emerged, such as, this is the trigger of the Black Gold Pillar, this is the champion of the city competition, and many more. In the evening, at the academy cafeteria. When can we leave the academy? It's the same stuff over and over again. I'm about to throw up. Su Su lay on the table, listless. This little 6th grade student, do you need a withdrawal application? Zhao Shan sat down with a tray, smiling. Get lost. I don't have the mood to joke with you right now. Su Su straightened up, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at Ji Yuan. I really miss big sister being here. It's been almost 2 months since she left. Is she not coming back? He reminisced about the time when Jiang Qingrou was around, going to the 4th floor cafeteria for meals every day. the thrill of swiping points freely was incredibly comfortable. A casual meal on the 4th floor costs us 40 to 50,000 points. Wouldn't it be better to use those points on simulation training and skill cores? Ji Yuan knew exactly what he was thinking and immediately shrugged. TCH, today I finally understand. You all are just cultivation maniacs. Susu pouted, life isn't just about taming beasts and getting stronger, okay? Tasting good food is the ultimate meaning of life. Oh, great foodie, who was drooling over the flashing spirit during the city competition? Zhao Shan mocked. Could it be that you were thinking about how good the flashing spirit meat would taste back then? Shut up. Susu's face turned red. People grow up, okay? I just outgrew the age of being obsessed with wolf-type beasts. Cut it out. It's been less than 4 months since the city competition ended, and you've grown 20 years? Zhao Xiaomei, don't push your luck. What did you call me? 2 bombs exploded in the cafeteria. Dinner ended amidst the bickering of Zhao Shan and Susu. This time, it seemed they were genuinely a bit angry, as they walked back to the dormitory, each going their own way, turning their heads and not looking at each other. Their appearance made Ji Yuan find it amusing. The 4th member, Zhong Xian, was somewhat at a loss, thinking the two were truly upset. Thus, they walked back to the dormitory, and Zhao Shan and Susu each went to their own rooms. Susu even deliberately slammed the door shut. Rest, it's fine, Ji Yuan said, waving his hand as he saw Zhong Xian standing foolishly in the living room. He then entered his own room. Sitting on the bed, looking at his palm, he began to recall the duel with Luo Nan today. After advancing to the 4th rank, the strength of his soul power and the enhancement to his beasts were extremely evident. According to his estimation, if he were to return to the Withered Valley of the past, those remnants of cursed souls would probably be reduced to ashes by a single fiery storm from Ming. At least, today's Luo Nan had not yet forced him to use his full strength. Now, it's time to start looking for the advancement materials for Ming and the others, and the 3rd grade, as well as the Haoyu Divine Dragon. Raising his eyes, Ji Yuan summoned the Emperor's illustrated guide. The integrity of the Haoyu Divine Dragon's remains is 100%. Would you like to immediately replicate a perfect juvenile form? Come on, it's time to continue. Replicate. A flash of light passed, and in Ji Yuan's palm lay a silver creature. It was called a dragon, but it resembled a snake more. At this moment, it was slightly raising its small head, blinking a pair of pitch-black and shiny eyes. Contract. As the contract mark was sent out, Ji Yuan's heart tightened involuntarily. The snake, the size of his palm, tilted its head back, quietly waiting for the arrival of the contract mark. When the mark made contact with the little snake, nothing happened. What's going on? Ji Yuan was taken aback. Boom! Suddenly, in the moment he couldn't help but relax, a peculiar, ethereal sound exploded in his mind. The scene before him transformed into a strange space shrouded in thick fog. There was no time to act. The fog suddenly surged. Fiercely, in the mist, a pair of pure azure diamond-shaped pupils lit up. These pupils were so enormous that the moment they appeared, they completely occupied Ji Yuan's line of sight. If you wish to contract, you must endure 1 dissolution, 1 shattering, 1 splitting. A voice, ancient and chaotic, indistinguishable in gender, echoed. Trapped in the mist, Ji Yuan's gaze froze. What is 1 dissolution, 1 shattering, 1 splitting? He asked in a deep voice. Flesh and blood dissolve, bones shatter, soul tears apart. The eerie voice rang out again. If you are unwilling, withdraw the contract mark and lose your qualification from now on. How domineering. Ji Yuan smiled, then clenched his fists tightly. I am willing. As the words fell, it seemed a gentle breeze brushed past. He saw the thick fog around him swirling. Flesh and blood dissolve. Suddenly, a piercing pain erupted from his chest. Almost the instant the pain manifested, Ji Yuan's brain crashed. He couldn't describe what this feeling was like, as if every drop of blood and every inch of skin had its own consciousness. They were boiling, active, wanting to peel away, wanting to gain freedom. Shoo! The next moment, Ji Yuan's skin ruptured simultaneously, countless blood gushing out, instantly turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Words could not describe the pain sweeping through his heart, liver, and even his brain. Ah! The mist thickened, and the young man's trembling, agonized screams echoed throughout the space. The azure diamond-shaped pupils vanished, leaving only the vast fog and a blood-colored figure. At this moment, he felt as if he were being sliced by countless delicate scalpels, each cut peeling away his skin. Then, tiny needles pierced into his flesh, draining all the blood from his body. This indescribable pain was nearly swallowing Ji Yuan's consciousness. His deep, dark eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, trembling violently, nearly rolling back. Yet despite the screams, he fought to maintain his composure, with 3 words echoing madly in his mind, in his heart, and deep within his soul. Hold on. This so-called flesh and blood dissolution, in terms of pain, was nearly equivalent to the burning of the underworld's flames. If it weren't for the burning he endured during Ming's advancement, could he withstand this now? He didn't know. He didn't know how long had passed. He just bit down hard, desperately trying to stay awake, not letting his consciousness fade away. Time rushed by. Every second was unbearable for Ji Yuan. Finally, at a certain moment, that voice rang out once more, bones shattered. Crack! In an instant, a series of crisp sounds echoed from within Ji Yuan's body. It felt as if, at that moment, an invisible pair of hands suddenly gripped his entire being tightly, and in the next instant, they forcefully crushed every bone into dust. As the cracking sounds continued, Ji Yuan's body seemed to deflate like a punctured ball, transforming into a puddle of flesh at an unbelievable speed. Throughout the entire process, Ji Yuan exerted all his strength to maintain his sanity, but the pain he was experiencing had completely surpassed the agony he felt during the ascension of Ming and Shanpa. If he had been able to hold on until now, soul-tearing. Suddenly, accompanied by a voice, the invisible hands reappeared, piercing into his soul and tearing violently. At that moment, flesh melted, bones shattered, and the soul was torn apart, threefold pain striking him simultaneously. Ji Yuan, who had been desperately holding on, could no longer endure, and his consciousness sank into an endless darkness. Master! At the moment his awareness was about to dissipate, he seemed to hear a voice. Is it about to end? In a daze, Ji Yuan found himself in a forest, with a vague light source ahead. Filled with confusion, he pushed aside the bushes obstructing his view and walked forward. But as he passed through the thicket, he discovered the world had turned blood red. Here was an endless sea of blood. In the scarlet sky hung a moon resembling an eye. The moon flickered occasionally, gazing at him the moment he appeared. You have finally come. Gurgle. The blood sea rippled, and a figure draped in blood red emerged from beneath the surface. He slowly turned around, a faint smile on his lips, extending a hand towards Ji Yuan. Join us. Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan. With his movement, the blood sea began to boil, as if countless voices whispered simultaneously in his ears. Overwhelmed, Ji Yuan covered his ears and knelt on the ground. Ji Yuan. The whispers turned into screams, but in the next moment, they suddenly vanished. The world froze, and there was no sound left in his ears. Kneeling on the ground, Ji Yuan gasped for breath. At that moment, a hand slapped on his right shoulder. Simultaneously, an urgent and trembling voice reached his ears. Master. He lifted his head. What met his eyes was a sea of white. As his vision slowly focused, colors began to emerge from the whiteness. These colors continuously converged, ultimately piecing together four faces: Ming, Shanpa, Mugo, and Xing Xiao. Master? The delicate face of Mugo, resembling a porcelain doll, was filled with tension. At this moment, the forms of the three beasts and the spirit appeared somewhat blurry, and he could even sense a hint of weakness within them. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Yuan realized his voice was extremely hoarse, and his lips were cracked and dry. For the first time, he felt an unending thirst. Instinctively, he licked his lips. Mugo immediately understood, and with a wave of her slender fingers, a small green sprout emerged from the ground, growing branches and leaves from which sweet spring water flowed, falling directly into Ji Yuan's mouth. Moments later, with the support of Mugo and the three beasts, he shakily stood up. Within him, even deep in his soul, that hauntingly painful sensation still lingered faintly. He looked around but found that he had unknowingly lain in the beast master space. He vaguely remembered that he had contracted the Haoyu divine dragon while in his room. Right, the Haoyu divine dragon. Just as he was about to search for it, he saw Mugo extend her palm. In her hand, a small silver snake was standing upright, staring at him. From its dark yet bright eyes, a hint of emotion and obedience could be seen. What happened? Ji Yuan was stunned. You were really too reckless. Mugo placed the small snake on Ming's head, then put her hands on her hips, looking extremely dissatisfied at him. If it weren't for my ability to freely enter and exit the beast space, you would be dead. Do you understand? And Mugo pointed her chin at the three beasts present. Once you die, we will all dissipate with you. Saying this, she stepped forward again, extending a finger and sharply poking Ji Yuan's forehead. Please, next time something like this happens, can you wake me up first? I fall into a deep sleep, and unless the noise is particularly loud, it's hard for me to wake up. If I'm here, even if you have injuries like being skinned or having your tendons pulled, I can save you. This time was really too dangerous, it was just a little bit away. Mugo glared, extremely angry. She would never forget the scene she saw when she came out of the beast space. Ji Yuan seemed to have all his bones shattered, lying on the bed like a puddle of mud. Moreover, he was covered in blood, looking exceptionally terrifying. It almost scared her to death. Fortunately, with her miraculous healing and the dual nourishment from the life space stone in the beast space, she finally saved him. I'm sorry, Upon realizing that he almost caused their entire army to be wiped out, a sense of shame rose in his heart. This time, he indeed underestimated the test. You don't need to apologize, just remember, next time there's something life-threatening, if I'm asleep, wake me up first before doing anything. Got it? Mu Ji's tone softened. Okay, my lord. Ji Yuan obediently nodded. The current Mugu felt more like a master. His words made the little spirit giggle. Then, Ji Yuan looked at the three beasts beside him, who were blinking with concern, and hugged each of them. Finally, he turned his gaze to the silver little snake on Ming's head. The attribute panel popped up. Creature, How do you Divine Dragon, Juvenile, Race, Xinglong Clan, Bloodline, Emperor Level, Perfect, Attributes, Wind, Fire, Thunder, Ice, Traits, None, Talent, None, No Skills, Path to Advancement, How do you Divine Dragon, Youth, Needs to Devour 5 Elements Essence. Well, for now, he could only keep it as a good luck charm. Perhaps it would be better after advancing to the youth stage. He felt a slight headache. Ji Yuan rubbed his brow and asked, How long have I been unconscious? 12 days. What? Ji Yuan was shocked. How could that be possible? Did you think you had a light injury? Mugu said irritably, Just the process of reshaping your entire skeleton consumed most of my recovery power. Then your power is. Ji Yuan was taken aback. Recently, I found that the power recovered through sleep and the life space stone, once consumed, won't come back. Mugu sighed. It seems I still have to continue searching for the children's remains. After the Academy Exchange competition, I'll ask Uncle Lee for a leave to help you fully recover your power. Ji Yuan looked at her. I'm not in a hurry, you go ahead and be busy. This little guy, just leave it in the beast space. I'll take care of it. Mugu smiled, then grabbed the Hallyu Divine Dragon on Ming's head, playing with it in her palm. Seeing this, Ji Yuan no longer lingered and left immediately. Back in his room, the layout hadn't changed, and the door was still closed. It seemed Zhao Shan and the others thought he had gone out on a mission. But as soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Zhao Shan, Susu, and Zhong Xian slumped on the sofa, motionless. The three of them were drenched in sweat, as if they had just finished a vigorous workout. Lao Ji, when did you come back? The sound of the door opening caught the attention of the three. Zhao Shan was still panting. Beside him, Susu was somewhat out of breath. You should ask him when he left. Especially when Ji Yuan saw that even Zhong Xian was gasping for air, he couldn't help but ask, What on earth have you guys been doing? To his surprise, as soon as he said this, Zhao Shan and Susu both gave a thumbs up, while Zhong Xian lowered his head. Good question, Lao Si, you explain it. Susu elbowed the burly Zhong Xian. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Zhong Xian's face, and under Ji Yuan's puzzled gaze, he said, During today's simulation training, I set the room difficulty wrong. How difficult could it be to make you all this exhausted? Ji Yuan was somewhat surprised. Hey, Zhao Shan chuckled, it's not that hard, just 200 boss level, 80 legendary, and 30 mythical wild creatures. Just saying that made Ji Yuan's eyelids twitch. He knew about the simulation training room. Once the difficulty was set, unless all the simulated creatures were killed, they couldn't exit the room. Moreover, the higher the difficulty, the less breathing time there would be. Knowing the backstory, it was understandable why these three looked like this. Isn't this great? Just right to test your limits. Looking at the three in a somewhat disheveled state, Ji Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Shan waved his hand. By the way, Lao Ji, you've been gone for 12 days. There's something you probably don't know. Su Ziyin, she also advanced to the 5th rank a couple of days ago. Oh, Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. That was good news. And, Zhao Shan continued, there are 3 days left until the Academy Exchange competition. We inquired a bit, and it seems that every exchange competition has prizes. Zhao Shan frowned and thought for a moment, then said, What was the reward for second place called? I think it's something called 5 Elements Essence. 5 Elements Essence. Ji Yuan was taken aback. You didn't mishear, did you? It really is 5 Elements Essence. Susu chimed in, What's wrong? Is this thing special? It was indeed somewhat special. Ji Yuan fell silent. The advancement material for the Hallyu Divine Dragon was precisely this 5 Elements Essence, and the second place prize for this exchange competition just happened to be this item. Recalling what Yen Long had said about looking forward to his performance, plus the fact that the Hallyu Divine Dragon was a beast once tamed by his ancestor. Interesting. He had initially planned to treat this exchange competition as an opportunity to broaden his horizons, not caring about rankings. But now, there was a compelling reason to aim for second place. He really didn't know if Yen Long had done this on purpose. Do you need 5 Elements Essence? Zhao Shan stood up. It's an advancement material for a tamed beast. Ji Yuan did not hide it. Hearing him say this, Susu and Zhong Xian exchanged glances and also stood up. Then there's no need to think about it. Zhao Shan laughed and extended his hand, while the other two stepped forward as well, the three of them stacking their hands together. Seeing Ji Yuan standing there in a daze, Zhao Shan clicked his tongue and said, "What are you standing there for? Come over." After pulling his hand over, Zhao Shan showed a serious expression for the first time. "Although you're quite the prodigy, don't underestimate your brothers. In this exchange competition, if you say second place, then second place it is. If you say first place, then first place it is." The three of them looked at him with bright eyes, making Ji Yuan's lips curve into a smile. Alright, at this moment, there were 2 days left until the exchange competition. Saint Dragon Tower, Simulation Training Room. Let's summon the tamed beast and take a look. Ji Yuan looked at the three people in front of him, along with the two women. Immediately, Zhao Shan's brown-furred long-armed gibbon Tuan Tuan and the gorilla Bing Bing, covered in a layer of ice crystal armor after its advancement, appeared together. As if to deliberately create suspense, when Ji Yuan's questioning gaze fell upon him, he smiled and summoned the emperor-level ape-like creature, the cold shadow demon monkey. Compared to Bing Bing and Tuan Tuan, this cold shadow demon monkey looked even more ferocious. Its fur was a dark blue color, with a long tail trailing behind, and its body slightly hunched, exuding a chilling and restless aura. That's it, Yu-Yo. Although Zhao Shan's naming skills were lacking, this cold shadow demon monkey indeed looked extraordinary. Then, he turned to Su Su, who shrugged, "I don't have anything impressive, just 3 wolf-type beasts, ice, wood, and electricity. You guy, how can you be so brazen? Everyone is working hard to get stronger, and you're just slacking off?" Ji Yuan couldn't help but scold him a bit. "Well, you're here, right?" Su Su said with a grin, but then he sensed several deathly glares directed at him. His expression changed immediately, and he patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, Captain. I guarantee I won't drop the ball at a critical moment." When it was Zhong Xian's turn, he summoned a brown magical giant. This giant was of the same lineage as the wooden-patterned magical statue that Mu Shuxin and Zhang Bao had during the finals. It flowed with a ruler-level bloodline, which should have hatched from the beast egg Zhao Shan gave him. "This is the earth-patterned magical statue my second brother gave me, Rolling Stone." Zhong Xian grinned, naming the giant Rolling Stone, which was somewhat related to its fighting style. A magical statue? Not bad. Ji Yuan had a deep impression of such magical statues, whether in terms of resilient defense or astonishing destructive power. They were among the best in their tier. Mine doesn't need to be looked at. At this moment, Mu Shuxin also imitated Su Su and shrugged, "You've seen the watermelon." Then, she summoned the small winged snake that had appeared in the Withering Valley. "Unless I advance to the 5th rank, I don't plan to contract any more beasts." Finally, it was Su Ziyin's turn. After advancing to the 5th rank, the silent girl's small melon seed face looked a bit more confident. Burning Flame Sparrow. With a slight parting of her red lips, a small bird as red as the blazing sun appeared on her shoulder. This little bird resembled the flame-devouring sparrow from before, suggesting that its bloodline had advanced. The Burning Flame Sparrow now has a ruler-level bloodline and possesses 2 skills. Then, a pure white radiance appeared beside her. What manifested was a white-furred leopard beast radiating a holy glow. Upon seeing it, both Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan were taken aback. Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard. No, Su Ziyin shook her head. This is the Eternal Light Sacred Beast, but if it can grow to adulthood, its bloodline level should rival that of the Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard. A gift from her grandfather, and it shares the same lineage as the family's Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard, Su Su added for her. At this point, Su Ziyin looked at Ji Yuan. "I don't have the habit of naming my beasts." Oh, Ji Yuan suddenly understood. No wonder she always referred to the creatures by their names. As the exchange competition approached, after inspecting the beasts of the team members, Ji Yuan felt a bit more assured. Although they didn't seem impressive, Ji Yuan wouldn't forget that aside from Zhong Xian, the other 4 were all young masters and mistresses from beast-controlling families. Who would believe they didn't have some special abilities? 5 minutes later, the other 4, except for Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan, began their daily training. Ever since Zhao Shan advanced to the 5th rank, he had become quite arrogant, shamelessly claiming that he no longer needed to prepare. Shan, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan left the simulation training room and found a spot to sit in the rest area. Why can't we see people from other families in the Holy Sky Academy? He was really curious about this matter. Although the surnames of the 5 major beast-taming families were present on the gold and silver rankings, it didn't mean that anyone with the surname Zhang was from the Zhang family. It could be said that, apart from Zhao Shan and a few others, he hadn't seen any young masters or young ladies from the other 5 major families. It's quite normal. Unless there are special reasons, people from the 5 major families are prioritized to be sent to the Absolute Spirit Academy, Zhao Shan said after taking a sip of water in front of him. I've heard that the competition there is the fiercest, and everyone who comes out of the Absolute Spirit Academy is top-notch. Moreover, isn't it said that most graduates live in Holy Sky City? It's possible that people from the 5 major families have established their influence in the city. By the way, he thought for a moment, Ji. Actually, he can also be considered a young master from a prominent family. The 5 major beast-taming families are famous for their heritage, but beneath them, there are many excellent beast-taming families. Are you saying that Ji's background is also from a top-tier beast-taming family? Ji Yuan was somewhat surprised. Yes. Seeing him nod, Ji Yuan suddenly laughed. I didn't expect you to know quite a bit about these matters. In his impression, Zhao Shan should be the kind of carefree young master who was oblivious to the world outside. And I don't know you? Zhao Shan rolled his eyes at this. Every day you just want to get stronger and stronger. You need someone to pay attention to these things for you, right? His words left Ji Yuan momentarily stunned. Then, he raised his cup. Good brother. After clinking cups, both of them laughed. In 2 days, let's dominate the Academy Exchange Competition. On the day of the Academy Exchange Competition, the vast Waya Square was bustling with people. At the front stood 10 tall figures in blue and white Academy uniforms, with silver-white capes billowing behind them. Due to Zhang Qingru, the first on the gold list, being on an external mission, this exchange competition would be attended by those ranked 2nd to 11th. At this moment, behind Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan and 5 others were lined up neatly. This group consisted of 10 teams, each with a captain, totaling 60 people. At the very front of the team stood a man with gold-rimmed glasses. Ji Yuan felt he looked somewhat familiar, and after thinking carefully, he remembered that this guy was the bald man who had been at the entrance of the boys' dormitory registering when he first arrived at the academy. He was indeed the director of education. His surname was Luo, and his name was Wengang. What a fierce name! Before departure, as the director of education, he sternly warned the students to pay attention to their words and actions once they were outside. Every move represented the academy, blah blah blah. After the usual procedures and standard speeches, Luo Wengang summoned his flying beast and took to the skies first. Following closely was Tang Yi's team. Her cold peak griffin was extremely eye-catching. Seeing this, Ji Yuan didn't hesitate and summoned his star owl. It expanded to a size that could accommodate 6 people and then soared into the wind amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Some captains did not have flying beasts, either they hitched a ride with others or had to take a vehicle to the academy entrance, then be transported to the designated location via spatial tracks. However, such situations were rare. Out of the 10 teams, only 3 chose to take a vehicle. The rest took to the skies, closely following the flight path of director Luo Wengang. Big brother, where is the Academy Exchange Competition held? Zhong Xian asked curiously in the air. In the central location where the 3 major academies intersect. The 3 major academies have jointly created a venue specifically for hosting the exchange competition. Ji Yuan shared everything he knew. Zhao Shan laughed. I've also heard that the schedule for the exchange competition is very exciting and intense. It must be incredibly interesting. Oh, hearing him say this, Ji Yuan immediately became interested. What kind of stimulation? I don't know the specifics. Zhao Shan paused. TCH, the crowd immediately hissed. As the flight continued, about 2 hours later, a vast basin appeared before everyone. From the sky, this basin had a complex ecological environment, with mountains, rivers, and everything one could imagine. At the same time, numerous flying beasts began to appear in the sky, along with groups of people dressed in uniform. Everyone realized that this was likely the venue for the exchange competition. The leader from Shangtian Academy, Luo Wan, began to descend towards the ground. Above in the sky, countless flying beasts were simultaneously descending in one direction. The sun shone down, casting countless shadows that covered the ground like dark clouds. The scene was extraordinarily shocking. Eventually, they landed on a flat plain. At this position, Ji Yuan noticed a giant spatial track gate. Shortly after they landed, vehicles began to drive out. These were the students who had chosen to ride instead of flying beasts. 10 minutes later, 3 groups of people gathered on the plain. There were many girls from Lantian Academy, and their school uniforms were similar in color to those of Shangtian. However, in comparison, the uniforms of Lantian Academy were a deeper shade, and the design patterns were different. As for the uniforms of Juling Academy, they were black with gold, exuding seriousness and oppression. The leaders from Lantian and Juling were likely also directors or similar figures. After appearing, the 3 leaders gathered together to chat casually. The students were also whispering softly. Old Ji, look. At this moment, Zhao Shan leaned in close to his ear. Following his gaze, Ji Yuan saw a familiar face in the direction of Juling Academy. It was an extremely handsome man. However, he was also staring intently at Ji Yuan, his eyes filled with hatred. Xiao Lingjue. Sensing the intense killing intent in the other's eyes, Ji Yuan chuckled lightly. This guy could indeed be considered the first person he had completely fallen out with. Looking past him, Ji Yuan saw a bald man who was also looking at him. Zhang Bao. another old acquaintance. Zhang Bo was relatively calm, offering him a smile and a nod. Ji Yuan nodded in response, and at that moment, he sensed several sharp gazes shooting towards him from the crowd. A quick glance revealed two unfamiliar yet striking faces beside Xiaolingjue. Buzz! Suddenly, ripples appeared in the sky. Swish! In the next moment, three figures materialized at the center of the crowd. On the far left was a casually dressed middle-aged man with a friendly smile, the president of Shengtian Academy, Li Shuefu. In the center was a beautiful dean in a blue gauze dress, alluring and charming, Lu Qingxi. And on the far right was Yan Long, dressed in black, with a stern expression. As the three deans appeared together, everyone in the audience respectfully shouted, "Dean!" Li Shuefu and Lu Qingxi nodded with smiles, while Yan Long's gaze was fixed on the direction of Shengtian Academy, as if searching for something. After a moment, he finally spotted a handsome young man who was also looking at him. He seemed to sense something, giving Ji Yuan a deep look, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "Old Yan, let's begin," Lu Qingxi said beside him. Yan Long immediately withdrew his gaze, then his beast ring shone brightly, and suddenly, several large metal boxes containing black items appeared on the plain. Ji Yuan looked over and realized that the boxes contained wristbands, similar to the ones Zhao Shan had given him when they went down the mine in Honling City. "Team leaders, step forward," Yan Long said coldly. "Wow!" Immediately, the 30 team leaders from the three academies stepped forward. "Collect your team's wristbands and wear them properly." With the command, the 30 teams orderly stepped forward to receive them. When Ji Yuan arrived, Xiaolingjue, with a dark expression, deliberately approached him and coldly said, "Ji Yuan, I've advanced to the 5th rank. Just wait, your beast will undoubtedly die." Xiaolingjue did not linger for long. After speaking, he left directly. Ji Yuan seemed to be oblivious, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Returning to the line, after distributing the wristbands, Ji Yuan put his on his left wrist. After a moment, seeing everyone had finished wearing theirs, Yan Long continued, "Next, I will announce the rules. For those participating in the exchange competition for the first time, please listen carefully. The venue for the exchange competition is in the giant basin behind us. The basin has a rich ecosystem, home to various creatures, with bloodlines ranging from intermediate to legendary. Teams will earn points corresponding to the bloodline level of each creature they hunt. Every 2 days, the points ranking will be refreshed, and the last 2 teams will be eliminated. Points can also be obtained through treasure maps, caves, and other means buried within the basin, in addition to hunting creatures. Of course, you can also directly plunder points from other teams." Yan Long raised his hand and pointed to his wrist. Points are stored in the wristbands. A light touch on the wristband will bring up the ranking panel. In the basin, the weak can only be devoured by the strong, so fight hard, everyone. In this battle, there is only one rule: do not kill the beast masters. This rule emphasizes 4 words: let the fists do the talking. The exchange competition venue is essentially a super large simulation training room. In the crowd, Tang Yi had somehow come to Ji Yuan's side. She whispered an explanation to him: the creatures, caves, and so on are all randomly generated. Once inside, each team member will initially receive 100 points. The entrance to the basin is a teleportation device, and each team's landing point is random. Ji Yuan listened quietly, and after a moment, he asked the most critical question: inside, is it based on the academy or the team? In the venue, there were 30 teams of 6, totaling 180 people. When Yan Long announced the rules, he made it very clear that the ranking would be based on teams, not the academy. However, Ji Yuan still needed to ask to ensure it wouldn't turn into an academy battle once they entered. "As you wish." Tang Yi gave a vague answer, but Ji Yuan understood. The rules had been announced, and the crowd began to move towards the basin entrance. The space inside is vast. If you need help, have your Qilin beast make a big commotion in the sky, and I will come to assist you, Tang Yi said coldly. "You too. If you run into trouble, have the Han Feng Griffin make some noise, and I will come to help you right away." Ji Yuan nodded in response. He was no longer the 6th-ranked junior he had been at enrollment. All right, their conversation ended there. As the crowd pushed forward, several technologically dazzling platforms gradually appeared before everyone. Step onto the platform by team. Wait for the previous group to teleport away before the next group follows. Soon, it was Ji Yuan's team's turn. Before them was Tang Yi's group. As the light flickered, just before teleportation, Tang Yi looked at Ji Yuan and nodded. "This is the teleportation device. Once the teleportation is complete, we will immediately summon our beasts for defense, Ji Yuan said solemnly as he stepped onto the platform with Zhao Shan and the others. The others looked serious and nodded in agreement. Accompanied by the familiar sensation of teleportation, the six felt a flash before their eyes. When they regained their senses, they found themselves on a snow-white beach. Without having the time to assess the situation around them, Ji Yuan, who was the first to regain his senses, felt a chilling wave of soul power surging from all directions. The next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, various elemental forces roared towards their team of six. Flame storm. Ji Yuan's expression changed slightly as Ming appeared, the azure ghostly flames spreading like a hurricane, forming a massive protective shield that enveloped all six of them. Ugh! The first-time teleporters, Zhongxian, Susu, and Mu Shuxin, all turned pale, with Susu even retching. Quick, adjust. There are ambushers nearby. Ji Yuan furrowed his brows, and through his connection with Ming, he could sense powerful forces crashing against the ghostly flames outside. Damn it, is this really necessary? We just got here. Susu wiped his mouth, looking unwell. No one responded to him. Ji Yuan glanced at everyone, seeing they were mostly recovering, and his heart stirred. Whoosh! In an instant, the protective shield formed by the ghostly flames suddenly expanded, creating two tall walls of fire. Go! The bombardment outside continued, and Ji Yuan immediately led everyone forward. The ghostly flames provided them cover on the white beach, connecting to a dense forest. In his ears, apart from the sound of the ghostly flames burning, there were also occasional loud explosions. This is so damn exciting, Zhao Shan exclaimed, running with enthusiasm. This chaotic battle was clearly what he had been looking forward to. Why not just summon your griffin and fly us up? Susu, looking frail, still felt dizzy and nauseous, struggling to keep up. Are you stupid? With so many people, wouldn't you be a live target up there? Mu Shuxin replied disdainfully. Watch out ahead. Suddenly, several beams of colorful elemental fluctuations erupted from the dense forest. Light barrier, Su Ziyin shouted, and the holy light flickered as the eternal light sacred beast appeared, conjuring a translucent barrier in front of the six, absorbing the sudden attack. Humph! Ji Yuan's brows furrowed, a chill spreading in his eyes. Flash Spirit, Star Owl, Release, Frenzy Blast, Use, Severe Gale. A wolf and a griffin appeared immediately, a blue-silver orb of light shooting towards the forest ahead, while powerful gales surged forth. Damn it, do they think we're easy to bully? You, go in and take them down. Zhao Shan, equally furious, sent the ghostly magic monkey leaping into the forest a dozen meters away. Get him! Susu was also fired up, his complexion improving significantly. He summoned his wooden wolf, transforming it into a green flash as it charged in. Shigua, you charge too. Mu Shuxin summoned her two-winged flying snake and followed suit. After a long period of mundane life, it seemed they were all infected by this excitement, feeling invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Even the usually composed Zhongxian was eager to try. Seeing this, Ji Yuan shook his head to stop them. Once we get closer to the forest, summon the Earth Pattern Golem for safety. The Earth Pattern Golem was extremely tough and, being large, made for a good alternative cover. Okay, big brother. Zhongxian, who always listened to him, immediately suppressed his excitement. Ahead in the forest, it seemed Zhao Shan and the others' beasts were already engaged in battle. As the Earth Pattern Golem shielded them safely into the forest, Ji Yuan was the first to see a horned yak and a mantis-like creature fighting against the ghostly magic monkey. At the same time, Susu's wooden wolf and Mu Shuxin's two-winged flying snake were entangled with three other beast tamers, and due to their numerical disadvantage, they were being beaten back step by step. Hey! Just then, 6 figures leaped down from the branches on both sides, dressed in the uniforms of the Absolute Spirit Academy. Without saying a word, they summoned their beasts, charging towards Ji Yuan's team. Looking for death? A chilling light flickered in Ji Yuan's eyes. Beside him, Ming suddenly stepped forward, and a raging flame spread from his feet. It formed an encirclement, directly engulfing all living beings within dozens of meters. Heavenly burn, earthly destruction. Accompanied by Ji Yuan's cold words, an endless wave of scorching heat surged. The beasts that were entangled in battle suddenly stopped, raising their heads in terror. They sensed a terrifying aura awakening. At the same time, as the encirclement fully formed, everyone seemed to have arrived in a wild and desolate land. The clouds in the sky were a fiery red. Looking around, there were terrifying volcanoes with molten lava spreading everywhere. Whether it was the 6-member team from the Absolute Spirit Academy or the 5 from Ji Yuan's side, they were all stunned by this scene. What kind of skill is this? The members of the Absolute Spirit Academy were all shocked. In their view, as long as they didn't encounter teams from their own academy, like the Holy Sky and Storm Sky, there shouldn't be many troublesome teams. Who exactly is this handsome young man in front of them? Suddenly, They remembered a young man with a green Qilin beast from months ago at the city competition. Yuan. Boom! By the time they reacted, it was already too late, because the volcano had erupted. No one could know what had happened at the edge of this dense forest. Only when the green flames that enveloped the area of dozens of meters dissipated did the ambush team from the Absolute Spirit Academy find themselves completely wiped out. Their faces were as black as coal, and their beasts lay on the ground as if they had been roasted, filling the forest with a burnt smell. Yuan was unceremonious. He pulled up the arms of the unconscious members of the Absolute Spirit team and completely plundered their initial points. Let's go. After doing all this, he clapped his hands and looked at Zhao Shan and the others with extreme indifference, completely ignoring their stunned expressions. No, brother. Su swallowed hard. What was that move you just used? He couldn't forget the apocalyptic scene earlier, where the 6 fifth-tier members of the Absolute Spirit Academy were all knocked down by Yuan's Qilin beast with a single skill. Want to learn? Get to 5th tier first. Yuan smiled. No. Su stepped forward, hesitating for a long time before saying, with Ming having such an amazing move, isn't the championship within reach? His words made Zhao Shan and the others somewhat agree. It's not that easy. Yuan shook his head with a smile. Do you think this skill can be used whenever you want? After Ming fully mastered Heavenly Burn, Earthly Destruction, the impact and destructive power of this skill were unparalleled. But at the same time, Yuan also discovered a drawback. After releasing Heavenly Burn, Earthly Destruction, Ming had to wait 3 hours before he could use it again. In simpler terms, it had a cooldown. Heavens, we are actually ranked 20th now. At this moment, Mu Shushin raised her right hand, somewhat surprised. They had just entered and absorbed the team's points, yet they couldn't even make it into the top 10. It seems that the points gained from hunting creatures are more than expected. Zhao Shan looked at Yuan. What to do? Don't be so anxious. We still have 2 days. What we need to do now is to find a relatively easy position to defend. Yuan also pulled up the leaderboard, and in the lower right corner of the list, there was a countdown for elimination. After all, we need to rest at night. With that, Team Yuan slowly ventured into the dense forest. Along the way, they encountered quite a few wild creatures. After killing a few, they gathered some information. For creatures below the dominant level, each kill would yield 100 points. After an hour of exploration, they finally encountered their first dominant level creature. Without Yuan needing to intervene, Mu Shushin, Su, and Zhong Xian worked together to take it down. A dominant level creature provides 1,000 points, equivalent to killing 10 mid-level ones. At this moment, Team Yuan rested against a large rock. Zhao Shan looked at the leaderboard in surprise and pointed at the first place, saying, "This guy named Ku Yuesheng is quite impressive. When we first came in, they were in first place with only 2,000 points. Now, they've reached 30,000. Hearing this, everyone quickly pulled up their panels. Yuan sat atop the boulder, constantly observing the surroundings, when suddenly, Su shouted, "Wow! We're currently in 28th place. With 30 teams, the bottom 2 will be eliminated in 2 days. Right now, they were just 200 points away from the second to last place, equivalent to 2 mid-level creatures. This competition feels a bit unfair. Students who have participated before must know where the dominant and legendary creatures are." Su leaned against the rock and exhaled. "No," Yuan replied from above. "This is actually a giant simulated training room. The terrain, creatures, and so on are all random for each session. It's impossible for the same situation as the previous session to occur." Just as he finished speaking, his expression changed. Space rippled, and then Ming, Shanpa, and Xingxiao appeared. At the same time, Zhao Shan and the others below sensed something unusual and quickly stood up, summoning their respective beasts. Whoosh! Moments later, 6 individuals dressed in deep blue and white uniforms burst out from the forest. It was a team from Lantian Academy. Leading them was a young man with a hooked nose. His appearance made Su and Su Ziyi's expressions darken simultaneously. Oh, the hooked-nosed youth was taken aback upon seeing the Su siblings. Then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, I didn't expect the ones we've been tracking to be you too. The hook-nosed youth was also a member of the Su family, and like Su Ziyin, he was a direct descendant. Suan. Upon seeing him, Su's eyes were filled with both hatred and fear. Since childhood, due to the early death of their parents, although their grandfather was the family head, he still couldn't provide the siblings with adequate protection. At that time, among the direct descendants, Su Su and Su Ziyin were the targets of bullying by these guys. They were not only mocked for being orphans but were also physically assaulted and tormented. This left a significant psychological scar on young Su Su. It wasn't until they were around 13 or 14 that these bullies began to restrain themselves. Orphan Xiao Su, Orphan Xiaoyin, cut the crap and hand it over. The hook-nosed Suan crossed his arms, his face filled with disdain and mockery. As the team leader, he glanced over Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Zhong Xian beside the siblings, finding none of them capable of fighting. What did you call them? At this moment, Zhao Shan could no longer hold back, his gaze fierce as he stared at him. This is our Su family's business, outsiders should get lost. Suan didn't even look at him, embodying the contempt and nobility of a young master from a prestigious family. You cold-blooded! Zhao Shan roared, and the cold demon monkey leaped up, its blood energy surging, directly crashing down towards Suan's team. Bang! With a flash of black shadow, it collided with the cold demon monkey. A loud thud echoed, and then a muscular ape-like beast fell from the sky. It seemed that because of its obstruction, the shadow fell heavily beside Zhao Shan. Wow! To everyone's surprise, the muscular ape on Suan's side actually spat out blood in large mouthfuls after stabilizing itself. It looked as if it had suffered internal injuries. A woman from Suan's team immediately changed her expression, looking suspiciously at the shadow beside Zhao Shan. How could this be possible? Her muscular ape was a dominant level beast. How could it be injured so badly in a single clash? I was wondering why you two siblings chose the Holy Sky Academy. Turns out you have a backer, Suan said with a smile, though his eyes were icy. His gaze swept over Su Ziyin's delicate face, then glanced at Zhao Shan, who was now standing out, and smirked. Su Su, to ensure your protection, your useless sister must have slept with this young man quite a few times, right? As soon as these words were spoken, several members of Suan's team burst into harsh laughter. You bastard! Su Su's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Su Ziyin's pretty face remained expressionless, seemingly used to the provocations from these people. Mu Shuxin couldn't hold back and retorted directly, You big-nosed ugly man, how can you spew such filth? Don't you feel disgusting saying that? Suan turned to look, his gaze frivolously sweeping over them for a moment before he provocatively addressed Zhao Shan. What a lucky guy, two at once. Vulgar beast. Zhao Shan roared in anger, and Bing Bing and Tuan Tuan appeared simultaneously. Zhong Xian summoned the Earth Pattern Demon, and Suan's team also summoned their respective beasts. Suan's team was all at the 5th rank, each with 3 beasts, directly overwhelming Zhao Shan's group in numbers. Today, you must pay the price. Just then, a cold whisper containing a storm descended from the sky. Suan's team suddenly looked up, only to see a magnificent creature glowing with golden light, swooping down with its wings spread wide. Ji Yuan was furious. He absolutely would not allow anyone to demean and humiliate his close friend like this. The Starhawk landed with a fierce gale, crashing down between the two groups like a falling star. Pay the price? You Holy Sky Academy, apart from Jiang Qingru and Luo Nan, no one else dares to say such things. The members of Suan's team sneered. The figure falling from the sky was too fast for them to see clearly what it was. However, in all the years of inter-academy competitions, there were only a few Holy Sky students capable of such a dimensional strike. Clearly, the people in front of them were not those kinds of prodigies. You will know now. The swirling dust was swept away by a pair of golden wings, revealing a resplendent griffin. On the back of this griffin stood a handsome young man, his brows furrowed as a storm brewed, and a cold glint shone in his eyes. As the surrounding blue flames surged, Ji Yuan looked down at the crowd and coldly declared, Intimidation. Buzz. In an instant, a terrifying bloodline aura erupted wildly from the body of the griffin. Accompanied by Ji Yuan advancing to the 4th rank, the intimidation not only carried his own imperial-level pressure but also the vast soul power akin to a cosmic galaxy. The violet ripples washed over all the summoned beasts present, and this time, even Zhao Shan and the others behind him were not spared. Because this intimidation was extremely special, Suan's team, with 18 summoned beasts, all tucked their tails and crawled on the ground, whimpering in fear under the combined pressure of the imperial aura and the special soul power. The powerful aura washed over their faces, and the terrifying fluctuations of soul power within it filled them with dread. Not only the summoned beasts, but even they felt the cross-rank soul power intimidation. This young man is at the 4th rank. How is that possible? Apart from Jiang Qingru and Luo Nan, the Holy Sky Academy hadn't had a new 4th rank for 2 years. Where did this guy come from? The previously arrogant Suan's expression changed dramatically. But after all, he was not an ordinary person. He immediately summoned the sea of soul power within him, shattering the remaining soul power around him with a deterrent force. However, before he could take any action, his heart suddenly raced. He looked up and saw the young man on the griffin's back had appeared before him without him noticing. The entire Suan team was intimidated by Ji Yuan's aura. Why you? Suan's scalp tingled as he prepared to speak harshly. Whoosh! A hand engulfed in blazing azure flames suddenly grabbed his hair and yanked it hard. At the moment Suan let out a cry of pain, he was dragged in front of Su Ziyin and her brother. Ji Yuan's face was as cold as water. He lifted Suan with his right hand, while his left palm was boiling with ghostly flames, and he swung it down towards Suan's face. Slap! The crisp sound echoed through the forest. Suan was directly struck to the point of dizziness, stars dancing before his eyes, and several of his teeth were knocked out. Apologize. Ji Yuan's calm voice rang out. I'm sorry. Slap! Your voice is too soft. More teeth flew out, and blood was already streaming from his mouth. Su Ziyin was so frightened by this scene that she took 2 steps back. Su gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Following that, Ji Yuan delivered several more slaps before finally releasing his grip on Suan's hair. Without the restraint, Suan collapsed to the ground, his face a mix of tears, mucus, and blood, flowing together onto the ground. He had barely any teeth left. At this moment, the other members of Suan's team finally regained their senses, hurriedly recalling their stunned beast companions, and then summoned other beasts to prepare for an attack. Attack! Ji Yuan coldly waved his hand. Zhao Shan was already furious. Bing Bing, Tuan Tuan, and Han Han charged out explosively. Mu Shuxin took a deep look at Ji Yuan at this moment and then commanded Shigua to join the battle. Once Zhong Xian entered battle mode, his simple demeanor vanished, and his thick brows and big eyes radiated anger as the earth pattern demon strode heavily into the fray. At the same time, Ming, Shanpa, and Xing Xiao also joined in. With the support of 3 emperor-level creatures, Zhao Shan and the others could naturally hold their own against the remaining opponents. The situation here was being broadcast live on a screen. At this moment, in front of the screen, there were 2 men and 1 woman observing. They were the deans of the 3 major academies. That little guy is really ruthless, Li Shuefu remarked, looking at the bloodied Suan with a smile. Beside him, Yan Long snorted coldly. Not ruthless enough? If it were me, I would break Suan's legs, tie him up with a rope, and keep him by my side as a warning. His words made Li Shuefu curl his lips, not responding. Lu Qingxi rolled her eyes. Old Yan, this isn't the same era as before. Your methods aren't advocated anymore. You all just cling to such naive ideas. Yan Long frowned. When dealing with the remnants of cursed souls, if you aren't harsher than them, you will definitely suffer a great loss. He gazed at the young man on the screen and said, From what I've seen, Ji Yuan is decisive in battle and understands how to suppress his opponent's psychology. But, not ruthless enough. If he were in the Absolute Spirit Academy, I could definitely train him to become the top beast master. TCH. Lu Qingxi chuckled. When the new students enrolled back then, your vice president at the Absolute Spirit Academy looked down on him. As she spoke, she glanced at the 2. At that time, I was the only one who personally went to recruit him, but it was still Shuefu who understood the young man's heart, letting he use a little trick to win him over. Your words are ambiguous. I merely showed the sincerity of the holy heaven, Li Shuefu said with a smile. He thought to himself, thankfully, there was that guy Tanhe bridging the gap, otherwise, Ji Yuan might really have been snatched away by Lu Qingxi. Yan Long sighed at this moment. Zheng He has a bias against Ji Yuan because of his son's failure, which I didn't expect. These aristocratic families are too arrogant. Their pedantic way of doing things is quite detestable. Yan Long's eyes were filled with extreme dissatisfaction. As the descendant of the strongest beast master, the Yin family had never used this title to gain any advantages throughout generations. Even his position as the head of the strongest academy of spirit masters was earned through his own strength. If anyone in the Great Xia Kingdom looked down on the title of beast master family, it would definitely be Yin Long. However, this kid is indeed a bit too outstanding. Li Shuefu stared at the screen. Becoming a beast master in about June, jumping from the 9th rank to the 4th rank, such talent is more than just outstanding. Lu Qingxi sighed as well. But this kind of excellence is not necessarily a good thing. Yan Long appropriately poured cold water on it. The promotion of a beast master's rank emphasizes gradual accumulation and steady progress. Ji Yuan is moving too fast and too big. When he reaches the 3rd rank, he will definitely be choked. Is that so? Li Shuefu smiled. I actually think he will become the youngest 3rd rank in the world. Don't forget, this kid is limitless. Whether the power he gathers in his body is a sea of soul power or something else is uncertain. Wow! In the dense forest, because of the biggest variable, Ji Yuan, the Suan team was at a disadvantage. At this moment, Suan lay on the ground, the fiery pain in his cheeks making him sob uncontrollably. In his life, he had only bullied others. When had he ever been beaten like this? Their small team had a total of 3,000 points. After seizing them, Ji Yuan's team soared to the top 20. After Ji Yuan's team left, only 6 bruised and battered individuals remained. Woo woo! Brother, you are truly my good brother. As they moved through the forest, Susu kept clinging to Ji Yuan, crying loudly, snot and tears streaming down his face. In his life, he finally had someone stand up for him. Su Ziyi's tense face also broke into a faint smile at his comical appearance. She looked at Ji Yuan's profile from behind and silently thought, "You've saved me again, thank you." At this moment, Mu Shuxin, who was responsible for monitoring the rankings, said in surprise, "Our total points now are 6,800, just enough to rank 20th. Moreover, the first place has changed. Previously, Ko Yueshing's team held the top spot with 30,000 points, but now, their points have been reset to 0. The first place is now occupied by someone named Xiaoying, whose team has a total of 78,000 points. What? How long has it been since then? Zhao Shan was taken aback. Ji Yuan also pulled up the leaderboard while walking. After observing for a moment, he speculated, this Xiaoying must have taken out the top 5 teams. He vaguely remembered the top 5 teams before encountering Su En's team. But now, the points of those top 5 teams had all reset to 0, just like Su En's team, falling to the bottom. However, senior sister Yi is not bad either. Mu Shuxin continued, now, her team is in 5th place, with a total of 46,000 points. She raised her head, just about to ask Ji Yuan about the next plan when she saw his gaze slightly tighten, and he stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Zhao Shan and Su Su, who were closest to him, also sensed something unusual. Treasure map. Ji Yuan's gaze was fixed on 2 rock crevices not far away, covered in green vines, where golden light flickered. The terrain in this area was quite special. There were no towering, dense trees, only slender green trunks reaching waist-high. In the central area was a clear, bottomless puddle of water, and those 2 rocks, covered in green vines, stood in the middle of the puddle. You all stay on guard here. Ji Yuan had everyone stop at the edge of the area while he slowly walked towards 2 rocks. As he stepped into the puddle, the icy water at his ankles made the hair on his body stand on end for no reason. At the same time, he felt the ground beneath his feet slowly becoming soft. Frowning, he looked down. He saw the clear water surface rippling, unsure if it was due to his stepping or boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Zhao Shan and the others were horrified to see that the edge of this area had transformed into a large mouth, left and right, directly swallowing Ji Yuan, who was in the center. And then, a cloud of dust and a tremendous tremor erupted. The ground that had just been there now had a large pit. In front of the 5 stood a bizarre creature with an enormous head and a lower body as thin as branches. This creature had eyes on either side of its head, pitch black as ink, and after blinking, it dashed off into the depths of the forest in a flash. What the hell? Old Ji is still inside it. Oh my god. Among the stunned 5, Zhao Shan was the first to react, urgently calling for Yuhan Ma Xiu and Bingbing to rush forward and try to stop the monster. At the same time, the others also regained their senses, with Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyi's faces turning pale with fright. For a moment, the ground continued to tremble. A creature with an enormous head and an extremely small lower body, with a severely disproportionate figure, was running wildly through the forest. Behind it, 3 men and 2 women were chasing after it, their faces filled with anxiety. Damn it! Give me back my big brother. You ghostly thing, stop right there. Su Su could barely run 2 steps before he was out of breath, falling to the back, but he still shouted at the top of his lungs. But this monster was just too fast. No matter how hard they chased, they were always a significant distance behind. Old G, you have to hold on. Otherwise, this way of dying is just too damn suffocating. Zhao Shan stared at the monster's back, gritting his teeth and running wildly. What the hell? Is that a treasure-snatching beast? Just as they were chasing the monster down a slope, a group of people suddenly appeared. Zhao Shan and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. If they were stopped at this time, Ji Yuan's life would truly be over. Fortunately, when they took a closer look, they found that this group's uniforms were identical to theirs. They were all students of the Holy Sky Academy. However, these few people were unfamiliar, seemingly from other imperial classes. Seniors, Ji Yuan was swallowed by that monster, please help us. Su Su quickly waved his arms and shouted. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and then burst into laughter, seemingly taking pleasure in their misfortune. I must be hearing things. Ji Yuan was actually swallowed by a treasure-snatching beast? Po ha 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 ha. In an instant, several of them were laughing so hard they were rolling on the ground. This scene made Zhao Shan and the others grit their teeth, but because they were worried about Ji Yuan, they could only bury their heads and continue the desperate chase. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, this group not only didn't leave but instead followed them. Don't worry, junior brothers and sisters, all creatures in the arena pose no life-threatening danger to us. It's just that being swallowed by a treasure-snatching beast, this fact is just too Ha ha. The seniors from Holy Sky Academy laughed until tears streamed down their faces, which made Zhao Shan and the others feel suspicious. Ahem. Let me explain, this treasure-snatching beast, after swallowing a person, will take about 10 minutes to, well, you know. How will it come out? Su Su asked eagerly. It will be pulled out. How else could it come out? Ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, Zhao Shan and the others almost stumbled in their frantic running. Then, as if realizing the outcome Ji Yuan was about to face, Zhao Shan suddenly felt that he too could hardly suppress the corners of his mouth. He quickly cleared his throat and looked at the group following closely behind, saying, "Since there's no danger to life, why are you still following? We definitely have to see the scene of the famous second place in the golden list being dragged out by the treasure-catching beast." Unexpectedly, they all burst into laughter and followed behind. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan almost laughed out loud, but he quickly restrained himself, turned back, and stared at the treasure-catching beast that was running ahead, a hint of doubt arising in his heart. This guy's lower body looks like a tree branch. How is it supposed to? Damn, Lao Ji, don't blame me for thinking the wrong way. I can only blame this treasure-catching beast for being a bit perverted. It swallows people not to eat them, but just to drag them out. This. Bang! Suddenly, an extremely dull loud sound erupted. Then, the treasure-catching beast that was running ahead actually stopped. After a moment of slow walking, its huge head crashed to the ground. Its mouth slightly opened, and wisps of green smoke floated out. Wow! Accompanied by a loud noise. The treasure-catching beast lying on the ground opened its massive mouth. Cough! It was unclear whether it was dry heaving or a violent cough. At the same time, a figure stumbled out awkwardly from the open mouth of the treasure-catching beast. Under the gaze of Zhao Shan and the others, they saw Ji Yuan covered in a thick green liquid, his handsome face looking extremely unpleasant, his brows furrowed tightly. Lao Ji. Zhao Shan tentatively spoke. Ji Yuan waved his hand. Right now, he was feeling nauseous from the disgusting liquid covering his skin, the strong pungent smell constantly assaulting his respiratory system, making him extremely uncomfortable. Bing bing. Seeing him like this, Zhao Shan held back his laughter and called out. The ice attribute beast he controlled naturally carried water elements, and Bing Bing just happened to have a skill that could spray water jets. After a while, after Bing Bing washed him off and Ming dried him completely, Ji Yuan returned to his original state. Once the disgusting liquid and unpleasant smell completely dissipated, he finally raised his head to look ahead. He saw that the 5 of them were looking at him with strange expressions. Apart from Zhong Xian, the other 4 were all holding back laughter to varying degrees. When his gaze swept over, Zhao Shan could no longer hold back and could only look at the extremely serious Zhong Xian beside him, pretending to be angry, and said, Lao Si, what are you laughing at? Ha, I'm not laughing. Zhong Xian was taken aback by his words. Immediately, the other 3 could no longer hold back, and Su Su and Mu Shuxin burst into loud laughter. Su Ziyin also covered her small mouth, her starry eyes squinting into a slit. The scene became uncontrollable. Apart from Zhong Xian, the other 4 were laughing non-stop. Seeing this, Ji Yuan's mouth twitched. You heartless bunch, you should have gone to get the treasure map with me at that time. It's not Lao Ji, really not our fault. It's. Zhao Shan laughed and pointed behind him, wanting to shift the blame to the group of seniors who had laughed the loudest earlier. But when he turned around, he found the back was completely empty, not a single figure in sight. Damn! These guys slipped away too quickly. But thinking about it, with Ji Yuan's current reputation at the Holy Sky Academy, how could those guys possibly provoke him at this time? After the 4 laughed for a moment longer, Ji Yuan shook his hand. In his palm, he held a glowing object, which was the shiny item used to fish for the treasure-catching beast. This really is a treasure map? Zhao Shan and the others quickly leaned in to take a look. They saw that what Ji Yuan was holding was indeed a shimmering golden map. Today's events must not be leaked, especially after Chang Ro comes back. She absolutely must not know. Ji Yuan saw the eager expressions of the few and first said seriously, Got it. The few quickly replied, but in their hearts, they thought, when the time comes, we'll secretly let it slip, and you won't know. Then, Ji Yuan unfolded the map. On it, there was indeed an abstract map drawn. However, although the drawing was general, it was still recognizable. Hey, you really weren't swallowed for nothing. If the location indicated by this map has good stuff, we'll have made a huge profit, Zhao Shan said with a smile. But just now, Ji Yuan killed the treasure beast, adding 3,000 points for us, equivalent to 3 overlord-level creatures. Mu Shuxin was constantly monitoring the changes in data. What rank are we now? Su Su leaned over curiously. 19, we've risen 1 rank. But that Xiao Ying's points have increased again. She now has 80,000 points. So exaggerated? In just a short while, it increased by 12,000? Zhao Shan was somewhat surprised. No time to waste, let's go. We'll follow the treasure map's route and see if there's anything to gain. Ji Yuan spoke, and then the team sped forward according to the treasure route. Along the way, they hunted down all the creatures they encountered. At the same time, they coincidentally met 2 other teams from different academies. However, the fighting desire of these 2 groups seemed low. They did not actively provoke but directly avoided them. Just like that, Ji Yuan's team traversed through forests, steep slopes, and plains, seemingly crossing half the venue, and finally entered another lush forest. Damn it, it's really like running a horse to the mountain. It doesn't look far on the treasure map, yet we've been walking for almost a day. At this moment, the team stopped to rest by a pond. After the incident with the treasure beast, Ji Yuan had become much more cautious. Only after confirming safety multiple times did he dare to settle down. The venue for this exchange competition was indeed surprisingly large. They had been walking and stopping all day, from the blazing sun to the current nightfall. Ji Yuan leaned against a tree, looking at the treasure map while raising his head to confirm their position. Stop complaining. The marked endpoint is just ahead. It looks like a cave. 5 minutes later, the team set off again. This time, as Ji Yuan said, after walking nearly 200 meters, they came across a series of oval boulders. According to the treasure map, the cave entrance was in the center of the boulders. After passing through the stone crevices, a huge, dark opening appeared in their sight. So dark, Su exclaimed. The moonlight fell, but it could only illuminate the edges. Below was like an abyss, pitch black. Ji Yuan summoned the star owl, and everyone jumped onto its back. Let's go! The star owl flapped its wings and slowly descended. In fact, the cave was not as deep as imagined. In just a few seconds, they saw a faint flickering light below. Looking up again, they found the sky above was pitch black, as if some kind of shielding field prevented them from seeing below. As the star owl landed steadily, a passage paved with blue bricks and walls embedded with torches appeared before them. Damn! Zhao Shan swallowed hard and said, Old Ji, Miss Su, do you have a feeling like we've returned to the Beast King's secret realm? It did feel somewhat similar. Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin nodded simultaneously. Be careful, the treasure map only leads us to the entrance. The rest of the way, we have to rely on ourselves. Ji Yuan summoned Ming, Shanpa, and the star owl at the same time. 1 person and 3 beasts walked at the front. Stepping on the blue bricks on the ground, Ji Yuan's gaze slightly tightened, because a faint tremor was coming from the ground. This feeling was not unfounded. Not only him, but even Zhao Shan and the other 5 felt it. Something was strange. They were extremely vigilant, cautiously moving forward. This passage was long, with no obstacles along the way, brightly lit, and it didn't seem like there were any ambushes. At the same time, as they continued to delve deeper, the tremors from the ground became more pronounced. After advancing a distance, suddenly, a fierce roar echoed ahead. It was the furious roar of some creature. At the same time, a cacophony of voices emerged. In that moment, Ji Yuan and the other 5 exchanged glances, and then immediately quickened their pace. Sure enough, at the very front of the passage was a sheer cliff. Below this cliff, there were intense fluctuations of soul power spreading out. The 6 of them stopped at the edge of the cliff and looked down. They saw a giant creature, entirely red, grappling with several individuals dressed in black and gold uniforms, about 7 or 8 stories high underground. It was a vast underground space, seemingly extending infinitely in all directions. Below the cliff, a massive creature with a fierce head, a robust body, thick hind legs, and slender front legs let out a thunderous roar. In front of this creature was a small team in black and gold uniforms, the students of the Juling Academy. They were using their respective beasts to engage in battle with this creature. My goodness, what kind of creature is this? I feel like I've never seen anything like it, Su exclaimed, his eyes wide as he scanned the giant creature. Ji Yuan, on the other hand, was somewhat dumbfounded. This giant creature was a freaking dinosaur. Moreover, it was one of the top predators, a Tyrannosaurus rex. How could such a creature still exist in this world? But upon reflection, the creatures he currently possessed were also quite extraordinary. This is the blood-drowning beast, a fierce wild species from the ancient era, with a bloodline level of at least legendary, Su Ziyin said softly as she looked down. In her family, where she had no social interactions, her greatest pleasure was flipping through various biological illustrations from ancient times to the present. Among them, the group of blood-drowning beasts piqued her curiosity the most. According to the illustrations, there were flying creatures within this group, and she had always longed to contract one. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan internally complained about the strange name, thinking it was less appealing than Tyrannosaurus rex. Captain, what do we do now? Zhao Shan nudged him with his elbow when he remained silent for a long time. Hey! Ji Yuan smiled, his gaze sweeping over the 6 students from Juling Academy below, all of whom had flushed faces and were panting, even their beasts showing signs of injury. This indicated that they had likely been entangled with the Tyrannosaurus for a while. Just right, they could take advantage of the situation. Once we go down, let's split the battlefield. Ji Yuan looked at everyone. Old four, you and I will block the academy's people. The four of you, use all means to lure the blood-drowning beast to the side and attempt to kill it. After they nodded, Xing Xiao immediately spread his wings. The six of them leaped onto his back and dove down. A strong gust of wind rushed from above, startling the Juling Academy team, who were focused on their battle. Someone's coming, a man shouted, but as the others looked up, they saw a massive shadow descending from the sky. Bang! It crashed down in front of them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Flame storm, thunder judgment, starry sky surge. With a series of loud shouts, three beasts with rich bloodlines suddenly emerged from the dust. At the same time, a gigantic earth-pattern golem leaped out, and a muffled shout was heard, rolling stones. The earth-pattern golem raised its arms high and struck the ground fiercely. Crash! Above in the sky, dark clouds gathered, accompanied by stones appearing out of thin air, directly enveloping the six from Juling Academy. On the ground, the azure ghostly flames spread like a sea of fire, unstoppable and overwhelming. Not to mention a breath infused with the power of the starry sky was unleashed. This dense and fierce attack was completed in an instant. The 6 members of the Juling Academy team were left dumbfounded, and as they regained their senses, they hurriedly recalled their beasts and activated their skills for defense. Meanwhile, Zhao Shan and the other 4 were also straining to pull the Tyrannosaurus away, with brilliant beast elements bursting forth, engaging in an exceptionally fierce battle. Damn it! Who the hell is this guy trying to take advantage of us? The captain of the Juling Academy team shouted angrily. It seems to be someone from Shangtian. I saw their uniforms. Damn! These guys' beast taming powers are too strong. We can't hold on much longer. Who is it? Could it be Jiang Qingru or Luo Nan? Whoever it is, our beast taming powers have been nearly exhausted by this bloodthirsty beast. We can't withstand it at all. Finally, after holding on for another 5 minutes, accompanied by the thunder in the sky and the rolling mud and stones, they could no longer hold out and were completely engulfed by the infernal flames. The terrifying sting that burned their souls made them scream, and along with their beasts, they fell into unconsciousness. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately withdrew. His principle was that unless the opponent showed intent to kill first, he would not use lethal force against their beasts. After all, each beast was a carefully nurtured partner. Once he dealt with this side, he immediately called Zhongxian to rush towards Zhao Shan and the others. This Tyrannosaurus seemed incredibly fierce. Even with a new team, it remained steadfast. What the hell? Something's not right. This big guy isn't an ordinary legend. Susu struggled to control his wolf-type beast to assist. Third brother, you don't need to stay here. Go and keep an eye on that group from Juling Academy. Shout when they wake up. Ji Yuan arrived and pulled him out of the battle circle. Alright, Susu, already somewhat strained, immediately agreed. After filling his position, Ji Yuan observed the giant beast up close. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and blood and saliva mixed together dripped from the corners. The fierce head and muscular body were covered in scars. It seemed the people from Juling Academy were about to succeed. Unfortunately, all the creatures inside were from simulated data, otherwise, he would really want to subdue this big guy as a beast. Quick battle, quick resolution. Ji Yuan's eyes sparkled, and the 3 beasts charged out. With the support of the Emperor Level 3 beasts, things became much easier. A few minutes later, the Tyrannosaurus was staggering, its steps chaotic. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus suddenly roared at the sky, its terrifying roar echoing throughout the underground space, causing everyone to cover their ears. At the same time, a burst of blood-red light suddenly erupted from its mouth. Be careful! A chilling and terrifying aura emerged. Ji Yuan's pupils contracted, and he quickly warned everyone to dodge. The next moment, a breath was unleashed, and the Tyrannosaurus shot a beam like a laser from right to left. Ji Yuan and the others narrowly dodged. But when it was Zhongxian's turn, his earth-pattern golem, due to its large size, was ultimately hit on the right leg by the beam. In an instant, the right leg of the earth-pattern golem exploded completely. This seemed to be the Tyrannosaurus's final strike. With the disappearance of the beam, its massive body crashed to the ground. Are you okay? Ji Yuan and the others approached, and Zhongxian shook his head, retracting the earth-pattern golem. I'm fine, as long as the soul core isn't harmed, the rolling stones can be repaired. Seeing this, they finally turned their attention to the barely breathing Tyrannosaurus. Zhao Shan and the others looked at Ji Yuan, who smiled and said, "Why are you looking at me? Go ahead, give it a quick end, and see how many points we can get for hunting a legendary creature." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan immediately controlled Yu to finish off the last breath of the Tyrannosaurus. Mu Shushin then exhaled and checked the leaderboard. After a moment, oh my god, a legendary creature actually gave us 10,000 points, equivalent to hunting 10 overlord-level beasts. Our ranking has now skyrocketed to 13th. Mu Shushin withdrew her gaze, but when she looked at the bottom right corner, she was stunned. What? How has time passed so quickly? The elimination countdown is already in the last 10 seconds. What's going on? I remember glancing at the time when I came in. There were still over 20 hours left. At this moment, everyone gathered together to pull up the leaderboard. Zhao Shan looked at the countdown in the lower right corner, unable to believe it. There's only one explanation, Ji Yuan said, frowning slightly. The flow of time in this treasure land is different from the outside world. Just then, the countdown hit 0. Everyone's wristbands began to vibrate. The first round is over, and the two teams at the bottom of the rankings are Juling Academy, He Wei's team, Shang Tian Academy, Luan Heng's team. A hollow mechanical voice echoed through the wristbands. At the same time, Ji Yuan noticed the group not far away that was still unconscious. Their wristbands flickered with light and, moments later, they disappeared from here. After being eliminated, they were directly teleported away. Everyone pondered this. The second round is about to begin, and the elimination rule is, in 10 minutes, 20 defensive points will randomly appear in the arena. The second round lasts for 3 hours. After the 3-hour countdown ends, any team that has not occupied a point will be directly eliminated. Once the rules were read, everyone's expressions varied. Wow, this rule is thrilling, Zhao Shan exclaimed excitedly. 2 teams were eliminated earlier, and now there are exactly 28 teams left. After this second round, 8 teams will be directly eliminated. Mu Shushin said, "Damn, we need to get out of here quickly." Su Su suddenly shouted as he looked at the leaderboard. Zhao Shan and Mu Shushin were still talking when the 10-minute countdown for the points ended. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately summoned the Star Owl, and everyone rushed out of the cave. Outside, the blinding sunlight made it hard for everyone to open their eyes. As they flew over the dense forest, they noticed many teams searching around on their flying beasts. Clearly, the primary goal of the second round was no longer combat, but to find points and establish defenses first. The Star Owl flapped its wings, and the 6 of them kept their eyes fixed on the ground below. At that moment, they finally saw what the so-called points looked like. It was a piece of land about 70 to 80 square meters, surrounded by crumbling walls. In the center of this land, a gray-white light flickered. Once a team occupied it, a virtual academy flag would rise, floating in midair. "Old G, over there." Just as they were aimlessly searching for nearly half an hour, Zhao Shan suddenly pointed to the edge of a forest. There was an unoccupied point. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately directed the Star Owl to rush over. But just as they landed, another team burst out from the forest, seemingly eyeing the same spot. The Star Owl crashed into the center of the point, and as it landed, it flapped its wings to blow away the dust. Ji Yuan stood on the back of the Star Owl, looking at that team. It's Senior G, then let's go look for other points. The team that rushed out of the forest happened to be students from Shang Tian Academy. They still had some self-awareness. As they left, Ji Yuan's team's wristbands immediately vibrated. At the same time, the leaderboard popped up, and the team's points were increasing at a rate of 1 point per second. At this rate, by the end of the second round, we should be able to earn at least 8,000 points, Mu Shushin's voice rang out. Ji Yuan pulled up the leaderboard and observed it carefully for a moment before saying, "All 20 points have been occupied. Get ready to defend." Now, there were exactly 20 teams on the leaderboard with points increasing simultaneously. This meant that the remaining 8 teams would definitely spare no effort to seize any point they saw. Their point was located right at the junction of the forest edge and a stretch of white sandy beach. This position was extremely conspicuous. He was not afraid of being attacked and robbed. He was only afraid that he would face not one team, but 2, or even more. As the points continued to rise, the scene he dreaded most unfolded 10 minutes later. In the woods, the shadows of the trees swayed. As the sound of something slicing through the air echoed, 2 small teams rushed out from the east and north. What made Ji Yuan and the others' hearts sink was that both teams were dressed in black and gold uniforms. Both teams were from the Juling Academy. Among them, Ji Yuan found the captain of the northern team familiar. After thinking carefully, he immediately recalled that this fair-skinned man was the one who had stood beside Xiaoling Jue during the preparation phase, casting him a hostile glance. Mu Chengfeng? At that moment, Mu Shushin also spotted the fair-skinned man. He, like her, belonged to the Mu family's direct line. Cousin? Mu Chengfeng was equally taken aback upon seeing her, but he quickly regained his composure. Ji Yuan, this time, I'll let you off the hook for my cousin's sake. After saying that, Mu Chengfeng turned around and led his team to search for other strongholds. Are you familiar with him? Ji Yuan was somewhat surprised. The atmosphere among the younger generation of the Mu family is quite good, Mu Shushin nodded. With that answer, Ji Yuan turned his gaze to another team. You are Ji Yuan? The captain of this small team was a striking woman. I've heard you are strong, let's have a battle. The loser will take their team and leave this stronghold, how about it? A fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. Seeing this, Ji Yuan didn't waste words. Ming and Shanpa darted out to the left and right. Paint the dragon. Light dance. The woman's expression remained calm, and suddenly, a green-scaled python, less than 2 meters long with horns, appeared. The other beast, named Light Dance, was a six-tailed fox with a pale white and rosy hue. Ji Yuan. These are my 2 strongest beasts. If I lose, I will accept it. Immediately, the six-tailed fox flicked its tail, and several orbs of gas condensed, spinning rapidly as they shot towards Ming. In midair, these orbs suddenly split and changed shape, resembling a rain of arrows, slicing through the air with sharp arcs. Whoosh! Accompanied by the howling of the nether flame, all of the six-tailed fox's attacks were intercepted. Then, Ming's body swayed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 indistinguishable clones emerged. Resonance, Shadow Assault, was a combined technique made up of 3 small skills. The nearly flawless clone stunned the six-tailed fox, and then Ming controlled the nether flame to transform into human-like arms. The 3 clones mimicked its movements, and instantly, Qilin beasts and 8 arms swept towards the six-tailed fox like a storm. Light Dance, unleash, Spirit Fox Aura. The woman shouted urgently upon seeing this. Intimidation. But at that moment, a powerful bloodline fluctuation erupted from Ming, directly suppressing her, rendering her unable to move. On the other side, thunder rumbled in the sky, and Shanpa maintained a distance of about 3 meters from the green-scaled python. With the thunderous strikes and the explosive orbs of light from its mouth, the green-scaled python, which needed close combat, was utterly helpless. The strength of each side was clear at a glance. The next moment, Crimson Flame Execution. Ji Yuan whispered. Clang! Blue chains immediately appeared, entangling not only the six-tailed fox but also the nearby green-scaled python. Ming and Shanpa slowly stepped back a few paces. Clang! 2 blades formed from flames materialized. Once the blades fall, they will surely die. Ji Yuan's gaze shifted lightly to the woman. The six-tailed fox and the green-scaled python struggled desperately, letting out terrified roars. She had seen this scene during the live broadcast of the city competition. She stared at Ji Yuan with utmost seriousness and, after a moment, said, I concede, please spare my beasts. The small team then departed. Zhao Shan and the others were not surprised by this outcome. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. There were only 40 minutes left until the end of the second round. Just when everyone thought there would be no changes, a sudden turn of events occurred. 3 small teams suddenly burst out from the forest. After the appearance of these 3 teams, there was no pause or words exchanged. They directly launched an attack on Ji Yuan in their stronghold. Enemy attack! Zhao Shan's shout echoed through the forest. As the elimination time approached, those who had not found a stronghold were almost desperate. The 3 teams, consisting of 18 people, were all at the 5th rank, and the sheer number of their summoned beasts was overwhelming for Ji Yuan and his group. Skills rained down from the sky. Ming frantically urged the nether flame, but the shield he could form only blocked one wave of the assault. Damn! They've gone mad! These people are insane. With 3 teams, even if they blast us out, they can't possibly split the spoils evenly. Su Su shouted, holding his head. Zhongxian's earth pattern golem could withstand the attacks, and Mu Shushin's watermelon could assist in output, but his 3 wolves were utterly useless, unable to participate in a 5th-rank battle at all. Rolling stones. Another wave of attacks came crashing down, and Zhongxian roared first, the earth pattern golem immediately striking the ground, the earth element swirling, and huge mud and stones fell from the sky. Demons cry and wail. Ice wall. Zhao Shan followed closely. As his soul power surged, cold light suddenly erupted around Yu Yu and Bing Bing. Yu Yu let out a mournful wail, and visible sound waves surged out, directly shattering one side of the assault. Then, Bing Bing conjured a thick ice wall right in front of the stronghold. Su Ziyin quickly urged her soul power, allowing the holy beast of eternal light to release a barrier of light. Watermelon, cast, Gale Aura. Mu Shushin waved her hand, and a small snake with wings immediately flew up, creating a violent wind circle. With the defenses set, the attacks came crashing down again. Ji Yuan's expression was as dark as water, his gaze shifting back and forth between the 3 teams. Almost, just a little more. He was waiting for these 3 teams to come within 10 meters. Once they got close, he could unleash falling stars with the Star Owl. At this moment, Ming, Flash, and the Star Owl were all releasing their respective long-range attack skills, blocking the incoming assaults. The 3 teams advanced while attacking. Although their unified target was Ji Yuan and his group at the stronghold, they remained on guard against each other. As they continued to close in, the moment they all stepped into the 10-meter range, Ji Yuan's eyes sparkled, and he shouted in his heart, Star Owl, release the Awa! Just then, Flash let out a low growl. Ji Yuan turned sharply to look at it, only to see its pupils swirling with lightning. I see. Good. Ji Yuan suddenly stepped out of the stronghold. Then, under the overwhelming elemental skills, he softly chanted, "Cast, Prison of 10,000 Thunder." Awah! In an instant, Flash surged forth. Its fur transformed from pure black to deep blue at that moment. Thunder roared and surged, and in an instant, ziz, boom! The violent, domineering power of thunder spread wildly from its body, covering the sky, the ground, and even the air at that moment with thunder. Flash seemed to use the power of thunder to release a barrier, enveloping a 30-meter radius around the stronghold. Explosive thunder erupted from all corners, and this terrifying scene sent shockwaves through the hearts of everyone in the three teams. They quickly began to summon their beasts back to their sides, gathering for defense. Attack! As Ji Yuan waved his hand down, the roles of offense and defense instantly reversed. Zhao Shan and the others watched his retreating figure, letting out battle cries as they immediately commanded their beasts to launch an attack on the three small teams that were gathering for defense. "You guy, you've already learned Prison of 10,000 Thunder?" Ji Yuan laughed as he patted the big head of Flashing Spirit, who let out a low growl. This Prison of 10,000 Thunder was chosen by Zhang Qingru for Flashing Spirit back then, and its price was only 200,000 points less than the heaven burning and earth destroying. However, the earth-shattering effect was absolutely no less. Moreover, he seemed to remember that this skill had a second phase of attack, but it seemed that it could only be unleashed after fully mastering it. Flashing Spirit had some difficulty learning skills, so Ji Yuan didn't hold out much hope. Flashing Spirit reduced the range of Prison of 10,000 Thunder to 10 meters. Watching the three small teams gradually retreating to the edges, Ji Yuan quietly ordered. Instantly, the lightning in Flashing Spirit's eyes surged, and the space created by the power of thunder began to tighten. Damn it! What the hell is this skill? Its performance is astonishing. Hey, you guys, this should be the elemental barrier skill. As long as we all strike the edge with full force, we can definitely break it. Really? Then what are we waiting for? Let's try it. The captains of the three small teams shouted to each other, realizing that the edge was shrinking and they couldn't just sit and wait. The imagination is beautiful. Not far away, Ji Yuan smirked coldly. As the Prison of 10,000 Thunder shrank to 10 meters, buzz, the vast power of the starry sky began to surge around Star Owl. Release, falling stars. In an instant, Ji Yuan's soul power surged like a galaxy, and the enormous Star Palace belonging to Star Owl shimmered with a vast brilliance. The next moment, the colorful and strange light completely covered the Prison of 10,000 Thunder released by Flashing Spirit. A moment of daze. The three small teams, who had not yet had time to join forces to strike the edge of the Thunder Prison, were all stunned. In their ears, the rolling thunder had already dissipated, leaving only a dead silence. Before their eyes, the endless thunder disappeared, transforming into a vast and mysterious starry sky. And at this moment, all of them felt like tiny beings floating in the starry sky. A deep sense of powerlessness and confusion surged in their hearts. Not just them, even the five people behind Zhao Shan felt the same emotion. But soon, under Ji Yuan's deliberate influence, they quickly regained their senses. Boom! Suddenly, a hollow and melodious sound echoed in the vast and mysterious starry sky. Everyone looked up at that moment, but what they saw were gigantic planets rapidly falling. Just one had already occupied their line of sight, shocking their senses. Not to mention, there were countless others behind it. As the rapidly falling planets came crashing down, their mental strength could no longer withstand the pressure of this illusion. Accompanied by the vast power of the starry sky, puff, all five members of the three small teams spat out blood in unison, and their beasts were crushed into unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the starry sky shattered, and the illusion dissipated. Ji Yuan staggered slightly. This was the first time he had used Prison of 10,000 Thunder and Falling Stars simultaneously. These two skills were extremely draining on soul power, and even his soul power galaxy could not be released for long. However, he was not at his limit yet. As a fourth tier, facing fifth tier opponents, relying on the power of an emperor-level creature, he was already able to crush them. It could even be said that it was effortless. Of course, this was only true for beast masters of the fifth tier and below. If it were a duel with a fourth tier, there would be many more factors to consider. At least, relying solely on falling stars was not enough to defeat a fourth tier. At this moment, the three small teams were completely defeated, their spirits and consciousness severely damaged, leaving them with no fighting capacity. Ji Yuan turned around, only to see Zhao Shan and the others looking at him as if he were a monster. He smiled faintly, just about to respond when whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from the distant sky. This beam was deep blue, containing a hint of extreme coldness. Ji Yuan immediately looked over, and after a moment, his eyes narrowed. Tang Yi? Ji Yuan glanced at Zhao Shan and the 5 others. This is Tang Yi calling for help. I must go. Let me go with you? Zhao Shan grabbed him. No need, you must stay here to guard the base. He shook his head. Besides, I'm not even sure I can handle the situation that made Tang Yi call for help. Bringing more people would be useless. After saying that, without waiting for the others to react, he leaped onto the back of the Star Hawk, his golden wings flapping as he soared towards the direction of the light beam. These people are simply despicable and shameless. They already have a base, yet they still want to attack us. At this moment, inside a base on the slope, a stunning woman with ice blue hair was continuously controlling a frost peak griffin and a muscular werewolf, battling several men dressed in black and gold robes. Inside the base, 2 members of Tang Yi's team had blood at the corners of their mouths, lying on the ground, seemingly severely injured. Among the remaining 3 who could still fight, 2 were classmates, the short-haired girl Li Chong and the bald man Zhang Wen. Not far from their base, 3 other bases could be seen, each with 2 people from those bases coming to harass them. These 6 people were all students from the Absolute Spirit Academy. Bang! Another intense clash occurred, causing the Frost Peak Griffin and the werewolf to stagger back, panting heavily. Tang Yi's gaze was icy as she stared at the 3 men in front of her, who wore amused expressions. Her pale right hand was hidden behind her, trembling slightly. This battle had lasted nearly an hour, and facing 3 opponents alone was proving to be quite exhausting for her. Originally, her pride wouldn't allow her to call for help, but if she were defeated by these people, it would not only bring shame to the Holy Sky Academy but also lead to the loss of the base they had worked so hard to defend, resulting in their elimination. I heard that the Holy Sky Academy has 2 beast-controlling beauties, one with silver hair and the other with blue hair, who are goddesses in the hearts of countless people. Seeing you now, it truly lives up to the reputation. However, your personality is too cold. I don't like it. I wonder what the other silver-haired beauty is like. The 3 men fighting her teased with smiles. If Ji Yuan were present, he would definitely recognize 2 of them, Mu Chengfeng, whom he had met before, and Xiaoling Jue, who was at odds with Ji Yuan. Watching the 3 casually chat without any pressure, Tang Yi's pretty face grew even colder. Ji Yuan, why aren't you here yet? Can't you break free? Or is it? Just as she sighed inwardly, whoosh, 2 violent whirlwinds suddenly roared down from the sky. They charged straight towards Xiaoling Jue and the others. Who? The 3 raised their heads simultaneously, controlling their beasts to disperse the 2 whirlwinds. Bang! As a shadow crashed down beside Tang Yi, Xiaoling Jue's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, followed by endless rage and hatred. Ji Yuan. Xiaoling Jue's eyes turned blood red. Upon seeing him, he was reminded of the emperor who had been killed in the city competition. He had vowed to make Ji Yuan pay in blood for blood. Therefore, after joining the Absolute Spirit Academy and advancing to the 5th rank, he had been eagerly anticipating a reunion with Ji Yuan. He must make sure that Ji Yuan watches him execute that Qilin beast right in front of him. You're here. When Tang Yi saw the figure of the young man, she breathed a sigh of relief and coldly said, if it weren't for the dire circumstances, let's fight. Ji Yuan calmly interrupted. His gaze was also firmly locked onto Xiaoling Jue. The mist emerged and stood beside him. Upon seeing it, Xiaoling Jue's eyes filled with even more hatred. Emperor! In the next moment, he growled. Immediately, a flicker of flame floated out from the space, and in an instant, it exploded into a blazing lion. This was, unmistakably, the flame-devouring lion that Xiaoling Jue had executed during the city competition. Unexpectedly, he had managed to cultivate another one, and even the name was exactly the same. Ji Yuan. This time, I will have the emperor rip your Qilin beast open. Xiaoling Jue seemed to have lost his sanity, not waiting for Mu Chengfeng and another person beside him to prepare, and charged out directly. Seeing his demeanor, Mu Chengfeng and another teen leader from the Spirit Academy frowned, exchanged glances, and followed him forward. Ha! Watching the charging flame-devouring lion and Xiaoling Jue, Ji Yuan smiled. Heavenly burn, earthly destruction. A torrent of azure flames surged forth, dragging Xiaoling Jue and the other 2, as well as Zhang Wen and his group who were still fighting nearby, into that savage world. Heavenly burn, earthly destruction. Your beast has actually learned it. Tang Yi, upon hearing his words, showed a look of shock for the first time. This skill core, priced at 500,000 points, had never been perfectly mastered by any fire-type beast in the academy. She had once overheard teacher Li Shuefu say that to perfectly master this skill, one must have a mythical level beast or higher. Although she knew Ji Yuan had the ability to resurrect emperor-level creatures, this was still heavenly burn, earthly destruction, and Ji Yuan had only joined the academy for about 3 months, yet he had already Compared to her shock, Xiao Lingjue and the others, who were completely dragged into the world of heavenly burn and earthly destruction, had their pupils constrict. Looking at the endless volcanoes in all directions, everyone's hearts trembled. What kind of skill is this? In an instant, Xiao Lingjue and the others thought of several of the highest level skill cores in the Spirit Academy. The performance of those skill cores was just like what they were seeing at this moment. However, in the Spirit Academy, a skill core of this level required at least a 4th rank to be used. Thinking of this, Xiao Lingjue immediately looked at Ji Yuan, and upon seeing his indifferent expression, he suddenly felt a trace of regret in his heart. Bastard! But as soon as this thought arose, he forcefully wiped it away. He was Xiao Lingjue, the young master of a beast-controlling family. How could he regret offending an orphan from a small place? Ji Yuan, let your Qilin beast die, Xiao Lingjue roared, but he immediately turned to Mu Chengfeng and the other person and whispered, let's team up. Ji Yuan is not an easy opponent. Lingjue. To his surprise, Mu Chengfeng and the other person directly shook their heads in refusal. This is an elemental barrier skill activated by a mythical level bloodline beast. We must defend with all our strength to protect ourselves, otherwise, skills of this level consume a lot of soul power. Once we withstand this move, we can attack later. Their words made Xiao Lingjue's fists tremble, but he still chose to heed their advice. Don't worry, as long as he's not 4th rank. Mu Chengfeng stared at Ji Yuan, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed that Ji Yuan's fists and feet had unexpectedly flashed with 2 streams of elemental power. Elemental embodiment! Mu Chengfeng exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingjue's heart raced, and he quickly followed his gaze. Suddenly, Ji Yuan's fists ignited with blue flames, silver light swirling around his feet. 4-star. The last person exclaimed in shock. Bang! Accompanied by the eruption of volcanoes, it was as if the wrath of the world was descending. Then, under the astonished gazes of Xiao Lingjue and the others, Ji Yuan's figure had already vanished without a trace. Whoosh! When he reappeared, he was already extremely close to the 3 of them. As they reacted and prepared to summon their beasts to counterattack, a delicate voice rang out from afar, frost breath. Whoosh! An ice crystal griffin soared through the air, exhaling a frost breath capable of freezing everything. Screech! Starry sky surge! In the sky, besides the frost peak griffin, another golden griffin appeared, unleashing a starry breath. And there were also massive boulders erupting from the volcanoes. Under this barrage of attacks, Xiao Lingjue and the others were thrown into disarray, unsure of which side to defend. Didn't you say you wanted my Qilin beast to die? Not to mention, there was also a 4-star with elemental power right in front of them. Boom! The blue flames surged as Ji Yuan's fist came crashing towards Xiao Lingjue's face. Emperor! At this critical moment, the flame-devouring Xian lion roared and pounced forward. Humph! Ji Yuan's eyes sparkled, dance of lightning. Ziz! The black giant wolf, infused with lightning, collided directly with the flame-devouring Xian lion, sending it flying backward. With no obstacles left, Xiao Lingjue could only watch in terror as the burning fist drew closer and closer. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Xiao Lingjue's handsome face twisted in an instant, his head thrown back as blood gushed from his nostrils. Didn't you say that after you advanced to 5 stars, my beast would surely die? With electric light swirling at his feet, Ji Yuan closed the distance again as if teleporting, throwing another punch. Bang! The scorching fist left a mark on Xiao Lingjue's handsome cheek. Then, Ji Yuan turned and swept a leg horizontally. Bang! Xiao Lingjue felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, and with immense force, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, rolling on the ground. The 5-star young master of the Xiao family briefly lost consciousness. Then, Ji Yuan's gaze shifted to the sullen-faced Mu Chengfeng. Seeing him look over, Mu Chengfeng's eyelids twitched. His beast was struggling against the terrifying onslaught of destruction, and with Tang Yi lurking in the distance, he could no longer spare another beast to counter Ji Yuan. This was the greatest advantage of a 4-star beast master. Even if the beasts were fighting, the beast master himself could still be considered formidable in combat. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Mu Chengfeng hadn't finished speaking. Whoosh! The next moment, Ji Yuan flashed over, his fiery fist smashing towards his face. The terrifying wind and heat changed Mu Chengfeng's expression drastically as he shouted, I am cousins with Mu Shushin, you. Clang! Before he could finish, the leaden fist struck his face. Ji Yuan did not pursue. He looked at Mu Chengfeng, who was hunched over, covering his face, trembling in pain, and said indifferently, now, for Mu Shushin's sake, I'll let you off. Just like back then, Mu Chengfeng's condescending tone. Then, Ji Yuan turned again, looking at the only man still standing. This guy was also one of those who had cast unfriendly glances during the hand ring distribution. Damn it! The man's eyelids twitched as he glanced at Xiao Lingjue lying on the ground and at the hunched-over Mu Chengfeng. He never expected that Ji Yuan would actually be a 4-star. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. At that moment, he immediately stopped his actions, waved his hand at the aggressive Ji Yuan, and said, brother, don't make a move, it's all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Here, there is no misunderstanding. Ji Yuan's figure flashed and he charged out again. Ji Yuan, don't go too far. The man saw this and his face changed dramatically as he shouted, our Spirit Academy also has 3 4th rankers, you'd better not push your luck. Unfortunately, he didn't finish his sentence before a flying kick was already approaching. Bang! The guy was kicked 3 meters away. Meanwhile, the scene of destruction gradually faded. The 3 opponents that Tang Yi was fighting against now had 2 lying on the ground, one covering his face, motionless. On the other side, the 3 opponents Zhang Wen and Li Chong were battling were also defeated with the help of the destruction. Flashing blood through the blood-soaked flame devouring Xian Lion out of its mouth, crashing heavily in front of Xiao Lingjue. Ji Yuan stepped forward, looking at the bloodied Xiao Lingjue, and said word by word, you lost again, young Master Xiao, should I take the life of this flame-devouring Xian Lion or not? Cough! Xiao Lingjue's throat rolled, seemingly trying to get up. Slap! At that moment, Ji Yuan stepped on his chest, this is the last time. If you dare to show even the slightest unusual emotion towards me again, I will kill it once more. After saying that, Ji Yuan no longer lingered and directly turned to walk towards Tang Yi's team's stronghold. The blue and white uniform had some bloodstains on it, giving him a slightly murderous aura. Thank you. As he approached, Tang Yi nodded. No need to be polite, if you encounter trouble again next time, just call for help. Ji Yuan smiled, waved to recall Ming and flashing blood back into the beast space, then mounted the back of the Starhawk, waved to Zhang Wen and Li Chong, and soared away. Sigh, people really can be infuriating. I still remember how he looked the first time he stepped into the classroom. The bald man Zhang Wen looked at his departing figure, somewhat sighing. Truly worthy of being the black gold pillar trigger, quite a monster. The short-haired girl Li Chong also sighed lightly. Tang Yi's indifferent gaze was fixed on the sky, flashing with a moment of contemplation and satisfaction. Hee, that Xiao family's kid is really quite miserable. Outside the exchange competition venue, the 3 deans were constantly watching everything that was happening. In front of the 3 screens were floating. The protagonist of the first screen was Ji Yuan. The second screen showed a woman in a black and gold uniform, with a graceful figure and stunning beauty. This person was none other than the top-ranked, Xiaoying. The third screen displayed a woman with a slightly furrowed brow, her face showing inexplicable sorrow. She wore a dark blue and white uniform and was the senior sister of Lantian Academy. These 3 were undoubtedly the strongest students from their respective academies in this exchange competition. Not only did they have the same rank, but even the results of the various battles they had experienced were identical. They had never lost. If all 3 of them can make it to the 4th round, it will definitely be exciting. Sigh, I really didn't expect that in less than a year, old Ji has already become this strong. Inside the stronghold, Zhao Shan and the others took a short break, looking at the 3 teams not far away that were still unconscious, feeling immensely emotional. Recalling the first time they met, Ji Yuan was only an 8th ranker then, and it took him a lot of effort just to clear a spider nest. Yeah, it feels like I'm increasingly unable to keep up with his pace. Mu Shushin looked at the sky, the smile at the corner of her mouth uncertain whether it was bitter or sweet. Big brother will definitely become the strongest beast master in the world, Zhong Xian said in a muffled voice, extremely serious. In his eyes, Ji Yuan was almost omnipotent. Then won't we be able to walk all over the Great Xiao with his name in the future? Su Su laughed heartily, his eyes filled with anticipation, as if it were related to his childhood. He desperately hoped to have a big shot always looking out for him. Among the 5, only the silent girl with starry eyes kept her head down, her emotions unreadable. There are still 3 minutes left until the second round ends. Why hasn't he come back yet? Zhao Shan leaned against the wall, pulling up the leaderboard on his wristband. As soon as he finished speaking, a howling wind echoed from the sky. Everyone quickly looked up and relaxed their guard upon seeing the newcomer. What the hell, is it that brutal? Why are you covered in blood? After landing, Ji Yuan exaggeratedly shouted. Ran into an old friend and couldn't hold back for a moment. He chuckled. Old friend? Zhao Shan raised an eyebrow. You ran into the young master of the Xiao family? Seeing Ji Yuan nod affirmatively, a mischievous smile appeared on Zhao Shan's face. Did you make him lose his teeth? Of course. The 2 exchanged glances and laughed together. That damn Xiao Lingjue, both of them thought he was quite arrogant when they first met. Coupled with the matters in the depths of the mine and the city competition, Zhao Shan wished Ji Yuan could give him a good beating. Xiao Lingjue is the kind of person who repays grudges. At that moment, the silent girl looked at Ji Yuan and said, you need to be careful, his older sister is also in this competition. Who is she? What's her name? Let's check her team's ranking. Clearly, even Su was unaware of this. Wait, Miss Su, you can't be saying that the first rank Xiaoying is. Zhao Shan was taken aback. Oh damn. As the silent girl nodded, everyone was equally shocked. Even Ji Yuan was momentarily stunned. The only one currently confirmed to be of the fourth rank on the leaderboard was that Xiaoying. Buzz. Just then, the wristband vibrated again. Moreover, the three team members outside the base who were still unconscious immediately vanished. The second round has ended. The teams that did not occupy a base are Juling Academy, Lu Feng's team, Shengtian Academy, Duanshan, and Lantian Academy. With the elimination announcement from the wristband, the teams that had not occupied a base transformed into blue light spots and were teleported away. In this round, 8 teams were eliminated. Among them, 2 from Juling Academy, and 3 each from Lantian and Shengtian. Now, adding to the number eliminated in the first round, the remaining teams were Juling Academy, 7 teams, Lantian Academy, 7 teams, Shengtian Academy, 6 teams. Comparatively, Shengtian was down 1 team. No one knew what the rules for the third round would be. Soon, the elimination announcement was complete. Buzz. The third round hunting elimination match is about to begin. The rules are as follows. 1. Activate the wristband's transfer function. Anyone can transfer points to each other. 2. Activate the wristband's positioning function. Any team can spend 1,000 points to lock onto another team's location in this round. 3. Activate the wristband's interference function. Using 3,000 points, clear your team's locked status, and for 2 minutes, you cannot be selected. Note 1. In the third round, anyone who is attacked will lose 1,000 points. If the points on their wristband reach 0, that person will be directly eliminated. Note 2. The third round will last for 24 hours. This round will start after the countdown ends. 10, 9, 8. The rules were read out. Ji Yuan frowned. This round, how many points do we have now? He looked at Mu Shushin. We have 43,000 points. Mu Shushin quickly pulled up the panel and said, 43,000. Ji Yuan's mind raced, then he looked at everyone. Now, let's evenly distribute the points, each person gets 7,000 points. He raised his hand, and the hand ring immediately shone with a deep blue light, flowing into the hand rings of Zhao Shan and the others. 6 people, 7,000 points, just right. The remaining 1,000 points would be kept as a reserve. By this calculation, each person could withstand exactly 7 attacks, allowing for some margin of error. His fair distribution, however, left Zhao Shan and the others momentarily stunned. Before they could speak, swish, the hand rings of the 6 vibrated simultaneously. Third round, start. Buzz. Warning, you have been locked on by Xiao Ying's team. Warning, you have been locked on by Yan Shasha's team. Warning, you have been locked on by Mu Qingfeng's team. Warning, you have been locked on by Xiao Lingjua's team. Warning. Almost at the moment the start was announced, the hand rings of Ji Yuan's team began to vibrate wildly. Accompanied by a series of red warning pop-ups emerging from the hand rings, they all felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Su looked foolishly at Zhao Shan, who was stunned beside him, and weakly said, "Still exciting?" Zhao Shan swallowed hard, his mouth twitching, unable to speak for a long time. A preliminary estimate showed that there were a total of 12 other teams locking onto their position. What does that mean? Excluding the 6 teams from the Holy Sky Academy, almost all of them were coming straight for them. Wow! At this moment, Ji Yuan's hand ring erupted with a burst of blue light, spreading outwards. Consume 3,000 points to clear the locked on effect, lasting 2 minutes. The hand ring announced. Don't just stand there, hurry up and run. Ji Yuan shouted, and everyone quickly took off running deeper into the forest. Not long after, a team of people appeared in the place they had just been. These people did not communicate with each other but continued to rush outwards. What the hell? What did we do? How did we become public enemies? Su shouted while running. No one answered. Zhongxian, who was following Ji Yuan, raised his hand, and blue light flowed from his hand ring into Ji Yuan's hand ring. He replenished the 3,000 points Ji Yuan had just consumed. Fourth brother, you. Big brother, don't say too much. Zhongxian shook his head. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, just as Ji Yuan's team passed through a patch of green forest, several brilliant light balls shot from the southwest, exploding precisely at the feet of the 6. The speed of these light balls was too fast, too sudden, and there was no time to react. Everyone was blown apart. At the same time, 3,000 points were deducted from each of their hand rings. Fourth brother. The explosive shockwave lasted for 3 rounds, and after deducting the corresponding points, Zhongxian was left with only 1,000 points. Ji Yuan stood up and directly transferred 2,000 of his points to Zhongxian. Dust rose, and Zhao Shan and the others stumbled to their feet. Flame storm. Ming flashed out, and the ghostly flames surged from within, covering a radius of 100 meters. At the same time, 2 minutes had already passed, and their hand rings once again popped up warnings. At this moment, 12 teams had launched a hunt against them. Taking advantage of the residual power of the flamestorm, Ji Yuan and the others ran out again. Now, excluding Ji Yuan, the other 5 each retained 4,000 points. Anyone using Clear Lock again would minimize their margin for error. What should we do now? If we keep running like this, we'll be caught sooner or later. Zhao Shan gasped. Before we go back, we need to eliminate the blood-drowning beast in that cave. The flow of time there is different from the outside. We just need to defend with all our strength to survive this third round. Ji Yuan waved his hand, and the star owl immediately appeared. Since they had already been exposed, there was no need to hold back. Immediately, the 6 of them rode the star owl into the air. The star owl flapped its golden wings and soared towards the location of the cave. During this time, a steady stream of flying beasts began to surge out from the green ocean behind them. Damn it, these bastards are really determined to take us out first. Su turned to look at the more than 10 flying beasts, his expression grim. Whoosh! At the same time, several rapid elemental orbs in various ranged skills whizzed past them, making the hearts of the 6 grow heavier. If it weren't for Xingxiao's agility, they would have probably been shot down by now. Ji Yuan remained silent, his eyes filled with contemplation. He truly hadn't anticipated the rules of this third round and the situation they were facing. No matter how strong he was, 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands, not to mention that there were 4th-tier beings among the teams hunting them. In this chase, they finally caught sight of the familiar sea of trees. But just as they were about to land, everyone, including Ji Yuan, froze in place. What the hell? Where's the cave? Su exclaimed. Below, the oval boulder still existed, but the cave in the middle had turned into a shallow puddle. Could it be that the cave only opens in the first round? Mu Shuxin gritted her teeth and said. Ji Yuan felt a heavy weight in his heart as Xingxiao flapped its wings and soared out again. Xingxiao's speed was incredibly fast, but just as they passed through a patch of green forest, whoosh! Below, dense elemental fluctuations splashed, targeting Xingxiao's wings, trying to bring it down. At the same time, several flying beasts appeared high above, forming a triangular formation, diving towards Ji Yuan's team. At this moment, the hunting teams had them firmly trapped. Ji Yuan's team had nowhere to escape. Defend! With no way to evade, they could only take all the attacks head-on. Ji Yuan summoned Ming, and the infernal flame erupted and spread. Zhao Shan and the others quickly used their strongest defenses with their beasts. In an instant, the sky was filled with explosive, dazzling, and deafening elemental collisions. Under this bombardment, Ji Yuan barely managed to direct Xingxiao towards the unoccupied ground to the north using the residual force of the explosions. Boom! Xingxiao's massive body fell like a meteor, carrying waves of elemental ripples as it hit the ground. Ji Yuan and the others rolled to the side. Although their defenses had some effect, they were still injured. At this point, aside from Ji Yuan who still held 2,000 points, Zhao Shan and the other 5 were left with only 1,000 points. If they were hit 2 more times, they would be directly eliminated. After landing, Ji Yuan and the others dared not linger. Xingxia was injured in the recent explosion and needed to enter the beast space for recovery immediately. Therefore, he summoned Ming and Shining Spirit, with Su Ziyin and Mu Shuxin being carried by Shining Spirit. Su and Zhongshen were held in the embrace of Yu, while Zhao Shan sat on Ming's back alongside Ji Yuan. The 6 of them began to flee once more. In the forest, figures appeared, and in this vast, dense forest, the chase resumed. Among the crowd, the now recovered Xiao Lingju rode the flame-devouring Xian lion, glaring fiercely at Ji Yuan's back, veins bulging on his forehead. As they crossed a stream, Ji Yuan's team suddenly halted. In front of them stood an incredibly robust white lion, shining with a holy light. Beside this lion stood a petite, stunning woman in a black and gold long dress, exuding an air of elegance. A vast wave of soul power radiated from her small body, and without needing to think, they knew her identity. From the Absolute Spirit Academy, Xiaoying. Her features bore a resemblance to Xiao Lingjue's Ji Yuan. Her tone was as calm as water, devoid of any emotion. When my useless brother arrives, you just need to let him slap you twice to vent his anger, and I won't make a move. Arrogance, disdain, and an unreplicable elegance were vividly embodied in her. Cut the nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Zhao Shan roared. Xiaoying raised her eyes slightly, and after a moment, she cleanly withdrew her gaze. You are not qualified to waste my soul power. A wave of contempt that ignited anger washed over Zhao Shan, reddening his face. Meanwhile, the main force behind them had already caught up. Now, they had nowhere to retreat. Xiaoying looked at Ji Yuan and said, "You should be a smart person, you can't afford to provoke the Xiao family. Moreover, as far as I know, the Mu family and the Zhang family also have people ready to trouble you." Ji Yuan remained silent, his expression as cold as water, neither happy nor angry. However, her words did explain why Ji Yuan's team had become the target of everyone. Behind them, 12 small teams, nearly 100 people in total, completely surrounded Ji Yuan and his group. "This Xiaoying is just one person, should we?" Zhao Shan whispered. Ji Yuan shook his head. He could sense a strong bloodline fluctuation emanating from this lioness, Xiaoying. This was at least a mythical level beast. He was all too clear about the power that a 4th-tier beast master combined with such a beast could unleash. Ji Yuan. At that moment, from the crowd, the gritting-toothed Xiao Lingjue rode out on the flame-devouring black lion. "Can you still be arrogant now?" His handsome face was filled with hatred. Ji Yuan ignored him and simply looked at Zhao Shan and the others, smiling. "Sorry, our exchange match is probably over here." He felt powerless to break the current situation. Should he ask Tang Yi for help? She was neither a 4th tier nor a 3rd tier. The other side had nearly gathered the strength of 2 academies. Even if Tang Yi's team came, it wouldn't change the situation. It would only put them at risk of elimination as well. "It's okay, there's another way." Zhao Shan suddenly smiled. Ji Yuan was taken aback, and then he saw his wristband flicker. At the same time, Zhong Xian, Su Su, Su Ziyin, and Mu Xuxin's wristbands all lit up. They transmitted all their remaining 1,000 points to Ji Yuan. "You guys, old Ji, as long as you survive this round, I believe you can take care of that woman from the Xiao family. Also, don't you need the essence of the 5 elements? If you don't win the championship, I won't even know where to find it for you after it goes out. Our 5,000 points, plus the 2,000 you have, will allow you to withstand 7 attacks. Later, we will cover you with all our might to break through." Zhao Shan spoke quickly and decisively, giving Ji Yuan no chance to refuse. Then, Tuan Tuan, Bing Bing, Yu Yu, Rolling Stones, Holy Light Shines, Gale Slaughter, Lightning Flash, Zhao Shan, Zhong Xian, Su Ziyin, Mu Xuxin, and Su Su, without reservation, summoned their beasts and unleashed their strongest skills, all to allow Ji Yuan to break through alone. "Old Ji, go!" Zhao Shan's shout echoed through the forest. Ji Yuan's eyes turned red, his fists clenched tightly, and finally, gritting his teeth, the star owl appeared. He immediately mounted it, ready to leave. But just as he flew out, several attacks seemed to be waiting for him, shooting directly towards him. "Big brother!" Before Ji Yuan could deflect them, Zhong Xian shouted loudly, unhesitatingly controlling the earth pattern golem, using its body to block each of these attacks. At this point, the earth pattern golem was already covered in cracks, on the verge of shattering at any moment. "Go!" With waves of attacks coming, Zhong Xian's eyes hardened as he whispered to the earth pattern golem, "I'm sorry, Rolling Stone. I must let Big Brother leave here." The earth pattern golem seemed to understand his heart and leaped up. At the very last moment before Ji Yuan escaped, he completely blocked the attacks flying towards him. Bang! These attacks had already exceeded the limits that the earth pattern golem could withstand in a short time. At the moment it shattered, Zhong Xian's thick eyebrows furrowed, and his large eyes were filled with reluctance. This was a gift from his second brother, which he cherished and loved dearly. However, nothing was more important than his elder brother being able to leave now. A beast could be found again, but if his elder brother was eliminated now, he would be completely cut off from the championship and lose the essence of the 5 elements. When participating in the city competition, Zhong Xian had long regarded Ji Yuan, who came from the same lower-tier district, as an idol for creating miracles. Therefore, in his eyes, anything concerning his elder brother took precedence over his own matters. With the earth pattern golem shattered, there was no need to summon his remaining 2 high bloodline beasts in this situation. As an attack struck him, a blue light illuminated. Saint Sky Academy Zhong Xian, eliminated. The wristband announced in real time. Ji Yuan, who had already broken free from the encirclement, wore a solemn expression, his pupils dark and deep. At this moment, he revealed no emotions. However, a faintly discernible wave of restless soul power pulsed around his body. Saint Sky Academy Mu Xuxin, eliminated. Saint Sky Academy Su Su, eliminated. In another direction, the group led by Tang Yi suddenly halted in their tracks. The cold and beautiful goddess furrowed her brows, looking at the wristband. Buzz! Saint Sky Academy Zhao Shan, eliminated. Saint Sky Academy Su Ziyin, eliminated. What's going on? If I remember correctly, these people should be from Ji Yuan's team, they. The bald man Zhang Wen stepped forward, his expression grave. Tang Yi remained silent, her gaze fixed on the wristband. But after about 5 minutes of no further activity, she let out a long breath. I've heard that he has many potential enemies. This round, many from Juling and Lan Tian are targeting him. Xingro, no wonder you insisted I help him with all my might during the exchange competition. What should we do now? Should we go find him? The short-haired girl Li Chong asked anxiously. Ji Yuan had previously helped them out. If they didn't lend him a hand now, how could he escape the pursuit of these guys alone? Tang Yi remained silent, lightly touching the wristband to bring up the panel, then clicked on Ji Yuan's team name. Locked on, Ji Yuan's team. As points were deducted, a faint white aura suddenly appeared in the air. This aura, coincidentally, pointed directly above them. Looking up through the branches, they saw a massive griffin soaring past. Go! The cold wind griffin appeared, and Tang Yi's team immediately dashed out of the forest. Ji Yuan! Tang Yi shouted at the rapidly soaring figure ahead. Hearing her voice, the star owl slowed down. The cold peak griffin flapped its wings to catch up, flying level with it. Tang Yi wasted no time. Upon seeing him, the light from her wristband surged, and streams of blue light flowed into Ji Yuan's wristband. They currently held 70,000 points, and Tang Yi directly gave him 50,000. Ji Yuan's brows furrowed tightly. Before he could say anything, a powerful elemental wave shot towards him from behind. The main force had caught up again. Let's go! The cold peak griffin suddenly turned around. Tang Yi's ice blue hair flowed in the wind high above. It seemed she intended to buy time for Ji Yuan. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 members of the team respected their captain's decision. After all, without Ji Yuan, they would have already been kicked out by the joint forces of Juling Academy during the second round stronghold battle. Now, in this third round, it was no longer just about the team, but about the academy. Senior sister, senior brother, we're here to support you. Just then, once again, flying beasts burst forth from the forest below. 3 more teams from the Holy Sky Academy hurriedly arrived. At this moment, facing the overwhelming number of flying beasts, they showed no fear at all. As previously mentioned, this was no longer a battle of individual teams, but a clash between academies. From the direction of the Absolute Spirit Academy and the Storm Sky Academy, attacks filled the sky. On the side of the Holy Sky Academy, Tang Yi and the others immediately retaliated, but in terms of sheer numbers, they were ultimately at a significant disadvantage. Thunder Judgment! At that moment, a low roar echoed. The sky was overcast, and violent thunder rolled through the clouds, mixed with a vast surge of soul power. Ji Yuan had not left. His figure stood tall and resolute on the back of the star owl, his expression cold. Beside him, Flashing Spirit pushed the power of thunder to its limits. Boom! As the thunder flashed, countless elemental skills collided, and the explosive energy waves uprooted the trees and greenery from the ground. At the same time, all the flying beasts in the sky were affected and forced to land. However, with the intense waves washing over, some people noticed that their points were continuously deducted under this impact. Clearly, such a degree of wave impact could also be considered an attack. This scene caused many to change their expressions drastically, and they began to retreat, temporarily distancing themselves. Ji Yuan and his group also quickly withdrew, creating a gap of nearly hundreds of meters. Now, Ji Yuan and Tang Yi counted as 2 teams, plus the 3 that came to support, leaving only 6 remaining teams from the Holy Sky Academy, missing only Luo Nan. What is that idiot Luo Nan doing? Why hasn't he come yet? Tang Yi's face was frosty. No, Senior E. Senior Luo Nan and the others are entangled with Yen Shasha's team. Several informed juniors quickly shook their heads to explain. Upon hearing this, the coldness on Tang Yi's face softened slightly. Yen Shasha is a 4th tier from the Storm Sky Academy. You can compare her status in Storm Sky to Jiang Qingru. Tang Yi explained to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan's expression remained unchanged, his brows furrowed, showing little interest. Seeing him like this, Tang Yi sighed. The same scene occurred 2 years ago during the exchange competition. That time, the team that was simultaneously besieged by Absolute Spirit and Storm Sky was Jiang Qingru. Her words drew Ji Yuan's attention. Xiaoying, Yen Shasha, they are from the same batch as Jiang Qingru. Back then, Jiang Qingru's situation was similar to yours. All her teammates were eliminated, yet she managed to hold on until the end of the 3rd round, and then fought against Xiaoying and Yen Shasha alone, ultimately winning the championship of the exchange competition. Tang Yi's eyes sparkled, as if she were transported back to that spring. As a member of Jiang Qingru's team, she had once felt guilty after being eliminated, but never expected Jiang Qingru to create a miraculous turnaround. There's one more thing. She looked at Ji Yuan, speaking with utmost seriousness. At that time, the highest tier in the entire venue was 5th tier, and Jiang Qingru, during her match with Xiaoying in the 4th round, advanced to 4th tier, ultimately defeating 2 opponents and securing the championship for the Holy Sky Academy. So, lift your spirits, Ji Yuan. Tang Yi looked at him, her cold eyes shining brightly. When the 3rd round begins, everything in the arena will be broadcast live to the outside world. Your friends are watching you, don't let them down. Each of her words fell into Ji Yuan's ears like a rushing current, flowing through his entire body. Just then, the waves dissipated. The ground had been blasted into a massive pit, and they stood at the edge, while on the other side, bizarre and varied beasts surged forth under the control of their beast masters. Let's fight! Ji Yuan's desire for battle reached its peak at that moment, as 3 beasts appeared, facing 2 groups that outnumbered them by several times, showing no intention of retreating. Unfortunately, both Prisoner of Thunder and Falling Stars are like heavenly fire and earthly destruction. After use, there must be a 3-hour interval. So far, the 3 major skills still require about an hour to be released. Therefore, Ji Yuan first let Ming activate the Bloodline Shock. The Emperor-level tyrannical bloodline power roared and spread, but the opponent was already prepared, using soul power to cover the perception of the beast, shielding the intimidation. Seeing the effect was minimal, Ji Yuan sighed inwardly. Immediately, Ming, Flashing Spirit, and Star Owl each unleashed their elemental fluctuations, filling the sky with brilliant light. Behind them, Tang Yi and others also summoned their beasts. The 2 sides clashed again. Various dazzling, eye-catching, and deadly fluctuations surged in this pockmarked land. One by one, the beasts roared and howled, those skilled in close combat tangled together. Those adept at long-range combat stood their ground, frantically unleashing elemental skills. The earth-shattering explosions and chaotic sounds echoed throughout the area. As both sides suffered damage, some who had gradually lost points began to hesitate, fighting while retreating. But the teams from the Holy Sky Academy were already outnumbered, and in their hearts, there was no retreat. Even if they were eliminated, they had to take a few down with them. Gradually, everyone's wristbands vibrated continuously. One by one, names were called, and those whose points were cleared were transformed into specks of starlight. Ji Yuan's fists boiled with starlight and ghostly flames, his feet moving like the wind, weaving through the battlefield in search of Xiao Lingjue's figure. But the scene was too chaotic, and with Xiao Lingjue intentionally avoiding him, he found it difficult to locate her. Ultimately, with a total of 57,000 points, he quickly exited the battle circle when his points dwindled to 3,000. Ji Yuan gasped for breath, his gaze sweeping across the field. Both sides had significantly reduced their numbers. However, due to the overwhelming disparity on the Holy Sky side, 2 teams had already been completely eliminated. Tang Yi's team and another team were struggling to hold on, but they were ultimately destined to lose. Ji Yuan, hurry and go! Senior Ji Yuan, run! Tang Yi and the other Holy Sky students shouted with great effort. In this battle, the 4th-tier members of Zhu Ling and Lan Tian did not participate. They had their pride, just as Xiaoing merely blocked Ji Yuan's team without taking action. They looked down on participating in such a hunt. In this session, the Holy Sky Academy only had Luo Nan and Ji Yuan as 4th-tier members, and they could no longer intervene in the subsequent 4th-tier battle. Rather than preserving themselves for the next round and being eliminated, it was better to protect the 4th-tier members of the Holy Sky Academy to enter the 4th round, where there was still a chance to win. Ji Yuan stood frozen, watching Tang Yi and the others who were doing their utmost to resist, a surge of indescribable emotion rising in his heart. Tang Yi and the others couldn't hold on for much longer. If Ji Yuan lingered here, it would only lead to everyone's efforts being in vain. So, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and suddenly turned around. Fight until the end, just do your best. As he was leaving, Tang Yi's words reached him. The other students also shouted in unison, fight until the end, just do your best. Wow! Several beams of azure light shot out, converging into a river of data filled with hope, all pouring into Ji Yuan's wristband. In this final moment, Tang Yi and the others transferred all their remaining points to him. Ji Yuan's eyes flickered, taking a deep breath before making a gesture. Ming and Flashing Spirit were immediately recalled. I will fight until the end, reach the top, and become the champion. Star Owl soared towards him, and he leaped high, riding the Star Owl as he flew away. Half an hour after he left, Zhang Wen from Holy Sky Academy, eliminated. Li Mei from Zhu Ling Academy, eliminated. Li Chong from Holy Sky Academy, eliminated. Shi Hui from Lan Tian Academy, eliminated. Tang Yi from Holy Sky Academy, eliminated. In a certain part of the forest, Ji Yuan stepped on a black bear's corpse, silent. Tang Yi and the others held out for half an hour in the end, during which they should have eliminated 3 of the opposing team's squads. In this final moment, they did their best to lighten Ji Yuan's burden. At this moment, the black bear beneath his feet was a dominant level creature. Its death earned him 1,000 points. Along the way, he had already killed no less than 6 dominant level creatures. When they left, Tang Yi and the others ultimately provided a total of 10,000 points. Ji Yuan was always locked onto by Xiaoing and a man named Zheng Honggu. Now, after killing the black bear beneath him, he used 3,000 points again to remove the lock. Then, without pausing, he tapped on Zheng Honggu's name, locked onto Zheng Honggu's squad. A white aura pointed towards a certain location in the north, which didn't seem far away. This Zhang Honggu's squad had been following Ji Yuan since he left. However, they had never been able to catch up, leading Ji Yuan to conclude that this guy was definitely not a fourth tier. At this moment, 4 figures were weaving through the forest. Each of them rode their respective beasts, seemingly in pursuit of something. Among the 4, the leader was a man with a delicate appearance, dressed in a black and gold uniform, glancing at the bald man beside him, saying, "Abao, do you think we can't take down Ji Yuan with just the 4 of us?" The bald man he called out was none other than Zhang Bao, a 5th-tier beast master who had been defeated by Ji Yuan during the finals of the city competition. Hearing the delicate man's words, he shook his head. "Honggu, Ji Yuan's beast is extremely strange. Its bloodline level is not low. We should be cautious." During the previous chaotic battle, I never saw his figure, only his 3 beasts. Zhang Honggu snorted coldly. "Those 3 beasts are indeed strong, especially that creature that resembles a star-peak griffin. However, regarding his tier, based on my deduction, after entering the academy for 3 months, even if he is extraordinary, he can at most be a 5th tier. We have 4 against 1, it will be easy. Don't worry, Honggu will help you avenge the humiliation of the city competition." The other 2 in the team quickly echoed, "What Honggu said makes sense." During the second round, Xiaoling Jue and the others, who had suffered at Ji Yuan's hands, naturally wouldn't speak to anyone. So, now there were very few who knew Ji Yuan's true tier. Most had already been eliminated. Grr! Suddenly, 2 gusts of fierce wind tore through the branches and leaves, sweeping up dust and descending from the sky. The appearance of these 2 gales was extremely abrupt, directly toppling Zhang Honggu and his 3 companions. They only felt the rustling of leaves by their ears, accompanied by blinding sand and wind. Ugh! Bang! As Zhang Honggu and Zhang Bao got up, they heard the screams of the other 2. "Abao, who is it?" Zhang Honggu raised his arm to shield his eyes, preparing to search for Zhang Bao's position, when he caught a glimpse of a pair of golden wings in his peripheral vision. Damn it! He was startled, his soul power surged, and 3 beasts roared into existence. Bang! One of the giant beasts, draped in animal skin and sporting fangs, emerged, violently unleashing a wave of energy that dispersed the sand and wind. Then, Zhang Honggu quickly looked ahead, only to see the dazzling golden griffin flapping its wings, forming 2 more whirlwinds. "Wild Ridge Demon, go!" Seeing this, Zhang Honggu immediately called for the fanged giant beast to charge at the griffin. "Abao!" He scanned the surroundings, only to find Zhang Bao standing dazedly in place, staring into the distance. Following Zhang Bao's line of sight, he saw a handsome young man enveloped in boiling green flames, charging towards them. "4th tier, Ji Yuan, you are a 4th tier." Upon recognizing this figure, Zhang Honggu's other 2 beasts charged out directly. Crimson Flame Execution, Thunder Judgment, Dueling Academy Zhang Honggu, eliminated. Dueling Academy Wei Peng, eliminated. Dueling Academy Xia Nan, eliminated. The battle lasted only a moment. From beginning to end, Zhang Bao did not make a move. He stared blankly, watching as Ji Yuan wielded the power of the elements to nearly beat Zhang Honggu to death, eliminating him along with the other 2. Breathing heavily, Ji Yuan looked at him, the flames in his hand slowly dissipating. During this time, he consumed another 3,000 points to shield his lock-on. "You." Zhang Bao's mouth moved, and after a moment, he said, "You're at the 4th rank now?" Although he had witnessed it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. During this time, he often returned to the final stage in his dreams. This controversial opponent during the competition, if it weren't for the fact that his beast was restrained, Ji Yuan should not have been his match. At that time, the championship was just a step away from him. It would be impossible to say that he felt no regret. Zhang Bao always thought that no matter how strong Ji Yuan was, he was still at the 5th rank, just like him, in this exchange competition. Before the match started, he had even thought about having another exhilarating fight with Ji Yuan. But now, the elegant young man before him was not just at the 5th rank, he was far ahead of him, too far. At this moment, if he could find an excuse for his failure in the finals back then, what lay before him now was the stark reality. Ji Yuan had truly surpassed him. He no longer even had the qualification to be his opponent. After a moment, Zhang Bao let out a heavy sigh. He raised his hand, and all 10,000 points in his bracelet surged out. He looked at Ji Yuan, and after a moment, he said, "I concede." The 3 words came out cleanly and decisively from his mouth. But to Ji Yuan's ears, they carried another meaning. Back then, during the finals, Zhang Bao had not uttered these 3 words. Even after the final vote, he had only said congratulations to Ji Yuan. But today, his words carried a hint of calmness and acceptance. After a moment of silence, Ji Yuan raised his hand and sent a wisp of soul power, gently striking Zhang Bao. Ji. With his points reduced to 0, his body instantly transformed into light spots and was forcibly teleported away. Dueling Academy Zhang Bao, eliminated. He leaped onto the back of the star owl and soared into the wind. At this moment, the sky had already turned to dusk. The setting sun cast its glow as Ji Yuan sat alone on the back of the star owl. Although only a few hours had passed, the absence of Zhao Shan and the others' noise made him feel somewhat unaccustomed. Now, he still had 17,000 points left. He used 6,000 points to shield his lock-on, exchanging it for 4 minutes of respite. 4 minutes later. Warning, you have been locked on by Xiao Lingjue's team. Warning, you have been locked on by Mu Qingfeng's team. Warning. Soon, the remaining teams locked onto him again. This time, he did not use points to shield. Instead, he commanded the star owl to land on the ground. 3 hours had passed, and it was time to settle things. Before long, several incomplete teams appeared in the twilight glow. Ji Yuan raised his eyes to scan. Compared to the large forces at the beginning, the numbers of Zhuling and Lantian had also dropped to a very low level. Roughly estimating, there should be 6 teams in front of him, but the number of people was only around 12. Among them, only Xiao Lingjue and Mu Qingfeng's teams remained. Tang Yi and the others' final struggle had lightened Ji Yuan's burden significantly. These 12 people were eyeing him warily, and none of them were at the 4th rank. Moreover, the man who had been with Xiao Lingjue when assisting Tang Yi was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. A white giant lion radiating holy light emerged. Xiaoling sat sideways on the back of the giant lion, looking down from a height. Are you going to make a move too? Ji Yuan looked at her. As both were of the 4th rank, Xiaoling casually scanned the entire arena and said, there are 12 5th rank fighters here. If you can win like this, then I suppose Xiao Lingjue has nothing more to say. Hearing his sister's words, a ruthless glint flashed in Xiao Lingjue's eyes, and his gaze towards Ji Yuan was almost tangible with hatred. Ha! Ji Yuan smiled, then his indifferent gaze swept across the crowd. Enough with the nonsense, if you want to fight, then let's fight. As his words fell, a blue and white Qilin beast appeared, standing proudly in front of Ji Yuan, looking down at everyone. A giant wolf, adorned in pure black with blue highlights, bared its bloody fangs, its deep blue eyes hiding malice. Finally, a golden, resplendent star-peaked griffin slightly spread its wings, its massive form looming on the far right, its golden wings infused with strong wind elements, on guard. As a beast master, Ji Yuan stood among the 3 beasts, and in the next moment, his fists suddenly surged with starlight and ghostly flames. The battle was about to erupt. The 12 people dared not underestimate Ji Yuan's 3 beasts and chose to strike simultaneously. After all, in this 3rd round, they had suffered heavy losses in their hunt for Ji Yuan's team. But just as both sides were about to clash, a sharp sound pierced through the forest. A blazing spear shot out abruptly, forcefully embedding itself into the ground, halting everyone's steps. Don't even think about overwhelming us with numbers. A furious shout rang out. Accompanied by a violent gust of wind, a figure landed directly beside Ji Yuan. Luo Nan? The newcomer was the handsome man Luo Nan, who had never shown his face before. Sorry, Yan Shasha is indeed quite troublesome, nearly on par with you. I used all my tricks just to barely make it here. Luo Nan smiled apologetically. His team was also left with only the captain. However, Yan Shasha was in the same situation. Time is of the essence. Yan Shasha will probably arrive soon. Let's deal with these pesky 5th rank fighters first. Then we can join forces against Xiaoying and Yan Shasha. A serious expression appeared on Luo Nan's face. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan did not hesitate, his mind stirred, and Ming suddenly stepped forward. Heavenly burn, earthly destruction. As everyone was pulled into a world of desolation akin to the apocalypse, aside from Xiao Lingjue and Mu Qingfeng, the rest were filled with shock and disbelief. Even Xiaoying, not far away, slightly raised her brows. In the Soul Power Galaxy, Ming's star palace radiated infinite brilliance. This was the first time it had pushed heavenly burn, earthly destruction to its limits. The result was a sky full of massive stones flowing with molten lava. The 12 5th rank fighters were terrified by this scene, especially Xiao Lingjue and Mu Qingfeng, who felt an even more intense and terrifying wave compared to the last time. They had already found it extremely difficult to withstand. Xiao Lingjue's expression darkened, and Xiaoying, who was also dragged into heavenly burn, earthly destruction, showed no intention of making a move, still reclining casually on the white giant lion. As his own sister, he understood exactly what she was thinking at this moment. Immediately, Xiao Lingjue snorted coldly. A wave of molten magma surged from his palm. Clang! Then, a palm-sized dark red venomous bee appeared. This was the magma venomous bee that had once pierced through Ji Yuan's chest, nearly causing his death. Months later, this beast was still Xiao Lingjue's trump card. With the appearance of the magma venomous bee, he no longer cared about the falling boulders above him, suddenly bringing his arms together and straightening them. Then, a fierce and crazed expression emerged on his handsome face. Ji Yuan, it's either you die or I die. His sea of soul power began to surge wildly, and the overwhelming soul power flowed from his arms into the body of the magma venomous bee. Swish! In an instant, the entire body of the magma venomous bee turned as red as the sun, and as its crimson wings flapped, it shot out like a supersonic bullet. It stirred the air into rippling waves, carrying a terrifying shockwave capable of destroying the world, charging towards Ji Yuan. This magma poison bee is an extremely special creature, possessing a unique characteristic, companionship. As the Beast Master's rank continuously rises, its bloodline level also increases. For instance, its initial bloodline level was merely advanced. However, with the contract with Xiaolingjue, every time he advanced 2 ranks, the bloodline level of the magma poison bee would rise by 1 tier. When Xiaolingjue was at the 6th rank, the bloodline level of the magma poison bee was that of a dominator. Now that he has stepped into the 5th rank, the magma poison bee has already advanced to the legendary level of beast mastery. At this moment, the terrifying power and speed it exudes are several times stronger than before. With his ultimate move, this time, he still aimed to kill Ji Yuan. He held onto the same thought as before, even if the rules do not allow for the killing of beast masters, as long as he did it, the Xiao family would definitely help him settle it. Moreover, in this city competition, Ji Yuan had also touched upon the interests of the Zhang and Mu families. The 3 major beast master families united, even if Ji Yuan had Tan He backing him, so what? Xiaolingjue fixed his gaze on the rushing magma poison bee. He was confident that this move, even if it couldn't kill Ji Yuan, would severely injure him and render him powerless. Xiaolingjue, all of this is self-inflicted. Ji Yuan coldly watched as the imposing poison bee drew closer. He could sense the boundless killing intent it harbored. Sleeping pollen. In the next moment, a glimmer of green light suddenly shone from the center of Ji Yuan's brow. Within this light, a mass of pink mist surged forth, enveloping the rapidly flying magma poison bee. Almost in an instant, the magma poison bee's vibrating wings came to a halt, and the terrifying aura it emitted dissipated in an instant. Its body swayed unsteadily, and ultimately, it plummeted directly towards the ground. What? In the distance, Xiaolingjue stared at this bizarre scene, his voice breaking, dumbfounded. Before he could react, at the moment the magma poison bee was about to touch the ground, a rift suddenly opened in the space beside Ji Yuan, from which several green vines emerged, wrapping around the poison bee and pulling it back. Seeing this, Xiaolingjue suddenly reacted, but no matter how he tried to sense or attempt, the connection between the magma poison bee and himself seemed to have been severed. He couldn't bring it back. Ji Yuan, what have you done to it? Give it back to me. Xiaolingjue screamed hoarsely, completely oblivious to the volcanic boulders that had already fallen from the sky. Well done, ha ha ha. Luo Nan burst into laughter. He had been intimidated by the magma poison bee's momentum earlier, fearing Ji Yuan would struggle to cope, and was ready to intervene. Who would have thought Ji Yuan would resolve it so easily? Immediately, he stopped watching the show. 3 beast masters appeared simultaneously, taking advantage of the other team's focus on resisting the heavenly burning and earthly destruction, to launch an attack directly. The fully unleashed heavenly burning and earthly destruction made it difficult for teams 1 rank lower to withstand. Mu Chengfeng was trembling all over at this moment. His beast had already been doing its utmost to defend. However, when the boulders rained down, not only did they strike with the force of falling meteors, but they also stirred up scalding magma that would incinerate any element. Lingjue, pull yourself together, this is just an exchange match. He wouldn't dare do anything to your beast. Mu Chengfeng, under immense pressure, shouted at the furious and hate-filled Xiaolingjue. This is not an exchange match. This is a life and death feud. Xiaolingjue cried out in anguish. He killed my emperor. I want him to pay with his life. You better summon your beast and defend with me now. Otherwise, my beast is going to die. Seeing that he still couldn't grasp the situation, Mu Chengfeng directly cursed, as his 3 beasts struggled to maintain their defense, protecting the 2 of them. Awakened by his scolding, Xiaolingjue glared fiercely at Ji Yuan, his murderous intent growing stronger. Don't rush, wait until the exchange competition is over, and we will join forces with Zhang Honggu and Suan to denounce him together, Mu Chengfeng said in a low voice. Suan? Xiaolingjue regained his composure and frowned at him. I encountered him during the 2nd round of the stronghold battle, and it seems he was beaten badly by Ji Yuan. Mu Chengfeng's eyes flickered. He told me he would forfeit the 2nd round to prepare and would definitely make Ji Yuan pay the price. Does that mean Ji Yuan has offended all the other 4 major families except the Zheng family? A hint of joy appeared in Xiaolingjue's eyes. With the momentum of the 4 major families, they could definitely crush Ji Yuan, who had no background. If all 4 major families applied pressure together, even if the president of the Holy Sky Academy intervened, Ji Yuan would at least suffer greatly, if not die. Good. The joy in Xiao Lingjue's eyes intensified, as if he could already see Ji Yuan begging for mercy under the pressure of the four major families. Watch out! But at that moment, the two who were lost in their imaginations completely forgot their current situation. Ji Yuan, surrounded by thunderous light, had appeared in front of them without them noticing. All they saw was a fist engulfed in flames rushing towards them. Bang! One left, one right, blood splattered. At the same time, the elemental space created by the heaven burning and earth destroying slowly disappeared. Ji Yuan swept out a leg, sending the two young masters of the families flying. Roar! Their beast companions immediately pounced. Flashing Spirit and Star Owl charged forward to block. Then, the figure of Ming appeared, and Ji Yuan looked at the snarling flame-devouring Xian lion, a coldness spreading in his eyes. Crimson Flame, execute! No! The moment the familiar azure chains appeared out of nowhere and bound the flame-devouring Xian lion, Xiao Lingjue felt as if his soul was about to fly out. At the same time, on the other side, the remaining teams, after experiencing the baptism of heaven burning and earth destroying, were already severely exhausted. Luonan controlled his beast, his fists covered in elemental energy, beating these teams to the ground, one after another, eliminated in quick succession. Ji Yuan, if you dare to kill it, you will completely tear your face with my Xiao family. Xiao Lingjue almost screamed. This flame-devouring Xian lion was the second one he had painstakingly found. Over the past few months, he had poured countless efforts into it, just wanting to bring back the emperor. If it died again, he would really go crazy. Therefore, he now only hoped to invoke the Xiao family to intimidate Ji Yuan. Clang! But his threats seemed to have no effect. As a blazing sharp knife appeared out of thin air, Xiao Lingjue's eyes widened in horror, scrambling to his feet, ready to rush towards the flame-devouring Xian lion. Bang! Suddenly, an extremely ethereal muffled sound echoed. The ever-quiet Xiaoing finally took action at this moment. The white giant lion beneath her spewed out several rapidly rotating wind energy balls, seemingly trying to attack Ji Yuan while interrupting the execution of the crimson flame. But Ji Yuan did not dodge or evade. At the moment the wind energy balls were about to hit, the robust figure of Star Owl appeared, not even making any defense, allowing the wind attack to crash into him. Star Owl possessed the characteristic of windless zone, making it immune to all wind attribute damage. Seeing this scene, Xiaoing narrowed her eyes slightly, her enchanting figure slowly sitting up, seemingly ready to take real action. But just then, whoosh! The blazing sharp knife hanging in midair fell again without hesitation. Thud! This time, there was no scorching light. With a loud muffled sound, the head of the flame-devouring Xian lion was pierced directly by the blazing sharp knife under Xiao Lingjue's gaze. Endless blood splattered, and the trembling body of the devouring flame-black lion came to a complete stop at that moment. Emperor! Xiao Lingjue slid to his knees, unleashing a heart-wrenching cry of grief that shook the heavens. As the emotions of anger and sorrow reached their peak, he could no longer bear it. As the young master of the Xiao family, he had never experienced such a moment in his life. Ultimately, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot, just like on the grand competition stage back then. So embarrassing. Seeing this, Xiaoing pursed her delicate lips, then leaped down to the ground. Walking directly in front of Xiao Lingjue, without hesitation, she eliminated her own brother. Beside her, Mu Chengfeng let out a soft sigh. He raised his hand ring, and all the points surged into Xiao Ying's hand ring. Senior sister, it's up to you now. Mu Chengfeng smiled bitterly. Xiaoing remained expressionless, not even responding, and with a wave of her small hand, she eliminated him. Ji Yuan. At the same time, Luonan staggered slightly as he walked to Ji Yuan's side. What's wrong with you? Ji Yuan frowned. This guy's face was pale, looking weak. Just as he asked, Luonan suddenly spat out blood. Half kneeling on the ground, he covered his ribs with his right hand, grinning. It's nothing, just a few broken ribs. But, Luonan sighed, I have to admit that Yen Shasha really has some skills. He hadn't had an easy time during his battle with Yen Shasha. In the end, he had to use some tricks to escape and come here. Already injured, he had now cleared all obstacles for Ji Yuan except for Yen Shasha and Xiaoing. He had done his utmost. Actually, the three major academies generally don't allow 4th grade students to participate in the exchange competition. Luonan looked at Ji Yuan. This time, it was because of Yen Shasha and Xiao Ying's strong request that the dean agreed to let you and me compete after weighing the options. In fact, their goal in participating is to take revenge on senior sister Qingru. Originally, I wanted to share some of the burden for you, but I underestimated Yen Shasha. After a violent cough, he said, Yen Shasha's soul power qualification is special grade, just like yours. She has a myth-level beast and 2 legendary ones. You need to be careful. As for Xiaoying, I don't know her specific information. Just as he finished speaking, Luonan's coughing grew more severe. He covered his mouth with his hand, and when he released it, his palm was stained with blood. Damn woman, she's quite ruthless. Suddenly, he muttered something completely out of character. I really tried my best. I'm feeling dizzy now. The road ahead really depends on you. Times have changed. If you get eliminated too, I believe everyone will understand. After all, the current Xiaoying and Yen Shasha are not the same as 2 years ago. After saying this, Luonan's head tilted, and he fell to the side. Seeing this, Ji Yuan was about to summon Mugu to treat Luonan when whoosh, a cold light suddenly shot out from the depths of the forest, aiming straight at Ji Yuan's back. In an instant, electric currents wrapped around his legs, and Ji Yuan rolled to the side to dodge. Missing its target, the cold light dissipated directly. Then, a woman with a delicate appearance and shoulder-length black hair appeared, stepping through the wind. The woman frowned slightly, as if a lingering haze enveloped her, making her look somewhat melancholic. Why hasn't Jiang Qingru come? After she appeared, her gaze fixed on Ji Yuan, her tone devoid of any fluctuation. Upon seeing Luonan, she said the same thing, which was her only statement. Beside this woman stood a majestic white tiger. At the same time, Xiao Ying's gaze also turned towards them, seemingly asking the same question. Under the simultaneous scrutiny of 2 4th-grade students, Ji Yuan sighed lightly. Now, there was truly no way out. Looking at the fainted Luonan, he flicked his fingertip, shooting out a strand of soul power. Luonan from the Holy Sky Academy, eliminated. With that, the sunset gradually descended. The night quietly arrived. The silver moonlight filtered through the mottled branches, casting its glow in the forest. In the competition arena, only Ji Yuan, Xiaoying, and Yen Shasha remained. 3 individuals, all at the 4th rank. Why isn't Jiang Qingru here? Yen Shasha seemed to have some obsession, asking once again. Ji Yuan's eyes were deep like a well, showing no ripples, as he said, the victor never wastes time on the defeated. As soon as these words were spoken, the air instantly froze. Xiaoying narrowed her eyes, a hidden ruthlessness lurking in her gaze as she looked at Ji Yuan. Yen Shasha's expression remained unchanged, but a vast wave of soul power began to sway around her. Beside her, the white tiger took 2 steps forward, letting out a chilling low growl. Flashing Spirit, unwilling to be outdone, also stepped forward, the sound of its growl scraping against its vocal cords echoing. Do you want to come one by one, or all at once? Ji Yuan's fists ignited with flames. At that moment, battle was imminent. I don't have the habit of taking advantage of others, Yen Shasha's melancholic voice rang out. You and I will definitely have a fight, but before that, let me give you a breather. We'll talk in the 4th round. With that, she turned and left. On the other side, Xiao Ying's pink lips curled into a sneer before she too departed. The departure of the 2 women indeed relieved Ji Yuan. Since the start of the exchange competition, he hadn't rested at all, remaining in a constant state of battle. If it weren't for his vast soul power and exceptional qualifications, he would have likely collapsed long ago. Retrieving Ming and Flashing Spirit back into the beast space, he leaned against the sturdy back of the star owl, slowly relaxing his breath, easing his fatigue while also mobilizing his physical strength, ready to enter battle at any moment. Thus, the night passed swiftly. When the first ray of sunlight fell the next day, Ji Yuan, sitting cross-legged in a certain forest, slowly opened his eyes. Last night, his soul power had been in a strange, drifting state, a feeling that was extremely wonderful yet hard to describe. Buzz. At that moment, the wristband began to vibrate, accompanied by a translucent screen popping up. On it, the team list that had 3 pages now only had 3 teams remaining. Ranked first, Xiao Ying's team, with a total of 100,000 points. Ranked second, Yen Shasha's team, with a total of 91,000 points. Ranked third, Ji Yuan's team, with a total of 30,000 points. The disparity in results made him frown, unsure of what the rules for the 4th round would be. Total teams eliminated in the 3rd round, 17. Remaining participants, 3. 4th round is about to begin, final showdown. The rules are as follows. 1. The 4th round will last for 48 hours. At the end of the time, the team with the most points will be crowned champion. 2. After the 4th round begins, a mountain peak will be generated in the central area, with a points flag planted at the summit. After absorbing it with the wristband, the team holding the flag will gain an additional 10,000 points per second. 3. If the flag holder is attacked, the flag will immediately transfer to the attacker's wristband. Note, the flag holder cannot move at high speed, otherwise, the flag will drop. To reach the summit of the mountain, one must climb from the foot. Flying beasts cannot be used, or else the team will be directly eliminated. He quickly skimmed through the rules, forming a memory in his mind. Then, Ji Yuan couldn't help but admire the designer of the fourth round's rules. These rules almost clearly indicated to everyone that to become the champion of the exchange competition, one must possess power that transcends all participants in this match. At the very least, if you want to hold the points flag, you must be prepared to be attacked by a group. Boom! The fourth round is about to begin. Countdown 10, 9, 8. At the moment the countdown ended, the ground shook violently. Immediately after, a massive mountain rose up, piercing the clouds, standing at the center of the arena. There was no time to think. Ji Yuan summoned the star owl and soared into the air. This mountain towered into the clouds, covered in dense greenery. When he arrived on the star owl, he discovered that at the base of the mountain were 3 slowly rotating light gates. Among the greenery, Xiaoying was reclining on the back of a white giant lion, charging into the central light gate. As she entered, the light gates slowly dissipated. Seeing this, Ji Yuan's mind was clear as a mirror, and he directed the star owl to rush to the left. Passing through the light gate, he was greeted by a forest shrouded in a light green mist. This seemed to be some kind of special simulation scene, as if walking on solid ground in a forest. Hiss! At that moment, a greenish snake shadow shot out from the mist. Ji Yuan reacted swiftly, and the flashing spirit appeared in an instant, opening its mouth wide and swallowing it whole. Bang! To his surprise, the snake's shadow exploded the moment it entered the mouth of the flashing spirit, transforming into a strange light circle that spread outwards, briefly dispersing the dense mist that obscured his vision. With the help of this light circle, Ji Yuan finally saw that he had indeed entered the central mountain and had begun to climb. However, strangely, the gravity here seemed abnormal. Strictly speaking, it felt as if he were standing on a straight wall, yet in his line of sight, it appeared as flat ground. At the same time, he noticed the dispersed mist was slowly reassembling. Realizing this, he immediately thought that to avoid losing his way to the mountain's peak, he must constantly clear the biological illusions in the mist. Ming, flashing spirit. 2 beast figures appeared, bursting forth alongside Ji Yuan. Along the way, explosive muffled sounds echoed continuously, while light circles cleared the surrounding mist for him. Ji Yuan identified the direction and quickly charged towards the mountain peak. Before long, he finally saw the edge of the cliff, indicating that the summit was just ahead. But as he climbed up, he saw that Xiaoying had already reached out for the virtual flag at the center of the peak before him. Dream on! Yan Shasha, with shoulder-length black hair, also arrived and, seeing Xiaoying's action, immediately summoned her beast to attack. It was a creature resembling a mantis, not only incredibly fast but also wielding sharp sides that exuded a deadly aura. Yan Shasha's beast charged fiercely, prompting Xiaoying to snort coldly and summon her white giant lion to collide with it. Clang! The mantis's side struck the lion's head, unexpectedly producing a hard muffled sound. Day God! Yan Shasha's eyes flashed. Roar! At that moment, the white tiger that had appeared the previous night burst forth from the void, its heart-pounding roar suddenly ringing out. Monarch! Xiaoying was not to be outdone. With a fluctuation in the space beside her, a humanoid creature with dark green skin and 3 white fingers jumped out, wielding a long staff, directly engaging in a struggle with the white tiger. Ji Yuan was stunned by this humanoid creature and quickly focused his gaze. He saw that this creature had smooth skin, a round head like a ball, and was draped in 2 pieces of black beast skin covering its private parts. Moreover, on its back, it carried an oval, ghostly green reflective stone. Ji Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "What the hell? Ninja turtle!" However, when he saw the creature's lower body, he was astonished to find that it had a long furry tail trailing behind it. Seeing the tail, he could almost conclude that this creature was a type of ape. The 2 beasts were entangled in a fierce battle, making it hard to separate them. Observing this, Ji Yuan hesitated not at all. With electric light swirling at his feet, he transformed into a shadow and leaped out, seizing the opportunity while both were focused on each other to grab the scoring flag and make his escape. Because the opponents were both at the 4th rank, any slight mistake could lead to a disadvantage, so Xiaoying and Yan Shasha were quite focused. Until Ji Yuan suddenly appeared and snatched the virtual flag, the 2 women immediately realized that this guy was still around. Almost simultaneously, they stopped what they were doing and controlled their respective beasts to charge at Ji Yuan. Suddenly, Ji Yuan threw the flag in his hand into the air, and then, under the puzzled gazes of the 2 women, he leaped high, his right leg flashing with electric light, and kicked fiercely at the flag floating in mid-air. Whoosh! The powerful force infused with electric elements sent the flag flying like a shooting star, disappearing in the blink of an eye atop the mountain. Then, Ji Yuan summoned the star owl. At this moment, the flag had been taken, and the restriction on the airspace vanished. He controlled the star owl, flapping its wings, and chased after the flying flag. This clever evasion method left both women momentarily stunned. Wow! The star owl caught up with the speeding flag in an instant. Seeing this, Ji Yuan quickly used his hand ring to absorb it and slowed down the star owl. But just 6 or 7 seconds later, a terrifying elemental fluctuation came from behind. Gritting his teeth, he took out the flag and threw it forward with all his might. Then, he controlled the star owl to dive towards the ground. Bang! Upon landing, it kicked up a cloud of dust, and the star owl's body flickered as it began to fly close to the ground in the forest. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan once again retrieved the fallen flag. Another 5 seconds passed, and combined with the previous 7 seconds, in just a few breaths, Ji Yuan had earned 120,000 points using the flag. He directly surpassed Xiaoying, becoming the first despicable guy. The cold-faced Xiaoying and the melancholic Yin Shasha chased after him together. At this moment, the two seemed to have reached some sort of agreement, preparing to team up to deal with Ji Yuan first before discussing the flag competition. Despicable? Under the intense gaze of the two, Ji Yuan's expression remained calm and unperturbed. With a flick of his hand, the flag fell from the hand ring and landed on the ground beside his feet. Since you want to determine the winner first, then come on. Ji Yuan's eyes were deep and profound, and the figures of Ming and Flash appeared instantly. The star owl grew larger, its wings flapping, ready to launch. Day God! Holy Lion! The two women chanted simultaneously. The white tiger and the white giant lion appeared. Cold Edge! Night Return! Then, Yin Shasha chanted again. The mantis beast named Cold Edge and a fierce black leopard with fangs manifested. These were her 3 strongest beasts. The bloodline level of the white tiger was mythic, while the other 2 were legendary. Holy Idol! Monarch! Xiaoying was not to be outdone. In addition to the 8 beasts that resembled a ninja turtle, she summoned another holy figure radiating pure light, with a strange magic array slowly rotating on its chest. This was also Xiaoying's 3 strongest beasts. Both women knew that Ji Yuan's beast bloodline level was not low. Therefore, they would not be careless or negligent. When they attacked, it was with all their might. In their view, if they teamed up, Ji Yuan would definitely lose within 3 minutes at most. This was the time they estimated based on their own strength. After all, if it were them facing 2 fourth ranks, they could only last 3 minutes at most. Ji Yuan's gaze swept over the beasts of the 2 women. The bloodline fluctuations of the white tiger and the white giant lion were intense, surely reaching the mythic level. The other 4 beasts had bloodline levels of at least legendary. This was also the first time Ji Yuan felt that he was in an incredibly tricky battle. Mu Gu! After a moment, he chanted. A beautiful elf in a light yellow long dress appeared, shimmering with emerald light. Such intense bloodline fluctuations, the opponent's beasts are strong, Muga said gravely after appearing. Nonsense, unless absolutely necessary, would I let you take action? Ji Yuan scoffed. His philosophy has always been to let Muga rest whenever possible. After all, she is a work in progress. The power within her has mostly been lost, waiting to be restored. Muga furrowed her brows and thought for a moment, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the 2 women, finally pointing at Xiaoying, saying, Master, I can stop her and her beast. Don't push yourself. Ji Yuan looked at her. I can do it. Muga shook her head. Alright, I will finish up quickly and come to help you. Seeing her resolute attitude, Ji Yuan had nothing more to say, leading the 3 beasts to engage in battle with Yin Shasha. Ming controlled the nether flame, colliding with Yin Shasha's day god white tiger. The elemental attributes of this day god white tiger were preliminarily detected to be wind and ice. In the clash between Ming and it, one beast was fire and the other was wind, occasionally erupting with fierce tiger roars and low growls. Flashing Spirit, carrying thunder and electricity, continuously collided with the fanged Black Panther, which had a dark attribute and extremely strong attack power. Meanwhile, the Star Owl and the Ice Mantis directly initiated the strongest collision. The Star Owl's golden wings shone like 2 indestructible arms, clashing head-on with the Ice Mantis's sickles without losing any ground. Looking at the other side, Mugu erupted with a large amount of wood elemental vitality, causing the surrounding greenery to bloom and bear fruit in an exaggerated manner due to this vitality's nourishment. She could not only condense flexible vines like snakes but also control the surrounding plants to obey her commands. This unique combat method left Xiaoying momentarily at a loss for how to break through. At the same time, the battle situation in the arena was being streamed live to the outside world. All those who had been eliminated were fixated on the screen. When some people saw Ji Yuan grab the flag, they cursed loudly. Then, when Ji Yuan chose to confront the enemy head-on and prepared to fight Xiaoying and Yin Shasha, they laughed mockingly. Zhao Shan and the others, mixed in the crowd, stared intently at the colorful skill fluctuations on the screen, silently sweating for Ji Yuan. Can he win? Su Su furrowed his brows tightly. I believe in my brother, he will definitely create another miracle. Zhong Xian's honest face was filled with seriousness, convinced that Ji Yuan could take on 2 4th-rank opponents and win. Beside them, Mu Shuxin sighed, now is not the time to be blindly optimistic. Ji Yuan's opponent is not a 5th rank. This time, Jia Shan became as silent as the girl beside him, not saying a word. Meanwhile, at the 3 Dean's place, why do I feel like this scene is a bit familiar? Li Shuefu crossed his arms and smiled knowingly. Lu Qingxi twirled a strand of hair around her finger, glancing at him. Are you trying to bring Jiang Qingru out to show off again? Hey, you brought it up. I didn't say anything. Li Shuefu laughed a couple of times. Yan Long watched the screen, where Ji Yuan and Yan Shasha were engaged in elemental close combat, remaining silent. After a while, Yan Long suddenly spoke. Has Jiang Qingru's team not been found yet? This topic was like a bucket of cold water, instantly freezing Li Shuefu's expression. After a moment, he sighed deeply. The Alliance has sent in 2 more teams. For unknown reasons, these 2 teams have also gone missing. From ancient times to the present, we have been surveying and investigating the dimensional rifts. You and I both know that place changes every day, whether in terrain or anything else. Lu Qingxi's brows furrowed. Once lost in the dimensional rift, it can basically be declared as death. Isn't it because those bastards insisted on applying pressure, even bringing out the judgment order? At this moment, Li Shuefu looked at Yan Long, anger hidden in his eyes. Moreover, the initial choice was Ji Yuan leading the team. As far as I know, it was the Zhang, Xiao, and Mu families who joined forces to apply pressure. 2 months ago, Ji Yuan was still at the 5th rank. Once he entered the rift to the other world, he would undoubtedly die. So, Jiang Qingru took the initiative to report to the Alliance and replaced Ji Yuan. At this moment, Yan Long finally showed a hint of change in expression. I assure you, this is the last time we will allow these families to settle personal scores. The very last time. Humph. With Ji Yuan's temperament, once he learns of Qingru's situation, he will definitely rush into the rift without a second thought. Li Shuefu ignored his words and let out a cold laugh. After that, the 3 of them stared at the screen, falling into silence, their thoughts unclear. Retreat! Accompanied by a delicate shout, Yan Shasha's fist, covered in a vast cold mist, struck Ji Yuan's chest. An endless chill surged through her fist into his heart, as if wanting to freeze his heart. Ji Yuan's expression remained unchanged. As the ghostly flames within him surged, dispelling the cold mist in an instant, he remained unmoved and kicked out with his right leg like lightning, showing no mercy. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and both figures staggered back. At this moment, he and Yan Shasha had been fighting for nearly an hour. Not just the 2 of them, even their respective beast tamers were evenly matched, both sides sustaining injuries but unable to diminish the other's combat power. You possess such formidable strength. It's hard to imagine you were born in a small city. Yan Shasha's eyes were filled with boundless fighting spirit, seemingly very satisfied with Ji Yuan as an opponent. Ji Yuan exhaled lightly. It was his first time battling someone with special-grade soul power. He finally understood how troublesome special-grade opponents could be. Looking at her, Ji Yuan knew that if the 2 beast tamers could not determine a victor, they would ultimately have to rely on their beasts. Yan Shasha's thoughts mirrored his at that moment. Immediately, both of their beasts separated. Heavenly flames and earthly destruction. Ji Yuan took the initiative, stepping forward as the vast ghostly flames surged, causing Yan Shasha to squint slightly. The wild world descended, with countless volcanoes erupting. Such a terrifying offensive made Yan Shasha's expression slightly serious. Ice-sealed tomb. Then, a blue light flickered in her eyes as the day-god white tiger roared to the sky, spreading a vast chill. Soon after, the temperature that froze everything began to envelop, and in the blink of an eye, half of the scorching wild world was covered, turning into an icy expanse. At this point, they stood on either side, each in a dual extreme of ice and fire. Ji Yuan could feel the terrifying chill rushing toward him. Yan Shasha could also feel the intense heat pressing against her. Ice and fire, 2 different elemental space skills, clashed and confronted each other. At the same time, their soul power was being consumed and replenished frantically. The special grade qualifications provided both of them with ample confidence in a war of attrition. What I have within me is not a sea of soul power, but a planet even larger than the ocean. I don't believe you can outlast me. Yan Shasha snorted lightly in her heart, then once again expanded her soul power output. Seeing her like this, Ji Yuan also increased his soul power output, the boundless soul power galaxy gradually surging, a terrifying soul power of stellar level bursting forth in an instant. In that moment, the area of the ice-sealed tomb was pushed back by the heavenly flames and earthly destruction by 3 points. How is this possible? This kind of soul power fluctuation. Yan Shasha's expression changed slightly, disbelief flashing in her eyes. But this fluctuation appeared for just a moment before disappearing. She doubted whether her senses had gone wrong. At the same time, Ji Yuan was just about to unleash his soul power without reservation when he suddenly withdrew it because Mugu couldn't hold on any longer. Bang! The elemental space created by heavenly flames and earthly destruction immediately shattered, along with Yen Shasha's ice-sealed tomb. Mugu! Ji Yuan rushed out at the moment the space shattered, catching the flying Mugu in his arms. The faint fragrance wafted through the air as Mu Ji's face turned pale, her eyelids drooping as she murmured, Master, I tried my best. After saying this, her head tilted, and she surged into Ji Yuan's brow, returning to the Beast Master space. By time, Xiaoying furrowed her brows, not pausing her actions, but instead controlling her beast to pounce at Ji Yuan. Yen Shasha hesitated slightly at this scene, but soon, she chose to join the attack. From their earlier confrontation, Ji Yuan's difficulty in dealing with her was definitely greater than that of Xiaoying. Since that was the case, they could only team up with Xiaoying to defeat Ji Yuan first, then compete for the points flag. Facing the assault of 6 powerful beasts, Ji Yuan's expression darkened. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move Activate, Resonance, Light and Shadow Assault. Ming and Shanpa shot out, one creating illusions, the other generating electric light. In an instant, the illusionary mist completely surrounded the 2 women and the 6 beasts. As the 2 beasts became more proficient in this move, the illusions and the electric light that obstructed perception became increasingly real and pure. The 2 women's gazes froze simultaneously. Ming and Shanpa split into countless figures under their watch, each one incredibly lifelike, indistinguishable from the others. Immediately, their respective beasts began to unleash explosive attacks, but every hit landed on an illusion. As the figures of Ming and Shanpa drew closer, the 2 beasts suddenly turned their focus on Yen Shasha and pounced towards her. It was as if they were trying to understand the earlier confrontation. Seeing this, Xiaoying's nerves, which were about to relax, suddenly tensed up. A violent wave that made her soul tremble suddenly emerged from the mist. Soul shock. Ji Yuan's palm pressed against her abdomen, accompanied by a terrifying surge of soul power. Bang! A shocking roar swept through, directly dispersing the mist created by Ming and Shanpa. At the same time, Yen Shasha, who was just preparing to engage, suddenly realized that the attack before her was also an illusion. A feint. Yen Shasha immediately looked to the left, only to see Xiaoying's astonished expression as she quickly distanced herself from Ji Yuan. At the same time, it seemed as if some fragments were falling from her chest. Ji Yuan stood in place, watching the panicked Xiaoying, his brows slightly furrowed. The soul shock didn't take effect? No, that's impossible. It should have been blocked by some kind of force. He looked at the fragments falling from Xiaoying and immediately understood. Xiaoying's unscathed state made him sigh inwardly. Resonance, Light and Shadow Assault was his only technique capable of quickly defeating one opponent when facing multiple enemies. But if it didn't work, Prison of 10,000 Thunder. This would be his last gamble. 1 against 2, a desperate fight against 2 4th-tier opponents. Thunder surged mightily. The second, elemental space skill, surrounded Yen Shasha and Xiaoying once more. The 2 clearly hadn't expected that his second beast would possess such a skill as well. However, 4th tier was still 4th tier, and the bloodline levels of the 2 women's beasts were extraordinary. The moment the prison of 10,000 Thunder took shape, the 2 women, in perfect sync, commanded their beasts to attack the boundary of the space. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the space of the prison of 10,000 Thunder shattered, and Shanpa seemed to suffer a backlash from the force, its surrounding lightning dimming, its aura becoming erratic. Seeing this, Ji Yuan's heart sank, and he waved to retract it back into the Beast Master space. Holy Radiance Sword! At the same time, Xiaoying shouted. Swish! A massive sword of pure light suddenly descended from the sky. This great sword contained an unmatched, astonishing wave, accompanied by a howling wind as it plunged fiercely towards Ji Yuan. Roar! At that moment, Ming erupted with a furious flame, instantly transforming into a ghostly fireblade, colliding with the great sword in the sky. The violent fluctuations erupted, and the 3 of them staggered back. During this time, Ming's aura instantly wilted, carrying a hint of daze, and he was about to fall to the ground. Ji Yuan immediately stored him in the beast space. At this point, Ming, Mugu, and Shanpa were all heavily injured and had no combat power left. In contrast, the 2 women, Xiaoying's white giant lion also had a faint aura, clearly injured as well. Star Owl, go! Ji Yuan's deep gaze flickered, and the star owl flapped its wings, rushing out at the same time as him. Falling stars! This was his last desperate strike after putting everything on the line. But at the moment when the starry sky descended, holy light shines. The white giant lion beside Xiaoying burst forth with radiance. Just like before, the star owls, falling stars, elemental space only occupied half. The other half was forcefully resisted by the holy light shines, released by Xiao Ying's white giant lion. The two sides once again faced off. Xiao Ying and Yan Shasha looked at the vast starry sky in Ji Yuan's direction, both of their faces showing varying degrees of shock. The starry sky. His beast truly is a star-peak griffin. How is that possible? The two women thought of the same place in their hearts, especially Xiao Ying, who couldn't believe that someone from such a small place could possess such astonishing fortune. The star-peak griffin was a creature that had long been extinct among the griffin clan. At the moment when Ji Yuan and Xiao Ying faced off, Yan Shasha, controlling the day god white tiger, was about to pounce when she was stopped by Xiao Ying. I don't need you, I can handle him. Xiao Ying's calm words reached Yan Shasha's ears, causing her to pause momentarily, then a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of her mouth. On the opposite side, seeing that Yan Shasha had no intention of attacking, Ji Yuan no longer suppressed the vast soul power within him, directly unleashing it with all his might, and the pressure of the soul power star river instantly spread. That fierce aura, like a primordial beast, sent Xiao Ying's black hair flying wildly. At the same time, her expression changed drastically, feeling as if the young man before her was a combination of countless stars, harboring an unfathomable terrifying power. Just at the moment her mind was shaken, the star owls, elemental space, crushed out, about to completely cover the two of them, when Yan Shasha finally moved. Because all of Ji Yuan's soul power and energy were focused on confronting Xiao Ying, when Yan Shasha controlled the day god white tiger to pounce, he had no other means left. Heavenly Xian strike. With Yan Shasha's delicate cry, the day god white tiger's front claws swirled with the cold light of the nine nether, pouncing out during the gap when the star owl fully unleashed, falling stars. Boom! A strong muffled sound erupted, and the starry sky created by falling stars instantly shattered, blood spraying from the star owl's mouth as its entire body was sent flying out. It's over, Ji Yuan. At the same time, Xiao Ying's expression was extremely grave, no longer daring to be careless, and directly teamed up with Yan Shasha to advance. The backlash from the shattering of falling stars also caused a momentary blankness in Ji Yuan's mind. The two women seized this gap, their elemental-infused palms striking simultaneously at Ji Yuan's chest. Puff! The immense force was like several cars colliding head-on, and in an instant, as Ji Yuan spat out blood, his consciousness slipped into darkness. Xiao Ying and Yan Shasha were ultimately too strong. Not only were they both at the 4th rank, but their foundations were also not something ordinary people could compare to. Ji Yuan fought alone against the two women, allowing them to unleash all their methods, and ultimately, they didn't mind teaming up, which was already a sign of having the upper hand. Even if he was unconscious at this moment, no one would say anything against him. However, losing was still losing. Well done. Ji Yuan finally rolled away. Ha! Outside, as Ji Yuan was heavily injured and unconscious, a wave of uproar erupted among the eliminated crowd. These people are almost all the ones eliminated by Ji Yuan's team, each one clapping and cheering at this moment. Ah, if I were from Saint Heaven Academy, I would definitely hate him to death. Exactly, it's a shame that the people from Saint Heaven were still trying hard to keep him in the 4th round, and he gets eliminated right away. Ha ha ha, looks like Saint Heaven Academy is once again out of the running for the championship. Cold mockery rang out. Everyone from Saint Heaven Academy swallowed their anger, and no one dared to refute anything. After all, what was playing on the screen was a bloody fact. Their last representative from Saint Heaven Academy was severely injured and unconscious. It was over. Even if Ji Yuan could wake up later, he would surely not catch up to the remaining two in points. Still not good enough. In the direction of Saint Heaven Academy, Susu sighed with his head down, while Zhao Shan and a few others remained silent, their expressions uniformly heavy. He has done very well. Xiao Ying and Yan Shasha are not ordinary 4th rankers after all. At this moment, Tang Yi said coldly. Yes, being able to make the top players from two major academies team up already proves that Ji Yuan is strong enough that they both don't have confidence in a one-on-one. Luo Nan smiled casually. If it were me, I probably would have knelt down the moment we started fighting. Ji Yuan has held on for so long, he has done well enough. Their words of comfort, however, did not alleviate the despondent atmosphere in the slightest. The upcoming battles were no longer related to Saint Heaven Academy. In the direction of the three deans, what are we expecting? Li Shuefu said lightly, shaking his head with a smile. In his view, Ji Yuan's current defeat did not affect his future. After all, his opponents were not ordinary people. They were the young lady of the Shao family and the descendant of the Beast King. Lu Qingxi stared at the screen where Ji Yuan lay unconscious, her expression inscrutable. Beside her, Yan Long's eyes showed undisguised disappointment. In his view, Ji Yuan had to win this battle to truly earn his respect. Even though he knew that Yan Shasha and Xiao Ying were not ordinary 4th rankers. However, he hoped Ji Yuan could create a miracle, one that would astonish the three major academies and shock the Beastmaster Alliance. Only then would it not be in vain for him to have given him the Hallyu Divine Dragon. Consciousness sank into a dark, chaotic realm. Occasionally, colorful fragments would pass by, causing a momentary stir in awareness. The end point of a Beastmaster is to explore the soul power's limit. Fragments of past memories illuminated the silent space of consciousness like shooting stars. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Where am I? Ji Yuan slowly sat up. He looked around and found himself in a peculiar space filled with swirling rainbow lights. Feel the void, taste the torment, comprehend the pain, release the true self. In his ears, his own voice was murmuring words he had never heard before. These voices carried endless echoes, sometimes distant, sometimes near, mysterious and ethereal. Comprehend the fusion of soul power and spatial power, create the infinite, the impossible. Achieve, extend. That is, third rank. The voice continued. Ji Yuan looked at his palm, and in his eyes, it seemed he suddenly flashed back to a certain day, the moment he read the envelope. That envelope, the letter left by Jiang Qingru before she left. Besides the detailed records of the fourth rank, it also briefly explained the third rank. It turned out that the voice in his heart at this moment was the same as when he read the envelope. Third rank. Calm down. Ji Yuan slowly closed his eyes, sitting in this illusory rainbow space. In his mind, the letter from Jiang Qingru resurfaced. It was a strange feeling. Whether he achieved enlightenment or not depended entirely on a single thought. But when he calmed his mind, the first thing he recalled was the heart-wrenching moment of contracting with the Hallyu Divine Dragon. So it was like this. With his eyes closed, Ji Yuan's heart was as clear as a mirror. When he first contracted with the Hallyu Divine Dragon, he experienced the dissolution of flesh and blood, the shattering of bones, and the tearing of his soul. These three trials were not merely meaningless tests. If one could endure them, the flesh, bones, and even the soul of a Beastmaster would be sublimated. Although it had only been a little over 2 months since he advanced to the fourth rank, Ji Yuan's soul power had already touched the level of the third rank. This near-fatal injury, by a stroke of luck, allowed him to gain enlightenment. Jiang Qingru's letter had once mentioned that after reaching the fourth rank, Beastmasters would begin to focus on exploring the limits of their soul power, unlocking the infinite possibilities contained within. The third rank would allow one to unleash soul power, similar to the elemental space skill, using the unique and forceful soul power of the third rank to construct a soul domain space. In this soul domain space, with abundant soul power, one could strike at the enemy's soul, causing them to collapse from the inside out. This unique power was called Soul Domain Extension. Each third-rank Soul Domain Extension contained a different soul domain, fundamentally linked to one's own insights. At the same time, He had previously mentioned that to advance to the third rank, one must possess a legendary beast. This was because Soul Domain Extension could be released in conjunction with the soul of the beast within. In this way, not only would the effects of Soul Domain Extension double, but it could also attach the elemental power of the beast. Only a legendary beast could achieve such a synergy. A third rank that could not accomplish this was referred to as a pseudo-third rank. At this moment, the vast soul power within Ji Yuan resembled a black hole, stirring up endless storms in this universe. This black hole recklessly tore at his soul and flesh. The pain might be enough to drive one to despair. However, after experiencing the trial of the Hallyu Divine Dragon, these pains had become something he could taste without changing his expression. The black hole churned the soul power within him into chaos. During this process, the soul power drawn in would be expelled in the next moment. It was like a process of transformation. Although painful, it was nothing to Ji Yuan. The soul power expelled by the black hole became increasingly solid and abundant compared to before. This seemed to be a process of tempering soul power. As long as he could hold on until the end, he would experience a tremendous change. The tempering process was extremely long, and eventually, even the star palaces of the three beasts, Ming, Shanpa, and Xingxiao, were swallowed by this black hole. After a brief tempering, the star palaces, which contained the souls of the three beasts, returned to their original positions. The brilliance and shape of the star palaces were renewed, with an indescribable powerful fluctuation slowly circulating. It was unclear how much time had passed. When the last trace of soul power transformation was completed, the black hole suddenly contracted, shrinking to a small point, motionless in the vast star river. Gradually, the small point suddenly expanded, empty and devoid of color. At the same time, a strange feeling suddenly arose in Ji Yuan's heart. That feeling was as if, with just a thought, the vast star river within him would pour out, crushing any soul power beneath his own. Third rank. He gazed into his heart, realizing that the greatest benefit brought by the contract with the Hallyu Divine Dragon was this. Ordinary people, when advancing to the third rank, would be tormented to the brink of death by this process of tempering soul power, even leading to a collapse of consciousness. But he had already tasted this step when he contracted with the Hao divine dragon. Moreover, in comparison, the pain brought by the dissolution, shattering, and tearing during the contract was 100 or even 1,000 times stronger. However, he was still not a true third rank. He must possess his own soul domain extension. However, what should his soul domain look like? Gazing at the vast river of soul power, he fell into deep thought. In his view, the effect of the soul domain's extension should be to drag the enemy into the cosmic star river, causing their souls to shatter in despair within such an expansive environment. But would that be too simple? Reflecting on every transformation since he stepped into the 5th rank, each of Ji Yuan's advancements was unique compared to others. While ordinary people gathered their soul power into a sea, he birthed a river of soul power. In the 4th rank, others built sea pavilions to accommodate 2/3 of their beast souls. He, however, constructed a star palace that perfectly housed 100% of his beast souls. Now, as he was about to step into the 3rd rank, would he, like others, add elemental attribute damage from his beasts to the fixed expressive power of the soul domain? My path with beasts has been different from others since the very beginning. Slowly, Ji Yuan opened his eyes, clarity filling his gaze. Concentrate. He spoke softly. In the river of soul power, the empty black hole devoid of any object slowly birthed a glimmering light at that moment. This brilliance resembled the infinite radiance of the cosmic stars, gradually occupying the entire black hole. Soul domain extension, starfall cascade. The instant his whisper echoed, swish, the black hole, now infused with brilliant colors, suddenly expanded. The heavens connected to the universe, the starry sky ablaze with morning light, dragging out a deadly arc, cascading down like a waterfall. And Ji Yuan, at this moment, stood on the ground, looking up at the falling stars. It was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, instilling despair and extinguishing any thought of resistance. This is his soul domain. Inspired by the Star Owl's falling stars, when he released the soul domain extension, the enemy would be dragged into this apocalyptic space, and the stars cascading down like a waterfall would shatter their will and soul. Of course, this is not all. As mentioned before, Ji Yuan's path is different from that of ordinary people. A typical 3rd rank can jointly execute the soul domain extension with their beasts, thus attaching elemental damage from the beasts. But for Ji Yuan, when he and Ming release the soul domain extension, it will not be Starfall Cascade. Instead, it will be the new soul domain extension constructed with Ming's nether flame. Similarly, the soul domain extensions released in collaboration with Shanpa, Star Owl, or even Mugu will all exhibit different effects. This means that a normal 3rd rank has only one type of soul domain extension. Yet Ji Yuan's soul domain extension changes endlessly with the different beasts. Clenching his fist, feeling the immense power within him, Ji Yuan's gaze was resolute. Outside, 46 hours had passed. There were still 2 hours left until the end of the 4th round of finals. After defeating Ji Yuan, Xiaoying and Yan Shasha began to compete for the point flags. Back and forth, the two women's points were only 10,000 apart. Xiaoying was temporarily in the lead. At this moment, in a clearing marked by intense battle scars, the beasts of the two women faced each other. An hour had passed since their last encounter. They were striving to restore their states to perfection to conclude these final 2 hours. Yan Shasha, you lost. Xiao Ying's chest rose and fell irregularly. It's just a lead of 10,000 points. Yan Shasha's expression was emotionless. As time passed, their soul power gradually recovered. Just as both women prepared to issue the order to attack simultaneously, they seemed to sense something and turned to look in a certain direction. There, a gentle sound of footsteps approached. The newcomer, with bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and a handsome face radiating a faint smile, stepped forward one step at a time. Fortunately, there's still time. The handsome youth smiled, and under the gaze of the two women, he suddenly raised his right arm. At the same time, the right hand's index and middle fingers were brought together and extended straight, while the other three fingers were lightly clenched, forming a sword point gesture. Then, he suspended his right hand in front of his chest, a hint of a curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Soul domain expansion. Starry sky falls. A little earlier, the last 2 hours. In front of the three deans, two screens displayed. One showed the scene of Xiaoying battling Yan Shasha. The other displayed Ji Yuan, who was unconscious and motionless. Sigh. Yan Long suddenly let out a breath. If Ji Yuan truly ended up in a coma, it would mean he had not contracted the Hao Divine Dragon. In that case, after the exchange match ended, Yan Long had the obligation to retrieve the remains of the Hao Divine Dragon. At that time, he would compensate Ji Yuan with an equivalent item. Although he planned this in his heart, he still held an immense hope, hoping Ji Yuan could give him a miracle. But time continued to pass, and the higher the hope, the heavier the disappointment. What is this? At that moment, Lu Qingxi suddenly exclaimed. Yanlong and Li Shuefu immediately looked at the screen where Ji Yuan was, only to see a strange light pattern slowly flowing across his body. Soul guidance? He is condensing the soul domain. Fortunately, there is still time. In the arena, the two women felt a simultaneous shock in their hearts the moment they saw Ji Yuan, because at that moment, he exuded a magnificent and overwhelming aura, especially when he slightly raised his right arm, striking a sword-point pose. Soul domain expansion. Starry sky falls. The plain words fell. In an instant, boom, an ethereal, vast sound suddenly came from the sky. The two women quickly looked up, only to see the clear sky had unknowingly transformed into an endless, vast starry river. Within that starry river, countless stars were rapidly falling. Even their summoned beasts were drawn by this terrifying commotion, all raising their heads, unable to shift their gaze. No. The two women sensed that their bodies seemed uncontrollable, unable to make any movements. Only an unprecedented fear and despair erupted from the depths of their souls. They could only watch helplessly as countless stars, carrying an overwhelming force, smashed toward the ground, destroying everything. The immense soul shock was unbearable, and both women, along with their summoned beasts, fainted. Their collapse was so synchronized. In the eyes of the outsiders, when Ji Yuan struck his pose and his words fell, the two women and their summoned beasts were all frozen in place, as if their souls had been pulled into another space. Seconds later, under the gaze of countless eyes, the two women and their beasts fell to the ground without warning, unconscious. At this moment, the only figure standing in the arena took slow steps to pick up the flags on the ground. The outcome was already decided. Outside, the students from the Juling and Lantian academies, who had been clamoring, were now dumbfounded. Even the people from the Shangtian Academy did not expect the change to come so quickly. Everyone looked at the screen, where the handsome young man was, and collectively swallowed hard. What? Luonan's pupils trembled as he stared intently at Ji Yuan. After a moment, the corners of his mouth twitched, seemingly trying to smile. But in the end, it turned into endless bitterness. Third rank. Luonan's voice was hoarse, truly a pair. His words swept through the crowd like a storm. Did you hear that? He advanced to the third rank. Su blinked rapidly. Zhongxian's large face turned red with excitement. Big brother, awesome. Ha ha ha, this is my big brother, my big brother. The usually taciturn Zhongxian unexpectedly raised his arms and shouted at this moment, revealing just how excited he was inside. Mu Shuxin rested her hand on her forehead and suddenly burst into laughter, shaking her head as she did. Su Ziyin pinched the hem of her clothes, her starry eyes filled with the figure of that young man. Old Ji, can I still catch up to your pace? Zhao Shan clenched his fists, feeling a mix of excitement and happiness, along with a hint of melancholy. Senior Ji Yuan is amazing. At the same time, the people of Saint Sky Academy were completely ignited by Zhongxian's shout. 2 years ago, in a moment of despair, Zhang Qingru broke through on the spot, defeating Yan Xia and Xiaoying, winning the championship for Saint Sky. 2 years later, in the same dire situation, Ji Yuan created a miracle once again. With just 2 hours left in the competition, he broke through to the third rank on the spot, rewriting the outcome and lifting Saint Sky to the championship throne once more. This was the fourth championship since the establishment of Saint Sky Academy. The crowd erupted into intense cheers. Tang Yi stood out of place amidst the celebration, quietly watching the screen, and at one moment, the corners of her mouth, which had remained unchanged for ages, seemed to lift slightly. Good, that's great. In the direction of the dean, Yanlong, who usually never smiled, was the first to applaud and show a smile. His eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on the screen. This expression made Li Shuefu, who was beside him, feel uneasy. Sure enough, Yanlong's figure suddenly vanished. The next second, he appeared directly in the arena. Ji Yuan, who was just about to check his internal condition, was startled. Uncle Yan. However, he immediately bowed in respect. Hey! Yanlong waved his hand with a friendly demeanor, glancing at him before saying, How Shenlong, you have made a contract? Ji Yuan's breakthrough at such a moment indirectly proved that he must have completed the contract. This was what truly excited him. Just got a bit lucky. Ji Yuan showed no signs of pride or arrogance, merely smiling. Humility is a good thing, but excessive humility can be a bit hypocritical. Yanlong said this, but the satisfaction in his eyes and the curve of his lips were unmistakable. I've learned a lot. Ji Yuan slightly bowed his head. During his breakthrough to the third rank, he also understood Yanlong's good intentions in giving him the Hayu Shenlong. This exchange competition can be concluded early. Yanlong's satisfaction grew stronger. Your championship is well deserved. After saying this, he waved his hand, seemingly preparing to take Ji Yuan and the two unconscious girls away. Cough cough. At this moment, Li Shuefu also appeared, smiling as he stepped forward and pulled Ji Yuan over. Ji Yuan, well done. By the way, when we get back to the academy, I have something good to reward you with. Last time, in front of Lu Qingxi and Yan Long, he had said the same thing. Let's go, time to present the awards. Li Shuefu joked, pulling Ji Yuan away from this space. Yan Long's expression returned to indifference, snorting coldly as he left with Xiaoying and Yan Shasha. The award ceremony for the exchange competition proceeded in an orderly manner. It was set up in the competition venue. After all, this was a large-scale simulation area that could replicate any desired environment. After more than 10 minutes, Yan Shasha and Xiaoying slowly regained consciousness, memories flooding back before their fainting, leaving the two girls silent. After 2 years apart, they had thought they would take revenge in this exchange competition. But unexpectedly, the last person from Saint Sky Academy replicated the scene from 2 years ago, and he was even stronger. That year, Jiang Qingru advanced from the 5th rank to the 4th rank. This year, Ji Yuan advanced from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank. Both girls were top-tier talents, and some had even described them as prodigies. But now, looking at the handsome young man on the championship podium, receiving the attention of the crowd, they accepted their defeat wholeheartedly. The award ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion. During this time, not only the students from Shun Tian, but also those from the other 2 major academies, might have been captivated by Ji Yuan's performance and came to congratulate him. For a moment, even Zhao Shan and the others couldn't squeeze in. The 5 stood outside the crowd, all sighing in amazement. Just as the ceremony was about to reach its conclusion, several figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Who is Ji Yuan? Where is Ji Yuan? This sudden, thunderous roar echoed through the award ceremony. The powerful fluctuations of soul power spread, causing countless students to turn pale. At the same time, the 3 deans who were conversing privately all frowned. They immediately looked up, only to see 4 figures descending on flying spirit beasts. After landing, the 4 headed straight for Ji Yuan, who was surrounded by the crowd. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Li Shuefu snorted coldly and stepped forward. Ji Yuan. The 4 approached aggressively, causing the students to scatter. All 4 were middle-aged men, dressed in dark green robes, with a dark gold badge on their chests, inscribed with the character Shao in gold. Their soul power fluctuations were intense, with an initial estimate of at least rank 4. Among the crowd, Ji Yuan's expression was calm, his deep eyes watching them draw closer. What, has the Shao family already disregarded our Shang Tian Academy? Li Shuefu stepped out from the crowd, blocking the 4 from the Shao family. Dean Li, you overstate things. We are here today to find Ji Yuan for a matter that needs his attention. The leading man stopped, saying this without a hint of a smile. Oh, what does Ji Yuan owe to your Shao family? Li Shuefu asked lightly. Seeing that he wouldn't budge, the leading man felt somewhat troubled. After all, he was the dean of a super academy, and in terms of strength and status, he wasn't qualified to forcibly take someone away under his nose. Dean Li. Suddenly, from the crowd, Xiaoling Jue stepped forward. I sent my family members here because there are a few accounts that need to be settled with Ji Yuan. This is a personal grievance between Ji Yuan and me. Dean Li has no reason to interfere, right? Xiaoling Jue stood shoulder to shoulder with the Xiao family members. And me. A furious voice rang out, and the first eliminated Suan also appeared with several members of the Su family. I have accounts to settle with Ji Yuan too. Mu Chengfeng and Zhang Honggu also stepped out. They, too, brought their respective family members to support the scene. These sore losers. Su Ziyan's expression turned cold as she was about to step forward, but Zhao Shan pulled her back. At the same time, Mu Shuxin was also held back. The 2 girls shot him angry looks, but Zhao Shan just shook his head. Can you resolve anything by stepping in? This question left the 2 girls stunned. To be honest, their status in their families wasn't enough to override the opinions of others. Faced with the pressure from the 4 major families Zhang, Xiao, Mu, and Su, they couldn't do anything at all. Don't worry, the dean is here. Zhao Shan shook his head. He understood Ji Yuan. At such a time, Ji Yuan definitely wouldn't want them to get involved. However, he still kept an eye on things, took out his phone, and edited a text message to send to his father. This is quite rare. Facing the predatory gazes of the 4 major families, Li Shuefu, standing in front of Ji Yuan, smiled, his gaze sweeping over the young masters of these families. With such a rich heritage, how did you end up as such fools? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of Xiaoling Jue and the others darkened. But due to the identity of the person before them, they ultimately did not refute. Enjoying resources beyond the ordinary, yet failing to improve yourselves, only knowing how to rely on your family's power to bully others, discriminating against this and looking down on that, aren't you ashamed? Li Shuefu showed no mercy, a faint smile on his face. Stop rambling and changing the subject. Xiaoling Jue couldn't help but shout, pointing at Ji Yuan behind him. He killed 2 of my flame-devouring Xian lions and even stole my lava poison bee. He has completely torn apart any semblance of peace with my Shao family. Are you really going to protect him? His hatred for Ji Yuan was beyond words, especially after witnessing Ji Yuan break through to the 3rd rank at the last moment. The gap of 2 ranks was something he could not accept. Xiao Lingjue knew that today, no matter what, he had to use the power of the 4 great families to completely crush Ji Yuan, otherwise, everything would be irreparable, and he would never be able to hold his head high in the family again. Torn apart with the Xiao family? Li Shuefu laughed heartily. You think you are worthy to represent the Xiao family? Director Li. At this moment, the 4 members from the Xiao family finally spoke up. The leading man frowned slightly. No matter how you look at it, it is a fact that Ji Yuan stole Lingjue's lava poison bee. That was a coming-of-age gift from the young master. If he doesn't return it, it might not be appropriate. Ha! Li Shuefu was unconcerned. You think Xiao Linshan can pressure me? He's not qualified. As his words fell, a light laugh suddenly rang out from the crowd. Shuefu, it's been many years, and you are still the same. Everyone's attention was drawn to a well-dressed middle-aged man stepping forward. He bore a 4-point resemblance to Xiao Lingjue. It was none other than the young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Linshan. This man, hailed as the next head of the Xiao family, suddenly appeared at the award ceremony. After he arrived, his gaze passed over Li Shuefu and directly landed on Ji Yuan. Smiling as he nodded, young friend Ji Yuan, I hope you are well. During the city competition, after the 4th round ended, when Xiao Lingjue had severely injured Ji Yuan and left him on the brink of death, Ji Yuan had received a bouquet of flowers, which bore Xiao Linshan's signature. Ji Yuan's expression remained unchanged, offering no response to the words of this important figure. Seeing this, Xiao Linshan smiled and turned to Li Shuefu. As for the matter of the flame-devouring Xian lions, I can choose not to pursue it. However, the lava poison bee must be returned. The director's expression and mindset did not change at all with Xiao Linshan's appearance. Don't be in a hurry. He did not directly answer Xiao Linshan but turned his gaze to the other 3 families. If you have any grievances with Ji Yuan, speak up. Zhang Honggu, Mu Chengfeng, and Suan exchanged glances before speaking in unison. He used dirty tricks in the exchange competition to ambush us, and he even injured our beast. Is that all? Li Shuefu chuckled. Alright, I will take charge and let you face Ji Yuan directly. How about that? He turned his head to look at the handsome young man behind him. Do you have any objections? I can do it any time. Ji Yuan nodded lightly. His agreement was easy, but Zhang Honggu and the others twitched their lips and silently lowered their heads. What a joke! What rank was Ji Yuan now? 3rd rank. His soul domain extension could even overwhelm the 4th rank Yin Shasha and Xiaoying. What could they, at the 5th rank, do? Director Li is joking. Ji Yuan is now a 3rd rank beast master, and they are only 5th rank. How can they possibly fight? A light laugh descended from the sky. Accompanying the appearance of pink light spots was a beautiful woman in a pink long dress. She landed in front of Mu Chengfeng, her stunning face revealing a smile. Actually, we came here today to discuss something else. Immediately after, 2 high-ranking individuals from the Su and Zhang families also appeared. At this point, Li Shuefu's brow furrowed. He had a bad premonition. Everyone, you are not just members of the Beast Master families, you are also senators of the Alliance. If there is something to discuss, why must it be at the exchange competition award ceremony? Finally, Yan Long and Lu Qingxi also made their appearance. Yan Long held a high position in the Beast Master Alliance, and his appearance made several, including Xiao Linshan, nod slightly with serious expressions. Director Yan, now, the award ceremony is still ongoing. You can leave first. If you have anything to say, we can talk after the ceremony is over. Yan Long unceremoniously ushered them out. Director Yan, please calm down. We are indeed here to discuss something.